Chapter 1. Task completed. Rewards manifested. 99 years ago. Earth. A golden light swept across the land, erasing all biochemical weapons, nuclear arms, and biological laboratories. At the same time, a colossal golden hand pierced through the fabric of time and space. The Earth was seized like a marble and ultimately cast into a fantastical realm. Currently, the Earth is under a protective period, shielded from external disturbances and assaults. Thus began the resurgence of spiritual energy. Countless individuals transformed into martial artists. Ancient families, long hidden from the world, emerged into the light. Globally, the era of cultivation commenced. Martial civilization now reigned supreme, with two major empires establishing various regulations. However, figures from Western mythology have begun to materialize. In China, in Jiangnan City, an international metropolis. On the outskirts, there lies a modest courtyard. Within the courtyard, the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant blossoms create an aura akin to a secluded paradise. Beneath a small tree, Jun Xiaoyao reclines on a wicker chair, basking in the sun and drifting into slumber. Ding! Sign-in time has arrived. Would the master like to sign in? In his mind, the melodious and sweet voice of the system resonated, prompting Jun Xiaoyao. Sign in. By the way, could you refrain from that ding? I've nearly developed auditory hallucinations over the past 2 years. Jun Xiaoyao retorted to the system. Signing in, how could he possibly forego it? He recalled that today marked his final sign-in. After today, he would complete his task and be free to depart from this place. It all began 2 years ago, on this very day, when he was unceremoniously dumped by his girlfriend. Logically speaking, he was handsome, wealthy, and the quintessential rich second-generation heir. He should not have faced such rejection. The explanation was rather simple. His girlfriend had become a martial artist, and she was undeniably beautiful. Naturally, she declared, I have become a martial artist, and I no longer belong to this world. We should part ways. After the breakup, he unexpectedly bonded with a system, yet the first task assigned was to remain hidden for 2 years. Thus, he secluded himself within the courtyard. For 2 years, he had not stepped outside the premises. Within the courtyard, there were no electrical appliances aside from a light bulb, let alone a telephone or computer. He was entirely cut off from the outside world. Sign-in successful. Rewards have been dispatched. Notice, Master has completed the 2-year seclusion sign-in task. Would you like to continue your hidden sign-in? The system's voice echoed. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao sprang up from the wicker chair in astonishment. Seclusion? Seclude your aunt. Who on earth would want to continue this hidden sign-in? Jun Xiaoyao felt a surge of indignation. If the system were before him, he would undoubtedly give it a sound thrashing. His frustration was not without cause. Let me explain. 2 years ago, upon binding the system and activating it, the first task was to remain hidden for 2 years. Jun Xiaoyao had readily agreed, believing that like the protagonists in novels, he would cultivate in obscurity until invincible. After all, the protagonists all did just that. Certainly, he was no exception. However, he discovered that the reality was quite different. Why was that? Because the treasures obtained through attendance were not for his own use. As he gazed upon the formidable techniques, powerful artifacts, and various precious resources, he could only stare in disbelief. Even now, he remained an ordinary person incapable of cultivation. To make matters worse, he was forbidden from leaving the courtyard until he completed his task. Should he venture beyond its confines, the system would revoke his progress, and he would meet his demise. Who wouldn't be infuriated by such a predicament? Congratulations, Master, you have completed the task and regained your freedom. Would you like to claim your reward and activate the second task? The system inquired. Reward? Second task? Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback. This was undoubtedly a trap, intricately designed. As for rewards, he was unaware of any such benefits. The system had never mentioned them before. Clearly, it sought to deceive him into activating the subsequent task. Yet, what could this reward entail? And what exactly was the second task? Moreover, since the first task came with a reward, having completed it, why couldn't they simply provide him with it instead of tying it to a second task? Was it akin to dealing with rogue software during a download, necessitating a bundled installation? First task completed. Reward: 1,000 years of cultivation, 3 supreme techniques, system upgrade. Would you like to claim it, Master? The system awaited Jun Xiaoyao's confirmation. Chapter 2. The Rewards in Hand. Invincible at once what? A millennium of cultivation, 3 divine techniques, a system upgrade? Surely, these rewards cannot be utilized by me. Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback. After 2 years of signing in, he had encountered countless rare treasures, seen myriad martial arts techniques, and amassed an abundance of resources. Yet he had never come across divine techniques, nor a millennium of cultivation. To be frank, these rewards are indeed terrifying. Soon, he regained his composure. No matter how formidable the rewards were, they served little purpose for him. Moreover, the system had yet to disclose what the second task entailed. Notification. Apart from the items obtained from signing in, everything else can be utilized by the host. Furthermore, after the system upgrade, signing in will no longer be available. The second task will impose no limitations or constraints on the host. May I inquire if the host wishes to claim the rewards and activate the second task? The system coaxed Jun Xiaoyao gently, enticing him. Can I truly use these? The new task imposes no restrictions? Then, I shall accept the rewards. Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily stunned. He dared not take this lightly. Having been deceived by the system once, he had approached the past 2 years with caution. Rewards have been dispensed. Please check the system space. The voice of the system echoed. Simultaneously, Jun Xiaoyao felt his consciousness being pulled by a mysterious force. And suddenly, his awareness illuminated as it transcended into an extraordinary, independent realm. This world was filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers and melodious birdsong. Brimming with spiritual energy, vast and boundless, its size unfathomable. Where's this? Who are you? Jun Xiaoyao instinctively inquired. Suddenly, an enchanting girl from a 2-dimensional realm appeared before him. Suspended in midair, her fair, slender legs swaying gracefully. The sight nearly caused him to lose composure. Naturally, he became even more vigilant. Host, welcome to the system space. Known as the primordial realm. I am the spirit of the system. You may call me Su Mingyao. The ethereal beauty turned out to be the spirit of the system. Her voice was identical to that of the system, a sound he had become intimately familiar with over the past 2 years. However, Jun Xiaoyao had not anticipated that the spirit would take the form of a girl, and such a stunning one at that, fulfilling any man's fantasies. Whether the rewards mattered was of little significance. What he truly sought was insight into the second task. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze shifted away from Su Mingyao. He understood that she was merely an illusion, a figment of the system, lacking any corporeal form. In a flash, 3 beams of light appeared before Jun Xiaoyao, concealing their contents. Host, would you like to integrate the millennium of cultivation? Would you like to merge the 3 divine techniques? Would you like to upgrade the system? The system, perceptive as ever, recognized that the rewards were what Jun Xiaoyao yearned for the most. Integration. Upgrade. Jun Xiaoyao responded affirmatively, then awaited the outcome. In the midst of cultivation fusion. Divine skill fusion in progress. System upgrade in progress. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao felt the world before him sway and shift incessantly, while his body underwent a profound transformation, his essence elevating and metamorphosing. He felt as if he were enveloped in a rejuvenating hot spring, growing stronger, evolving, transcending. Master's cultivation, 10 years, peak of inner strength realm. Master's cultivation, 20 years, peak of true chi realm. Master's cultivation, 30 years, peak of master realm. Master's cultivation, 40 years, peak of innate realm. Master's cultivation, 50 years, peak of martial king realm. Master's cultivation, 100 years, peak of martial emperor realm. Master's cultivation, 150 years, peak of martial god realm. Master's cultivation, 200 years, peak of human respect realm. Master's cultivation, 300 years, peak of earth respect realm. Master's cultivation, 100 years, mid-level celestial respect realm. In less than 5 minutes, a millennium's worth of cultivation seamlessly integrated within Jun Xiaoyao, causing his cultivation level to soar wildly, transforming him from an ordinary person into a celestial respect. The celestial respect realm, indeed. It is known that after Earth transitioned into a fantastical world and spiritual energy revitalized, a complete cultivation system emerged. This system is categorized into inner strength, true chi, master, innate, martial king, martial emperor, martial god. Thus far, the strongest among them has merely attained the martial king. Of course, Hidden powers may have reached the martial emperor level. As for the martial god, it is a legendary existence that does not exist on Earth. What then of those above the martial god, namely the human respect, earth respect, and celestial respect? They are entirely beyond the comprehension of earthly warriors. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao has directly ascended to the level of celestial respect. His entire being is infused with formidable power. His essence elevated, radiating a mysterious charm and grace, akin to the purity of a sage. Divine skill, chaotic divine demon body, fusion complete. Divine skill, shield of domain, fusion complete. Divine skill, creation of celestial bodies, fusion complete. A cascade of information flooded his mind. Jun Xiaoyao experienced no resistance to this influx, feeling as if it were innately his, merging seamlessly with his very essence. He grasped a significant portion of this newfound knowledge. Nevertheless, he pondered the system. What is amiss? Are there no cultivation methods? Do divine skills require further training? Jun Xiaoyao discovered that the 3 divine skills he had fused encompassed offense, defense, and physical prowess, yet he lacked any cultivation method. Without a method, how shall he elevate his cultivation level? Moreover, although the divine skills have fused, he has only mastered a mere fragment. Shouldn't fusion lead to complete mastery? Must he still undergo personal training? Chapter 3. The 3 divine techniques and the 5 marriage contracts. The master possesses the chaotic divine demon body, rendering the cultivation of techniques unnecessary. As the chaotic divine demon body is birthed from the depths of the chaotic universe, it can autonomously absorb any energy from the heavens and the earth, transforming it into its own strength and cultivation. The 3 divine techniques require the master's cultivation, but they can also be enhanced through points. The spirit of the system elucidated. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao felt a profound relief. It turned out that the chaotic divine demon body was indeed extraordinarily powerful. It required no techniques, no personal cultivation to enhance its prowess. One could even say that mere repose would suffice for advancement, although the speed of such enhancement was another matter entirely. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao began to familiarize himself with the 3 divine techniques. Chaotic divine demon body. Born of the chaotic universe, it surpasses all divine bodies, comprising 13 levels. Each level grants mastery over the innate talents and powers of a divine beast, enabling transformation into the divine beast for combat, as well as the ability to project the divine beast as an extraordinary phenomenon. Field Shield. Also known as the World Shield, it consists of 9 levels, possessing terrifying and unparalleled defense. It can manifest as a protective shield and envelop the world. When cultivated to its pinnacle, it can shroud 3,000 realms, rendering one invincible within the domain of the Field Shield, impervious to any assault. Creation of stars, comprising 9 levels. Each level allows mastery over a varying number of stars and different tiers of stellar power, enabling the conjuration of various weapons for combat through the manipulation of the celestial bodies. Having absorbed this knowledge, Jun Xiaoyao drew a deep breath. This was beyond extraordinary. Presently, with merely his cultivation realm, he was already invincible. All he needed to do was cultivate the 3 divine techniques, which were powerful, fearsome, dazzling, and domineering. System. From where do the points originate? What distinguishes the upgraded system? What is the second task? Jun Xiaoyao inquired in rapid succession. Being invincible necessitated a concern for his future. His life was destined to be splendid, free from constraints and limitations. The source of points is related to the second task. Now, the master comprehends the upgraded system. The spirit of the system responded. Soon after, a virtual light screen, 2 meters in size, materialized before Jun Xiaoyao. The screen displayed his information and data. System, version 2. 1000 points. Host, Jun Xiaoyao. Age, 21 years. Appearance, 92 points. Cultivation, mid-tier celestial sovereign, 1000 points. Talent, chaotic divine demon body, 1000 points. Divine ability, Field Shield, 1000 points. Divine technique, creation of stars, 1000 points. Companion, none mount, none treasures, none points, none wealth. 120. 000. Was this not akin to a gaming interface? Indeed, such was the nature of system panels, facilitating the convenient review of data. Everything could be upgraded using points. Jun Xiaoyao perused the materials before him, firmly convinced that he could cultivate his strength without engaging in traditional training, for he had the means to enhance his abilities through points. However, acquiring these points seemed rather arduous. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated, announcing a new feature, event triggered. The second task presented itself: 5 marriage contracts, from which the master could select one as a future partner, or opt for all, or indeed choose none, with the event linked to them. As the voice faded, 5 beams of light materialized, hovering around Jun Xiaoyao. As the luminescence settled, 5 crystal cards, each the size of a playing card, appeared. One bore simple information and details, while the remaining 4 were blank, as if yet to be activated. System: if I choose none, does that imply the task is null and void? Jun Xiaoyao pondered, somewhat perplexed. Was this how the system operated? 5 marriage contracts. Was there a catch? Even with his invincible prowess, would he truly struggle to find a partner without these contracts? Nevertheless, he thought it prudent to investigate. If any were unattractive, he could simply dismiss them. You may choose none, the system replied, yet the task remains valid, for even if you select none, you must still annul the marriage contracts. A gentle reminder: the triggered events are solely associated with them. The system continued. Jun Xiaoyao found the layers of this task quite perplexing. What must one accomplish for this task to conclude? He inquired, harboring doubts about its seemingly endless nature. This task is perpetually valid. New features will emerge following system upgrades. The system confirmed, validating Jun Xiaoyao's suspicions. Thus, he resolved to amass more points and elevate the system. May I depart now? He asked, having long yearned for freedom over the past 2 years. You may leave at any time. However, a reminder: your current abilities do not permit proximity to the central Yuan realm's divine hall, where all manner of items and beings may be stored. Yet your physical form cannot enter. The system concluded before vanishing as if it had evaporated into thin air. Jun Xiaoyao gazed upon the magnificent palace at the heart of the Yuan realm, his consciousness withdrawing. Subsequently, he deposited the treasures he had accrued over the past 2 years into the Yuan realm. In Jiangnan, at the Tian Corporation, Jun Xiaoyao observed the sky before stepping out of the courtyard. A grin spread across his face as he mused. This is the only information I possess regarding the 5 marriage contracts. Thus, I shall commence with the first. Chapter 4. The Tian Family Group. Enigmatic beauty in the bustling metropolis of Jiangnan, a city of international stature, the world has transitioned into an era of martial prowess. Yet, the lives of ordinary individuals remain largely unchanged. They continue to work, study, and exist within the confines of their socio-economic standings. The sole distinction lies in the heightened technological advancements that permeate daily life. Martial artists remain a distant realm, separate from the common folk. The Tianmu Building, a towering edifice comprising 108 floors, stands as one of Jiangnan's iconic landmarks. It houses the headquarters of the Tian family group, a prestigious conglomerate belonging to the illustrious Tian family, renowned throughout Jiangnan and even across all of Huaxia. The patriarch of the Tian family is recognized as the wealthiest individual in Jiangnan. On the 108th floor, within the confines of the presidential office, a breathtaking figure stands before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down upon the vibrant cityscape. President Tian, a gentleman by the name of Jun Xiaoyao, is requesting an audience with you, the secretary announces, knocking on the office door before entering. Is there an appointment scheduled? Tian Youzi, the eldest daughter of the Tian family and the executive president of the Tian family group, is famously known as the ice goddess of Jiangnan, a commercial prodigy overseeing the vast enterprise. Her days are consumed by a whirlwind of responsibilities, rendering her virtually inaccessible to the average person. No, but he insisted that you would see him. The attractive secretary respectfully presents a crystal plaque to Tian Youzi. Ah, please, show him in, Tian Youzi replies, accepting the plaque and glancing at the information inscribed upon it. A glimmer of mischievousness breaks through her typically frosty demeanor, transforming her countenance into one of unexpected delight. The secretary, filled with curiosity yet hesitant to inquire further, promptly exits the office. To seek Binger and end up here is quite intriguing, Tian Youzi muses to herself, a charming smile gracing her previously icy features. Anyone witnessing her expression at that moment would surely be taken aback, for she is renowned for her stoicism, rarely displaying any emotion akin to warmth. Shortly thereafter, the office door swings open once more, and the secretary enters, escorting a young man. He appears to be in his late teens, with sharp features and an exquisite visage, exuding an air of calm confidence and striking handsomeness. "You may leave." Tian Youzi instructs the secretary with a glance before turning her attention to the young man, scrutinizing him. "Are you Tian Luobing?" The young man speaks, revealing himself to be Jun Xiaoyao. After departing from the courtyard, he had taken a taxi directly to the Tianmu building. Uncertain of the Tian family's exact location, but aware that the Tian family group belonged to them. Now, standing before this captivating woman, appearing in her 20s, clad in professional attire with an enchanting yet frigid countenance, a flawless figure, and elegantly long legs, he finds himself captivated. The woman before him was undoubtedly the most exquisite he had ever encountered, unparalleled in beauty. In fact, she surpassed even the goddesses depicted in anime. This must be Tian Luobing. Her name is frosty as her demeanor. He never anticipated that he would find the one so effortlessly. This made things simpler. "Are you Jun Xiaoyao?" Tian Youzi neither affirmed nor denied, but instead posed a question to Jun Xiaoyao. In the past, she had heard her father mention this matter, and she never thought it would hold true. "Yes, I am Jun Xiaoyao. I trust you comprehend the purpose of my visit. I would appreciate a prompt response as my time is somewhat constrained." Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao assessed the woman before him, beautiful and aloof. She epitomized the ideal of a goddess in the hearts of men. However, given her striking appearance and prestigious background, he surmised that she would likely disdain him and refuse his request. A rejection would simplify matters. He could then seek the other four. Pressured for time? "Are you busy?" Tian Youzi was incensed by Jun Xiaoyao's words. "I am a beauty, you know. What sort of attitude is this? Countless suitors yearn for an audience with me." "Yes, you ought to reject me then." Jun Xiaoyao nodded, already preparing to leave, thinking that before nightfall, he could indulge in a leisurely stroll. "Reject? Why would I refuse?" "I agree." Tian Youzi's expression turned frosty. Had it been anyone else, she would have erupted in fury. Yet, she felt a mischievous inclination rise within her. She was determined not to give him what he desired. Moreover, how could she refuse on behalf of Binger? Naturally, she would agree to the matter, relishing the opportunity to vex him. "Agree? What do you mean?" Jun Xiaoyao had already turned to depart when he nearly stumbled upon hearing Tian Youzi's words. Could it be that he had misheard? "How could you possibly agree? Isn't refusing more delightful? I, the illustrious Tian family, would never breach a promise. Your demeanor suggests you are not here to propose, but rather to distance yourself from our engagement. Does this imply that you look down upon both me and the Tian family?" Tian Youzi's countenance grew serious as she sat elegantly in her swivel chair, exuding the commanding presence of a domineering CEO. Internally, she was indeed curious. In Huaxia, in Jiangnan, who would not wish to curry favor with the Tian family? Countless exceptional individuals aspired to become favored sons-in-law of the Tian family, and many noble young men sought to marry into it. Yet, no one had succeeded, primarily due to the family's immense power and wealth, as well as the unparalleled pride of Tian Youzi and Tian Luobing. Yet here stood someone who was seemingly eager to sever ties with such a prestigious opportunity. Did he truly scorn the Tian family? Did he look down upon her? Tian Youzi felt a twinge of anger, yet found it difficult to express. Chapter 5. Given the engagement, shouldn't affections be cultivated? Your thoughts are your own. They do not concern me. Consider this. A faint smile graced Jun Xiaoyao's face. Do I look down upon the imperial family? Not at all. My lack of interaction with them precludes such notions. Furthermore, all wealth pales in comparison to martial prowess. I have transcended the pinnacle of martial arts, rendering all else beneath my regard. With that, he produced 4 crystal tablets. Now, I believe a refusal is in order. The marriage document. Upon seeing the crystal tablets in Jun Xiaoyao's hand, Tian Youzi was momentarily taken aback. Internally, a tempest surged. She was far from foolish. On the contrary, her intellect and emotional acuity were exceptional, and she quickly deduced that the tablets represented a marriage document, one of which was also in her possession. An overwhelming shock coursed through her. What does this imply? How can one person be engaged to multiple others? Indeed, in today's world, while monogamy is the facade, numerous super-rich individuals and prominent figures maintain multiple spouses. The revival of spiritual energy has only exacerbated this phenomenon. Yet, encountering someone as brazen as Jun Xiaoyao was unprecedented. Indeed. Farewell. Oh no, not farewell, Jun Xiaoyao smiled. The woman before him was undeniably stunning, perhaps the most beautiful he had ever encountered, with not a single flaw to be found. However, the absence of genuine feelings rendered their union unappealing to him. Moreover, he harbored a deep-seated aversion to the arrangements imposed by the system. Having said this, he turned on his heel and departed with an effortless grace. Stop. Tian Youzi's heart seethed at Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor. It was evident he looked down upon the Tian family and her. Though unacknowledged, his disdain was unmistakable. His apparent delight in departing only intensified her frustration. If he was pleased, she was not. Jun Xiaoyao, she called out, but he did not turn back. With a single word, he stated, the marriage document remains valid. Come with me. Tian Youzi rose, striding in her high heels towards Jun Xiaoyao, her brows furrowing. She then proceeded towards the office exit, reminding him, still valid? Where are we going? This time, Jun Xiaoyao was left momentarily speechless. What was happening? Had he erred in some way? She was aware of his other marriage documents. Yet she insisted the engagement was still in effect. Was she jesting? Was it true that women were often deemed both beautiful and lacking in intellect? Furthermore, where to? I have matters to discuss with you, Tian Youzi stated. Bored, Jun Xiaoyao retorted coldly as he spoke. As they exited the office, many corporate elites and senior executives of the group were astonished upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi, their faces reflecting a mixture of curiosity and surprise. It is well known that the young lady of the Tian family is notoriously aloof. Countless suitors have dared not approach her even slightly. Yet here she was, accompanied by a handsome young man. Upon reaching the parking garage, they arrived at a striking pink sports car. Tian Youzi entered the vehicle without hesitation and, noticing Jun Xiaoyao's lack of movement, called out to him. Jun Xiaoyao, upon seeing the car, nearly chuckled but managed to suppress it. He truly did not expect that a woman of such icy demeanor would prefer a vehicle of such vibrant color. One would think she would favor black, white, or gray. Is it a crime to remain silent? Tian Youzi's face remained cold. Did driving a car really depend on its color? Indeed, she was not fond of this particular hue and always drove to the company discreetly, fearful of being seen. Jun Xiaoyao climbed into the car, and silence enveloped them, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. A faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Why the silence? Tian Youzi finally broke the quiet, her curiosity overwhelming her. We have nothing to discuss, replied Jun Xiaoyao indifferently. Tian Youzi was infuriated. Accustomed to being revered and exalted since childhood, her exceptional intellect had propelled the Tian family business to new heights. It was no wonder her family entrusted her with the management of their vast enterprise. Yet now, she found herself confronted by someone who consistently challenged her. With a surge of frustration, she pressed the accelerator, and the car seemed to take flight. After a brief journey, they arrived at a luxurious villa in Linjiang Garden. Sprawling across 2,000 to 3,000 square meters, replete with opulence yet oddly devoid of any human presence. You will live here from now on, she stated. By the way, you are from the Jun family of Jiangnan, correct? After parking, she showed Jun Xiaoyao around the villa before continuing. Live here? Tian Luobing, you must be mistaken. The Jun family of Jiangnan, sort of, Jun Xiaoyao replied, feeling exasperated. Was it even appropriate for a man and woman to live together like this? He was no idle person, nor did he intend to rely on anyone else. Furthermore, having just completed his first task, he had no intention of settling down here for eternity. While it was true that he belonged to the Jun family, he was more of an invisible presence there, lacking any sense of existence. Since there is an engagement, shouldn't we cultivate some feelings? Tian Youzi's face remained as frosty as ever. A hint of a smile, reminiscent of a mischievous little fox, graced her lips. At the sight of this smile, Jun Xiaoyao nearly lost his composure. To be frank, this woman was extraordinarily beautiful. Despite her tender age of merely 18, her aura was nothing short of captivating, embodying the essence of an icy goddess. With a mere smile, she could enthrall an entire nation. Cultivating feelings? There was no time for that. After uttering these words, Jun Xiaoyao turned to leave. Who said anything about cultivating feelings? The other four were waiting for me. I simply could not afford to squander time here. The main concern was that I had been with you for nearly an hour. Yet no events had been triggered. Where, pray tell, would my points come from? Chapter 6. Will you assist me? Who bestowed you with such confidence? Where are you heading? Upon encountering Jun Xiaoyao preparing to depart, Tian Youzi was rendered speechless, her mind racing with thoughts. Goodness, who are these individuals? Am I truly unworthy of you? The Zhang and Jun family and the Tian group exist in completely disparate realms. I am the esteemed executive president of the Tian group, overseeing nearly 1 trillion in assets. In terms of appearance, is there anyone in Jiangnan City, or even all of Huaxia, who surpasses my beauty? Feeling a pang of hunger, she declared, "Let us dine, and then I shall return home." As Jun Xiaoyao spoke, he made his way toward the villa's exit. "You won't starve here." Tian Youzi, infuriated, marched toward the kitchen. Upon seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao hesitated, contemplating whether to stay or leave, feeling it might be rather inconsiderate to depart. "Very well, I shall eat before I leave." He settled onto a chair beside the pool, reclining comfortably. In the kitchen, Tian Youzi noticed Jun Xiaoyao's reluctance to leave, a faint smile gracing her lips. "System, why have you not triggered any events? The information seems amiss. What of the other 4 individuals? Have they perished? Are you truly inactive?" Reclining on the chair, with his eyes gently closed under the sun, a part of his consciousness had already ventured into the Yuan realm to communicate with the system. It had been an hour since he met Tian Luobing. Surely, some events should have been triggered by now. Accumulating points was proving exceedingly arduous. Moreover, the information displayed on the crystal card seemed erroneous. Name, Tian Luobing. Identity, heiress of the Tian group. Talent, body of ice. Cultivation, mastery realm, great perfection. Yet, upon meeting Tian Luobing, he found no trace of her exceptional talents or cultivation. Rather, she appeared to be an ordinary person. Of course, her beauty was otherworldly, her figure impeccable, and her aura transcendent. After posing several inquiries, the system remained unresponsive, causing Jun Xiaoyao to grow anxious. "Master, the system is currently in a dormant state. All programs have been preset. Upon reaching 1,000 points, the crystal card will automatically unlock the 2nd tier. Upon reaching 10 million points, the 3rd tier. 50 million for the 4th tier, and 100 million for the 5th tier. Farewell." Beep. The system's melodious voice echoed, yet its words left Jun Xiaoyao speechless. This system was utterly ridiculous. It chose to enter a dormant state at such a critical moment. In the kitchen, frustration boiled within him. How absurd. Why should I indulge him? Very well, I shall consider the face of Bing. Humph, little girl, with your daily demeanor. You could never have imagined that I would agree to the marriage contract for you. When you return from the blood refinement realm, I shall see how you handle it. Hee. Tian Youzi directed all her annoyance towards the spatula, her lips pouting, rosy and tempting, presenting an utterly adorable visage, entirely devoid of the icy demeanor of a corporate president. Thinking of Jun Xiaoyao possessing 5 marriage contracts and her sister's headache over the matter almost made Tian Youzi chuckle. Simultaneously, she felt an insatiable curiosity. This Jun Xiaoyao, aside from his good looks, seemed rather unremarkable. It is worth noting that in this era, martial artists possess martial badges, symbols of identity and honor, and it was apparent that Jun Xiaoyao lacked one. Furthermore, the Zhang and Jun family appeared exceedingly ordinary compared to the Tian group. Yet, he happened to hold 5 marriage contracts. Had she not heard her grandfather mention such a thing before, she would have found it hard to believe in the existence of marriage contracts. A few minutes later, a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup was served, rousing Jun Xiaoyao from his slumber. "Can't you exhibit a bit of gentlemanly behavior?" The two sat across from each other, with Jun Xiaoyao indulging in his meal casually, utterly at ease, as if he were in his own home, completely disregarding Tian Youzi seated opposite him. Observing him relish his food to the extent of forgetting her presence ignited a frustration within her, wishing to gnash her teeth in annoyance. Gentlemanly behavior? Can that be consumed as sustenance? Jun Xiaoyao, at a loss for words, reflected on the nature of their surroundings, with meals as simple as birds fluttering about. And having not eaten a single grain in pursuit of completing his final task, he was simply too famished. Frankly speaking, he had not anticipated that the esteemed president of the Tian group would possess culinary skills, and quite commendable ones at that. "May you choke on it," Tian Youzi lamented, feeling despondent in the face of such oddity. Suddenly, her phone rang. Casting a glance at Jun Xiaoyao, she exited the dining area. "Grandfather, I'm at home." "What? That's impossible." "All right, I'll come right away." Outside the dining room, as Tian Youzi answered the call, her previously calm countenance shifted to one of gravity, even displaying hints of anger, as the call was from the patriarch of the Tian family concerning business matters. Encountering difficulties? Do you require assistance? Observing Tian Youzi return. With his formidable cultivation, he knew that not even 100 miles away could anyone evade his grasp, should she wish it. This was the essence of a celestial sovereign. As he spoke, he leisurely set down his chopsticks. One should not bite the hand that feeds. If it is convenient, I could lend a hand, merely to repay the favor of the meal. You help me? What gives you the confidence? Tian Youzi smiled softly. Chapter 7. The Trials of the Tian Family. Triggering events. I shall take my leave now. The meal was quite satisfactory and merits encouragement, yet one must not become complacent. Diligence is essential, remarked Jun Xiaoyao nonchalantly. It would be best if you refrained from assisting. The hour grows late, and I must find a place to rest. In the past, I could reside at the school. Now, however, I find myself utterly alone and without support. Who asked for your encouragement? Come with me, Tian Youzi retorted, her frustration palpable as she listened to Jun Xiaoyao's words and observed his demeanor. She realized that her own actions today had led to this vexing encounter. With a cunning glimmer in her eye, she pursed her lips, revealing a mischievous smile. Where are we headed? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Did you not intend to lend a hand? Tian Youzi responded, striding towards the vehicle and beckoning Jun Xiaoyao to join her as they departed from the villa. The car sped forward, and Jun Xiaoyao noted that they were heading away from the city, even merging onto the expressway. After leaving the villa, 4 armored vehicles followed closely behind, 2 in front and 2 at the rear. He deduced that the occupants of these vehicles were likely bodyguards from the Tian family. As dusk descended, the car eventually halted by the riverside. Miss, the elder awaits just ahead, announced one of the bodyguards as they parked. A few agile bodyguards approached, greeting them courteously while casting sharp glances at Jun Xiaoyao. Tian Youzi acknowledged, proceeding ahead. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao found himself following Tian Youzi to an elderly man who appeared to be in his 80s, his face radiant and indicative of a formidable martial artist. Surrounding the elder were over 30 master-level martial artists, all devoted to the Tian family, each adorned with a badge signifying their mastery. Grandfather, Tian Youzi called sweetly as she approached the old man. Who is he? Inquired Tian Lanxing. Tian Lanxing, the founder of the Tian Group, had established the conglomerate through his mastery of martial arts, yet it was under Tian Youzi's stewardship that the company flourished. Upon noticing Jun Xiaoyao at Tian Youzi's side, Tian Lanxing paused, his expression shifting as he asked, Grandfather, he is. Tian Youzi leaned closer, whispering into Tian Lanxing's ear, hearing his granddaughter's words. Tian Lanxing's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao. Ziryu. Tian Lanxing murmured, his brow furrowing in confusion as he looked at his granddaughter. Grandfather, I will explain shortly. Do they truly believe they can disregard the implications of acquiring that formula? It is a matter that only Binger can decide, and if we were to relinquish it, it would spell catastrophic consequences for the Tian family, Tian Youzi replied softly, redirecting the conversation towards more pressing matters. You are well aware that over the past decade, the West has acted with utter impunity, driven by the emergence of formidable deities that lend them support, leaving the martial artists of our illustrious Huaxia unable to resist. While ordinary commerce remains largely unaffected, the prescription of our Tian family is of great significance. Thus they seized the opportunity to strike at us while Binger ventured into the blood refinement realm. Even had Binger been present, they would still have acted without restraint. Tian Lanxing sighed in resignation, reflecting on the situation. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed across the river, heavy with a Western accent and rather clumsy in its articulation. Currently, the Huaxia language is the foremost language globally, with nearly all of humanity possessing some proficiency in it. 3 centuries ago, Western marauders plundered countless treasures from our Huaxia. Now, these brigands have returned. Yet our treasures shall not easily fall into their grasp. Tian Lanxing responded firmly, asserting that even if the adversaries demanded the prescription, the Tian group would not yield it without resistance. This embodies the indomitable spirit of the Huaxia people. 300 years ago, Huaxia was weak and trampled upon by the West, but now, even with the advent of these Western deities, Huaxia shall not submit to their tyranny. Very well. Henceforth, the Tian group shall vanish from this world. The booming voice drew nearer. Soon, a speedboat approached the shore, and 5 Westerners disembarked, advancing toward Tian Lanxing. Exuding an overwhelming aura, each one a formidable innate realm expert. In the face of such prowess, even masters of the martial realm appeared insignificant. 10 top-tier masters would struggle to contend with a single innate expert. Without further ado, the 5 Westerners launched their assault, incapacitating the Tian family's martial masters with a single punch each, leaving them unable to rise again. In less than a minute, all the martial masters beside Tian Lansheng lay defeated. Tian Youzi's exquisite visage was overtaken by terror as the executive president of the Tian group. She had never witnessed such a scene. Her delicate form trembled, paralyzed by fear. Hand over the prescription, and you may live. The 5 Westerners halted 5 meters from Tian Lansheng, a distance ideal for innate experts to strike, a mere flick of the finger capable of ending his life. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao maintained an expression of indifference, as if he were oblivious to the unfolding events. Notification, triggered event. Assist Tian Luobing's family through adversity, reward of 200 points. Eliminate an enemy of the Tian family, reward of 100 points. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated in his mind. The system's sweet tone signaling the activation of an event. The long-awaited rewards were finally within reach. Chapter 8. My surname is Jun. My given name is Xiaoyao. Do you require my assistance? Tian Youzi trembled with fear. All of her bodyguards had been defeated, leaving only herself, her grandfather, and Jun Xiaoyao. If they did not surrender the prescription, the 3 of them would surely perish here. Moreover, even if they handed over the prescription, there was no guarantee that their adversaries would spare their lives. Nevertheless, relinquishing the prescription offered a slim chance of survival. Yet it was something that could not be given away. In that moment, her heart was in turmoil. At that instant, Jun Xiaoyao's voice rang out. Do not act recklessly. Tian Youzi whispered softly. Even our numerous master-level guardians are no match for them. If you act impulsively, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Although they had only known each other for a couple of hours, she could not bear to see Jun Xiaoyao meet his demise so easily. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao was betrothed to Binger. Had the pale-skinned fiends grown so bold? Jun Xiaoyao's anxiety surged. At such a critical moment, why did she not simply utter the words, "Please assist me"? Such a statement would enable him to act and earn some points. Calculating the figures, aiding the Tian family would yield 200 points, while eliminating an enemy would grant 100. With 5 adversaries present, that amounted to a total of 700 points. In this light, accumulating points seemed quite feasible. For the past few years, they had operated in this manner. It was merely that she had not been exposed to it. Tian Youzi rolled her eyes at Jun Xiaoyao, exasperated. Oh, I see. Jun Xiaoyao acknowledged. Indeed, 2 years prior, he had been an ordinary person, and thus had no access to this realm. Although he had often heard tales online of certain Western deities that had led many Chinese warriors to their demise, mocking the lack of history and mythology in China. As he spoke, Jun Xiaoyao extended a hand, and instantly, the entire space became frozen. The 5 Westerners appeared to be ensnared by an invisible giant hand, their bones shattering, their cultivation dissipating, and they were reduced to mere ordinary beings. The 5 pale-skinned individuals were engulfed in terror, as if they had seen a ghost. Tian Lansheng's expression shifted dramatically as he turned his gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao. Get back. Remember this. My surname is Jun. My name is Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao released his grip, and the 5 suspended figures plummeted like deflated balloons, propelled by a tremendous force, ultimately landing on the deck of a speedboat, which then sped away into the distance, vanishing into the night. Having met young Master Jun, Tian Lansheng finally snapped out of his shock and greeted Jun Xiaoyao. Initially, he was uncertain of Jun Xiaoyao's capabilities. Yet he was aware of one thing. Jun Xiaoyao had a remarkably formidable master who had aided him in becoming a master-level warrior and had established the Tian family enterprise. At that time, the Tian family and Jun Xiaoyao had entered into a marriage contract, though he was blissfully unaware of it. Jun Xiaoyao had no master, only a system. He waved his hand, feeling elated as he received 700 points. Are you truly that formidable? Tian Youzi inquired, her beautiful eyes glimmering with astonishment and unexpected admiration. She never anticipated Jun Xiaoyao's immense strength. Could this be an instance of a wolf in sheep's clothing? Despite lacking innate talent for cultivation, her exposure had endowed her with a fundamental understanding of it. The offerings of the Tian family were merely at the master realm, and her grandfather was also at that level. Faced with 5 innate experts, the Tian family was utterly crushed. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao effortlessly obliterated all 5 with a mere wave of his hand. This level of power was beyond comprehension. Truly a prodigious talent. Young Master Jun is indeed a dragon among men, Tian launching praised. As a martial artist, or rather a strong individual, he could sense Jun Xiaoyao's overwhelming prowess even more acutely. Just moments ago, Jun Xiaoyao had nonchalantly eradicated 5 innate fighters with a single gesture, exhibiting a degree of mastery that was almost divine. The pressure of space itself was palpable to him, meaning that the 5 innate fighters had been crushed by Jun Xiaoyao's control over the very fabric of reality, a terrifying concept that transcended ordinary imagination. I shall remember the matters concerning the Tian family, Jun Xiaoyao stated plainly. He was well aware of Tian Lanqing's intentions, but before he could articulate them, Jun Xiaoyao preemptively agreed. His reasoning was simple. He wished to avoid a lengthy discourse. Moreover, he had a marriage contract with the Tian family. Even if he did not ally with Tian Luobing, extending a helping hand would be beneficial for him, offering an opportunity to earn points. Only a fool would decline such an advantage. Thank you, young Master Jun. Tian Lanqing expressed his heartfelt gratitude, though he felt a twinge of embarrassment, having had his thoughts seen through by Jun Xiaoyao. It was indeed true. He hoped Jun Xiaoyao would assist the Tian family in overcoming their tribulations. Despite the recent resolution of the 5 innate fighters, would the adversary simply acquiesce? The Tian family was poised to face an even more terrifying storm, and in the face of such a tempest, not only the Tian family but the entirety of China would struggle to withstand it, especially considering the existence of deities in the West. Where are you headed? Tian Youzi called out as she realized Jun Xiaoyao was departing, and she quickly pursued him. Chapter 9. The arrival of the heavenly rankings. Prepare a computer for me. Jun Xiaoyao commanded as he cast a glance at Tian Youzi. After 2 years of secluded cultivation, he had been entirely cut off from the outside world. Not only was he devoid of a computer, but even his phone lacked a network connection, rendering him oblivious to current events. Now, to grasp the state of affairs outside, the internet would surely suffice. Ah, I have one at home, Tian Youzi exclaimed, her astonishment palpable, a surge of inexplicable joy swelling within her. As they spoke, she ushered him into the car, and they vanished into the night. At the riverbank, Tian Lanqing stood frozen, watching Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi depart, his mind reeling. The turn of events had surpassed all expectations. What on earth was Zier up to? How was he to explain this to Bing? Reflecting on his granddaughter's haughty demeanor and icy disposition, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. However, with Jun Xiaoyao's involvement, their chances had significantly improved. Boom. Before long, Tian Youzi returned to the villa, her previously frosty countenance now adorned with a faint smile. Jun Xiaoyao, puzzled, pondered what could possibly elate her. You will occupy this room, she stated, presenting him with a new laptop she had procured from the villa while gesturing towards a room. Jun Xiaoyao acknowledged, taking the laptop and entering the room, closing the door behind him. Humph, Tian Youzi huffed outside, her lips forming a sulky pout, clearly displeased. Inside the room, Jun Xiaoyao connected to the internet and began his search. Within half an hour, he had gleaned a comprehensive overview of significant events from the past 2 years. Remarkably, little had changed. The West continued its brazen exploits, primarily due to the emergence of deities. Thus far, a total of 29 deities had manifested in the West, while no divine figures or myths had surfaced in Huaxia. Deities? Jun Xiaoyao scoffed, a derisive smile curling his lips. What nonsense! They are merely individuals who have transcended the martial god realm to enter the human respect realm. To call them deities is utterly absurd. Upon reviewing battle footage, he noted that several so-called deities employed techniques characteristic of the earthly respect realm. Moreover, the system had previously stated that his cultivation was unmatched on Earth. If the Western deities were truly divine, could he still be invincible? Boom, boom, boom. As Jun Xiaoyao browsed the internet, ominous rumbles filled the air, reverberating across the globe, causing the Earth to tremble. Concurrently, a brilliant golden light erupted in the sky, enveloping the entire world. What is this? He pondered, recalling a scene from 99 years prior. Was something amiss? A terrifying golden light enveloped the sky. What could this phenomenon signify? Could it be that a deity has emerged in the West once more? This scene eerily mirrors that of 99 years ago, leaving one to ponder what transformations the Earth might soon undergo. Is a monumental upheaval on the horizon? the world has descended into a state of fervor. Regardless of whether one is an ordinary individual or a martial artist, whether from the east or the west, all gaze upon the golden light above. Reminiscent of the events of 99 years past, the distance of those 99 years feels negligible, as though some have even encountered individuals from that bygone era. With a resounding boom, the golden light rapidly coalesced. In the mere span of a breath, it enveloped the globe, forming a colossal banner in the heavens. On that banner, only 2 words were inscribed: Heavenly Rankings. What could this possibly entail? Is it the fabled golden rankings of the heavenly Tao? What sort of list is this? Humanity across the globe felt a surge of curiosity at those 2 characters, sensing that it was a remarkable and powerful list. For the youth of Huaxia, the meaning was abundantly clear, as such rankings frequently appear in novels. Earth has entered the realm of fantasy for 99 years. 1 year remains in the protective period. After 1 year, Earth will fully transition into a fantasy world. The heavenly rankings bear witness to this. Those who rank for the first time will receive no rewards, while new entrants will be granted rewards. Above the firmament, a massive display descended, radiating 9 beams of light, shrouded in an enigmatic glow that obscured any writing upon it. Simultaneously, a resonant and ancient voice echoed across the globe, clear and distinct to every ear, as all could see the heavenly rankings in the sky. Indeed, it was a list, the rankings of martial artists. Anticipation surged. Surely, the West would dominate the leaderboard. In this contemporary era, 2 great empires, the Western Empire and the Huaxia Empire, have long governed the world, dictating all rules, with even the 5 major alliances compelled to follow. However, in the past decade, the emergence of deities in the West has propelled it back to its zenith of 300 years ago. Can anyone from Huaxia make it onto the list? With only a year left in the protective period, what will the Earth become in a year's time? The entire globe found itself engulfed in concern. The transition from a technological civilization to a martial civilization, devoid of any protective measures, conjures a daunting picture. The heavenly rankings encompass the top 1,000. Yet only the top 10 shall be revealed. Now, we shall unveil the inaugural rankings. Chapter 10, Dual First Place. Tian Luo Bing, a deep and resonant voice, began to announce the rankings. The entire humanity gazed in anticipation at the celestial leaderboard above. Finally, the banner unfurled, revealing the following. First place in the talent rankings, Huaxia Tian Luo Bing. Second place in the talent rankings, Huaxia Jiqing Wu. Third place in the talent rankings, Huaxia Yiqing Xian. Fourth place in the talent rankings, Huaxia Su Mingyao. Fifth place in the talent rankings, Huaxia Mu Wanjun. Sixth place in the talent rankings, Huaxia Shang Guanwu Jian. Seventh place in the talent rankings, Huaxia Yi Tian Nan. Eighth place in the talent rankings, Huaxia Mu Rong Tian Lan. Ninth place in the talent rankings, Huaxia Jiang Ming Cheng. 10th place in the talent rankings, Western Perseus Wei. In a mere 2 seconds, the talent rankings were presented before the eyes of the world. There was no build-up, no suspense. The top 10 were displayed outright. It was a sheer display of dominance, a testament to the 5 millennia of civilization that is Huaxia. Of the top 10, 9 hailed from Huaxia. Had it not been for the appearance of the Western deity, Huaxia would have reigned supreme. How gratifying it was, yet infuriating, to see the entire talent rankings filled with Huaxia individuals. As the rankings emerged, the descendants of Yin and Huang in Huaxia erupted in jubilation. The talent rankings symbolize both talent and the future. Simultaneously, countless individuals searched for the term heavenly rankings on their computers and mobile devices, revealing a complete list of the talent rankings, which included not only the top 10, but also the top 1,000. Astonishingly, 80% of those 1,000 were Huaxia individuals. It could be stated that within the top 500, 490 were the pride of Huaxia. Could this list be fabricated? In the West, many scrutinized the rankings with furrowed brows, declaring it to be false. Some even suggested that it was a creation of the Huaxia people, overwhelmed as they were. Huaxia, indeed, displayed its might. In the Tianzhu alliance, shock reverberated through their ranks upon viewing the list. Having been in comparison with Huaxia for centuries, they found themselves utterly overshadowed. In the island nation, the Yamato alliance, countless strong individuals seethed with anger. In Jiangnan City, at the Linjiang Villa, Tian Youzi sat in the pavilion, gazing at the sky in astonishment. Her beautiful eyes filled with envy. lamenting her inability to cultivate. Yet, she held hope, eager to discover whether Jun Xiaoyao had made the list. Such strength at such a young age surely warranted recognition. However, as the rankings concluded, she found no trace of Jun Xiaoyao's name. Not even a single individual with the surname Jun. Yet, her own sister stood proudly as the first in the talent rankings. It was not only she. In the Tian family's ancestral home, Tian Lansheng also fixated on the heavenly leaderboard. He too had not made the list, perplexed by this anomaly. The second list of the heavenly rankings, known as the Master Rankings, was soon unveiled. 1. The first place, Huaxia Tian Luo Bing 2. The second place, Huaxia Jiqing Wu 3. The third place, Huaxia Yiqing Xian 4. The fourth place, Huaxia Mu Wan Jun 5th. The fifth place, Huaxia Chun Beixian 6. The sixth place, Huaxia Shanguan Wu Jin 7. The seventh place, Huaxia Yi Tian Nan 8. The eighth place, Huaxia Mu Rong Tian Lan 9. The ninth place, Huaxia Jiang Ming Cheng 10. The 10th place, Huaxia Zhao Wu Ji. The second list was quickly completed, showcasing an entirely homogeneous representation of Huaxia. Not a single foreign name appeared, and even the previously 10th-ranked Perseus from the talent rankings had fallen off the list. The changes were minimal, with only Perseus and the formerly 4th-ranked Su Mingyao being removed. This dominance of the master rankings is indeed remarkable. In the face of Huaxia, the West appears insignificant. I am convinced that this list was orchestrated by Huaxia, merely to bolster morale and stabilize the hearts of the people, a display lacking in democratic principles. The master rankings, in the presence of my Western deities, are but a triviality. Globally, a fervor ignited once more, all due to the radiance of Huaxia. Both lists were essentially monopolized, and these are the most promising and future-oriented rankings. The third list, known as the innate rankings, then emerged. 1. The first place, Huaxia Nangongqi 2. The second place, Huaxia Yiqing Song 3. The third place, Huaxia Murong Wu Di 4. The fourth place, Huaxia Guozi Xian 5. The fifth place, Huaxia Tang Yaoqing 6. The sixth place, Nippon S. Miyamoto Aikir 7. The seventh place, Egypt S. Pharaoh Ming Zhang 8. The eighth place, South Asia S. Golden King 9. The ninth place, Huaxia Daoyi 10. The 10th place, Huaxia Jian Xin. Upon the completion of this list, it was evident that Huaxia continued to dominate the top ranks. This revelation stirred discontent in other regions and nations worldwide. The term innate signifies the pinnacle of strength. As true martial kings are exceedingly rare, and the existence of martial emperors remains a mere legend, never witnessed. The fourth list, known as the divine rankings or semi-spiritual rankings, then resonated with a profound and resonant voice from the heavens. Chapter 11, The Divine Rankings. Merely adjust the divine rankings? A Western list. Alas, my homeland has yet to witness the emergence of mythological figures. We can only observe the performances of the West. Countless souls in my land are left despondent. For no matter how extraordinary, they cannot rival the divine. Moreover, with the advent of the heavenly rankings, the prodigies of my homeland shall undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from Western powerhouses who are loath to see the rise of strength in the East. This has always been the predatory nature of the West. At last, the tide has turned in favor of the West. In the presence of the divine, all are but mere ants. The divine rankings, how eagerly I anticipate them. Any single deity could vanquish all the prodigies and champions of my homeland. The West is in a fervor. The divine is their sole reliance, their greatest support. As long as the divine exists, they can trample over my homeland. Otherwise, the multitude of Western nations would not unite into a single empire, solely to oppose my homeland. Yet, in the absence of true deities, the West is but chaff before my homeland, merely a pack of canines yet to evolve. Following the divine rankings, why is it also referred to as the half-divine rankings? What does half-divine mean? Does it imply that the deities of the divine rankings are merely half-divine? Countless individuals around the globe are curious. In truth, even the Westerners are perplexed. The names of other lists are straightforward and clear, yet when it comes to the divine rankings, an additional term, half-divine, is appended, suggesting that the divine is but half-spiritual. The divine rankings, also known as the half-divine rankings, because, on Earth, there are currently no true deities. Those so-called deities are merely half-divine. Note, humanity belongs to the primate family, while half-divine beings are akin to half-humans. At this moment, a resounding and profound voice echoed from above the firmament, elucidating the concepts of half-divine and divine. As the voice faded, the world erupted in chaos. What? Not even classified as human? Half-human? Is this a form of discrimination? The so-called deities of the West are indeed mere fakes. Judging by their appearances, it is evident that they have not fully evolved. Nevertheless, the Western deities are undeniably formidable, far surpassing the martial arts of my homeland. The globe buzzes with fervor and debate. The most delighted, however, are those from my homeland. For the past decade, our martial arts have been utterly crushed. Infuriating. The West, united in a singular voice, resonates with anger. Yet, what does it matter? First on the divine rankings, Zeus. Second on the divine rankings, Gaia. Third on the divine rankings, Hecate. Fourth on the divine rankings, Kronos. Fifth on the divine rankings, Odin. Sixth on the divine rankings, Perseus. Seventh on the divine rankings, Athena. Eighth on the divine rankings, Apollo. Ninth on the divine rankings, Siddhartha Gautama. 10th on the divine rankings, Amaterasu. Upon the announcement of the rankings, the world was left in shock. 4. The deities and sovereigns, once mythologized by the West and the land of India, have indeed manifested. Previously, the divine figures that emerged in the West were mere obscure personalities. Yet now, true mythological entities have ascended to prominence on the rankings, signifying their presence upon the earth. In the land of Huaxia, there is a collective sense of despondency. In the face of such legends, what significance does a mere warrior hold? The rankings have been revealed. Further announcements will continue in 3 months. In the expanse above, a voice resonates. The names upon the 4 grand lists appear as if they reign supreme over the world. The other 5 lists remain devoid of entries. That gigantic ranking seems to suspend in the heavens like an eternal monument, visible to humanity. At any moment, they cast their gaze upward. The talent list, the grandmaster list, and the primal list pale in comparison to the divine list. This night is destined to be one of insomnia, whether on television or the internet. The discussions revolve solely around the divine list. Ding! Triggered special event. Eliminate individuals on the divine list to earn substantial points. Assist others to ascend the ranks for generous rewards. Note: currently, there are 7 deities listed within the borders of Huaxia, in a villa, within a chamber. Jun Xiaoyao reclines upon his bed. The divine list? What concern is that to me? He muses, though astonishment flickers within him. His fiancée ranks first on both the talent list and the grandmaster list, and the top names on these lists are all female. The so-called divine list is merely a farce. At that moment, a notification echoes in his mind. System, are you not in hibernation? Jun Xiaoyao inquires. I am still in the hibernation phase. Currently, I am limited to providing prompts and rewards, unable to address the master's inquiries comprehensively, the system replies. Oh, so it is merely a programmed setting. The Western deities have foolishly ventured into Huaxia. A smile spreads across Jun Xiaoyao's face. He does not seek to create turmoil. Yet it would be against the natural order to forego the opportunity to earn points, especially since he is in dire need of them. Slaying an enemy of the celestial realm yields 100 points. How many points would one garner for vanquishing a deity? The mere thought fills him with anticipation and excitement. As for the identity of the adversary, it matters not. They are merely deities, to be slain without hesitation. By the way, system, do you possess precise locations and rewards? Jun Xiaoyao queries. The address has been relayed to the virtual screen. The rewards for slaying deities are as follows. Slaying over 500 deities grants 1,000 points. Slaying between 200 and 499 deities awards 2,000 points. Slaying between 100 and 199 deities yields 4,000 points. Slaying between 11 and 99 deities bestows 10,000 points. Slaying between 4 and 10 deities earns 20,000 points. And slaying the top 3 deities rewards 50,000 points. A note indicates that public kills double the points, while assassinations result in half points. The system responded, articulating the magnitude of the rewards. Observing the extensive array of figures, Jun Xiaoyao felt a surge of greed. These points, to him, held more significance than vast wealth. However, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. He pondered how he could earn a mere 100 points for defeating an enemy from the Celestial clan, while the points for slaying deities seemed so scant. Was the system deceiving him? After a moment's reflection, he concluded that in his eyes, a deity and an ordinary martial artist were as different as a chicken from a duck. With a resolute mind, he exited the realm of consciousness, rising and stepping towards the door. Chapter 12. The beginning of the Godslayer. Upon arriving outside the room, a sweep of divine perception revealed the top of the talent list and the master list. How remarkably concealed. Jun Xiaoyao cast a glance at Tian Youzi, who was in the pavilion on the second floor of the villa, and remarked with a hint of surprise that he could not discern her talents and cultivation level. What sort of cultivation technique was this that eluded his scrutiny? Where are you going? Tian Youzi inquired, noticing Jun Xiaoyao's intent to step out. At this hour, was he merely seeking mischief? Out to have some fun, he replied nonchalantly. I'll join you, Tian Youzi declared, rushing to her room to quickly change into a casual dress. To be honest, while her professional attire was enticing and alluring, this high-cold aesthetic exuded an entirely different charm. As they departed the villa, Jun Xiaoyao chose to avoid the main road, opting instead for a secluded path leading towards the outskirts of the city, accelerating with each step. Hey, wait for me, Tian Youzi called out from behind, her cheeks flushed and breathless. She understood that Jun Xiaoyao was doing this intentionally, as he perceived her as Tian Luobing, the number one on the master list and the talent list. Yet she, in contrast, possessed neither talent nor cultivation. Why pretend? Jun Xiaoyao remarked. The world-renowned master prodigy walks as if he were an ordinary person. I am not pretending. Where are you headed? Why are you dragging me along? Tian Youzi seized the moment when Jun Xiaoyao paused, rushing to his side, utterly exhausted yet reluctant to reveal her feelings. Jun Xiaoyao scoffed. And you wish to foster a relationship while keeping things hidden? Is it truly necessary? Even if you wish to conceal it from me. The talent list has already unveiled your identity. Is this amusing? With that, he reached out and grasped Tian Youzi's hand. Upon contact, her small hand felt cool and delicate, sending a tremor through him. It was his first time holding a girl's hand, and such a beautiful one at that. He had never managed to hold hands with his girlfriend from 2 years prior. In that moment, he felt a rush of nervousness. Tian Youzi's face flushed, her pink earlobes reddening, her body trembling and stiffening. This was also her first experience of being held by a male. What's wrong? Jun Xiaoyao feigned innocence, attempting to mask his own embarrassment and tension, putting on a facade of indifference. Nothing, Tian Youzi replied, initially feeling shy and nervous. But she soon realized that Jun Xiaoyao was even more anxious, though he pretended to act nonchalant. It was utterly amusing and delightful. She had not anticipated this side of him. This man was indeed intriguing. As Jun Xiaoyao gazed at Tian Youzi's enchanting smile, he found himself momentarily captivated by her unparalleled beauty, yet simultaneously filled with trepidation. Had she perceived something beyond the surface? The thought was unsettling. Without further hesitation, he extended his hand, propelling himself into the air, astonishingly defying gravity, with Tian Youzi soaring alongside him. The suddenness of this experience left her pale with fright. Such a phenomenon was utterly foreign to her. Not to mention, even the mightiest warriors could not achieve such feats, for, in principle, only a martial god possessed the ability to fly. Time swiftly elapsed. After 20 minutes, Jun Xiaoyao alighted upon a mountain peak. What was the purpose of this journey? Tian Youzi, disoriented and overwhelmed, felt a tumult of emotions, excitement intertwined with anxiety, and an irritation that gnawed at her. For she was acutely aware that Jun Xiaoyao regarded her as Tian Luobing. Slayer of gods, Jun Xiaoyao declared. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and in an instant, his once distinct features became obscured, enveloping Tian Youzi in a radiant aura. Slayer of gods? What does that signify? Tian Youzi gasped, her mind racing. Deep down, she had already begun to piece together the implications, yet disbelief held her captive, for such a title belonged to a deity of the West. Oaks arise, Jun Xiaoyao commanded, his gaze fixed upon the villa at the foot of the mountain, where the virtual map within the Yuan realm indicated that one of the 7 deities dwelling in Huaxia was present. He sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from this location, confirming that Oaks was indeed nearby. Who goes there? A harsh voice resonated from within the villa. Simultaneously, an unparalleled force surged forth. A half-spirit from the west had stepped into the realm of Huaxia. Die. Jun Xiaoyao's voice remained calm, yet it reverberated like thunder, echoing throughout Jiangnan City. In that moment, a blinding light erupted from the mountainous region surrounding Jiangnan City. What was transpiring? A great battle? The presence of a Western deity had breached Huaxiao's borders. Was there a warrior from Huaxiao daring enough to challenge this divine being? Could a deity be vanquished? The city of Jiangnan was abuzz with fervor. Before long, news of the event permeated the internet, and several artificial satellites had already locked onto the mountainous area. Within a mere 10 seconds, the unfolding drama in the mountains became the leading headline across Huaxiao's networks. Suddenly, above the villa, a towering figure emerged, a 2-meter-tall man with golden hair, wielding a colossal spear. He exuded an aura akin to that of a deity, his unmatched majesty casting a shadow over the surrounding landscape. At that instant, space itself trembled, and the earth quaked beneath his formidable presence. Chapter 13. The Fall of the Deity, the Slayer, Emperor Jun of the Sky, and the Western deity, Oxus. Ranked 1011 on the deity list. To my astonishment, Oxus stands within the borders of my homeland, suspended in the air, a true deity indeed. Atop the mountain, a man and a woman stand, their faces obscured, yet they unmistakably bear the traits of our Chinese heritage. Who might they be? Across the internet and on television, the atmosphere has become utterly electrified. The scene in the mountains is being broadcast live. In this moment, the hearts of the entire Chinese populace are gripped with anxiety. For the past decade, our martial arts have been trampled by the West. Countless formidable warriors have perished. Today, at last, a Chinese individual dares to challenge a Western deity. Should victory be theirs, the hearts of the people shall find solace. Should they falter, our nation will sink further into despair, forever shrouded in darkness. The Chinese martial artist is humble and ignorant. Oxus hovers in the air, casting a disdainful glance at the youthful couple atop the mountain. He fundamentally looks down upon our warriors, perceiving them as no more than ants in the eyes of Western deities. Today shall be remembered as the day of the dog slayer. You shall be the first. Jun Xiaoyao takes a step forward, walking at a leisurely pace. Beneath his feet lies the void, yet in his eyes, the ground appears solid. For him, there is no distinction between earth and sky, owing to his profound cultivation. Beside him, Tian Youzi is pulled along, her small face a canvas of shock and excitement. Oxus is infuriated. As a dignified deity, he has never endured such humiliation. The spear in his hand expands to a terrifying length, launching towards Jun Xiaoyao with destructive force. In an instant, the very fabric of space seems to shatter, and that fearsome spear, imbued with annihilation, looms before Jun Xiaoyao. However, when the spear is merely 10 meters away, it halts abruptly, unable to advance further. The mountain peak where Jun Xiaoyao once stood is devastated as if struck by a ton of explosives, shaved down by several meters. Such terrifying power. Could this truly be the might of a deity? Oxus is utterly incapable of moving him even an inch. That young Chinese man exudes an inexplicable aura. Globally, numerous powerful individuals and deities are astounded by the battle unfolding in the mountainous region outside Jiangnan City. A deity's furious strike fails to budge an ordinary person. The spear cannot even enter within 10 meters of its foe. What a miraculous technique is this? Mere ants, Jun Xiaoyao remarks with indifference. Relying on his unparalleled cultivation, he boldly withstands it all. He perceives clearly that this so-called Western deity is merely a lowly subhuman, while he himself stands as a mid-tier heavenly being, one an ant, the other a dragon. As he speaks, his palm slowly extends, revealing. In the palm of his hand, 2 stars emerged, radiating a cataclysmic brilliance. This light cascaded overwhelmingly towards Ox, crushing all in its path. No. The anguished cries of Ox echoed amidst the annihilating glow, blood soaring into the heavens. Soon, the radiance dissipated, revealing 3 colossal characters, Emperor of Heaven. The Western deity, Ox, had been utterly transformed into a mist of blood, vanishing from this realm. In that moment, across the globe, the online world fell into a state of sheer astonishment. The process and outcome exceeded the bounds of their imagination. They had anticipated a fierce battle, expecting the champions of Huaxiao to meet a tragic end. Yet, the confrontation was anything but brutal. From beginning to end, Ox struck once, and Jun Xiaoyao countered with a single blow. The battle concluded with Ox being decisively overwhelmed, ultimately reduced to nothingness. Emperor of Heaven, Emperor of Heaven, Emperor of Heaven. The land of Huaxiao erupted in fervor. Countless descendants of Yin and Huang, along with formidable martial artists, embraced each other in tears of joy. The exhilaration was palpable. At last, a champion from Huaxia had obliterated a Western deity, albeit merely one, yet it marked a promising beginning, demonstrating that Huaxia could triumph over Western gods even in the absence of legendary figures. In this moment, the name Emperor of Heaven resonated throughout Huaxia. Boom! Above the firmament, the heavenly ranking shone brilliantly. The divine ranking trembled momentarily. Divine ranking, 1011th place. Ox has fallen. Slayer, Emperor of Heaven. Reward, 10 luck points for Huaxia warriors. Reward, 10 spiritual energy within Huaxia. A resonant and ancient voice echoed, clear to all of humanity. In Jiangnan City, on the outskirts, the mountainous region fell silent. From that day forth, it would be revered by the people of Huaxia as the land of God slaying. For it was here that the first Western deity met their demise. Was it truly over? On the ground, Tian Youzi, still stunned, gazed with a mixture of shock and excitement. The events of that night had far surpassed her wildest expectations. She had never imagined that Jun Xiaoyao could be so formidable, effortlessly annihilating a deity as one would squash an ant. Even now, she struggled to ascertain whether this was reality or mere illusion. A mere half-immortal. Did one expect further conflict? Jun Xiaoyao was at a loss for words. The so-called deities were merely mortals in human form, as a distinguished celestial being. Erasing a mortal did not necessitate a grand battle. Did they even possess that qualification? Shall we return now? Tian Youzi inquired, having grown accustomed to Jun Xiaoyao's nonchalance. Not in haste, Jun Xiaoyao replied, and as he spoke, his figure flickered and vanished. The silhouettes of the two individuals vanished beneath the inky expanse of the night sky. Chapter 14. Entering Huaxiao, annihilating 9 clans, and eradicating 10 generations on this fateful night. Slumber eluded all. The heavenly ranking emerged into existence. Subsequently, a formidable warrior from Huaxiao publicly vanquished a Western deity before the eyes of the world. To be candid, the term vanquished scarcely encapsulates the reality. The truth is, the deity was crushed like an insignificant insect beneath a foot. When did such extraordinary figures arise in Huaxia? Why is his name absent from the divine ranking? Astonishment and tumult ensued. Yet, the saga did not conclude there. Merely an hour following the obliteration of the deity, another from the west was extinguished. Tian, ranked 1018, met a similar fate, crushed effortlessly. 2 hours later, yet another deity fell, Ming Shun, ranked 822. In the 3rd hour, the 4th, the 6th, and the 7th hours, the Emperor Jun Tian eradicated 7 Western deities in total. This night has been dubbed the Night of God Slaughter, or the Sorrow of the Gods. I declare, within Huaxia, there are no deities. Those who tread upon Huaxia shall face the annihilation of 9 clans and 10 generations. As the 7th deity perished, the Emperor Jun Tian's calm voice resonated, akin to the authority of a divine being, reverberating across the globe. The name Jun Tian echoed throughout Huaxia and beyond. In an instant, countless Western deities trembled in fear, while numerous Western warriors stealthily fled the realm under the cover of night, terrified of attracting the emperor's attention, who crushed deities as if they were mere ants. Tian Luo Bing, where lies your prowess and talent? As dawn broke over Jiangnan City, a modest breakfast stall adorned with a few simple tables and stools came into view. Jun Xiaoyao sat upon a stool, indulging in breakfast while quietly conversing. This night left him perplexed. Despite being the top of the talent ranking and the grandmaster ranking, he masqueraded as an ordinary person, far too convincingly. Had it not been for the unveiling of the heavenly ranking, he might have doubted the authenticity of the information provided by the system. Why should it concern you? Tian Youzi pouted, her expression stern as she replied. She too was at a loss for words. Should she lay her cards on the table? It was a difficult decision. Initially, she had merely wished to play a prank on her sister, agreeing to the marriage proposal without hesitation, but after witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's prowess, jealousy and reluctance stirred within her heart. Proud as she was, no one had ever captured her attention until Jun Xiaoyao. Your mind must be troubled. Let us part ways here, Jun Xiaoyao remarked coolly, continuing to savor his breakfast. Presently, He possessed a considerable number of points and a multitude of matters to address. Crying softly, Tian Youzi unexpectedly found herself overwhelmed with emotion, lowering her head as tears began to flow. This left Jun Xiaoyao momentarily at a loss, muttering to himself, "I haven't wronged you. It's broad daylight, and there are others around. Aren't you concerned about misunderstandings?" He called out, "Hey, stop. Forget I said anything. I truly have matters to attend to. You saw for yourself yesterday that we are not suited for one another. I assure you, I have not bullied you. There are eyes upon us." Jun Xiaoyao felt a sense of helplessness. If you were a deity from the West, I would simply press you away with a finger. Yet, the tears of this girl surpass even the might of such divine beings. The critical factor is that we are in public. "I've finished eating. I'm heading home," Tian Youzi said, retrieving a tissue from her bag to dab at her eyes before lifting her gaze. Her icy, exquisite visage was now adorned with a radiant smile, as if the tears had never been shed. "Aren't you working?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired, intrigued by the enigmatic nature of her feelings, which seemed to shift by the second. "Besides, you are a remarkable prodigy. Why bother with work? Isn't wealth trivial for a martial artist?" "I'm not going today," Tian Youzi replied, rising from her seat. Jun Xiaoyao also stood, handing over some money before moving forward, only to notice that Tian Youzi remained still, extending her delicate hand toward him. "What is the meaning of this?" Jun Xiaoyao questioned again, bemused. "It's broad daylight. Propriety dictates that men and women maintain distance." "I can't move," Tian Youzi responded. "I simply refuse to budge." "Let us go," Jun Xiaoyao said, exasperated. He took a few steps back, grasped her soft hand, and began walking ahead. A hint of a smile flickered across her frosty yet beautiful face as she pursed her rosy lips. Within half an hour, they returned to the villa. Jun Xiaoyao retreated to his room, while Tian Youzi departed in her car. Meanwhile, at the Tian family residence, the old patriarch had not slept a wink, anxiously awaiting news. At 7:30 in the morning, he finally heard Tian Youzi's voice. "Zier," he called out. "Was it him last night?" Tian Lan was filled with urgency, barely allowing Tian Youzi to sit before inquiring. "Last night's global upheaval shocked me more than anyone else. For I am certain that Jun Tiandi is none other than Jun Xiaoyao. The girl by his side is my granddaughter." Although the means employed by Jun Tiandi obscured his face, his form was familiar. That individual is a harbinger of death to the divine. In a single night, he had annihilated all the deities within the borders of Huaxia, causing countless Western powers and formidable beings to flee the country like frightened animals. "Grandfather, you know?" Tian Youzi asked curiously as she settled down. Chapter 15. Upgrading the 3 supreme skills. New feature. Super Map You, my dear, are utterly carefree. Such a monumental event has transpired. Who remains oblivious to it? Pray, enlighten me. What is truly happening with you? Binger will return tomorrow. Tian Lan Sheng nearly stumbled in disbelief at her words. How could she be so naive? The world is in turmoil, and Huaxia is ablaze with news. No one is unaware. Yet the identity of Jun Tiandi remains shrouded in mystery. Deep down, he harbors a suspicion that Jun Tiandi is indeed Jun Xiaoyao. "Grandfather, it was only yesterday that I became acquainted with him." He approached the group seeking Binger, seemingly wishing to dissolve the engagement. I, in her stead, acquiesced. And he mistook me for her. "With Binger returning tomorrow, what shall we do?" Tian Youzi pouted, playfully expressing her concern. She succinctly recounted the events of yesterday and today to Tian Lan Sheng. Upon hearing that his sister would be back the following day, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, unsure of how to proceed, a sense of inexplicable reluctance tugging at his heart. What can I say? Alas, I am at a loss, and dare not presume to find a solution. After listening, Tian Lan Sheng was left in a state of dismay. He knew his 2 granddaughters all too well. He recognized that Zier was merely jesting at her sister's expense, hoping to witness her embarrassment. Yet she had inadvertently ensnared herself in the predicament, a truth she was reluctant to acknowledge. Indeed, that young man is extraordinarily remarkable. "Grandfather," Tian Youzi exclaimed, shaking Tian Lan Sheng's hand in an affectionate manner. "Sigh, you find yourself without recourse. You can only." Tian Lan Sheng spoke softly. Beside them, Tian Youzi paused, a delightful blush gracing her exquisite visage, ultimately nodding in delight. "Grandfather, I shall take my leave now." As soon as Tian Lan Sheng finished speaking, Tian Youzi flitted away like a jubilant sparrow, darting towards the exit. That girl. Tian Lan Sheng chuckled softly. Inside the villa, Jun Xiaoyao reclined by the poolside. Basking in the sun, his consciousness delved into the Yuan realm, where his gaze fell upon the data panel. Available points, 7,700. Observing the accumulation of points, Jun Xiaoyao felt a surge of wealth. One must understand the significance of these points to him. They were of greater importance than the elixir of life to a dying man. Now he must judiciously allocate these points, ensuring that his resources are wielded wisely. After some contemplation, he began to execute his plans. 1 minute later. System, version 3. 0, 1,000 10,000 points. Host, Jun Xiaoyao. Age, 18 years. Appearance, 92 points. Cultivation, upper level celestial sovereign, 1,000 10,000 points. Talent, chaotic divine demon body, first level, 1,000 10,000 points. Divine skill, domain shield, first level, 1,000 10,000 points. Divine technique, creation of stars, first level, 1,000 10,000 points. Partner, none mount, none treasure, none points. 2,700 wealth, 119,218 after usage. Only a little over 2,000 points remain, as he has upgraded all possible aspects. The system has been enhanced, cultivation elevated, talent improved, domain upgraded, and divine skills refined. Currently, the system stands at 3.0, with cultivation having ascended to a minor realm, reaching the upper level celestial sovereign. His talent has reached the pinnacle of the first level, as has the domain shield and creation of stars. Now, in future battles, he will not deplete his internal true essence excessively, for his divine skills can overpower all. With the first level chaotic divine demon body, he can transform into a divine beast, possessing its talents and strength, and can manifest this divine beast as an extraordinary phenomenon. The first level domain shield renders him invincible among peers, capable of transforming into a protective shield akin to a wizard's magical barrier in games, and can also expand the domain shield to envelop a radius of 100 meters. The first level creation of stars grants him mastery over 99 crimson stars, transforming them into various weapons for combat, exhibiting overwhelming power and unpredictable forms. Regrettably, his points are insufficient. Jun Xiaoyao sighed, lamenting that with ample points, he could elevate all 3 divine skills and the system to their utmost perfection, thereby infinitely enhancing his realm. However, points are lacking. The first upgrade requires 1,000, while the second demands 10,000. He speculated that subsequent upgrades would necessitate tenfold or even greater increments of points, akin to the astronomical experience required in games, which would ultimately amount to staggering figures. System, what new features are available? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. New features loading. New features loaded. New feature, super map. Note, the super map centers around the host, encompassing a complete map feedback within 10,000 miles in all directions, 1,000 miles above and 100 miles below. Details are for the host to explore independently. Beep. Upon completing its explanation, the system emitted a beep and fell silent. Impressive. It signifies that nothing within 10,000 miles can evade my grasp. This is indeed a bug for dungeon exploration. Jun Xiaoyao, upon hearing the system's introduction, was filled with astonishment. In truth, he had grown somewhat numb to the system's extraordinary capabilities. Subsequently, gazing intently at the virtual screen, one observes a complete map adorned with countless luminous points of various colors. Annotations: blue, signifying oneself and allies. Devoid of aggression or threat, the deeper the hue and the larger the point, the more formidable the presence. Red, denoting adversaries, possessing aggression and menace. Similarly, the deeper the color and the larger the point, the greater the peril. Green, representing precious resources of botanical origin. A deeper shade and a larger point indicate greater rarity and value. Gold, symbolizing invaluable treasures of metallic essence. Again, a deeper color and larger point denote exceptional rarity. Multicolored, signifying extraordinary treasures. The greater the depth and variety of colors, the more remarkable and precious they are. Upon finishing the annotations, he noticed a blue point approaching him. Immediately, his consciousness withdrew from the ethereal realm, for he was aware that Tian Luo Bing had returned. Chapter 16. Tian Luo Bing. Do you have a mental affliction? Knock, knock, knock. Soon, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Come in, Jun Xiaoyao called out. Here are your change of clothes and toiletries. As the door swung open, Tian Youzi entered, her left hand laden with a large bag, while her right hand held several exquisite boxes. Upon entering the room, she meticulously unpacked the boxes, revealing garments and shoes that appeared to be of considerable value. Tian Youzi organized these items, including 3 pairs of boxer shorts. Upon witnessing this, Jun Xiaoyao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Thank you," he replied. Realizing he had yet to change into fresh attire, his previous clothes remained in the courtyard, left behind. Moreover, those garments had been worn for 2 years and had become faded from countless washes. "On my way here, I bought you a new laptop and phone. I must head to the office now," Tian Youzi stated, presenting a sleek notebook and smartphone to Jun Xiaoyao. "Actually, Tian Luobing, there is no need for such extravagance. I truly have many matters to attend to, and we are simply not suited for one another," Jun Xiaoyao expressed, uncertain about how to convey his feelings to Tian Luobing. However, he feared that remaining silent might lead to misunderstandings. "Am I not beautiful?" Tian Youzi inquired. Rising to her feet, her enchanting gaze fixed upon Jun Xiaoyao. "Beautiful," he answered without hesitation. Indeed, Tian Luobing was breathtaking, a vision that could stir the heart. "Do you find my cultivation level lacking?" she asked, her heart swelling with joy at his compliment. She was well aware of her own allure. In her experience, no woman could rival her beauty and sensuality. Yet, hearing such praise from Jun Xiaoyao held a different significance. "No, that is not the case," Jun Xiaoyao responded. "I truly do not care about one's cultivation or innate talent, as none surpasses my own." "And what is it then?" Tian Luobing queried, her curiosity piqued. "You understand. I possess 4 marriage contracts," Jun Xiaoyao confessed. To be candid, were it not for those contracts, had he encountered Tian Luobing under different circumstances, he might have entertained thoughts of romance, for she was a vision of unparalleled beauty, the very embodiment of a man's dreams. Alas, their engagement cast a shadow of reluctance over his heart. "Perhaps we are simply not fated to be," he mused. "And yet, what if I were unbothered by such matters?" Tian Luobing countered, her captivating eyes locked onto Jun Xiaoyao. "Perhaps I do care," he admitted. I must go to work," Tian Youzi said, a pang of discomfort settling within her, her cold huff serving as a mask for her true feelings. She found it hard to believe she could harbor affection for someone. Convinced of her own excellence, no one had ever captured her attention until this moment. She realized, having unexpectedly developed feelings for someone known for less than a day is utterly astonishing, beyond comprehension. Yet, this is indeed the reality. As Tian Youzi exited the room and drove away, Jun Xiaoyao shook his head in contemplation, questioning whether he had erred in his sentiments. Suddenly, a subtle ripple in the air heralded the appearance of a crystalline tablet before him. The tablet revealed information: name, Su Mingyao; identity, princess of the Su family; talent, sacred soul body; cultivation, none; what? Yao. Upon discerning the details inscribed on the crystal, Jun Xiaoyao's expression transformed with intrigue, realizing that the Su Mingyao listed among the talents was none other than his acquaintance. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had a younger sister named Su Mingyao, with whom he had grown up. He could hardly fathom that the illustrious Su Mingyao on the talent list was indeed his sister. Currently, the system indicated that she was one of the 5 individuals bound by a marriage contract with him. Was this not a bit far-fetched? Furthermore, when had Yao become so extraordinary? In an instant, Jun Xiaoyao's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Could it be that Yao had encountered some fortuitous event over the past 2 years? Curiosity piqued. He speculated that given the tremendous transformations he had undergone, it would not be surprising if Yao had also experienced remarkable changes, especially considering she was merely 15. Having lived together since childhood, he knew her well. "I must return home," Jun Xiaoyao resolved. After all, since Yao was bound to him by contract, this seemed the most prudent course of action. With her exceptional talent, he could guide her cultivation. Though he would not rely solely on her for combat, he wished to ensure she had the means to protect herself from harm. With determination, he made his way to the exit. As he stepped outside, he noticed the villa's door opening, revealing Tian Luobing returning. Hadn't she just driven to the company? Why was she back? Moreover, she had changed from her professional attire into casual wear, and there was an unmistakable shift in her demeanor. Her formidable cultivation aura was apparent, yet it was disordered, indicating she had sustained injuries. Witnessing this scene, Jun Xiaoyao felt his mind racing. Why have you returned? And you're injured. What happened? He inquired, stepping forward to assist her. To his surprise, she instinctively retreated 2 steps, emanating a powerful presence, her cold aura locking onto him with palpable hostility. Her gaze was frosty as she regarded him. What's the matter with you, Tian Luobing? Jun Xiaoyao thought, bewildered. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was devoid of emotion, almost numbed. Having just parted ways, she now feigned ignorance. Had she truly lost her senses? This woman was remarkably fickle. Suddenly, Tian Luobing paused, her delicate hand sweeping through the air, unleashing a chilling wave of icy energy. A blade of ice surged towards Jun Xiaoyao. This strike could spell doom even for a master at the pinnacle of perfection. It was a lethal move, devoid of mercy. How utterly incomprehensible. Jun Xiaoyao felt a sense of bewilderment and was tempted to curse her. This woman had previously masqueraded as an ordinary person, yet now displayed such formidable power. Fortunately, he was invincible. Otherwise, he would have met his end. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a force to counter the ice sword, which evaporated midair. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao made his way towards the villa's exit, hoping never to encounter such an irrational woman again. Chapter 17. The Reincarnation of the Empress. Tian Luobing in the blink of an eye, Jun Xiaoyao had already exited the villa. Inside, Tian Luobing stood in a daze, her exquisitely beautiful yet cold visage etched with confusion. The events that had just transpired left her momentarily bewildered. Moreover, who was he? How did he know my name? And he seemed to be quite familiar with me. Did I know him? In that instant, her mind was flooded with questions. Humph, you dare to offend this empress? Once my injuries are healed, I shall obliterate you, Tian Luobing remarked, casting a glance at the villa's entrance. Her voice resonated like echoes from the depths of the abyss, causing the temperature within 100 meters to plummet as she stood there like an icy goddess. Devoid of warmth. Had it not been for that witch from the demon emperor, this empress would not have been reincarnated into this world. As she strode towards her room, the truth dawned upon her. She was not originally from this realm. Rather, she was a soul reborn from another world into Earth. In her previous life, she had been the empress of the Tian heaven, exalted and supreme, wielding dominion over countless lives. Unfortunately, after a fierce battle against the demon emperor of the demon realm, both were gravely wounded. A mysterious light enveloped them, and upon awakening, she found herself reincarnated as an infant on Earth. However, this secret remained known to no one. Furthermore, her inherently cold disposition, coupled with her training methods, had rendered her emotionless for 3,000 years in Tian heaven. Even in her reincarnation, she remained profoundly frigid, deterring anyone from approaching her, thereby ensuring that no one could uncover her secret. After her rebirth, she began cultivating at the age of 5. By 18, she had attained the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm. Of course, in the grand scheme of her past, such progress was inconsequential. For her, this pace was even slower than in her previous life. Yet, this was a deliberate choice to temper her cultivation and solidify her foundation. In her reincarnation, only her memories and innate talents from her past life remained. All of her formidable powers, treasures, and resources from the Tian heaven had vanished, leaving her with no option but to venture out and seek new resources and treasures. Recently, during her trials in the blood-refining realm, she had acquired a precious artifact, albeit at the cost of sustaining injuries from the terrifying entities within. In the Tianmu building, on the 108th floor, within the confines of the CEO's office, Tian Youzi's eyes were red, and her delicate, rosy countenance was adorned with glistening tears. If only I had refused on behalf of Bing Air yesterday. Just the day before, he had appeared here, intending to annul their engagement. Yet, in a moment of whimsy, she had responded affirmatively on Bing Air's behalf, resulting in his exceptional charm and brilliance being indelibly etched in her heart, impossible to erase. To capture his attention, she would readily forsake any pride and coldness. Humph, you have angered me, and I shall not let you off lightly. Tian Youzi pouted her rosy lips, expressing her indignation. A breathtakingly beautiful, cold little face revealed a mischievous smile as she stepped out of the villa. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head in silence, bewildered by the circumstances. What on earth was happening? Just a moment ago, everything seemed perfectly fine, and now it felt as if she had transformed entirely. The complexities of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Moreover, how had she sustained her injuries? Logically speaking, Even in this era of spiritual revival, brawls within the city should be impossible, especially given the stringent control in Huaxia. This villa, in particular, boasted top-notch security, with surveillance cameras everywhere, making any form of combat inconceivable. Furthermore, equipped with a systemic supermap and his own divine consciousness capable of encompassing 100 miles, there should be nothing that could evade his perception. Thus, how had Tian Luobing been injured? It was known that she was the foremost master in the world, possessing the highest innate talent. Even those at the innate realm would hardly be her match. Filled with confusion and disbelief, he exited the villa area and hailed a cab, heading toward the Jun family estate. An hour later, Jun Xiaoyao alighted from the vehicle and arrived at a villa that had been left to him by his parents. 10 years prior, both his parents and Yao's parents had tragically perished in an accident, leaving him and Su Mingyao to rely on one another. At that time, he was merely 11 years old, while Su Mingyao was just 5. Upon noticing a supercar and 2 luxury vehicles parked in front of the villa, Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback. Over the years, the two had felt as if they had been abandoned by the world, devoid of relatives or friends, especially wealthy ones. So, what was the meaning of these opulent cars now? He found himself momentarily stunned. With a sweep of his consciousness, the interior of the villa imprinted itself in his mind. In the living room, an elderly man, approximately 80 years old, sat on a sofa alongside a young man in his 20s. The young man was dashing and stylish, yet his demeanor bore an unsettling malice that elicited immediate aversion. Standing behind them were 6 bodyguards, all masters in their own right. Opposite them stood a stunning young girl of around 14 or 15, dressed in a pristine white blouse adorned with the emblem of the finest high school in Jiangnan. She wore a knee-length pleated skirt, showcasing her long, slender, and delicate legs. On her feet were cartoon-themed shoes. The girl exuded an air of purity and beauty, resembling a character who had stepped out from an anime. At that moment, she appeared exceedingly anxious, standing there fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. Yao, regardless of the circumstances, you are still a member of the Su family in Jiangnan. Today, you shall return to the Su family with your grandfather. Any difficulties you encounter, your grandfather will assist you in overcoming. Furthermore, living in someone else's home is not a viable solution. Must a member of the Jiangnan Su family rely on the goodwill of others? The words came from the patriarch of the Su family, Su Mingyao. It was in his hands that the family flourished, now having reached a staggering scale of hundreds of billions, making it one of the 10 prominent families of Jiangnan. Moreover, he himself is a formidable master of remarkable strength. However, in recent years, the Su family has remained stagnant, yearning to align themselves with the esteemed Shanguan family, the foremost family in Jiangnan, yet they have been unable to find an opportunity. In terms of matrimonial alliances, the Shanguan family looks down upon the Su family, and the Su family lacks exceptional daughters. Just yesterday, the celestial rankings unveiled the extraordinary talent of Su Mingyao. Instantly, Su Mingyao perceived an opportunity. Setting his sights on Su Mingyao, he believed that by bringing her back, her innate abilities would naturally facilitate a union with the Shanguan family. Old Master Su, from the moment you expelled me from the Su family, I ceased to be one of your own. Why did you not acknowledge me as a member of the Su family 10 years ago? Now that you are aware of my cultivation talent, you seek me out. The young girl replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. 10 years prior, when her parents met a tragic fate, she was left all alone. The Su family not only failed to care for her, but instead cast her out. Now, upon recognizing her potential, they suddenly claim her as one of their own. Where were they all this time? Chapter 18. The exquisite young lady, Su Mingyao. It was merely the folly of my grandfather. Now, would you kindly return with him? Su Mingyao felt a twinge of embarrassment within, yet a benevolent expression graced his face. A true man must possess unwavering resolve. Furthermore, this is for the greater good of the entire Su family. After all, sacrificing a seemingly inconsequential girl from the Su clan for the family's prosperity is indeed a privilege. I will not return. I shall wait for my brother, Su Mingyao declared, shaking her head. Though still young, she possessed remarkable intelligence. Over the years, she had depended on her brother, who had raised and protected her. However, 2 years ago, he had vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the world. In her heart, she longed. Brother, where are you? Yao Yao misses you. Do you no longer want Yao Yao? Yao Yao, my dear, the old man spoke wisely, regardless of the situation. You are a member of the Su family. With such extraordinary talent, it must not go to waste. Our family, the Shanguan clan, holds considerable influence in Huaxia and can help you showcase your gifts. The speaker was a handsome young man who accompanied the elder, a prodigy of the Shanguan family. He was dashing, gifted, and possessed a formidable background, epitomizing the pinnacle of success. Upon the emergence of the talent ranking, the Shanguan family had discovered Su Mingyao's extraordinary abilities and sought to form an alliance with the Su clan, envisioning the potential of an unparalleled prodigy. Initially, Shanguan Xiuming had been reluctant to come, but upon encountering Su Mingyao, he was utterly captivated. Though merely 15, she was a breathtaking beauty, rendering all the women he had encountered before as mere shadows in comparison. In that moment, he had already resolved to regard Su Mingyao as his own cherished possession. Who are you? You have no right to address me as Yao Yao, Su Mingyao retorted coldly, glaring at Shanguan Xiuming. I do not even know you, so do not speak so intimately. The name Yao Yao is reserved for my brother. Who do you think you are? Moreover, the look in his eyes made her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Shanguan Xiuming was momentarily taken aback, his embarrassment palpable. Inwardly, he seethed, feeling humiliated as a distinguished prodigy of the Shanguan family. Just wait until I have you in my grasp. You will soon be calling me brother every day. Yao Yao, do not be disrespectful, Su Mingqing admonished, a hint of anger in his voice. How can you treat Shanguan Xiuming with such rudeness? Offending him may bring repercussions upon the Su family. By the way, I have purchased this villa from the Jun family. Henceforth, you must move out. I advise you to return to the Su family and consider an alliance with the Shanguan clan. I assure you, I will not treat you poorly, Shanguan Xiuming declared, producing a property deed that confirmed ownership of the villa. The parents of Jun Xiaoyao met with a tragic fate, leading to his abandonment by the Jun family. This vestige of his past remains his only asset. However, it is astonishing that the Shanguan family possesses the means to acquire the property rights. This is not entirely surprising, as the Jun family holds little significance in the presence of the Su and Shanguan families. The Shanguan family desires to purchase this villa. Could the Jun family possibly refuse? This house was bequeathed to my brother by my uncle. I cannot leave, nor should I, for if I depart, my brother will return to find me gone. Su Mingyao's exquisitely beautiful face was marred by glistening tears, a small girl burdened by an insurmountable weight. In this moment, she felt utterly conflicted. Should she leave and face the uncertainty of homelessness? What would happen if her brother returned and could not find her? Conversely, if she chose to remain, the property rights belonged to another, and this villa no longer belonged to her brother. She had no rightful claim to reside here. Yaoer, will you truly not return with me? Su Mingqing inquired, attempting to exacerbate her turmoil, seeking to take advantage of her vulnerability in this moment of despair. No, I will not go to the Su family. Su Mingyao vehemently shook her head, fully aware of the consequences. To go to the Su family would render her a mere pawn, destined for a union with the Shanguan family. Bring the young lady back, Su Mingqing commanded. Having discerned that no matter what he said, Su Mingyao would not willingly accompany him to the Su family. Therefore, he resolved to forcibly take her. Once the union with the Shanguan family was consummated, it would be too late for her to retract her decision. As Su Mingyao beheld the approaching bodyguards, she succumbed to helpless tears. She, a mere child without any cultivation or strength, was powerless to resist. In that moment, despair enveloped her, rendering her thoughts dark and hopeless. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated from outside the villa, as if it emanated from the depths of the underworld, sending shivers down one's spine. Concurrently, the sound of footsteps echoed, and a figure appeared at the entrance of the villa, striding purposefully toward the interior. Chapter 19. Brother, Yaoer misses you at that moment. A chilling voice echoed from outside the villa, accompanied by steady footsteps. Upon hearing this, the occupants of the villa turned their gazes in unison. The arrival caused Su Old Master and Shanguan Xiuming to momentarily freeze, their expressions tinged with anger. Who dared to meddle in the affairs of the Su family? Was this not a provocation against the authority of both the Su and Shanguan families? Meanwhile, upon seeing the newcomer, Su Mingyao's expression shifted from surprise to joy and excitement. Brother, she exclaimed, rushing toward Jun Xiaoyao like a little bird, her face alight with happiness. Yet, tears streamed down her delicate, rosy cheeks, tears of both grievance and joy. After 2 long years, her missing brother had finally returned. She longed to pour out the feelings of yearning and the grievances she had endured during his absence. Yaoer. Jun Xiaoyao gazed at the stunning young woman rushing toward him, a smile spreading across his face, warmth flooding his heart, mingled with astonishment. After 2 years apart, the little girl had matured. 2 years ago, she had been merely 13, a breathtaking little lowly. Now, she had blossomed into an even more beautiful young lady, standing gracefully like an ethereal fairy. Brother, Yaoer misses you. Su Mingyao leaped into Jun Xiaoyao's arms, her soft, fair hands wrapping around his neck, her long, slender legs entwining around his waist, indulging in her affection just as she had 2 years prior, without a hint of restraint. Yaoer has grown up. Jun Xiaoyao gazed at the girl in his arms, his heart nearly melting. He pinched her lovely, rosy cheek before gently setting her down. After all, she was no longer a child, and there were others present. More importantly, he had matters to address. How fortunate he was to have returned. Otherwise, he would have regretted it for a lifetime. The esteemed Su family and the illustrious Shanguan family had dared to bully an orphan. Was that even humane? Brother, Yaoer is not aggrieved. It's all right, really. Su Mingyao reluctantly stepped down from Jun Xiaoyao, her small hand holding his as she gently shook her head. She worried that her brother might act impulsively, given that they were dealing with the Su and Shanguan families. Yet, deep within, she felt a profound happiness and sweetness at the thought of her brother standing up for her. Are you her brother? Shanguan Xiaoming glared at Jun Xiaoyao, filled with jealousy and, more so, hatred. He resented the sight of Su Mingyao being so affectionate with this young man. It was evident that they were not siblings by blood, yet the woman he admired was displaying such intimacy in front of another. More infuriatingly, this young man was more handsome than he, and he was merely an ordinary person without cultivation or background. How infuriating could that be? With a resounding slap, Jun Xiaoyao did not respond, but instead delivered 2 sharp blows. Shanguan Xiaoming, at the pinnacle of the true Qi realm, was caught off guard and could not evade in time. He was struck twice, leaving his face swollen and bruised, resembling that of a pig, with several teeth knocked out. Beside them, Elder Su, the bodyguard, and Su Mingyao were all taken aback, for Jun Xiaoyao's audacity exceeded their wildest imaginations. How could an ordinary person dare to strike a member of the Shanguan family? It was utterly absurd that a mere mortal could land 2 slaps on a peak true Qi master. Had Shanguan Xiaoming's years of cultivation been wasted? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shanguan Xiaoming erupted in fury, shedding his previous elegance and nobility. He was determined to tear Jun Xiaoyao to shreds, seeking to cleanse his humiliation with Jun Xiaoyao's life. It was disgraceful for a distinguished prodigy of the Shanguan family, a peak true Qi master, to be so publicly humiliated by an ordinary person, especially in front of Su Mingyao. As he spoke, he hurled a fist towards Jun Xiaoyao. Infused with the wrath of a peak true Qi master, carrying the force of over 10,000 pounds. The air stilled, and a terrifying gust surged towards Jun Xiaoyao, leaving Su Mingyao pale with dread. She feared her brother would be killed. In that instant, her heart felt as though it were shattering. A crisp sound echoed, followed by a scream. Su Mingyao shut her eyes, unable to bear the sight, believing the cry had come from Jun Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, Elders Su and the bodyguard shared the same assumption, but in the next moment, their expressions transformed in disbelief. The anguished scream did not emanate from Jun Xiaoyao. Rather, it belonged to Shanguan Xiaoming, who lay several meters away, missing an arm and stripped of all his power, reduced to a mere shell of his former self. Jun Xiaoyao remained standing, nonchalant, as if he had not just unleashed that formidable strike. Elder Su's face darkened, as a master himself. He recognized that even he might struggle against a talent like Shanguan Xiaoming. The sight of Shanguan Xiaoming sprawled on the ground spoke volumes of Jun Xiaoyao's strength. Return and have Shanguan Tianyao kneel and wait for my arrival this evening, Jun Xiaoyao stated coldly. He then turned his gaze to Elder Su. As for you, out of respect for Yaoer's surname, I shall not hold you accountable today, but you will receive a lesson. With that, he delivered a slap, sending Elder Su crashing to the ground. Fortunately, as a master, he survived, but the force of the blow was enough to have cost him dearly. Chapter 20. With the presence of an elder brother, no one would dare to bully Yaoer any longer. Both Shanguan Mingyao and the old master of the Su family glared furiously at Jun Xiaoyao, their bodies trembling with rage. Subsequently, they fainted from the sheer intensity of their anger. A few bodyguards stood vigilantly, observing Jun Xiaoyao. Upon noticing that he had no intention of attacking them, they hastily assisted Shanguan Mingxiu and the old master of the Su family into their vehicle, making a hasty retreat. The entire sequence of events, from Shangwan Mingxiu being struck to the old master of the Su family suffering the same fate, transpired in mere breaths. Su Mingyao, standing nearby, gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. The scene before her exceeded all her expectations, leaving her mind in a state of paralysis. Yaoer, Jun Xiaoyao called gently, gazing at her. "Brother, you are simply too handsome," Su Mingyao exclaimed, snapping out of her shock. Her face radiated joy as she looked at Jun Xiaoyao with adoration. Her small hand clutching his arm, reluctant to let go, her demeanor almost childlike in its affection. "Yaoer, I am truly sorry for allowing you to suffer alone. Now that I have returned, I vow that you shall never be bullied again." As Jun Xiaoyao observed the exquisite girl beside him, his heart ached with guilt. Over the past 2 years, she must have endured much hardship. Thankfully, he had returned just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable, leaving him with regrets for a lifetime. "Brother, where have you been these past 2 years? Did you find Yaoer too bothersome and abandon me? I promise to be obedient. So please do not worry about me. I fear nothing except for the thought of you leaving me behind." The little girl, who appeared so strong before others, could no longer maintain her composure at this moment. Her beautiful face tilted upward, gazing at Jun Xiaoyao with tearful eyes. Her hands clutching his arm as tears streamed down her cheeks, resembling a weeping pear blossom, evoking a heart-wrenching sight. In this world, he was her only family, her sole pillar of support. "Yaoer, do not cry. How could I ever abandon someone as lovely as you? Over these past 2 years, I was taken by a master to cultivate, yearning to return and see you, but I was not permitted to leave. But look, I am back now. From now on, Yaoer shall live joyfully like a little princess, and I will ensure that no one bullies you." Jun Xiaoyao reached out, gently wiping away her tears, speaking tenderly. Yaoer trusts you, brother," Su Mingyao replied, nodding, snuggling closer to Jun Xiaoyao. Ding! Event triggered. Master encounters Su Mingyao. Reward points. 5,000. In his mind, the system's voice echoed. "Yaoer, I have a gift for you." Jun Xiaoyao chose to disregard the system's notification, though he felt somewhat astonished. This was indeed a preposterous turn of events. Upon meeting, an event was triggered, granting me 5,000 points. How ironic it is that I, who have tirelessly roamed the night vanquishing Western deities, have only amassed 7,000 points. Yet here I stand, having accomplished nothing and already rewarded with 5,000 points. How delightful. Gifts. What do they matter? Su Mingyao's attention shifted, her gaze landing on Jun Xiaoyao. A breathtaking smile graced her delicate features, enchanting beyond measure. She cared not for the nature of the gift. It was sufficient that it came from her brother. Behold, as Jun Xiaoyao extended his hand, revealing a palm-sized plush dog, its fur a pristine white, and its eyes dark and glistening, exuding an irresistible charm. "Wow, how adorable. I love it. Thank you, brother," Su Mingyao exclaimed, her joy palpable as she accepted the small creature from Jun Xiaoyao's hands. In her exuberance, she planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. "It delights me that you are pleased, Yao Yao," Jun Xiaoyao replied with a smile. This dog was no ordinary pet. It was a remarkable being acquired through a unique engagement, a chaos qilin, a mythical beast birthed from the primordial chaos of the universe, possessing the power to obliterate worlds and inherently protective of its master. Though still in its infancy and lacking the formidable combat prowess of a true divine beast, it boasted strength on par with a martial god. Even an ordinary human sovereign would find it a daunting opponent. "Brother, come. I wish to share a secret with you," the young girl said, clutching the dog in one arm, while taking Jun Xiaoyao's hand with the other as they made their way to the villa's chambers. Soon, they arrived at the second floor, at Su Mingyao's room. The interior was adorned in soft pink, exuding warmth and comfort, with several cartoonish plush toys scattered across the bed. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of Su Mingyao herself. "What secret?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired, his curiosity piqued. Was this girl about to divulge some mysteries of femininity? "Brother, this secret pertains to you. You did not sleep at all last night, did you?" The girl nestled closer to him, her gentle scent enveloping him as she whispered softly into his ear. "A secret concerning me? I don't comprehend," Jun Xiaoyao replied, shaking his head in bewilderment. What could this girl possibly be alluding to? Furthermore, what did she mean by suggesting he had not slept the previous night? Brother, since the appearance of the heavenly ranking, my innate talent has placed me fourth, yet I possess no cultivation prowess. I was unaware of my talent until recently. However, I have become particularly sensitive to perception over the past 2 years, and I have developed a sort of sixth sense. Last night, as I watched television, I caught a glimpse of the figure of the Emperor Jun and immediately recognized him as my brother. Although his features were obscured, I was intimately familiar with his silhouette, and coupled with my sixth sense, I knew it was him. Yet, the situation was so outrageous that I dared not be certain. It was only today, upon your return, that I became convinced. My brother, you are indeed the Emperor Jun. Su Mingyao gazed earnestly at Jun Xiaoyao, speaking softly. Last night, while watching the battle against the gods on television, her heart trembled. The resemblance between the Emperor Jun and her brother was striking. They could easily be mistaken for one another. However, the Emperor Jun possessed the power to vanquish deities, while her brother was merely an ordinary man. The disparity between them was overwhelming. She was reluctant to believe or affirm this until Jun Xiaoyao returned today. With Jun Xiaoyao's formidable strength, she was certain her brother was indeed the Emperor Jun. Chapter 21. Consider, who would dare provoke the sister of the Emperor Jun? Am I the Emperor Jun? Ha. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled heartily. This girl, she cannot hide anything. No matter how meticulously one plans, here she has miscalculated. Because this girl possesses the sacred body of divine soul, a gift of the mind. Were this a realm of games, then the warriors would be akin to fighters, while those endowed with mental prowess would resemble mages and Taoists. However, in this world, among 10,000 warriors, one might not even encounter a single mind practitioner. Mind practitioners are exceedingly rare and challenging to cultivate. In the early stages, they bear little distinction from ordinary individuals. Ultimately, regardless of who her brother is, whether he is formidable or feeble, in Yao Er's heart, he shall forever remain her most cherished brother. Su Mingyao nestled beside Jun Xiaoyao, her arms wrapped around his, resting her head upon his shoulder. What more could I possibly say? I happen to possess a cultivation technique well suited for you, yet training is a laborious endeavor. If you wish to forego it, then do so. I shall protect you, dear brother. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. What on earth could he say? As he spoke, his gaze lingered on the exquisite maiden beside him, his heart torn between wanting Yao to cultivate and wishing to shield her from the rigors of training. For cultivation is a tedious and arduous pursuit. Of course, he himself need not engage in it. However, should he grow stronger through cultivation, at least he could safeguard himself. Now he awaited Yao Er's choice. Brother, Yao is not afraid of hardship. Once I grow stronger, I can fight alongside you. Moreover, I wish to accompany you on your adventures, to become an unparalleled powerhouse, ruling the world like you do. And when I am strong, you need not worry about me excessively. Yet, if I prove too foolish to become a strong practitioner, it matters not, for I have you to protect me. Just think. Who would dare to provoke the sister of the Emperor Jun? Su Mingyao spoke softly, her voice sweet and melodious. I have grown up, dear brother. Sit tight, relax your mind, and free yourself of distractions. I shall assist you. Jun Xiaoyao gazed at Su Mingyao in astonishment. After 2 years apart, the little girl had truly matured. Perhaps, in the past, she had not shown her growth due to a lack of challenges. Su Mingyao obediently straightened her posture, closing her beautiful eyes. Moments later, Jun Xiaoyao's finger touched her forehead, and simultaneously, a mysterious radiance entered her mind. A minute passed, and he withdrew his finger. Su Mingyao's delicate face displayed a myriad of expressions before gradually settling into a serene calm, her entire being entering a wondrous and profound state. Within that fleeting minute, Jun Xiaoyao imparted a formidable mental cultivation technique to Su Mingyao, enabling her, with the aid of the system, to engage in her training without the need for comprehension. The powerful mental technique was etched deep within Su Mingyao's heart, akin to a profound imprint. The soul technique, acquired through a sign-in reward, was specifically designed for mental practitioners. In addition to this soul technique, he also bestowed upon her several potent mental offensive and defensive skills. Having completed these tasks, Jun Xiaoyao quietly exited the room, allowing Su Mingyao to immerse herself in her training, fully assimilating the technique and entering a state of cultivation, so that she could directly continue her practice in the next session. Descending the stairs, he settled onto the sofa, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. His consciousness traversed into the primordial realm. Event triggered. The master's identity has been discovered by Su Mingyao. Reward, 5,000 points. Event triggered. The master imparted the soul technique to Su Mingyao. Reward, 2,000 points. Event triggered. The master taught Su Mingyao the annihilation thunder. Reward, 2,000 points. Event triggered. The master bestowed upon Su Mingyao the soul shield. Reward, 3,000 points. A series of event-triggered rewards were credited to Jun Xiaoyao's account, leaving him somewhat incredulous. It seemed that such events could indeed be triggered. Today, he had amassed a considerable number of points. This sister was certainly worth having. Chapter 22. The Thunder of Annihilation. Why has no event been triggered while being with Tian Luobing? Is it only when delivering gifts that events occur? Jun Xiaoyao is perplexed. Over the past few days, he has spent more time with Tian Luobing, yet not a single event related to her has been triggered. Even assisting the Tian family is merely indirect. Currently, Yaoer has triggered several events for him, yielding a substantial reward of points. Now, his available points stand at 19,700. Among the 5 upgradable areas, he can enhance one of them, but he sees no need to upgrade just yet, preferring to wait until he accumulates 50,000 points to upgrade them all at once. The 5 upgradable areas are System, Cultivation, Talent, Defense, and Attack. All are of great significance to him. Brother, look, is it beautiful? At this moment, Su Mingyao, having completed her training, emerged from her room and dashed to Jun Xiaoyao's side. In her delicate, fair hand, a sphere of blue-purple lightning shimmered, making her appear as a formidable sorceress, radiating an enchanting aura. Her inherent beauty was already striking, and now, having cultivated, her ethereal demeanor evoked a sense of otherworldliness. Beautiful, Jun Xiaoyao nodded, his expression marred by a frown. This girl, he thought, was utterly speechless. This was the thunder of annihilation, a divine skill capable of obliterating worlds. Yet she was merely toying with it. By the way, brother, what do I call this? Su Mingyao inquired curiously, for it seemed different from martial skills. Well, it can indeed be termed a martial skill. However, it is essentially a divine ability, Jun Xiaoyao explained. Divine abilities are profound and enigmatic arts, inaccessible to humankind on Earth. In principle, only those above the level of a sage possess the means to wield such powers. Nevertheless, Yaoer has already cultivated a formidable divine ability that defies the heavens. Divine abilities, how marvelous! Meanwhile, at the Su family residence, the elder has awakened. Yet, on his aged face, there are 2 distinct handprints, swollen and red as a pig's head. The core members of the Su family, along with their esteemed offspring and grandchildren, have gathered around the elder's bed, each bearing expressions of shock. Everyone's thoughts echoed. Has the elder been struck? Is this a joke? In Jiangnan City, the Su family is a premier lineage, ranking among the top 10 families. The elder, a peak master, commands respect, and there are martial kings within the family. A single word from the elder could send tremors through the business world. No one dares to disrespect him. Yet now, the elder has been slapped. Who possesses such audacity? Moreover, alongside the elder, the prodigy of the Shanguan family, Shanguan Xioming, has also suffered, losing a hand and having his cultivation entirely crippled. Now, he lies like a wounded dog, receiving treatment from a master. The Shanguan family, the true sovereign of Jiangnan City, wields not only influence in commerce and lineage, but also possesses formidable martial prowess. The downfall of Shanguan Xioming is a blow to the Shanguan family's dignity. Who could be so foolish as to simultaneously provoke both the Su and Shanguan families? Old Master Su spat a mouthful of blood, not from injury, but from sheer indignation. The embarrassment was unbearable. The core members of the Su family, along with their relatives, looked upon Old Master Su with concern, for he held the reins of power, and the family's wealth and authority had yet to be allocated. He must not perish. Moreover, Old Master Su was one of the pillars of the Su family. He could not be allowed to die. What has become of Shanguan Xioming? Old Master Su inquired, his primary concern still centered on Shanguan Xioming, as they had ventured out together. Now that Shanguan Xioming was incapacitated, how would the Shanguan family account for this? Grandfather, Brother Xioming remains unconscious. What sort of adversary have you encountered that has led to this outcome? Spoke Su Mingyao, a leading figure among the 3rd generation of the Su family, renowned in Jiangnan City as one of the 4 young masters. A man of high intellect and commercial acumen, He had gained the favor of Old Master Su and, at merely 23, had ascended to the core management of the Su family, poised to take the helm in the future. Chapter 23. I suspect he is the martial king in a room filled with people. Only Su Mingyao dared to speak. Upon hearing his words, everyone turned their gaze towards the venerable Su Old Master, for they too were filled with curiosity, eager to uncover the mystery of what had transpired. Who would dare to strike the Old Master? Su Mingyao was not in agreement. Initially, there were plans to escort her directly back to the Su residence. But then an individual appeared, delivering 2 resounding slaps to Shanguan Mingxiu. Subsequently, Shanguan Xiuming attempted to retaliate, only to be incapacitated by a single blow from the other party. The face of Su Old Master flushed with embarrassment. He felt utterly humiliated. He could hardly bring himself to speak. The authority he once commanded had dissipated. Who was bold enough to provoke Shanguan Xiuming? Was this not an affront to the Shanguan clan? Grandfather, are you not a match for him? Su Mingyao, upon hearing the words of Su Old Master, furrowed his brow. A youth? Could he truly be that formidable? Was there someone who surpassed him in excellence? A sense of rivalry and jealousy burgeoned within him. I lack even the qualification to strike back. I suspect he is the martial king. Su Old Master muttered, shaking his head, a profound sense of disappointment washing over him. After decades of cultivation, he found himself outshone by someone who had trained for merely a decade or so. As he pointed to his own face, he recalled how he had received those 2 slaps, which were only spared due to Su Mingyao's presence. Otherwise, he would have been utterly incapacitated. The gaze of that youth had been striking, akin to an abyss or a hellish realm. It was terrifying. Merely a glance from him could shatter one's mental fortitude. Could it be possible? The most prodigious individual in the world, Tian Luobing, was merely at the master realm. Was this youth truly more extraordinary than Tian Luobing? Yesterday's rankings did not feature such a prodigy. Even Shanguan Wujian only ranked 6th among the masters. Su Mingyao was astounded, his jealousy intensifying. Prepare the carriage. I shall visit the Shanguan clan, he commanded. Su Old Master paid no heed to Su Mingyao. He understood his grandson well. He was proud and dismissive of others. Indeed, his grandson was exceptional, yet in the presence of that youth, Su Mingyao paled in comparison. Based on his physique, Jun Tiandi should be quite young. In our Huaxia, there exists a being capable of slaying gods. From this day forth, the deities of the West shall think twice before challenging our Huaxia. However, one must not underestimate. After all, there are over 1,000 deities in the West, and the 7 that Jun Tiandi eradicated were of low rank. Only those within the top 100 of the Western pantheon could be deemed powerful. No matter how formidable Jun Tiandi may be, he cannot withstand the multitude of Western deities. The existence of Jun Tiandi offers Huaxiao a glimmer of hope. His strength is unfathomable, although the 7 Western deities he vanquished were of low rank. He has dealt with all Western deities within Huaxia. It can be understood that even should the top 10 deities from the West arrive, he would still be capable of their annihilation. From beginning to end, Emperor Jun Tian did not wield any martial skills or weapons. He simply obliterated his opponents. The names Emperor Jun Tian resonated globally, saturating the internet, television, and various forums and media outlets, all engrossed in discussions surrounding this formidable figure. His emergence was so powerful that his popularity surpassed even that of the celestial rankings. Countless prodigies from Huaxia began to emulate Emperor Jun Tian, with numerous LED screens and banners emblazoned with his name. Statues of Emperor Jun Tian were erected in various locales. Concurrently, the once audacious Western powers and their champions, as well as companies, began to withdraw, fearing retaliation from Emperor Jun Tian. After all, when 7 deities decree annihilation, it is carried out without hesitation. Moreover, there was a foreboding warning from Emperor Jun Tian. Any Western deity stepping into Huaxia would face the eradication of 9 clans and the obliteration of 10 generations. In Jiangnan City, the Shanguan family, not an ancient clan in hiding, stood as the most powerful martial family in the region. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Shanguan family emerged with numerous prodigies and formidable warriors. It was said that the family boasted the presence of at least 1 martial emperor. After the celestial rankings were unveiled, the Shanguan family stirred significant interest across Huaxia, drawing the attention of countless powerful figures and factions. After all, Shanguan Wujian ranked 6th on the talent list and 6th on the master list. Wu Jian, congratulations. You are indeed the foremost prodigy of the Shanguan family. Given time, even Tian Luo Bing will pale in comparison to you. With the union of Shouming and Su Mingyao, dear elder brother Wu Jian, if you marry Tian Luo Bing, our family will have 3 representatives in the top 10 of both the celestial rankings and the master list. What a splendid idea. Both Su Mingyao and Tian Luo Bing are unparalleled beauties. As time passed, it was evident that Shouming would soon return. In the outskirts of Jiangnan City, there lay an ancient residence, home to a village of several thousand, all bearing the surname Shanguan, as they had resided here for generations. Today, the Shanguan family was particularly lively, for the appearance of the celestial rankings had thrust them into the spotlight of global powers and factions, undoubtedly elevating their prestige. In the square, numerous distinguished and talented members of the Shanguan family had gathered. Shanguan Wujian stood as the center of attention. Suddenly, 5 luxury cars sped towards the square, halting before the crowd. As the vehicles came to a stop, a dozen bodyguards emerged, escorting an elderly man, who was then lifted from a stretched limousine on a stretcher. Where is old Master Su? The members of the Shanguan family did not display surprise upon seeing the elder, as Su Mingyao was indeed a member of the Su family. The individual seeking to unite Su Mingyao and Shanguan Shouming is none other than old Master Su. However, upon his arrival, he found himself unable to meet Shanguan Shouming. Could it be that the person on the stretcher is Shanguan Shouming? It seems rather implausible. One must understand that Shanguan Shouming stands at the pinnacle of true energy, a formidable force in Jiangnan City. Who would dare provoke him? To provoke Shanguan Shouming would be to challenge the Shanguan family. So what has transpired? The head of the Shanguan family, my younger brother, comes to offer his apologies. Old Master Su hastened to the center of the square, approaching Shanguan Tianyao. He bowed deeply, his demeanor quite humble. What has happened to you, Su Xiaodi? Shanguan Tianyao inquired, intrigued by the sight of old Master Su. Chapter 24. In this world, I only have an older brother. The head of the Shanguan family, Shanguan Tianyao, was filled with trepidation as he observed the severely injured Shanguan Shouming being carried in on a stretcher, still in a state of semi-consciousness. The members of the Shanguan family, upon seeing him, were stricken with disbelief and shock, their faces pale. It was evident that Shouming had suffered grievously, having lost an arm and rendered utterly powerless, a complete wreck of a man. What transpired? Inquired Su Mingyao, his expression darkening upon seeing Shanguan Shouming. A palpable aura of fury emanated from him. This was his most cherished son. Just that morning, everything had been well, and now he found himself in this dismal state. In Jiangnan City, who would dare to cross paths with Shanguan Shouming? No one. For he was not merely a member of the Shanguan clan, but also the beloved son of the current patriarch, Shanguan Tianyao. To provoke Shanguan Shouming was tantamount to challenging the very authority of the Shanguan family. Now, someone had brazenly crippled Shanguan Shouming. The head of the Shanguan family's subordinate spoke. It was my fault. Everything was going smoothly until that individual appeared out of nowhere, struck Shouming twice without a word, and upon Shouming's retaliation, he was directly incapacitated. I too received a couple of slaps. Moreover, that person insisted that you kneel and welcome, as he would come to the Shanguan residence tonight. Old Master Su dared not conceal the truth or embellish the tale. Given the might of the Shanguan family, uncovering the facts would be a mere trifle, and to misrepresent or hide the truth would be tantamount to courting death. What? Despicable! Who is he? Shanguan Tianyao seethed with rage. Someone had not only crippled his son, but had also demanded that he, the dignified patriarch of the Shanguan family, kneel in deference to his arrival. Was there truly such arrogance in this world? Indeed, there were those from the West, bolstered by divine support, who acted with such hubris in Huaxia. However, the emergence of the Emperor of Heaven had obliterated the Western deities within Huaxia's borders, sending countless Western powerhouses and factions scurrying like frightened dogs. Even the most arrogant of these Western warriors ultimately retreated with their tails between their legs. Now, someone dared to challenge the authority of the Shanguan family to incapacitate his son. Could he not be enraged? Not only he, but the entire Shanguan family was engulfed in fury. His name is Jun Xiaoyao, the cousin of Su Mingyao, replied old Master Su. In truth, he recognized Jun Xiaoyao. For a decade prior, the young Jun had been expelled alongside Su Mingyao and her mother from the Su family, and he had not seen him since. Jun Xiaoyao? From the Jun family in Jiangnan? Shanguan Tianyao mused. There is indeed a family by that name in Jiangnan, but in the grand scheme of things, they are insignificant when placed beside the Shanguan family. Indeed, old Master Su nodded. What is his level of cultivation? Shanguan Tianyao inquired about the Jun family, dismissing them with disdain, yet curious about Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation level and the audacity that allowed him to cripple Shanguan Xiuming. The situation remained unclear, but he speculated that Jun Xiaoyao must be a martial king. After the elder of the Su family spoke, he lowered his head, hesitant to say more. Truth be told, the Su family was but a trifling entity before the Shanguan clan, lacking both financial resources and martial prowess. How dare you cripple my son, humiliate me, and provoke the Shanguan family? Let us see if you possess the capability. Shanguan Tianyao's countenance darkened, his murderous intent reaching a critical peak. Brother, the holidays are approaching. Will you take me out for training? In the villa, Su Mingyao clung affectionately to Jun Xiaoyao. Fresh from her recent cultivation, she resembled a child who had just received a new toy. Now, she yearned for Jun Xiaoyao to accompany her on a training expedition. It is well known that only after becoming a martial artist could one embark on such endeavors. Of course, Su Mingyao was not yet a martial artist, but she possessed formidable mental acuity and offensive capabilities. Very well, Jun Xiaoyao replied with a nod. Training it is. A little excursion would be refreshing. After all, idleness is not to be embraced. Brother, what shall we do now? Su Mingyao asked softly, one hand cradling a small dog while the other held Jun Xiaoyao's hand. This villa, originally belonging to her brother, had been sold to Shanguan Xiuming by the Jun family. Brother is not unreasonable. They have purchased the villa, so we cannot reside here any longer. Prepare your belongings. We shall move and find a new home. As for the Jun and Shanguan families, they certainly require some reckoning. Yaoer, what is your perspective on the Su family? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. It is merely a villa, he remarked nonchalantly. However, matters could not be brushed aside so easily. While he could handle the Jun and Shanguan families at will, he felt compelled to consult Yaoer regarding the Su family, as she bore the Su surname and was, after all, a member of that lineage. In this world, I have only you, brother. Everything else is inconsequential to me, the young girl tenderly declared. Her heart filled with sweetness. She understood that her brother cared deeply for her, otherwise, he would not seek her opinion. In her eyes and heart, he was her sole focus, rendering everything else irrelevant. Jun Xiaoyao acknowledged with a soft sound, affectionately tousling the girl's silky hair. Brother, our funds are running low. Su Mingyao suddenly recalled. Once, when both of their parents were alive, they could be considered scions of a wealthy family. Even after their parents' tragic demise, they had retained a fair amount of money. However, as both were engrossed in their studies, they had no income and were rapidly depleting their resources. Now, as they prepared to move out, their finances were dwindling significantly. She is still too young, having been cherished by her elder brother since childhood. When she is alone, she exhibits remarkable strength, yet in the presence of her brother, she wholly relies on him, embodying the essence of a sweet little princess. It is of no concern, for her brother is always there. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. In the past, she would have fretted over financial matters, but now, well. Chapter 25. The intent of my family in the Tianmu building. On the 108th floor, within the confines of the president's office, Tian Youzi stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling metropolis illuminated by the evening glow. The city sparkled like a constellation. However, before him, everything appeared shrouded in gloom. My lady. A knock resonated at the office door. Come in. Tian Youzi withdrew his thoughts and turned to face the newcomer. My lady. Young Master Jun has taken his sister to the Shanguan family, the figure clad in black informed him, delivering all the pertinent intelligence. The woman, cold and ghostly in demeanor, presented a folder, placing it upon the desk. Very well. You may leave, Tian Youzi replied, taking the folder and gesturing for her to depart. The black-clad woman bowed slightly before exiting. Intriguing, he mused. Shanguan, the tyrant of Jiangnan, an ancient martial arts lineage. It seems I have struck a nerve. Young Emperor Jun, if you think to disregard me in anger, you shall not have it your way. This matter must be relayed to grandfather. As Tian Youzi perused the contents of the folder, a smile graced his exquisitely beautiful face. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He rose, exited the office, and drove towards the Tian family estate. 20 minutes later, at the Tian family residence. Zier, what brings you here? Tian launching inquired upon seeing his granddaughter. Typically, she seldom visited unless a matter of great importance concerning the conglomerate arose. "Grandfather, take a look at this," Tian Youzi said, handing over the file and standing by expectantly. "Zier, what are you doing? Do you realize you are playing with fire?" In his presence, everything is but a fleeting illusion. The strong despise such audacity. "Alas, what am I to say to you?" Tian Lanqing's expression shifted dramatically as he read the information. Inquiring about and tracking the strong is a grave taboo among warriors. "Grandfather, he has forsaken Binger. We cannot yield. Moreover, do you not perceive this as an opportunity?" Tian Youzi countered, her lips forming a defiant pout. She recognized the peril of her actions, yet felt an irresistible compulsion to pursue them. "Speak," Tian Lanqing urged, signaling her to elaborate. Deep down, he too understood the potential that lay within the situation. "Grandfather, you see the truth. We merely need to stand by his side. I shall accompany you," Tian Youzi declared, a mischievous grin illuminating her face. Opposite her, Tian Lanqing mirrored her expression, the two resembling cunning foxes in their shared understanding. "Very well," he conceded with a nod. "Let us take this gamble." As night enveloped the world, the Shanguan family residence shone brightly, a beacon in the darkness. Countless core figures from the Shanguan family, along with prodigies and numerous masters, not to mention several innate realm powerhouses, stood ready. Among them was the venerable Su. Time passed, each second ticking away. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as several armored vehicles and a pink supercar appeared before the Shanguan family square. As the cars halted, dozens of bodyguards disembarked from the armored vehicles, half of whom were at the Qi realm and the other half at the Master realm. Following their emergence, Tian Lianqing, the head of the Tian family, stepped out of the vehicle, surrounded by his entourage. Upon seeing Tian Lianqing, Shangwan Tianyao furrowed his brow. What could the Tian family possibly want here? Moreover, the Tian family had no dealings with the Shangwan family. Any interaction had been purely competitive in nature, characterized by animosity over the years. "Shangwan, it has been a while," Tian Lianqing remarked. "What brings you to my Shangwan family?" Shangwan Tianyao inquired, directly questioning his intentions, having no inkling of any connection between Jun Xiaoyao and the Tian family. "Our purpose is akin to that of young Master Jun," Tian Lianqing replied with a smile, remaining stationary as he awaited Jun Xiaoyao's arrival. If Jun Xiaoyao were to fail to show up that night, the Tian family would find themselves in peril, for he had already made his stance clear, standing against the Shangwan family and in league with their adversaries. "Oh, Tian Lianqing, it seems your family has grown too complacent." Shangwan Tianyao's face contorted with rage. In the afternoon, his son had been rendered powerless, and now the Tian family dared to provoke him. Could he not be furious? The square was filled with enraged members of the Shangwan family, each one seething, wishing to tear Tian Lianqing to shreds. In the past, the Tian family would never have dared to challenge the Shangwan family, yet now, the Tian family may thrive, but what of you, Shangwan? Tian Lianqing chuckled. How could they be so foolish as to offend Jun Xiaoyao? Of course, this was entirely plausible, for none knew that Jun Xiaoyao was indeed Jun Tiandi. Had they been aware, the Shangwan family would certainly be on their knees awaiting Jun Xiaoyao's arrival, ready to offer their apologies. However, he had no intention of revealing Jun Xiaoyao's secret to Shangwan Tianyao. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the sky, icy and biting. In an instant, the surrounding area felt as though it had plunged into a glacial abyss, causing everyone to shiver uncontrollably, their expressions twisted in confusion and fear, the latter stemming from the depths of their hearts. Chapter 26. Last night, it was you who accompanied my brother. Amidst the icy, howling winds, a faint sound of footsteps resonated. Beneath the street lamp, a young man appeared, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Beside him was a stunning young girl, around 14 or 15, whose delicate hand was entwined with his. They strolled leisurely towards the plaza of the Shangwan family, as if indulging in a casual outing. In the luxurious sports car, Tian Youzi's enchanting eyes fixated on the young man, her heart racing in anticipation. Nearly half a day had passed since their last encounter, yet it felt as though 3 autumns had elapsed. Upon disembarking, a radiant smile adorned her face. "What a coincidence," she remarked, approaching Jun Xiaoyao with a beaming countenance. Her beautiful features were illuminated by joy, yet her gaze fell upon the exquisite girl he was holding, stirring a pang of envy within her. This girl was undeniably lovely, rivaling her own beauty. If one were to compare, They each possessed their own unique charms. Could it be that this was his preferred type? One of the 5 marriage contracts? Didn't Tian sustain an injury? Has it healed? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, glancing at Tian Luobing, his mind a tumult of confusion. What in the world was happening? It felt as if the day had transformed thrice. Just this morning, she had appeared perfectly fine. And now she seemed to have returned to her former self after sustaining an injury that almost cost him his life. Was this woman truly so capricious? Moreover, she had been wounded, yet now appeared completely restored. He understood the scene before him. He was being surveilled. And the orchestrators of this were none other than the Tian family. Wounded? Oh, I shall never dare again. Is this our family's sister? How beautiful. Hello, sister. I am Tian Luobing. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Tian Youzi froze momentarily. Wounded? What could that imply? It quickly dawned on her. Could Binger have returned? And she had been injured. More importantly, she had already met Jun Xiaoyao. However, she realized that Jun Xiaoyao had not discerned their true identities, indicating that no conversation had transpired between them. Instantly, her heart felt a semblance of relief. Regarding Jun Xiaoyao's mention of the first time, she was well aware he referred to the surveillance. At this moment, she lowered her head, akin to a child who had erred. Subsequently, her gaze shifted to the young girl, fully immersing herself in Bing's identity. I know you. Last night, you were with my brother. I am Su Mingyao. Sister Bing, you are exceptionally beautiful. Otherwise, my brother wouldn't hold affection for you. Su Mingyao regarded Tian Youzi with astonishment, quickly realizing how striking this sister before her truly was. This enchanting sister is the one who spent the night with my brother yesterday, Yao. What nonsense are you speaking? Upon hearing Su Mingyao's remark, Jun Xiaoyao felt an immediate wave of annoyance. When did I ever express any affection for her? Please refrain from such wild talk. Yao, let us converse. Matters concerning men should be handled by men themselves. Tian Youzi, however, felt differently. Upon hearing Yao compliment her beauty and suggest that her brother held affections for her, she was elated. Even though she understood it was merely the whimsical conjecture of a young girl. Nevertheless, she relished the flattery. In that moment, she found herself enamored by this exquisite young maiden. As she spoke, she reached out and grasped Su Mingyao's delicate hand. Su Mingyao glanced at Jun Xiaoyao. Her beautiful eyes filled with inquiry. Jun Xiaoyao nodded in affirmation, prompting her to join Tian Luobing. Young Master Jun. Tian Launching approached after Tian Luobing and Jun Xiaoyao had finished their conversation, exhibiting a keen sense of propriety. He lowered his head, as if he had committed a transgression, and adjusted his posture accordingly. Jun Xiaoyao cast a glance at Tian Launching before striding towards the center of the square. Boom. Under Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, Tian Launching felt as if struck by lightning. He realized that Jun Xiaoyao was silently warning him. Yet, he was immensely pleased, for this indicated that Jun Xiaoyao had no intentions of pursuing the matter further. He hastened to follow closely behind Jun Xiaoyao, mimicking a devoted follower. The other bodyguards appeared equally bewildered but dared not voice their thoughts, simply trailing behind. Tian Youzi, the Shanguan family. Many recognized Tian Youzi, and upon encountering her, they were puzzled. It seemed that she held a fondness for that young man. Thus, what was the connection between him and the Tian family? All of this was now inconsequential. What truly mattered was the arrival of the young man who had incapacitated Shanguan Xiaoming, provoked the Shanguan family, and humiliated Shanguan Tianyao. As for the Tian family, they were hardly worth mentioning, as they paled in comparison to the proud and formidable Shanguan family. Su Mingqing, it appears you are not a competent messenger, or perhaps the Shanguan family is courting disaster. Jun Xiaoyao strolled leisurely. With each step he took, the atmosphere in the square grew increasingly oppressive. Ordinary individuals remained oblivious, but the martial artists sensed a distinct difference. At that moment, countless strong warriors felt as though they were being crushed beneath an immense mountain. Jun Xiaoyao's footsteps bore down upon their chests. Courting death. Before Su Mingqing could utter a word or Shanguan Tianyao could respond, the foremost prodigy of the Shanguan family, Shanguan Wujian, spoke up. Globally, he ranked 6th in talent and 6th on the Grandmaster list, making him one of the most gifted individuals in existence. Witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's brazen demeanor within the Shanguan family, he could no longer remain seated. He observed that Jun Xiaoyao appeared even younger than himself. This implied that Jun Xiaoyao was weak and easily defeated. After all, neither the talent rankings nor the master rankings bore his name. Thus, He resolved to strike and vanquish Jun Xiaoyao before all. Perhaps it was jealousy that stirred within him. A common human affliction, particularly as he envied the affection shared between Tian Youzi and Jun Xiaoyao. Exceptional individuals often harbor the belief that all beautiful women should rightfully belong to them. With a mere wave of his hand, Jun Xiaoyao remained silent. The air trembled oddly, and soon a sharp sound resonated. A crisp slap echoed through the space. In an instant, Shanguan Wujian was sent flying, crashing violently onto the hard stone pavement of the square. He spat out a mouthful of blood, several teeth lost in the fray, and his once resplendent demeanor faded into obscurity. Chapter 27. I have always persuaded others with reason in the square. An air of astonishment enveloped the crowd, their expressions shifting dramatically. For it appeared that Jun Xiaoyao was exceedingly arrogant and fearsome. It is essential to note that Shanguan Wujian was acknowledged as the 6th on the global master rankings and the 6th on the talent rankings. Jun Xiaoyao, being of a similar age, had yet to make an appearance on the lists. Yet now, with a mere wave of his hand, Jun Xiaoyao had struck Shanguan Wujian from a distance. It could hardly be deemed a sneak attack. Among the strong, such tactics are non-existent, as they remain perpetually vigilant. One cannot expect to count to 3 before commencing a battle. Even if it were a sneak attack, falling victim to it would reflect one's own inadequacy. In this world, strength reigns supreme. The discourse is dictated by the might of one's fists. The victor is king, while the vanquished are deemed outlaws. Just moments ago, the globally recognized 6th in talent and mastery, Shanguan Wujian, had been effortlessly defeated by Jun Xiaoyao. I have always adhered to reason in my dealings, Jun Xiaoyao proclaimed. If one will not engage in rational discourse, I shall resort to my fists to compel them to reason. Now, is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? His tone was unhurried, as his gaze swept across the square. Silence reigned among the onlookers. Old Master Su finally spoke. If we are to discuss reason, very well. However, you cannot possibly resort to violence. With that, he was met with a resounding slap. The impact stung sharply against his face, leaving Su Mingyao momentarily dazed and seething with rage, his eyes narrowing into fierce slits as they turned toward Jun Xiaoyao, only to swiftly shift to an expression of innocence. As if on the brink of tears, the others regarded Jun Xiaoyao with confusion, as if to say, "Didn't you just advocate for reason? Why resort to violence again? Aren't you one to persuade others with logic? I have a particular habit. When I stand to speak, my interlocutor must also stand. When I sit to converse, they are still required to stand," Jun Xiaoyao stated coldly, stepping forward. With that, a terrifying force of oppression descended upon them, overwhelming the crowd as though they had been struck in the chest, causing blood to spurt forth, with not even masters and innates exempt from its might. The display was overwhelming, tyrannical, and brazen to an extreme. Jun Xiaoyao shows utter disregard for the Shanguan family. Shanguan Tianyao seethed with fury. This is clearly an act of provocation. The Shanguan family? Does he truly consider us insignificant? Come forth. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was as frigid as ice, his formidable aura palpable. The entire square was engulfed in an overwhelming presence, as the gaze shifted away from Shanguan Tianyao towards the direction of the Shanguan family ancestral hall. In that moment, an earth-shattering aura surged forth, accompanied by a thunderous sound. The ground trembled, the space warped, leaving countless individuals disoriented, some even spewing blood, their expressions a portrait of distress. "Cease this at once. Everyone retreat." An aged voice resonated from the direction of the ancestral hall, imbued with profound authority. In the square, bewilderment marked the faces of the onlookers, yet Shanguan Tianyao's countenance shifted dramatically as he signaled for everyone to vacate, leaving only Su Mingyao and a few core members of the Shanguan family. The others hurriedly withdrew. Within a mere 10 seconds, the square was deserted, enveloped in an eerie silence. This scene left all but Tian Youzi, Tian Lanqing, and Su Mingyao in a state of shock and confusion. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of footsteps echoed from the ancestral hall. An elderly man, replete with an aura of terrifying destruction, emerged. Yet a trace of blood marked the corner of his mouth, indicating he had sustained injuries moments prior. "I have encountered the young master. I beseech you, for the sake of this old man, spare the Shanguan clan," he implored, bowing deeply before Jun Xiaoyao, his voice trembling with trepidation. Were it not for the Shanguan family, he would never have dared to speak. "Uncle," Shangwan Tianyao's heart jolted at the sight of the elder's subservient demeanor. What on earth is happening? Even if Jun Xiaoyao is formidable, my uncle is a martial emperor. Must he truly resort to such humility? The elder seethed with anger, wishing to strike down Shangwan Tianyao. Others may have been oblivious to Jun Xiaoyao's identity, but he had discerned it. He never imagined that his descendants would provoke a being capable of vanquishing gods. From the moment Jun Xiaoyao appeared, he understood the desire to conceal his identity, thus urging all members of the Shanguan family to depart. Otherwise, Jun Xiaoyao might eliminate the entire clan. However, kneeling, apologizing, he thought in despair, heavens, I cannot do this. As the head of the illustrious Shanguan family, a martial king, to kneel and apologize to an adversary is tantamount to wishing for death. Shangwan Tianyao was engulfed by despair. I have previously stated, he began, that I am a man who believes in reason. Today, let us discuss a matter of principle. Shangwan Xiuming and Su Mingyao conspired to bully my sister, who is merely a little girl. Tell me, is this the behavior of a human being? Shouldn't Shangwan Xiuming apologize to me and to my sister? He not only refuses to apologize, but also boldly seeks his own demise. Is it not entirely reasonable for me to seek retribution against him? I instructed Su Mingyao to convey a message, urging him to offer an apology. Since he has chosen not to comply, am I not justified in administering a lesson? Jun Xiaoyao strides purposefully towards Shangwan Tianyao, subsequently taking a seat that rightfully belongs to Shangwan Tianyao. The others stand, resembling children who have erred. With deliberate calmness, Jun Xiaoyao articulates his reasoning. Young Master Jun, I have relayed the message, he asserts. All of this is the doing of Xiuming. I can merely be considered an accomplice at best. Su Mingyao trembles, fully aware that the Shangwan family has met its demise, having encountered an insurmountable obstacle. In an instant, he hurriedly distances himself from the Shangwan family, yet dares not completely evade responsibility, for he understands that attempting to outsmart Jun Xiaoyao would be tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, he claims to be but an accomplice. Chapter 28. Young Master Jun is the betrothed of Zier and Bingerhumph. Are you not planning to offer me an explanation? Young Master Jun cast a faint glance at Su Mingyao, his eyes sweeping over Shangwan Tianyao and the elder. Please wait a moment, young master, the elder spoke. Then swiftly seized Su Mingyao, inquiring further. The elder's anger intensified as he listened, his expression darkening with rage. The Su family had brought a calamity upon the Shangwan family. Daring to covet young Master Jun's sister, and even employing underhanded tactics to acquire young Master Jun's villa. How should this be dealt with? Upon hearing this, the elder was infuriated and delivered a resounding slap to Su Mingyao's face. Incompetent at everything, yet the foremost instigator. Turning to young Master Jun, he declared, it is indeed our Shangwan family's fault. I shall ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. As he approached young Master Jun, turmoil raged within him. What satisfactory resolution could I possibly offer? Others are not lacking in wealth. However, what else can be said now? Having thought it through, he conveyed, you too shall remember. My sister bears the surname Su, yet she is not connected to the Jiangmen Su family. Young Master Jun rose and made his way toward the square's exit. As he passed by Tian Lansheng, he cast a casual glance at him. His voice, calm yet resolute, echoed, certainly. Neither the elder nor Su Mingyao dared to refute, simply nodding in agreement. They understood that Tian Lansheng was young Master Jun's spokesperson, and soon, he would undoubtedly exact a heavy toll on both the Shangwan and Su families, leaving them in dire straits, while they would be powerless to protest. Thank you for your trust, young master. I will handle this matter properly, Tian Lansheng expressed, the delight evident on his face. Perhaps this evening he merely played the role of a messenger, yet for him, the Tian family and he were the true victors. For he had successfully aligned himself with young Master Jun. At least from the perspective of outsiders, he was seen as part of young Master Jun's entourage. This alone was sufficient. Brother, Xiaoyao, Su Mingyao and Tian Youzi had been watching from a distance, their hearts brimming with joy as they witnessed young Master Jun's actions. Their eyes sparkled with admiration. As young Master Jun approached, the two girls, one on either side, took his hands, leaving him feeling quite awkward and hindered in his movements. While a subtle fragrance wafted into his nostrils, the two cool, delicate hands sent shivers through him. The trio disappeared into the night. Old Master Shangwan, Brother Su, you shall handle this as you see fit. I am merely running errands for young Master Jun and will not interfere, Tian launching remarked. A pleased smile gracing his face as he watched young Master Jun and the two young ladies depart. He understood the significance of the moment. Tian Youzi holds great promise. At the very least, Jun Xiaoyao does not dismiss Tian Youzi. Moreover, Bing'er is still present. In fact, from his perspective, Tian Youzi possesses more potential than Tian Luobing. As Bing'er is excessively aloof, or perhaps one might say, unapproachably cold. Conversely, Tian Youzi, while appearing distant, harbors a gentle heart and is willing to lower her guard. Retracting his gaze, he glanced at the esteemed Shanguan Tian Yao and the elder, finally casting a look at Su Mingyao. Internally, he felt an unparalleled exhilaration. This was the most exhilarating moment of his life, for in the face of families and individuals far superior to him, he remained unperturbed. Even if this state of affairs arose from his association with Jun Xiaoyao. Ah, dear Tian, do enlighten your elder brother regarding the relationship between young Master Jun and your family. Since young Master Jun trusts you, it indicates a significant bond. You must provide us with some insight, so that you may also clarify matters to young Master Jun, the elder said with a wry smile, addressing Tian Lanxing. He was, after all, a martial emperor, a pinnacle of martial arts in China, typically a figure as elusive as a dragon. Yet now, he exhibited such courtesy towards a mere master. Indeed, young Master Jun is the fiancé of both Zier and Bing'er, Tian Lanxing replied, shaking his head. At that moment, he bore a distinctly vexing demeanor. Ah, I see. How about this? My Shanguan family possesses a piece of prime land that has remained undeveloped for decades, a locale ideal for nurturing the heart. Since the Shanguan family has no immediate use for it, we shall bestow it upon young Master Jun. A person of young Master Jun's caliber, akin to a dragon, naturally does not require monetary wealth. However, the Shanguan family's gesture must be acknowledged. We will present young Master Jun with 500 million in cash. By the way, our Shanguan family and the Tian family have numerous business dealings, do we not? The elder expressed astonishment and envy within his heart. What extraordinary fortune this was. The Tian family, once considered inconsequential, now boasted two exquisite granddaughters, both of whom were connected to Jun Xiaoyao. Reflecting on this, only girls as magnificent as Tian Luobing and Tian Youzi could be deemed worthy of him. After a moment of contemplation, he articulated a resolution. Why are you still holding on? Departing from the Shanguan family, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, glancing at Tian Luobing's delicate, fair hand. Is it convenient to walk like this? Then why not address it to Sister Yao? Tian Youzi pouted, refusing to relinquish her grip. In fact, she even adopted a playful demeanor. She is my sister, Jun Xiaoyao replied, momentarily speechless. What was the meaning of this? Still preoccupied with the morning's events, she now pretended to be oblivious. Surely, this girl must have some issue with her mental state. It seemed prudent to maintain some distance. I am still your fiancé, Tian Youzi asserted. Speaking entirely from the perspective of his sister, Tian Luobing, he embodies her essence with unwavering conviction in his words. Chapter 29. Grandmother Jun Tian Luobing pondered. Perhaps overthinking it, for he had not made any admissions. Moreover, what transpired this morning? Jun Xiaoyao paused, his gaze fixed upon Tian Luobing. With the thought of calling off the engagement lingering in his mind, he questioned the wisdom of her words, especially with Yao Er present. He felt compelled to clarify the events of the morning. What happened this morning? I cannot recall, he said. Sister Yao Er, are you hungry? Shall we go for a meal? Tian Youzi understood that Jun Xiaoyao was referring to the encounter with Bing'er, which had likely led to some misunderstanding, as he still perceived her as Bing'er. Despite their identical appearances and similar temperaments, their personalities diverged significantly. Bing'er exuded an icy demeanor, naturally repelling Jun Xiaoyao. Now, she was eager to uncover what had transpired between Jun Xiaoyao and Bing'er earlier, yet she dared not linger on the subject. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Su Mingyao, preparing to shift the conversation. I am slightly hungry, brother, Su Mingyao remarked, her keen intellect observing the interaction between her brother and Tian Luobing. Though she wished to eat, she awaited her brother's decision. If he chose not to go, she would not insist. While I's sister was delightful, her brother took precedence. She looked up at Jun Xiaoyao, exuding an air of obedience. Let us go? Jun Xiaoyao replied, casting a tender glance at Yao Er and nodding in approval. Yao Er had little money to begin with. And during his absence over the past 2 years, she had been frugal. Wonderful, Su Mingyao exclaimed, her joy palpable as she leaned in to plant a kiss on Jun Xiaoyao's cheek. Nearby, Tian Youzi felt a twinge of envy. Yet her heart swelled with happiness. Not only had they shifted the topic, but they had also invited Jun Xiaoyao to join them for a meal, thus creating more opportunities for interaction. With that, the trio made their way toward the bustling heart of the city. Along the journey, they drew countless glances. For Tian Youzi's beauty was striking. Her ethereal presence surpassed that of mythical celestial beings, complemented by the enchanting presence of a charming young girl. Jun Xiaoyao exuded an air of sophistication and charm. Together, the three of them were destined to be the center of attention. 2 hours later, Jun Xiaoyao, Su Mingyao, and Tian Youzi emerged from an upscale restaurant. The little girl unabashedly patted her stomach, reveling in the delightful meal they had just enjoyed. "Where are you staying now?" Tian Youzi inquired. She was already aware that Shanguan Xiaoming had purchased Jun Xiaoyao's villa, leaving him and Su Mingyao without a home. "We shall first find a hotel and plan for tomorrow thereafter," Jun Xiaoyao responded. As Su Mingyao departed from the villa, she had already meticulously packed her clothing and various belongings, which she then stored within the spatial ring bestowed upon her by Jun Xiaoyao. At that moment, the two siblings had no intention of returning. Now, as night deepened, they sought a hotel for the night, planning to search for a new home come dawn. If that proved futile, they would revert to the countryside dwelling where she had resided for 2 years. At this juncture, Tian Youzi's phone rang. "Hello, grandfather." "Understood. I will relay the message to him right away." "All right, I shall hang up now." It was a call from Tian launching. After exchanging only a few brief words, Tian Youzi ended the call. "Is everything settled?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired. "Indeed. The Su family is to compensate 500 billion, along with a parcel of land. By the way, that land is habitable. I am familiar with it and can take you to see it. What do you think? Besides, having eaten so well, we could use some time to digest." Tian Youzi nodded. Just moments ago, Tian Lanxing had called to inquire if she was with Jun Xiaoyao, and subsequently conveyed the outcome of the negotiations. "Well, as long as there is somewhere to stay, that suffices," Jun Xiaoyao affirmed. In truth, he did not require any compensation from the Su family. He merely sought to impart a lesson, demonstrating that his sister and kin were not to be trifled with. In Jiangnan City, at Nanboan, the Jun family was considered a modest, perhaps even small, clan. Their total assets barely reached 10 billion, yet the family itself was quite numerous. As night fell, the atmosphere within the Jun residence grew oppressive. The elder Mr. Jun and Mrs. Jun, along with the second and third generations of the family, totaling over 20 individuals, comprised the core circle of the clan. The other members of the Jun family were wholly unworthy of appearing in such a gathering. How could this be? Is the information perhaps false? Is that little wretch truly so formidable? The speaker was the matriarch of the Jun family, who, incidentally, was Jun Xiaoyao's grandmother. The little wretch she referred to was none other than Jun Xiaoyao himself. In her eyes, only her eldest son's family mattered, while Jun Xiaoyao's father was treated as if he were an outsider, never receiving any favor. Just moments ago, news had arrived that the long-vanished Jun Xiaoyao had returned, causing quite a stir within Jiangnan's foremost family, the Su clan. Ironically, the Su family had capitulated. This was utterly beyond the realm of imagination for the Jun family members. "Grandmother, I procured this news at great expense. It cannot be false. Besides, who would dare tarnish the reputation and gossip about the Su family?" Jun Wuling stated earnestly. He is not yet qualified to meddle in the affairs of the Shanguan family. Rather, he has been closely monitoring Shanguan Xiaoming's movements due to having sold Jun Xiaoyao's villa to him, hoping to curry favor. When he learned of Shanguan Xiaoming's downfall, he was utterly astounded. Following the unfolding events, he also became aware of Jun Xiaoyao's involvement with the Shanguan family. At this moment, he felt an unsettling anxiety. This wretched child, no matter how formidable he may be, is still a member of the Jun family. If the Shanguan family fears him, it implies that our Jun family might take this opportunity to rise, potentially becoming one of the 10 prominent families in Jiangnan City. "Wu Ling, summon that wretched child to see me," commanded the matriarch of the Jun family imperiously. In her eyes, since Jun Xiaoyao has grown powerful, he ought to support the Jun family and help it flourish. Yet, she consistently referred to him as a wretched child, utterly failing to regard him as a member of the Jun family, let alone as her grandson. Chapter 30. Yaoer is frightened and wishes for her brother to carry her. For the sake of the Jun family, I have sold Jun Xiaoyao's villa to Shanguan Xiuming. Jun Wuling's expression darkens. After the incident, he feels a deep fear, fearing that Jun Xiaoyao will come after him. Now, their grandmother wants him to call Jun Xiaoyao back, but he lacks the courage to do so. A sale is a sale. That villa originally belonged to the Jun family. The matriarch of the Jun family scoffs. You should speak less. Reflect on your actions over the years. Mu Cheng is also your son. How have you treated him? After Mu Cheng's demise, how did you treat Xiaoyao? Nearby, the elder of the Jun family can no longer contain himself. Over the years, the Jun family's affairs have predominantly been managed by the matriarch, who possesses considerable influence from her own family background. No one knows why she harbors such disdain for her own son, extending her resentment even to her grandson. Now that Jun Xiaoyao has risen to power, her temperament remains unchanged. You've grown bolder, haven't you? If it weren't for Jun Mu Cheng, would I be in this position? That little wretch is Jun Mu Cheng's offspring. Seeing that child reminds me of Jun Mu Cheng. You know the reason behind my feelings. If you still care for the Jun family, speak less. The matriarch strikes her cane against the ground, reprimanding the elder of the Jun family in front of their numerous children and grandchildren. For a moment, the elder's face is flushed with embarrassment. You will come to regret this, along with your Zhang family. Rising from his seat, the elder strides towards the hall's exit. After all, he has lived for 70 to 80 years, with eyes that can see through deceit. Is Jun Xiaoyao someone the Jun family can provoke? Even the Shanguan family has bowed their heads. Provoking them would be an exercise in futility. In the darkness of night, a taxi speeds along the street. In the back seat, Jun Xiaoyao reclines in comfort. To his left is Su Mingyao, and to his right, Tian Luobing, two stunning goddesses flanking him. Their subtle fragrances wafting into his senses, almost overwhelming him. They insist on sitting close, even when it is unnecessary. With others present, it would be unseemly to voice any objections. After 15 minutes, the taxi finally halts in front of a small mountain on the outskirts of Jiangnan City. A striking contrast to the bustling urban landscape, akin to a sanctuary amidst the chaos. This is it, he announces. Known as Longquan Mountain. It is home to a spring that has never run dry. Rising 200 meters, the area within a mile belongs to Longquan Mountain, encompassing a total area of 19 million square meters. The spring at the mountain's summit is within a protected zone, and to his surprise, this place belongs to the Shanguan family. Shall we go take a look? After disembarking, the taxi departs, leaving Jun Xiaoyao and the two ladies behind. Tian Youzi took out her phone and perused the messages within, then spoke to Jun Xiaoyao. Are you not afraid of the dark? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Indeed, the silence here was palpable, and under the cloak of night. It felt somewhat eerie. Moreover, towering trees surrounded them, and the rustling of leaves sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, with the formidable Jun Tiendi by her side, what fear could she possibly harbor? Tian Youzi chuckled softly. To be honest, if she were alone, she would not dare to venture here, especially at night. Who would? And she was merely a girl. However, who was Jun Xiaoyao? An entity capable of casually erasing deities. There was nothing to fear in his company. Besides, even if there were truly something terrifying that Jun Xiaoyao could not confront, she would willingly enter alongside him, finding joy in sharing the same fate. Brother, Yaoer is afraid. Su Mingyao murmured, playfully clinging to Jun Xiaoyao. As she spoke, she had already climbed onto his back, her delicate hands encircling his neck, her slender, supple legs clasping around his waist, leaving no room for negotiation. Since childhood, she had often requested her brother to carry her. Let us go, Jun Xiaoyao said, wrapping an arm around Su Mingyao's legs. She felt smooth and exquisite, stirring a flutter in his heart. It was then that he realized Yaoer had truly grown up. She was no longer a little girl, but a striking young beauty. Hey, wait for me. Tian Youzi called out from behind, filled with envy, wishing desperately that she were the one being carried by Jun Xiaoyao. She was well aware that this stunning little loli was not merely Jun Xiaoyao's sister, but one of his fiancées. Momentarily lost in thought, she noticed that Jun Xiaoyao had already set off with Su Mingyao and hurried to catch up. After a brief while, the trio reached the mountain summit. Atop the mountain stood a quaint villa, and besides it, there was nothing else. From this vantage point, one could gaze upon the nightscape of Jiangnan City. The mountain breeze brought a refreshing sensation, and the atmosphere exuded tranquility, reminiscent of a hidden paradise. Tian Youzi found herself captivated by the view. Arriving here felt like a complete departure from her previous state of mind. The bustling city had its merits, yet the serene beauty of this place was undeniable. Jun Xiaoyao felt a profound sense of contentment with their surroundings. Ding. Event triggered. Master has discovered the heart of the earth. Reward, 10,000 points. Ding. Event triggered. Master carried Su Mingyao. Reward, 500 points. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Yet another event had been triggered. Chapter 31. The Earth's Core Veins. Eternal Fragments. What are the Earth's core veins? A fragment of Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness penetrated into the realm of origins, initiating a dialogue with the system. During the chaotic primordial era, a powerful being transformed their corporeal form into a world, giving rise to 12 Earth's core veins. This world is Earth, with each core vein representing an eternal fragment. When 12 eternal fragments converge, they will form a divine artifact of eternity. Due to the limitations of the Master's knowledge and cultivation, the system refrains from divulging too much, merely informing the Master that Earth is far more complex than it appears on the surface. It possesses the capacity to tremble the entire universe, wishing the Master an early acquisition of all 12 eternal fragments. The system's voice resonated, unveiling a grand enigma to Jun Xiaoyao. This pertains to Earth. Fascinating. It seems that our planet harbors monumental secrets yet to be uncovered, Jun Xiaoyao mused. Subsequently, his consciousness withdrew from the realm of origins. Beside him, Su Mingyao nestled closely, while Tian Youzi clasped his hand, both gazing at the nocturnal scenery of Jiangnan City. Shall we settle down here from now on? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, his gaze fixed upon the young women. Beneath the night sky, the girls appeared ethereal and exquisite, akin to fairies. Of course, wherever my brother is, there I shall be, Su Mingyao replied joyfully. And what about me? Tian Youzi looked at Jun Xiaoyao and Su Mingyao, jealousy surging within her. What do you mean? Don't you have a home of your own? Jun Xiaoyao responded, momentarily taken aback. This woman was rather perplexing. Why drag my matters with Mingyao into this? I wish to reside here as well. It's settled, Tian Youzi declared, turning away, no longer casting her gaze upon Jun Xiaoyao. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao extended his hand, and a radiant orb materialized within it. The brilliance erupted instantaneously, reminiscent of a world exploding, dazzling in its luminosity. In that instant, the surroundings were illuminated for miles. A luminous barrier enveloped the small mountain, creating a wondrous and independent realm within. In this newfound world, beauty flourished. The once pitch-black mountain now transformed into a paradise, akin to an ethereal realm. Concurrently, dense spiritual energy continuously converged towards this location, entering the mountain, rendering it undoubtedly the most spiritually rich place on Earth, without exception. This was because Jun Xiaoyao had just set up a grand array of heaven and earth, acquired through his sign-in. This array could originally encompass 1,000 miles, but he deemed it unnecessary, thus only enveloping his territory. The array boasted extraordinary defensive capabilities, impervious even to the mightiest of celestial beings. Beyond its formidable defense, it also possessed the ability to gather spiritual energy, drawing it from the surroundings. Wow, how exquisite! It is truly marvelous. The beauty is breathtaking. Beside him, Tian Youzi and Su Mingyao stood in awe, astonished by Jun Xiaoyao's extraordinary abilities and the stunning scenery before them. The once barren land had transformed into a paradise, a realm of ethereal beauty. Tomorrow, arrangements would be made to enclose this enchanting place. Jun Xiaoyao affectionately tousled the girl's hair, envisioning a future where he and Yao Yao would dwell here, crafting a garden fit for a princess, for indeed, Yao Yao was his little princess. How delightful! Su Mingyao nodded, already enamored with the surroundings. For now, she would make do. I will go outside to cultivate. Upon entering the villa, he noted its 2 stories, furnished with all necessities. Though it appeared uninhabited, requiring the addition of daily essentials and bedding, there was even only one bed. Fortunately, the cupboard held a clean, brand new thin quilt. As he spoke, he stepped outside, leaving the room for Su Mingyao and Tian Luobing. Brother, I'm afraid to be alone, the girl pouted, her delicate lips forming a soft plea as she gazed longingly at Jun Xiaoyao. Isn't she with you? Jun Xiaoyao replied, taken aback. What is there to fear? Besides, Tian Luobing is here too. You two can sleep together without worry. Will Sister Bing not return tonight? Su Mingyao inquired, casting a glance at Tian Youzi. Attempting to communicate discreetly, yet Tian Youzi feigned ignorance. Nonsense. Of course, I won't return. It's too late. I shall stay here, Tian Youzi replied with a smile, feeling elated. Today, she was thrilled to have more opportunities to interact with Jun Xiaoyao, and now she knew his new residence, allowing her to visit him frequently. As time passed, she believed she would have her chance. However, the girl insisted, I want to sleep with brother. In her childhood, he had always kept her company. And only as she grew older did she transition to her own bed, though she frequently found excuses to linger near him. The past 2 years of his absence had been filled with both worry and longing. Now that he had returned, she yearned to be close to him again, thinking, it has been so long since I've slept beside brother. Besides, I have grown up now. I will marry him one day, and we shall be together forever. Be good. Sleep early. You have school tomorrow, Jun Xiaoyao said, gently ruffling the girl's hair. All right, Su Mingyao replied reluctantly, pouting, yet she acquiesced. Jun Xiaoyao exited the room and settled onto a lounge chair by the pool, where he soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 32, 5 billion. Received within the confines of the room, 2 deities, one tall and one petite, found themselves devoid of slumber. Sister Yaoer, you are quite grown. Do you not feel any embarrassment sharing a bed with your brother? Tian Youzi inquired. A subtle tension arose between them, stemming from their shared affection for Jun Xiaoyao. Since I was 5, I have been with my brother. We rely on each other, and it was he who raised me. Moreover, I intend to marry him in the future. Now that I have matured, is it not entirely normal for us to sleep together? Besides, I have not seen him in 2 years. I simply wish to be with him. Su Mingyao replied earnestly, her expression serious. To her, everything seemed perfectly reasonable. By the way, where are your parents? Tian Youzi asked with curiosity, her face reflecting astonishment. It appeared that they were not truly siblings. My mother and my brother's mother were sisters. 10 years ago, our parents, along with our aunts and uncles, suffered a tragic accident, leaving only my brother and me. Su Mingyao murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Despite having her brother by her side over the years, she still felt the sting of losing her parents. Fortunately, she had a brother who cherished and adored her, a brother who, although not her biological father, raised her as his own. Yaoer, I am truly sorry. I did not mean to bring up such painful memories, Tian Youzi expressed, feeling a surge of guilt for inadvertently touching upon Su Mingyao's wounds. She was taken aback, realizing that both Jun Xiaoyao and Su Mingyao were orphans. It was no wonder their bond was so profound. Reflecting upon her own situation, she thought how much she would yearn for a brother like him if she were in their shoes. It is all right. I am content just having my brother. Su Mingyao smiled softly, for in her heart, her brother had long since filled the void left by her parents. Could you tell me more about him? Tian Youzi eagerly requested, intrigued by the enigmatic figure of Jun Xiaoyao, an individual more powerful than deities themselves. My brother? In a word, he is simply extraordinary. When we were children, he was quite the mischievous rascal. However, everything changed overnight after our parents' tragedy. He matured swiftly, becoming a stalwart protector in my eyes. He cared for me, loved me, and showered me with affection. I have adored him since childhood, yet he regarded me merely as his sister. As I grew older, he began to distance himself, but I always found ways to remain close. 2 years ago, after his girlfriend broke up with him, he vanished, only to return today. Su Mingyao reminisced about their childhood, her cherubic face alight with bliss. Sweet, innocent, and untainted, this night was filled with cherished memories. 2 lovely ladies engaged in an extensive conversation, all centered around Jun Xiaoyao. The following day, Jun Xiaoyao accompanied Su Mingyao to school. Despite her ability to cultivate and her status as a spiritual master, she was still young and needed to focus on her studies. Tian Luobing also went to the company. However, half an hour later, his phone rang with an unknown number. Xiaoyao, the funds from the Shanguan family are in place. Please send me your account details. Upon answering, the melodious and sweet voice of Tian Luobing resonated through the line. It turned out to be her grandfather inquiring about Jun Xiaoyao's account for the transfer. As for how she obtained his phone number, it was undoubtedly disclosed by Yao Yao. Jun Xiaoyao, after concluding the call, promptly sent over his bank account details. 10 minutes later, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Your account has been credited with 500,000,000,000,000, and the available balance is 500,001,189,100. It was revealed that the system had already linked to his account, providing alerts for any account changes. 500 billion had arrived. The Shanguan family acted swiftly. It was not hard to comprehend their urgency. After all, 500 billion is no small sum. Even if the Shanguan family's assets were in the trillions, their liquid capital was likely limited. The ability to mobilize such a vast amount of funds in mere hours speaks volumes about their formidable influence. With newfound wealth, Jun Xiaoyao contemplated preparing his new home meticulously. A smile adorned his face as he reflected on his life. The wealthiest he had ever been was merely 1 million. Back when his parents were still alive. Following their tragic demise, his finances dwindled as he had to provide for both himself and Yao Yao, especially since her education required financial support. Before the arrival of this 500 billion, he had barely a few 100,000 left. Of course, with his unparalleled strength, money had become a trivial matter. The sudden influx of 500 billion brought him joy, as he could now indulge in his desires and buy Yao Yao more exquisite clothing and toys. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao contacted a construction company, commissioning the erection of a wall and electric fencing to enclose the entire hill and the surrounding vacant land. With wealth comes the ability to command resources. 3 construction firms mobilized over 1,000 workers, completing the installation of the wall and electric fence in just half a day. The wall stood 10 meters high, equipped with surveillance cameras placed every 5 meters, ensuring no blind spots. Constructed from electric fencing and steel, the entire project consumed 70 million. However, to Jun Xiaoyao, that amount was but a drop in the bucket. Money was merely a number. Once the wall was completed, he began to organize the interior, transforming it into a veritable paradise. In truth, the alterations within were not significant. It is merely a simple adjustment, without significant alterations or extensive work involved. These matters are entirely managed by the construction company. Provided that the funds are in order, everything can be negotiated. As for him, he simply procures some daily necessities to arrange the kitchen. Once everything is completed, the Jun family must address certain issues. Jun Xiaoyao emerged from the pool, changed into a fresh set of clothing. A faint smile graced his face, yet his eyes were chillingly cold, fixated on the direction of the Jun family. Chapter 33. Can I like what he dislikes? In the Nambo Bay, the Jun family is neither affluent nor powerful, yet they possess a remarkable ability to manage their affairs. The matriarch of the Jun family, much like the Empress Dowager, maintains a strict governance over the household. Since the emergence of Jun Xiaoyao, she has been preoccupied with the idea of leveraging his strength to elevate the family's status. Grandmother, we need not create trouble for Jun Xiaoyao. We could approach the Tian group directly instead. The Tian group has prospered through real estate and pharmaceuticals. Recently, they have developed a new medication. And if we secure the agency rights, we could reap substantial profits and enhance the Jun family's reputation. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao shares a close relationship with the president of the Tian group, who seems to be pursuing him. Given our familial connection, would the Tian group disregard our Jun family? Jun Wuling, in a historical context, could be likened to a sycophant, offering questionable counsel. Deep down, he harbors a twisted psyche, one that oscillates between fear and envy towards Jun Xiaoyao. Once regarded as the crown prince of the Jun family, basking in adoration, he now finds himself overshadowed by Jun Xiaoyao's formidable presence. The emergence of a breathtaking figure like Tian Youzi, who is seemingly pursuing Jun Xiaoyao, only serves to intensify his jealousy. You are indeed correct. My Wuling possesses a sharp mind. Let him handle this matter, the Jun matriarch declared, her satisfaction evident. Grandmother, under what pretext shall I proceed? Jun Wuling inquired, calculating his standing. As the vice director of the Jun family, from this moment forth, you shall be the 3rd vice director, the matriarch responded, beaming with pride. She intended to gradually transfer authority to Jun Wuling, ensuring that upon her passing, he would inherit the family legacy without opposition from others. Thank you, grandmother. I shall set forth and await your good news, Jun Wuling exclaimed, elated. Understanding the hierarchy within the Jun family, he recognized that the matriarch wielded the most power, followed by his grandfather, who was merely a vice director, and then his uncle. Now, as he assumed the title of vice director, this was merely the beginning. Once he secured the agency rights to the new medication from the Tian family, He would solidify his position within the Jun family and inevitably ascend to leadership. The Jun family would flourish under his stewardship, becoming one of the 10 prominent families in Jiangnan City. In due time, others would address him as the head of the Jun family. At the Tianmu building, on the 108th floor, in the executive president's office, Tian Youzi sat gracefully in her swivel chair, contemplating the day's events. She was in remarkably high spirits, her face occasionally lighting up with a smile, as if recalling some joyous memory. In the afternoon, she glanced at the watch on her petite wrist. It was nearly time to leave work. Finally, the end of the day was approaching, she mused. Soon, she began to organize the documents from the day, preparing to depart. No, she ought to head to Longquan Mountain, for that place held him. As for her villa, she had no intention of returning there, especially since Binger had already come back. Miss, someone is looking for you. They claimed to be from the Jun family. The secretary entered at that moment. The Jun family? The Jiangnan Jun family? Do we have any business dealings with them? Tian Youzi was taken aback. The Jun family was his lineage. Whenever she heard the name Jun, it inevitably evoked thoughts of him. Nevertheless, she had discerned from Jun Xiaoyao that he harbored no fondness for his family. In fact, he seemed to harbor resentment toward them. No, the secretary shook his head, nearly laughing at the absurdity. What significance does the Jiangnan Jun family hold? They have no qualifications to collaborate with the Tian group. Let him in, Tian Youzi said after a moment of contemplation. Yes, the secretary nodded and exited. At that moment, a cunning smile graced Tian Youzi's exquisitely cold visage, though her gaze remained frigid. If he despised them, how could I possibly harbor any affection? The astute and clever woman likely surmised the intentions of the so-called deputy director from the Jun family. Before long, the secretary returned, ushering in a youthful man who appeared to be in his 20s. Hello, Tianzong. I am from the Jun family. I have heard that the Tian group has developed a new medication, and we wish to become the exclusive agents for this product. We kindly request an opportunity. The young man introduced himself, revealing that he was the newly appointed deputy director of the Jun family, Jun Wuling. Upon entering the president's office, he was struck by its grandeur. It was indeed lavish beyond imagination. When his gaze fell upon Tian Youzi, he felt a jolt of awe. She was even more breathtaking than the rumors suggested, and his jealousy intensified. If only he could be her man. Considering his connection to the Jun family through Jun Xiaoyao, his previously humble heart swelled with confidence, and his demeanor became more relaxed, as if the Tian group had no choice but to grant the agency rights to the Jun family. The Jun family? What Jun family? Tian Youzi's face turned icy. She radiated the imposing aura of a formidable female CEO, scrutinizing Jun Wuling with a piercing gaze. She was nearly amused, her curiosity piqued. While Jun Xiaoyao soared like a divine dragon above the heavens, this young man was nothing more than a mere worm, utterly incomparable. What audacity he had! To be so confident despite his lack of ability. Where did this confidence stem from? From Jun Xiaoyao, perhaps? If Jun Xiaoyao were to occupy his position, she could easily bestow the entirety of the Tian group upon him. President Tian, your words carry a sting. Although the Jun family may not rival the Tian family, it remains a respectable lineage with assets exceeding 1 billion. Furthermore, even if you choose to disregard my dignity, you ought to extend some consideration towards Xiaoyao. Do you not agree? Jun Wuling's expression darkened. This was not in accordance with the anticipated script. Wasn't he supposed to acquiesce without hesitation? How could he demean the Jun family upon their first encounter, completely oblivious to the fact that Jun Xiaoyao belonged to the Jun family? Chapter 34. Infatuation. The Jun family? 1 billion? Before the Tian family, even the Shanguan clan must yield some respect. Does your Jun family have any connection to Xiaoyao? If it were Xiaoyao who came here, not only would the rights to the new drug be granted, but even the entire Tian group could be bestowed upon him. As for you, there is no dignity to speak of. Leave at once. Tian Youzi furrowed her brows, feeling a wave of disgust. This was a quintessential display of a poor individual boasting. 1 billion in assets? In the face of the Tian family, it is but a mere drop in the ocean. Grant you respect? Who do you think you are? Were it not for your surname Jun, and had you not offended Jun Xiaoyao, you wouldn't even have been permitted to enter this company. Your presence here merely serves to illustrate the stark contrast between a dragon and a worm. Jun Wuling felt a bit bewildered. How could this be? This was not right. Even the face of Jun Xiaoyao could not gain him any favor. Soon, He realized that it was not that the Tian group was dismissing Jun Xiaoyao's status, but rather that Jun Xiaoyao was indifferent to the Jun family, entirely distancing himself from them. Under the formidable aura of Tian Youzi, Jun Wuling slinked out of the company in disgrace. Tian Youzi pondered for a moment, then picked up her phone and dialed a number. The Jun family from Jiangnan came to my company, saying they wanted the rights to the new drug on your behalf, but I did not acquiesce. Once Jun Xiaoyao answered, she recounted the events that had just transpired. On my behalf? How amusing. The Jun family indeed has a sense of humor. Jun Xiaoyao found himself amused by Jun Wuling's antics. What on earth is going on? Xiaoyao, let us go out for a meal. Then I will accompany you to the Jun family. A look of anticipation graced Tian Youzi's face as she spoke with clarity and decisiveness. Typically, she would inquire whether the other had eaten yet, but she understood that such a question would likely prompt Jun Xiaoyao to respond affirmatively and decline her invitation. Not eating. To Tian Youzi's surprise, Jun Xiaoyao succinctly refused her. Then let us proceed to the Jun family. She ventured, vaguely sensing that he would still decline. Longquan Mountain. This time, she miscalculated again. Jun Xiaoyao did not turn her down. Instead, he simply uttered 3 words before abruptly ending the call. Giggling, Tian Youzi was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend the situation. Upon regaining her composure, she burst into laughter and hurried out of the office, driving towards Longquan Mountain. 20 minutes later, at Longquan Mountain, Tian Youzi gazed at the towering walls and grand gates, her heart filled with astonishment and envy. Inside lay a paradise, a realm of immortality. However, she could not enter at present, for the gate had a recognition system, and without passing the identification, entry was impossible. Before long, the gates swung open, and Jun Xiaoyao emerged. Here, Tian Youzi was overjoyed upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao emerge, her small hand waving with delight, embodying the essence of a girl in love rather than the aloof demeanor of a cold CEO. This is for you, Jun Xiaoyao said, as he got into the car. Taking his seat in the passenger side, he extended his hand, presenting a golden puppy to Tian Luobing. Having noticed the envy in her eyes the previous day, it was evident that she had a fondness for Su Mingyao's pet dog. In his realm, he possessed numerous such divine beasts, and gifting her one seemed inconsequential. However, these mystical pets varied in color. Wow, is this for me? Tian Youzi gasped upon seeing the golden puppy, her hands covering her mouth in disbelief, filled with immense excitement. Though the color of this puppy differed from Su Mingyao's, its appearance was strikingly similar, radiating cuteness. She was aware that Su Mingyao's pet was a gift from Jun Xiaoyao, and secretly wished for one herself, yet hesitated to voice her desire, fearing it would not be granted. Thus, she remained silent, never expecting Jun Xiaoyao to offer her one. A surprise that utterly surpassed her imagination, leaving her momentarily flustered. Do you not like it? Jun Xiaoyao retracted his hand, preparing to take the puppy back. I love it. Thank you. Tian Youzi exclaimed, refusing to let him reclaim the puppy, quickly snatching it into her embrace, her joy palpable as her beautiful eyes gazed up at Jun Xiaoyao. His heart fluttered under the intensity of her gaze. Could it be that she was ready to pledge herself to him? Surely it was not so serious. It was merely a pet, and he had received countless others with a simple sign. I suggest you keep it close, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, leaning back in the chair and unexpectedly closing his eyes to rest. Tian Youzi nodded, carefully placing the puppy in the back seat before driving off. The car speeding towards the Jun family residence. In the Western Divine Hall, a sanctuary dedicated to the deities of the Western Empire, all the gods resided here, enjoying the exalted privileges afforded to them. In their eyes, humanity was but a mere ant, born solely to serve their whims. In truth, these so-called deities were, for the most part, akin to demons, mercilessly preying upon ordinary humans, treating them as mere sustenance and their beautiful women as objects of lust, trampling upon the Western populace. The upper echelons of the West were undoubtedly aware of this, for they mirrored such malevolence. Outwardly appearing as benevolent beings, they were, in secret, nothing more than devils. Originally, the Western deities had turned their gaze towards Huaxia, yet harbored an underlying fear of Huaxia's gods. Despite the absence of any divine presence from Huaxia, the civilization's 5,000-year history marked it as a sanctum of mythology, rendering the mythologies of other cultures insignificant in comparison. In the past decade, the Western deities continually tested the waters, yet the myths of the Huaxia remained elusive. Gradually, the confidence of the Western gods swelled, as they brazenly trampled upon the martial arts of Huaxia. Just as the pantheon of Western deities prepared to assert their dominance over Huaxia, the celestial ranking emerged. The appearance of the sovereign emperor, Tian, obliterated all Western gods within the realm of Huaxia, leaving them in a state of shock. How infuriating! Huaxia harbored such a formidable figure. I sensed the presence of treasures, soon to manifest, but did not anticipate the emergence of Tian at this critical juncture, thwarting our plans. The mere Tian can only slay ordinary deities. Surely, those of us ranked within the top 100 can vanquish him. Within the divine hall, countless Western deities congregated, their discussions revolving solely around the celestial ranking and Tian. Their animosity toward Tian was palpable, filled with a fervent desire to flay him alive and reduce his bones to ashes. Chapter 35. The Divine Punishment of the West. Bounty on the Celestial Emperor, his true strength remained an enigma. Although he had vanquished 7 deities, their powers were relatively feeble, and he had defeated them one by one. Had they united, it would surely have been his demise. At the very heart of the divine hall sat 100 deities, the foremost figures of the 8 mythological systems. Each of them held a position within the top 100 of the celestial rankings. In the principal seat resided the king of gods, Zeus. Speaking was Poseidon, ranked 17th, whose prowess was indeed worthy of a top 10 placement. Yet the strength of the deities in the upper echelon rendered victories uncertain. Naturally, in this assembly, he wielded considerable influence. The mandate from the east was clear: the divine punishment must be enacted. A bounty of 10,000 celestial crystals would be awarded to those who could slay the celestial emperor. At this juncture, Odin interjected. The deities within the top 10 possessed absolute authority and could issue commands. 10,000 celestial crystals. That's quite enticing, Odin remarked. We must disseminate the challenge to the celestial emperor. I cannot fathom how a coalition of deities cannot extinguish him. Indeed, confronting the celestial emperor within the realm of the east is unwise. A challenge issued outside of those borders, however, will surely entice him to respond. Thus, it was resolved, a challenge would be extended to the celestial emperor at the heart of the Pacific Ocean, without stipulating the number of combatants. Should the celestial emperor dare to approach the Pacific's core, dozens of Western deities would converge to eliminate him. As for the ensuing discourse, they were indifferent. Once the celestial emperor was eradicated, who among the East would dare voice dissent? In this world, strength reigned supreme. As evening descended upon the Jun residence, indignation permeated the air. How outrageous! They do not even afford the Jun family a semblance of respect. It appeared that Jun Xiaoyao had little standing as well. Jun Wuling had returned, his mission a failure, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Yet, he had no choice but to relay the outcome. Upon hearing his words, the matriarch of the Jun family wore a countenance of displeasure, her face a mask of fury, entirely unaware of the Jun family's precarious position before the celestial family. Grandmother, perhaps it would be best if you summoned Jun Xiaoyao back. He would likely think twice before defying your wishes, suggested Jun Wuling, his expression awkward. When he departed in the afternoon, he had been resolute and brimming with confidence, yet upon his return, he appeared somewhat disheveled and filled with a sense of impotence. Had it been a lesser company, he would have devised a strategy to conquer Tian Youzi, but the Tian family group and Tian Youzi were entities beyond his reach, worlds apart. At this moment, he could not even muster harsh words, all for the sake of the Jun family. Reluctantly, I found myself compelled to contact that little wretch. The matriarch of the Jun family sighed, acknowledging the dominance of strength over mere humanity. Were it within her power, she would certainly avoid encountering that little wretch, for each meeting only served to provoke her ire. As she spoke, she retrieved her phone, yet could find no record of Jun Xiaoyao within its depths. Was she preparing to call me? There was no need for that. At that moment, an icy voice echoed from outside the grand hall of the Jun residence, sending chills down the spine. Suddenly, a young man and a woman appeared at the entrance. The young man, effortlessly elegant and strikingly handsome, was the embodiment of a poetic description, a person on the path, as refined as jade, a gentleman unparalleled in the world. The woman, breathtakingly beautiful and exuding an ethereal grace, resembled a celestial goddess descending from the heavens. Together, they formed an exquisitely matched pair. Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Xiaoyao. Upon witnessing the arrival of the young man and woman, The members of the Jun family were momentarily taken aback, astonished that Jun Xiaoyao would grace them with his presence. Previously, his absence stemmed from reluctance and fear, but now it seemed to be a matter of disdain. Yet today, Jun Xiaoyao's unexpected arrival at the Jun residence was indeed surprising. The matriarch's expression soured upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao, and she instinctively called out. A reflexive habit born from years of referring to him as that little wretch since his birth. While his parents were present, her disdain was somewhat tempered. But after their departure, little wretch became his enduring moniker. "Ah, you've come," she remarked, her tone betraying the tension in the air. Many recognized Tian Youzi, the president of the Tian Group, a colossal entity in Jiangnan City, where her remarkable acumen had tripled the company's valuation and wealth within a mere 3 years. For the Jun family, her presence was akin to a luminous moon in the sky, distant and unattainable. Yet, here she was, accompanying Jun Xiaoyao into their midst. Tian Youzi remained cold and silent, indifferent to the greetings of others. "I heard you visited the Tian group today," Jun Xiaoyao said as he approached Jun Wuling, his voice calm and unremarkable, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Yes, indeed. What of it?" Jun Wuling responded, his voice trembling with unease. "Does the Jun family seek collaboration with the Tian family? Is it to be contingent upon my favor?" Jun Xiaoyao continued. "Is that not permissible?" Jun Wuling stammered, attempting to defend himself. However, with Tian Youzi present, he found himself unable to muster any further argument. "Do I have any ties to the Jun family?" Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly. This left Jun Wuling at a loss for words. "Today, upon arriving at Jun's residence, it was not my intention to discuss the trivial matters concerning your family. You have sold my villa, a property bestowed upon me by my parents, and it does not belong to the Jun family. Let us meticulously calculate this matter. How do you wish to resolve it?" Jun Xiaoyao spoke, as he moved to take a seat in an unoccupied space, while Tian Youzi stood gracefully beside him, akin to a dutiful wife. Chapter 36. The name Jun Xiaoyao is your taboo, you wretched creature. That villa belongs to the Jun family. After residing there for over a decade, should you not offer some form of compensation? The matriarch of the Jun family spoke. Just moments earlier, Jun Xiaoyao had made his entrance, disregarding her entirely, which incited her ire. A resounding slap was the response to her provocation. This unexpected act astounded everyone present. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was a member of the Jun family, and despite the matriarch's faults, she was still his grandmother, deserving of respect. Yet, they were gravely mistaken. Jun Xiaoyao had transcended worldly concerns. Moreover, the matriarch had never regarded him as a true family member or grandson, and thus, he felt no obligation to show her reverence. In his heart, he believed that if one treats him with an inch of respect, he would reciprocate with a mile. If one encroaches upon him an inch, he would seize a whole expanse of sky in return. "You, Jun Xiaoyao, you unfilial wretch. Have you truly lost your senses, striking even the matriarch? Are you still human?" Instantly, the dozen or so attendees from the Jun family began to chastise him, labeling him as ungrateful and lacking in moral education. In summary, they condemned him as irredeemably wicked. Continue with your tirade." In the grand hall, the sharp sound of slaps echoed, gradually drowning out the cacophony of insults. For with every derogatory remark, Jun Xiaoyao delivered a resounding slap in response. Before long, the only sound resonating in the air was that of stinging slaps, and the hall fell into a profound silence. Jun Xiaoyao, with a smile, surveyed the gathered members of the Jun family. "Though I, Jun Xiaoyao, may not be a paragon of virtue, I have never committed heinous acts that would incur the wrath of heaven and humanity. I have not even uttered a curse. Yet I find it impossible to justify any respect towards you. From my childhood, my parents were looked down upon by you, and upon my birth, you referred to me as a wretched creature. I pondered on my surname, Jun. Eventually, I came to understand that the Jun of Jun Xiaoyao and the Jun of the Jiangnan Jun family are not synonymous. Originally, my father was a member of the Jun family and deserved his share of the inheritance. Today, I shall reclaim my father's rightful legacy. As for your acquisition of my villa, which indirectly harmed my sister, I shall ensure that you remain bedridden for life." Jun Xiaoyao spoke with unhurried poise. As he concluded, he raised his hand gently, and a flash of brilliance illuminated the space, striking Jun Wuling. In an instant, Jun Wuling let out a cry and collapsed to the ground. Wuling! Wuling! Upon witnessing Jun Wuling's fall, His parents and the matriarch of the Jun family screamed, fearing he had met his demise. Someone, assist me in taking an account. Calculate how much my father should receive. Without my father's share, the Jun family possesses nothing. Jun Xiaoyao did not visit Jun Wuling. He rose and walked towards the hall's exit. Very well. Tian Youzi nodded. The Tian Corporation holds a vast fortune, with an abundance of lawyers at their disposal. They could swiftly liquidate the Jun family's assets. With the might of the Tian Corporation, erasing a company valued at 10 billion is akin to an elephant trampling an ant. Jun Xiaoyao, how dare you? The members of the Jun family felt utterly powerless upon hearing his words. Without the Jun family, they would be no different from ordinary people. Transitioning from affluence to poverty was a reality they could not bear. As for the collapse of a 10 billion asset company, they had no doubts. For the Tian Corporation was overwhelmingly powerful. The name Jun Xiaoyao is your taboo. Utter it again, and it shall be a farewell forever. Jun Xiaoyao's voice echoed outside the Jun residence, and as his words fell, the sound of a supercar roared to life, swiftly fading into the distance. At that moment, despair enveloped the Jun family. Each felt as though they had lost their parents. In truth, individuals like them would rather lose their parents than their wealth. If Jun Xiaoyao were to offer them money, they would gladly call him Grandpa Jun. Is it appealing? Jun Xiaoyao inquired from the car, aware that Tian Luobing was merely there for the spectacle. He was indifferent to others' perceptions of his actions, for he was simply that kind of person. Not bad. The Jun family truly is a peculiar bunch. Tian Youzi chuckled, not only lacking any disdain for Jun Xiaoyao's methods, but rather admiring them. A man should be this way. I have no ties to them. Let us dine. It is my treat. Jun Xiaoyao declared, feeling a bit famished after a day without food. How delightful. Tian Youzi exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Today was simply too wonderful. First, she received a pet, and now an invitation to dinner. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? The thought caused her exquisite face to flush. Yet, even if there were genuine feelings, she would welcome them, perhaps even look forward to them. Internally, she chided herself. Tian Youzi, what are you thinking? Is that appropriate for a young lady? It's merely a meal. Aren't you hungry? Jun Xiaoyao remarked. In truth, he wished to avoid owing Tian Luobing a favor. Moreover, although he had not known her long, he had come to understand that she was a good girl. It was just unfortunate that he had already committed to Yao Yao. Or perhaps it was simply that the two shared no destiny or emotional foundation. Tian Jia sought to win him over, to curry favor with him, and he granted this opportunity. Thus, Tian Luobing could also be considered one of his own. Chapter 37. Western Deities. The encounter with the Celestial Emperor at 9 o'clock in the evening. After finishing their meal, Tian Youzi drove towards Longquan Mountain. Inside the car, Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi remained silent. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance. Goodbye, Jun Xiaoyao instructed Tian Youzi to stop the car and then alighted. Hey! Tian Youzi's eyes glimmered with mist. Her rosy lips pursed as if she had been deeply wronged. Is this acceptable? Jun Xiaoyao understood Tian Luobing's intentions. She resided here. However, he felt it was not appropriate. Yet, the sight of her in such distress was truly heart-wrenching. All right, Tian Youzi responded, displaying her cleverness. Communication flowed easily between them. She comprehended Jun Xiaoyao's thoughts, yet she would not concede, even though she was aware that he had 5 other fiancés, including Binger. But what of it? Because I am irresistibly drawn to you. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head but still opened the gate, allowing the sports car to enter. Upon witnessing the transformation within, Tian Youzi was utterly astonished. In just a single day, this place, once barren land, had transformed into a verdant garden. The environment was exquisite, and with the enhancement of the formation, the night sky here was adorned with stars, resembling a celestial wonderland. Where is Yao? Is she staying at school? Tian Youzi inquired, her heart brimming with anticipation and excitement as she noticed Su Mingyao's absence. She has been at school these past 2 days. The holidays are approaching, and she'll return once they commence, Jun Xiaoyao replied. With only a month until the break, Su Mingyao had been residing at school, and he had promised to take Yaoer out for training once the holidays began. Presently, Yaoer had become a spiritual sense master, and with the protection of the Chaos Qilin, even the Western deities could not pose a threat to her. Thus, he felt at ease. At noon, he transferred 2 billion to Yaoer's card. To him, money was merely a number. Yaoer was still studying, and she deserved to be raised in abundance. Where will I reside? Tian Youzi asked. In a villa. I've tidied it up a bit, but there is still much to organize, Jun Xiaoyao responded casually. I'll take care of it, Tian Youzi said. Observing Jun Xiaoyao's intent to tidy the room, she instantly began to take action. Though she was the daughter of the Tian family conglomerate, she was not the pampered type. Seeing Tian Youzi in motion, Jun Xiaoyao relished the rare moment of leisure, reclining on a chair by the pool, gazing at the ever-changing stars in the night sky. An hour later, Tian Youzi had organized the room, and the villa now resembled a home. Xiaoyao, look. Tian Youzi approached Jun Xiaoyao, enveloped in a fragrant breeze, and offered him her phone. What is it? Jun Xiaoyao replied, momentarily taken aback and still groggy from sleep, having just awakened. The Western deities have issued a challenge to you, Tian Youzi announced. On the phone's browser, the screen was filled with discussions regarding the Western deities challenging the Heavenly Emperor Jun. It seemed that across the entire internet and various platforms, from major media outlets to forums, the topic of the Western challenge was ubiquitous. Western deities challenged the Heavenly Emperor at the pinnacle of the Pacific. Date, September 18th. After reading this, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly. Ah, the points are coming in. The West cannot remain still, can they? Since they have issued a challenge, I shall teach them a lesson, making it clear that they are nothing more than half-evolved beings, not the so-called deities they proclaim to be. Are you ready for battle? Tian Youzi inquired, her eyes filled with concern. Of course, he replied, for that day, September 18th, is one that the people of Huaxiao must remember. He prepared to return to slumber. The room has already been tidied up, Tian Youzi informed him. With only 2 days remaining until the battle, it would take Jun Xiaoyao less than half a day to reach the heart of the Pacific, given his strength exceeded that of the deities. However, this challenge was set not within the borders of Huaxiao, but in the open seas of the Pacific. Could there be some hidden conspiracy? Moreover, the Western deities numbered in the thousands, concealing many super deities, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary gods. Oh, Jun Xiaoyao responded, rising to accompany Tian Youzi to their quarters. This is your room, this is mine, and Yao's is over there, Tian Youzi pointed out. The 3 rooms were all situated on the 2nd floor, not far apart. Fortunately, the villa's rooms were all suites, each containing 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a kitchen, even a living room, making it quite convenient. This villa belonged to the Shanguan family, and although uninhabited, it was constructed with exquisite luxury. After all, in such a vast space, land was not a concern. In the luxurious and spacious villa known as Linjiang Garden, Tian Luobing sat cross-legged, deeply engrossed in her cultivation. Since her return yesterday, she had devoted herself to healing her wounds. In her previous life, she was the unparalleled empress of Taishan Tian, unmatched in power and skill. After her reincarnation, she had suppressed her own realm to solidify her foundation. Unfortunately, all the treasures and resources from her past life were lost, forcing her to start anew. She had sustained injuries while pursuing a particular artifact, marking her first injury since her reincarnation. If not for her formidable strength akin to that of a martial emperor, she would have perished long ago in her current state of a mere grandmaster. Finally, I have recovered, she murmured. Tian Luobing opened her eyes, within which flickered an enigmatic chill. Standing gracefully, she embodied a celestial beauty, exuding an ethereal presence. Her gaze was resolute and frosty, unmistakably reminiscent of an ice goddess. An aura of supreme imperial power enveloped her, yet at this moment, she bore a hint of youthful innocence, for she was merely 18 years old. The heart of ice proved to be extraordinary, enabling me to completely heal my injuries in just a single day. If I could master the heart of ice entirely, I would swiftly regain the heights I once achieved in my past life, Tian Luobing mused. Her voice was cold, yet irresistibly enchanting. As she spoke, she walked barefoot into the living room, took a seat on the sofa, and turned on the television. Instantly, a flood of information left her in a state of astonishment. Chapter 38. His name is Jun Xiaoyao, your fiancé, the Emperor of Heaven. Such a presence exists in Huaxiao. I yearn to witness it firsthand. The television is inundated with news and updates about Jun Tiandi. The latest headlines indicate that the Western deities have challenged Jun Tiandi to a duel at the heart of the Pacific Ocean. Subsequently, Tian Luobing retrieves her mobile phone, where prominent forums and media outlets are saturated with the name of Jun Tiandi, his presence dominating the discourse, establishing his supremacy in Huaxia. After absorbing this information, Tian Luobing is utterly astonished. Of course, the prowess of Jun Tiandi cannot possibly match that of her previous life. However, the current version of herself is far from being his equal. Furthermore, there are rumors circulating online suggesting that Jun Tiandi is likely under the age of 30. If this is indeed true, then in Tai Xian Tian, he would be a prodigy rarely seen in a million years. Perhaps even more extraordinary than she was in her former life. Earth, a realm where spiritual energy has only just begun to revive, astonishingly nurtures such miraculous figures, exceeding her wildest imaginings. The heavenly rankings are equally remarkable. It seems this earth is not as simple as it appears, Tian Luobing muses softly. Having reincarnated for over a decade, she has adapted to life on earth. She is, in essence, both a member of earth and Tai Xian Tian. In this world, martial arts civilization is just beginning, yet it offers pleasures and lifestyles that are unparalleled by Tai Xian Tian. Where's my sister? And who was that person yesterday? How did he know my name? It seems he is quite familiar with me, and his strength is formidable. I cannot see through him. Could it be that he mistook me for my sister? Tian Luobing ponders deeply. Despite her sharp intellect, confusion lingers in her heart. That individual must be a friend of her sister, someone she holds in high regard. Otherwise, her sister would not have brought him here. It is known that her sister, though different in temperament, possesses an aloof demeanor. A renowned cold CEO, she has never allowed anyone to draw close. Many have sought to pursue her, yet none have captured her attention. The fact that she brought someone here yesterday is indeed astonishing. Wait, no, that person called out my name, meaning he must have mistaken me for my sister. Why would my sister use my name? What is truly happening? Suddenly, Tian Luobing realizes a crucial point. The young man did not see her as her sister, but rather saw her sister as her. Could it be that he was seeking her and not her sister? With this thought, she picks up her phone and dials her sister's number. Sister, are you not coming back yet? Tian Luobing inquires. It is already past 9. You should have returned by now. You know how rarely my sister stays out late. Even though she is the CEO of the Tian Corporation, she usually avoids such social engagements. I have a few matters to attend to. How is your injury? Tian Youzi softly inquired from within the room at Longquan Mountain. You have returned. I have something to ask you, Tian Luo's cold voice responded, a sense of unease stirring within her. Why was her sister speaking in such a hushed tone? Had she encountered some trouble? Can it wait until tomorrow? Tian Youzi pleaded, reluctant to return. No, immediately. Otherwise, I shall come to find you. Tian Luo decisively rejected her request, insisting that her sister return at once. The more Tian Luo insisted, the more curious and perplexed Tian Youzi became. Fine, she replied, exasperated. What kind of sister behaves like this? I am utterly powerless against her. With that, she got dressed, tidied herself up, and exited the room to bid farewell to Jun Xiaoyao before departing Longquan Mountain. In the car, Tian Youzi's thoughts raced. What could be so urgent that I needed her to come back? A few minutes later, the vehicle pulled into the villa. In the living room, Tian Luo, now clad in her sleepwear, displayed her stunning figure with perfection, though she exuded an icy demeanor akin to a glacier. Ice, what is it? Tian Youzi asked, glancing at her sister, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. They were so alike in appearance that even their auras mirrored each other. If placed together, one would struggle to discern who was Tian Youzi and who was Tian Luo. Sister, I must inquire. Who was that person yesterday? Tian Luo's gaze fixed intently on Tian Youzi, resembling an examination. At that moment, she emanated an air of imperial authority, laced with a hint of pressure, as she suspected her sister was withholding the truth. Do you need me to tell the truth? Tian Youzi replied. Beside her, Tian Luo shot her a look that conveyed a clear message. Isn't that obvious? You must speak the truth. He is Jun Xiaoyao, your fiancé, Tian Youzi stated, her exquisite and delicate face revealing signs of discomfort. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had come to seek Tian Luo, even if it was to annul the engagement. Yet here she was, masquerading as ice, burdened by feelings of guilt and resentment. However, she felt no regret. If given the choice again, she would act the same way. What? My fiancé? Are you joking? Tian Luo was taken aback. Indeed, her sister's revelation left her utterly astonished, far beyond her imagination. This matter was genuinely connected to her. Yet she never anticipated such a relationship. The once great timing heavenly empress had, in her reincarnation, ended up with a fiancé. How absurd. Chapter 39, Engagement? This emperor shall not be swayed by love or marriage. I am not jesting. Tian Youzi replied. She could empathize with her sister's feelings. How could one as proud as she accept such a reality? To be honest, she too initially struggled to accept it. Yet, this was indeed the truth. Who established this engagement? Furthermore, since he is my fiancé, what is your relationship with him? Tian Luo Bing felt a chill envelop her, fury swelling within. If the person before her were not her sister, she would surely have obliterated her with a single strike. Rage. Unrestrained rage. This engagement was decreed by grandfather. Binger, I ask you, do you accept this engagement? Tian Youzi inquired. Given her sister's temperament, she was certain of a negative response. An engagement? What a farce. She would undoubtedly reject it. However, the matter at hand transcended mere acceptance or rejection. It pertained to your dealings with him, which are of an entirely different nature. Is there truly a sister like you in this world? Tian Luo Bing was incensed. Although she would not accept any engagement, her sister's actions were misguided. As the illustrious empress of Tian, reigning over a realm and governing the lives of countless beings, how could she possibly be bound in engagement to an ordinary person from Earth? No one in this world is worthy of her. Not in the past, and certainly not in this life. Moreover, this emperor has no intention of falling in love or marrying. In truth, I knew you would not accept. I initially intended to jest and thus agreed on your behalf, but I found myself developing feelings for him. Additionally, do not be angry. At that time, he indeed sought you, but it was not to discuss an engagement. Rather, it was to annul it. By his demeanor, he clearly holds you in disdain. Tian Youzi spoke softly, her heart burdened with guilt. Yet, in matters of the heart, she held no regrets. What? Infuriating. Tian Luo Bing was taken aback. She was genuinely furious, her wrath boundless. The Empress, even in reincarnation, remains unparalleled. It would not be long before she returned to her zenith. How could anyone dare to look down upon her, to provoke this Empress? I shall have him slain. What is so admirable about man? You have so rapidly taken a liking to him. I truly do not understand you. Furthermore, you are merely one of his 5 fiancés. Tian Youzi, observing her sister's reaction, nearly succumbed to laughter. She understood that, given her sister's disposition, she would undoubtedly seek trouble with Jun Xiaoyao. However, she felt no worry. For no matter how much her sister trained over the next 100 years, she would not match Jun Xiaoyao's prowess. Moreover, from what she knew of him, despite his arrogance and decisiveness, he would likely not harm Binger. Tian Luo Bing was utterly infuriated, to the point of losing her desire for speech. In this moment, her sole wish was to annihilate him. How dare he provoke her and make her sister fond of him? Such a grudge could not be alleviated without his destruction. Binger, if you encounter him, please do not reveal our sister's identity, all right? This is the first and last time she has liked someone. While you may pursue your own desires, our sister is different. She cannot cultivate. Do you truly wish to see her live a life of solitude? Tian Youzi spoke, her eyes slightly reddening, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with the faintest hint of tears. She understood that, although her sister appeared cold and indifferent to outsiders, she treated her with great kindness. I really don't comprehend you. It would be best if I never encounter him. Otherwise, I will ensure he is reincarnated. A scoundrel. Tian Luo Bing was speechless, finding her sister's irrationality perplexing. She had always believed that no one would ever capture her sister's heart. Yet someone had managed to breach that barrier. After speaking, she exited the living room and returned to her own chamber. Binger, rest assured, you are no match for him. Upon witnessing her sister's demeanor, Tian Youzi recognized that Binger had forgiven her and acquiesced to her request. Humph. Tian Luo Bing scoffed, adopting an air of indifference. This sister of hers had become bewitched, losing both her rationality and emotional intelligence. Even if he possessed great strength, could he truly contend with the emperor? In Huaxia, the capital serves as the epicenter of power, economy, and culture. Within the palace, countless experts congregate, representing the backbone of Huaxia's martial arts elite, the very pillars of strength. Over the past decade, the emergence of Western deities has subjected Huaxia's martial arts to relentless oppression. However, the emperor has risen forcefully, shattering this grim situation. Now, the Western deities have issued a challenge to the emperor in the heart of the Pacific. Given their treachery and deceit, they undoubtedly harbor some sinister plot aimed at undermining the emperor. If Huaxia were to lose the emperor, The martial arts community would face dire consequences, suffering oppression reminiscent of 3 centuries past. Would the emperor accept the challenge? It is indeed a predicament. Agreeing could lead to traps, while refusal could be detrimental to both him and Huaxia. The odds are stacked against him. The emperor must respond. Should he choose to engage, we shall rally to the heart of the Pacific in support. Huaxia will triumph. The emperor will emerge victorious. The challenge from the Western deities has instilled anxiety among countless martial artists in Huaxia. After all, the West boasts thousands of deities. The 7 deities vanquished by the emperor were merely of low rank and defeated individually. Should several higher-ranked deities join forces, particularly those within the top 100, the stakes would be perilously high. Does the Emperor Jun still possess a chance of victory? There remains a glimmer of hope. If Emperor Jun were to unveil his true strength, the Western powers would no longer harbor any trepidation towards him. The challenge issued by the deities of the West has stirred the hearts and minds of the entire Chinese populace. Chapter 40. Upon the Pacific. Encountering Tian Luo, being the heart of the Pacific, lies deep within its vast expanse, a territory designated as the heart of the Pacific by the strong. This place is a no-man's land, where warriors may engage in combat. With the news of the Western deities challenging the Emperor of Heaven spreading across the globe, countless warriors and powerful beings rushed to witness this divine duel. After all, although numerous Western deities had emerged, a true divine battle had yet to be witnessed. The Emperor of Heaven had eradicated 7 deities with overwhelming strength, leaving spectators yearning for more. Now, as the Western deities prepare for this encounter, it promises to be a spectacle of epic proportions. Concurrently, at least 200 satellites worldwide are locked onto the heart of the Pacific, broadcasting every moment to the world. Can I go? Tian Youzi inquired softly from within the villa at Longquan Mountain, aware that Jun Xiaoyao intended to journey to the heart of the Pacific today. The eve of the duel. Baggage, Jun Xiaoyao replied, casting a glance at Tian Youzi, his tone cool and dismissive. He found it perplexing that, despite being the world's foremost master and ranked first on the talent list, she insisted on pretending to be an ordinary person. Was there any merit in that? Furthermore, with her mastery level, daring to attend the battle at the heart of the Pacific was akin to courting death. Tian Youzi pouted her rosy lips, displaying her discontent. Alas, she lacked both the cultivation and the talent for martial arts. How wonderful it would be if she could train. Jun Xiaoyao departed from Longquan Mountain and made his way to the airport, preparing to leave the country. Half a day later, aboard a colossal cruise ship on the Pacific, Jun Xiaoyao reveled in the sea breeze, feeling at ease. It's you. What brings you here? A figure emerged in Jun Xiaoyao's line of sight. Upon recognition, both were momentarily taken aback, for the newcomer was Tian Luobing. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao, Tian Luobing felt a surge of resentment, wishing to eliminate him on the spot. She had come to witness the battle between the Emperor of Heaven and the Western deities, not anticipating that she would encounter her so-called fiancé aboard the cruise. The man her sister fancied. Jun Xiaoyao was equally stunned. Although he had contemplated accompanying her, he had ultimately declined, not expecting her to come alone. What business is it of yours? Tian Luobing replied frostily, fully aware that he regarded her as merely a sister. Her heart brimmed with frustration. What is your issue? Are you out of sorts? Jun Xiaoyao retorted, his irritation palpable. This woman, today, it seems as though she has transformed into a different person, cold and unyielding like a block of ice, exuding a chilling aura that is distinctly terrifying. It is evident that her cultivation has reached a breakthrough, ascending to the innate level. This transformation was not apparent earlier in the morning. I simply cannot comprehend it. What did you say? Seeking death? Tian Luobing is infuriated, her exquisitely beautiful face radiating a fierce aura. How dare this man suggest that I am unreasonable and even imply that I suffer from irregularities? Is that a sensible thing to say? I am your fiancé, or rather, I am the sister of your girlfriend, your sister-in-law as well. Wait, what am I even thinking? I am not your fiancé. Your relationship with my sister is of no concern to me. Moreover, I shall not grant you your wish. As she spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from her, yet upon glancing around, she had no choice but to retract it. Event triggered. Master encounters Tian Luobing. Reward points 5,000. Event triggered. Master angers Tian Luobing. Reward points 3,000. Jun Xiaoyao gazed at Tian Luobing, utterly speechless. This woman is utterly incomprehensible. Does she perhaps have a mental issue? Furthermore, She appears slightly younger than this morning, rather naive. Jun Xiaoyao, of course, is unaware that this is the true Tian Luo Bing, who is only 18 years old. Previously, he had encountered her sister, Tian Youzi. In his mind, the system's notification chimes rang out, heralding the arrival of yet another event, granting him a sudden influx of 8,000 points. Now, his available points stand at 38,200. With an additional 12,000 points, he could upgrade everything at once. It seems the system is in a good mood today. Just a few days ago, no events triggered while he was with Tian Luo Bing. Jun Xiaoyao mused to himself, regardless of the circumstances, what matters is accumulating points. Nothing else is of concern. Wait a moment, keep your distance. Jun Xiaoyao instructed Tian Luo Bing. What does innate cultivation matter? In the face of a battle at the revered level, all is but a fleeting cloud, easily vanquished. Mind your own affairs, lest you perish here. Tian Luo Bing shot him a cold glance. Although she cannot discern his cultivation level, she believes he is not her match. How dare he suggest she should keep her distance? He ought to be wary of his own safety, lest he face death here and cause her sister grief. Dying here would be preferable, as it would free her sister from emotional turmoil. Such concern is rather unique. Jun Xiaoyao's spirits are high today, teasing Tian Luo Bing playfully. Are you that bored? Will silence lead to your demise? Tian Luo Bing is on the verge of spitting blood. This man treats her as if she were his sister. She is truly baffled that her sister is attracted to such a man, despite his handsome appearance. There are no advantages to speak of. Having uttered these words, she turned on her heel and departed. She dared not linger any longer. Remaining here would surely drive her to the brink of despair or compel her to take drastic measures against him. Chapter 41, Global Attention. The War of the Deities. The following day, the cruise ship ceased its journey, for ahead lay the so-called heart of the Pacific, the site where the Western deities would engage in a fateful battle against the Emperor of Heaven. This divine conflict promised to be cataclysmic, a devastation beyond imagination. Even those who wished to witness the spectacle would prefer to avoid certain death. A radius of 300 miles around the heart of the Pacific was strictly off-limits to navigation, as the repercussions of the divine clash were unfathomable. Regrettably, all that could be done was to observe from afar. What? Do you wish to partake? The weather is splendid, with a clear sky, perfect for a divine confrontation. Within the 300-mile radius, not a soul could be found. Yet, beyond this perimeter gathered tens of thousands, all aboard ships or cruise liners, too fearful to approach the battleground. Simultaneously, warriors from every nation worldwide formed small groups, either gathered around televisions or clutching tablets and smartphones, vigilantly monitoring the changes in the Pacific. Brother, you must prevail. In Jiangnan City, at the first high school, a young girl rested her delicate hand on her chin, gazing intently at her phone screen. Her expression remained composed, yet anxiety churned within her, for this was indeed a contest between Western deities, and surely there would be more than one formidable opponent. Nevertheless, she firmly believed her brother would overcome all adversities and return safely. I too wish to cultivate my skills, but alas, I lack the talent. In the Tianmu building, on the 108th floor, the CEO's office, Tian Youzi had postponed all her appointments today, as her mind was consumed by thoughts of the Pacific, entirely focused on him. She had specifically requested her secretary to bring in a large-screen monitor, dedicating it to the live feed from the heart of the Pacific, convinced of his assured victory. The spirit of Huaxiao resonated throughout. In Kyoto, countless high-ranking officials and powerful individuals were engulfed in an unprecedented tension, for the outcome was pivotal to the future and fate of a nation and its people. 33 deities ranked within the top 500, 6 within the top 200, 3 among the top 100, and the leading contender, the god of the sea Poseidon, would ensure that today, the Emperor of Heaven would be etched in history. Without the Emperor, Huaxiao would be powerless to halt the advance of the Western deities. In the Divine Hall, innumerable deities focused intently on the heart of the Pacific. However, for those ranked within the top 100, the Emperor of Heaven was hardly worthy of their regard. This time, the Western deities presented a formidable front. While officially comprising 33 deities, they had secretly arranged for several terrifying entities to ensure that the Emperor of Heaven would remain trapped within the heart of the Pacific. On that morning, Jun Xiaoyao awoke and completed his morning routine. In the restaurant of the cruise ship, a simple breakfast was consumed. Upon exiting the dining area and stepping outside, he encountered Tian Luo Bing, who, upon seeing him, emitted a disdainful snort. What a vexing situation. Jun Xiaoyao was at a loss for words. What kind of luck was this? Just this morning, he stumbled upon this woman, who remained as frigid as she had been the day before. Could it be that her mental state was still in disarray? What is it to you? Jun Xiaoyao retorted coldly. Fortunately, he had no intention of accompanying her. Otherwise, he might have been driven to madness. Too ashamed to speak? Tian Luobing attempted to provoke him. Yet, she was oblivious to her own lack of understanding regarding such tactics. After all, with 3,000 years of experience from her past life, she was still outmatched by a modern 20-year-old in social interactions, largely due to her icy pride. Being solely focused on cultivation. Jun Xiaoyao scoffed. You. Tian Luobing seethed with anger, for his tone mirrored her own. What is this attitude? I am. After all, your betrothed. Even if you deem yourself unworthy of me, should you not at least show a modicum of respect? It seems you were just as indifferent when you were with my sister. She truly suffers for having encountered such a man. Suddenly, the previously clear sky erupted with ominous thunder, while the tranquil sea began to churn with monstrous waves, as if heralding the arrival of a cataclysmic storm. In an instant, numerous cruise ships and vessels began to sway violently, and the passengers aboard were thrown into a state of panic. Simultaneously, colossal LED screens appeared on the cruise ship, displaying an empty scene. Before long, a 10-meter-tall blonde man materialized on the screen, wielding a gigantic warhammer, exuding an aura of apocalyptic power that made the very fabric of space tremble before him. Chapter 42. The 33 Deities, the Arrival of Emperor Jun, the Ancient Golden Deity. One of the most formidable gods of the West has appeared. Alas, it is indeed the Ancient Golden Deity. This time, Emperor Jun finds himself in peril. Behold, another deity has arrived. This must be the Grim Reaper from myth. The third deity manifests. The fourth deity emerges. Good heavens, there are a total of 33 deities. All powerful entities ranked within the top 500 on the celestial leaderboard. The Western deities are truly despicable, ganging up 33 against 1. The might of these deities is undeniably terrifying. I surmise that any one of them could sweep through the martial world with ease. It seems the West intends to obliterate Emperor Jun once and for all. The heart of the Pacific, vast and desolate. The endless tumultuous waves and cataclysmic storms are capable of annihilating any human edifice. Yet amidst the tempest, deities continue to emerge. Within a minute's time, 33 deities materialize, forming an enigmatic and intricate formation, clearly intent on collaborating to vanquish Emperor Jun worldwide. A tremor reverberates. The powerful and the humanity of the West are filled with exuberance. Meanwhile, in Huaxiao, a heavy silence descends, for they understand that no matter how formidable Emperor Jun may be, he cannot possibly contend against 33 deities. Of course, if it were a one-on-one encounter, Emperor Jun might stand a chance. However, the Western deities deny him that opportunity. In Huaxia, nearly 3 billion descendants of Yin and Huang chant the name of Emperor Jun. This cheer serves as both encouragement and a morale booster. Regardless of the outcome, he embodies the spirit and backbone of the Huaxia people. In the South Asian subcontinent, the fate of Emperor Jun appears grim. Preparations to invade Huaxia are underway. The leaders of the Tianzhu alliance, several bald-headed figures, issue commands, and soon countless powerful entities and factions within Tianzhu, even those in the business world, are poised to enter Huaxia. The great Huaxia is on the brink of becoming a relic of history. 2 centuries ago, the vision of greater East Asian co-prosperity was left unfulfilled. After today, I shall lead the Yamato to accomplish it. In the island nation, Miyamoto Ikaru gazes at the enormous luminous screen, convinced that the demise of Huaxia's Emperor Jun is inevitable. A secret order is dispatched, and in an instant, thousands of powerful beings head towards Huaxia, ready to breach its borders. Do you think Emperor Jun still stands a chance? On the cruise ship, Tian Luobing inquires of Jun Xiaoyao beside her. In truth, she is anxious. Should Emperor Jun fall, Huaxia would face catastrophic ruin. Deprived of her restored strength, she cannot alter the course of events. In her heart, the yet-to-be-seen Emperor Jun is the first to capture her attention. A flicker of inexplicable admiration lingered in her heart. Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback. The tone of her voice was peculiar. After all, I am Jun Tiendi, as you are well aware. Yet the manner in which you spoke just now suggests an ulterior motive. What game is this woman playing? Upon witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's expression, Tian Luobing could not help but emit a cold snort. Indeed, with a man like this, there was a palpable lack of common ground. Time flowed inexorably, each moment slipping away. The 33 deities had gathered for an hour, yet Jun Tiandi was still absent. Gradually, doubts began to surface among many. Could it be that Jun Tiandi was reluctant to engage in battle? Similarly, the 33 deities amidst the storm grew impatient. They were, after all, mighty deities, exalted beings. And having arrived, the human from Huaxia had yet to show himself. Was this not a provocation? It seemed Jun Tiandi would not be making an appearance. He was undoubtedly lurking nearby, daunted by the presence of so many deities, unwilling to confront them. If it were me, I would not show up either. The world was abuzz, fervently discussing the events of the day, whether on television, in the media, online, or in reality. Every conversation revolved around the battle of the deities and Jun Tiandi. Suddenly, a resplendent golden light erupted in the heavens. It was the celestial ranking. The golden radiance coalesced into a vast heavenly curtain, displaying the heart of the Pacific for all to see, supplanting television, the internet, and LED screens. Within the heavenly curtain, the 33 deities stood proud amidst the storm. Whispers spread that Gaia and Harkat were beauties, and Athena was equally commendable. Yet, none of them were present. A calm voice resonated through the heavenly curtain, echoing across the globe. As the voice rang out, a young man in his 20s materialized from the void. Clad in a dark robe, with shoulder-length, jet-black hair, he possessed an ethereal presence. His tall, slender figure and exquisite features radiated a striking charm. His appearance instantly evoked a line of poetry among countless Huaxia individuals. On the path, a figure as exquisite as jade, a gentleman unmatched in the world. However, a faint, mystical power obscured his true visage. Nevertheless, at that moment, women across the globe were utterly captivated. Chapter 43, When I Strike, it is the conclusion at this moment. Whether in China or abroad, the name of the Emperor Jun reverberates throughout the globe. The voices calling out his name are predominantly those of women. The male companions, boyfriends, and husbands accompanying these women have developed a profound animosity towards the Emperor Jun, for his very existence has caused their partners to become enamored with him. Indeed, one could assert that he has become the rival of men worldwide. Outrageous and shameless, the Western deities, upon hearing the words of the Emperor Jun, are incensed. Who is Gaia? Who is Hecate? Who is Athena? They are revered as divine beings in the eyes of the Western pantheon, exalted and supreme. At this moment, the implication of the Emperor Jun's words suggests an intention to draw the attention of these Western goddesses. In the divine hall, the assembly of gods is filled with fury. Fortunately, Athena and her compatriots are absent. Had they been present, their anger would have been palpable. It is clear that you intend to act collectively, is it not? This is a hallmark of the West. The Emperor Jun stands aloft in the air, advancing step by step. Although separated by nearly 200 miles, each stride he takes covers vast distances, his demeanor unbothered, a faint smile gracing his countenance, as if discussing trivial matters. You seek to annihilate the 7 great deities of the West. Today, I shall grant you a fair contest, declares the ancient golden deity. His unmatched power possesses the capacity to obliterate worlds. Yet, while he speaks of a fair fight, the other 32 deities unleash cataclysmic forces, ready to deliver devastating blows at any moment. The ancient golden deity is no exception. Fairness? In the Western lexicon, fairness merely represents its contrary. A fair contest? 33 against 1? The Emperor Jun chuckles, his steps unwavering. There is not a trace of intimidation about him. His gaze remains utterly calm as he speaks with deliberate composure. Battle? You overestimate yourselves. Do you truly consider yourselves deities? At best, you are merely unrefined semi-humans. Would I have come here were it not for necessity? The Emperor Jun's words, though delivered with casual indifference, reverberate across the globe, igniting the fury of all Western deities. To assert that 33 deities lack the qualification to contend with him, what audacity! The first strike shall indeed be the final blow amidst the tempest. The 33 deities, in their fury, unleashed a cataclysmic assault, a tempest of thunder, flames, ice, raw power, storm energy, and the essence of death. In that moment, the heart of the Pacific surged with towering waves, as the very fabric of space began to fracture. I intervened, and thus sealed the fate. The demeanor of Emperor Tian was serene as he beheld the onslaught of attacks. As the strikes approached, he merely gestured with a gentle wave of his hand. Instantly, a luminous barrier, 1,000 meters in size, manifested around him, enveloping the realm. Boom, boom, boom. All the annihilative forces crashed against the barrier. What appeared to be a force capable of obliterating the world was rendered harmless upon contact, akin to raindrops striking glass, failing to shake the barrier in the slightest. This was the first of Tian's 3 divine techniques, the Shield of Domain. Its power had reached the pinnacle of perfection through the enhancement of his points. In truth, the Shield of Domain was superfluous, with his exalted status as a celestial sovereign. The pinnacle of Western deities could not hope to disturb him. His use of the shield was merely an experiment to gauge its might. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao mused to himself, thoroughly impressed by the strength of the Shield of Domain. What? How could this be? How is this possible? Across the globe, humanity was in a state of shock and disbelief, never anticipating such an outcome. They had assumed that the combined force of 33 deities would effortlessly obliterate Emperor Tian. Yet, the result was that their united strike could not even rattle his casual defense. The terror of this reality was overwhelming. Sacred art? Or perhaps a divine technique? On the cruise ship, the exquisite visage of Tian Luo Bing reflected astonishment. In her previous life, at her peak, she had never encountered sacred arts, let alone divine techniques. These were legendary abilities, and the fact that a mere human from Earth could wield such powers was utterly beyond her comprehension. Sacred art. The magnificent and wondrous sacred art. In the divine hall, Zeus wore an expression of disbelief. He had only grasped the rudiments of a powerful sacred art. Now, he witnessed a human mastering it completely, and this sacred art seemed even more formidable than his own. How could this be? Indeed, it was a sacred art, albeit defensive in nature. Odin spoke, declaring his dominion over the arcane. Even Zeus, hailed as the king of gods, could not rival Odin in the realm of magic. A swarm of ants. Emperor Tian's gaze was frigid. He extended his right hand, and in an instant, a radiance emerged, revealing a wondrous spectacle before him. It was as if the cosmos itself had materialized, akin to a realm of stars. A myriad of enchanting stars revolved around him, and at that moment, the entire world trembled. The heart of the Pacific, spanning 300 miles, was entirely under the dominion of the sovereign Emperor of Heaven. With a delicate wave of his right hand, the sovereign emperor summoned the stars, transforming them into resplendent light that surged forth to crush the 33 divine beings. The air was filled with thunderous explosions as the celestial brilliance relentlessly suppressed the 33 deities, ultimately reducing them to mere dust, dissipating into the void. In the span of merely 3 breaths, the 33 divine beings perished. The sovereign emperor of heaven stood proudly in the emptiness, resembling the monarch of heaven and earth. The name of the sovereign emperor echoed, Sovereign Emperor, Sovereign Emperor, Sovereign Emperor. China erupted in fervor. Countless individuals embraced one another in tears, overwhelmed with emotion. The sovereign emperor, confronted with the united assault of the 33 Western deities, had effortlessly turned the tables, showcasing a formidable prowess that struck awe into the hearts of all. This power was the true essence of divinity. With the sovereign emperor of heaven present, the Western deities dared not act recklessly. Chapter 44, Poseidon. The god of the sea, the triumph of the heavenly emperor, Tian, was not a harbinger of good tidings for other nations and alliances. The alliance of Tianzhu and the Great Harmony Alliance found themselves ensnared in grave concern. The might of Tian surpassed their expectations and defied imagination. At this moment, they fervently hoped for intervention from Zeus among the Western deities, or at the very least, for Odin or Gaia to take action. Only they possessed the power to subdue the heavenly emperor. The man I admire is undeniably handsome. However, this victory may have caused countless women worldwide to swoon for him. In the Tianmu mansion, on the 108th floor, the president's office was filled with unbridled joy from Tian Youzi, her lips curling into a captivating smile. My brother has triumphed. At Jiangnan First High School, Su Mingyao was equally elated, having resolved in her heart that if her brother were to perish, she would follow him into the next world, perhaps to reunite in a future life. Come forth. Flee. There is no escape. Since you have arrived, can you depart without my consent? As countless observers believed the outcome of this battle to be inevitable, Tian spoke. His gaze was icy, and his calm voice resonated like thunder, echoing across the heart of the Pacific and reverberating globally. Boom, boom, boom. As no one emerged, a faint smile graced Tian's lips. With a mere wave of his hand, an infinite brilliance of stars surged forth, scattering in all directions. Screams erupted, blood painting the sky. This time, 9 deities fell. Among the Western deities, 33 within the top 500 perished, slain by Tian. In the realm of Huaxia, spiritual energy surged to 300. The people of Huaxia experienced a fortune value of 300. Among the Western deities, 6 within the top 200 met their demise at the hands of Tian. In the realm of Huaxia, spiritual energy rose to 360. The people of Huaxia experienced a fortune value of 360. Among the Western deities, 3 within the top 100 fell, slain by Tian. In the realm of Huaxia, spiritual energy reached 390. The people of Huaxia experienced a fortune value of 390. In the heavens above, the celestial rankings echoed with a resonant voice. Simultaneously, the divine rankings underwent a transformation, with a total of 42 deities vanishing, all ranked within the top 500. Most alarming was the demise of 3 within the top 100, all extinguished by the flick of Tian's hand. It is said that in the West, there exists a god of the sea named Poseidon. So, having arrived, do you wish to depart so easily? After Tian vanquished 9 deities, he gazed out at the sea, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if observing a monkey performing tricks. After a moment, he spoke, unhurriedly. What? Poseidon is here? Goodness! How many deities from the West have arrived? Even Poseidon has made an appearance. Ranked 17th on the celestial leaderboard, yet possessing the strength of one within the top 10. He is indeed a genuine god of the West. From the tone of Emperor Jun, it seems that Poseidon intends to flee. Just how powerful is Emperor Jun? Humanity on Earth should revere him as the sole deity. He is the guiding beacon for mankind's advancement. Upon hearing the name Poseidon, the world erupted in fervor. The god of the sea, one of the most formidable gods of the West. Even in the game of fishing, the mightiest creature is none other than the sea god. Who would have thought he was hidden on the battlefield, seemingly waiting for the perfect moment to eliminate Emperor Jun? However, upon witnessing Jun's overwhelming power, he dared not reveal himself and planned to escape quietly. Yet, he could not evade the keen perception of Emperor Jun, who caught him red-handed. The lowly humans dared to blaspheme the divine. Such audacity! A roar emanated from the sea. Instantly, the heart of the Pacific began to churn, the sky darkening as if the apocalypse had arrived. Endless waters surged towards the center. Before countless gazes, the ocean coalesced into a towering figure, a deity of 1,000 feet. Poseidon. To call him a deity would be an understatement. He resembled a sea monster, with a colossal tail, a fearsome visage, and wielding a massive trident. Just like in the fishing game, his towering form radiated terrifying power. All the waters fell under his dominion. In the realm of the sea, he was the sovereign. Fully attuned to the tides and terrain, his strength magnified. A deity? Mere ants in comparison. Emperor Jun surveyed the world with a disdainful gaze, his eyes glimmering like a myriad of stars. As he spoke, his right hand casually transformed, and immediately, 99 crimson orbs surrounding him coalesced into a colossal hammer that thundered down towards Poseidon. The might of the sea. Poseidon felt the crushing pressure, fear coursing through him at the sight of the starry hammer. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his trident, summoning the power of countless waters to confront the impending hammer. Boom! The sound of cataclysmic explosions erupted as the hammer collided with the oceanic force, tearing the very fabric of space for miles. A relentless gale surged forth. Poseidon, that immense figure, was forced to slide across the surface of the sea, retreating 100 miles before he could steady himself, blood trickling from his mouth, and one prong of his trident lost. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun stood firmly within his shield of domain, his gaze surveying all existence. Chapter 45. The Spectacle of Divine Beasts. Rhea surrenders. The world trembled as the unparalleled strength of the Emperor of Heaven repelled Poseidon, the god of the sea, 100 miles away with a single blow. It is noteworthy that Poseidon, the brother of the divine kings Zeus and Hades, is second only to Zeus among the gods. His absence from the top 10 of the celestial rankings had sparked considerable controversy. Yet now, this sea god had been forced back by the Emperor of Heaven. Just how formidable is the emperor? He is infinitely close to becoming a sage. Mother Goddess, I implore you to intervene and rescue my brother. In the divine hall, Zeus was profoundly shaken. He, too, was infinitely close to sagehood, standing proudly above the gods as the king of all deities. He never anticipated that a mere mortal in Huaxia could achieve such an extraordinary level of power. At that moment, he realized his brother was no match for the Emperor of Heaven. Unless he intervened personally, even his own strength might not suffice to eliminate the Emperor. Such a risk was not one he could afford to take. A sigh echoed through the divine hall, followed by a rending of the void, plunging it into silence. How infuriating! Poseidon seethed, gathering billions of tons of seawater to crush the Emperor of Heaven once more. This time, he unleashed his full might. For he understood that if he did not eliminate the Emperor, he would not escape unscathed. Pitiful, came the Emperor of Heaven's cold voice, resonating with divine authority. With a mere gesture, 99 stars transformed into spears of celestial power, hurtling towards Poseidon with unmatched force. This time, he aimed to obliterate the sea god. Revered as one of the 12 major deities. Simultaneously, he was assured of his own strength, without relying on divine techniques. He was invincible against any rival of the same tier. As for those beneath the celestial rank, they were mere trifles. The clash of divine and stellar energies twisted the very fabric of reality itself. In that moment, all present felt their hearts quiver, as if the Emperor's strike were aimed directly at them. With a resounding crack, the unparalleled force pierced the void, shattering Poseidon's power in an instant. The spear was poised to annihilate him when an enigmatic force emerged from the void, momentarily stalling the Emperor's might. In that fleeting moment, a mysterious power enveloped Poseidon and whisked him away. Boom! The celestial and stellar energies pierced through the ocean, creating a vacuum the size of 100 miles in the heart of the Pacific, rending the sea asunder. The waters took an eternity to return to their original state. This scene left all-powerful beings and humanity across the globe in awe. Such was the might of divine power. The Western gods were rendered utterly powerless before it. How intriguing, one might muse. The Emperor Jun gazed into the sky, his words tranquil, yet imbued with an intent to annihilate. A chilling aura of murder enveloped the entire Pacific, such that even those watching from hundreds of miles away could feel the impending devastation. Before this murderous intent, all were rendered immobile. This was the will of the divine. One thought could extinguish all life. "Spare my son, if you will," came the plea. In the void stood a stunningly beautiful woman with golden hair, possessing a beauty that could sway the hearts of many. Her demeanor was ethereal, proud, and elegant. Merely her presence constituted a picturesque sight. Though a deity of the West, she exuded the grace of the Chinese spirit, radiating an elegance that was captivating. Rhea, mother of Poseidon. The Emperor Jun regarded her with a discerning glance, quickly comprehending her identity. She was indeed the mother of Zeus and Poseidon, the daughter of Gaia. He mused inwardly. How is it that such a beautiful mother could bear such an unsightly son? Would you not despair? And if I say I do not? The Emperor Jun replied nonchalantly. In that moment, his aura shifted dramatically. Behind him emerged a colossal silhouette, a manifestation of the divine beast Kunping, embodying the first layer of the chaotic demonic body. He now possessed the strength and innate qualities of the Kunping, capable of transforming into this formidable creature for battle or summoning it as an omen of power. Are we not of the same ilk? Might we find common ground? I am willing to concede to any condition you propose. What say you? Rhea felt a jolt of astonishment. Initially, she intended to subdue the Emperor Jun with her terrifying divine power, yet she harbored no desire to annihilate him, having long transcended earthly conflicts. Upon witnessing the divine beast's manifestation, she recognized the profound depth and strength within this human, realizing he was impervious to her threats. Furthermore, she sensed his murderous intent. Poseidon was undoubtedly doomed. To rescue him, she would pay any price, even if it meant her own sacrifice. The king of gods, mother of Zeus. I shall grant you this reprieve today. A faint smile graced the Emperor Jun's face. This woman intrigued him. He understood fully the implications of Rhea's proposed conditions, which included her own body. Yet, it was not her physical form that held his interest, but rather the notion of the mother of the king of gods. Yielding before him in front of the world, a profound humiliation for the Western deities. It simultaneously conveyed to them that the Emperor Jun was not a being to be trifled with. Thank you. Ria expressed her gratitude. With a wave of her hand, a rift appeared in the void, and she stepped through, vanishing with Poseidon. The heart of the Pacific finally fell into silence. Chapter 46. Is it captivating? Have you seen enough? The battle of the gods comes to a close, yet this conclusion is utterly unforeseen. Initially, it was believed that Emperor Jun would meet his demise. However, to everyone's astonishment, not only did Emperor Jun effortlessly obliterate 33 deities, but he also nearly vanquished Poseidon, culminating in the appearance of Rhea, the mother goddess of Zeus. Rhea's capitulation salvaged Poseidon's life, and before the eyes of the entire world, her submission delivered a staggering blow to the Western pantheon. Nevertheless, Emperor Jun's prowess is simply unparalleled. Otherwise, neither Poseidon nor Rhea would have made an appearance. Emperor Jun, Emperor Jun, Emperor Jun. Throughout Huaxia, the name resonates, echoing across the land as countless women globally have succumbed to his charm. Brother, you are so handsome. Yet, it seems that another woman harbors intentions to allure him. At Jiangnan City's foremost high school, Su Mingyao rests her chin on her palm, her visage illuminated with joy, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Is there truly anyone left in this world who does not admire him? In the president's office of the Tianmu building, Tian Youzi, upon witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's triumph, is overwhelmed with elation, though she feels a twinge of displeasure at Ria's acquiescence to any condition Jun Xiaoyao proposes. She is well aware of what those conditions entail. That woman, though somewhat older, possesses remarkable beauty. Young Master Jun is invincible. Lan Tianxing is equally among the most jubilant. For Emperor Jun serves as the stronghold of the Tian family. Should Emperor Jun falter, the Tian family would face annihilation. That afternoon, Jun Xiaoyao returned to Longquan Mountain, basking in the warm sunlight. He reclined by the pool, succumbing to slumber. The battle had bestowed upon him experience, excitement, and exhilaration. Yet it had also drained a tenth of his vital energy. Of course, such a depletion was inconsequential. Upon returning home, he felt a sense of liberation. On the broad streets, a pink supercar sped along, inside which Tian Youzi spoke to herself, her face brimming with anticipation. Today, she finished work early. Having rescheduled all her appointments, she departed from the Tianmu building and headed toward Longquan Mountain. In 15 minutes, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of Longquan Mountain. She could gain entry through recognition, having procured the necessary permissions from Jun Xiaoyao. Upon entering, the car drove directly to the villa atop the mountain. After parking, she alighted swiftly. Upon reaching the poolside, she beheld Jun Xiaoyao in the water, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she felt utterly at a loss. Seeing him clad only in a pair of swim trunks left her feeling shy beyond measure. Moreover, it was Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes and couldn't help but frown. Surprised? What is there to be surprised about? I haven't even called out. In truth, he felt a touch of embarrassment. Despite being a man, facing a beautiful girl for the first time was rather daunting. Yet, to mask his awkwardness, he feigned nonchalance, adopting an indifferent demeanor. Damn it, it was freezing this morning, and now you've returned so quickly. How long have you been back? Tian Youzi stood by the edge of the pool, her enchanting eyes fixed intently on Jun Xiaoyao, her cheeks flushed. In her heart, she thought, what a splendid physique. It turns out a man's body possesses such allure. Is it appealing? Jun Xiaoyao felt increasingly anxious under Tian Youzi's gaze. Come on, you're a girl. Can't you be a bit more reserved? Looking at me like that makes one feel quite tense. Damn it, I'm embarrassing myself in front of the seasoned driver. It is appealing, Tian Youzi instinctively replied, her gaze still locked on Jun Xiaoyao. Have you seen enough? Jun Xiaoyao was on the verge of breaking down. Good heavens, how can this woman be so shameless, having seen everything and still uttering such words? No, Tian Youzi responded instinctively once more. Oblivious to the fact that her cheeks were crimson, her heart racing, nearly losing herself, even swallowing nervously. Shall we do this together? Jun Xiaoyao was truly reaching his breaking point. Yes. No. Tian Youzi instinctively answered again, but quickly realized her blunder, feeling utterly embarrassed, and gasped as she dashed into the villa. She soon retreated to her room. It was only now that Jun Xiaoyao let out a sigh of relief. I am a man. Why should I be afraid? Jun Xiaoyao initially contemplated coming out, but reconsidered. This was his home, after all. Moreover, being a man lounging in his private pool was quite normal, wasn't he it? Thus, he continued to recline in the pool, basking in the sunlight. Ah, how embarrassing. In her room, Tian Youzi lay on the large, soft bed, her small hands covering her face, still flustered by the earlier encounter. How would she face him again? Nevertheless, that physique was truly remarkable, far surpassing the models seen on television. The fusion of strength and beauty lingered in her thoughts, leaving her unable to calm down. Half an hour later, Jun Xiaoyao rose, shaking his body. Instantly, the droplets of water evaporated into thin air. He dressed and reclined on a chair, his consciousness delving into the primordial realm, where he annihilated 42 deities and garnered a substantial amount of points. On the virtual screen, a list of accrued points was already displayed. Eliminated 33 deities ranked within the top 500, earning 66,000 points. Eliminated 6 deities ranked within the top 200, earning 24,000 points. Eliminated 3 deities ranked within the top 100, earning 30,000 points. All were public eliminations, with points doubled, totaling 240,000 points. Upon reviewing the list, Jun Xiaoyao felt a surge of excitement. Now, he could upgrade all the available aspects at once. Next, he began the operation. Chapter 47, Supreme Master of the Extreme Realm. Super refinement within the realm of the universe. Jun Xiaoyao embarked on his ascension. The process was as straightforward as allocating attribute points in a game, and even more convenient. In just a minute, he completed his upgrade. System, version 4. 0, 10,000 100,000 points. Host, Jun Xiaoyao. Age, 21 years. Appearance, 92 points. Cultivation, Supreme Master of the Extreme Realm, 100,000, 100,000 points. Talent, Chaos Divine Demon Body, triple, 100,000, 100,000 points. Divine Power, Domain Shield double, 10,000 100,000 points. Divine Skill, Creation of the Stars double, 10,000 100,000 points. Companion, None Mount, None Treasures, None Points, 28,200 Wealth, 29, 910, 119, 218. 1 word, handsome. 2 words, extraordinarily handsome. 3 words, invincibly handsome. Upon reviewing the information panel, Jun Xiaoyao was immensely satisfied, a smile gracing his face. This panel was indeed formidable. Initially, he had 278,200 points, but now only 28,200 remained, as he had expended a staggering 250,000 points. This was due to his cultivation being elevated from Upper Supreme Master to Supreme Master of the Extreme Realm, reaching the pinnacle of the Supreme Master level. To ascend further would mean entering the Sacred Realm, becoming a saint. However, such an elevation required 1 million points. His Chaos Divine Demon Body also advanced from the first level to the third, with further enhancement demanding another 1 million points. As anticipated, the requirements for points escalated terrifyingly as one progressed. What new features does version 4.0 possess? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Congratulations, Master. The system has upgraded. New feature, Super Refinement. You can refine all unnecessary resources and treasures, which will yield points and refinement value. Note, system-produced items cannot be refined. The voice of the system resonated. Following this announcement, the realm fell into profound silence, as the system remained in a dormant state, capable only of simple prompts and responses. Refinement? Understood. After hearing this, while not exuberantly ecstatic, Jun Xiaoyao was nonetheless exceedingly pleased. This function also existed in games, allowing players to refine and use treasures and resources into experience. Now, with Super Refinement, he would obtain points and refinement value instead. Points were undoubtedly essential, while the refinement value would surely prove useful in the future. Brother, as Jun Xiaoyao was about to examine the third crystal card, a sweet, melodious voice reached his ears, soothing and delightful. Upon hearing this voice, he paused briefly. Was Yaoa not at school? How had she returned? With that thought, he withdrew his consciousness from the realm and opened his eyes, only to see Su Mingyao, adorned in the uniform of an elite academy, approached him with the grace of a nymph. Yaoa, what brings you back? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, as he beheld the young girl before him. Her exquisitely beautiful face glistened with beads of sweat, a testament to her recent sprint. Her sweet and gentle demeanor evoked a sense of tenderness within him. It's because of my brother. The school announced that Jun Tiandi has triumphed over the Western deities, and the entire nation is celebrating with a 3-day holiday. Su Mingyao nestled beside Jun Xiaoyao, her soft form accompanied by a delicate fragrance that stirred his very essence. Is this truly a reason for a holiday? Jun Xiaoyao remarked, bemused. Such frivolity. Yet, as he pondered, the significance of the event was not lost on him. For someone of his prowess, the Western deities were inconsequential. But for the martial arts community and the people of Huaxia, this was a monumental occasion, one that could redefine their destiny. It was a glorious victory for the Huaxia nation, with Jun Tiandi standing as its soul and backbone. And, Yao missed her brother, Su Mingyao said with a charming lilt, her rosy lips pouting adorably. Haha. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, playfully pinching the girl's lovely cheek. He rose to his feet, enveloping her in an embrace as they entered the living room. The little girl cradled a pet in one arm, while the other linked with Jun Xiaoyao's, her head resting affectionately against his arm. Yao is back. At that moment, Tian Youzi descended the staircase, deliberately avoiding Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment from earlier. Thankfully, Su Mingyao's presence had eased her discomfort. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for how to exit her room. Sister Bing, Su Mingyao called sweetly. Yao, shall we dine out or stay in? Tian Youzi asked. Brother, it's up to you, Su Mingyao said, her eyes turning toward Jun Xiaoyao, ever eager to heed his wishes. In truth, she would be content anywhere, as long as she was with her brother. Let us stay at home, Jun Xiaoyao replied. For him, it mattered little where they dined. No chef could rival his culinary skills, honed through years of cooking for Yao and the solitude of his 2-year retreat, where most of his time was spent sleeping and perfecting his culinary craft. Moreover, he had acquired a cosmic cookbook during his retreat, enabling him to prepare delicacies from both land and sea, and even to cook the mythical 9-tailed dragon. Very well, you two enjoy yourselves. I shall prepare the meal, Tian Youzi declared, taking on the responsibility of cooking. As she spoke, she began to change her attire, readying herself for the kitchen. I'll do it, Jun Xiaoyao interjected, striding toward the kitchen. You? Tian Youzi was taken aback, pondering internally. Can you truly cook? Surely I must have misheard. If you claim to be invincible, I would not doubt it, because you are the Emperor of Heaven. However, your claim of being able to cook seems somewhat humorous. How delightful. My greatest delight lies in the meals prepared by my brother. It has been ages since I last savored my brother's cooking. I am immeasurably joyous, nearly leaping with glee. With a heart full of happiness, akin to a little bird, my exquisite and delicate face shines with a joyful smile. As I speak, I follow him to the kitchen, though I merely stand at the doorway, refraining from entering. It has always been this way. My brother never allows me into the kitchen. This sibling dynamic feels rather peculiar. Tian Youzi glanced at Jun Xiaoyao and then at Su Mingyao, engulfed in a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that she was losing her sanity? Or was her vision deceiving her? Chapter 48. The culinary master returns. Cooking as a beautiful art in the kitchen, an unforgettable scene unfolded before her eyes. Jun Xiaoyao moved with the grace of a culinary deity, mastering both knife skills and cooking techniques to an unparalleled degree. In his hands, cooking transcended into a sublime art form, characterized by elegance and fluidity. As the rice reached perfection, an array of delectable dishes adorned the table. 3 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, 2 cold salads, and a large bowl of soup. The dining table was a feast for the senses, with each dish embodying exquisite artistry. Tian Youzi was utterly mesmerized, shaking her head in disbelief. She struggled to ascertain whether she was truly witnessing this or merely hallucinating, for it was hard to fathom that this man could cook so remarkably. He might well be a culinary god. In these times, men who could cook were a rarity, save for chefs in hotels. As they sat down to eat, Jun Xiaoyao announced, I've prepared enough for everyone. Su Mingyao had already served rice for the 3 of them. You deserve a perfect score. Don't let it go to your head. Tian Youzi, regaining her composure, praised him. This man was indeed impeccable. Yet, soon after, she regretted her enthusiasm, for most of the dishes were consumed by her and Su Mingyao, leaving Jun Xiaoyao to eat rather sparingly. After the meal, she felt uncomfortably full, overwhelmed by the exquisite flavors that had delighted her palate. In truth, the soup was the piece de resistance. Jun Xiaoyao watched as Tian Youzi and Su Mingyao set down their bowls, a smile spreading across his face. He then picked up a spoon to savor the soup. Oh, brother, you're incorrigible, Tian Youzi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Realizing she had overindulged, she could hardly manage another bite. Su Mingyao playfully tugged at Jun Xiaoyao's hand, her lips forming a small pout. She then planted a delicate kiss on his cheek, leaving a faint mark smeared with a hint of grease. Afterward, she hurriedly dashed out of the dining room. Hey, don't look at me like that. Jun Xiaoyao noticed Tian Youzi's gaze lingered on him in an unusual manner, causing him to feel alarmed. Surely she didn't harbor thoughts like that little girl did. Dream on, he remarked. Upon hearing his words, Tian Youzi snapped back to reality. Her stunningly cold, yet beautiful face flushed with a hint of crimson. She pondered, of course I do, but can I voice it? Embarrassed, she looked upon Su Mingyao with envy. You go ahead. I'll tidy up later, she said, returning her focus to the soup. In the courtyard, where self-sufficiency reigned and ingredients were scarce, she now felt liberated to showcase her culinary skills. Indeed, the techniques from the cosmic cookbook were nothing short of miraculous. She found herself wanting to commend her own abilities. Very well, Tian Youzi nodded, her mind racing with possibilities. She possesses the culinary skill, yet harbors a distinct aversion to washing dishes. However, for the sake of Jun Xiaoyao, she is willing to overlook this. Upon hearing him suggest an outing, her heart swells with joy, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of happiness. 20 minutes later, Jun Xiaoyao emerged from the dining area, which had been tidied to perfection. Brother, my little belly feels so full, Su Mingyao said playfully, caressing her abdomen without a hint of restraint. Were she in public, it would surely provoke envy from men everywhere. Let us take a stroll, Jun Xiaoyao proposed. It's getting late. We shall return soon to rest. All right, I will join. Both Su Mingyao and Tian Youzi chimed in, linking arms with Jun Xiaoyao on either side. This left Jun Xiaoyao feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Navigating this situation became quite the challenge. With soft, alluring bodies on both sides, the sensation was nearly overwhelming, especially with the younger girl mirroring the same enticing charm. At merely 15, her development was remarkable. Longquan Mountain is extensive, a realm entirely under his dominion, adorned with flowering plants and trees, resembling a paradise untouched by time. The trio ambled leisurely through this enchanting landscape. After an hour of exploration, they returned to the villa and retreated to their respective rooms to wash up and retire for the night. After his shower, Jun Xiaoyao donned only a pair of boxer shorts, finding it comfortable enough in the privacy of his room. Engrossed in a game on his phone, he was interrupted by the creaking of the door. In walked Su Mingyao, clad in her pajamas, unreservedly climbing onto Jun Xiaoyao's bed and settling beside him to engage in her own gaming. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds. Eventually, exhaustion overtook her. She yawned repeatedly before curling up and resting her head against Jun Xiaoyao's chest, drifting off to sleep with her small hands wrapped around him. Jun Xiaoyao set his phone aside and gently covered her with a light blanket. Observing her exquisitely beautiful face, adorned with a smile as she slumbered, he mused that she seemed to be lost in a delightful dream. In another room, Tian Youzi had witnessed Su Mingyao entering Jun Xiaoyao's chamber and was consumed with curiosity. However, as time passed with no sign of Su Mingyao's departure, her imagination began to run wild. That night, her sleep was restless. The following morning, Tian Youzi awoke early, feigning ignorance, and quietly tiptoed into Jun Xiaoyao's room. There, she found him deeply asleep, with Su Mingyao clinging to him like an octopus, drool pooling on his chest. Upon witnessing this scene, she felt a pang of envy, realizing that she had perhaps overthought the situation. Chapter 49. A task worth 500,000 points. Accompanying Tian Luobing to the blood-refining realm, how enviable. Tian Youzi mused as she observed Su Mingyao. She was already aware of the relationship between Su Mingyao and Jun Xiaoyao, and understood that Su Mingyao had grown accustomed to Jun Xiaoyao's presence. It was undoubtedly true that proximity often leads to affection, and it was entirely natural for them to share a bed. At present, Su Mingyao was being particularly affectionate with Jun Xiaoyao, indulging in her playful whims. In the future, their union would seem effortless. Not wishing to intrude upon Jun Xiaoyao and Su Mingyao's time together, Tian Youzi quietly exited the room. After preparing breakfast and having a small bite, she left a note and drove to the company. In the following 3 days, Jun Xiaoyao devoted his time to Su Mingyao, who was treated like a little princess. They strolled through the streets, enjoyed playful outings, and even spent a day at an amusement park. Throughout the city and indeed all of Huaxia, discussions surrounding the Emperor Jun were rampant, along with slogans extolling his virtues. Jun Xiaoyao even encountered several statues of the Emperor Jun in the park, each resembling a divine figure. Beneath these statues was inscribed, "The backbone of Huaxia, the pride of Huaxia, the everlasting statue of Emperor Jun," accompanied by accounts of his heroic deeds. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao observed that countless young people in Huaxia were donning traditional attire, a trend significantly influenced by the Emperor Jun. In just a few short days, two new holidays had emerged in Huaxia, the Day of Slaughtering Gods and the Day of Divine Battles. The former commemorated the day the Emperor Jun vanquished 7 deities upon his ascension, while the latter honored his triumph over Western deities in the Pacific. Goodbye, brother. Jun Xiaoyao personally escorted Su Mingyao to the school gates. Today, the young lady was returning to her studies. However, in just over 10 days, she would be on vacation, during which she would accompany Jun Xiaoyao to the blood-refining realm for training, a promise he had made to her. Yaoer, goodbye. Remember to cultivate, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. Su Mingyao replied, standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on Jun Xiaoyao's cheek before dashing into the school with her pet in tow. Watching her enter the campus, Jun Xiaoyao felt a sense of comfort. Yaoer had grown up. Furthermore, her ability to cultivate meant that even her mastery of divine thoughts and powers rendered her a formidable opponent, even against innate beings. Should she encounter a truly powerful adversary, the Chaos Qilin would swiftly teach them a lesson in humility. The Chaos Qilin was ever at Yaoer's side, and even if she forgot to bring it along, it would invariably follow her. Ding! Event triggered. The task owner and Tian Luobing shall enter the regional realm for training, with a reward of 500,000 points. Would the owner like to accept? At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao's mind was filled with the notification from the system. An event had been triggered. However, this was a task that required personal completion to earn the reward points. Nonetheless, the amount of reward points had already been disclosed. The decision to accept rested solely on his own choice. 500,000 points. Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback. Such a generous reward? One must realize that even for annihilating the top 100 Western deities, the reward is merely 10,000 points each. Yet, a triggered event task offers an astonishing 500,000 points. Is this not somewhat exaggerated? Is the task particularly arduous? Are there any conditions or limitations? Jun Xiaoyao inquired of the system. Regional Realm. 9th layer. Objective. Training period of 10 days, with no additional conditions or limitations. The system responded. There is not much difficulty involved. One merely needs to train for 10 days within the 9th layer of the regional realm. 10 days to earn 500,000 points, averaging 50,000 per day. I accept. Jun Xiaoyao took on the task. After all, Yaoer is at school, and it would be better to take a stroll rather than remain idle at home. Task activated. The system's notification chimed, and then all went silent. Jun Xiaoyao pondered for a moment, feeling a pang of regret. Tian Luobing. Could she be losing her mind? However, it was too late for regrets now, as he had already accepted the task. Well, it's just 10 days in the blood refinement realm, right? Not to mention the regional realm. He would not even fear the catastrophe realm. He promptly took out his phone and dialed a number. Tianmu Building, 108th floor, CEO's office. At this moment, two major clients of the Tian Group were engaged in business discussions with Tian Youzi, while the secretary busily attended to her tasks. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. Miss, it's a call from young Master Jun, the secretary noted, glancing at the caller ID. Excuse me, Tian Youzi said, her excitement ignited upon recognizing Jun Xiaoyao's name. Politely apologizing to her clients, she stood and answered the call by the window. I'm going to the Hell Realm tomorrow. Would you like to join? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Is it just the two of us in the regional realm? Tian Youzi gasped. Could it be that their secret would be exposed? In a safe place. She could use Binger's identity as there would be no need for combat, but entering the blood refinement realm would require training. At that point, her lack of strength would certainly reveal her. Her mind whirled with curiosity. Are there many people in the Hell Realm? If it's just the two of us, she would go even if it meant death. Yes, Jun Xiaoyao replied. When? Tian Youzi felt a surge of joy, though she masked it well. She had resolved to accompany Jun Xiaoyao to the regional realm. Even if it led to her demise, it would be worth it for a lifetime. Later this afternoon, Jun Xiaoyao stated, Upon receiving a response from Tian Youzi, he uttered a few words before abruptly ending the call, as he needed to attend to some matters at the company, delegating the internal affairs to his grandfather for arrangement. Chapter 50. The Realm of Regions. Preparing for departure. Tian Jia, the ancestral home, Tian Lansan's room. Grandfather, he is going to the Realm of Regions tomorrow and will take me along. Tian Youzi said to Tian Lansan, her exquisite face adorned with a gleeful smile. In the past, she had no understanding of cultivation, lacked the talent for it, and had no desire to pursue it, as she preferred managing the Tian clan group. However, now she yearns to cultivate, as it would grant her more opportunities to be with Jun Xiaoyao. Their companionship would blossom with shared topics of conversation. The Realm of Regions. What is your status? Tian Lansan was taken aback. He had previously ventured into the blood refinement realm, a perilous place. As for the Realm of Regions, it was exceedingly terrifying. Even he dared not tread there, which is why he had never set foot in it. Now, hearing his granddaughter express her desire to go, he felt an overwhelming shock, especially considering she possessed no cultivation prowess. Nevertheless, thinking of Jun Xiaoyao's strength, he found solace in the fact that she would be safe under his guidance. It's all right. He treats me as if I were Binger, and he has met Binger without realizing we are indeed two different individuals, she giggled. Subsequently, thoughts of Jun Xiaoyao encountering both Binger and herself brought a smile to her face. Zier, if you are with him, do you mind Binger? Tian Lansan inquired, as this was his genuine concern. After all, his two granddaughters were exceptionally talented, though they could not compare to Jun Xiaoyao. I don't mind, Tian Youzi pondered before responding. In truth, she felt a tinge of jealousy, yet she understood Jun Xiaoyao's excellence. Many would undoubtedly be enamored by him, including her own sister, who might also develop feelings for Jun Xiaoyao. In the future, grandfather will handle matters concerning the company, or perhaps allow your other cousins to manage it, Tian Lansan remarked, casting a glance at Tian Youzi. Thank you, grandfather, she sweetly expressed before departing the Tian family ancestral home. This afternoon, she would accompany Jun Xiaoyao to the Inferno realm for her first experience in a perilous place, necessitating some preparation. Longquan Mountain, the villa. Jun Xiaoyao reclined in a chair, basking in the sunlight, exuding an air of utmost leisure. His spirits were high, especially with the reward of 500,000 points in mind. At that moment, a pink supercar came to a halt, and Tian Youzi emerged from the vehicle, adorned in a dress of ancient style that accentuated her perfect figure. Her ample bosom and cascading tresses reached her waist, complemented by her flawless, elongated legs, which appeared irresistibly alluring. However, she bore a sizable backpack, undoubtedly filled with essential items for her training expedition. Her exquisitely delicate face radiated with anticipation and excitement. Shall we depart now? Tian Youzi inquired, her heart racing. As one who could not cultivate, she neither had the courage nor the ability to endure hardships, and the prospect of her first venture leading directly to the infernal realm ignited both thrill and anticipation within her. As for safety, she harbored no concerns, for with Jun Xiaoyao by her side, her only apprehension lay in the potential exposure of her identity. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao affirmed, rising to his feet and striding forward. Are you not bringing anything? Tian Youzi asked curiously, laden with a hefty backpack. Could it be that he was empty-handed? I have brought provisions, Jun Xiaoyao replied. The dimension of Yuanshi stretched a staggering 10,000 miles in length, width, and height, allowing him to bring as much as he desired. Upon confirming their journey to the infernal realm, he had indulged in a frenzied shopping spree at the supermarket, spending a staggering 20 million coins. The Yuanshi dimension brimmed with countless daily necessities, an abundance of food and supplies. He had procured a vast assortment of items, even those seldom used. Oh, Tian Youzi uttered, her lips glistening with a tempting hue. Her heart brimmed with eager anticipation. Tonight, we shall rest in Jiangxing and enter the territorial realm tomorrow morning, Jun Xiaoyao stated as they walked. It became clear to her that the blood refinement realm, infernal realm, and calamity realm were not a singular location, but rather three formidable teleportation towers that transported warriors to worlds beyond Earth for training. The blood refinement realm comprised 9 levels, each representing varying degrees of peril. Levels 1 to 3 were accessible to internal strength realm warriors, levels 4 to 6 to true chi realm warriors, and levels 7 to 9 to master realm warriors. Within these 9 worlds lay a plethora of resources and treasures, Naturally, the more dangerous the world, the greater the treasures, as fortune often accompanies peril. The same held true for the territorial realm and calamity realm, each also structured in 9 tiers. However, the infernal realm proved far more terrifying than the blood refinement realm, while the calamity realm surpassed even the infernal realm in dreadfulness. In the infernal realm, levels 1 to 3 were accessible to innate realm warriors, levels 4 to 6 to martial king realm experts, and levels 7 to 9 to martial emperor realm powerhouses. Generally speaking, few strong individuals from Earth ventured beyond the 7th level of the infernal realm, as access to levels beyond 7 required one to be a martial emperor. Even martial emperors faced near certain death within. Very well, I shall follow your lead. Tian Youzi nodded, feeling utterly uninformed about these matters. Her sole objective was to draw closer to Jun Xiaoyao during this journey. Subsequently, the two made their way to the airport, bound for Jiangqing. Chapter 51. The Ninth Layer of Hell. The heavenly Gui world. As night descended, Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi appeared in Jiangqing. Jiangqing, renowned as the heart of central China, was historically a significant city, a coveted stronghold of military strategists. It is also the largest city in the world, ranking 4th among global supercities. This is largely due to the presence of the regional portal, one of the 3 great teleportation towers, located in Jiangqing. The other 2 towers are the blood refinement realm in the west and the catastrophe realm in South Asia. The existence of the regional portal has transformed this place into a gathering ground for formidable warriors, where one can encounter powerful martial artists at every turn. However, global laws prohibit fighting within the city limits, and maintaining public order is paramount. Let us take a look at the teleportation tower. In the bustling streets of Jiangqing, Jun Xiaoyao donned traditional attire, exuding elegance and grace. Tian Youzi mirrored his style, appearing as a breathtaking beauty akin to a celestial goddess, complemented by an aura that radiated an icy detachment, rendering her a fairy untouched by the mortal realm. Wherever they went, they turned heads. With her delicate hand entwined with Jun Xiaoyao's, Tian Youzi nodded obediently. This scene captivated countless onlookers, though none dared to speak out. The absence of martial artist emblems on both individuals signified 2 possibilities. Either they were ordinary citizens lacking martial prowess, or they were exceptionally powerful beings. Those without emblems among the common folk had no qualifications to possess them, while the formidable abstained from wearing them due to their cultivation being above the martial king level. The 2 ambled leisurely, savoring the splendor of the city, a marvel of advanced technology and flourishing martial arts. After half an hour, they finally arrived at the teleportation tower, only to be met by a sea of people and long queues. Yet, the atmosphere remained orderly, for the presence of the Chinese military and numerous law enforcement personnel ensured peace. Welcome to the Jiangqing Hell Realm Teleportation Tower. May I inquire if you wish to utilize the tower? A robot approached them upon entering the expansive square of the teleportation tower. Yes, Jun Xiaoyao replied. May I ask, to which layer do you wish to proceed? The 1st and 2nd layers require queuing for an appointment, while the 3rd and 4th layers also necessitate waiting in line. For the 5th and 6th layers, there are currently 172 people ahead of you, but no queue is needed for the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers, the robot inquired. Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi noted the long lines in the square, understanding that those waiting were destined for the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th layers, where the majority of innate and martial kings would venture. Naturally, fewer individuals sought access to the more perilous realms. We wish to enter the 9th layer, Jun Xiaoyao answered. Very well. Please follow me, the robot responded, leading the way. Towards the direction of the teleportation tower. We shall not rest here, shall we? Tian Youzi whispered. Initially, we planned to pause in Jiangqing. Why are we heading straight to the teleportation tower now? It would be the same to rest in the Hell Realm. I thought there would be many people. Now that there is no queue, we can directly enter the Hell Realm, Jun Xiaoyao replied. The sooner we enter, the sooner we shall complete our task. 500,000 points. This exceeds the total points I have previously acquired. The 9th level. The 9th level. The 9th level. Along the way, the martial artists in line gazed in astonishment and envy at the robotic guide leading towards the passage to the 9th level, their eyes reflecting admiration and trepidation. The 9th level of the Hell Realm. It is a world only accessible to the martial emperors. Moreover, even they dare not tread lightly into the 9th level, for entering it is often a perilous endeavor. So young, so handsome, So young, so beautiful. To venture together into the ninth level of the Hell realm, their power must be formidable. In any realm, regardless of race, the strong naturally command reverence and respect. The teleportation tower consists of 9 levels. Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi arrived at the 9th level, standing before the tower that emanated a mysterious, ghostly light, appearing both mystical and terrifying. A prompt appeared. Each level of the Hell realm is rated with a maximum of 5 stars. The number of stars determines the rewards. As of now, no one has achieved 5 stars. We wish you both a safe return, laden with contributions to the world. This is a simplified map of the 9th level of the Tiangui world, hand-drawn and organized for reference only. The robot spoke, extending a booklet towards Jun Xiaoyao. After delivering the message, it activated the teleportation tower for the 9th level of the Tiangui world. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a wondrous force surged into the sky, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly, while boundless spiritual energy surged forth, and the teleportation tower of the Tiangui world erupted with a magical brilliance. Utilizing the teleportation tower requires the consumption of spiritual energy. The greater and more powerful the world one wishes to enter, the more terrifying the consumption of spiritual energy. The teleportation tower of the 9th level. Someone is heading to the Tiangui world. It has been a long time since anyone ventured there. The Tiangui world is a cursed land. It is said that only a few martial emperors who entered have returned, a fate more harrowing than death itself. Regardless of who enters the Tiangui world, we wish you safe passage upon your return. Such a powerful commotion arose from the astonishment and discussions of countless onlookers. The Tiangui world is regarded as a cursed land by martial artists on Earth. To enter is akin to a death sentence. And those who do so are all martial emperors. Martial emperors are the backbone of Earth. According to statistics, in a span of 99 years, a total of 166 martial emperors ventured into the realm of Tiangui, yet only 11 returned alive. Among these 11, 9 were gravely injured, while 2 emerged unscathed. Nevertheless, all who returned reaped substantial rewards from their journey, significantly enhancing their cultivation and prowess thereafter. Chapter 52. Entering the New World. The city of heavenly mysteries. As they stepped into the transmission tower of the Tengu world, it was entirely stabilized. Jun Xiaoyao grasped Tian Youzi's delicate hand, and with a single stride, they crossed the threshold. Tian Youzi followed closely, her heart a tumultuous mix of excitement, anxiety, and trepidation. Her small hand clutched Jun Xiaoyao's tightly, fearing that she might lose herself in this unfamiliar realm. Indeed, even the strongest warriors, the martial emperors, faced perilous odds within. For an ordinary person like her, devoid of martial prowess or knowledge, the chances of survival were grim. As they entered the tower, 5 seconds elapsed. A radiant light began to swirl, and the fabric of space was violently torn apart. In an instant, the light vanished, along with Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi, as if they had evaporated into thin air. The Tengu world is a formidable realm within the realm of fantasy. Here, martial civilization has flourished for over 90 million years. Martial arts have reached their zenith. It is said that in this place, a martial king is merely the lowest tier, with only martial emperors barely able to ascend the ranks of the powerful. Moreover, the status of a martial emperor here is akin to that of an inner strength practitioner on Earth. According to the guide, the Tengu world encompasses at least 390,000 Earth-sized realms. In the capital city of the Heavenly Mysteries, known as the City of Heavenly Mysteries, a rip in space manifested, and soon, a man and a woman materialized. The young man appeared to be in his 20s, handsome and poised, exuding an ethereal charm. The young woman, seemingly 18, was breathtakingly beautiful, a goddess akin to an ice mountain descending from the heavens. Together, they formed an enchanting pair. The purity of the spiritual energy here surpassed even that of Huaxia. It was Jun Xiaoyao from Earth who spoke, having been ejected from the transmission light. Fortunately, possessing the ability to fly and formidable strength, he avoided a fatal fall. Upon his arrival, his initial impression was the overwhelming richness of the spiritual energy surrounding him. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, Earth's aura had grown increasingly potent, especially in recent days. After Jun Tiandi vanquished the Western deities and received accolades from the heavenly rankings, the spiritual energy within Huaxia soared to 390, alongside the fortune of its people. However, even with such vitality, the spiritual energy of Huaxia paled in comparison to that of this world. To put it bluntly, it was simply incomparable. What shall we do now? Tian Youzi inquired, her heart fluttering with both excitement and anxiety in this unfamiliar world. Jun Xiaoyao was her only anchor here. Let us venture into the city to familiarize ourselves with this world before seeking out the secret realms, Jun Xiaoyao proposed. Truth be told, he too felt a surge of excitement, though devoid of any apprehension. Due to his formidable cultivation and strength, he is not challenged by ordinary formidable beings. The supreme elites who have reached the pinnacle of power are mostly in seclusion, training for decades or even centuries without revealing themselves. Furthermore, he does not seek to provoke them, so there is no cause for fear. In 10 days, he will depart from the Tiangui world, having accomplished his mission. Youzi nodded in agreement. In truth, she merely sought conversation. The two then made their way towards the capital of Tianxian. From a distance, Tianxian appeared as an endless ocean of architecture, evoking a sense of boundlessness and profound mystery. After half an hour, they arrived at the outer walls of the capital. The walls, constructed of blue stone, towered 100 meters high. The grand city gates, measuring 30 meters in width, featured 8 passageways, through which throngs of people traversed. Their attire resembled that of ancient China, embodying the essence of martial civilization, devoid of Earth's technological advancements. Upon entering Tianxian, they presented their tokens for temporary residency, each receiving a piece of Tianjing. At the gates, 16 martial emperors patrolled, and when Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi prepared to enter, they were stopped, though the tone was exceedingly courteous. Given Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi's demeanor and attire, their status was clearly noteworthy, prompting a cautious approach. Tianjing, what is that? Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, having never heard of it. However, he quickly deduced that every world possesses its own currency, and Tianjing must be the currency of the Tiangui world. It seemed prudent to thoroughly review the manual shortly. The notion of Tianjing was unfamiliar to him, which indicated he likely did not possess any. Nonetheless, he had resources. Resources serve as the universal currency in this realm. As he spoke, a crimson fruit appeared in his palm, which he promptly sent flying towards the patrolling guards. The Millennium Spirit Fruit, though not exceedingly rare, was still uncommon in the Tiangui world. While it might not be a treasure of extraordinary value, it could not be procured for a mere piece of Tianjing. By all means, please proceed, the patroller said, delighted to accept the spirit fruit. He recognized that such a spirit fruit would fetch at least 100 Tianjing, though it was hard to come by. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, taking Tian Youzi's hand as they ventured deeper into the city. What kind of fruit was that? Tian Youzi inquired softly. She did not recognize it, but sensed its remarkable and precious nature, akin to the legendary celestial fruits. The Millennium Spirit Fruit, Jun Xiaoyao replied. I obtained it during my sign-in at the courtyard, and I received 1,000 of them at once. Tian Youzi was genuinely astonished. The mere terms 1,000 years and spirit fruit were already astounding, and together, they hinted at an extraordinary rarity that needed no further elaboration. Chapter 53, Team Invitation. The Emperor's Tomb. 10 minutes later, Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi emerged from a treasure pavilion. Within the pavilion, they had exchanged resources for 1,000 heavenly crystals. Subsequently, they sought accommodation in an inn within the city. Would you prefer 2 rooms, or 1? Inquired the innkeeper, a smile gracing his face, seemingly aware of the answer. After all, the bond between Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi was unmistakably that of a couple. 2 rooms. 1 room, they replied in unison. A delicate blush crept across Tian Youzi's exquisite face, for she desired a single room, implying she wished to share it with Jun Xiaoyao. Were they on Earth? Her affection for him might have restrained her, but this was not Earth. It was a perilous realm where she possessed no cultivation skills and feared danger at every turn. Thus, she yearned to remain by Jun Xiaoyao's side, ideally inseparable. 1 room it is, Jun Xiaoyao affirmed after casting a glance at Tian Youzi. He understood her trepidation and the necessity of their shared accommodation. Moreover, their supply of heavenly crystals was limited, so saving a bit was prudent. Very well. The innkeeper proceeded with the check-in process and summoned a servant to escort them to their room. After arriving, the servant departed, leaving Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi in their lavish lodgings, adorned with the pelts of mysterious beasts and steeped in antiquity. 100 heavenly crystals per day. We cannot afford this, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, surveying the opulence of their quarters. The room featured a main area with 2 bedrooms, and Tian Youzi promptly chose the smaller one, feeling secure with Jun Xiaoyao nearby. Now, we are both impoverished, Tian Youzi remarked as she entered her bedroom. Rest first. Tomorrow, we shall venture out for training, Jun Xiaoyao instructed. Are you going to bathe? Tian Youzi queried, noting that there was only one bathing area in the room. She typically bathed before sleeping each night and wanted to inquire in advance, fearing Jun Xiaoyao might unexpectedly enter the bathing space. I shall not, he replied, removing his outer garments and reclining on the bed. He picked up a manual and began to read. After half an hour, he had finished the entire manual. It contained basic cultivation knowledge, yet it was of great importance to martial artists. He learned that heavenly crystals were not exclusive to the heavenly realm, but were the universal currency of the entire fantasy world. Earth had only recently entered this realm and remained under a protective period, leaving its inhabitants unaware of heavenly crystals. Moments later, Jun Xiaoyao heard the sound of water flowing from the bedroom. It is known that Tian Luobing is taking a bath. Unmentionable images arise in one's mind, which is entirely natural. Any normal man would experience such thoughts, especially when faced with someone as stunning as Tian Luobing. Ku Jungxiu inwardly curses, realizing that bringing Tian Luobing for training may not be the wisest decision. Fortunately, after 10 minutes, Tian Youzi finishes her bath. In truth, Tian Youzi feels quite anxious. After all, being in a room with a lone male while she bathes raises the question of what she would do if Ku Jungxiu were to unexpectedly enter. Should she submit or resist? Yet, there is a sense of anticipation. Internally, she scolds herself. Tian Youzi, what nonsensical thoughts are you indulging in all day? Aren't you ashamed? How mortifying. The following day marks their first in the Tiangui world. Ku Jungxiu and Tian Youzi depart from the inn and head towards the square, a prime location for gathering information. Indeed, not long after their arrival, they attract attention. Esteemed one, would you care to team up? A man in his 30s inquires, casting a surprised glance over Tian Youzi, who appears to possess no cultivation. However, he remains cautious, for many powerful individuals practice mysterious techniques that can conceal their true strength. He then shifts his gaze to Ku Jungxiu, greeting him. Upon entering the Tiangui world, Ku Jungxiu reveals a portion of his cultivation. Standing at the 9th level of the martial emperor realm, such prowess is deemed formidable in this world, though not among the elite. Thus, he is neither bullied nor feared. Where to? Ku Jungxiu asks. Surely, you jest, the man replies. We are headed to the emperor's ancient tomb. You must have heard of it, right? It is said to be one of the 10 most extraordinary secret realms in the Tiangui world, opening once every 10,000 years. With the entrance remaining accessible for only half a day, it is expected to open this afternoon. The man seems astonished. The emperor's ancient tomb is one of the top 10 secret realms in Tiangui. How could you not know it is about to open? Ah, I see. Ku Jungxiu muses, surprised by his own fortune. Is this luck a blessing or a curse? What dangers and treasures await within? Would you like to join us? Our party already consists of 6 members. If you join, we only need to find 2 more. We will keep the treasures we find for ourselves, while those obtained collectively will be shared equally. What do you say? The man presses. Agreed, Ku Jungxiu nods. Being unfamiliar with the Tiangui world, teaming up is indeed advantageous. As for safety, he believes he can manage with caution. Welcome. Let us go. Indeed, my name is Luo Xiang, and I am the vice captain for this occasion. Luo Xiang introduced himself, leading Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi towards the opposite side of the square. Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Luobing then introduced themselves. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at a private room in a tavern, where 5 individuals were already present, 3 women and 2 men, all appearing to be around 30 years of age, with their cultivation levels hovering around the 8th and 9th realms of the martial emperor. Upon their arrival, a brief introduction ensued, after which they settled into their seats. Half an hour later, Luo Xiang summoned 2 additional individuals, bringing the total to 10. They exchanged introductions once more. Chapter 54, Entering the Passage. What a significant investment. With a swift whoosh, 10 individuals departed from the capital of Tianxian, soaring towards the horizon. Jun Xiaoyao clasped Tian Youzi's delicate hand, embodying the essence of a celestial couple. In her heart, Tian Youzi observed how effortlessly the others took flight while she remained grounded, reliant on Jun Xiaoyao's support. Yet, There was a part of her that wished this moment could last an eternity, though she understood the impossibility of such a dream. After half a day's journey, the group finally halted amidst a sprawling mountain range. Along the way, they encountered numerous formidable beings, all heading in the same direction. The least among them was at the martial king realm, with the majority at the martial emperor level. Jun Xiaoyao discerned the presence of concealed martial god-level experts, and even a few individuals at the levels of earth and human sovereigns. They even crossed paths with a heavenly sovereign. This realization heightened his caution. While he could manage on his own, he had to be particularly vigilant with Tian Luo being in tow. Ahead lay the entrance to the ancient tomb of the great emperor. The team leader, Luo Kadi, stood at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, on the verge of stepping into the martial god territory, making him the undisputed leader of the group. It was estimated that there were nearly 1 million people here, drawn by the annual opening of this site. What treasures lay within? Who could say? Yet, it was known to be the resting place of a great emperor from the Tiangui world, one of the 3 peak powerhouses of that realm, and it was bound to house countless treasures. The competition would be fierce. Jun Xiaoyao hoped to acquire items and elixirs that could aid in breaking through to the martial god realm. He needed only a single herb aged 5,000 years. As the group approached, they caught sight of a distant lake, its waters crystal clear. Mysterious, colorful rays of light shot upwards, creating an enchanting spectacle. The sight filled them with excitement, as if they were destined to uncover unparalleled treasures within its depths. Are we truly going? Tian Youzi whispered softly into Jun Xiaoyao's ear, her tone intimate and slightly flirtatious. The faint scent of her breath wafted into Jun Xiaoyao's nostrils, igniting a rush of blood through him. She was utterly captivating. What if he could not resist her allure? Do you not wish to go? Jun Xiaoyao countered. Having come this far, would you really turn back now? I do wish to, Tian Youzi replied. I certainly do, but I fear the dangers. After all, I am just an ordinary person, while you possess formidable strength. What if we encounter unforeseen peril? Let fate decide, he said nonchalantly. In her heart, she mused, what if I were to perish? Would he mourn for me? If I were to die, I would want to do so in his embrace. Glancing at Jun Xiaoyao, she noticed him seated cross-legged, eyes gently closed, already immersed in meditation. Witnessing this, she, Tian Youzi, imitating the demeanor of those around her, sat beside Jun Xiaoyao. However, she had not cultivated, primarily due to a lack of innate talent for such pursuits. As the days dragged on, the sky resonated with thunderous rumblings, and the lakes churned with tumultuous waves. A fissure appeared in the void, merging the luminescence above the lake with the crack, forming a wondrous passageway. The ancient tomb of the emperor had finally been unveiled. Let us go, Jun Xiaoyao urged. The entrance would close shortly, and they needed to enter. In a flurry, countless individuals soared towards the passage, ultimately vanishing within its depths. Luo Kadi exchanged a brief greeting before 10 others followed suit, disappearing into the tunnel. Inside the passage, a terrifying force of tearing power surged, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of existence. Tian Youzi felt a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, her complexion pale, and her expression one of immense suffering. What's wrong? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, perplexed. The force, though formidable, should not have caused Tian Luobing any harm. Without further ado, he activated his true essence and enveloped Tian Luobing in his embrace. Thank you. With Jun Xiaoyao as protection, the overwhelming force dissipated. Feeling the warmth of his embrace, akin to a shield against any storm, Tian Youzi's heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. This sensation was delightful. She wished it could last a lifetime. Her small hands wrapped around Jun Xiaoyao, blissfully unaware of how closely she pressed against him. Hey, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, his blood surging with excitement as his gaze inadvertently fell upon her delicate form, indicating Tian Luobing's attributes. Ah, Tian Youzi gasped, her face growing even redder. This was far too embarrassing. Although Jun Xiaoyao could only catch glimpses, it still mortified her to the point where she wished to disappear into a crevice of the earth, though none was to be found. Quite the asset, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. Indeed, among all the women he had encountered, Tian Luobing possessed a remarkable physique, perhaps even a D-cup, if not larger. You lecher. Tian Youzi shot him a glare, overwhelmed by shyness yet secretly pleased. Being praised by Jun Xiaoyao, even if it was somewhat mortifying, felt like a validation of her own allure. Suddenly, The passage erupted with a mysterious force, instantaneously separating them. Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Luobing were caught off guard. Should they be separated? Tian Luobing would surely perish within the ancient tomb. Channeling his chaotic, divine, demonic body, Jun Xiaoyao withstood the mysterious power of the passage. He accelerated towards Tian Luobing and grasped her, who was engulfed in despair, in his arms. Chapter 55. Is Tian Youzi ready to confront the truth? A fleeting moment of despair enveloped her, only to be assuaged as Jun Xiaoyao embraced her. Tian Youzi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her small hands clinging tightly to Jun Xiaoyao's waist, fearing yet again to be separated. In that instant, all inhibitions faded away. Let shyness be shyness. Moreover, I cherish you. Both my being and heart are yours. Fear not, for I am here. Jun Xiaoyao felt a pang of compassion. Despite her status as a celestial prodigy, reigning first on both the global talent and master rankings, she remained, after all, merely an 18-year-old girl. In the face of such circumstances, fear was only natural. As he spoke, his palm gently caressed her delicate back. This was the first time he had shown such tenderness to a girl, aside from Yao. Tian Youzi, enveloped in Jun Xiaoyao's gentle touch, felt her heart melting in response to his kindness. At that moment, even death would seem worthwhile. Words eluded her. The fear that had once consumed her was dissipated by her softening heart, leaving her with only a faint acknowledgement as she nestled deeper into Jun Xiaoyao's embrace. The teleportation continued. Their other 8 companions had long since scattered, oblivious to their whereabouts. Time slipped away, second by second. 20 seconds later, the teleportation concluded. A sudden brightness enveloped them as they emerged into a dim world, its spiritual essence refined to the utmost purity, yet oppressively damp. Without question, they were underground. Hence the name. The ancient tomb of the great emperor. His consciousness delved into the primordial realm. The virtual interface displayed everything within 1,000 miles with crystal clarity, revealing a multitude of densely clustered red dots, indicative of the powerful beings who had just arrived. Yet, they could also signify unknown dangers and formidable beasts. Among the red dots, most were relatively weak, suggesting that the threats they represented paled in comparison to Jun Xiaoyao's formidable prowess. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was an extreme realm celestial sovereign, merely a step away from the sacred realm. More importantly, his chaos divine demon body had attained the 3rd level, while the other 2 divine techniques had reached their pinnacle in the 2nd level, granting him a terrifying level of strength. System, what does that arrow signify? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, noticing a massive green arrow on the virtual map that puzzled him. The arrow indicates the optimal direction chosen for you by the system. The spirit of the system replied. Are you still in a dormant state? Jun Xiaoyao pressed further. Currently, I remain in a dormant state. The system responded once more. After that, it fell silent. Jun Xiaoyao withdrew his consciousness. Xiaoyao, what should we do now? Tian Youzi asked, her voice filled with uncertainty in this unfamiliar place. A pervasive sense of dread envelopes the surroundings, instilling profound discomfort. Fortunately, Jun Xiaoyao is by her side. Otherwise, she would have little desire to venture into such a place. It is a trial, indeed. Jun Xiaoyao gently sets Tian Luobing down and, as he speaks, strides forward. Upon entering the ancient tomb of the emperor, he refrains from recklessly soaring through the air, opting instead to ascertain the situation before accelerating. Moreover, he senses an uncanny aura emanating from the tomb, one steeped in fear, which stirs a slight unease within him. Logically, having reached the pinnacle of celestial sovereignty, there should be little that poses a threat to him, save for a saint. Could it be that there exists a being of saintly caliber within this ancient tomb? Of course, this realm itself is the world of heavenly goo, a domain for the formidable. Celestial sovereigns are not the apex, and saints surely exist. However, prior to entering the tomb, he sensed no presence of saints. Perhaps a saint truly has ventured into the ancient tomb, or perhaps it is the terrifying presence that resides within. Wait for me. Tian Youzi implores as she notices Jun Xiaoyao has set her down, feeling a pang of reluctance. Would it not be better if you held me the entire time? Can you not hurry? Jun Xiaoyao responds, somewhat perplexed. To be honest, I find it hard to comprehend. The heavenly rankings have revealed your cultivation and innate talent. Yet you persist in feigning ignorance before me. Is there any merit in this charade? In life, there is no need to wear a mask. You even spoke of honoring our betrothal. Does this seem like a foundation for mutual understanding and trust? Yet here we are, beginning with pretense. What troubles you? Tian Youzi inquires. Sensing the icy tone in Jun Xiaoyao's voice, feeling a tinge of frustration and confusion. Tian Luobing, the heavenly rankings have laid bare your identity. Is this truly amusing? You speak of an engagement, but is your heart genuinely in it? You previously mentioned fostering our bond, yet you repeatedly don a fade. What is the point of this? Thankfully, I initially came here to dissolve our engagement. Tian Luobing, what games are you playing? Jun Xiaoyao turns, fixing his gaze upon Tian Youzi, his voice cool and detached. In truth, he does not harbor disdain for Tian Luobing. Rather, he finds her somewhat endearing, for she is undeniably beautiful, stunning in a way that evokes admiration. At least for now, no one can rival her beauty save for Yaoer. However, the fluctuating emotions of Tian Luobing do not sit well with him. It is not as you imagine. Truly, you know I care for you. I recognized my feelings just 2 days after meeting you. Perhaps you find it hard to believe. For I struggle to trust myself, yet it is indeed the truth. I remain unchanged, without pretense. There are merely aspects you do not comprehend. Tian Youzi's eyes glisten with unshed tears, crystalline droplets cascading down her cheeks. Indeed, though she and her sister are strikingly similar in appearance, even sharing the same demeanor, Jun Xiaoyao finds it impossible to connect with them on any meaningful level. It is certain that he harbors no affection for this fact. Tian Youzi is undoubtedly aware of this, yet she cannot bring herself to confront the issue, for doing so may result in the irrevocable loss of him, leaving her with no glimmer of hope. Chapter 56. Confrontation. Tian Youzi in peril regardless of your reasoning. I find it difficult to accept this version of you. Moreover, the affection you harbor is merely an illusion. Jun Xiaoyao gazed at Tian Luobing, speaking with measured calmness, while internally astonished. Being cherished is undoubtedly a positive experience. However, considering that they lacked even a fundamental understanding of each other, could such feelings truly be anything but a mirage? Of course, love at first sight does exist. Whose romance isn't ignited by an initial glance? At first sight, one admires the other's beauty, strength, talent, and character, and so forth. Only after that first encounter can one decide whether to engage further and eventually fall in love. Jun Xiaoyao comprehended this truth, yet he wished to spare Tian Youzi any heartache, not wanting to cause her distress. It is not as you perceive. Emotions are profoundly mysterious, often devoid of rationale. In this era, do you truly believe that love at first sight is non-existent? The affection and relationships between two individuals invariably commence from mutual attraction. Furthermore, what you perceive is not necessarily the truth. Tian Youzi listened to Jun Xiaoyao's words, reflecting deeply. After a lengthy contemplation, she affirmed that her feelings were directed towards Jun Xiaoyao. If she did not harbor affection for him, how could she transform from a cold, haughty CO into a girl who whimpered playfully before him? Initially, her intention was merely to provoke Bing. At that time, she did not harbor any aversion towards Jun Xiaoyao, as she found him pleasing to the eye. Perhaps this was the essence of affinity. Her affection for Jun Xiaoyao was also intertwined with her rivalry with Bing. The two sisters bore similar appearances and temperaments, yet their talents were worlds apart. Out of a sense of indignation, she resolved to claim Bing as fiancé. Yet, she did not anticipate Jun Xiaoyao's extraordinary prowess and abilities, which left her both awestruck and enchanted. Since the matter is now laid bare, why not elucidate what I have perceived that is untrue? Additionally, you must understand that you are merely one of my 5 fiancés. Yao Yao is my sister, and also one of my betrothed, albeit she remains unaware. If you were to consider your current self, do you truly believe I would choose you over Yao Yao? Jun Xiaoyao crossed his arms, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Since everything is now on the table, let us reveal our hands. Tian Youzi found herself in a quandary, torn and uncertain about whether to disclose everything. The Tian ranking has exposed you as the foremost grandmaster, with unparalleled talent. Based on my intuition, even a martial emperor would struggle to contend with you. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to conceal yourself for a time. Once the ancient emperor's tomb concludes, return to Earth. After Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, his figure flickered and vanished. As it ascended towards the horizon, it vanished in the blink of an eye. Alas, carefree existence. It is not as you envision. For you, I would sacrifice everything. No one has ever entered my heart, save for you, etched deep within the recesses of my memory. Tian Youzi gazed at the disappearing Jun Xiaoyao, her composure unraveling completely. Crystal tears cascaded down endlessly as she crouched on the ground, sobbing inconsolably. In this moment, she feared not the perilous world nor the ferocity of beasts. Rather, she felt an unprecedented strength for what remained if one had no beloved. A faint sound of air being sliced through broke the silence. Suddenly, a blue figure appeared, landing not far from Tian Youzi. It was a man in his 40s, whose gaze roamed restlessly until it settled upon her. His eyes bore an exceedingly malevolent glint, accompanied by a repugnant smile. It was evident that he lusted after Tian Youzi's figure. This was hardly surprising. Any man would desire her beauty, for she was stunning beyond compare. Cease your struggles. I shall treat you well, the man declared, a rogue cultivator of the Tiangui realm, a formidable martial deity. Within the confines of this ancient imperial tomb, he was undoubtedly a superlative powerhouse. As he spoke, he advanced step by step toward Tian Youzi, his gaze never wavering from her. His wicked eyes brazenly scanning her flawless form and unparalleled visage, driving him to the brink of madness. Chapter 57. She is not Tian Luobing? As the winds howled across the horizon, Jun Xiaoyao soared through the air, feeling an unexpected lightness. The truth had been unveiled. However, the mission triggered by the system remained unfulfilled, rendering his 50,000 points futile. But wait, could it be that she is not Tian Luobing? Then who is she? System, have you known all along that she is not Tian Luobing, but rather her sister, or perhaps her younger sibling? Otherwise, I would have never triggered any events while accompanying her. Lost in thought as he flew, Jun Xiaoyao sensed an incongruity lingering in his mind. Soon enough, he halted, struck by a sudden realization. The individual who had entered the ancient emperor's tomb with him was not Tian Luobing at all, but rather her sister or younger sibling, their resemblance so striking that he had failed to discern the difference. The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became. Although their appearances and temperaments were alike, their personalities were distinctly different. No wonder with this thought, he found himself at a loss for words. In a flash, Jun Xiaoyao turned back towards the direction he had come from. As a warrior, one's instinct in the face of danger should be to defend and retaliate. Yet, during the teleportation, Tian Luobing had displayed none of these instincts, indicating she possessed neither cultivation nor strength. With swift strides, Jun Xiaoyao covered vast distances, understanding the perilous nature of the surroundings. It was unsafe here for any ordinary person, let alone for someone like him. To abandon her alone in such a treacherous place would be akin to condemning her to a fate worse than death. Finally, within the realm of the virtual map, a blue light appeared, accompanied by a red dot in close proximity. It was evident that the blue dot represented Tian Luobing, while the red dot signified an enemy. This revelation filled Jun Xiaoyao with regret. He should not have left her unattended. With a force capable of annihilating worlds, he unleashed an overwhelming aura directed towards the blue light, his cultivation at the heavenly sovereign realm erupting forth. In an instant, the powerful beings and creatures within a 10,000-mile radius felt the tremors of his presence. Countless strong entities quaked under that immense pressure, as if faced with divine wrath. Transcending even that of a martial god, it was at least on par with the sovereign. What terrifying might! Had the sovereign been angered? Who dared to provoke such power? A death wish indeed. As the terrifying pressure was felt, many formidable beings were filled with trepidation. They knew that to enrage a sovereign could result in rivers of blood flowing for miles. They wished not to be caught in the ensuing chaos. Internally, they cursed their misfortune. What was happening? He is a sovereign. This is the end. In front of Tian Youzi, at a distance of 3 meters, Su Mingyao wore an evil grin, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over her as his mind began to conjure lascivious fantasies of her delighting him. Just as he was about to take action, a cataclysmic pressure descended upon him. Though the source was far away, the oppressive force was evidently directed at him. He, a martial god who had encountered revered figures, was acutely aware of the chasm that existed between a martial god and a revered one. Before such a presence, a martial god was but an insignificant insect, with no hope of escape. It dawned upon him that he had underestimated his opponent, failing to foresee that he was up against a terrifying revered one. It turned out that he had already seen Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi earlier and had contemplated making a move. However, in a bid for caution, he had intended to unleash a devastating strike upon Jun Xiaoyao, not anticipating that Jun Xiaoyao would venture forth alone. This had spared him the need to act, but now, that man had returned, and he was not merely a martial emperor, but a revered one of unimaginable power. In the void, a radiant celestial light descended, and in that fleeting moment, Zhong Mie found himself immobilized, unable to stir. The light vanished, and with a soft sound, Zhong Mie disintegrated, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Jun Xiaoyao materialized seemingly out of nowhere, landing gracefully before Tian Youzi. "Why have you returned?" she inquired, her heart brimming with excitement, though she masked her elation. "I have come to understand," he replied, not answering her directly, but prompting her to articulate her thoughts. He wished for her to voice it herself rather than leave it to conjecture. "My name is Tian Youzi," she confessed, acknowledging her identity. She recognized that Jun Xiaoyao might have surmised her name. Previously, he had not paid her much mind, but now that they had openly addressed the matter, he could certainly deduce it upon reflection. Thus, she chose not to conceal her name any longer. Rather than shrouding it in secrecy, she preferred to admit it candidly. Even if she were to lose him, she would not allow him to harbor disdain for her. That was her unwavering principle. "Tian Youzi, who named you that? Have you gone mad with a craving for pomelos?" Jun Xiaoyao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "What a curious name indeed. To be named after a fruit is quite amusing. You are the pomelo. Your entire family is pomelos," she retorted playfully. "I am not a pomelo. I am Youzi, with you meaning tranquil and Z signifying purple." Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Tian Youzi pouted, nearly bursting into laughter, and proceeded to clarify her name. Chapter 58, Tian Youzi, be my boyfriend, Yuzu. It's all trivial. These matters hold no significance. Jun Xiaoyao felt a twinge of irritation. The name sounded somewhat like a fruit, yet it was decidedly not. The disparity was quite pronounced. However, such musings were not what truly occupied his thoughts. The crux of the matter was that the other party had already acknowledged she was not Tian Luobing. "Tian Luobing is my sister. We bear an uncanny resemblance. That day when you mentioned I was injured, it was actually Bing who was hurt. When you visited the Tian Corporation, you encountered me. I had intended to play a prank on Bing and agreed to it merely because I found you appealing. Subsequently, you astonished me and captured my heart. My fondness for you blossomed from the morning after that fateful night when you suggested we part ways. At that moment, I felt a sense of reluctance and gradually realized my affection for you, yet I still hesitated to fully accept it." Tian Youzi lowered her head, softly murmuring, her delicate hand twisting the hem of her skirt in a flustered manner, akin to a child who has erred. After speaking, she lifted her gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao, yearning to discern what lay ahead. Regardless of what it entailed, she knew she must confront and embrace it. On the Pacific, aboard the cruise ship. "That person is not you, is it?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired, astonished. It was remarkable that such a similar individual existed in the world, sharing not only an identical appearance, but also a matching aura. As a formidable figure of the Tianzuan, he had been utterly deceived. Of course, he had not been entirely attentive. Otherwise, he would have recognized it long ago. "Yes, that was Binger, on the day of the Divine War. I watched you fight from my office," Tian Youzi affirmed, a pang of envy stirring within her. She envied the days Binger spent with Jun Xiaoyao. Although she understood the two were likely at odds, she still cherished those moments. "Why not speak of it sooner?" Jun Xiaoyao sighed, questioning her. "You have no cultivation, yet you wish to accompany him." "I wish to be by your side for eternity," Tian Youzi replied softly. "You are under my protection. I will ensure your safe return." Jun Xiaoyao stated matter-of-factly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. With a single wave of his hand, a mysterious force enveloped Tian Youzi, whisking her away through the air towards the horizon. "Are you sending me away?" Tian Youzi whispered, her eyes glistening with tears, resembling the onset of rain. She comprehended that once Jun Xiaoyao returned her, he would vanish entirely from her world, and they would no longer share any connection. "I do not harbor feelings for you," Jun Xiaoyao declared. "Yet, I do like you," Tian Youzi confessed softly. In Jun Xiaoyao's presence, she cast aside all semblance of a cold, aloof CEO and the icy demeanor of a goddess, embodying instead the essence of a gentle young girl. Jun Xiaoyao rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He was at a loss for words. "Furthermore, I do not mind your other fiancé, yes. I will strive to get along well with Sister Yaoer, even if I lack the talent for cultivation. I shall endeavor to be my best self, ensuring I do not bring you shame," Tian Youzi continued. Jun Xiaoyao felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What on earth does this even mean? Grant me an opportunity, will you? Tian Youzi said, shaking Jun Xiaoyao's arm in a manner that resembled a playful pout. I must say, that grapefruit, you were playing with fire. Jun Xiaoyao remarked, his gaze drifting to his arm, which had been brushed against by Tian Youzi's ample form. To be candid, Jun Xiaoyao was contemplating the truth of Tian Youzi's words. Moreover, she had already excelled in her efforts, all for his sake. He was no fool, incapable of recognizing her merits. However, he simply did not wish to hurt Tian Youzi, for his heart was already devoted to Yaoer. Ding! Event triggered. Master and Tian Youzi enter a relationship. Refusal results in failure of the training task. Acceptance grants 1.5 million points. At that moment, the voice of the system's spirit echoed in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. Upon hearing this voice, Jun Xiaoyao felt a surge of indignation. How dare you? It appears you have been fully aware all along that I was not encountering Tian Luobing, but rather Tian Youzi, and now you dare to coerce me with a task. What benefits has Tian Youzi bestowed upon you? Very well, I accept. After a moment of contemplation, Jun Xiaoyao acquiesced. He understood that the system had likely been aware of the situation long before. It merely chose not to provide any hints. More infuriatingly, the system feigned ignorance, claiming it was in a dormant state. What a farce. Having reached this juncture, to refuse would mean the failure of the prior task, resulting in the loss of 500,000 points. Conversely, acceptance would yield a reward of 1.5 million points. Since I have come this far, I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Thus, he agreed. It was merely a relationship, not a marriage or romance. Ah, you lecher. Tian Youzi, following Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, felt her proud curves brush against his arm, and she was overwhelmed with embarrassment, wishing desperately to disappear into the earth. She quickly withdrew her hand, her exquisitely beautiful and frosty visage flushed with crimson. Jun Xiaoyao silently lamented his misfortune. He had not intended for this to happen, and besides, it was she who had embraced him. Have you accepted? Tian Youzi, noticing Jun Xiaoyao's silence, cautiously regarded him before summoning her courage to inquire. What do you mean? Jun Xiaoyao asked. What have I agreed to? Be my boyfriend, please. This is my first love. After all, Tian Youzi declared, her petite face blushing, a sight so enchanting it could quicken one's heartbeat. Having spoken, she dared not meet Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, her heart racing with a mix of anticipation and trepidation, hoping fervently for his affirmative response. She understood that Jun Xiaoyao would never agree. A sense of tension enveloped her. The thought of Jun Xiaoyao's potential refusal weighed heavily on her mind. If he were to decline, what would she do then? Chapter 59. A Kiss from Tian Youzi. The emergence of a treasure in response to Tian Youzi's request. Jun Xiaoyao remained silent. He neither declined nor accepted, as he was uncertain how to respond. Furthermore, their time together had been too brief for meaningful understanding. Perhaps deeper familiarity would yield clarity in the future. His limitations stemmed from two primary reasons. Firstly, the constraints imposed by the system. Secondly, the fact that Tian Youzi was not his betrothed. He held a strong aversion to the notion of a marriage contract, and currently, the enchanting woman by his side was not Tian Luobing, but rather Tian Youzi, who was not his fiancée. After a prolonged silence, Tian Youzi, noticing Jun Xiaoyao's lack of response, felt a mix of joy and uncertainty. She pondered whether he had acquiesced or rejected her, or perhaps deemed her question unworthy of reply. Her beautiful eyes were fixated upon him, and in a moment of infatuation, she impulsively pressed her delicate, rosy lips against his cheek. Upon doing so, a wave of shyness washed over her, yet she felt no regret. Instead, she found herself enamored with the present moment. What are you doing? Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback. The warmth of her soft lips against his cheek sent a jolt through him. This was the first time a girl had kissed him. Aside from Yaoer, I like you, and I reward you with this kiss. Tian Youzi giggled, summoning her courage to articulate her feelings while intently observing Jun Xiaoyao's reaction. Would he be angry or respond in some other manner? To her astonishment, Jun Xiaoyao turned his head and bestowed a kiss upon her alluring lips, causing Tian Youzi to feel as if she had been electrified, her entire body stiffening in surprise. Previously, she had initiated the kiss, feeling shy and nervous. Now, the roles had reversed, and she was on the brink of losing herself in the moment. What are you doing? Tian Youzi asked, bewildered, her expression conveying confusion about her own identity and surroundings. I do not like you, and this is a punishment, Jun Xiaoyao replied, his tone mirroring that of Tian Youzi, yet with an entirely opposite meaning. Humph, Tian Youzi huffed, her cheeks flushed. She turned away, yet inside, she was elated, for she sensed that Jun Xiaoyao did not genuinely mean what he said. Moreover, she realized that she had lost her first kiss. She had kissed him first, and he had kissed her back shortly thereafter, the interval between the two kisses barely discernible. Ding! Event triggered. Tian Youzi's first kiss was bestowed upon the master. Reward, 80,000 points. Event triggered. The master's first kiss was given to Tian Youzi. Reward, 4,000 points. In his mind, the system's notification resonated. Upon hearing it, Jun Xiaoyao felt an urge to curse. How could his first kiss be deemed so worthless? Not only had it been halved in value on Tian Youzi's record, but it had also diminished tenfold. However, he was left pondering the implications of this situation. Being with Tian Youzi can also trigger points. Why didn't such events occur before? Whoosh! Jun Xiaoyao's true essence surged, allowing him to soar through the skies. Tian Youzi, enveloped in his true essence, ascended rapidly into the air, darting towards the horizon. Where are we going? Tian Youzi inquired, her small hand gripping Jun Xiaoyao's tightly, fearful of losing him. To find a place for our wedding night, Jun Xiaoyao replied, a cunning smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Tian Youzi. Her delicate face was cold yet breathtakingly beautiful, her skin flawless and tender. A vision that stirred the heart. I absolutely refuse. Tian Youzi exclaimed, startled, her eyes warily scrutinizing Jun Xiaoyao. Though she harbored feelings for him, it was not to such an extent. After all, she was merely a girl, proud, aloof, and the executive president of the Tian Group, which commanded nearly 1 trillion. While she liked Jun Xiaoyao, her affections were still in their nascent stage, far from the foolishness of other girls. In fact, she was more traditional and conservative than anyone else. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but chuckle at Tian Youzi's reaction. It was then that she realized Jun Xiaoyao was intentionally teasing her. Boom, boom, boom. After half an hour of flight, a resounding roar echoed ahead, shaking the very earth. As the space around them twisted ominously, an apocalyptic sight. On the virtual map, a multitude of red dots appeared, alongside 9 colorful points. War Emperor, 4891. War God, 218. Human Sovereign, 7. Earth Sovereign, 3. Heavenly Sovereign, 1. Beneath the virtual map, the numbers and realms represented by the dots were indicated. Of course, realms did not always equate to strength. Many prodigious warriors often possessed power far exceeding their own realm, capable of defeating formidable foes beyond their rank. Observing the dots on the virtual map left Jun Xiaoyao astonished. Just upon entering the emperor's ancient tomb, he encountered such a plethora of powerful beings. The 9 colorful dots were undoubtedly signs of extraordinary treasures. The system's chosen route was indeed impeccable. Otherwise, locating any treasure in such a vast ancient tomb would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. What has happened? Tian Youzi inquired anxiously, gripping Jun Xiaoyao's hand tightly, her small face turned upward in concern. Such a spectacle was unseen on Earth. Naturally, in this place alone, there were thousands of war emperors, hundreds of war gods, and numerous sovereigns. The combined strength of Earth could hardly rival that found here. With treasures emerging, fierce competition was inevitable. Jun Xiaoyao's expression grew grave, as though he faced a formidable adversary. Are you not capable of contending with them? Tian Youzi questioned. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's expression, a sense of unease intensified within me. If even Jun Xiaoyao found the situation challenging, it undoubtedly posed a significant danger, potentially even a threat to life itself. Chapter 60. The first prodigy of 100,000 years. Prince Owleye on the surface, there exist at least 10 formidable beings comparable to myself. And lurking in the shadows are even more terrifying powers. There are thousands of martial emperors and hundreds of martial gods, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, suspended in midair. Caught in a dilemma. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao discreetly suppressed his cultivation, appearing to others as merely a human sovereign. Can we retreat? Tian Youzi inquired. If danger lies ahead, surely returning would be prudent. It is too late. I have already been locked onto, Jun Xiaoyao responded. As a sovereign, his means were beyond imagination. He was aware that his presence had been detected, and should he attempt to flee now, they would undoubtedly pursue him directly. Moreover, this moment presented an opportunity to test Tian Youzi's reaction upon witnessing his defeat. What shall we do? Tian Youzi's delicate face was etched with worry, her anxiety palpable. On Earth, Jun Xiaoyao was invincible, yet here he confronted terrifying peril, leaving her lost and unsure. Let us investigate, Jun Xiaoyao replied. As he spoke, his figure flickered and he soared toward the source of the cataclysmic disturbance. Soon, a scene of utter devastation unfolded before their eyes, a cataclysmic battle where thousands of martial emperors and martial gods unleashed unparalleled might. In the air hovered 9 radiant orbs, each the size of a basin, shimmering with multicolored brilliance. These formidable beings were vying for possession of these 9 orbs of light. On the other side stood a strikingly handsome youth, appearing to be around 17 years of age. He resembled a celestial being, clothed in garments as white as snow, exuding an effortless elegance and an otherworldly presence. With a gilded folding fan in hand, he fanned himself languidly, wearing a self-assured smile, seemingly unconcerned by the chaos around him, as if he held everything in his grasp. Surrounding him were 10 sovereigns and over 100 martial emperors, while he himself was a terrifying celestial sovereign, his cultivation reaching the mid-level. Interesting, the youth mused, immediately noticing the arrival of Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi. Upon seeing Tian Youzi, a fierce desire of possession gleamed in his eyes as he brazenly assessed her. Tian Youzi, too, had caught sight of the youth and recognized the intent in his gaze. Instinctively, she edged closer to Jun Xiaoyao, her small hand gripping his tightly. With a swift motion, the youth stepped forward, appearing before them, halting 10 meters away, his entourage of 10 sovereigns following closely behind. I am Aolai, the 7th prince of the Tianxian Empire. May I ask how the young lady is addressed? The youth's gaze dismissed Jun Xiaoyao entirely, fixating on Tian Youzi as he waved his fan. Such an unutterable grace and ethereal elegance, utterly transcendent. It is of no concern to you. Tian Youzi spoke coldly, her discernment revealing that the young man before her harbored an interest in her physical form, which stirred within her an instinctive aversion, even a hint of disgust. Ha! How amusing. I, the prince, have taken a liking to you. Come forth. Aolai laughed heartily. He had initially presumed that upon revealing his noble identity, coupled with his prowess and appearance, no woman would dare to refuse him, and that she would inevitably rush into his embrace. Yet, reality defied his expectations. Tian Youzi's reaction was wholly unexpected. The more she resisted, the more his interest grew. As he spoke, he closed his folding fan and gestured for Tian Youzi to approach. I'm afraid I do not harbor affections for you, for my heart belongs to another, Tian Youzi replied coldly, her heart racing with trepidation, for she perceived that Jun Xiaoyao's expression was grave, even tinged with a hint of fear, revealing to her that this young man was no ordinary individual, but a figure of immense terror. Oh, I see. Then I shall eliminate him first, and you will come to favor me, the prince said, his gaze icy as it turned to Jun Xiaoyao beside Tian Youzi, an overwhelming murderous intent surging forth. As he spoke, he waved his folding fan gently. Humph! At his command, a respected figure beside the young man stepped forward, his palms slicing through the air, unleashing a destructive force that bore down upon Jun Xiaoyao, resembling the inexorable might of celestial wrath, utterly unmatched. No. Upon hearing the young man's words, Tian Youzi's heart sank with dread. Yet, she felt powerless, devoid of the ability to cultivate, even with strength. What could she do against someone who could easily overpower Jun Xiaoyao? As the obliterating force bore down upon them, she instinctively shielded Jun Xiaoyao, stepping in front of him. However, to her astonishment, Jun Xiaoyao pushed her aside. With a cough, Jun Xiaoyao spat blood, his body retreating 100 meters. He found himself utterly drained of strength, relying solely on his true essence to momentarily hover in the air, his gaze icy as he regarded the young man. How dare a mere mortal contend for the affection of His Highness the Prince? One wonders from whence such audacity arises, the strong man who had just attacked remarked coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. He was unaware that Jun Xiaoyao concealed his true cultivation level, otherwise, he would not have spoken so boldly. The 7th prince is already a mid-tier celestial. Even a saint has once been bested by him. The 7th prince is the foremost prodigy of the Tianxian Empire in a millennium. To offend the 7th prince is to court certain death, with no escape in sight. Cease your struggles and perish, they warned from behind Aolai. The Tianxian Empire. The seventh prince. In the realm of the eternal, one of the most exceptional prodigies. At merely 20 years of age, ascended to the revered status of celestial sovereign, earning the title of the greatest genius in 100,000 years. With the cultivation of a mid-level celestial sovereign, he has triumphed over saints, leaving them in utter defeat. The seventh prince, Aolai, spoke coldly. It was the recently intervened sovereign, he proclaimed, as he stepped forward, positioning himself before Jun Xiaoyao. His hand gradually rose. "Do not harm him," cried Tian Youzi, tears glistening on her cheeks, her gaze filled with despair. "Follow this prince, grant him mercy." A wicked smile curled at the corners of the seventh prince Aolai's lips. In this world, there exists no woman he cannot conquer. Chapter 61. In the next life, I still adore you, let him go, I promise you. Tears, like purple raindrops, cascaded down Tian Youzi's face. As she gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, her coldly exquisite visage transformed into a hauntingly beautiful smile, one that was both tragic and captivating. Eventually, her gaze shifted from Jun Xiaoyao as she responded to the seventh prince Aolai. "Begone, seventh prince Aolai." He cast a scornful look at Jun Xiaoyao, disdain evident in his eyes, for he believed that Jun Xiaoyao had bartered a woman for his own life. With a swift motion, the revered figure who had previously assailed Jun Xiaoyao, obeying his master's command, unleashed a palm strike from a distance, sending Jun Xiaoyao hurtling through the air until he vanished from sight. The fierce battle raged on, growing ever more brutal. In the sky, Tian Youzi remained suspended by a strand of true essence, her gaze fixated on the spot where Jun Xiaoyao had disappeared into the horizon. Time ticked away, second by second. "Come to me. Only I am suited for you. From this day forth, I shall be your master," declared the seventh prince Aolai, a wicked grin curling upon his lips as his gaze roamed over Tian Youzi, unrestrained. This breathtaking beauty was to be his tonight and forevermore. A mere plaything for his amusement. To speak truthfully, the Tiangui realm was vast and boundless, its expanse unknown. Yet she had never encountered a girl more beautiful than the one before her. No longer could she wait. Tian Youzi glanced toward the horizon, counting the moments in her heart. She was waiting for Jun Xiaoyao to venture farther away, for only by distancing himself from this place could he find safety. The seventh prince had promised to spare his life, and Aolai, discerning Tian Youzi's thoughts, remained aware of her intentions. Time elapsed, and then, in that instant, a sharp dagger appeared in Tian Youzi's delicate hand. "For you, I would sacrifice everything. Even in death, I shall be unblemished." A smile graced her icy, flawless countenance, rendering her even more enchanting. In that moment, with resolve and clarity, she drew the blade across her neck, devoid of hesitation or regret. For she understood that before the powerful, an ordinary person like her had no chance even to end her own life. Thus, she dared not falter. A flash of crimson light pierced the air as Tian Youzi's delicate form began to descend slowly from the sky. Damn it! The seventh prince Aolai was taken aback by her sudden act of suicide, astonished by her decisiveness. In that moment, he felt a raw sense of humiliation. "Die, Tian Youzi." A familiar and furious voice resonated, and simultaneously, a figure emerged. That figure was none other than Jun Xiaoyao. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao's figure transformed rapidly, his body drenched in blood, as excruciating pain tore through him. Gradually, a colossal divine beast manifested out of thin air. This beast, the Kunpeng, spanned an impressive 300 miles. Upon its emergence, its enormous wings swept down upon the seventh prince and his company like a cataclysmic storm. "In the next life, I will still cherish you. I have no regrets, never will." Tian Youzi, weakly closing his eyes, the last remnants of consciousness faded into oblivion. Then, there was nothing. Boom, boom, boom. The devastating aura of death descended with overwhelming force. "Damn it!" exclaimed the seventh prince Aolai, terror-stricken. The other martial emperors, martial gods, and dignitaries were equally engulfed in despair. In an instant, thousands of martial emperors, hundreds of martial gods, and several dignitaries were reduced to nothingness. Whoosh! The Kunpeng dove toward the ground. Upon landing, it vanished, revealing Jun Xiaoyao, who stood over the unconscious Tian Youzi. On her long, pale neck was a deep gash, from which blood flowed. At this moment, Tian Youzi had lost all awareness, her warmth barely lingering. I promised you. Jun Xiaoyao bent down and lifted Tian Youzi into his arms, speaking softly. In an instant, he soared into the sky, simultaneously drawing 9 radiant beams of color into his realm. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao had long been aware of the battle unfolding. After all, the virtual map was not merely decorative. Moreover, with his prowess, he could obliterate everything with a mere wave of his hand, even without invoking divine techniques. Yet, he feigned gravity, primarily to test Tian Youzi. This could hardly be blamed on him. After all, the shadow of his past heartbreak lingered when his girlfriend had left him. The injuries he sustained were a ruse. As was his departure, he had not truly left, instead lurking nearby, observing and controlling everything. Whoosh, whoosh. His form flickered as he flew through the air. Meanwhile, a thumb-sized golden elixir appeared in the palm of Jun Xiaoyao's hand, radiating a mysterious glow, imbued with an ancient and ethereal essence, pulsating with an aura of terrifying vitality. This was the 9 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill, a celestial-grade elixir. He had acquired a total of 9, each exceedingly precious, capable of reviving the dead and cleansing the body, swiftly awakening latent talents. Gently, he fed the elixir into Tian Youzi's mouth, his hands supporting her as he channeled his true essence to aid her in digesting the pill. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a cave. With a flick of his consciousness, 2 blankets materialized. Jun Xiaoyao placed Tian Youzi upon one, carefully observing her until he was assured that the elixir's effects had taken hold, noting that the gash on her neck had already begun to heal. Time passed. As each moment slipped away, an hour passed. A soft sound escaped Tian Youzi's lips, a delicate HM. Her beautiful eyes gradually fluttered open, revealing a gaze filled with confusion, disbelief, and a hint of skepticism. You have awakened, Jun Xiaoyao spoke, approaching Tian Youzi's side, gently placing his hand upon her forehead to confirm her well-being. All is well. Xiaoyao, is it you? Have you perished as well? Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao, tears streamed down Tian Youzi's cheeks once more. She had assumed she was dead, and seeing him in this place led her to believe he too had met his end. You are the one who is dead, indeed. What nonsensical talk is this? Jun Xiaoyao replied. Is it truly so? Are we both alive? Tian Youzi struggled to fathom the reality, for she distinctly remembered taking her own life, convinced of her demise. Yet, in the fleeting moment before her consciousness faded, she had witnessed Jun Xiaoyao's furious return, as if he had invoked some arcane forbidden technique. After that, her memory faded into oblivion. Now, noticing a trace of blood at the corner of Jun Xiaoyao's mouth, her heart filled with concern as she inquired softly. Chapter 62. Did you promise me? It's nothing. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. What exactly is happening? Where are we? Tian Youzi inquired, her heart brimming with curiosity about the unfolding events. It was my oversight. When I entered the Tiangui world, I sealed my divine abilities and some of my cultivation to avoid causing disturbances in this realm. Consequently, I was not their match. After leaving, I used elixirs to lift the seal. Jun Xiaoyao fabricated a lie, silently vowing to himself, never again would I deceive. Xiaoyao, I seem to have heard a voice. Did you promise me? Tian Youzi spoke weakly, her exquisite countenance now restored to a rosy hue after consuming the 9 transformation Great Rejuvenation Pill, which had rejuvenated her form, rendering her even more beautiful. Her captivating eyes fixed on Jun Xiaoyao. Promise what? He asked. You promised to be my boyfriend, Tian Youzi replied. That was merely your illusion. Jun Xiaoyao countered. It hurts, she retorted with a cold snort. Yet, her heart brimmed with sweetness. For she was certain that what she had heard was not a mere figment of her imagination, but a reality, and that Jun Xiaoyao was teasing her intentionally. Nevertheless, she reassured herself with the thought, as long as you hold me in your heart, it matters not if you do not harbor affection for me. My feelings for you suffice. What is the matter? Jun Xiaoyao asked, concern etching his features. Is it your wound? As he spoke, he crouched beside Tian Youzi, examining the scar on her neck. Apart from a trace of blood, the injury had completely healed. It hurts a bit. A sly smile crept onto Tian Youzi's delicate face as she took the opportunity to lean into Jun Xiaoyao's embrace. You. Upon realizing her ploy, Jun Xiaoyao understood he had been tricked by her. I want to sleep. Will you hold me? Tian Youzi nestled her head against Jun Xiaoyao's chest, clutching his hand as if fearing his departure. Sleep then, he nodded, enveloping her in his arms. After a moment of contemplation, he lay atop the blanket. One arm cradling Tian Youzi's head while the other covered her with a separate blanket, for the ancient imperial tomb was exceedingly damp and the temperature quite low. Without her cultivation, Tian Youzi would easily fall ill if not adequately covered. Event triggered. Master sleeps with Tian Youzi. Reward: 50,000 points. A notification echoed in Jun Xiaoyao's mind, leaving him speechless. Tian Youzi's body stiffened, her heartbeat quickening, her cheeks flushed. Her eyes gazed adoringly at Jun Xiaoyao as their actions became exceedingly intimate. It was the first time she found herself in the embrace of the opposite sex. The first time sleeping beside one. Sharing a quilt with the opposite sex for the first time, resting her head upon his arm, a profound sense of happiness enveloped her. She was aware that during her unconscious state, he had promised her something, though he remained reluctant to acknowledge it. Yet, through his actions, he had indeed made a commitment. Otherwise, he would not have cherished her so dearly nor held her close as they slept. Unbeknownst to her, tears of joy cascaded down her cheeks. "What troubles you?" he inquired, having noticed the glistening droplets on her delicate face. "I'm just so happy," she replied, her countenance radiant with a smile. In that moment, she felt her life was complete and fulfilled. "Let us rest now. The elixir within you will soon take effect, and your injuries will heal completely," he assured her. With that, he closed his eyes. Half an hour passed, and he had fallen into a deep slumber, his breaths gentle and rhythmic. "Darling," she gazed at him, entranced by his presence. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she leaned closer, whispering softly into his ear. Upon uttering the endearment, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, inspired by the affectionate exchanges she had witnessed between other couples. Before she realized it, she succumbed to slumber. The following morning, she awoke to find herself wrapped around him like an octopus, her long, graceful leg draped over him, a posture undeniably intimate. Yet, aside from a sense of shyness, she felt nothing else. Silently, she nestled beside him. After half an hour, he stirred awake. "How do you feel?" he asked. "The elixir should have greatly benefited you," he continued, determined to awaken her latent abilities today. Even if she lacked innate talent, he had alternative methods to assist her. Feeling invigorated, she was astonished. Previously, she always awoke with a hint of fatigue, as if she had not rested enough. But today, she felt entirely revitalized, her body brimming with energy. It dawned on her that he must have given her some miraculous elixir. Otherwise, she would not have been revived. "Do you wish to cultivate your abilities?" he inquired. "Cultivate? Yes, I do," she replied hastily, though uncertainty lingered. "But can I truly cultivate?" Her heart raced with yearning. In the past, she may not have desired it. But after meeting him, her longing for cultivation had reached its zenith. For through cultivation, she could share a common language with him, a pathway to remain by his side. Yet, she lamented her lack of innate talent. "I may have a solution. However, cultivation is indeed arduous," remarked Jun Xiaoyao. "Is it truly possible to cultivate?" Tian Youzi responded resolutely. "I fear not the hardships. In my heart, I know that as long as I can be with you, I would not shy away from any toil, even if it meant facing death." Chapter 63, Fragments of the Key, the Emperor's Ancient Tomb. "Please rise," Jun Xiaoyao spoke. At that moment, Tian Youzi was nearly entirely atop him, her soft, delicate form, with her fair and elongated legs draped across him. The position was undeniably suggestive, and he nearly found himself overwhelmed. "Yet, I still wish for your embrace." Tian Youzi pouted her rosy lips, playfully asserting her desire. However, she obediently rose. With a flick of his consciousness, 9 radiant beams of color emerged from the Yuan realm, each the size of a bowl, emanating an enigmatic aura. These beams were the coveted treasures fiercely contended by numerous powerful beings just yesterday, all of which had ultimately fallen into his possession. With a decisive gesture, Jun Xiaoyao unleashed a sharp force that rent the beams asunder. Instantly, a fragment of a key and a precious item were revealed from within the brilliance. Once all 9 beams were torn apart, there lay a total of 9 key fragments and 9 treasures. With another wave of his hand, the treasures were drawn into the Yuan realm. "What is this?" Tian Youzi inquired, her curiosity piqued as she observed the unfolding scene. "The keys to the Emperor's ancient tomb." "Come," Jun Xiaoyao replied, grasping the 9 key fragments in his hand. It was not merely a promise of countless treasures within. Tian Youzi, possessing an astute mind, radiated joy. Although still unable to cultivate, she felt an innate curiosity towards the treasures. Perhaps, Jun Xiaoyao nodded, taking her petite hand as they departed the cave, soaring into the sky. Part of his consciousness surveyed the virtual map. After an hour, he halted in a canyon. Within the canyon stood a colossal altar, crackling with endless arcs of electricity, evoking an aura of terror. At that moment, countless powerful beings had gathered, yet none dared approach the altar. Without the key fragments, proximity meant certain death. Yesterday, it was said that thousands of martial emperors and hundreds of martial gods perished in a fierce battle. Rumor had it that even the seventh prince of the Tian Empire had fallen. The Tian Empire, enraged, had dispatched formidable warriors, who had seized the key fragments. This was the entrance to the emperor's ancient tomb, the true resting place of the emperor. Did someone seek to monopolize the emperor's treasures? To attempt such a feat, one must possess the requisite strength. The Tian Empire's forces were already en route. If they lingered here for another hour, they might become mere cannon fodder, who would seize the key fragments and unlock the entrance. Within the canyon, countless individuals were engaged in fervent discussions, their anxiety palpable. Should the formidable beings of the Tian Empire arrive, they would not only fail to acquire the treasures, but might also suffer calamity, particularly since the most extraordinary seventh prince of the Tian Empire has perished. He was, after all, the foremost prodigy of the past 100 millennia, and to have met his end so abruptly is nothing short of astonishing. Who, pray tell, was responsible for the demise of Prince Aolai? Could it have been a sage? It is worth noting that the seventh prince himself was a celestial sovereign, having triumphed over a sage in the past. And with numerous guards by his side, it stands to reason that only a sage could have slain him. With a disdainful snort, Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward, making his way toward the altar. In his grasp lay 9 fragments of a key. 9 fragments. He had acquired all of them. Was it possible that the seventh prince had fallen to his hand? The implications were troubling. As Jun Xiaoyao made his entrance, a stir erupted among the crowd. Countless gazes filled with envy were cast upon the key fragments in his possession, while others quietly cursed him, certain of his role in the annihilation of the seventh prince, thus inviting the wrath of the Tian Empire. Yet, despite their animosity, they dared not voice their thoughts. Ants, Jun Xiaoyao scoffed as he ascended the altar, placing the 9 fragments into their respective slots. In an instant, the entrance to the ancient emperor's tomb was unveiled. The very heavens trembled and fractured, while the canyon began to collapse. Countless martial emperors were torn apart by the rending of space, prompting numerous powerful figures to hastily flee. With a swift motion, Jun Xiaoyao was drawn into the ancient emperor's tomb by its mysterious power, accompanied by Tian Youzi. Upon their entry, the entrance to the tomb sealed once more. Inside the ancient emperor's tomb, the space was relatively confined. At its center rested a colossal bronze coffin, emanating an unparalleled aura of dominance. Surrounding the coffin were 3 radiant, multicolored shields, the contents of which remained a mystery. Additionally, the entire space was suspended with countless vibrant orbs of energy, resembling the fragments of the key. Yet upon closer inspection, they were distinct. These orbs were pure energy. System, do you possess any solutions? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, surveying the interior of the ancient emperor's tomb. Feeling at an impasse, surely, brute force could not be the answer. He was reluctant to attempt such a course of action. At this moment, he could only consult the system in hopes of discovering a solution. Host can upgrade the system. Upon upgrading, new functionalities will emerge, the system responded. Upgrading it was. Jun Xiaoyao focused his mind on the primordial realm to initiate the system's upgrade. He currently possessed a significant number of points, and thus resolved to upgrade the system first. System upgrading. System upgrade complete. In merely a minute, the system had been successfully upgraded. System, version 5. 0, 100, 0001, 000. 000 points. Host, Jun Xiaoyao. Age, 21 years. Beauty, 92 points. Cultivation, Extreme Heaven Sovereign, 100, 0001, 000 points. Talent, Chaotic Divine Demon Body, triple, 100, 0001, 000 points. Divine Skill, Domain Shield double, 10, 100, 000 points. Divine Technique, Creation of Stars, double, 10, 100. 000 points. Partner, none mount, none treasure, none points. 1, 522, 200 wealth. 29, 910, 119, 218 having completed the upgrade, over 1. 5 million points remained. Originally, Jun Xiaoyao could have further upgraded his divine technique, but time was of the essence. He needed to address the matters within the ancient emperor's tomb first. After all, upgrades were but a matter of mere seconds, provided one had the necessary points. System, what is the new feature? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, feeling a sense of urgency within. He had overheard the strong words of formidable figures within the canyon, realizing that the powerful beings from the Tianxian Empire were on their way, undoubtedly seeking vengeance for the seventh prince. He must depart from the ancient emperor's tomb before their arrival. Chapter 64, Scavenging. A terrifying harvest, new feature, super scan. Note, centered around the master, all information within 100 miles can be scanned and translated into comprehensible text for the master, including but not limited to runes, inscriptions, formations, ancient texts, scriptures, and martial arts techniques. The system's voice resonated, elucidating the purpose and efficacy of the new feature. Let us conduct a scan here. Jun Xiaoyao felt truly overwhelmed, as words could scarcely capture the extraordinary capabilities of this system. Scanning. Translating. Scan successful. Translation successful. Within a minute, everything was accomplished, and an abundance of information appeared on the virtual screen, detailing methods to unravel the seals on the coffin and the protective barriers. Having completed this, Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand, channeling his true essence. Instantly, within the emperor's ancient tomb, power surged forth. The first barrier was lifted, revealing 3 treasures within. The second barrier opened, disclosing a plethora of resources and treasures. The third barrier was unsealed, unveiling a multitude of colorful orbs of light. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao gathered all these items into the realm of essence. Completing his task, he turned his gaze towards the bronze coffin, unleashing a series of powerful forces. The coffin creaked open, revealing a golden skeleton, clearly the remains of the emperor from countless millennia past. Suspended above the golden skeleton was a radiant, multicolored diamond crystal, emanating a mysterious aura that was chilling to the bone, causing even Jun Xiaoyao to feel a wave of discomfort. He carefully retrieved it, and then collected all the colorful orbs from the tomb. After ensuring that there were no treasures left on the virtual map, he reached out to the still-dazed Tian Youzi, swiftly exiting the emperor's ancient tomb. Are we ready? Tian Youzi inquired softly. Yes, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Ascending from the ancient tomb, he soared towards the horizon. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as they left the canyon, Jun Xiaoyao sensed an overwhelming pressure descending, heading straight for the canyon. The sheer might of this force caused his heart to race. It was undoubtedly that of a saint. Fortunately, he had already scavenged all the treasures. As long as he departed from the emperor's tomb, not even the mightiest adversary could track him down. I'll carry you. You're too slow. Without waiting for Tian Youzi to respond, he lifted her onto his back, his hands gently cradling her behind the knees, the sensation smooth and firm. Her soft form nestled against him, providing an exquisite comfort. Tian Youzi wrapped her small hands around Jun Xiaoyao's neck, pressing herself closely against him, her cheeks flushed and heart racing. In truth, being held in a princess carry would have been even better. Tian Youzi whispered softly, "Are you playing?" Jun Xiaoyao remained speechless. At this juncture, what more could one ponder? Should the adversary discover his presence, even with all his might, victory would not be guaranteed. It would be prudent to avoid unnecessary conflict. Hence, hastening his departure was the wisest course of action. Hee, Tian Youzi chuckled playfully. In mere moments, Jun Xiaoyao, endowed with the cultivation of the supreme realm, traversed thousands of miles. In less than a minute, he had already ventured 10,000 miles away. After half an hour, he departed from the ancient emperor's tomb and materialized in the Tiangui world. However, he did not tarry but soared towards a specific direction with unparalleled speed, aiming for the Tianxian capital to utilize the teleportation array to return to Earth. Such a prominent locale as Tianxian capital naturally possessed interdimensional teleportation arrays, allowing passage to Earth. Nevertheless, only those of Earth could gain entry, as the planet currently resided under a protective veil, preventing formidable beings from other realms from entering. Approaching Earth would invite annihilation. Infuriating. In the canyon, An elder clad in black robes scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, comprehending everything within a 1,000-mile radius. He detected the presence of the seventh prince, yet the prince had already met his demise. Simultaneously, he sensed the aura of the one who had slain the seventh prince. That assailant not only seized all treasures within the ancient emperor's tomb, but also escaped right under his nose. He had begun to perceive that aura, yet he had dismissed it, allowing the perpetrator to slip past him unnoticed. Regardless of one's prowess, should one provoke the Tian Empire, a path of death lay ahead. The elder was Tian, a sage of the Tian Empire and the seventh prince's grandfather. His affection and esteem for the prince were profound. For the seventh prince was the most promising candidate to surpass him. Now that the prince had been slain, how could he restrain his fury? As he spoke, he took a step forward, vanishing from sight, pursuing that aura. He was determined to ensure that the culprit faced a fate worse than death. Swiftly, Tian exited the ancient emperor's tomb, heading towards the Tian capital, the aura drawing ever closer, and he confirmed that it had indeed entered the capital. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the Tian capital, Tian witnessed 3 dazzling beams of light shooting skyward. The beams fused instantaneously, ultimately transforming into a teleportation portal, and soon thereafter, the light vanished, leaving the sky tranquil once more. Infuriating. Tian glared at the beams, consumed by rage. He understood that he had arrived a moment too late. Had I taken 10 breaths sooner, the murderer would have been unable to escape. Now, I can only watch helplessly as the fiend utilizes the interdimensional teleportation array to flee. A mere step's difference has created an insurmountable chasm. Chapter 65. Return to Earth. Transmission Tower 5-star rating. Jun Xiaoyao instinctively sensed the encroaching danger. Since departing from the great emperor's tomb, he had realized that he had been targeted, albeit from a considerable distance. Thus, he could only fly desperately, racing against time to reach the heavenly Xian capital. Upon activating the interdimensional teleportation array, he felt the presence of Lai. Fortunately, he successfully transported himself, otherwise, he might have perished in the Tiangue world. The transmission proceeded rapidly. Inside the teleportation passage, Jun Xiaoyao's complexion paled. How perilous! He let out a deep sigh. Mere seconds had nearly led him to utter ruin. Beside him, Tian Youzi nestled against Jun Xiaoyao. Although she lacked cultivation and could not practice, she sensed the impending danger. Feeling like a fragile boat amidst a tempest, at risk of vanishing at any moment. Now he won't catch up, right? Tian Youzi inquired. Earth is under a protective period. He cannot enter, Jun Xiaoyao replied. In Jiancheng, the Hell Realm transmission tower buzzed with its usual liveliness, with long lines of people entering the first, second, and third levels. The numbers dwindled significantly on the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels, while the 7th and 8th levels garnered little attention. The 9th level, however, had seen no entrance or exits for years. On this day, a thunderous sound erupted from the 9th level transmission tower. A radiant beam shot into the sky. Notification: someone has returned. Congratulations, Jun Xiaoyao has achieved a 5-star rating. Reward: 100,000 Tian crystals. A resounding voice announced the return from the 9th level Tiangue world. With a remarkable 5-star rating, the reward was a staggering 100,000 Tian crystals. For the martial artists on Earth, the significance and utility of Tian crystals remained a mystery. Just 3 days prior, he had entered the 9th level, and now he had returned. What treasures could he have acquired to earn such a perfect score? How extraordinary! To return safely from such a place was no small feat. The envy was palpable. Could it be that he had obtained rare treasures within? Before the transmission tower, countless individuals stood in shock and admiration. However, they could only see 2 figures emerging from the 9th level transmission tower. Jun Xiaoyao's name appeared above the tower, but the name of the other individual was conspicuously absent. Finally back. Shall we spend a couple of days here? Upon descending from the tower, Tian Youzi clung to Jun Xiaoyao's arm, playfully asking. She wished to enjoy Jiancheng, for once they returned, Jun Xiaoyao would be besieged by Yaoer's affection. As Jun Xiaoyao nodded, a radiant smile graced his face, and he playfully pinched the exquisite visage of Tian Youzi. It was delightful. The gentle pinch filled her heart with sweetness. Such intimate gestures are reserved for couples, and she cherished this affection from Jun Xiaoyao. At that moment, she nearly leaped with joy, completely shedding her aloof, icy demeanor, revealing the essence of a young girl in love. Let us take a moment to rest, Jun Xiaoyao suggested. Tian Youzi obediently nodded, and together they made their way to a luxurious 5-star hotel. Jun Xiaoyao requested a presidential suite. I shall take a shower first. I haven't had the chance in the past couple of days, and I feel quite uncomfortable, she declared as she dashed into the bathroom upon entering the room. During their time in the emperor's ancient tomb, there had been neither opportunity nor suitable conditions for bathing, leaving her feeling quite out of sorts. Now that they had returned to Earth, her foremost desire was to enjoy a refreshing shower and a good night's sleep. Go ahead, Jun Xiaoyao replied, sinking into the plush sofa. He felt utterly exhausted. Today had been the most taxing day of his life, filled with peril. One misstep could have led to oblivion. Or perhaps death would have been a form of relief, especially if he had fallen into the hands of the formidable powers of the Tian Empire. Regardless, he had eliminated the 7th prince of the Tian Empire, the most illustrious figure in 100 millennia. 20 minutes later, Tian Youzi emerged from the bathroom. Her upper body elegantly wrapped in a white towel, her hair dry and cascading down to her waist. Her legs were a vision of smooth, fair beauty, long and alluring, captivating in every sense. Her toes resembled delicate buds, and she radiated an enchanting allure. Do I look beautiful? She inquired, noticing the intensity of Jun Xiaoyao's gaze. Her cheeks flushing crimson with shyness. This was the first time she had faced a male in such a manner. Not even in front of her sister had she felt this way. Indeed, you are stunning, Jun Xiaoyao responded, nearly overwhelmed. How could one withstand such beauty? I'm not speaking to you anymore, Tian Youzi huffed, her lips forming a playful pout, flustered beyond measure. I'll go take a shower now, Jun Xiaoyao quickly announced, making his way into the bathroom. It was a wise decision, as he had encountered Tian Youzi's intimate garments within, a sight that could easily provoke an uncontrollable reaction. Wait a moment, Tian Youzi suddenly exclaimed, recalling her personal items still inside. Although she had begun to regard Jun Xiaoyao as her boyfriend, and he remained silent in acceptance, the notion still filled her with profound embarrassment. Chapter 66. Don't boyfriends and girlfriends address each other this way? Is this what you meant? Jun Xiaoyao, with 2 fingers, playfully held a piece of undergarment as he stepped out of the bathroom. Ah, you. Tian Youzi, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in, utterly mortified. How could this happen? This fellow. In her heart, she thought, wait, you are my boyfriend, why should I feel ashamed? Comforting herself, Tian Youzi rushed to the bathroom to retrieve her intimate clothing, her face flushed crimson, as if it were about to bleed, her heart racing, unsure of how to proceed. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, turned on the cold water directly. Only cold water could extinguish the fire raging within him. In such a fervent state, how could he not feel his blood boiling? After 10 minutes, he finally calmed down, rinsed off briefly, and emerged from the bathroom. Here, I will resolve this today. Upon exiting, Jun Xiaoyao found Tian Youzi already changed into her nightwear. Nestled on the sofa watching television, her face icy, radiating a chilling aura, resembling a frozen mountain. Approaching her, Jun Xiaoyao focused his thoughts and produced several spiritual fruits, placing them beside Tian Youzi. It was already evening, and he had no desire to venture outside. Primarily, he wanted to tally his spoils from the recent encounter. Let us go out and have fun tomorrow. Tian Youzi picked up one of the spiritual fruits and took a gentle bite. Instantaneously, she was astounded. This fruit was exquisite, exceptionally sweet, and a wave of spiritual energy surged through her, revitalizing her from a slight hunger to full vitality in an instant. All right, Jun Xiaoyao replied, settling beside Tian Youzi. She shifted slightly, leaning her soft form against his embrace. Her delicate fragrance ignited a fervor within him. Unavoidably, his hands wandered over her, even through her nightwear, still able to feel the exquisite softness of her skin. Tian Youzi, initially nestled in Jun Xiaoyao's arms, enjoying the warmth and happiness while eating the spiritual fruit, gradually sensed his hands moving about. Already feeling shy and nervous, her tension heightened. Yet, deep within, she yearned for more, as she was merely a 20-year-old girl. Husband, Tian Youzi softly called out, her cheeks flushed. Jun Xiaoyao paused, bewildered. What did she mean? Instantly, his wandering hands froze, taken aback by her words. Don't boyfriends and girlfriends address each other this way? Leaning in Tian Youzi's embrace, she set down the spiritual fruit. gazing at him softly as she spoke. I see Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, a wave of melancholy washing over him. In the past, he had engaged in a false romance. Indeed, after half a year of courting, even holding hands remained a distant dream. In retrospect, I realize I was merely seen as a naive fool with wealth, ultimately leading to our separation. I feel the weight of weariness upon me. Tian Youzi gazed at Jun Xiaoyao. Though he displayed no outward signs, she sensed a shift within him. Of course, she was already aware of his breakup. With a gentle motion, her delicate hands encircled his neck, and her rosy lips brushed against his, igniting a blush upon her exquisite countenance. Her figure stiffened as if electrified, rendering her momentarily powerless. The connection was fleeting. Jun Xiaoyao remained in a daze, while Tian Youzi dashed toward her room. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure. With eyes half closed, his consciousness traversed into the Yuan realm, where all his possessions and gains resided. He intended to assess his spoils, primarily seeking the best way to assist Tian Youzi in her cultivation. In truth, he overthought the matter. There was no need for such an inventory. Everything within the Yuan realm was automatically recorded on a virtual screen. Divine essence, 1 piece, sacred artifacts, 3 pieces, celestial artifacts, 219 pieces, heavenly artifacts, 38, 123 pieces. Spiritual artifacts, 510, 099 pieces, spiritual fruits, 612, 134 pieces, celestial sources, 8, 722 pieces. The virtual screen displayed the newly acquired treasures and items. After reviewing these figures, Jun Xiaoyao felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment, for he had indeed struck a significant fortune. The divine essence referred to the diamond crystal within the coffin. The 3 sacred artifacts were contained within the first light barrier. The remaining celestial and heavenly artifacts, along with spiritual artifacts and fruits, were likely found within the other 2 light barriers, while celestial sources were present both in the coffin and the ancient tomb of the great emperor. These celestial sources were invaluable for cultivation, imbued with formidable celestial energy. He decided to set them aside for now, to be refined later if necessary. Jun Xiaoyao mused, then turned his attention to the introduction of the divine essence. Divine essence, from the heavenly cold empress of the Tiangui world, dating back 90 million years. Possessing the attribute of ice. Merging with this essence grants one the emperor's talents. Caution is advised for ordinary individuals. To his surprise, this divine essence belonged to an empress. Its attribute resonated strongly with Tian Youzi. It appeared to be fate. Initially, Jun Xiaoyao intended to employ his own method to aid her cultivation through the fusion of the sacred body, a strategy he had acquired. Now, it seemed unnecessary. He could directly utilize the divine essence, allowing Tian Youzi to merge with it, which would prove far more advantageous than the sacred body. Although she was an ordinary person, he possessed the means to assist her. Subsequently, he withdrew his consciousness from the Yuan realm, casting his gaze toward Tian Youzi's room, and rose to make his way inside. Chapter 67. Let us do something. Jun Xiaoyao rose to his feet and cast a glance at the violet-hued room of Tian Youzi. Subsequently, he made his way toward another chamber. Are you going to sleep? In truth, Tian Youzi was not asleep. She had been overwhelmed with embarrassment and anxiety. Upon returning to her room, she found it impossible to calm her racing heart. After a brief moment of composure, she noticed Jun Xiaoyao heading to another room and could not help but inquire, what's the matter? Jun Xiaoyao nodded and asked, can you sleep here with me? Tian Youzi softly queried, her small hands gripping the blanket tightly. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. All right, Jun Xiaoyao responded. After all, it was merely sleep, devoid of any impropriety. Moreover, how delightful it would be to share slumber with such a beautiful girl. As he spoke, he walked toward Tian Youzi's room, pulled back the covers, and nestled himself within. Tian Youzi was completely petrified. She had not anticipated that Jun Xiaoyao would acquiesce so readily and directly. Although they had shared a bed in the ancient emperor's tomb, it had not been nearly as forthright as this moment. Back then, they were both fully clothed. And now at that instant, she felt so embarrassed she wished she could dive underwater. What's wrong? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, noticing her flustered demeanor. And nothing, she stammered. The question only served to deepen her speechlessness. You're in this state, and you still ask? How mortifying. Her small hands clutched the blanket, her anxiety palpable. Would you like to hear a ghost story? Jun Xiaoyao suggested, amusement flickering in his heart at her reaction. Ghost? Tian Youzi gasped in surprise, startling Jun Xiaoyao as well. What is going on? I haven't even started yet. No stories, she protested, snuggling into Jun Xiaoyao's embrace, her small hands wrapping around his neck. With a playful glare, she added, Being used to scare me like that. How about we do something together? Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. Ah no, Tian Youzi exclaimed, her anxiety escalating. Her face paled slightly. Though she harbored feelings for Jun Xiaoyao, she was not yet mentally prepared for such an advance. If he were to initiate something at that moment, what would she do? Reject him or acquiesce? A whirlwind of conflicting emotions engulfed her, compounded by her overwhelming embarrassment. Let us just sleep, Jun Xiaoyao suggested. He then closed his eyes, striving to calm himself. It was a tormenting endeavor. After all, he had never truly experienced a romantic relationship, nor had he ever touched a girl. Seconds turned into minutes, and finally, Jun Xiaoyao found his tranquility. Darling, are you angry? Tian Youzi asked softly, her heart racing with concern. No, Jun Xiaoyao replied, angry? Non-existent, nor is it the case. I was merely jesting. Moreover, my acquaintance with Tian Youzi is relatively recent, and we do not know each other well. Such matters require patience. My dear, Tian Youzi still believes that Jun Xiaoyao is upset. Jun Xiaoyao is left in a state of confusion. What does that mean? Before he could respond, Tian Youzi's delicate lips had already pressed against his. Similarly, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her entire body stiff and powerless. It was the first time she had taken the initiative to kiss someone of the opposite sex, marking her inaugural interaction with intimacy. The sensation was utterly enchanting, fearful, anxious. A whirlwind of emotions flooded her mind. Her small hands encircled Jun Xiaoyao's neck, as if wishing to meld into him, never to part again. Time seemed to lose its meaning as the two lost themselves in the moment. Tian Youzi's delicate form trembled, her beautiful eyes fluttered open. At that instant, their lips separated, and their gazes met. Tian Youzi's exquisite face flushed a deep crimson, radiating charm. Is this all right? She softly inquired. Today had already pushed her limits, even transcending deeper boundaries. In essence, she had nearly surrendered her entire being to Jun Xiaoyao. Yes, let us rest, Jun Xiaoyao nodded, signaling an end to the day's events. You must hold me as we sleep, Tian Youzi playfully requested, nestling against Jun Xiaoyao's embrace. By the way, regarding yesterday's incident, such actions must not recur. Regardless of the circumstances, remember to safeguard yourself, do you understand? Otherwise, I shall not forgive you. This is both the first and last time. Remember this. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao recalled yesterday's events. Although it was a test for Tian Youzi, should she encounter a similar peril in the future, would she still be so naive? He realized he must remind her to always protect herself. For you, I would sacrifice everything. However, even in death, I shall remain untainted. All right, I shall remember, Tian Youzi replied, momentarily taken aback before comprehending Jun Xiaoyao's words. Nevertheless, she felt no regret. If faced with the same circumstances again, she would make the same choice. Upon meeting Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, she pouted slightly and nodded in agreement, her demeanor exceedingly obedient. Chapter 68. The fusion of divine essence and the celestial transformation of the purple ethereal. The following day, upon awakening, Tian Youzi resembled an octopus, clinging to Jun Xiaoyao. Youzi, your drool has dripped onto me. Upon rousing, Jun Xiaoyao beheld Tian Youzi's appearance, a radiant smile blossoming upon his face. He reached out and playfully patted her perky rear. Tian Youzi stirred, rubbing her her small mouth pouting, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Having traversed the intimate boundaries of their relationship the previous day, she was no longer as bashful, yet upon noticing the dampness on Jun Xiaoyao's chest, her face grew even warmer, realizing her drooling. Casually, she snatched 2 tissues from the bedside table to wipe him off. Haven't you slept enough? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the splendid vista before him. I've had sufficient rest, she replied. Where are your eyes wandering? She teased, playfully scolding him as she had never experienced such peaceful slumber as she did last night, filled with delightful dreams. Suddenly, she became aware of Jun Xiaoyao's gaze. Following its trajectory, her face flushed crimson. She shot him a glare and hastily removed herself from his embrace, pulling the blanket over her, her loose pajamas offering little modesty. By the way, I have selected a cultivation path suited to your innate talents. However, the process may be arduous, perhaps even beyond your endurance. Jun Xiaoyao stated earnestly once Tian Youzi released her grip. Today, we shall address your cultivation, he continued. Ah, splendid. Rest assured, regardless of the hardship or torment, I shall endure. Jun Xiaoyao's woman is no mere ornament. She is a celestial beauty capable of assisting you, Tian Youzi declared with resolve. As she spoke, she emerged from beneath the covers and hurried into the bathroom to freshen up. Soon, she appeared before Jun Xiaoyao, revitalized and radiant. Fear not, with me by your side. I shall protect you. You need only strive to absorb and merge, Jun Xiaoyao reassured her, gesturing for Tian Youzi to sit upon the bed. He extended his hand to assist her in settling into a cross-legged position. Thankfully, their relationship as a couple alleviated many inconveniences, though even so, Tian Youzi remained exceedingly shy. Once she was comfortably seated, Jun Xiaoyao summoned his spirit, and a diamond-shaped crystal manifested before them. This is the divine essence of the Ice Empress. Now, I shall aid you in merging with it. With this essence, you shall possess unparalleled talents, able to vanquish all sanctified bodies. Though it cannot compare to my chaotic divine demon body. With a swift motion, the divine essence was activated beneath Jun Xiaoyao's true essence. Instantly, a mysterious radiance enveloped Tian Youzi, illuminating her as the light surged towards her brow. On the exquisitely beautiful yet frigid visage of Tian Youzi, a manifestation of anguish emerged, intensifying to a terrifying degree, causing her delicate form to tremble ever so slightly, as if on the verge of collapse. Jun Xiaoyao could only observe, for certain tribulations must be faced by her alone. While he could offer temporary assistance, he was powerless to provide everlasting support. The path of cultivation was fraught with endless dangers yet to come. This was merely the inception. Event triggered. The master employs the divine essence of the Ice Empress on Tian Youzi. Reward points 500,000 upon encountering this momentous event. A prompt resonated within Jun Xiaoyao's mind. I must succeed. The woman of Jun Xiaoyao is no mere ornament. Deep within Tian Youzi's heart, in the recesses of her consciousness, a resolute determination took root. Aware of her innate lack of cultivation talent, she recognized the opportunity presented by Jun Xiaoyao's assistance and would not let it slip away. She understood that should she fail to cultivate, their love, though profound, would only endure for a few fleeting years. As time passed and she aged, even if Jun Xiaoyao's affection remained, she would no longer accompany him, for the ravages of time would render her less beautiful. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao was a formidable being, destined to live for an eternity, while her own lifespan would barely exceed a century. This reality fueled her unwillingness to accept defeat. Therefore, she had to succeed. As time ticked away, the divine essence gradually diminished, continuously merging with Tian Youzi. Gradually, a mysterious radiance and aura emanated from her. The chill was bone deep, and the unmatched momentum grew increasingly formidable. This was the essence of the Ice Empress. Even though the Ice Empress had transcended, her divine essence inherited all her attributes. And now, as it fused with Tian Youzi, it bore the indelible might and presence of the Ice Empress. With a wave of his hand, Jun Xiaoyao enveloped Tian Youzi in a stream of true essence. Under the enhancement of this true essence, the fusion of the divine essence accelerated, alleviating some of Tian Youzi's suffering. Only through a swift and complete merging could she truly emerge from her torment. Chapter 69. Is this a token of affection? An hour passed, then two. Finally, after 3 hours, the divine essence perfectly fused with Tian Youzi. With the protection of Jun Xiaoyao and the system, Tian Youzi seamlessly integrated the divine essence, eradicating the aura and might of the Ice Empress. From that moment on, the Ice Empress became a relic of history, vanishing completely. Her disappearance heralded the dawn of Tian Youzi, who would emerge as an even more formidable empress in the future. Tian Youzi opened her beautiful eyes, filled with excitement and thrill. Yet, the recent agony left her utterly fatigued. Event triggered. With the assistance of her master, Tian Youzi successfully utilized the divine essence, elevating her cultivation to Martial King, earning a reward of 2,000,000 points. This time, the triggered event awarded 2 million points. Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback. What does this mean? A reward of 500,000 for utilizing the divine essence, and upon success, an additional 2 million. Since entering the Hell Realm alongside Tian Youzi, the points earned had reached a terrifying level. Are you alright? Jun Xiaoyao inquired with genuine concern. Although he wielded control over everything, his worry was instinctive. Husband, I succeeded. Thank you. Tian Youzi nestled in Jun Xiaoyao's embrace, her exhaustion palpable. Even though she had attained the cultivation level of a martial king, fatigue still enveloped her. After all, she had once been an ordinary individual, untouched by the path of cultivation. Now, with the fusion of the Ice Empress's divine essence, her physique had transcended, transforming her into a powerful martial king, endowed with extraordinary talent for cultivation. Congratulations, Jun Xiaoyao sincerely wished her well. I wish to sleep for a while. Will you hold me? Tian Youzi playfully requested. Her lips puckered adorably, an irresistible sight. Jun Xiaoyao longed to kiss her, yet he could not bear to disturb her in her current state of weariness. Soon, Tian Youzi drifted off to sleep in Jun Xiaoyao's arms. This slumber lasted another 3 hours. Upon awakening, she felt fully revitalized. Her martial king prowess rendering her no longer an ordinary person, brimming with vitality. I have something for you. Jun Xiaoyao presented a deep blue ring before Tian Youzi. A ring? She exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Upon realizing it was a ring, she was momentarily stunned. In Huaxia, gifting bracelets, rings, and necklaces carries significant meaning. A ring is typically bestowed by a boyfriend upon his fiancée or wife, which brought immense joy to Tian Youzi. Moreover, the ring was exceptionally beautiful. As she spoke, she extended her delicate, fair fingers, inviting Jun Xiaoyao to place it on her hand. This is a spatial ring. From now on, you won't need to carry a backpack, Jun Xiaoyao explained, sliding the ring onto the middle finger of her lovely right hand. Does this count as a token of affection? Tian Youzi inquired. The exquisite visage gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, brimming with anticipation. Jun Xiaoyao paused momentarily before nodding. Since he had promised her, he felt compelled to embody the role of a boyfriend, allowing her to relish the privileges of a girlfriend and the joys of love. Originally, Tian Youzi had merely spoken casually, not truly expecting a response from Jun Xiaoyao. However, to her astonishment, he did reply, flooding her heart with exhilaration, happiness, and sweetness. Unable to contain herself, she planted a kiss on Jun Xiaoyao's cheek. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao imparted to Tian Youzi some fundamental knowledge and insights regarding cultivation, various cultivation systems, and the treasure system, encompassing a myriad of information. Treasures were categorized into spirit tools, heavenly tools, immortal tools, sacred tools, and divine tools. Pills were classified as spirit pills, heavenly pills, immortal pills, sacred medicines, and divine pills. Techniques were divided into mysterious rank, earthly rank, heavenly rank, spiritual rank, immortal rank, sacred rank, and divine rank. Moreover, regardless of whether they pertained to techniques or martial skills, treasures or pills, each level was further subdivided into smaller tiers. Am I correct in this? An hour later, Tian Youzi diligently reviewed what Jun Xiaoyao had taught her. Upon finishing, she resembled a child seeking praise, her demeanor suggesting, "Come, commend me." Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Although Tian Youzi was unable to cultivate in the past, her innate intelligence allows her to grasp everything swiftly. Will you not praise me? Tian Youzi pouted, playfully asking. Shall I reward you? Jun Xiaoyao responded, momentarily taken aback, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Certainly not, Tian Youzi retorted, aware of Jun Xiaoyao's intentions. In the future, you shall accept more. Do not force yourself. The path of cultivation requires a balance of effort and relaxation, Jun Xiaoyao advised. Thereafter, he entered the bathroom to freshen up. Once he was done, Tian Youzi followed suit, and soon they left the room, for he intended to take her out for some enjoyment that day. What? Grandfather, you say my sister and Jun Xiaoyao have ventured to the 9th layer of the Hell Realm? In the Tian family's ancestral home. Tian Luobing wore an expression of shock. For the past few days, she had been unable to contact her sister and feared she might be in danger. Thus, she hurried back to the ancestral home to inquire with her grandfather, never expecting him to possess knowledge of her sister's whereabouts. Upon learning that Tian Youzi and Jun Xiaoyao had entered the 9th layer of the Hell Realm, she was utterly astounded. In her past life, at her peak, she would have been indifferent to the Hell Realm. Even the Catastrophe Realm felt like a leisurely stroll in a garden. Yet, in this life, having been reborn, she now stood at the innate realm, a far cry from her former pinnacle. What of her sister? Lacking any semblance of talent for cultivation, yet choosing to accompany Jun Xiaoyao to the 9th layer of the netherworld, a place where even the martial emperor faces near certain demise. This is tantamount to courting death, dear sister. What a fool Jun Xiaoyao is. Despite my disdain for him, I implore him not to endanger my sister. Regardless of our circumstances, you are my betrothed. Indeed, 3 days ago, they ventured into the 9th layer of the netherworld. Tian launching remarked nonchalantly, aware of Jun Xiaoyao's prowess, and thus remained unfazed. Not only in the netherworld, but even in the realm of natural disasters, Jun Xiaoyao could navigate with ease. Grandfather, you seem to have lost your senses. Why do you not intervene? Tian Luo coldly inquired. She exuded a haughty, frigid demeanor, rejecting all warmth and sentiment, like an ethereal ice goddess untouched by mortal affairs. Her heart was not devoid of emotion. After all, Tian Youzi was her beloved elder sister. In this moment, her ire was palpable, and had the one before her not been her grandfather, she would have undoubtedly taken action. Chapter 70. Identity Disclosure. Tian Luo Bing journeyed to the catastrophe realm to intervene. Why should I intervene, Bing? You may disdain Jun Xiaoyao, but can you bear to disrupt Zira's happiness? In truth, you do not truly know Jun Xiaoyao. Only upon understanding him will you recognize his merits. Tian Lan sighed deeply. Initially, the engagement was with Tian Luo Bing, yet she would not consent, inadvertently drawing Tian Youzi closer to Jun Xiaoyao. If both Zir and Binger were to marry Jun Xiaoyao, no family on this earth could rival the Tian family, provided they willingly chose this path, as both Binger and Zir are his granddaughters. At this moment, he still wished to facilitate a union between Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Luo Bing, yet he hesitated to reveal Jun Xiaoyao's true identity. Would his sister find happiness with him? Was he truly exceptional? This was not evident to him. News of a rare treasure emerging from the catastrophe realm reached him. I shall depart for the catastrophe realm tonight. Sister, if you return, please do not wander aimlessly. Tian Luo Bing dismissed this notion with disdain. Happiness with that scoundrel? Exceptional? He has yet to encounter someone like me. As the reincarnation of the illustrious Tai Xian Tian Empress, my talent is unparalleled. No one in this world can compare to me. With that, she strode out of the room. What? The catastrophe realm? Binger, do not act recklessly. Tian Lan stood frozen in shock, but by the time he regained his composure, Tian Luo Bing had already departed. Commander, we have confirmed that Jun Tiandi is indeed Jun Xiaoyao. In the capital, the Security Bureau gathered numerous special personnel and superhuman entities. Recently, a multitude of events had transpired globally. The emergence of the heavenly rankings and the appearance of Jun Tiandi. For China, this was undoubtedly monumental news, as Jun Tiandi had vanquished the Western deities. However, the question lingered, who exactly was Jun Tiandi? Thus, a directive was issued, ascertain his identity and current status without provoking or offending him. Through meticulous and covert investigations, Jun Tiandi's identity was finally unveiled. A classified document appeared on the commander's desk. In truth, uncovering Jun Tiandi's identity was not arduous. In China, surveillance was omnipresent. It is said that every trace left behind can be followed. Despite Jun Tiandi's elusive nature, traces remained to be explored. Thus, the investigation was swiftly concluded. Of course, only the most central figures in the capital dared to investigate Jun Tiandi, possessing the authority to access surveillance. Fascinating. Such a figure exists in China. This is stability. As for this matter, let Zhu Ke proceed to Jiangnan City. After reviewing the classified document, the commander ordered its destruction and fell into deep contemplation. Thus it began. This matter concludes here, shrouded in secrecy, with only a select few privy to the events that transpired. It is Jiangnan City, an airport. A pair of youthful figures emerges. The young man appears to be in his 20s, exuding an air of effortless elegance, a rare gem among mortals. The young woman, seemingly 18, is proud and aloof, breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a goddess of ice descending from the celestial realms. Together, they form a match made in heaven. At long last, they have returned. Tian Youzi entwines her hand with Jun Xiaoyao's, their demeanor intimate. After 3 days of revelry in Jiang City, they finally make their way back to Jiangnan City. She no longer bears a backpack, for all her belongings are securely nestled within her spatial ring. The Tian Corporation awaits your return, Jun Xiaoyao remarks with a smile, aware of the formidable strength the company has attained under Tian Youzi's leadership. Over the past 2 years, she has acclimatized to her role as the executive president. Now, he wonders whether she still desires to return to work. Should she choose to, it would grant him a measure of peace. I shall transfer my authority within 3 months and then remain by your side, he assures her. Should Tian Youzi be privy to Jun Xiaoyao's intentions, she would undoubtedly pout in response. The Tian Corporation is an expansive entity, and relinquishing her position as executive president is no trivial endeavor. 3 months may suffice, but ever since Jun Xiaoyao's arrival, she has harbored little desire to work. Do remember to conceal your abilities and talents, Jun Xiaoyao gently reminds her. I know, Tian Youzi replies with a dutiful nod. And also keep that pet close. It is no ordinary creature. He recalls that the pet is not merely a companion, but a divine beast. As they converse, the pair departs the airport. Half an hour later, they return to Longquan Mountain. Darling, I must visit grandfather and will return by afternoon, Tian Youzi announces after changing her attire. She then plants a kiss on Jun Xiaoyao's cheek. During their 3 days in Jiang City, they have grown closer, though they have not crossed any further boundaries. Their relationship has deepened nonetheless. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao affirms. Tian Youzi places the pet into the car before driving away from the villa. Meanwhile, at the Tian family's ancestral home, Tian Lansheng is in a state of agitation. Tian Luobing, despite being the top ranked on both the talent and master rankings, is merely a master. As a master, you could hold your own in the blood refinement realm, perhaps even venture into the first 3 tiers of the hell realm. But what business do you have in the catastrophe realm? Globally, no one dares to enter the catastrophe realm. Now, with a mere master embarking on such a perilous journey, is this not tantamount to courting death? It is too late for him to intervene. He attempts to make a call. Tian Luobing has powered down, just like before, severing all means of communication prior to her journey. Furthermore, once one enters the teleportation tower, the teleportation array isolates all messages, rendering any contact with other realms impossible. Grandfather. At that moment, a melodious and sweet voice resonated in Tian Lansheng's ears. Upon hearing this voice, his spirits lifted. It was Zier. Stepping out of his room, he caught sight of Tian Youzi. After a few days' absence, his granddaughter appeared even more beautiful, her demeanor ethereal and transcendent. Could it be due to her experiences in the infernal realm? Yet, Zier lacked any innate talent for cultivation. Grandfather, I have returned, Tian Youzi exclaimed joyfully. She was overwhelmed with happiness, not only because she had acquired formidable cultivation abilities and strength, but also due to her newfound relationship with Jun Xiaoyao. This was her greatest joy. If given the choice, she would opt for a life without cultivation, as long as it meant being with Jun Xiaoyao. Her every action stemmed from her affection for him. At least you have returned safely, sighed Tian Lansheng, his voice filled with comfort, yet trailing off into a deep sigh at the mention of Bing Er. Chapter 71. Yaoer's sister Binga? What has happened to her? Tian Youzi inquired. Yet she remained composed, for she was well aware of Binger's extraordinary prowess, ranked first in talent globally and a master in her realm. As long as she was in Huaxia, she would be safe. After all, the Western deities had been thoroughly intimidated by the Emperor Jun. However, why did grandfather sigh when mentioning Binger? What transpired? She has ventured into the catastrophe realm, Tian Lansheng responded. What? The catastrophe realm? What trouble is she stirring there? Tian Youzi exclaimed in shock. Following Jun Xiaoyao, she was naturally familiar with the blood refinement realm, the hell realm, and the catastrophe realm. If the hell realm was so terrifying, how perilous must the catastrophe realm be? A tenfold death sentence would not be an exaggeration. A master like her, entering the catastrophe realm, was akin to courting death. In an instant, Tian Youzi's heart filled with concern and urgency. What about him? By the way, how are you all faring? Tian Lansheng asked. The him referred, of course, to Jun Xiaoyao. As he spoke, his gaze turned towards Tian Youzi, seeking to glean some insight from her expression. At Longquan Mountain, their relationship is splendid. He has promised to be Zier's boyfriend, she replied, her small face adorned with a sweet smile, happiness and bliss evident. It was clear she was in the throes of young love. What delightful news! Upon hearing this, Tian Lansheng felt elated, not only for his granddaughter, but also for the Tian family as a whole. Grandfather, I shall return first and see if there is any way to help Binger, Tian Youzi said. turning away as she walked. After all, the catastrophe realm was fraught with unimaginable dangers, and since her experience in the Hell realm, she understood that it was not merely a secret domain, but a terrifyingly powerful world. Once inside, finding someone would be akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean, nearly impossible. Moreover, even if Jun Xiaoyao were willing to venture into the catastrophe realm to find Binger, she could hardly bear the thought of him doing so at Jiangnan City's first high school. In the afternoon, countless youth radiating the vitality of adolescence emerged, each more strikingly beautiful than the last. Yao Yao, now that we're on break, how about we go out and have some fun? Su Mingyao, would you like to join us? Yao Yao, your pet is so adorable. Where did you buy it? Yao Yao, do you have any plans for the vacation? At the school gate, two stunning young ladies exited, one of whom was Su Mingyao. Among all her classmates, she resembled a fairy, exquisite, innocent, akin to a goddess from an anime, greeted by countless admirers inviting her to join in their revelry. No, I have my brother accompanying me during the break. Su Mingyao waved her hand, bidding farewell to her classmates while simultaneously declining their invitations. Her heart had already soared back home, eagerly anticipating the adventures she would embark on with her brother in the mystical realms, having little inclination to frolic with you immature beings. Furthermore, do not harbor any illusions. My heart belongs solely to my brother. Yao Yao, who is your brother? One inquired. It wouldn't be. The speaker, Zhou Qingqing, was Su Mingyao's closest classmate and confidant. Their bond had flourished since kindergarten, continuing through primary, secondary, and high school, rendering their relationship exceptionally strong. Are you suggesting he might be a boyfriend? Su Mingyao remarked nonchalantly. Honestly, it matters not. A brother and a boyfriend are essentially the same, as they are one and the same individual. Besides, when I mature, I shall wed my brother. Indeed, Yao Yao, do be cautious not to be deceived. The men of today can be quite treacherous. In my opinion, one ought to seek a partner akin to the unparalleled Jun Tiandi, strikingly handsome, immensely powerful, and irresistibly domineering. What was that saying? Ah yes, a gentleman is as exquisite as jade, unmatched in the world. Such is the man I admire. Zhou Qingqing nodded seriously, apprehensive for her dear friend, aware of Yao Yao's beauty. Being deceived would be unfortunate. In truth, Zhou Qingqing herself was extraordinarily beautiful, being a year older than Yao Yao. Humph, little infatuation, Su Mingyao pouted her delicate lips, feeling a bit displeased. My brother is mine. You, with your infatuation, wish to catch the attention of Jun Tiandi. Yet he is Yao Yao's brother. However, if you find him appealing and he reciprocates your feelings, I wouldn't mind you being with my brother, after all. You are so beautiful and my closest friend. I cannot allow you to settle for lesser boys. Yao Yao, what troubles you? Zhou Qingqing observed Su Mingyao's demeanor with confusion. Why the anger? I spoke no ill of your brother. I merely offered a word of caution. It's nothing. You have met my brother before. Su Mingyao shook her head, her lips still pouting. I have. Zhou Qingqing furrowed her brow, uncertain. Just then, Su Mingyao's delighted voice rang out, filled with excitement. Catching Zhou Qingqing off guard, following Su Mingyao's gaze, she beheld a young man entering her line of sight. The youth appeared to be around 20, effortlessly graceful, with a remarkable charm and striking handsomeness that exuded an alluring mystique. Is this Yao Yao's brother? I have never seen him before. He is so handsome. Zhou Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment, her beautiful eyes fixated on the young man as she unconsciously drifted closer. Brother, you've come to fetch Yao Yao. Su Mingyao flitted towards Jun Xiaoyao like a delicate bird, leaping into his embrace and clinging to him with an endearing familiarity. In that moment, she resembled a little princess. Unbeknownst to Jun Xiaoyao, today was the day when Yao finished her classes early, as she had previously mentioned that the holiday was still a few days away. However, while at the Longquan Mountain Villa, he received a message on his phone from the school, announcing that classes had been dismissed early and reminding parents to collect their children. As Yao's designated guardian, he thus found himself waiting at the school gate. Chapter 72. The Beautiful Girl, Zhou Qingqing indeed. Are you not delighted? Jun Xiaoyao playfully pinched Su Mingyao's cheek. I am absolutely thrilled, brother. How did you know that Yao finished school early today? Su Mingyao inquired curiously, taken aback by her brother's unexpected presence at the school gates. I am, after all, Yao's guardian, Jun Xiaoyao replied with a gentle smile. Yes, I thought you possessed some sort of foresight. Brother, allow me to introduce you to my best friend, Zhou Qingqing. You may recall meeting her before. Su Mingyao said reluctantly as she descended from Jun Xiaoyao's side, gesturing towards Zhou Qingqing. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao's attention was drawn to the beautiful young girl. "Hello, brother. My name is Zhou Qingqing, and I am Yao's friend." The girl greeted him first, her politeness evident. Her voice was melodious, suffused with the essence of youth, reminiscent of a flower ready to bloom. As she spoke, she shyly extended her delicate, fair hand. "Qingqing, hello. I apologize. You've grown so much and become even more beautiful that I hardly recognized you," Jun Xiaoyao said, gently shaking her hand, which felt cool and smooth. Delicate as a petal, his gaze swept across her lovely visage, noting the faint dimples on her cheeks, her pristine white blouse paired with a pleated skirt, and her long, slender legs, flawless and straight. She wore a pair of dainty shoes, radiating youthful exuberance, standing gracefully like a stunning maiden, exuding an aura of tranquility. "Brother, is Sister Bing at home? May I take Qingqing to our house to play?" Su Mingyao asked, one hand clutching Jun Xiaoyao's and the other holding her little friend. Meanwhile, a small pet, tucked into her backpack, peeked out with its tiny head. "She has gone to visit her grandfather. But of course you may." Jun Xiaoyao replied with a smile. "Wonderful. Let us go." Su Mingyao exclaimed with uncontainable joy, leading them in the direction of Longquan Mountain. In truth, Jiangnan First High School was not far from Longquan Mountain. It was merely a 10-minute stroll. "Thank you, Yaoyao." "Thank you, brother," Zhou Qingqing expressed politely, her bright eyes surveying the surroundings as she searched for a vehicle, initially assuming they would be driving to Yao's home, only to realize they were walking. However, her understanding nature concealed any disappointment. Walking is just fine, she thought, comforted by the company of Yao and her remarkably handsome brother, who, truth be told, she found quite charming. As they walked, Su Mingyao chattered away joyfully. Zhou Qingqing merely listened, occasionally uttering a word, embodying an exquisite tranquility. "Qingqing, why are you so quiet today?" Su Mingyao exclaimed. "Could it be that you've turned this way upon seeing a handsome boy?" Realizing her friend's unusual demeanor, she continued, "Today, Qingqing seems exceptionally subdued. Is it possible that the sight of your brother has rendered you shy?" "Not at all." Zhou Qingqing was already feeling nervous, and upon hearing Su Mingyao's remark, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. After 10 minutes, the trio arrived at the entrance of Longquan Mountain. "Oh, here?" Zhou Qingqing halted, taken aback by the towering walls. This place not long ago, she had passed by, and back then it was deserted. How could it now be enclosed by walls? Gazing at the vast expanse they surrounded, she felt a surge of astonishment. Could it be a manor? Was it possible that Yao now resided here? Curiosity enveloped Zhou Qingqing. "We didn't live here before. This place was newly acquired by my brother," Su Mingyao explained. Zhou Qingqing was aware of the villa they had previously occupied. "I see," she replied, astonished. In the heart of Jiangnan City, where every inch of land was invaluable, such a vast area must cost billions. Moreover, this place held an air of mystery, far beyond what mere wealth could procure. What was the true identity of Yao's brother? The grand gates swung open, and Su Mingyao took the lead, gently pulling Zhou Qingqing inside. Wow! Upon entering Longquan Mountain, Zhou Qingqing was utterly mesmerized, her astonishment rendering her momentarily speechless. This was not merely a home. It was a paradise, an ethereal realm, surpassing the beauty depicted in television and novels. The flora and fauna thrived, the air filled with melodious birdsong, the sky adorned with shifting stars, and the entire world seemed infused with a mystical aura, as if painted in dreams. Indeed, within the grand formation of nature, this place radiated such splendor, continuously drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. "Yao, why don't you show Qingqing around while I prepare dinner?" Jun Xiaoyao suggested, heading towards the villa. After a brief change of attire, he entered the kitchen to commence cooking. "Wow, this place is breathtaking. Is this truly a realm of immortals?" Zhou Qingqing exclaimed, her astonishment lingering. After a while, she emerged from her stupor, gazing at the ethereal energy beneath her feet, resembling celestial mist, making her feel as if she were in a paradise above the clouds. In her excitement, she pinched her own hand, only to discover it did not hurt, leading her to believe she was lost in a dream. "Qingqing, you're pinching my hand." Su Mingyao shot her a disapproving glance, exuding an air of exasperation. Just moments ago, Zhou Qingqing had pinched her hand, and it was indeed quite painful. Zhou Qingqing's face flushed with embarrassment. No wonder it hadn't heard it was because she playfully pinched Yao Yao's hand, exclaiming with pride, "Isn't my home beautiful? It becomes even more enchanting at night. Everything here has been crafted by my brother." As she spoke, she ventured further inside, discovering a trampoline, a hammock, and swings. This, indeed, resembled a princess's garden, stunning, utterly exquisite. Zhou Qingqing admired the scenery while expressing her thoughts, her eyes brimming with envy. How wonderful it would be to possess a home like this. Chapter 73 Yao Yao. Your brother's cooking is simply exquisite. For a full hour, Su Mingyao accompanied Zhou Qingqing as they strolled through Longquan Mountain. Along the way, Zhou Qingqing remained in a state of stunned amazement, her beautiful eyes filled with envy. This place is simply breathtaking. Living here would be an unparalleled delight. By the way, what does Yao Yao's brother do? He seems exceptionally wealthy and possesses remarkable skills. It appears that Yao Yao's family isn't particularly affluent, yet her brother is incredibly handsome. In that moment, the young girl was consumed by curiosity and intrigue. Perhaps I should ask Yao Yao to assist me in becoming her brother's girlfriend. But I've never been in a relationship before, and I just turned 16. What does it feel like to be in love? What does one do when dating? Qingqing. It's time to eat. At last, they arrived at the villa, circumventing the expansive swimming pool to reach the dining area. Ah, we've arrived. Zhou Qingqing withdrew her gaze and hurried to Su Mingyao's side. Everything here is to her liking. Brother, what delicious food do we have? Su Mingyao asked eagerly, already salivating like a little glutton. Yao Yao, don't you have a housekeeper? Zhou Qingqing inquired. No, it's just my brother and me. Sometimes, Sister Bing comes to stay here as well, Su Mingyao replied, shaking her head. Why would we need a housekeeper? Having an outsider around would feel uncomfortable. Then who cooks? Zhou Qingqing asked, intrigued. No housekeeper, so what do we eat? My brother. My brother's cooking is absolutely delicious, Su Mingyao proudly declared. Your brother cooks? I can hardly wait. Zhou Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment. To her, Yao Yao's brother seemed too handsome and young to be capable of cooking. Moreover, this place is so beautiful. It cannot simply be purchased with money, so Yao Yao and her family must be quite well off. Why then, would they not hire a housekeeper? Let us eat. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao untied his apron and called out. All right. Su Mingyao nodded and quickly rushed to serve the rice. Thank you for your hard work, brother. Zhou Qingqing said politely, assisting Su Mingyao in serving the food. Just then, the gates of Longquan Mountain swung open, followed by the deep rumble of a car engine. Soon, a pink sports car appeared on the villa's lawn. After the car came to a stop, a stunningly beautiful woman stepped out. Her figure was flawless. Her face cold yet exquisite, exuding an ethereal grace, an undeniable ice goddess. With each movement, she commanded an air of elegance, and soon she entered the dining area. Sister Bing. Su Mingyao exclaimed joyfully. Yao Air has returned. Oh, we have a guest. Tian Youzi encountered Su Mingyao and Zhou Qingqing, a smile gracing her face as she greeted them. Qingqing, this is my sister Bing. Bing, this is my dear friend Qingqing. Su Mingyao introduced them to one another. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingqing gazed at Tian Youzi in astonishment. The beauty before her was breathtaking, eliciting a shiver in her heart. Although she considered herself quite lovely, she felt somewhat inferior when compared to the enchanting figure in front of her. It wasn't that she lacked beauty, indeed. She was nearly on par with Tian Youzi, but rather that she still bore the innocence of youth. In time, as she matured, she would undoubtedly rival Tian Youzi. Hello. Sister Bing, Zhou Qingqing greeted sweetly. Hello, Qingqing. Shall we dine? Tian Youzi replied, feeling a twinge of hunger. Moreover, the culinary creations of Jun Xiaoyao were a feast for the eyes. Even those not famished would find themselves indulging heartily. Soon, the four settled down to enjoy their meal. Tian Youzi took her place beside Jun Xiaoyao, occasionally serving him dishes with an affectionate demeanor. Su Mingyao observed quietly, her heart filled with astonishment. Could it be that Sister Bing and her brother? Wah, Yao Yao, your brother's cooking is exquisite. I have never tasted anything so delightful, Zhou Qingqing exclaimed, her astonishment akin to stepping into Longquan Mountain for the first time. Jun Xiaoyao's culinary skills exceeded her wildest expectations. Initially, she had assumed a maid was responsible for the meal, and upon learning that it was Yao Yao's brother, her hopes had waned. She thought to herself that if the food turned out to be unpalatable, she would simply eat less and endure it in silence. However, as they began to eat, she quickly realized how mistaken she had been. I did not deceive you, did I? Su Mingyao said proudly. My brother is indeed a source of pride. Simultaneously, a subconscious wariness arose within her. Could Qingqing possibly harbor feelings for her brother? It was a concern that lingered. What if it were true? As the four conversed and dined. Half an hour later, the table was cleared of 6 dishes and a soup, leaving not a trace behind. The 2 young girls patted their bellies, appearing utterly adorable, and Tian Youzi mirrored their delight. Yao Yao, Qingqing, do indulge in this fruit. It aids digestion and is beneficial for your health. You two play while I discuss some matters with my sister, Jun Xiaoyao said after tidying up the kitchen. He emerged to find Zhou Qingqing and Su Mingyao frolicking by the poolside. He then retrieved a platter of several fist-sized spiritual fruits from the Yuan realm, washed them, and presented them to Su Mingyao. Thank you, brother. The 2 girls exclaimed happily. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and ascended to the 2nd floor. Sensing that Tian Youzi seemed to have something on her mind. It is merely unspoken. Chapter 74. Should I introduce you as my brother's girlfriend? In Tian Youzi's room, Jun Xiaoyao stepped inside. He found Tian Youzi nestled comfortably within a soft sofa, seemingly lost in thought. What troubles you? Jun Xiaoyao inquired as he settled beside her. Bing Air has gone to the disaster realm. Tian Youzi shifted slightly, leaning into Jun Xiaoyao's embrace, and pondered aloud. The disaster realm? What could she possibly be doing there? Just playing, Jun Xiaoyao replied, rendered speechless. The disaster realm, unlike the hell realm, was a domain where only formidable beings, at least at the divine martial level, could enter. Whether such warriors existed on Earth remained uncertain. Thus far, no reports of anyone having ventured into the disaster realm had surfaced. Even if someone did manage to enter, it was often a one-way ticket. It was a place where survival was nearly impossible. Tian Luo Bing, the top-ranked master globally, renowned for her exceptional talent, was still merely a master. For someone of her caliber to enter the disaster realm was tantamount to courting death. No wonder Tian Youzi was so anxious. I heard it from Grandpa. She just left today, Tian Youzi said. Torn between wanting Jun Xiaoyao to rescue Bing Air and fearing for his safety, she felt conflicted. Should I go? Jun Xiaoyao could be in danger. But if I don't go, Bing Air has little chance of survival. On one side was her sister, and on the other, her beloved boyfriend. I'll make a trip tomorrow. This woman. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. Why create such a fuss? Since she was aware of the situation, could she not intervene? He almost called her a woman, but refrained, recognizing that Tian Luo Bing was only 18 and Tian Youzi's sister. Addressing her in such a manner felt inappropriate, especially in front of Tian Youzi. Moreover, while it might sound like a reproach, it resembled playful banter more than anything else. Thank you, darling. Perhaps I should accompany you, Tian Youzi said, planting a kiss on Jun Xiaoyao's cheek, her heart brimming with sweetness and happiness, yet tinged with guilt for putting him in danger due to Bing Air's predicament. Focus on your training. Strive to reach the martial emperor level by the time I return. Yao Air has been eager to train. I might as well take her along and see if I can bring your sister back. I'm not going solely to rescue her, Jun Xiaoyao remarked. Currently, Tian Youzi's spatial ring contained numerous celestial artifacts, resources, and treasures, with over 300 celestial sources. These assets could expedite her ascent to the martial emperor level and even beyond. I will await your safe return along with Yao Air and Bing Air. Tian Youzi nodded obediently. By the poolside, 2 young girls sat at the edge, splashing about in the water. The delicate, fair little feet glided through the pool, their toes resembling tender green shoots, utterly exquisite. Yao Yao, who is that ice sister? Is she your brother's girlfriend? Inquired Zhou Qingqing with curiosity. My sister is a friend of my brother. What? Do you have feelings for him? Would you like me to introduce you as my brother's girlfriend? Su Mingyao chuckled, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhou Qingqing. Yet, a flicker of displeasure stirred within her. That was her brother. And it irked her to hear Zhou Qingqing address him so intimately. Oh, no way. Zhou Qingqing instinctively replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she rejected the notion. But it seems Yao Yao is a bit upset. What's wrong? In truth, he was her uncle's son. After her parents and uncle tragically passed away, she and her brother had relied on each other for support. One day, when I grow up, I will marry him. Of course, I don't mind you, Su Mingyao softly confessed. Although the two shared a close bond, Zhou Qingqing was unaware of her friend's family circumstances, and it was the first time Su Mingyao divulged this secret to her dear friend. Ah, Zhou Qingqing exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. So, Yao Yao and her brother were not blood relatives after all. It was evident that their relationship was exceptionally strong. Upon hearing Su Mingyao's final remark, Zhou Qingqing felt an overwhelming shyness wash over her. Her lovely face flushed with a rosy hue. She nervously grasped the hem of her clothing, her thoughts inadvertently drifting to that dashing young man, so handsome, radiating a sunny disposition. "What about you, Qingqing?" Su Mingyao curiously asked. Since childhood, she had only seen Qingqing's sister picking her up and had never encountered her parents. "We're alike. I haven't seen my parents either. The person you met was my aunt." "She's quite remarkable," Zhou Qingqing replied. Growing up under her aunt's care, she had no recollection of her parents. "Your aunt is so beautiful," Su Mingyao exclaimed in surprise. It turned out that Qingqing's aunt was indeed stunning. She had encountered Zhou Qingqing's aunt before and could attest that in terms of beauty and figure, she rivaled I's sister, embodying the essence of a celestial beauty. "When my aunt returns, I'll introduce you," Zhou Qingqing said. "Is your aunt not home?" Su Mingyao inquired. "My aunt is very busy with work and is rarely home," Zhou Qingqing explained. As they spoke, she casually picked up a fruit nearby, its jade-like surface gleaming and enticing. "Let's sleep together tonight. We can play games," Su Mingyao suggested, also picking up a piece of fruit. "Wow, what kind of fruit is this?" Zhou Qingqing took a small bite. Instantly, her lips and teeth were imbued with a fragrant essence, crisp and delectable. A wave of miraculous energy surged through her entire being, invigorating her and filling her with vitality. "Oh, this? My brother claims it to be a millennium spirit fruit," Su Mingyao remarked nonchalantly, for she had tasted many before. During her time at home, this was all she consumed. A single piece could satiate her, allowing her to forego meals for an entire day. "Your brother is truly remarkable and quite handsome. Does he have any pets, Yao Yao?" Zhou Qingqing inquired enviously. The millennium spirit fruit, she had read about it in books. After all, the revival of spiritual energy had occurred for 99 years. Even if one could not cultivate, basic knowledge of cultivation was well known. She never anticipated that such a legendary millennium spirit fruit would appear before her, and in abundance at that. Chapter 75, Brother. "But Yaoer likes you too, I will ask, brother." Su Mingyao shook her head. She was uncertain if her brother had any pets. She had already realized that it was not a mere pet, but a formidable divine beast, bestowed by her brother for her protection. Zhou Qingqing was an ordinary person. If her brother had another, gifting one to Zhou Qingqing wouldn't be a bad idea. "Thank you, Yao Yao. Love you," Zhou Qingqing replied joyfully. In truth, she held no grand expectations. She was simply delighted to see her dear friend assisting her. As night fell gradually, Longquan Mountain became enveloped in a brilliant array of stars, shining more vividly than in other places. The night sky, a deep blue, appeared breathtakingly beautiful, adorned with starlight that cloaked Longquan Mountain, making it seem as if it resided within the cosmos. The air was fresh, imbued with ethereal energy, and the stars twinkled like jewels. This scene resembled a celestial paradise. The two young girls raced to the flower bushes beneath the villa, swinging and playing on the hammock, akin to two butterflies or little princesses. "Yao Yao, isn't such a vast place dangerous? Aren't you afraid?" Zhou Qingqing inquired. It was indeed a large area, with only a villa perched atop the mountain. Despite the high walls surrounding it, a sense of insecurity lingered. "Danger? Qingqing, are you joking? Brother said this is the safest place in the world. Do you see the stars in the sky? That is a grand formation created by brother. He assured me that even Western deities could not enter here." Su Mingyao chuckled, her melodious laughter akin to the sound of silver bells. "Wow!" Zhou Qingqing felt a pang of envy. That evening, the two girls played for quite some time before finally returning to their rooms to bathe and sleep. Inside the villa, in Jun Xiaoyao's room, Tian Youzi had initially intended to cling to Jun Xiaoyao and sleep beside him. However, with Yaoer present, she had no choice but to return to her own room. The following day, Su Mingyao inquired if Jun Xiaoyao had any pets left, mentioning that Zhou Qingqing desired one. "Qingqing, I hear you wish for a pet. Here you go. Do come over to play often," Jun Xiaoyao said, handing a cream-colored pet to Zhou Qingqing. "Ah, thank you, brother. Goodbye, brother," Zhou Qingqing exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she beheld the pet. A sweet smile adorned her exquisite face, and she had completely forgotten her earlier doubts. She never anticipated that Jun Xiaoyao would truly gift her a pet. It was an unexpected delight. Hastily accepting the pet and expressing her gratitude, she made her way down Longquan Mountain. "Honey, I'm off to the company. Wishing you and Yao a safe return. I shall reward you then. Tian Youzi whispered softly into Jun Xiaoyao's ear as she watched Zhou Qingqing depart, her breath fragrant like orchids. On the exquisitely beautiful, icy visage, a faint smile graced her lips. However, upon speaking, a delicate blush adorned that petite face, instantly making Jun Xiaoyao comprehend that the reward was indeed something extraordinary, stirring profound emotions within him. I shall deal with you upon my return, Jun Xiaoyao declared, watching as Tian Youzi drove away. Brother, what is your relationship with Sister Bing? Su Mingyao descended from the upper floor, nestling beside Jun Xiaoyao, her voice a soft whisper. Possessing remarkable intelligence, she discerned some truths. Realizing the nature of the bond between her brother and Sister Bing, they had undoubtedly reached a certain level of intimacy, likely as romantic partners. A pang of jealousy stirred within her. Does Yao not like her? Jun Xiaoyao countered with a question. He knew that his answer would yield the same result, for the young girl had already surmised the truth. I do like her, but I feel a tinge of jealousy, the young girl responded candidly, her delicate lips pouting slightly. In her heart, she held no aversion to the idea of Sister Bing becoming her brother's girlfriend. Yet, the jealousy lingered, for he was hers alone. She is not Tian Luo Bing. She is Tian Youzi, the elder sister of Tian Luo Bing, Jun Xiaoyao explained, choosing not to conceal anything from Yao Yao. Furthermore, revealing the truth now would facilitate future interactions. He recounted the events surrounding Tian Luo Bing and Tian Youzi, including the engagement. Ah, I had not anticipated this, said her brother. But Yao Yao likes you too. Su Mingyao pouted her rosy lips, feeling a flicker of anxiety, for Tian Luo Bing held an engagement with her brother. And they were sisters, both strikingly beautiful. Unquestionably, her brother must harbor affection for them. And what about me? What should I do? Brother likes Yao Yao too, she pondered. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, reaching out to gently ruffle the girl's silky hair. Brother, when I grow up, I will marry you, Su Mingyao declared earnestly, gazing up at Jun Xiaoyao with her stunning face. In fact, she had articulated such sentiments before, to which Jun Xiaoyao had always responded that he would wait for her to mature. Now, at the age of 15, she felt she had indeed grown. This time, Jun Xiaoyao refrained from responding to her declaration, merely regarding her with warmth. He crouched down to tenderly caress her charming nose, his touch exceedingly gentle. Yao Yao, today I shall take you to a special place, he announced after a moment of silence. Where to? Su Mingyao inquired with curiosity. To the catastrophe realm, Jun Xiaoyao replied. Ah, splendid. At long last, I can accompany brother on an adventure. When shall we depart? Su Mingyao exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. The prospect of embarking on an expedition with her brother was simply delightful. The anticipation for this day is exceedingly arduous. Chapter 76. Entering the catastrophe realm in South Asia. One of the three great teleportation towers, the catastrophe realm, is situated here. Once, this place was merely an impoverished nation. However, due to the presence of the teleportation tower to the catastrophe realm, its economy has flourished, transforming it into one of the top 100 tourist cities globally. Remarkably, 99.9% of visitors come solely to witness its allure, rather than utilizing the teleportation tower. After all, the tower transports individuals directly into the catastrophe realm, a domain only the martial gods dare to enter. But are there martial gods on Earth? Thus, the teleportation tower remains largely unused, serving primarily as a mere ornament. Yet, in recent days, countless hidden powerhouses have converged around the teleportation tower, with some even daring to use it to enter the first layer of the catastrophe realm, astonishing many. To venture into the catastrophe realm undoubtedly indicates one is a martial god. Beyond the Western deities and the Emperor of Heaven, there indeed exist martial god-level warriors on Earth. According to statistics, within a mere 3 days, at least 100 individuals have entered the first layer of the catastrophe realm. Has an unparalleled treasure emerged within the catastrophe realm? Why are so many formidable beings recklessly entering this perilous domain? It appears that treasures have been revealed within the catastrophe realm. But could it be a conspiracy? How could anyone know of treasures existing there without having ventured inside? Moreover, the catastrophe realm cannot be connected with Earth. The unprecedented influx of powerhouses into the catastrophe realm is surely extraordinary. With less than a year remaining in the century-long protective period, what will transpire when the 100 years elapse? After the protective period, Earth will be irrevocably thrust into a fantastical realm, subjected to the oppression and trampling by its powerful beings. Numerous discussions abound, faces etched with concern. Without the protective period, Earth will be exposed to the fantastical realm. Will Earth even exist at that time? Can the Western deities withstand the might of the fantastical realm? Clearly, that seems impossible. Can the Emperor of Heaven fend off the strong from this realm? It seems challenging. Brother, isn't I's sister merely at the master level? How did she manage to enter the catastrophe realm? Outside the teleportation tower, a pair of young individuals appears. The young man appears to be around 20, while the young woman looks to be around 14 or 15. The speaker is none other than Su Mingyao. After departing from Longquan Mountain, they swiftly made their way to South Asia, utilizing the teleportation tower to enter the catastrophe realm. Who knows what madness has overtaken her? This time, consider it a means of training. I shall protect you, Jun Xiaoyao declares. Their objectives are twofold: to locate and rescue Tian Luo Bing from the catastrophe realm, and to provide Su Mingyao with valuable experience. Su Mingyao responds obediently, her delicate hand tightly clutching Jun Xiaoyao's, as if fearful of losing herself in the process. As they converse, they make their way toward the teleportation tower, moving swiftly. Registration complete, the teleportation tower is activated. With a thunderous roar, the teleportation tower springs to life, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that surges across 1,000 miles. Once again, individuals enter the tower, destined for the catastrophe realm. What has become of Jun Xiaoyao? Just yesterday, he emerged from the 9th level of hell, and now he ventures into the catastrophe realm again. How remarkable! The 9th level of hell is indeed formidable. However, this does not signify much. What truly matters is that he has attained a 5-star rating. The catastrophe realm is incomparable to the hell realm. Upon entering the teleportation tower, names are revealed. Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao's name, many are taken aback. After all, Jun Xiaoyao's recent exploits in Jiang City, coupled with a 5-star rating from the 9th level of hell, are bound to cause a stir. Now, as he enters the catastrophe realm, astonishment naturally ensues. With a flash, the light of the teleportation tower fades, and Jun Xiaoyao and Su Mingyao vanish as if they have evaporated into thin air, drawing from his previous experience. This time Jun Xiaoyao embraces Su Mingyao. Her soft figure, accompanied by a delicate fragrance, quickens his pulse. In his arms, Su Mingyao feels nervous, akin to an electric shock coursing through her, her entire body rendered weak. A blush graces her exquisitely beautiful face, though Jun Xiaoyao has held her before. She has never felt this bashful. Today, she resembles a lovesick maiden, her small hands tightly clasped around Jun Xiaoyao's neck, her head buried in his embrace. Unable to meet his gaze. What is happening? When my brother held me before, I was never this anxious. Why am I so flustered today? Yet, I wish to remain in his arms for eternity. By the way, has my brother ever held Sister Z? 2 full minutes pass before the teleportation concludes. As they step out of the teleportation passage into the outside world, Jun Xiaoyao is met with a cacophony of cataclysmic sounds, the very fabric of space trembling, and the earth crumbling beneath them. Channeling his true essence, he steadies himself. A portion of his consciousness delves into the realm, examining the virtual map. On the virtual map, within a radius of 10,000 miles, there are 397 red dots, alongside hundreds of green dots and a few golden points. Is this truly the catastrophe realm? Su Mingyao is both exhilarated and apprehensive. The scene before them resembles an apocalyptic vision. Indeed, the catastrophe realm differs from the blood refinement realm and the hell realm. The blood refinement realm comprises 9 worlds, as does the hell realm, each a complete world with its own martial civilization. In stark contrast, the catastrophe realm is a primordial expanse devoid of civilization. Here, even the indigenous inhabitants are absent, rendering it a terrifying secret domain. Jun Xiaoyao speaks earnestly. The more unknown the territory, the greater the peril. As everything remains shrouded in uncertainty, it is fundamentally impossible to foresee. Brother, what dangers exist within the realm of natural disasters? Su Mingyao inquired with curiosity, her small hands clasped tightly around Jun Xiaoyao, her delicate face gazing upward at him. Chapter 77. Triggering a new task. Heart of catastrophe. Within the realm of catastrophe, there lurks an array of unknown dangers, mythical beasts, treasures, and resources, as well as formidable warriors from Earth. Yet, The most prominent presence consists of martial deities and venerables from other worlds, perhaps even sages, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, as his form gracefully descended to the ground. At all times, he maintained a portion of his consciousness locked onto a virtual map, enabling him to evade powerful adversaries and threats while simultaneously acquiring treasures and resources. Ding! System awakening from dormancy. Event triggered. Master and Su Mingyao have entered the catastrophe realm. Reward points. 200,000. Task triggered. Master must enter the 9th layer of the catastrophe realm. Anticipated reward. 5,000,000 points. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in his mind, announcing the end of its dormant state and the emergence of a triggered event. Moreover, a task had been activated, promising a reward of 5 million points. Upon seeing the reward, Jun Xiaoyao felt astonished yet curious. He had entered the 1st layer. What connection did that have with the 9th layer? Would he be required to exit and re-enter? No, that could not be right. The teleportation tower of the catastrophe realm only connected to the 1st layer and could not directly transport him to the 9th layer. How could he possibly reach it? Furthermore, even a sage would face perilous odds in the 9th layer. Was he merely courting death by venturing there? Moreover, his purpose was solely to train Yao Yao and rescue Tian Luobing. However, the allure of 5 million points was undeniably tempting. I accept, Jun Xiaoyao responded. Acceptance was one thing. Completion depended on luck and strength. Even if he failed, he would not incur any loss. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of destruction echoed ceaselessly, as the very fabric of the world tore apart. This realm was anything but stable. Humans, welcome to your new abode. Currently, you are the 128, 781st, and 128, 782nd living souls in the catastrophe realm. Upon entering this world, you must adhere to its rules. You have 3 days to ascend to the 2nd layer. Those who remain in the 1st layer will be annihilated. A voice resonated through the void, ethereal and distant, yet felt as if it were whispering directly into their ears. Upon hearing this, both Jun Xiaoyao and Su Mingyao were struck with profound shock. The catastrophe realm housed over 100,000 powerful beings. Yet, how would they gain entry to the 2nd layer? Failing to do so would mean certain death. Who are you? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, his expression solemn and his body tensed in readiness. I am the heart of catastrophe, the very essence of this world, as you humans would call it, the world spirit. Struggle if you must. There is much more excitement yet to come, the ethereal voice continued. Thus, the revelations unfolded. The voice's master was not human, but rather the spirit of this calamitous world. However, the tone of this voice was malevolent, devoid of any semblance of compassion. Following the utterance, an eerie silence enveloped the entire realm. Simultaneously, before Jun Xiaoyao and Su Mingyao, 2 virtual screens emerged, each displaying their basic profiles and information. Human, Su Mingyao ID, 128782 Talent, Sacred Body of the Divine Soul Cultivation, 45th Rank Mind Master, 5th Level of Martial King, Calamity Contribution, 0 points, Methods of Acquisition, Slaying Beasts, Defeating Opponents, Gathering Resources, Seeking Treasures. This was Su Mingyao's identity information. Human, Jun Xiaoyao ID, 128781 Talent, Chaotic Divine Demon Body Cultivation, Supreme Realm Celestial Calamity Contribution, 0 points, Methods of Acquisition, Slaying Beasts, Defeating Opponents, Gathering Resources, Seeking Treasures. This comprised Jun Xiaoyao's details. Here, cultivation levels could not be concealed. In truth, the system could obscure cultivation, shielding everything, but in such a place. It was entirely unnecessary, unlike on Earth. How intriguing, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, and with a flick of his finger, the virtual screen vanished. Su Mingyao, following her brother's lead, made her screen disappear as well. Her exquisite face turned towards Jun Xiaoyao. Though she was a mind master, comparable in strength to a martial king, she remained a mere 15-year-old girl and felt fear in such an environment. Jun Xiaoyao was her sole pillar of support, both in the outside world and here. Fear not, for your brother is here, Jun Xiaoyao gently reassured her, affectionately tousling her silky hair. His heart brimmed with genuine love for this sister, having watched her grow since childhood. Moreover, their betrothal deepened his feelings, introducing a different kind of affection. The girl's stunning visage, smooth and taut, with her lively eyes now gazing at him, exuded trust. Wherever her brother was, that was home, She would follow him without hesitation, undaunted by any peril. "Let us proceed to the second layer," Jun Xiaoyao suggested. As he spoke, he wrapped an arm around her slender waist, and in a flash, they soared towards the horizon. The delicate fragrance of her presence and her soft form evoked a sense of yearning. With a virtual map in hand, they navigated effortlessly, avoiding formidable beasts, unknown dangers, and powerful foes, following the arrows indicated on the screen. 3 hours later, they arrived at an ancient altar, adorned with intricate patterns that were both mysterious and elusive. Jun Xiaoyao recognized this as the entrance to the second layer. Only by unraveling these intricate patterns could they gain entry. "System, initiate a scan and translation," Jun Xiaoyao commanded. "Please scan and translate the inscriptions on the altar." Chapter 78. Brother, Yaoer is going to sleep. Upon receiving the command from Jun Xiaoyao, the system promptly commenced its scanning and translation, executing its tasks with remarkable speed. Presently, the system remained active, ready to be awakened at any moment. "Brother, it's getting dark. Shall we continue our journey?" Su Mingyao inquired. In the realm of calamity, much like Earth, the transition from day to night was a normal occurrence. As twilight descended, the atmosphere darkened, heralding the onset of night. Concurrently, the ominous roars of monstrous beasts echoed in the distance, their sounds terrifying, causing the very space to tremble and the earth to quake, leaving no moment of tranquility. "Let us first enter the second layer and assess the situation within," Jun Xiaoyao declared. The spirit of the world had mentioned a 2-day time frame to access the second layer, yet he had accomplished it in merely 3 hours. He feared that the spirit of the world might present him with challenges in the second layer, hence he preferred to remain cautious in his words. Scanning complete. Translation complete. A minute later, the system had thoroughly scanned and translated all the runes on the altar, transmitting a stream of information into Jun Xiaoyao's mind. This information was straightforward, and upon reviewing the runes, they appeared exceedingly simple. With a swift motion, Jun Xiaoyao channeled his true essence, his hands weaving through the air, manifesting streams of power. Gradually, this power coalesced into a mysterious array. The array surged forth towards the altar, and in an instant, the altar erupted with a wondrous radiance. As the light swirled, it formed a portal through time and space. Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao grasped Su Mingyao's hand, leading her through the portal. The portal resembled a curtain of water, and they felt no sensation as they passed through. In the blink of an eye, they emerged in the second layer of the realm of calamity. The sights within were even more terrifying, yet the spiritual energy was far more refined and abundant. Upon entering the second layer, the spirit of the world did not manifest, suggesting it had no intention of leading him astray. "Let us find a place to rest and resume our journey tomorrow, at which point you can begin your training," he proposed. After a brief interval, the voice of the spirit of the world remained silent, confirming Jun Xiaoyao's belief that it would not deceive him. 2 days meant precisely that. "All right," Su Mingyao exclaimed joyfully, a lollipop nestled in her mouth, her cheeks adorably puffed, adding to her charm. After half an hour, they discovered a sheer cliff, towering 100 meters high, where a stone cave awaited. The cave, encompassing several square meters, was remarkably dry, making it an ideal temporary refuge. They divided their tasks, with Jun Xiaoyao setting up concealment measures within the cave, while Su Mingyao. In the cave, she diligently tidied up, laying out a quilt and a small table. Before long, the cave was transformed into a clean and cozy space, though not quite comparable to her own room. After her last cultivation session, Su Mingyao received a spatial ring from Jun Xiaoyao, along with countless resources and treasures for her training. With the spatial ring, filled with snacks and daily necessities, she eagerly awaited the day she could venture into the world with her brother. The ring, expansive enough to encompass an area of 10 miles, contained nearly 1 billion items, enough provisions to last a decade. Her brother, Jun Xiaoyao, curled her delicate, slender legs beneath the quilt, retrieving a bounty of snacks, bread, and bottled water from the spatial ring. He handed her the treats while gesturing for her to sit beside him, encouraging her to indulge in the spiritual fruits. As he took the bread, he also produced several spiritual fruits from the elemental realm, placing them on the small table before them, and settled next to Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao nodded obediently, shifting slightly closer, snuggling into Jun Xiaoyao's embrace with an air of playful affection. After a while, they each enjoyed a piece of bread and a spiritual fruit. Brother, Yao Yao is sleepy now, Su Mingyao announced, rubbing her eyes. Go to sleep, Jun Xiaoyao replied, nodding. He gently cradled her soft form, laying her on the quilt and tucking her in. Brother, I want a hug, Su Mingyao pouted adorably. All right, Jun Xiaoyao acquiesced. Lying beside her, her small hand found its way to his chest, and as she turned to her side, one long, graceful leg draped over him, resembling an octopus. She nuzzled her head against his chest, seeking a comfortable position. Soon, the gentle rise and fall of her breath indicated she had drifted into a deep slumber. Her exquisite face, flawless and delicate, wore a faint smile, as if lost in a beautiful dream. The subtle fragrance of her skin, coupled with her tender form and intimate posture, posed a challenge for Jun Xiaoyao to succumb to sleep. Was this little girl intentionally tormenting him? After all, he was a vigorous 20-year-old man. Time slipped away, and eventually, Jun Xiaoyao succumbed to slumber, holding the young girl close. Meanwhile, in the third layer of the cataclysmic world, a terrifying battle raged on. The conflict was brutal. While battles were commonplace in the cataclysmic world, involving human warriors clashing with beasts and amongst themselves, the current battlefield was particularly shocking. In the midst of the battle, the disparity in cultivation between the two combatants was striking. A stunningly beautiful girl, no more than 16 or 17 years of age, unleashed a terrifying secret technique as she engaged in fierce combat with a martial deity of approximately 40 years. The girl, with her ethereal beauty, exuded an aura of icy coldness, embodying the essence of a formidable empress. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, solidifying the air within a 10-mile radius. Yet, despite the seemingly fearsome display, her true cultivation was merely innate. An innate warrior facing off against a martial deity? Were this to be revealed, none would believe it. Yet, this is the undeniable truth. Chapter 79. A girl must be modest. The cataclysmic battle raged on, brutal and unforgiving. The young maiden, her lips stained with blood, appeared strikingly beautiful yet tragic. Throughout the ordeal, her expression remained unchanged, as if the formidable opponent before her was but a phantom. Her extraordinary prowess and mystical abilities instilled a sense of trepidation even in the hearts of the mighty martial gods. Dong Guoming, a warrior of the sixth realm, possessed a terrifying strength. Yet, at this moment, he found himself contemplating retreat, utterly bewildered by a girl scarcely 16 or 17 years of age. He had ventured forth cautiously, in search of treasures and resources, only to encounter this stunning maiden, her beauty breathtaking, cold and aloof, akin to an ethereal goddess untouched by the mundane world. Remarkably, she was merely of the innate realm. For a martial god, the innate realm is as trivial as an elephant trampling an ant. Yet, his mind began to spiral into fantasies of possessing such an exquisite girl. However, he was almost obliterated by a single strike from her, leaving him utterly shaken, nearly paralyzed with fear. What kind of innate being possessed such terrifying strength, wielding abilities that transcended the heavenly tier? The maiden was Tian Luobing. In the face of a martial god, she was indeed at a disadvantage, given the vast difference in their realms. Nevertheless, for a martial god to defeat her, the reincarnation of an empress would require a significant toll. Though she had sustained some injuries in their fierce clash, her opponent was not unscathed either. Those who dared to covet the empress's favor were courting death. Upon entering the realm of calamity, she ascended to the third layer in just 2 days, a feat that would be met with disbelief, yet her identity rendered it understandable. Did he truly wish for a fight to the death? Dong Guoming finally spoke, frustration evident in his tone. It was utterly humiliating for a distinguished martial god to be bested by a mere girl of 16 or 17, especially when she was only of the innate realm. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed her to be anything less than a peak martial god. You? Do you even deserve this? Tian Luobing, frigid and imperious, spoke with a voice both enchanting and chilling. In her previous life, she was the unparalleled empress of the supreme celestial realm. Decisive in combat, devoid of sentiment, she had slain countless strong warriors. Not just martial gods, but even saints had fallen before her. Those who harbored malicious intent towards her would find their bones ground to dust, their hatred unquenchable. As she spoke, her delicate hand waved, summoning a sharp, icy brilliance. The very air around them seemed to freeze. A faint sound echoed, followed by a scream. Dong Guoming fell violently, devoid of any breath or life. With Dong Guoming's demise, Tian Luobing could no longer contain herself and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Without a moment's hesitation, she fled the scene, heading towards the 4th level. She had just recently defeated a martial deity, yet the victory came at a considerable cost. After all, she was merely innate, while her opponent was a martial god. Utilizing secret techniques had inflicted severe backlash upon her, leaving her injuries far from mended. Furthermore, her unique intuition assured her that other formidable beings had set their sights on her, necessitating her swift departure from this place to stabilize her condition. The following day, early in the morning, within the confines of a cave, Su Mingyao awoke, her exquisite visage adorned with a sweet and blissful smile. Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes. This scenario had become commonplace for him, as during her childhood, Yaoer would often cling to him in this manner. Now, even though she had matured and was no longer a little girl, her behavior remained unchanged. "Brother, it's time to rise." Su Mingyao's voice was soft and melodious. As she spoke, she stood upon the bed, adjusting her garments. However, her pair of smooth, straight, and fair legs swayed enticingly before Jun Xiaoyao. In that moment, he found his gaze captivated, unable to look away, inwardly chastising. This little girl is quite oblivious. Chapter 80. Tian Luobing. Is this emperor destined to fall? Oh, Yaoer knows, but she only behaves this way in front of her brother. Outside, Yaoer would never act like this, because Yaoer only shows this side to her brother. Su Mingyao gave a small "oh," pouting her lips softly as she spoke. Naturally, she would never present herself this way in public, always mindful of her every move. For she is a girl, and an extraordinarily beautiful one at that. Countless boys yearn for her attention, so it is only prudent that she protects herself. Jun Xiaoyao reached out and pinched her little face playfully before rising. The two began to tidy up, stepping out of the cave to find a small stream for their morning wash. Once they completed their preparations, they unfurled their forms and soared ahead. Although the voice of the world spirit did not manifest, Jun Xiaoyao followed the arrow on the virtual map, flying towards the entrance of the 3rd layer, deftly avoiding dangers and monsters along the way. As for treasure hunting, that was not on their agenda. 3 hours later, they entered the 3rd layer. After noon, they progressed into the 4th layer. Upon entering the 4th layer of the Cataclysm world, Jun Xiaoyao and Su Mingyao slowed their pace. This layer was fraught with peril and teeming with monstrous beasts. However, it was also abundant in precious spiritual herbs and fruits, which the pair began to collect. Boom, boom, boom. In the afternoon, while Jun Xiaoyao and Su Mingyao were gathering spiritual fruits, a terrifying explosion echoed from ahead. This sound was not from the cataclysm or beasts, but rather a fierce battle between powerful beings. "Let us go take a look," Jun Xiaoyao suggested, taking Su Mingyao's hand and stepping forward, instantly covering 100 miles. In truth, he had no particular interest in observing battles, especially those of formidable warriors. However, he sensed a familiar aura amidst the conflict, reminiscent of someone he had encountered before, which heightened his awareness. He had only a handful of acquaintances in the Cataclysm world. Who else could it be but Tian Luobing? If it were indeed her, then it was clear she must be in danger. Even a master rank cannot compare to a martial god, and within this Cataclysm realm, the majority were martial gods, with even exalted beings present, and perhaps even sages might appear. "Brother, have you discovered our sister's whereabouts?" Su Mingyao, with her astute intelligence, could surmise a few things. After all, she understood that her brother was not one to seek out excitement, let alone engage in the battles of dangerous powers. Of course, with her brother's terrifying strength, none could truly rival him. "Yes, it should be her," Jun Xiaoyao replied. "If it were Tian Luobing, then he would not need to search the entire Cataclysm world for her." Swiftly, the scene of the battle came into view. 100 miles ahead, they beheld the unfolding spectacle. 3 formidable warriors besiege a young maiden, who is ethereal and breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a celestial goddess descending from the heavens. Although she bears a hint of youthfulness, an overwhelming aura of dominance radiates from her, reminiscent of a peerless empress. With a mere gesture, the very fabric of heaven and earth shifts, a stark contrast to her tender age. "Brother, Sister Bing is incredibly powerful," Su Mingyao exclaims in astonishment, a pang of envy stirring within her. Sister Bing is not much older than herself, yet her strength is terrifying. Setting aside her power, the sheer presence, composure, and battle experience of Sister Bing leave Mingyao feeling inadequate. Even with a decade of relentless effort, she could not hope to compare to Tian Luobing. Intrigued, Jun Xiaoyao wears a faint smile. This woman surprises him. Undoubtedly, her prowess is remarkable, yet it is her commanding presence and tactics that truly astound him. Were it not for her age and cultivation level, he might have believed that Tian Luobing was an unparalleled sovereign-level warrior. Boom, boom, boom. Despite Tian Luobing's formidable capabilities and terrifying techniques, which manifest as a dimensional strike, she engages in combat with three martial deities at her innate realm. She bears several wounds, blood seeping from them, staining her pristine dress in a tragic display. One of her adversaries, too, sustains grave injuries, their combat effectiveness halved. Yet, this does not alter the outcome. Tian Luobing's demise is inevitable. At that moment, a young martial deity strikes her, causing her to cough up blood. Her exquisite visage paling further, her expression gravely serious, brows furrowed. She has exhausted all her extraordinary secret techniques, yet still cannot overcome her foes. Now, she finds herself at a dead end, contemplating, is this the moment of my downfall? This time, there will be no reincarnation. A sense of reluctance wells within her. In an instant, memories flash through her mind like scenes from a film. She realizes that the 3,000 years of her past life pale in comparison to the 18 years of this life. Her previous existence was consumed by relentless cultivation and bloodshed. In contrast, this life holds countless cherished memories of her grandfather, her sister, her schooling. Suddenly, a strikingly handsome young man appears in her recollections, lingering in her mind. This youth, whom she has encountered only twice, both times under unpleasant circumstances, happens to be her fiancé and the object of her sister's affection. Farewell, grandfather. Farewell, sister. Farewell, scoundrel. As she gazes upon the three cataclysmic attacks barreling toward her, Tian Luobing closes her beautiful eyes, her heart resolute. Meanwhile, the last vestiges of her true essence surge within her, invoking the most domineering sacred art from her past life. This time, she prepares to burn her lifeblood, vowing to take three with her, even unto death. Rather than succumb to the tarnishing of my purity, I would choose death. Thunderous roars echoed as the space within 100 miles was ensnared by an icy grip, giving rise to a vast glacier. Above Tian Luobing's head, three devastating ice swords materialized, voraciously consuming the spiritual essence within a 1,000-mile radius, their appearance utterly terrifying. At that moment, as Tian Luobing prepared to wield the ice swords for mutual destruction, a faint sigh resonated through the void, a sound that felt oddly familiar, as if I had encountered it before. In an instant, the entirety of the 1,000-mile space was rendered in absolute stasis. Suddenly, a colossal hand, formed from 99 crimson stars, descended forcefully upon the three martial deities. Chapter 81. The identity of the Emperor Jun Tian is discerned by Tian Luobing. He, the Emperor Jun Tian, Tian Luobing, feeling the constraints of the surrounding space, was initially engulfed by despair, believing that yet another formidable enemy had arrived. In the presence of such a powerful foe, she found herself deprived of even the opportunity for self-destruction or mutual destruction. Was she to be subjected to humiliation? However, upon witnessing the colossal hand formed by crimson stars, astonishment surged within her, accompanied by a glimmer of hope and a ripple of emotion. Across 3 millennia in her past life, coupled with her current existence, there existed one individual who had captured her gaze, Emperor Jun Tian. To her surprise, he appeared at her moment of utmost despair. Was this mere coincidence? Was she hallucinating? With a faint crack, the space shattered. 3 martial gods, without a chance to scream, were obliterated into fine dust, leaving not a trace behind. Continue to channel your energy. Do not cease. Upon witnessing the annihilation of the 3 martial gods, Tian Luobing affirmed that this was no illusion but a reality. Emperor Jun Tian had manifested in the realm of calamity, saving her life in her moment of hopelessness. A wave of exhilaration surged within her heart. At that moment, a familiar voice resounded, urging her to persist in her cultivation. Instinctively, she complied. The technique continued to operate, or rather, she was still igniting her essence blood and life force. This, in effect, was akin to the Emperor Jun Tian commanding her to continue her self-destructive cultivation. Yet she followed his directive nonetheless. This left her perplexed and bewildered. What was happening to her? Moreover, who was that familiar voice? Emperor Tian? No, for she had never heard him speak, and she was certain that the voice was not his. So who could it be? Boom. Just as Tian Luobing pondered, a warm and masculine essence surged through the void, imbued with extraordinary power. Soon, the previously tumultuous icy essence was stabilized. Gradually, the burning of her essence blood and life force came to a halt. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced echoed through the atmosphere. In an instant, two figures materialized before Tian Luobing. It's you. She lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes locking onto the figures ahead. Upon recognizing Jun Xiaoyao, disbelief washed over her, leaving her mind momentarily inoperable. Everything transpired so rapidly that she struggled to comprehend it. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? How could this be? Although it was Emperor Tian who had intervened to save her and stabilize her burning essence blood and life, the one who appeared was Jun Xiaoyao. How could this be? Even as the reincarnation of an empress. She found it difficult to wrap her mind around this absurdity. It was too surreal to accept. I underestimated you. Had it not been for the grace of Youzi, you would have perished by now. Jun Xiaoyao cast a fleeting glance at Tian Luobing. Once, she was his fiancée, exquisite, breathtaking, proud, and frigid. Everything about her was flawless, embodying the goddess that a man yearns to conquer. Yet, there was one aspect that stood out, her chilling demeanor, which created an unbridgeable distance, reminiscent of an ethereal ice goddess, untouched by the mundane world. Jun Xiaoyao spoke, his tone calm and measured. As he uttered his words, his inner energy surged, and a drop of his essence materialized at his fingertip, floating gracefully in the air. The emergence of this blood essence sent tremors through the heavens and the earth, for it harbored the power to annihilate worlds, brimming with a formidable vitality and terrifying destructive force. With a flick of his finger, the essence propelled towards Tian Luobing, enveloping her in a wondrous crimson glow. In an instant, the blood essence surged into Tian Luobing's body, nourishing her rapidly, mending her life force as if ignited by an internal flame. Under the revitalizing influence of Jun Xiaoyao's essence, her own bloodline grew even more potent. Tian Luobing was taken aback. In her previous life, she was an empress, and in this incarnation, she was the reincarnation of that very empress. She understood Jun Xiaoyao's intentions. He was using his blood to restore her vitality and essence. Otherwise, the delay could hinder her cultivation, potentially impacting her entire existence. Initially dismissive, believing her bloodline to be of such strength that it required no aid, she found herself trembling with excitement upon witnessing the extraordinary power of his essence. Brother. Once Tian Luobing absorbed the essence, Jun Xiaoyao felt a momentary disorientation. He possessed the chaos divine demon body, unmatched in strength, but the essence was limited. The single drop he had just given was one of only 33 drops of divine blood he had painstakingly condensed over a long period. Sharing it left him feeling slightly dizzy. Seeing her brother's condition, Su Mingyao hurried to support him. It's all right, Jun Xiaoyao reassured her, his face brightening with a warm smile. Thank you. By the way, you must be Jun Tiandi. Tian Luobing expressed her gratitude. The first time in 3,000 years across her past and present that she had uttered such words to another. She recognized that this drop of essence was extraordinary, likely having taken a toll on Jun Xiaoyao's foundation, stirring a deep sense of gratitude within her. My brother is Jun Xiaoyao, also known as Jun Tiandi. Su Mingyao interjected, pride swelling on her exquisite face as she glanced at her brother with concern. Ding. Event triggered. The master has saved Tian Luobing. Reward points. 500. 000. Event triggered. The master's identity has been revealed. Reward points. 100. 000. The voice of the system echoed in Jun Xiaoyao's mind, signaling the activation of events. This time, I have finally triggered an event with the main character, Tian Luobing. Chapter 82. Jun Xiaoyao reduced Tian Luobing to tears. Let's leave this place, Jun Xiaoyao declared. With a wave of his hand, a luminous barrier enveloped Tian Luobing. Whoosh! The trio soared through the air. The barrier was not large, and the three were closely huddled together. Su Mingyao clasped Jun Xiaoyao's arm with an affectionate demeanor, wishing to merge her essence with that of her brother. In contrast, Tian Luobing exuded an aura of aloofness akin to an ethereal ice goddess, seemingly untouched by the mundane world. The proximity unsettled her, causing her to frown and instinctively distance herself from Jun Xiaoyao. Simultaneously, she felt a flicker of irritation at his audacity to whisk her away. In her heart, she thought, what if you are the Emperor of Heaven? Just wait 3 more years of cultivation, and I shall obliterate you. Can saving my life grant you the liberty to act as you please? Nevertheless, she acknowledged her sister's discerning taste. His talents were indeed remarkable. Seemingly no more than 20 years of age, the Emperor of Heaven had concealed his depths well. Very well. Considering you saved my life in the matter of that drop of divine blood, I shall not hold it against you for now. After all, you are my sister's favored one, my fiancé. Tian Luobing's thoughts were in disarray. Before her stood a strikingly handsome youth, unparalleled in his prowess. The mightiest Emperor of Heaven on earth. He had achieved such heights at a tender age. Even in her past life, she had not been his equal. In truth, he had done nothing wrong. There was no need for her to reject him. After all, they had only met twice. The first time, he merely wished to assist her due to their connection. The second encounter on the cruise ship, he had mistaken her for her sister. Her disdain for him likely stemmed from their engagement. Where are we headed? Tian Luobing inquired, her voice icy yet alluring. Though merely 18, she retained a hint of youthful innocence, moving with the grace of a legendary empress. We shall first ascend to the 5th level and find a place for your healing. Jun Xiaoyao replied, not meeting her gaze. Indeed, Tian Luobing was exquisite, reminiscent of her sister. Yet, what did it matter? He held no affection for her. Why should he be concerned about her expression? After all, he had ventured into the calamity realm to rescue her, expending a drop of chaotic divine blood, only to be met with her frigid countenance. Yet, her delicate features were undeniably captivating, enchanting all who beheld her. Moreover, her physique was nothing short of extraordinary. My injuries require no concern from you, Tian Luobing retorted coolly, casting a frosty glance at him. Internally, she mused, who are you trying to appear indifferent for? I am no naive girl who would fall for such ruse. But then a thought struck her. Why did she sense that he harbored a disdain for her? Infuriating. How could you treat me this way? Regardless of the circumstances, I am your fiancé, and even if not, I am still your sister-in-law. Is it truly necessary for you to be so dismissive of me? A scoundrel remains a scoundrel, even in the depths of a mysterious realm. He must have a girl by his side. Yet, this young girl is undeniably beautiful, not inferior to myself. I must return and inform my sister about the girl's temperament. If it weren't for your sister's sake, I would never have ventured into this wretched place. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao halted, seizing Tian Luobing's delicate hand, pulling her closer, and leveraging the opportunity to have her perch on his lap. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to her rear, the sound echoing sharply through the air. Completing his actions, he swiftly took flight once more. Ding! Event triggered. Master slapped Tian Luobing's rear. Reward points 300,000. Beside them, Su Mingyao stood in shock, her small hand covering her mouth, unable to suppress a giggle. Meanwhile, Tian Luobing was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Had she just been struck? And by a youth at that? This was an unbearable humiliation for her, the esteemed Empress of Tian, known for her cold demeanor and ruthless disposition. The very idea of being so violated was intolerable. She had never permitted even the slightest proximity from the opposite sex in her past lives. And now, she had been yanked over and treated like a child, her rear slapped. Overwhelmed with shame and anger, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her beautiful gaze clouded with indignation. This scene did not escape Jun Xiaoyao's attention, stirring something within him. The once aloof and frigid goddess now appeared so vulnerable, evoking a sense of pity. Regret washed over him. He recognized his impulsiveness. He pondered why he had acted in such a manner. Even with Yaoer, he had never crossed such boundaries. And yet, here he was, perplexed after having slapped Tian Luobing. What is wrong with you? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, feigning ignorance, knowing full well he could not apologize. Nor could he admit that he should not have slapped her. How could he articulate such sentiments? He resolved to maintain his facade of confusion. You slapped my rear. I shall inform my sister. Tian Luobing exclaimed, crystalline tears cascading down her cheeks. Following her outburst, she felt even more mortified, wishing to strike down this scoundrel who perpetually embarrassed her and had now made her cry. She was the Empress of Tian, commanding the fate of countless beings. At that moment, she herself felt at a loss, questioning how she could possibly be in tears, especially in front of this man. It was utterly humiliating. Yet, it was not entirely difficult to comprehend. Though she is the reincarnation of the Celestial Empress, she is merely 18 years of age. Typically, girls at this stage have just embarked upon their university journey, while some are still engrossed in the rigors of their final year of high school, preparing for the college entrance examinations. Yet, she not only must enter the secret realms for trials, but also uphold the dignity of her imperial identity, keeping others at bay. During her recent venture into the Cataclysm realm, she narrowly escaped demise on 2 occasions. Having always been solitary and self-reliant, she had never felt any sense of grievance. However, after being rescued by this man, she unexpectedly experienced a flicker of security, perceiving him as a protector. In that moment, feelings of injustice arose inexplicably within her. Unbeknownst to her, she remained, at her core, just a little girl. Chapter 83. Brother, did you truly bully Sister Bing? You told your sister? I did not bully you. Jun Xiaoyao was both amused and exasperated by the girl. She was quite intriguing, with her frosty demeanor and haughty airs, resembling a peerless empress. She now appeared as innocent as a little girl, even more so than Yao, almost seeming younger than her. Aren't you supposed to be cold? Aren't you supposed to be frigid? Aren't you supposed to be proud? How is it that now you can only complain to your sister? Ding. Event triggered. Master has made Tian Luo Bing cry. Reward points. 300,000. Humph. You hit me, and that's not bullying? You still hit me, scoundrel. Tian Luo Bing pouted, and with that simple gesture, the world dimmed, leaving Jun Xiaoyao nearly spellbound. The icy goddess's sulking and smile were the most irresistible charms in existence. With a huff, she coldly remarked, and in the end, called him a scoundrel. Scoundrel, scoundrel? Jun Xiaoyao felt a wave of confusion. When did I become a scoundrel? At 21, aside from Yao and Tian Youzi, I have never even held a girl's hand. Is there anyone more pure than me in this world? Furthermore, even if I were a scoundrel, I would never stoop to bully you. Brother, you really did bully Sister Bing. Nearby, Su Mingyao observed with her little hand covering her mouth, ultimately unable to suppress her laughter. She then reminded her brother, You bullied her? Did I? Jun Xiaoyao hesitated. Yao, who are you siding with? Don't defend her. You hit Sister Bing's bottom. Su Mingyao exclaimed. This was a mistake, the moment she spoke. Tian Luo Bing's face flushed even deeper with embarrassment. Couldn't you have kept that to yourself? She was already shy, and you had to add insult to injury. Jun Xiaoyao, not being foolish, certainly knew he should not have struck her there. Ding. Event triggered. Su Mingyao's additional remark. Reward points. 200,000. Oh. Jun Xiaoyao raised the hand that had struck Tian Luo Bing, contemplating its delightful sensation. I could kill you. Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao's expression, Tian Luo Bing was filled with indignation. At that moment, she truly felt the urge to eliminate him. However, her body felt weak, and her vital energy was unresponsive. As she exerted herself, her delicate form weakened, nearly causing her to fall, and she collapsed into Jun Xiaoyao's embrace. It's impossible to wash away the guilt now. Quickly let go. Once he released her, Tian Luo Bing found herself completely in his arms. Tian Luo Bing was overwhelmed with shyness, her body tingling as if electrified, utterly powerless. Yao, support her. Jun Xiaoyao was at a loss. This was a classic case of good intentions gone awry. There was no way to clarify the situation now. At this point, he dared not utter a word. Dare not to approach Tian Luo Bing any closer. What if another mishap occurs? Su Mingyao nodded and moved to Jun Xiaoyao's side, supporting Tian Luo Bing. With a whoosh, Jun Xiaoyao accelerated his flight. Thoughts raced through his mind. If Tian Luo Bing were to discover the truth, despair would surely engulf her. And if Yao were to learn of it, she would undoubtedly feel immense embarrassment, though she would not scold Jun Xiaoyao. After an hour, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the entrance of the 5th layer. The system scanned and translated. Subsequently, as he waved his hands, a surge of power was unleashed, gradually forming intricate patterns. The moment the formations merged with those on the altar, a teleportation portal appeared. From the arrival at the altar to the dismantling of the formation, the entire process took less than 2 minutes. With a whoosh, the three entered the teleportation portal, and when they reappeared, they found themselves in the 5th layer of the catastrophe realm. Beside them, although Tian Luo Bing harbored intense resentment towards Jun Xiaoyao, she was nonetheless astonished by his prowess. If it were her, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours, and the deeper one ventured into the catastrophe realm, the more complex the altar's formations became, consuming even more time, perhaps even becoming unsolvable. Yet Jun Xiaoyao performed it with such ease. This was somewhat absurd. What manner of being was he? Achieving the realm of the celestial sovereign at such a young age, wielding such formidable abilities? Throughout the journey, though she paid him no mind, her thoughts were consumed by Jun Xiaoyao. Naturally, this was primarily due to her hatred. She felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and anger. Having been bullied and belittled by him, her cheeks flushed with shame, wishing she could strike him down, though she lamented her inability to do so. Within 3 days, entering the 7th layer, there would be no further time constraints in the catastrophe world. In the void, the ethereal voice of the heart of catastrophe resonated, a sound Jun Xiaoyao had heard for the 2nd time. Following this, silence enveloped the world. Let us strive to enter the 7th layer before nightfall, and we shall tend to our wounds once we arrive. What do you think? Jun Xiaoyao inquired of Tian Luobing, marking the first time he spoke to her in an hour. Whatever, Tian Luobing replied, her tone inscrutable, making it impossible to discern whether she was still angry or had already calmed. Her voice was perpetually enchanting yet chilling, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. In truth, a question lingered in her mind. How did Jun Xiaoyao locate the entrance? Throughout the journey, he had flawlessly evaded dangers and beasts, arriving directly at the entrance with not a hint of deviation, as if everything were under his command. It must be noted that this was within the catastrophe realm. Any newcomer to such an unknown territory would struggle to navigate with such familiarity. Now, he boldly proclaimed his intent to enter the 7th layer before nightfall. From where did this confidence stem? Chapter 84. Bullying Tian Luobing and entering the 7th layer. The flight continued, slicing through the air with swift determination, forging a path of safety. As evening descended, they finally arrived at the threshold of the 7th layer, yet still faced 100 miles to the altar. At this juncture, Jun Xiaoyao halted his flight, for the vicinity of the altar was besieged by monstrous beasts. The smallest of these creatures was the size of a tiger, while the largest loomed hundreds of meters tall, akin to a scene from the primordial epic, exuding an overwhelming malevolence that shook the very fabric of space and earth. These beasts were evidently guardians of the altar. To access the 7th layer, one must activate the teleportation gate atop the altar. However, unlocking this gate necessitated deciphering the intricate array, which required a close approach to the altar. Yet, with such a plethora of terrifying beasts lurking nearby, how could one dare to approach? The peril was palpable. One might meet their demise before even drawing near. After all, these creatures were of the divine martial level, with some even reaching the ranks of human sovereigns, earth sovereigns, and even celestial sovereigns. Among them, 9 had transcended to the sacred realm, sacred beasts, indeed. Tian Luobing cast a glance at Jun Xiaoyao, her expression seemingly conveying a challenge. Let us see how you intend to enter the 7th layer. Your bravado may soon lead to embarrassment. In that moment, she found herself in a silent contest of wills with Jun Xiaoyao, entirely oblivious to her own obligation to enter as well. The spirited girl's temper flared. Jun Xiaoyao inquired, do you think these beasts are fond of beautiful women? His gaze lingered on Tian Luobing, assessing her exquisite beauty, flawless and beyond critique. What are you staring at? Look away. Tian Luobing felt the weight of his gaze and was overwhelmed by a mix of shyness and indignation. As the esteemed empress of Tian, how dare he look at her in such a manner? They should have an affinity for beauty, right, brother? You're not planning to employ a beauty trap, are you? Su Mingyao, momentarily taken aback, pondered before responding. Her gaze shifted nervously toward her brother, acutely aware that she herself embodied beauty. Wait, I could toss her into the midst of the beasts, using her to divert their attention, allowing us to decipher the formation and enter the 7th layer. If the beasts value beauty, perhaps she might survive. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes glinted wickedly as a sinister smile crept across his lips. You dare. I shall inform sister. Tian Luobing protested, panic rising as she saw Jun Xiaoyao inching closer. In that instant, she faltered. What did it matter that she had been an empress in her past life? In this existence, she was merely at the innate realm. If thrown into the den of monstrous beasts, one would undoubtedly meet a fate so grim that there would be no hope of a proper burial. merely becoming fodder for the beasts, rendering any chance of reincarnation utterly impossible. In that moment, fear gripped me fiercely. Yet, did I truly bully you? A wicked grin spread across Jun Xiaoyao's face as he approached Tian Luobing, seizing her and placing her upon his lap, targeting that exquisitely sensitive area with another resounding slap. The softness and tenderness were undeniable. You did not bully me, Tian Luobing retorted, her face aflame with indignation, fury bubbling within her. Had it been another time, she might have resorted to self-harm, but now, thoughts of such despair were absent. The embarrassment was overwhelming. Initially, one could argue that Jun Xiaoyao's actions were unintentional. Yet it was now evident that he acted with deliberate intent to humiliate her, even questioning whether she felt bullied. Such cruelty. Yet, she could not openly declare herself a victim. Ding. Event triggered. Master successfully bullied Tian Luobing. Reward. 300,000 points. The sensation was delightful, undoubtedly appealing to the monstrous beasts. Jun Xiaoyao delivered another slap, but this time, he lingered for a moment before withdrawing his hand. Subsequently, with a single hand, he summoned forth Tian Luobing and Su Mingyao, soaring toward the altar. I shall ascend to the 7th layer. Jun Xiaoyao unleashed a cataclysmic force, his chaos demon body in motion, and in an instant, a colossal kunpeng, spanning 300 miles, materialized from thin air. The appearance of the kunpeng heralded the collapse of the heavens and earth, an overwhelming majesty blanketing all. Roars erupted as the beasts were reduced to ashes, regardless of whether they were at the martial god, human sovereign, earth sovereign, or heaven sovereign level. At this moment, they were not but ants. Only 9 formidable holy-level beasts stood resolutely against the kunpeng's overwhelming pressure. As Jun Xiaoyao descended to the ground, he strode toward the altar with the gait of a ruler, exuding an air of dominance. Faced with Jun Xiaoyao's world-destroying might, the 9 holy-level beasts dared not resist any longer. They exchanged glances and fled toward the horizon. In the blink of an eye, the altar lay barren, the earth stained with rivers of blood. Scanning translation completed in 1 minute. Jun Xiaoyao then commenced the formation's dismantling. In 1 minute, the altar shimmered with light, forming a portal for teleportation. Jun Xiaoyao grasped Su Mingyao's hand with his left and Tian Luobing's delicate hand with his right, stepping through the portal, vanishing from sight. Upon reappearing, they found themselves in the 7th layer of the catastrophe realm. Humph! Tian Luobing scoffed coldly, shaking off Jun Xiaoyao's hand. A beautiful yet frosty blush crept across her face, for Jun Xiaoyao had just held her hand. In that fleeting moment, when he grasped her delicate hand, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her entire being rendered stiff and powerless, overwhelmed by shame and her heart racing. This sensation was entirely unfamiliar to her. How peculiar. When I hold hands with my sister, I do not experience such sensations. Yet, when I hold hands with him, how can it evoke this feeling? Could it be? Impossible. I am devoid of emotions and desires, harboring no affection for men, let alone the possibility of love. Nonetheless, this feeling is truly enchanting. Chapter 85. Bestowing the heavenly ice cultivation method. Particularly, just now, Jun Xiaoyao unleashed a formidable technique, akin to the descent of a celestial emperor from the heavens. For a fleeting moment, she felt her heart stir. Or rather, during the divine war in the Pacific, she had once felt a spark towards Jun Tiandi. Even if that moment was ultimately extinguished by her own hand, it remains an indelible memory. Now, that sensation seemed to resurface. We have reached the 7th level. Let us find a place to settle. Jun Xiaoyao began searching for a suitable refuge, primarily to tend to Tian Luobing's injuries. Although her wounds were not severe, the burning of her life force and essence required complete restoration. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao discerned that Tian Luobing had been repeatedly employing forbidden techniques recently, which had adversely affected her core. If not addressed promptly, it could lead to lingering repercussions, impairing her cultivation for a lifetime, or even leave behind an unshakable ailment. An hour later, at the entrance of a cave, Jun Xiaoyao surveyed the surroundings. His spiritual sense probed the area, safe and suitable for their needs. Subsequently, he began to set up concealed formations, while Su Mingyao assisted Tian Luobing into the cave and started tidying the interior. By the time Jun Xiaoyao completed the formations and entered, the cave had been prepared. Inside the cave, the walls were dry stone, roughly 20 to 30 square meters in size. What cultivation technique do you practice? Show me, Jun Xiaoyao prompted, instructing Tian Luobing to take a seat. Initially, Tian Luobing was reluctant. You expect me to sit? Do you take me for a fool? Nevertheless, she complied and thought to herself that she would tolerate this once. What I cultivate is none of your concern. The ice god technique. However, it is merely a fragmented version. She pouted slightly, ready to retort against Jun Xiaoyao, but upon meeting his gaze, she promptly halted. For his wicked eyes were fixated on her posterior. What an indignity! As the empress of the supreme Xian heaven, she found herself subjected to such humiliation by a scoundrel. After a brief moment, her delicate fingers brushed against her brow, and instantly, a cascade of mysterious information manifested before Jun Xiaoyao. Her cultivation method. A fragmented version of the ice god technique. Despite its incompleteness, it retained its divine essence, possessing terrifying power that surpassed even formidable saint-level techniques. This was one of the pivotal factors that had rendered Tian Luobing unparalleled in the supreme Xian heaven in her past life. System, scan and translate, Jun Xiaoyao instructed, his consciousness already engaging with the system. Although the fragmented technique wielded immense power, its incompleteness would inevitably present challenges in cultivation. Thus, he intended to delve into the method to see if the system could provide a solution. Scanning. Translating. The system responded. As time continued to slip away, minute by minute, 10 minutes passed. Jun Xiaoyao withdrew his gaze, while Tian Luobing disdainfully retracted the information. A hint of a scornful smile gracing her lips. This smile carried an air of triumph, as if to say, how will you resolve this now? Despite your remarkable prowess, in comparison to my peak, you are utterly feeble. In my past life, even at the zenith of my power, I could not unravel the mysteries of this technique. You likely cannot even comprehend it, for it is a divine skill earned through blood and peril. Scanning complete. Translation complete. Belonging to one of the 36 laws of the chaotic realm, the ice system is but a flawed version. Its might comparable to the pinnacle of the saint level, yet it falls short due to its incompleteness. The voice of the system resonated, beginning its explanation. Jun Xiaoyao understood that this ice divine art could scarcely be deemed divine. It was merely a flawed semi-divine technique. After all, the ice system is but one of the 36 laws of the cosmos. Is there a solution? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Recall, Master possesses a tome titled Chaotic Ice Technique, which surpasses the ice divine art by several tiers and exists in its complete original form, ideally suited for Tian Luobing's cultivation. The system responded, prompting Jun Xiaoyao's memory. Indeed, he had signed for numerous techniques in the past, including the Chaotic Ice Technique. With that, his consciousness withdrew, and his gaze returned to Tian Luobing. Why do you stare at me like that? She questioned, regarding him with suspicion. As Jun Xiaoyao had just engaged in a dialogue with the system, his eyes inadvertently fixed upon her, though his focus was elsewhere. The technique you practice is utterly inferior. I suggest you disperse your current true essence and start anew. Consider this technique, Jun Xiaoyao proposed, gesturing with his hand. A radiant light appeared, swiftly flying towards the center of Tian Luobing's brow. Almost instantly, her exquisite visage transformed, becoming remarkably vibrant. As she realized that the technique bestowed upon her by Jun Xiaoyao was vastly superior. It surpassed the ice divine art by several levels and perfectly resolved her current predicament. In her previous life, had she possessed this technique, how could the demon emperor have been her rival? She would have ascended to the divine realm long ago. Ding, event triggered. Master grants Tian Luobing a technique. Reward, 1,000,000 points. Disperse my essence? I shall consider it, Tian Luobing replied. Were it anyone else, she would have acted without hesitation, having trained her true essence for over a decade. Could she really disperse it? It seemed utterly ludicrous. However, Jun Xiaoyao's words had genuinely prompted her to contemplate this, for the technique was extraordinarily powerful. If she were to disperse and start anew, while she was still in the innate realm, she could recover in 2 years. The future held limitless potential. Consider it well. Once you have made your decision, do call upon me, Jun Xiaoyao remarked. He then proceeded to sit beside Su Mingyao, settling comfortably atop the quilt she had prepared. The two nestled closely together, indulging in snacks and spirit fruits, utterly disregarding Tian Luobing as if he were mere air. Chapter 86. Tian Luobing endures humiliation. Su Mingyao nestled comfortably in Jun Xiaoyao's embrace, their intimacy unmistakable, resembling that of a couple deeply in love. Nearby, Tian Luo Bing observed the scene with growing resentment, silently cursing the scoundrel. It was evident that her sister harbored feelings for him, and he was fully aware of it. Yet, here he was, frolicking with Su Mingyao right beneath her nose. The audacity was infuriating. Furthermore, was she not still his fiancée? Did he treat her like mere air? Yet, strangely, a twinge of envy crept into her heart. No, she would not allow herself to feel envious. Once she grew stronger, she vowed to exact revenge on this scoundrel. Tian Luo Bing found it impossible to remain calm, yet she could not bring herself to leave. The dangers lurking outside loomed large. Moreover, she had to contemplate whether to disperse her true essence in order to cultivate the chaos ice technique. Additionally, she needed to keep an eye on him to prevent any inappropriate encounters with Su Mingyao. What if they engaged in such scandalous activities right in front of her? I wish to be at peace, she murmured, feeling on the brink of collapse as she struggled to maintain her composure. Still, she found herself glancing over at him repeatedly. Time inexorably ticked away, each moment stretching into an hour. Hey, Jun Xiao Yao, I've made my decision, Tian Luo Bing called out, uncertain of how to address him. I've figured out a way to assist you, one that allows you to disperse your powers while retaining your current cultivation and successfully mastering the chaos ice technique, perhaps even causing a significant surge in your strength. Jun Xiao Yao's eyes sparkled with mischief. Humph, little ass. You dare to act so haughty with me? I shall make sure you do not get your way. Suddenly, a clever idea struck him. Really? Tian Luo Bing gasped in surprise. Could it be too far-fetched? Is this truly feasible? Am I being deceived? Believe it or not, Jun Xiao Yao replied. What do you wish to do? Tian Luo Bing inquired. Her gaze wary yet her heart stirred. For her, this was an immense temptation. However, she was no fool. Her intellect shone brightly. She recognized that Jun Xiao Yao would not offer assistance so readily. Despite his seemingly frivolous demeanor, he exhibited qualities of a gentleman, not an outright villain. You are my fiancée, yet I do not hold affection for you. Thus I no longer desire this engagement. By the way, I am friends with your sister. So you must address me as brother-in-law. You are my younger sister-in-law. Being older than you cannot keep calling me He. Therefore, you shall call me Jungo instead, Jun Xiao Yao declared earnestly. His expression serious, though he struggled to suppress his laughter within. As her gaze fell upon Tian Luo Bing, she beheld a countenance frozen in ire, radiating an unmistakable chill. A clear indication of her furious disposition, almost with the intent to slay. After speaking, she chose to disregard Tian Luo Bing entirely. Meanwhile, Su Mingyao was preoccupied with her mobile device, engrossed in a solitary game, feigning ignorance to the unfolding drama. That, Brother Jun. Tian Luo Bing was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by her torment. At this moment, she yearned to weep. For the illustrious empress of the Tian was now compelled to refer to Jun Xiao Yao as Brother Jun, a title laden with intimacy that she found difficult to utter. Yet, she had no choice but to call out. After much internal conflict, she stammered his name, and upon completion, she nearly fell apart, her cheeks aflame, wishing to burrow into the earth, while simultaneously harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Jun Xiao Yao. Moreover, her thoughts turned to his prior declaration of disinterest in her, which had resulted in his rejection of her as his betrothed. This infuriated her to the core, driving her to the brink of madness. Ding! Event triggered. Master successfully teased Tian Luo Bing. Reward points. 1,000,000. Compliantly, Jun Xiao Yao rose and approached Tian Luo Bing, extending his hand to gently tousle her flowing tresses. How should she respond? Tian Luo Bing struggled to contain herself, her petite face contorted, her hands tightly twisting the fabric of her dress. She feared she might erupt into conflict with Jun Xiao Yao, though she understood that such a battle would only lead to her own torment, perhaps even another punishment to her Dairy Ri. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she felt a lingering ache in that very spot. Continue channeling the Ice Divine technique. I will extract your true essence completely and simply follow my guidance, Jun Xiao Yao instructed. Tian Luo Bing experienced a moment of chill, realizing that at this juncture, she had no choice but to place her trust in him. Subsequently, she began to circulate her technique. Jun Xiao Yao summoned immense power, fervently siphoning Tian Luo Bing's true essence from her body. In a mere 5 breaths, all her cultivation dissipated into nothingness, rendering her an ordinary being. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao enlisted the system's assistance to obliterate any trace of the ice divine technique she had once practiced. Upon completing this task, he transmitted the chaotic ice technique to Tian Luo Bing, guiding her in its practice. After half an hour, she successfully cultivated the chaotic ice technique. At this point, Jun Xiaoyao reintegrated the true essence and cultivation he had previously extracted back into Tian Luo Bing's body. Boom, boom, boom. The chaotic ice technique erupted with terrifying power, causing the cavern to tremble. Tian Luo Bing's aura surged, and the temperature within a 1,000-mile radius plummeted. An entire hour passed before her cultivation concluded. At this moment, not only had she retained her previous cultivation and true essence, but she also experienced a significant enhancement in her strength. In the present day, she has successfully attained the realm of the martial emperor, transcending 2 significant levels in an instant. A trace of a smile graces her exquisitely beautiful, icy visage. With that smile, she captivates the world. Chapter 87, The Lower Half Saint. The super sect, a notification echoed in his mind. Event triggered. Tian Luo Bing has successfully cultivated the chaotic cold ice technique, elevating her to the martial emperor level. Reward: 1,000,000 points. Jun Xiaoyao retracted his palm, and Tian Luo Bing softly expressed her gratitude, though her heart felt a twinge of imbalance. In recent days, she had been subjected to teasing and bullying, yet here she was, thanking him twice. However, upon reflection, her gains were substantial. The first instance of gratitude arose from him, saving her life by providing a drop of divine blood. In this latest episode, he resolved her cultivation dilemma, granting her the extraordinary chaotic cold ice technique and elevating her cultivation by 2 major realms. In truth, this rogue was not entirely detestable. Yet, that did not absolve him in her eyes, for he had bullied her mercilessly. She vowed to seek revenge. "Ice sister, please have some food," Su Mingyao said, approaching with an abundance of snacks, bread, spirit fruits, and bottled water, her playful demeanor bringing her close to Tian Luo Bing. "Thank you, Mingyao," Tian Luo Bing replied. Her tone, though cool, softened considerably. Despite having been an empress in her past life, she remained a girl at heart and felt no aversion towards Su Mingyao. In fact, she welcomed the idea of playing and cultivating together, as beautiful girls often shared a common language. Moreover, within this calamity-ridden realm, the 3 of them were together, and Su Mingyao was the only one with whom she could converse, as the thought of engaging with that rogue was unbearable. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao had consumed some bread and taken a sip of water before lying down to rest, closing his eyes in meditation. His consciousness delved into the Yuan realm. Over the past 2 days, he had accrued a significant amount of points, an alarming figure indeed. With such an abundance, it was imperative to upgrade and enhance his strength. On the virtual screen, he noted, available points, 928, 200, nearly 10 million points. It was time to upgrade. He began the process with determination. System, version 6. 01. 0000010, 000 points. Host, Jun Xiaoyao. Age, 21 years. Appearance, 92 points. Cultivation, lower half saint, 1,000,00010, 000 points. Talent, chaos divine demon body, 4th level, 1,000,010, 000 points. Divine power, domain shield, 4th level, 1,000,010, 000 points. Divine skill, creation of stars, 4th level, 100, 00010, 000 points. Companion, none mount, none treasure, none points. 4, 728, 200 wealth, 29, 910, 119. 218 soon, the upgrade concluded. A total of 5. 2 million points were expended to elevate the 3 divine skills to the 4th level, and the system was upgraded to version 6. 0. His cultivation realm has now ascended to the status of a lower half saint. In other words, he is no longer merely a human, but a half saint. However, to attain further upgrades, one would require 10 million points. Henceforth, the consumption of points for upgrades would be exceedingly daunting. System, what new features does version 6.0 encompass? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Previously, there had already been 3 formidable functions and triggered events. Now, what additional features have been introduced? New feature, Super Sect. The master can establish their own faction and strengthen their sect to earn points rewards. The system's voice resonated. Super Sect, Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. He then cast a glance at the crystal plaque hovering in the air before exiting the Yuan realm. The first crystal plaque featured Tian Luobing at 1,000 points. The second crystal plaque, which depicted Su Mingyao, could be unlocked. However, the unlocking of the third crystal plaque necessitated 10 million points. He had currently amassed 92 million points, and with just 80,000 more, he would be able to access the information and details of his third fiancée. As for the fourth and fifth plaques, they seemed a distant prospect. As night deepened, Su Mingyao and Tian Luobing engaged in conversation for an extended period, their camaraderie blossoming swiftly. Although they had known each other for merely a day, they had already become intimate friends and sisters, rubbing her enchanting, lively eyes. Su Mingyao returned to Jun Xiaoyao's side. "My sister, how about we share a space?" Su Mingyao giggled, fully aware that Tian Luobing would likely decline. Given the strained relationship with her brother, who had often bullied her, it was evident that she harbored resentment toward him. Moreover, how could a young woman possibly sleep beside a male? Thus, she was certain that Tian Luobing would not agree to share a bed with her brother, while she herself was resolute about being with him. "Absolutely not. You little vixen," Tian Luobing retorted, confusion evident on her face. This girl dared to say anything. Sleep together? She would rather share a bed with a pig. The emperor would never dare to sleep beside him, not even under duress. What if he were to force himself upon the emperor? What would he do then? At this thought, Tian Luobing's delicate face inexplicably flushed, and she adjusted her hair to conceal her embarrassment. What was she even thinking? How mortifying. "I shall retire for the night." Su Mingyao chuckled lightly. She shed her outer garments, then nestled under the covers, embracing her brother and burying her head in his warm embrace, swiftly falling asleep. This scene, witnessed by Tian Luobing, left her in disbelief, her brows furrowed. Is such happiness truly attainable? Look at how blissful you are. If it were the emperor in your place, he would surely be mortified. Humph. Upon returning, I must inform my sister to steer clear of this scoundrel. Chapter 88. Is it worth a glance? Perhaps there lies a surprise within. Time slipped away, and Tian Luobing found herself utterly fatigued. She retrieved a blanket from her spatial ring and succumbed to slumber. Yet within the confines of the secret realm, especially in the cataclysmic domain, restful sleep eluded her. The presence of another individual of the opposite sex in the cave heightened her unease. What if she fell into a deep slumber and was subjected to an unwanted advance? Thus, that night, Tian Luobing's sleep was far from peaceful. Upon the break of dawn, she stifled yawn after yawn. In stark contrast, Su Mingyao lay entwined around Jun Xiaoyao, lost in a blissful slumber. Observing this scene, a sense of imbalance welled up within Tian Luobing. Why did they sleep so soundly while she struggled to find repose? Humph. With a pout, she thought to herself, "Mingyao, today you must learn to fight." Jun Xiaoyao affectionately tousled Su Mingyao's hair and spoke. Having been in the cataclysmic world for 3 days, Mingyao has yet to truly embark on her training. Su Mingyao nodded, a mixture of excitement and trepidation swelling within her. "Do not worry," Jun Xiaoyao reassured her. "I shall be by your side. Just immerse yourself in the experience." As he spoke, he led them out of the cave. Soon after, the trio departed, seeking a stream where they could wash up briefly before embarking on a quest to find weaker demonic beasts for Su Mingyao to combat. At present, her strength was comparable to that of a 5th-level martial king, and she lacked any combat experience. Thus, it was imperative that she engage in battle. Only through effort could she truly grow. Days passed. 1, 2, 3. Throughout this time, Jun Xiaoyao remained steadfastly by Su Mingyao's side, providing support as she earnestly explored the art of combat. With her keen intellect, she grasped the nuances of fighting with remarkable speed. Now, she had amassed valuable combat experience, understanding the dynamics of both offense and defense. Tian Luobing, meanwhile, engaged in combat nearby, challenging herself against formidable beasts. On this particular day, the trio ventured toward the 8th level. Boom, boom, boom. From a distance of 1,000 miles from the entrance altar of the 8th level, a cacophony of earth-shattering explosions reverberated through the air. The sky was torn asunder, and the earth crumbled, reminiscent of the apocalypse itself, accompanied by terrifying gales. Are the sovereigns engaged in battle? Tian Luobing inquired, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Although she had spent the past 3 days in opposition to Jun Xiaoyao, she found herself at a disadvantage, often yielding to his playful torment, fearful of retribution. She had attempted to resist numerous times, only to be bested by him repeatedly. The lingering ache in her backside served as a reminder of her defeats. Yet she understood that Jun Xiaoyao was merely teasing her, never truly inflicting harm. Nevertheless, the humiliation weighed heavily upon her. Indeed, a peak sovereign, Jun Xiaoyao affirmed with a nod. Within 1,000 miles, no one can escape the sensing of the virtual map, especially since he has already entered the semi-holy realm. Even if he were not a semi-holy being, he could still overpower all celestial sovereigns. The fierce battles among these powerful celestial sovereigns naturally cannot escape his perception and keen gaze. Do you wish to witness the spectacle? Tian Luobing inquired, her heart tinged with apprehension. After all, these were celestial sovereigns engaged in a fierce conflict. Though she had attained the rank of martial emperor, she would not dare to confront a celestial sovereign unless absolutely necessary, thus her instinctive reluctance to observe. However, it was evident that Jun Xiaoyao seemed inclined to indulge in the excitement. It matters not to take a look. Perhaps there will be some delightful surprises. He replied with a smile. Delightful surprises? Surely there must be, he continued. Celestial sovereigns would not engage in battle without cause. Such formidable beings in fierce conflict undoubtedly vie for treasures. Moreover, within the virtual map, Jun Xiaoyao had discerned a colorful light point in that vicinity. It should signify a sacred artifact, if not at least a top-tier immortal tool. Naturally, he held little regard for immortal tools, having acquired a plethora from the ancient imperial tomb. Humph, Tian Luobing scoffed, her disapproval unspoken. In truth, upon reaching the 7th layer of the disaster world, they were surrounded by the looming threat of annihilation. Even as the reincarnation of an empress, she faced peril at every turn, where a moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable doom. Thus, remaining by Jun Xiaoyao's side was the wisest choice, compelling her to accompany him. With a swift motion, the three transcended space and soon arrived at the battlefield, merely 10 miles from the epicenter of the clash, an insignificant distance for celestial sovereigns. Before them, 7 celestial sovereigns were locked in fierce combat, while 2 others lay on the ground, lifeless and utterly defeated. Martial Emperor? Martial King? During the chaos of battle, the 7 celestial sovereigns immediately noticed the arrival of Jun Xiaoyao and his companions. Upon perceiving their cultivation levels, they could not help but shake their heads. The trio was far too young and feeble. One was merely 15, another 18, and the last 21. Each was a martial king or martial emperor, a talent in their own right. Yet they had foolishly ventured into the disaster world, seemingly seeking their own demise. What a misguided notion. In the eyes of celestial sovereigns, martial kings and martial emperors were akin to ants, easily extinguished with a mere breath. However, at this moment, the 7 sovereigns refrained from recklessly attacking Jun Xiaoyao and his companions, for a single misstep could provoke a joint assault from the other celestial sovereigns. The risk of losing their lives to eliminate 3 insignificant beings was simply not worth the cost. Yet, what transpired next was enough to make the 7 celestial sovereigns feel like they might choke on their own blood. Chapter 89. The Annihilation of the 7 Celestial Sovereigns and Entry into the 9th Layer of Catastrophe, the 10,000-year Ice Essence Jade Fruit. It is mine. In the air, Jun Xiaoyao gazed at a distant small tree, upon which rested 9 fruit the size of a fist, crystalline and translucent, exuding an ominous chill reminiscent of ice. It was evident that these were no ordinary items. Beside him, Tian Luobing's beautiful eyes shimmered, her heart stirred with desire. Clearly, she yearned for these fruits, for they would greatly aid her cultivation. Yet, in the presence of the 7 celestial sovereigns, she could only admire from afar. However, Jun Xiaoyao spoke up. What? Seeking death. The 7 celestial sovereigns spat blood in disbelief. How audacious. I have fought tooth and nail. And yet you declare your intent to claim that fruit, as if the celestial sovereigns were mere air? Such arrogance is beyond comprehension. From where does this confidence stem? As they voiced their outrage, the 7 celestial sovereigns unleashed a terrifying power, surging towards Jun Xiaoyao with the intent to crush him. For them, Exterminating a martial emperor was as effortless as a mere wave of the hand. Die. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward, his right hand extending slowly. Instantly, a myriad of starry brilliance erupted forth, cascading towards the 7 celestial sovereigns. Wherever the starlight passed, all was rendered to nothingness. The faces of the 7 celestial sovereigns transformed in horror, akin to encountering a specter. But it was too late for them to evade or regret their actions. Screams of despair echoed as, in scarcely 2 seconds, all 7 celestial sovereigns perished. The void became a realm of emptiness. Even the air was siphoned away. Throughout the entire ordeal, Jun Xiaoyao's footsteps remained unbroken as he approached the small tree, ultimately collecting the 9 10,000-year ice essence jade fruits. Afterward, he uprooted the entire tree with ease. With a mere gesture, the tree vanished. This tree had already entered the primordial realm. He intended to transplant it there, ensuring a continuous supply of ice essence jade fruits in the future. This was a long-term strategy. Here you go, Jun Xiaoyao. Having obliterated the 7 celestial sovereigns and secured the ice essence jade fruits, then departed with Tian Luobing and Su Mingyao. He presented the 9 10,000-year ice essence jade fruits before Tian Luobing. For me, Tian Luobing was taken aback, disbelief flashing in her beautiful eyes. She could scarcely fathom Jun Xiaoyao's generosity, for these were treasures fiercely contended even by celestial sovereigns. To her, they were extraordinary artifacts, and possessing even one would benefit her for a lifetime. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao offered her all 9. Could she truly believe such kindness? Do you not want them? Then I shall discard them, Jun Xiaoyao stated, mimicking the action of throwing them away. I want them. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's gesture, Tian Luobing felt a surge of urgency and quickly interjected, extending her delicate, slender hand. To obtain those 9 ice essence jade fruits was indeed tempting. However, upon reflection, a wave of regret washed over him. Clearly, that fellow was merely toying with her. How infuriating. This truly vexes me. Once I become stronger, I shall ensure you suffer. No, I cannot allow you to be harmed. What would become of my sister then? Ding. Event triggered. The master presents Tian Luobing with 9 ice essence jade fruits, awarding 900,000 points. 3 days have elapsed. At last, the event has reappeared. It turns out that during these 3 days, Jun Xiaoyao had not experienced any triggering events. Unexpectedly, by offering Tian Luobing 9 ice essence jade fruits, he has garnered a staggering 900,000 points. Use with caution, Jun Xiaoyao uttered succinctly. He handed all 9 ice essence jade fruits to Tian Luobing, then shifted his gaze and, with the 2 women, soared towards the entrance of the 8th level. In the luminous barrier, Tian Luobing stood momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, Jun Xiaoyao had caught her off guard. He was not jesting, but had genuinely bestowed upon her all 9 ice essence jade fruits. What a curious fellow. Has his mind perhaps faltered? Internally, she pondered. What are you thinking, Tian Luobing? Do you truly expect him to bully you? Have you grown accustomed to such treatment, or perhaps even addicted to it? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a delicate flush graced her icy, exquisite visage, with her soft earlobes turning rosy. In truth, this scoundrel was not entirely bad. At least he approached serious matters with utmost diligence, instilling a sense of security. Moreover, he recognized the significance of the ice essence jade fruits to her, thus offering all of them. What value do the ice essence jade fruits hold? In comparison to the chaotic ice technique and the debt of gratitude owed, they seemed trivial. Unbeknownst to her, her perception of Jun Xiaoyao had subtly shifted. Whoosh whoosh. The entrance to the 8th level, much like that of the 7th, was inundated with formidable and terrifying beasts. As before, Jun Xiaoyao activated the chaotic divine demon body, summoning the divine beast Kuanpun, and wherever he tread, all was crushed beneath his might. Upon reaching the altar, he shattered the formation and entered the portal. Upon their reappearance, the trio found themselves within the 8th level. Whoosh, whoosh. Jun Xiaoyao did not halt, but continued to soar towards the entrance of the 9th level, opting to ascend at once to avoid the lingering sense of incompleteness. As dusk approached, they successfully entered the 9th level of the catastrophe world. Congratulations on entering the 9th level of the catastrophe world. Currently, there are 211 individuals in the catastrophe 9th level. Only 9 days remain until the catastrophe world closes. Within the 9th level, there are 9 shards of catastrophe. each representing a chance at survival. After 9 days, those without a shard will vanish into oblivion. Struggle, kill, O humanity. Just as Jun Xiaoyao and his companions stepped into the 9th level, the voice of the heart of catastrophe resonated once more. Following its declaration, silence enveloped the world. Tian Luobing and Su Mingyao bore solemn expressions upon their faces. Those formidable beings capable of reaching the 9th tier are undoubtedly the most elite of the celestial sovereigns. Over 200 of these distinguished sovereigns vie for the mere 9 opportunities for survival, which seems exceedingly brutal. But where, pray tell, are the fragments of the calamity? Chapter 90. The unlocking of the 3rd crystal card and the mysterious woman in the Tower of Catastrophe. An amused smile graced Jun Xiaoyao's lips. How intriguing. The world of disasters plays such games. At last, a flicker of interest ignited within him, albeit a modest one, for his adversaries were undeniably feeble. The 9 pieces of disaster fragments were all destined for him. Interesting. Are you not worried? Tian Luobing inquired, her brow furrowed. Can you be a bit more serious? Over 200 elite celestial sovereigns are competing for 9 chances at survival, and the 3 of us need 3 fragments. We cannot afford any mistakes, my brother. Bah. Tian Luobing, what is wrong with you? He is not your brother, for he is unworthy. The Empress of the Supreme Xian Heaven, a figure of utmost authority, devoid of emotions and desires, required neither kin nor companions. If she were to have a brother, it would certainly not be this scoundrel. Worry, that is non-existent, Jun Xiaoyao declared. As he spoke, his consciousness delved into the realm of the Yuan, examining the virtual map. The virtual map encompassed a radius of 10,000 miles. Yet this time, it was limited to 8,000 miles, for the 9th layer of disaster spanned only that expanse. Thus, anything occurring within this realm would fall under his control. On the virtual map, 214 luminous points appeared. Aside from the 3 of them, all were foes. Brother, what shall we do now? Su Mingyao asked, entwining her arm with Jun Xiaoyao's and gazing up at him with her delicate face. Naturally, we shall find a place to rest. After all, we have 9 days, Jun Xiaoyao replied. With that, he led the 2 away in search of a secure haven. After half an hour, they finally discovered a vast cavern. As before, he arranged the formation while Yao Yao tidied up the surroundings. This time, however, Tian Luobing joined Su Mingyao in the task. Once everything was in order, Jun Xiaoyao entered the cave and sat cross-legged. His consciousness returned to the realm of the Yuan. Congratulations, Master. You have completed the triggered task. Completion level. Perfect. Reward points. 5,000,003. Congratulations, Master. You have reached the milestone of 10 million points, automatically unlocking the 3rd crystal card. This was the moment Jun Xiaoyao had been awaiting. The task was accomplished, and his points had tripled. Moreover, reaching the 10 million threshold had automatically unveiled the 3rd crystal card. Name, Ji Qingwu Cultivation. 3rd level of Martial King Talent. Sacred Body of Heavenly Flame Deity. One of the 4 prodigies of the Huaxia Security Bureau. Zhuke the crystal card floated before Jun Xiaoyao. At that moment, what had been an empty card now displayed simple yet vital information. Upon reading, Jun Xiaoyao withdrew his consciousness. Although there are still 20 million points available for use, he cannot upgrade them all and is temporarily reluctant to do so. In the face of danger, he can effortlessly elevate his cultivation or divine abilities to a higher realm. In the heart of the disaster tower, a grand hall rises majestically. Within this hall stands an ancient tower. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful woman lounges diagonally on the central throne. She appears to be in her 30s, with an exquisitely flawless visage, porcelain skin, and captivating eyes. Adorning her forehead is a mysterious blood-red flower mark, enhancing her enigmatic and ethereal allure, while her delicate features exude an abundance of charm. Her luscious lips are slightly pursed, and her perfect figure is complemented by long, slender legs that are smooth and straight. Clad in diaphanous blue-violet fabric, she resembles a goddess from a national fantasy tale, embodying the quintessential elegance of a mature woman. Your Highness, this is your final chance for unsealing. Should no one enter the disaster tower, you will vanish into oblivion, never to reincarnate. However, if you venture outside, there may still be a glimmer of hope. A wispy voice resonates within the hall. A radiant light materializes, and the voice emanates from this brilliance, recognized by those from the disaster realm as the voice of the heart of disaster. Indeed, The voice within the light is that of the heart of disaster. I have existed for 90 million years, yet I have spent the entirety of that time sealed away. I have been unsealed 9 times and have lived a mere 18 years. If I leave the disaster tower, I will be exposed to formidable enemies, and the disaster world cannot shield me. Moreover, prior to these 9 unseals, I was unable to leave the tower. With a furrowed brow, the woman reflects on her predicament. She has existed for 90 million years, but aside from the first millennium, she has largely been confined to her seal. Throughout this time, she has been unsealed 9 times, each lasting 2 years before she was sealed once more. Thus, her true lifespan amounts to a mere 1,000 years. Her entire existence has been spent within the confines of the disaster tower, unable to escape, while the outside world remains inaccessible. The only entity with whom she can converse is the heart of disaster, which is neither a living being nor human. Yet, the heart of disaster harbors the potential to enter the disaster tower, for in 90 million years, it has encountered a human it could not perceive. I have noticed him. The heart of disaster states, as a vision unfolds before it, a strikingly handsome young man with sharp features and an air of mysterious charm surrounding him. Regrettably, he too lacks the possibility of entering the disaster tower. In the woman's enchanting eyes, a flicker of hope dances amidst the shadows of her despair. In the end, one can only let out a profound sigh, for it is inconceivable that any human could gain entry into the Tower of Calamities. Chapter 91. The Tower of Calamity. The trial begins. A rumble echoed through the calamity-ridden world on the 9th level, which spanned a mere 8,000 miles. At its heart lay a grand hall, shrouded in mystery and inaccessible to all. As time dwindled, the ferocity of the battles intensified, each warrior vying for one of the 9 chances at survival. The possession of a fragment of calamity was the key to life. In a tempest of desperation, over 200 formidable celestial sovereigns became consumed by madness. As the days unfolded, the numbers dwindled. On the first day, 181 remained. The second day, 172. The third, 120. The fourth, 83. The fifth, 40. The sixth, 29. And by the 7th day, only 12 were left. At last, an eerie silence enveloped the 9th level of the calamity world, with no further clashes erupting. Each of the final warriors who had secured a fragment concealed themselves in secretive corners, awaiting the final day. The precise number of survivors remained uncertain, but the tumult suggested that only 9 individuals were left. It was needless to say that these 9 had obtained calamity fragments. However, unbeknownst to them, 3 souls in the 9th level still lacked such fragments. Hey, Brother June, Tian Luobing's face flushed crimson. Inside, she seethed with indignation at the wretched title, which she loathed. Because of this very appellation, she had endured several spankings, and the thought still brought tears to her eyes. Each time she uttered this name, she cursed Jun Xiaoyao profusely, only to ultimately console herself. She reassured herself that in light of his life-saving grace, the mastery of the chaotic ice technique, and the 9 ice essence fruits, she would not hold it against him. Or perhaps, she soothed herself with thoughts of revenge once she became powerful enough. The 9 shards were firmly held by the most potent celestials, yet the question remained, who would they dare to seize from? Jun Xiaoyao found himself in a quandary. For him, any target would be as easy as plucking fruit from a tree, an effortless endeavor. Brother, let us take from the 3 nearest to us. Su Mingyao suggested earnestly, eager to alleviate her brother's burden. Indeed, it is fate. How else could they be so close to us? Jun Xiaoyao concurred. With that, he strode out of the cave, soaring into the distance. This time, he did not bring Tian Luobing or Su Mingyao along, not out of inconvenience, but rather because it was unnecessary. The endeavor would be brief, and there was no need for them to accompany him. Yao Yao, what do you think are his chances? Tian Luobing inquired, addressing Mingyao after Jun Xiaoyao had departed. Over time, their bond had strengthened significantly, with Jun Xiaoyao often being left to the sidelines. It was a certainty. Su Mingyao smiled softly and spoke about her brother. She held an unwavering trust in him. You believe in him so wholeheartedly? Why? Tian Luobing inquired with immense curiosity. This little Yao Yao seemed infatuated, utterly enchanted by that scoundrel, truly beyond redemption. Because he is my brother. If I were to provide a singular reason, it would be that he never engages in endeavors without assurance. He would never jest with the lives of others. Although you may find him disagreeable, He possesses the ability to discern the gravity of matters and approaches serious affairs with utmost diligence, Su Mingyao declared earnestly, her eyes brimming with happiness and sweetness. After all, she had a wonderful brother, one who cherished and doted upon her. Tian Luobing listened attentively, softly acknowledging with a hum. She fell into deep contemplation, realizing that Su Mingyao was entirely correct. That scoundrel was not entirely bad, albeit exasperating and prone to bullying her, which left her feeling quite displeased and angry within. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed through the void, reverberating with 3 explosive sounds of destruction. Following the cacophony, tranquility enveloped the realm. Moments later, Jun Xiaoyao returned to the cave, holding 3 enigmatic shards in his hands. These were the disaster fragments, exuding a mysterious aura and power. He handed 2 of the disaster fragments to Su Mingyao and Tian Luobing, thus ensuring that all 3 possessed a shard, granting them one of the 9 chances at life. "Thank you, brother." "Thank you." Su Mingyao and Tian Luobing expressed their gratitude as they accepted the fragments. "Rest now. Tomorrow should be the final day," Jun Xiaoyao remarked, before reclining onto the bedding. "Will the disaster world come to an end tomorrow?" It was the first time she had been away from Earth for such an extended period. Calculating the time, it had been half a month, and she found herself yearning for Earth, with a tinge of longing for Tian Youzi as well. After all, she was the first girl with whom she had formed such a close bond. The night passed in silence. On the following day, the disaster 9 layers were utterly tranquil. In the morning, as the disaster world was on the brink of closure, all humans beyond the 9th layer were departing from the disaster world. Those possessing disaster fragments within the 9th layer entered the disaster tower for the final trial, and those who gained entry would be rewarded with the wealth and resources of the entire disaster world. The voice of the heart of disaster resonated, clear and distinct, reaching all present in the disaster world. As the voice faded, numerous powerful individuals from beyond the 9th layer were swiftly transported out of the disaster realm. With a whoosh, Jun Xiaoyao and the 2 others materialized at the very center of the 9th layer of the disaster world, before the Grand Hall. The hall spanned 100 miles, with a towering edifice rising majestically at its center. The hall and the tower stood in stark grandeur, exuding an aura of mystery and power. A series of swift sounds echoed, shoo shoo shoo. Following the appearance of Jun Xiaoyao and his companions, 6 formidable celestial sovereigns emerged. These sovereigns had reached the pinnacle of their realm, teetering on the edge of the semi-saint level. However, upon encountering Jun Xiaoyao, expressions of trepidation and fear crossed their faces. The overwhelming strength of Jun Xiaoyao instilled in them a profound sense of dread. The peak celestial sovereigns seemed as insignificant as mere insects in his presence, effortlessly obliterated with a mere wave of his hand. Was this not a source of fear? They remained oblivious to the fact that Jun Xiaoyao had transcended mere celestial sovereignty, having ascended to the status of a lower semi-saint. The realm of saints is beyond the comprehension of mortal capabilities. At this moment, the voice of the heart of Cataclysm resonated once more, heralding the commencement of the trials within the Cataclysm Tower. Chapter 92, The Ladder of Trials. Divine arrays and laws. Boom, boom. As the sound reverberated, a celestial ladder materialized before the hall, soaring into the heavens, its height unfathomable. An aura of terrifying destruction emanated from the ladder, and more intriguingly, mysterious patterns and characters floated above it, bestowing an enigmatic allure. The entire ladder, crafted from white jade, spanned 10 zhang in width. Even from 100 meters away, one could already sense the ominous presence of annihilation emanating from its surface. Setting aside that aura, the cryptic symbols and patterns alone were perplexing enough to induce a headache. In that moment, Jun Xiaoyao, alongside the other 6 heavenly sovereigns, furrowed their brows. What kind of trial was this? What lay atop the ladder? The ladder comprised 9 levels, each containing 111 tiers. Ascending each level promised immense rewards and gains. The duration of the trial was 9 days. During this period, the world of calamity would be rendered inert, prohibiting combat and brawling, with violators facing obliteration by the heart of calamity. As the voice began to elucidate, the mention of the heart of calamity ignited excitement in the 9 participants. For rewards awaited regardless of success or failure, provided they reached a certain height. As the proclamation concluded, the entire realm of calamity remained still. Let us go. Jun Xiaoyao was the first to step forward, flanked by Tian Luobing and Su Mingyao. Though their strengths were modest, their talents were indeed formidable, ranking among the top 5 globally. This trial might yield significant rewards. System scan. System translate. System decipher. Upon arriving at the base of the ladder, Jun Xiaoyao felt an overwhelming pressure and force. Instead of immediately ascending, he opted to first decode the patterns and characters adorning the ladder. It was clear that these symbols were the key to unlocking its mysteries. Disregarding other concerns, he knew that scanning and deciphering them would be efficient and not consume much time. Scanning, translating, decoding. The system's echoes filled the air as it rapidly scanned, translated, and decrypted. Jun Xiaoyao stood calmly, appearing to study the symbols and patterns with great focus. Beside him, Tian Luobing's brow was deeply furrowed, for the intricacies of these symbols were exceedingly challenging. Even with her extensive knowledge from her past life, comprehending them would require a significant amount of time. It was evident that deciphering everything within 9 days was implausible. Moreover, decoding the symbols was merely one aspect of the trial. Despite the difficulties, Tian Luobing remained earnest in her observations. Meanwhile, Su Mingyao appeared utterly bewildered, as if deciphering an ancient text. However, her innate intelligence and her status as a mind master gradually allowed her to grasp certain concepts, which filled her with unexpected exhilaration. She longed to share this situation with her brother, yet she understood that it was not the right time to disturb him. 3 minutes later, the system completed its scan, translation, and decryption. The information resonated within Jun Xiaoyao's mind, leaving him profoundly astonished. The complexity of this trial by the celestial ladder was quite staggering. It was not merely a test of oppressive force and pressure, but also intertwined with divine formations and laws. Was this truly a trial that a mere mortal could surmount? It seemed exceptionally cruel. Fortunately, his system was extraordinary. Otherwise, he would have been utterly incapable of deciphering the intricate patterns and characters, let alone ascending the celestial ladder. It appeared that even cultivation required knowledge and wisdom. Yaoer, do you need your brother's assistance? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, casting a glance at Su Mingyao. In truth, he was torn between the desire to help and the wish to allow her to grow through her own trials. Assisting her would enable her to easily unravel the patterns and characters, thus increasing her chances of reaching the celestial ladder. However, he also recognized the importance of her facing challenges independently. Brother, Yaoer can manage on her own. If I am unable to ascend the celestial ladder, I will wait for you below. Su Mingyao pondered briefly before responding. And you? Jun Xiaoyao nodded, directing his gaze towards Tian Luobing. Have you deciphered it? A flicker of surprise crossed Tian Luobing's exquisitely cold visage. Internally, she was in turmoil. If Jun Xiaoyao had truly managed to decipher it, it would be astonishing. Even she had only scratched the surface, and to genuinely unravel it would require at least a day or two. Yes, I will handle it myself, Tian Luobing affirmed, her astonishment palpable. This scoundrel's talent was indeed terrifying. She was left wondering why her own unparalleled giftedness had not placed him on the rankings. Very well. Good luck to you, Jun Xiaoyao said, taking a decisive step onto the first tier of the celestial ladder. Instantly, an overwhelming force descended upon him, as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down. Not only that, but an unparalleled pressure also enveloped him. In an instant, he found himself bearing an unimaginable weight. The dual forces of strength and pressure bore down upon him, while the characters and formations acted as the last straw that broke the camel's back, binding him tightly and rendering him unable to move. Chapter 93. First Reward. Ascension Pill. With a cold snort, Jun Xiaoyao unleashed an unparalleled force. His physique collided with the oppressive might emanating from the heavenly ladder, while the system swiftly merged with the cataclysmic divine array, the intricate patterns gradually integrating with him. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao entered a state of cultivation, naturally attuning himself to the laws of calamity. At the foot of the altar, beside the heavenly ladder, the 6 celestial sovereigns were profoundly shaken by the sight before them. Had he truly deciphered the intricate patterns and inscriptions so swiftly? Was this not a tad too extraordinary? They had yet to grasp even the faintest hint of understanding, let alone decipher or comprehend the formations. Step by step, he ascended from the first tier to the 100th tier, each passing moment marked by his unwavering focus. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were slightly closed as he bore the terrifying pressure, climbing the heavenly ladder with each step causing it to tremble, as if he were laden with the weight of 100,000 mountains. After half an hour, Jun Xiaoyao reached the 110th step. With but one more step, he would enter the first tier, reaping its rewards. Finally, Jun Xiaoyao's foot landed on the 111th step. The heavens quaked, unleashing a cataclysmic sound. Congratulations, Jun Xiaoyao, for successfully stepping onto the first tier. The reward wheel has been activated. As Jun Xiaoyao stepped onto the 111th step, the voice of the Heart of Calamity resonated. At that moment, he stood upon the first grand platform of the heavenly ladder, a place for brief cultivation and respite. Concurrently, a mysterious grand wheel emerged, featuring a golden pointer and 12 reward labels. It resembled the promotional wheels found in earthly supermarkets. Yet the nature of the 12 rewards remained obscured. With a whoosh, the reward wheel began to spin, as if the very cosmos were revolving around it. After 10 seconds, the wheel came to a halt, and a golden light erupted from the spot indicated by the pointer. Congratulations, you have obtained Ascension Pill X1. The voice of the Heart of Calamity announced Jun Xiaoyao's reward. As the proclamation echoed, the 6 celestial sovereigns, along with Tian Luobing and Su Mingyao, gazed on with expressions of envy and astonishment. While they remained entangled in deciphering the intricate patterns and inscriptions, Jun Xiaoyao had already reached the first tier and claimed his reward. This reward was indeed extraordinary. The Ascension Pill, in its literal sense, allowed one to disregard any bottleneck or constraint, elevating them a level higher. And this was merely the reward for the first tier. Ascending to the second and third levels, and even beyond, what rewards await? Suddenly, a radiant beam of light materializes, descending before Jun Xiaoyao. With a mere wave of his hand, the brilliance vanishes. And throughout the entire process, his eyes remain closed as he continues his cultivation, steadily advancing up the heavenly ladder, each step a formidable challenge. Upon entering the realm of the second level, the oppressive force and pressure double in intensity. Jun Xiaoyao perseveres under this weight, his expression tranquil. The sound of his footsteps, though subtle, resonates like the footsteps of a deity, shaking the very heavens and earth with each stride. The ascent from the 113th to the 200th step unfolds. And finally, at the 222nd step, he attains the second level. Congratulations, Jun Xiaoyao, for successfully reaching the second level, announces the voice of the Heart of Calamity. Activating the reward wheel. In just 2 hours, he has unlocked the second level S rewards. Below the heavenly ladder, the 6 great celestial beings, along with Tian Luobing and Su Mingyao, observe Jun Xiaoyao at the second level. The 6 celestial beings display a mixture of fear, envy, and jealousy in their gazes, while Tian Luobing looks on in astonishment and Su Mingyao beams with joy. As the reward wheel comes to a halt, a dazzling light erupts. Congratulations. You have received Sacred Source X10. Though Jun Xiaoyao is uncertain about the nature of the sacred source, he surmises it to be a supreme treasure and cultivation resource utilized by saints, a miraculous item that is likely extinct in the outside world. At the very least, it is comparable to a cultivation elevation elixir. In the 4th hour, Jun Xiaoyao ascends to the 3rd level, receiving the reward, Cultivation Elevation Pill X3. By the 7th hour, he reaches the 4th level, earning the reward, Saint-Slaying Sword Talisman X1. Upon hearing these rewards, the 6 celestial beings are consumed with envy, wishing to seize them for themselves. Yet the thought of Jun Xiaoyao's prowess renders them hesitant. Even Tian Luobing cannot suppress her envy. The saint-slaying sword talisman, capable of annihilating even saints, is an unexpected boon for Jun Xiaoyao at the 4th level. What wonders lie further up the heavenly ladder? At last, Tian Luobing comprehends the laws of calamity and the divine array of calamity, taking her first step onto the heavenly ladder. The cataclysmic pressure and oppressive force descend upon her, causing her delicate frame to tremble, and her exquisitely cold visage shifts in response. She observed Jun Xiaoyao with ease, initially believing that the most challenging aspects of the heavenly ladder lay in the characters and formations. However, she soon realized that the oppressive force and pressure exerted on the ladder were equally terrifying, deepening her astonishment towards Jun Xiaoyao. In the 8th hour, Tian Luobing ascended to the 1st level. In the 9th hour, Su Mingyao also reached the 1st level. By the 16th hour, a celestial sovereign had finally comprehended and unraveled the formations and characters, stepping onto the heavenly ladder. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion resonated through the void, followed by a resounding roar. In the wake of this sound, the space of the ninth layer of calamity shattered, and the earth trembled in devastation. Chapter 94. The fifth level of the heavenly ladder. The sacred heavenly palace. Upon hearing the sound, several celestial lords on the ground, as well as those on the heavenly ladder, along with Tian Bing and Su Mingyao, all turned their gazes towards the summit of the ladder. There, they beheld Jun Xiaoyao, his lips stained with blood, standing resolutely at the fifth level, enveloped by a wondrous and mystical projection formed by the divine beast Kunpeng. This projection shielded him from the oppressive forces of the heavenly ladder, and in that moment, he appeared as if he were a deity descended from the heavens. It became apparent that his physical body had reached its limits, unable to advance any further. To ascend to the fifth level, he had to unleash the might of his formidable chaos demon body. Thus, the spectacle that had just unfolded was a result of his own power. Congratulations. Jun Xiaoyao has ascended to the fifth level. The reward wheel is now activated. The voice of the heart of catastrophe resonated. Immediately, the wheel began to spin rapidly, drawing envious glances from both above and below the ladder as they anticipated what treasures and resources Jun Xiaoyao might receive. After all, he had successfully reached the fifth level. Prior to this moment, Tian Bing had received the reward of the ice sacred source, while Su Mingyao had been granted the heavenly soul crystal. These rewards seemed to be tailored to their needs, providing them with extraordinary treasures that would offer immeasurable assistance in their cultivation. As the pointer came to a halt, a burst of golden light erupted. Congratulations, you have received the sacred heavenly palace X1 as a reward. It was announced that this was a palace capable of flight, a true sacred artifact. Generally, flying palaces are primarily defensive in nature, cherished by the powerful. They serve as a means of escape and travel, an essential treasure for any adventurer. In an instant, a beam of golden light soared from within the palace, illuminating the space before Jun Xiaoyao. With a demeanor of calm indifference, he regarded the upper reaches of the ladder. With a casual wave of his hand, the golden light vanished, having entered the elemental realm. He continued his ascent up the heavenly ladder, his sights firmly set on its pinnacle. For at the summit of the ladder lies a connection to the Tower of Catastrophe, and reaching that height would grant him entry into the tower, the true repository of treasures. Within the palace, on the main seat, a woman with enchanting eyes and lips like ripe cherries broke into a radiant smile. This smile was captivating, a beauty that could topple nations, exuding an unparalleled elegance that was utterly alluring. Yet, between her brows flickered a glimmer of destructive battle intent, reminiscent of a legendary warrior goddess, exuding an air of majesty. Jun Xiaoyao, this goddess eagerly anticipates our meeting. It is you whom I have sought all my life. The woman is none other than the goddess of catastrophe. As the divine princess of the catastrophe clan, she also embodies the spirit of the clan's warrior goddess. Have you made your decision, Your Highness? The voice resonated from the heart of the catastrophe within the hall, illuminating the atmosphere. It would be best if she could enter the catastrophe tower. Should she fail, she would transcend into reincarnation. Beyond that, her existence would be limited to merely a year, devoid of any chance of sealing once more. Venturing out might offer a sliver of hope. She was eager to witness just how formidable her adversaries truly were. With a sigh, the goddess of catastrophe reflected, recalling that with each unsealing, she had clung to a thread of hope. Even in the absence of opportunities, she could once again succumb to slumber, awaiting the chance to awaken after millennia to seek new possibilities. Yet, the repeated cycles of unsealing had only brought disappointment. The sealing could only occur 9 times. After the 9th, she would dissipate into nothingness, devoid of the chance for reincarnation. This moment marked the 9th and final unsealing. If she resigned herself to inaction, she would vanish within a year, and the realm of catastrophe would collapse, ensuring her eternal absence from this world. She hoped fervently that he could enter the catastrophe tower. On the celestial ladder, time flowed inexorably. This is where my journey halts, declared the emperor. On the 6th day, Tian Bing reached the 5th tier of the celestial ladder, finding any further ascent as challenging as scaling the heavens. Although she could not advance, this location was ideal for cultivation. She was confident that within 3 days, she could elevate her prowess to the pinnacle of the martial emperor. Thus, Tian Bing immersed herself in training on the 5th tier. Half a day later, Su Mingyao arrived at the same level. Sister Bing, aren't you continuing? She inquired playfully. observing Tian Luo Bing's dedication. The latter, feeling the weight of countless mountains pressing down upon her, found herself immobilized, resolved to cultivate here while awaiting her brother's triumph atop the ladder. Indeed, I cannot measure up to him, Tian Luo Bing admitted. Once proud, she had envisioned surpassing Jun Xiaoyao on the ladder to alleviate the resentment from the past few days. However, she soon realized the futility of her aspirations. No matter her efforts, she could not catch up to him. Even more alarming was the revelation that Jun Xiaoyao displayed the manifestations of 3 divine beasts, each capable of cataclysmic destruction, with the power to overwhelm even the most formidable of deities, rivaling the saints. Her heart trembled at the thought. This scoundrel is truly beyond comprehension. In my past life, he would have been an unparalleled prodigy, a once-in-a-million-years marvel. I do not pursue my brother, for having him is enough for me. Su Mingyao chuckled, her enchanting visage radiating happiness and sweetness. Chapter 95. Only one step away from the summit upon the celestial ladder. Su Mingyao and Tian Luo Bing have ascended to the 5th level. In their pursuit of cultivation at this height, they have received 5 extraordinary rewards, each of which, in a fantastical realm, would undoubtedly incite chaos and bloodshed, rewards unheard of on Earth, save for themselves. The other 6 celestial beings, however, have faltered. 2 have stagnated at the 3rd level, 1 at the 2nd, and 3 at the 1st, unable to progress any further. Such circumstances are beyond comparison, for the disparity between individuals can breed frustration and envy. The sight of the 2 exquisite maidens reaching the 5th level has rendered them utterly humiliated. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he harbors no inclination for rivalry or jealousy, for he presently stands at the 989th step, merely 10 steps away from the pinnacle. Should he advance those 10 steps, he would conquer the celestial ladder and enter the Tower of Catastrophes. Yet, for Jun Xiaoyao, those 10 steps feel as though they span 10 worlds, a chasm insurmountable. The overwhelming pressure, akin to the wrath of nature, bears down upon him, transforming him into a figure drenched in blood, his garments soaked through. His bones threaten to shatter, his muscles tear, and his skin is marred by a myriad of cracks, placing him on the precipice of annihilation and collapse. Nevertheless, his gaze remains resolute, clear and profound like the stars in the night sky, fixed upon the summit of the ladder. His chaotic divine body has reached its limits. Before him lies a tapestry of destruction and cosmic forces, preventing any further advancement. He can only endure the relentless onslaught of obliteration and disintegration upon the celestial ladder. In such a state, comprehension and cultivation seem impossible, yet he refuses to yield. Sister Su Mingyao halted her cultivation, her exquisite visage already stained with tears. Witnessing her brother's plight nearly shattered her heart. Were it possible to substitute herself for him, she would do so without hesitation, sparing him from such devastating torment. Tian Luo Bing regarded his frail silhouette. Though seemingly slight, it emanated an aura of unwavering strength, like an indomitable mountain. She had not anticipated that this scoundrel possessed such immense fortitude. In comparison, she felt herself lacking. No wonder he is so formidable. Had it been her, she would have long since crumbled. His physique is terrifying, manifesting 3 divine beast apparitions, truly extraordinary, surpassing even the foremost prodigy of the Mingwei dynasty. The 6 celestial beings gazed at Jun Xiaoyao at the summit of the ladder, their hearts filled with awe. "Human, relinquish your struggle," echoed the voice of the heart of catastrophe from the void. Upon hearing the voice of the heart of calamity, Jun Xiaoyao responded coldly, emanating an aura of terrifying destruction, resembling an unparalleled divine emperor. In this moment, he dared to scorn even the heart of calamity within this realm of calamity, for he understood that it was intentionally provoking him. "Human, do you wish to oppose this spirit?" The heart of calamity was taken aback, for it had never anticipated that Jun Xiaoyao, a mere human, would dare to address it in such a manner, far beyond its expectations. Typically, in the dominion of others, beings would behave with utmost respect and decorum. How was it possible that this individual would insult it? Did he not fear for his life, or was he simply a fool? "If you do not silence yourself, I shall rend you apart," Jun Xiaoyao stated, his words as frigid as ice. The heart of calamity was merely a tool spirit, if necessary. The system could easily eliminate it. However, there was no need for such drastic measures unless absolutely required. At last, the skies fell silent. The heart of calamity truly ceased its clamor. This scene left the six celestial lords, Tian Bing, and Su Mingyao utterly astonished. To dare to insult a tool spirit was entirely beyond imagination. Brother is the most handsome. Su Mingyao gazed up at Jun Xiaoyao, her small face radiant. Her brother was the most handsome man in the world, as well as the gentlest, at least towards her. As for others, if they provoked him, gentleness was the last thing they could expect. In this instance, even the tool spirit was silenced, ultimately complying with his will. Humph, Tian Luo snorted coldly, pouting her lips in feigned disdain. Yet, deep down, she was equally astonished. This scoundrel was utterly reckless to insult even a tool spirit. The reality was that he had indeed forced the spirit into silence, a known fact that in any realm, the tool spirit was the sovereign, wielding control over all. Jun Xiaoyao's audacity to rebuke the spirit was undoubtedly courting death, yet the outcome was astonishing. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao finally moved, unleashing an overwhelming force of annihilation. The chaos divine demon body operated at its peak, and from the projection behind him, an extraordinary beastly manifestation appeared, Xiongqi. In this instant, for beastly manifestations formed a remarkable formation and synergy, their might surpassing that of three combined. With the support of these four divine beasts, Jun Xiaoyao's power and defense grew even more formidable. In the face of the crushing might of the Calamity Tower, he found himself at ease and began to earnestly cultivate. There was no need for him to cultivate the Calamity Divine Array, as the system had already fused it with him. What he needed now was to refine the laws of calamity. The law of natural disasters is but a step away from its first perfection. Should one successfully cultivate it, the mastery of the initial law of natural disasters shall be achieved. Once the law of natural disasters is fully cultivated, ascension to the pinnacle is assured. Chapter 96. Ascending to the pinnacle. Entering the cataclysm tower, the air crackled with tension, and a fierce wind howled through the space. Jun Xiaoyao stood majestically atop the celestial ladder, resembling a deity, his eyes gently closed as he reached a pivotal moment in his cultivation. The six great celestial sovereigns, along with Tian Bing and Su Mingyao, gazed upon Jun Xiaoyao with eager anticipation. They were unable to ascend to the summit themselves. Yet their curiosity burned brightly regarding the events that would unfold upon reaching the pinnacle. The seventh day arrived with a thunderous roar. At last, Jun Xiaoyao made his move. With a single step, he ascended to the 990th rung, a mere 9 steps shy of the summit. This initial stride marked his first advancement throughout the entire day, illustrating the arduous nature of his ascent. Now, all eyes were on him to see if he could proceed further. 991st step, 992nd step, 993rd step. Finally, he reached the 998th step, just 1 step away from the top. Yet, this final step loomed like an insurmountable chasm, daunting and distant. Would he succeed? Tian Bing and Su Mingyao watched the ladder with bated breath. The other 6 celestial sovereigns were equally tense, though Jun Xiaoyao's fate was not intertwined with theirs. The vast gulf between their strengths rendered them mere spectators in this monumental moment. His triumph or failure bore no direct consequence on their existence. Within the hall, the goddess of cataclysm felt a rare surge of anxiety. For the first time in 9 million years, she was gripped by such tension. So close to the precipice of destiny. With Jun Xiaoyao merely a step away from her, should he conquer this final leap, he would gain entry into the Cataclysm Tower, bringing him face to face with her. Whether he could take that step was not merely a turning point for him, but a critical juncture in her fate. A matter of utmost significance that rendered her nearly frantic. Rising from her seat, her tall, flawless figure was revealed, with long, elegant legs and skin that was smooth and fair. Her captivating gaze remained fixed on the luminous screen displaying Jun Xiaoyao at the 998th position on the ladder. He was drenched in blood, yet he emanated an overwhelming aura of destruction and an indomitable spirit, as if he were a divine being descending from the heavens. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. With a disdainful snort, Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward once more, ascending to the 999th step, the 9th tier of the ladder. He stood proudly at the apex. A spurt of blood erupted from his lips, his complexion pale. However, in that instant, his previously shattered form began to mend rapidly. In just 2 breaths, he restored himself to his original state, even surpassing his prior peak of strength. Gazing down upon the world, Jun Xiaoyao's voice echoed softly. and with a mere flick of his hand, the entire realm of catastrophe trembled, as if it were succumbing to utter annihilation. This is the law of catastrophe. Although still feeble, he has grasped the first layer of this law. Above his head, the enigmatic law manifests, exuding an overwhelming dominance. The heavens tremble, the space continuously collapses, and in an instant, the entire celestial ladder vanishes, leaving nothing behind. The celestial beings upon the ladder, including Tian Luo Bing and Su Mingyao, plummet to the ground. At the pinnacle of the ladder, Jun Xiaoyao is enveloped by a radiant light, entering the tower of catastrophe. The entire ninth layer of catastrophe descends into silence. As if nothing had transpired. He has succeeded. Brother has triumphed. Su Mingyao is filled with uncontainable excitement, nearly leaping from joy. Her brother has finally reached the summit of the celestial ladder, entering the tower of catastrophe. Tian Luo Bing purses her lips, feigning indifference, yet internally astonished. In her past life spanning 3 millennia, she has encountered countless prodigies and extraordinary talents, yet none can compare to Jun Xiaoyao. She has witnessed innumerable grand spectacles and harrowing events, yet none have stirred her nerves as this moment has. Fortunately, Jun Xiaoyao has successfully ascended, entering the tower of catastrophe, truly formidable, unparalleled, and extraordinarily gifted. Several celestial beings are left speechless by their astonishment at Jun Xiaoyao's talent, strength, perseverance, and intellect, which are simply terrifying and incomparable. Outside, no one knows what lies within the tower of catastrophe, nor what miraculous treasures and resources Jun Xiaoyao may acquire. At this moment, they can only wait in front of the hall, anticipating the conclusion of the catastrophe realm. With a swoosh, Jun Xiaoyao is engulfed in light, transported into a treasure tower. He realizes this must be within the tower of catastrophe, yet he does not pause, being compelled by forces beyond his control. In an instant, the transportation concludes, and he now stands within the grand hall. Scanning his surroundings, his consciousness and gaze simultaneously discover another presence in the hall. The consciousness reveals a luminous point on the virtual map, blue, indicating that the individual is an ally. Upon seeing this indication, he feels a measure of reassurance. Had it been a red point, his fate might have been dire. Before him stands an exquisite woman, seemingly in her 30s, with a stunningly delicate face, flawless and radiant. Her enchanting eyes glisten, and upon her brow rests a mysterious blood-red flower mark, enhancing her enigmatic allure, while her features embody an irresistible charm. Her lips, luscious and inviting, are slightly pursed, complementing her perfect figure. Her elongated, graceful legs, smooth and fair, are perfectly straight and toned. Her fingers, delicate as the tender buds of the cassia, complement her entire form draped in ethereal blue-violet silk, reminiscent of a goddess from a national animation. She embodies the quintessential allure of an elegant woman. Surprised? The lady spoke, her beautiful eyes gazing tenderly at Jun Xiaoyao, as if beholding her beloved. With each step, her long, exquisite legs moved closer to him, the flowing silk billowing gently in the breeze. She exuded an irresistible charm, captivating in every manner. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck, as if he were about to explode, his blood surging with fervor. Chapter 97. The Enchantress. The Goddess of Calamity? Indeed, a revelation. Who are you? The spirit of the calamity world? Jun Xiaoyao felt a surge of blood. This woman was utterly captivating, exquisite, a paragon of beauty. She contrasted sharply with Tian Luo Bing and Tian Youzi, embodying an entirely different essence. While Tian Luo Bing and Tian Youzi exuded a frigid, aloof demeanor, akin to ethereal ice maidens untouched by mortal affairs, the woman before him resembled a ripe peach. Irresistibly alluring, brimming with charm, a quintessential queenly figure. Every movement she made sent shivers down one's spine, nearly suffocating in its intensity. No, I am human, not a spirit. You may refer to me as the Goddess of Calamity, or perhaps as Sister Calamity. You may even call me your wife. For your presence here signifies that you are my future support. The Goddess of Calamity stepped closer to Jun Xiaoyao, their distance merely a meter apart. A faint fragrance enveloped the air, intoxicating yet not repulsive. The Goddess of Calamity? Sister Calamity? Wife? Are you certain this is no jest? Jun Xiaoyao took a step back, feeling a twinge of nervousness, not the fear induced by a formidable foe, but rather the bashfulness that arises in the presence of an enchanting woman. To put it plainly, it was akin to a boy blushing before a beautiful girl, and as a grown man, he could hardly allow himself such a display of embarrassment. After all, it would be quite shameful. In truth, many men, though seemingly composed, turn into bashful children upon encountering a woman, often stumbling over their words. My dear husband, you are quite adorable, the goddess of calamity remarked. Upon noticing Jun Xiaoyao instinctively retreating, she was taken aback, realizing his shyness, and her surprise quickly transformed into delight. This man, who appeared so debonair, was unexpectedly nervous around a girl. Could it be that he had never been close to a woman before? Adorable? I am anything but. Jun Xiaoyao thought. Stay back, or I might do something no one would respond to, no matter how loud you shout. He felt acutely embarrassed, realizing his facade had been seen through. Where could he hide his flushed face? Summoning his courage, he stepped forward, leaning closer to the goddess of calamity, attempting to adopt a flirtatious demeanor. What are you doing? The goddess of calamity gasped, retreating a step, a fleeting blush gracing her cheeks. Regardless of whether you are a spirit or a human, having passed the trial, what shall I ultimately receive? Moreover, my time is limited, I must return. Jun Xiaoyao spoke, for he had not come here for frivolity or to flirt. Even in the pursuit of romantic interests, she is not the one. This woman is too ethereal, too perilous to approach. I am the goddess of catastrophe, belonging to a race that has faced utter destruction, forced to conceal ourselves within this world, bound by 9 seals. I can no longer remain confined. A year hence, I shall vanish into oblivion, devoid of reincarnation. If you would but take me away from this realm, I would bestow upon you the entirety of my world's resources to expedite your ascent to power. The goddess of catastrophe spoke, her gaze lingering on Jun Xiaoyao, filled with longing, which left him somewhat overwhelmed. Can I truly trust you? Jun Xiaoyao chuckled lightly. Ding! Quest triggered. Agree to the goddess of catastrophe. Reward 10,000,000 points. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind, indicating the activation of a quest, causing Jun Xiaoyao to pause. Was it not stated that only events with Su Mingyao would trigger? No, this was not merely an event, it was a quest. System, is she speaking the truth? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Logically, the system should not deceive its master. Thus, it was evident that the system was urging him to agree to the goddess of catastrophe, signifying that she spoke no falsehood. Furthermore, the virtual map indicated her as blue. Still, he needed to inquire directly. Truth. Tip. Event triggered, adding 1 individual. The goddess of catastrophe. Events can also be triggered with the goddess of catastrophe, the system replied. Jun Xiaoyao fell silent. Indeed, this was fortuitous. At the very least, the goddess of catastrophe was not an adversary and had not lied, thus providing an additional opportunity to trigger an event. I can trust you, for we shall forge a covenant. I will not harm you, and I trust you shall not harm me. The goddess of catastrophe spoke calmly. In truth, she was uncertain how to persuade Jun Xiaoyao, harboring a bold thought. If he refused, she would take matters into her own hands. Besides, how could he resist such beauty? As this crossed her mind, the goddess of catastrophe felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Very well, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Since the system confirmed her safety and activated a quest, what more could he say? Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao and the goddess of catastrophe formed a covenant. The agreement was simple. Neither could harm the other, with Jun Xiaoyao as the master of the covenant, able to dissolve it at any time, while the goddess of catastrophe was the passive party. My husband, the covenant is complete, the goddess of catastrophe exclaimed with delight. Wait, we have merely formed a covenant. Not wed, Jun Xiaoyao replied, somewhat bewildered. Do you insist on marrying me? This assertive demeanor is quite surprising. Chapter 98. Regardless. I have already considered you my husband regardless of whether you agree or not. I have already regarded you as my husband. The goddess of calamity spoke, her breath fragrant as orchids, her beautiful eyes glimmering. Jun Xiaoyao felt on the verge of collapse, unable to withstand her charm. What should I do now? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. We must leave quickly. What do you say, my husband? As the goddess of calamity spoke, she drew closer to Jun Xiaoyao, her delicate hand entwining his arm. Jun Xiaoyao, feeling a surge of frustration, thought to himself, what I meant by what to do is not what you imagine. Should we leave this place first? What I referred to was this matter. Jun Xiaoyao sighed in despair. Quite simply, My husband must take the treasury of the Calamity Realm and leave with me. Moreover, at this moment, the Calamity Realm had already separated from the original world, leaving only the Tower of Calamity and the treasury. However, I cannot traverse space. Any attempt to do so would attract attention. The goddess of Calamity spoke gently, her gaze fixed on Jun Xiaoyao, conveying a sense of reliance on him. System, is there a solution? Jun Xiaoyao communicated with the system. Master, encapsulate the Calamity Realm within the Origin Realm. This way, she will not traverse space. Remember, annihilate the heart of Calamity. The system responded. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao understood what was to be done. And where is the heart of Calamity? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Right here. The goddess of Calamity waved her delicate hand, and a radiant glow appeared within the hall. This glow represented the heart of Calamity, the spirit of the Calamity Realm. Jun Xiaoyao reached out, and with a swift motion, the brilliance of the heart of Calamity dissipated into thin air. How did you know to annihilate the heart of Calamity? The goddess of Calamity inquired, astonished by Jun Xiaoyao's actions. Before Jun Xiaoyao acted, she had not considered erasing the heart of Calamity. Only after his intervention did she comprehend his intention to eliminate all traces of her. Even if someone pursued her here, they would not find her through the heart of Calamity. All clues would be severed within the Calamity Realm. Secrets. Jun Xiaoyao smiled, feeling a sense of triumph at last. Next came a series of explosive sounds. Boom, boom, boom. The ninth layer of the Calamity Realm crumbled, the 6 great celestial lords vanishing into nothingness. Jun Xiaoyao exited the Grand Hall, appearing beside Tian Luobing and Su Mingyao. After his departure, the Tower of Calamity and the hall, along with the entire 9th layer of the Calamity Realm, rapidly shrank, ultimately reducing to the size of a palm. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand, and before him lay naught but emptiness, the hall and the Tower of Calamity. Having entered the primordial realm, they occupied a space of 100 miles in diameter, a position that existed independently, for the hall and the Tower of Calamity constituted a small world unto themselves. This scene left Tian Luobing and Su Mingyao utterly astonished. Brother, where are we now? Su Mingyao inquired. Tian Luobing's gaze also turned to Jun Xiaoyao. We must depart. Jun Xiaoyao responded. As he spoke, the world of Calamity began to rapidly disintegrate, and the three were enveloped by a mysterious beam of light. They clung tightly to one another, fearful of being separated, for they were not on Earth, but in the fantastical world of Calamity. If they were to become separated, who knew where they might be cast? Perhaps they would never return to Earth again. With a whoosh, the transmission persisted for a full 10 minutes, causing Jun Xiaoyao's arms to ache, as the terrifying force of tearing constantly compressed around them. A moment's carelessness could lead to severe injury or even demise. Of course, he was unlikely to be torn apart by the transmission. But Tian Luobing and Su Mingyao were not so assured. Holding Su Mingyao was somewhat comforting. The young girl clasped her small hands tightly around his waist, burying her head in his embrace. However, Tian Luobing was a different matter altogether. This woman, proud and frigid, instinctively struggled against his hold, attempting to break free, even biting down on his shoulder with her rosy lips. Jun Xiaoyao was tempted to lose his temper and release her, but thinking of Tian Youzi, he endured. He could hardly fathom Tian Luobing's thoughts at that moment. She gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, seething with resentment. Humph, scoundrel. Taking advantage of me, violating my space. How infuriating. Why must you hold me so tightly? Throughout her 3,000 years in her past life, and 18 years in this one, she had never experienced such close contact with a male, let alone being held so intimately. Naturally, she understood that Jun Xiaoyao feared they would be separated by the transmission, rather than seeking to take advantage of her. Yet, the reality of the embrace remained. In her heart, she resolved, when we return, I shall tell my sister that men and women should maintain a distance. You are her boyfriend, and I am merely your sister-in-law. Moreover, I am also your fiancée. No, wait. I am not your sister-in-law, nor your fiancée. In an instant, Tian Luobing's mind was a chaotic whirl. She found it utterly bewildering. What was happening to her? Finally, the transmission concluded, and the three emerged into a brilliant light, finding themselves outside a grand city, unmistakably not of Earth, but rather a location within the fantastical realm. You dog! Jun Xiaoyao exclaimed, releasing his grip and unceremoniously casting Tian Luobing aside. Damn it! My shoulder is sore from your bite. If it weren't for Tian Youzi, I wouldn't bother with you. I truly do not understand what the system is playing at. 5 fiancés is one thing. But could you not have chosen someone else? Why must it be Tian Luobing? Chapter 99, Departing from the Cataclysm Realm. The system falls asleep again. Why did you hold me? Tian Luobing exclaimed in exasperation as she fell to the ground. However, upon catching sight of Jun Xiaoyao's hand and the wicked grin plastered on his face, she comprehended the impending consequence and promptly fell silent. For she knew that any further words would surely result in a punishment. The thought filled her with resentment. How could the esteemed empress of the Taishan realm be perpetually bullied by this scoundrel? Humph, Jun Xiaoyao scoffed, pulling Yaoer along as they strode towards the city gates. Tian Luobing shot a frosty glare at Jun Xiaoyao, her demeanor icy, yet she could do little but follow in his wake as the trio entered the city together. Before long, Jun Xiaoyao discerned that this was a miniature world, the blood refinement realm, specifically its first tier. Entering this world was possible through the first tier of the blood refinement realm on Earth. This revelation left Jun Xiaoyao astounded. It was rather fortuitous. He had been contemplating how to return to Earth after emerging from the Cataclysm realm, for currently, Earth only had teleportation links with the Cataclysm realm, the blood refinement realm, and the Hell realm. The Cataclysm realm was no longer an option, leaving only the 9 worlds of the blood refinement realm and the 9 worlds of the Hell realm. Yet, it was impossible to teleport to any of those places directly after leaving the Cataclysm realm. In essence, without entering these realms, they would have no means to find their way back to Earth. Unexpectedly, they found themselves within the first tier of the blood refinement realm upon exiting the Cataclysm realm. This was splendid. They could directly teleport back to Earth. However, it all seemed a tad too coincidental. System, Jun Xiaoyao communicated with the system. Due to alterations in time and space by the system, currently in a state of dormancy, the system responded, indicating that it had entered a dormant phase. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao finally comprehended that this was not mere coincidence. It was orchestrated by the system itself, which had altered time and space to facilitate their entrance into the first tier of the blood refinement realm. Otherwise, they might have been transported to some unfathomable location, truly crossing over into the unknown. The prospect of returning to Earth would then be a distant dream. Brother, shall we return now? Su Mingyao inquired. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. And soon, the three made their way to the center of the grand city, utilizing the teleportation array to return to Earth. Humph. The Cataclysm realm has vanished. How infuriating. In the distant cosmos, at the heart of a vast world, a middle-aged man stood atop a tower rising 3 million feet high. Before him lay a mystical wheel, and at that moment, a point of light upon the wheel flickered out of existence. He understood what that point represented. It had existed for millions of years. He waited, and he plotted. The luminous point was merely a pawn in his game, and it was destined to be utilized shortly. Unexpectedly, at this crucial moment, the light vanished into thin air. Where could this pawn have gone? What transpired? My lord, the god of the divine realm. At this juncture, an elder approached the middle-aged man, bowing respectfully. He began to speak, but halted midway. Send someone to the lower realms. Find her for me. The middle-aged man, addressed as the lord of the divine realm, spoke with frigid words, exuding an overwhelming divine authority. At that moment, he was enraged. The disaster clan, which he had always regarded as a mere pawn, had vanished right beneath his nose. Could he remain calm? The elder bowed again and withdrew. In the west, at the Blood Sea, atop the teleportation tower of the blood refinement realm, radiant lights flickered as 3 figures materialized. As one of the 3 major teleportation towers on Earth, the Blood Sea was extraordinarily prosperous, for 80% of the world's martial artists entered the blood refinement realm. After all, regardless of location, the lower-tier warriors were always the most numerous, while the apex of the pyramid housed the fewest. Those entering the blood refinement realm were primarily at the inner strength, true chi, and master levels. On Earth, there were no fewer than 90 million warriors at these tiers. Just as the first layer of the blood refinement realm opened, someone returned from within, failing to attract the attention of others, as entry to the first layer was reserved for those at the inner strength level, the weakest warriors on Earth. Humph. Tian Luobing descended from the teleportation tower, letting out a cold humph before departing alone. Back on Earth, she no longer needed to accompany Jun Xiaoyao, and she had long desired to part ways. Otherwise, she would be bullied incessantly. Reflecting on the past period felt like a nightmare, unbearable to recall. Brother, Bing Jie harbors a bit of resentment towards you, Su Mingyao remarked softly as she watched Tian Luobing leave, a sweet smile adorning her exquisite face. It matters not. Were it not for Tian Youzi, I would hardly bother with her, Jun Xiaoyao replied. Brother, after all, Bing Jie is your fiancé, Su Mingyao said, linking her arm with Jun Xiaoyao's, pouting her lips and speaking earnestly. You are still my obedient Yao. Come, let us rest for a day before returning. Jun Xiaoyao redirected the conversation, choosing not to mention Tian Luobing further. As he spoke, he affectionately tousled the girl's smooth hair. Su Mingyao exclaimed with boundless joy. Finally, she had time alone with her brother. Of course, during their time in the disaster world, she had also felt suffocated by his presence, but having Tian Luobing around always proved inconvenient. Now that Tian Luobing had returned, it was just the two of them. How delightful. Chapter 100. Sister, he is bullying me. Carlton Hotel, one of the top 10 hotels globally, boasts an impressive 99 floors. The presidential suite encompasses a sprawling 400 square meters. However, the price is equally staggering, 880,000 for a single night stay. For Jun Xiaoyao, money is merely a figure, insignificant and optional. After all, his account still holds nearly 30 billion, while Su Mingyao possesses another 20 billion. Both seldom find themselves in need of currency. Brother, I'm going to take a shower, Su Mingyao announced as she entered the room, closing the door behind her. She kicked off her shoes and, while conversing with Jun Xiaoyao, dashed toward the bathroom, the last to slip inside. During their time in the disaster realm, opportunities to bathe were scarce, and certainly not as liberating as in a hotel or home. The disaster realm was a world of perpetual destruction, constantly crumbling, where one could not bathe in peace amidst lurking beasts. Even if they found a stream or pool, Jun Xiaoyao would remain nearby, casting protective spells. Now back on Earth, he could finally enjoy a proper bath and a restful sleep. Jun Xiaoyao retrieved his phone, powered it on, and immersed himself in a game for half an hour. Su Mingyao emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a white towel that accentuated her long, fair legs and delicate figure, exuding a youthful aura akin to a budding flower. Once she finished, Jun Xiaoyao entered the bathroom, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the sight of her intimate garments hanging there, despite being washed. Suppressing his heated blood, he swiftly completed his shower and emerged wearing only a pair of trunks. Are you hungry? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. No, Su Mingyao replied. Then let us sleep for a while. We can go out for dinner later, he suggested. He then lay down on the large, soft bed, and the young girl climbed up next to him, snuggling close. Her delicate body pressed against his. Her long, fair legs draped across him, soft and enticing, a sight that was both dazzling and alluring. Jun Xiaoyao felt a rush of blood. She has grown up, he mused to himself. Brother, will you play a game with me for a bit? Su Mingyao pouted playfully, shaking his hand. Her soft body, coupled with the alluring sight of her rosy lips, was irresistibly tempting. For a moment, Jun Xiaoyao found himself captivated by those lips. Brother, what is wrong? Noticing the intensity of his gaze, Su Mingyao paused, curiosity mingling with a hint of nervousness. It's nothing. Let us play the game, he replied. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head, picked up his phone, and prepared to play games with Su Mingyao. Subsequently, the two began to engage earnestly in their gaming session. A notification chimed, indicating an event. Master plays games with Su Mingyao, reward points 1,000,000. Despite the system being in a dormant state, it had minimal impact on their enjoyment. Brother, let's sleep. Yaoer is tired, the girl said sweetly after 3 rounds. All right, sleep, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Although he relished gaming, he was not obsessed. It merely served as a pastime to pass the time. Brother, hold me while I sleep, Su Mingyao said. Putting down her phone and curling her delicate form into Jun Xiaoyao's embrace, clad only in a soft towel. The closeness sent a rush of blood through Jun Xiaoyao's veins. Su Mingyao felt equally anxious, more so than in the past. At that moment, her entire body felt electrified, stiff and powerless, yet the warmth brought a sense of security. After a while, Su Mingyao's breathing became soft and steady, indicating she had fallen asleep, while it took Jun Xiaoyao much longer to drift off. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan City, Tianshi Villa, Tian Luobing had returned home. Upon her arrival, she called her grandfather and sister to report her safety. Soon, Tian Youzi returned. Seeing her younger sister safe and sound, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Bing'er, how is he?" Tian Youzi inquired, her expression filled with anticipation and affection. These past few weeks had felt like years for her, not only longing for Jun Xiaoyao, but also managing affairs for the corporation, compounded by a troubling matter. "Since you're back, has he returned?" "Who?" Tian Luobing feigned ignorance, fully aware her sister was referring to that scoundrel. The mere thought of him ignited her anger, causing her delicate features to turn icy, and the temperature in the villa plummeted as if it were a threat to life itself. "Jun Xiaoyao, haven't you encountered him?" Tian Youzi was taken aback. Could it be that Jun Xiaoyao and Bing'er did not cross paths in the disaster realm? This was understandable, given the vastness of the realm. It was like tossing two stones into the ocean, making it improbable to meet. However, what was troubling Bing'er? Why was she so cold? It was evident she harbored feelings of anger and hatred. Who had wronged her? In the past, although Bing'er had been proud and aloof, she had never displayed such a demeanor. Curiosity quickly turned into concern. Had Bing'er been hurt or bullied in the disaster realm? "He returned?" Tian Youzi asked, seeking confirmation. She must have returned by now. Tian Luobing's voice was even colder, as memories of the past half-month flooded her mind. How she had been bullied by that scoundrel, enduring the humiliation of being spanked. How disgraceful it was for the illustrious Empress of Taishan to be subjected to such indignity by a man. As these thoughts coursed through her, alongside her anger and shame, there lingered a hint of tears. "Did he provoke you?" Tian Youzi was no fool. On the contrary, she was astutely perceptive. Bing'er's ire was undoubtedly directed at Jun Xiaoyao. What had transpired between them in the realm of calamity? Moreover, how had Bing'er's cultivation progressed so swiftly, nearing the pinnacle of martial emperor? Meanwhile, during this time, she had devoted herself to earnest training, passing the hours in pursuit of strength, thus attaining her own status as a martial emperor. "Sister, he bullied me." Tian Luobing could no longer contain her feelings. Crystal tears cascaded down her exquisitely cold face. She wept, shedding tears in front of her sister. Though she was the reincarnation of the Taishan Empress, she remained, at heart, merely a girl, having suffered grievances within the realm of calamity. At last, she had found a place to unleash her pent-up emotions. Chapter 101. Tian Luobing complains to Tian Youzi, "He bullied me." "He bullied you? In what manner?" Tian Youzi inquired, momentarily bewildered. Instantly, concern enveloped her. She knew her sister well. Proud, aloof, and strikingly beautiful, Tian Luobing resembled an ethereal ice goddess, untouched by the mundane world. Yet beneath that icy exterior lay a mere girl, gifted with extraordinary talent and formidable strength. Moreover, she was exceptionally independent, capable of withstanding any challenge during her endeavors outside. Yet here she was, reduced to tears. What immense grievance could have brought her to such a state? It was known that throughout her life, Bing'er had never shed a tear. Tian Youzi scrutinized Tian Luobing, eager to uncover the nature of the alleged bullying by Jun Xiaoyao. Could it be that he had committed some vile act against her? Such a thought seemed implausible. Despite their brief acquaintance, she believed she understood Jun Xiaoyao's character. He would never stoop to wrongdoing. After all, he had never wronged her. Furthermore, she was confident in her own abilities and did not consider herself inferior to Bing'er. He hit me," Tian Luobing stammered. Yet, even before her sister, she found it difficult to voice her complaint. How humiliating. Moreover, deep within, she bore the stature of an empress. How could she utter such words? Wouldn't her sister mock her mercilessly? She was acutely aware that her sister would not seek vengeance for her, especially since Tian Youzi lacked the aptitude for cultivation and was merely an ordinary person, incapable of exacting any retribution. Additionally, given her sister's fondness for that scoundrel, how could she possibly assist her? "He hit you?" "Humph. Do not cry, Bing'er. I shall confront him shortly and avenge you. But tell me, where did he strike you? Are you injured?" Tian Youzi was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Jun Xiaoyao had actually struck Bing'er? This seemed unlikely. Truth be told, given Jun Xiaoyao's strength, Bing'er would surely be no match for him. There had to be some misunderstanding. Nevertheless, she intended to comfort her sister, believing that Jun Xiaoyao must have had his reasons for his actions. "He hit my bottom," Tian Luobing replied, a hint of crimson coloring her otherwise frosty visage. How utterly embarrassing. Upon expressing this, she felt a pang of regret. "What? You must explain," Tian Youzi exclaimed, momentarily stunned. She almost burst into laughter, but managed to stifle it. At that moment, she began to piece together the situation. This was surely a playful exchange between the two, with Jun Xiaoyao teasing Bing Er. However, given Bing Er's icy demeanor, it was likely that she could neither comprehend nor accept such flirtation. Furthermore, it was entirely natural for two betrothed individuals to engage in such antics. I encountered danger in the Calamity realm. He rescued me, inquired about my injuries. And when I expressed my dissent, he struck me. Tian Luo Bing's tears had vanished in the presence of her sister. She was no longer shy. Thus, she recounted everything that transpired in the realm of calamities, primarily focusing on her encounters with Jun Xiaoyao, embellishing her words with exaggerated tales of his shortcomings. Meanwhile, Tian Youzi listened intently, her small hands tightly clenched into fists. She was not angry, but rather suppressing her laughter, as this person was merely teasing Binger. Simultaneously, she felt a pang of irritation for Binger, reflecting on all that had occurred between them in the realm of calamities. And she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Naturally, she discerned that the negative remarks Binger made about Jun Xiaoyao were likely unfounded, merely inflated for effect, and he was not as terrible as portrayed. However, she chose not to expose the truth. This person was infuriating. How could he treat our Binger this way? After all, Binger was his fiancée. No, that was incorrect. She must now be his sister-in-law. Binger, just wait a moment. I shall avenge you, Tian Youzi declared, feigning anger. Sister, do you truly like him? Tian Luo Bing inquired curiously upon hearing Tian Youzi's words, feeling an inexplicable sense of disappointment and a hint of anger. Once Jun Xiaoyao's fiancée, it seemed he completely disregarded her, which was profoundly frustrating, making her wish to punish him severely. However, upon reflection, despite having spanked her and bullied her, he had still treated her with kindness. When the time came for her sister to marry him, would she really have to call him brother-in-law? But wasn't he supposed to be my fiancé? Of course I like him, Tian Youzi replied without hesitation or contemplation. Sister, never mind, do not trouble him. In truth, he has treated me well, albeit a tad annoyingly. Moreover, if you confront him about these matters, how shall I face others in the future? Tian Luo Bing said, subsequently retreating to her room. At last, she could release the grievances of the past few days. Now, her mood was delightful. With the rewards and resources acquired in the realm of calamities, along with the chaotic ice technique bestowed by Jun Xiaoyao, she aimed to master it completely, thus allowing her to swiftly return to the pinnacle she once held in her past life. At that time, she would be able to teach Jun Xiaoyao a lesson, alleviating her pent-up resentment. At the Carlton Hotel, in the presidential suite, the following day, Su Mingyao awoke early. She had enjoyed a wonderfully restful sleep. As she opened her beautiful eyes and rubbed them, she thought, Su Mingyao had grown accustomed to sleeping in her brother's embrace. If he were not beside her, she would feel somewhat unsettled. Just as she was about to call her brother to awaken him, she suddenly realized that her bath towel had come undone during the night. Now, she found herself clad only in a pair of small shorts. What has happened to your exquisite form? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, awakening abruptly, his face etched with concern and bewilderment. He paid no heed to his own hands or to Yao Yao's condition. His gaze was solely fixed upon her stunning visage, which was flushed crimson as if it were about to bleed, igniting an insatiable curiosity within him. What is the matter? Chapter 102. The young girl has grown up, where have you placed your hand? How utterly mortifying! She exclaimed, her embarrassment palpable. Do you not sense anything unusual about your touch? In a moment of helplessness, she shyly reminded Jun Xiaoyao. My hand. Jun Xiaoyao stammered, momentarily taken aback. What is wrong with my hand? It appears perfectly fine to me. As he spoke, a sudden realization dawned upon him. He must have inadvertently touched Yaoer. His face flushed crimson with embarrassment as he hastily glanced at his hand, confirming his suspicions. Upon this revelation, his gaze became entranced. She was simply exquisite. The sensation coursed through him like an electric shock. During his previous encounter with Tian Youzi, he had not experienced such a profound impact, but now, seeing her beauty up close, he felt on the verge of collapse. Are you still looking? Woo-woo, Su Mingyao is utterly mortified. I wish I could just sink into the ground and disappear. The thought of being scrutinized was unbearable. Tears of embarrassment streamed down her cheeks. Although she harbored feelings for Jun Xiaoyao, she was still just a young girl, unable to contain her shyness. Yaoer, I am truly sorry, Jun Xiaoyao stammered. feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt for making her cry. He was at a loss for how to console her, hastily pulling the blanket over Su Mingyao to shield her from further embarrassment. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's flustered demeanor, Su Mingyao couldn't help but chuckle, her shyness instinctively surfacing. Yaoer, it was not my intention, he reassured her sincerely. Indeed, it had been unintentional. In the midst of the night, he had initially wrapped one arm around her slender waist, and a slight movement had led to the unintentional contact. It was quite normal to shift during sleep. That little girl has truly matured. How remarkable. Do not worry, when Yaoer grows up, she will marry you if you. Yaoer does not mind. It's just very embarrassing, Su Mingyao whispered softly, her cheeks flushed and her delicate earlobes a rosy hue. After speaking, she buried her face in Jun Xiaoyao's embrace. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao found himself at a loss for words. There was nothing he could say. The only thing he could do was to endure the situation, as Yaoer was still young and he could not bring harm to her feelings. If he truly could not contain himself, he might consider seeking solace elsewhere. He pondered how utterly inappropriate this felt. Am I truly a lecher? No, I am as pure as crystal. Yet, for the sake of 200,000 points, perhaps he should not dwell on it too much. Meanwhile, at Longquan Mountain, Tian Youzi had waited all night, knowing well that Jun Xiaoyao and Su Mingyao had not yet returned. Pouting in frustration, she drove off towards the corporate headquarters. The power she held had nearly been transferred, though some subsequent matters still required her attention. After all, the Tian Group was her family's enterprise, and she could not afford to be careless. At this juncture, however, money and wealth no longer held any significance for her. She had found someone she cherished and had also discovered her own talents. Now, her sole objective was to strengthen herself, ensuring that she could remain forever by Jun Xiaoyao's side. As Youzi had just arrived at the foot of Tianmu Tower and had yet to alight from her vehicle, she heard someone call out to her in an unexpectedly affectionate manner, causing her to pause and furrow her brow. Who could it be that addressed her so casually? Typically, within the company, she was referred to as Miss or President Tian, and her name was seldom spoken, let alone Youzi, which suggested a level of familiarity that was quite unusual. Upon exiting the car, she spotted a dashing young man standing at the entrance of Tianmu Tower. He donned spectacles and exuded an air of refined elegance, his entire demeanor radiating an aristocratic charm, unmistakably a scion of a prominent family. What brings you here? Youzi inquired, her heels clicking on the pavement as she approached the entrance, her brows knitted in concern. She recognized this young man. A few days prior, while visiting her grandfather's home with her parents, she had encountered him, and since then, he had pursued her relentlessly, akin to an adhesive plaster. Out of respect for her parents and grandfather, she refrained from being overly harsh with him. However, she had not anticipated his arrival at the Tian Group. The young man, Ouyang Chun, was a cousin from her maternal uncle's side. Upon witnessing her beauty and grace, he was utterly captivated and, leveraging his family background, he commenced an ardent pursuit of Youzi. Yet, she refused to grant him even a glance, which only fueled his frustration. I came specifically to see you. Knowing you worked here, Ouyang Chun declared, his demeanor both charming and polished, causing numerous female professionals in Tianmu Tower to swoon. You have one final warning. Do not appear before me again, Youzi replied coldly, offering him no semblance of courtesy. After all, she owed no one any obligation to show deference. As the woman of Jun Tiandi, why should she? Moreover, having ascended to the status of a martial emperor, she would not cower before any family or individual, regardless of how formidable the Ouyang clan might be. While she might tolerate Ouyang Chun in front of her parents, affording him a modicum of respect, this was a workplace, and with so many witnesses, how would Jun Xiaoyao perceive her actions? Chapter 103. My husband, he scolded me. Oh, warn me? Ouyang Chun was momentarily taken aback, his expression awkward. His pride was indeed somewhat bruised, and he felt a bit bewildered. What was happening? Was he not exceptional enough? Although he was the executive president of the Tian Corporation, what did that mean in the context of the Ouyang family? If it were not for his striking appearance, would this young master even have taken notice of you? Indeed, I warn you. Tian Youzi's voice was frigid, exuding the imposing demeanor of a domineering female CEO, her presence formidable. She was coldly beautiful, exuding an icy allure, her brows radiating a chilling aura. Very well. Accompany me to meet my aunt and uncle. They have already consented to your marriage with me. Ouyang Chen's countenance darkened, His dignity was in tatters, his refined demeanor shattered, and he found himself lacking in charm. As he spoke, he attempted to grasp Tian Youzi's hand, intending to whisk her away, believing that once they were alone, he could compel her to submit to him, imagining a scenario where she would call him daddy. In his mind, there was no woman he could not conquer in this world. Leave. Tian Youzi was no fool. In fact, she was astutely intelligent. She understood that Ouyang Chun had no intention of introducing her to his parents, but rather planned to take her to a hotel, the implications of which were all too clear. At that moment, her feelings towards Ouyang Chun were a mix of disgust and aversion. As he attempted to pull her away, she waved her delicate hand, delivering a resounding slap across Ouyang Chun's face. The sharp sound of the slap left Ouyang Chun momentarily dazed. "Wretched girl, how dare you strike me?" He seethed with fury. As a master-level warrior, he never expected to be slapped by Tian Youzi in front of so many onlookers. What face would he have left to show the world? Suddenly, a round of applause rang out, disrupting the tension. The applause was incongruous with the scene unfolding before them. "Who the hell are you? Who permitted you to applaud?" Ouyang Chun, now resembling a rabid dog, lashed out at anyone nearby. The laughter at his expense was palpable, a monumental humiliation to be struck by a woman. Turning around, he beheld a young man emerging, effortlessly charismatic, exuding an air of enigmatic allure, a transcendent presence. Upon seeing this young man, Ouyang Chun was consumed by jealousy, as he recognized that this individual was even more graceful and handsome than he. What was more, beside the young man stood an enchanting young girl, her beauty reminiscent of a goddess from a national comic. Such a stunning girl could not possibly belong to another. She was meant to be his, Ouyang Chun's. Tian Youzi gazed at the newcomer, her exquisite visage illuminated by a joyful smile that radiated warmth. The contrast between her previous cold demeanor and her present tenderness was striking, as if she were two distinct individuals. After more than half a month of longing, the one she adored had finally returned. "Xiaoyu, come here," Jun Xiaoyao said, his smile unwavering as he disregarded Ouyang Chun entirely, his attention fixated on the ethereal Tian Youzi. In his heart, he couldn't help but think of her slender, graceful legs and her enchanting allure. "Darling," Tian Youzi exclaimed, bounding toward Jun Xiaoyao like a jubilant bird. Nestling into his embrace and seeking a warm hug, her beauty pressing against him. A rosy blush adorned her delicate features, and she whispered sweetly into his ear, exuding an indescribable gentleness and shyness. She bore no trace of the icy corporate queen. Instead, she resembled a tender, innocent girl. "What is going on?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired, gesturing toward Ouyang Chun, who at that moment resembled a furious bull, seething with rage. The woman he admired stood before him, cold and haughty, yet in an instant, she transformed into a picture of warmth and affection for another man, readily throwing herself into his arms. It was a profound humiliation. "Darling, he is a cousin from my maternal side who wishes to pursue me. I merely gave him a slap," Tian Youzi pouted, feigning innocence. "He insulted me." Clinging to Jun Xiaoyao's arm, her lips glistened with a rosy hue as she made her complaint. The scene left the office workers entering Tianmu building utterly astounded. "Is this truly our cold and proud CEO?" they wondered. Now, she appeared to embody a love-struck girl. They could hardly believe, had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, that the Ice Queen could exhibit such tenderness. "What did you say?" Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, as if he had heard something utterly unbelievable. Tian Youzi nodded obediently. "Zir, let me avenge you." Su Mingyao, with her enchanting visage, revealed a mischievous grin. As she spoke, her delicate hand flicked lightly. In an instant, Ouyang Chun, resembling a madman, clutched his head and rolled on the ground, his expression contorted in agony. "Thank you, Yao Yao. You are the best," Tian Youzi exclaimed, playfully pinching Su Mingyao's cheek in delight. She then turned her gaze toward Ouyang Chun, her words icy and cutting. As she intertwined her arm with Jun Xiaoyao's, the trio made their way into Tianmu building, ultimately stepping into the executive elevator, surrounded by a multitude of astonished and bewildered gazes. Inwardly, Jun Xiaoyao mused, "The young lady's mood shifts with remarkable swiftness. She is infinitely tender toward the one she loves, yet transforms into a frigid iceberg, heartless and unyielding, when faced with those she detests." Chapter 104. Entering the Tower of Calamity. Meeting the Goddess of Calamity in the grand office of the Tianmu building, Situated on the 108th floor, Jun Xiaoyao reclined on the sofa. To his left sat Tian Youzi, and to his right was Su Mingyao. Despite the spaciousness of the sofa, Jun Xiaoyao felt rather cramped. "Darling, what brings you and Yao Yao here?" Tian Youzi inquired curiously. "Just last night, she was still at Longquan Mountain. How was it possible for them to appear at the company so early today? Could it be that Yao Yao and Jun Xiaoyao were in Jiangnan City? We just landed and thought we would drop by," Jun Xiaoyao replied. "Initially, we intended to spend another day in the west, but the thought of returning to Jiangnan with Yao Yao felt rather awkward. Hence, we opted for the earliest flight. Modern aircraft," he mused, "were 4 to 5 times faster than those from 99 years ago. In just over an hour, they had returned to Jiangnan City and, after leaving the airport, conveniently made their way to the Tianmu building. Darling, Binger mentioned that you were incredibly dashing in the world of calamity. Will you take me there next time?" Tian Youzi pouted, nestling against Jun Xiaoyao. At that moment, she was entirely unreserved, unabashed even in the presence of Su Mingyao. Each time she called him that, a charming blush graced her exquisite face, revealing her shyness. The thought of her sister, Binger, being so thoroughly teased by Jun Xiaoyao brought a smile to her lips. Her sister, so cold and unyielding, was being playfully tormented by him, not only receiving a playful spanking, but also being made to call him Brother Jun. The very image of Binger in such a vulnerable state evoked sympathy from Tian Youzi. "In the secret realm, there is currently nothing to explore," Jun Xiaoyao stated. "The blood refinement realm holds no interest, nor does the hell realm. The world of calamity is firmly within my grasp, with its treasure vault and even the core of the entire world encapsulated within my Yuan realm. Moreover, there is a charming wife residing there, the goddess of calamity, strikingly beautiful and alluring. With her commanding presence, and, if clad in armor, she would embody the fearsome visage of a female warrior. For now, Earth offers only the blood refinement realm and the hell realm, which I have no intention of visiting again. Thus, Tian Youzi's desire to venture into the secret realm seems somewhat unrealistic. Well then, you both may return first. I shall come back by noon," Tian Youzi pouted, expressing her wish for Jun Xiaoyao to stay with her, but acknowledging her work obligations. She needed to expedite the tasks at hand to secure more time with him in the future. "All right," Jun Xiaoyao nodded, rising from his seat. "Goodbye, Sister Z." Su Mingyao chimed sweetly, before leaving the office with Jun Xiaoyao. Tian Youzi felt a pang of reluctance as they departed. Observing Jun Xiaoyao and Su Mingyao depart, he then devoted himself wholeheartedly to his work. Possessing the divine grace of the Ice Empress, her extraordinary talents were unparalleled, and now she had attained the cultivation level of a martial emperor. Engrossed in her tasks, fatigue was a mere afterthought. After their departure, they returned directly to Longquan Mountain. At last, homeward bound, Su Mingyao bounced about like a little bird. Although she had her brother's protection in the realm of calamities, nothing compared to the tranquility of home. "Yao Yao, you may play, while I meditate for a while," he said as they arrived at the mountaintop villa. Jun Xiaoyao affectionately ruffled Su Mingyao's hair. She nodded, watching him enter the villa. Pouting her lips, a mischievous smile graced her exquisite face as she retrieved her phone to call her friends. Upon entering his room, he securely closed the door, took a quick shower, changed into clean clothes, and lay down on the bed. His consciousness ventured into the elemental realm. However, this time he did not linger there, but instead entered another world, the realm of calamities. More precisely, it could no longer be termed the realm of calamities. It was merely the 9th layer of calamity. At present, this layer spanned only 100 miles, with the palace occupying 10 miles of it, where the calamity goddess resided. Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness seamlessly transitioned into the 9th layer of calamity, manifesting as a virtual figure, identical to his true self, albeit not a corporeal entity. "My lord." The calamity goddess reclined elegantly in her chair, her alluring figure exuding an aura of maturity, her long, shapely legs captivating all who beheld her, a true embodiment of the alluring elder sister archetype. Subtly revealed beneath delicate veils, her fullness was tantalizingly apparent. She appeared to be of a similar stature to Tian Youzi. Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao, the calamity goddess radiated joy, gracefully striding toward him with her long legs that could induce an involuntary nosebleed. "Is it dangerous for you to venture outside now?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired, aware that she had been ensconced within the palace for millions of years, akin to a prisoner longing for freedom. However, He pondered whether her emergence would pose any peril. "My lord, I can indeed leave. I simply do not dare to take the risk at this moment." "Perhaps in 2 months," the Calamity Goddess replied, her beautiful eyes shimmering with anticipation. She yearned to explore the world beyond, but feared that her presence might attract formidable foes. Some powerful adversaries could sense her from billions of worlds away. "Understood," Jun Xiaoyao nodded, preparing to withdraw. Yet, the Calamity Goddess called out to him. "My lord, wait a moment. What is it?" Jun Xiaoyao asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "The resources and treasures of the disaster-stricken world, as well as those within the vault, are right here. Won't you take a glance?" inquired the goddess of calamity. "What is there to see?" replied Jun Xiaoyao. "The resources are here. They will not flee. I have no need for the treasures within." Yet, she continued, her tone gentle and persuasive. "You must harness these resources and treasures to swiftly enhance your strength. Otherwise, we may all find ourselves in peril. Moreover, having these resources here is somewhat obstructive. Would you kindly consider taking them away?" Chapter 105. 1,000,000 Sacred Artifacts. Quite astonishing indeed, Jun Xiaoyao cast a glance at the goddess of calamity before stepping into the treasury. What awaited him was a sight that caused a transformation in his expression. Could this truly be termed a treasury? Before him lay towering mountains of resources, an abundance of precious herbs, countless rare spiritual fruits, invaluable materials, and an immense collection of inner cores from various formidable beasts. All piled high in not just one, but numerous mounds. This must be measured in billions, one could surmise. Indeed, throughout the entirety of the 9 levels of calamity, aside from the palace and the Tower of Calamity, every other space was filled with resources and treasures. It was only natural, as this was the repository of all resources and treasures from the entire realm of calamity, collected here in one place. Reflecting on the words of the goddess of calamity, it was indeed an eyesore to have them displayed thus. Surrounded entirely by treasures and resources, one could easily feel as though they had plunged into the depths of the ocean. In addition to these resources and treasures, there were countless formidable techniques, powerful spiritual weapons, divine artifacts, and even numerous sacred items. "System, please conduct a tally of these." Jun Xiaoyao communicated with the system through his consciousness. Although the system was currently in a dormant phase, it could still manage some straightforward tasks. His curiosity piqued as he pondered just how many resources the world of calamity contained. Soon, the statistics were complete. Spiritual fruits, 999, 999, 999, 999 pieces. Medicinal herbs, 999, 999, 999, 999 stalks. Beast inner cores, 999, 999, 999, 999 units. Refining materials, 999, 999, 999, 999 portions. Celestial crystals, 999, 999, 999, 999 pieces. Spiritual weapons, 18, 212. 000 items. Divine artifacts, 8, 767. 000 items. Immortal artifacts, 2, 290. 000 items. Sacred artifacts, 1, 090. 000 items. Divine instruments, 8, 723 items. Spiritual pills, 8, 723. 100. 000 pills. Celestial pills, 22, 120. 000 pills. Immortal pills, 1, 000 pills. Sacred pills, 18, 755 pills. The sheer magnitude of these statistics left Jun Xiaoyao in awe. The resources of an entire world. The quantities of spiritual fruits, herbs, materials, inner cores, and celestial crystals were all astonishingly high, nearing 999 billion. Over 100 million spiritual weapons, nearly 90 million divine artifacts, and more than 2 million immortal artifacts, 1 million sacred artifacts, and over 8,000 divine instruments. Beyond these treasures, there were innumerable pills and techniques. The spiritual and celestial pills were plentiful, and the quantities of immortal and sacred pills were staggering. It is worth noting that even the cultivation-enhancing pills were categorized as immortal pills. Upon inspection, he found that there were a staggering 330,000 of these cultivation-enhancing pills alone. In his heart, Jun Xiaoyao mused, the goddess of calamity is indeed a remarkable wife. Could these resources be considered a dowry? With a sigh, he began to channel his thoughts and took action. He extracted the vast resources from the 9th layer of calamity, placing them within the Yuan realm, which currently measured 100,000 miles in length, width, and height, resembling an independent miniature world. In such an expansive space, one could accommodate an abundance of items without concern. Fortunately, within the Yuan realm, he held dominion, and every matter was but a thought away. Nonetheless, the task of retrieving the resources from the 9th layer proved to be exhausting, taking nearly an hour, leaving him utterly drained. My husband. Upon Jun Xiaoyao's completion of his endeavors, the goddess of calamity approached him, sweetly calling out. She wished to assist, yet within the Yuan realm, Jun Xiaoyao was the true sovereign. Her efforts, no matter how strenuous, could not compare to the ease with which he wielded his mental prowess. I shall return in a few days. I will arrange matters outside, Jun Xiaoyao stated. This woman was exceedingly alluring. The goddess radiated an enchanting aura that was impossible to resist. Indeed, the goddess of calamity nodded, watching Jun Xiaoyao depart. As he withdrew his consciousness from the Yuan realm and exited the room, a notification chimed. Event triggered. The goddess of calamity has entrusted all resources to her master. Reward, 20,000,000 points. These resources must be utilized wisely, Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. With the system's new feature, the Super Sect, he could forge an unparalleled and formidable sect from these resources. This sect would become a sharp sword in his hand, capable of striking wherever he wished, invulnerable to all. Naturally, powerful treasures would be reserved for Yaoer and the others. As he stepped out of the villa, Jun Xiaoyao noticed a young girl swimming in the pool, her enchanting figure on full display. Alongside her was a familiar face, Zhou Qingqing. To his surprise, Zhou Qingqing had also arrived. Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao emerge, Su Mingyao climbed to the pool's edge, greeting him. Hello, brother. Zhou Qingqing chimed in, her little face flushed, adorably beautiful. Initially, Yaoer had not mentioned that her brother was home. Now, she found herself dressed in such a manner, utterly mortified, wishing desperately to disappear into a crevice. Clad only in a swimsuit, she was exposed, with very little left to the imagination. Ah, Qingqing has come. You two enjoy yourselves. I shall prepare some delicious food for you. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand, greeting Zhou Qingqing. A glance at her revealed that she possessed an excellent figure. Appearing quiet and demure, yet her form was remarkably alluring, a true enchantress. However, he also noted, the girl, possessing a delicate sensibility, blushed deeply upon encountering him, clearly overwhelmed by shyness. Thus, he felt compelled to depart swiftly, lest the young lady find herself in a state of confusion. Thank you, brother, she murmured as she watched Jun Xiaoyao leave, finally exhaling a sigh of relief, her heart brimming with gratitude. Yao Yao's brother is truly kind. Had he chosen to linger, she would have been utterly at a loss, unable to don a swimsuit in the presence of a grown man. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Might Yao Yao's brother harbor feelings for her? After all, she, too, was one of the beauties of Jiangnan First High School, not inferior to Yao Yao in any regard. In that moment, her mind swirled with a cacophony of thoughts, her cheeks aflame. Chapter 106. Just a little crush, Qingqing. Are you infatuated? As Zhou Qingqing pondered in a flurry of thoughts, Su Mingyao's voice pierced through her reverie. Startled by Mingyao's sudden presence, Zhou Qingqing's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. At this moment, her secret was all but exposed. Of course not. You're the one who's infatuated. Zhou Qingqing pouted, playfully engaging with Su Mingyao in a bid to divert her attention from the topic, fearing that if Mingyao's brother got wind of this, it would be utterly mortifying. Facing him afterward would be an embarrassment she could hardly bear. But wait, why should she even need to confront him? Could it be that she harbored feelings for Mingyao's brother? Unthinkable. She would never fall for him, despite his striking handsomeness and the delightful, exquisite pet he had gifted her. Qingqing, tell me, do you like my brother? Speak the truth, no lies allowed. Su Mingyao leaned closer, her voice a mere whisper. Her enchanting visage adorned with a mischievous smile, her gaze fixed intently on Zhou Qingqing, eager to discern any hint of deception. In reality, Mingyao possessed formidable powers as a mind master, ranked at level 51, comparable to a martial emperor. In a true battle, she could effortlessly obliterate any martial emperor, eliminating foes before they even knew what hit them. Yet, the true strength of a mind master lies not merely in combat, but in their dominion over the cosmos. Their quick wit and their extraordinary abilities that surpass human imagination. They can peer into the depths of the heart and perceive that which eludes the naked eye. To attempt to lie in her presence is akin to speaking nonsense with one's eyes wide open. What are you talking about, Mingyao? I'm ignoring you. Zhou Qingqing's face was aflame with embarrassment. She understood that it was futile to conceal anything from Mingyao. She was not adept at lying or hiding her feelings, as everything was laid bare upon her countenance. No disguises allowed. Speak. Su Mingyao fixed Zhou Qingqing with a mock stern gaze, though it lacked any semblance of true menace, rendering her even more charming and delightful. Do you really want me to say it? Zhou Qingqing asked softly. Su Mingyao replied. Isn't that obvious? Just a little crush. Truly, it's only a smidgen. Zhou Qingqing's voice was barely audible, so faint that even Su Mingyao, sitting beside her, nearly missed it. Upon hearing her words, Mingyao's exquisite face blossomed into another sly smile. I understand. Just a little bit. Don't worry, I don't mind you. With a grin, Su Mingyao spoke, leaving Zhou Qingqing's heart racing, pondering the implications of Mingyao's words. If she were unaware of the relationship between Su Mingyao and Jun Xiaoyao, she might not have indulged in wild speculations. However, she is acutely aware of their connection and knows that Mingyao is destined to marry Jun Xiaoyao when she grows up. How could Mingyao not feel a surge of anger upon discovering her affection for him? Furthermore, what thoughts occupy her mind? Mingyao, you aren't upset, are you? If you are, I shall cease my admiration for him, truly. At the very least, I will avoid his presence. Please, do not be angry. You are my sole good friend. Zhou Qingqing gazed anxiously at Su Mingyao. To be candid, she felt a twinge of reluctance, yet she feared losing a cherished friend even more. For they had been together since childhood, knowing each other for a decade. I am not angry at all. Please do not overthink it. If I were to become upset over such matters, I would have succumbed to fury long ago. Su Mingyao replied with a gentle smile. What do you mean? Zhou Qingqing inquired, perplexed. My brother not only has a fiancée, but also a girlfriend. Yet, I harbor no resentment. I adore my brother, and he is exceptionally remarkable. Many admire him, and as long as they are worthy of him and he reciprocates their feelings, I shall not mind, Su Mingyao stated earnestly. Regardless of what the future holds, her affection for her brother remains unwavering, and she understands that he has always cared for her, showering her with love and affection. They have been each other's support, and in their hearts, no one could ever take the other's place. This is one of the reasons for her lack of anger. Moreover, in this era, although it superficially adheres to monogamy, truly powerful men often possess multiple wives and concubines. Not only the capable men, but even those of lesser merit often engage in erratic romantic pursuits. Qingqing is here too. What are you two discussing? At that moment, as the two were engrossed in conversation, the gates of Longquan Mountain opened, and a pink sports car glided in, eventually halting on the lawn. Tian Youzi, adorned in high heels, approached, greeting Zhou Qingqing and Su Mingyao with a smile, her eyes scanning for something. Sister Youzi, hello, greeted Su Mingyao and Zhou Qingqing in unison. Where's your brother? Tian Youzi inquired, having not spotted Jun Xiaoyao. He is in the kitchen, Su Mingyao responded. Oh, it's almost time for dinner. A blissful smile graced Tian Youzi's exquisite face. As she spoke, she switched out her high heels for a pair of fluffy slippers and made her way toward the kitchen. Mingyao, isn't she known as Ice Sister? Why is she now? Zhou Qingqing expressed her curiosity. The last time she encountered Tian Youzi, she had referred to her as Ice Sister, aware that her name was Tian Luobing. Yet, upon her return, she wondered why the name had changed. In truth, her name is not Tian Luobing, but Tian Youzi. Tian Luobing is her younger sister. They are strikingly alike, more identical than twins, sharing the same demeanor. The true Ice Sister, whom you have yet to meet, is the fiancée of my brother. This elder sister is my brother's girlfriend. Do you understand now? Su Mingyao spoke softly. As they conversed, they walked towards the villa, preparing to bathe, change their clothes, and then have dinner. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingqing listened in astonishment, ultimately left speechless. This was truly remarkable. The scenario felt as if it had sprung from a novel. Chapter 107. The comic-level ice goddess, Yao Yao So. Can your brother distinguish between them? Does he know their identities? Zhou Qingqing was filled with curiosity. Is it truly possible for sisters to resemble each other so closely in this world? Moreover, they are not even identical twins, even if they share the same appearance. There should be some distinguishing features. Yet, according to Yao Yao, they look exactly alike, even down to their temperament, which is quite extraordinary. More importantly, they are both breathtakingly beautiful. Initially, her brother had mistakenly thought that Sister Zier was Sister Bing, unaware that he was encountering a pair of sisters. After parting ways with Sister Zier in the morning, he met Sister Bing at noon, leading to a series of amusing mishaps. However, he now understands their relationship. Su Mingyao responded, stating that she, too, had difficulty believing there could be such similar individuals in the world. Even after meeting Tian Youzi and Tian Luo Bing, she remained skeptical, for their resemblance was uncanny. Double the joy, indeed. Zhou Qingqing covered her mouth in surprise. After a moment, the two girls finished their baths and changed into fresh clothes before entering the dining hall, where Jun Xiaoyao had prepared a meal. The four of them finished dining, and Su Mingyao announced, "Brother, I'm going to Qingqing's house to play. I want TB back today." "All right," Jun Xiaoyao nodded. "Goodbye, brother." "Goodbye, brother." Zhou Qingqing and Su Mingyao chimed as they departed from Longquan Mountain. This was her first visit to Zhou Qingqing's home. Although their relationship had always been close, she had never visited before. Upon returning from school, she would always be with her brother. For the past 2 years, she maintained this routine, returning home after school and waiting for her brother's return, day in and day out. Yet, every day ended in disappointment, though she never lost hope. "Darling, shall we go shopping?" After the two girls left, Tian Youzi snuggled up to Jun Xiaoyao, sweetly expressing her desire. She felt immense gratitude as Yao Yao was creating opportunities for her to spend time alone with Jun Xiaoyao. "Sure," Jun Xiaoyao replied, setting down his utensils and hastily tidying up. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's agreement, Tian Youzi's face lit up with joy as she dashed upstairs to change. By the time Jun Xiaoyao finished cleaning, Tian Youzi was ready, adorned in a casual shirt and a pleated skirt, her feet encased in delicate shoes. Her stunningly cold visage, with hair cascading down to her waist, showcased a flawless figure, her waist delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand, complemented by long, graceful legs that were smooth, fair, and perfectly straight, clad in crystalline stockings. "Darling, do I look beautiful?" Tian Youzi blushed at Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, her heart swelling with pride and joy. If only one could be truly beautiful. Giant Xiaoyao remained oblivious, yet his gaze was undeniably captivating, evoking a sense of shyness. Indeed, he was handsome. Giant Xiaoyao nodded, speaking candidly. He was inherently good-looking. If Tian Youzi were not beautiful, then it would follow that no girl in this world could be deemed attractive. "Let us depart," he suggested. "You shall drive." Tian Youzi, filled with unrestrained joy, rushed to Giant Xiaoyao's side, her delicate hand entwining with his arm as they made their way to the car. Upon reaching it, she handed him the keys, entrusting him with the responsibility of driving. "Where to?" he inquired as he settled into the driver's seat, while Tian Youzi took her place beside him. "Shopping. Watching a movie. You decide," she replied, her enchanting eyes fixed on him, eagerly anticipating a day akin to that of a couple in love. "Very well," Giant Xiaoyao acquiesced, and soon they were en route to the city center, the most vibrant locale. After parking, he grasped Tian Youzi's small hand, leading her through the streets, strolling leisurely, watching films, and shopping. They shared a single ice cream, indulged in candied hawthorn, and sipped from a cup of milk tea, embodying the essence of a couple deeply in love. Tian Youzi's once cold, exquisite visage radiated with sweet smiles, devoid of any trace of frostiness or the demeanor of a CEO, revealing the innocence of a young girl. As the clock struck 11, they returned to Longquan Mountain, ascending to the second floor of the villa, to the observation deck. Giant Xiaoyao reclined in a hanging basket, gazing up at the starry sky, entranced by the celestial dance of the stars. Beside him, Tian Youzi nestled in his embrace, her soft, fragrant form igniting a surge of impulse within him. Gradually, his hand found its way around her slender waist, exploring her figure with an unrestrained tenderness. Though separated by a shirt, he could still feel the silkiness of her skin beneath. Giant Xiaoyao was the only male she had ever been this close to. In that moment, she leaned against him, unable to meet his gaze. "Husband," she murmured, yet this time, she did not deter his advances. Her beautiful eyes, like fine silk, turned toward Giant Xiaoyao. Chapter 108. Jun Xiaoyao. I shall end your life. As I gazed upon Tian Youzi, her exquisite visage was suffused with a rosy hue. Her heart racing in a tumult of tension, fear, and shyness. Husband, Jun Xiaoyao tenderly embraced her, lifting her into his arms as he made his way toward the chamber. In the Linjiang courtyard, within a modest yet cozy villa, Tian Luobing sat cross-legged on her bed, engrossed in her cultivation. In her realm, there was naught but the pursuit of mastery, for she yearned to swiftly reclaim the pinnacle she had once attained in her previous life. Only then could she return to the Taishan heaven. Moreover, with the earth having entered the realm of fantasy for 99 years, there remained but a year of protection. After this year, Earth would undoubtedly become perilous, besieged by formidable worlds, a critical impetus for her to grow stronger expeditiously. Another motive lingered in her heart: vengeance against Jun Xiaoyao. The illustrious empress of Taishan heaven had been so egregiously wronged by him. It was utterly infuriating. Once I restore my full power, I shall compel you to call me sister, you scoundrel. Yet, as she reflected on their experiences in the cataclysmic realm, she recognized that Jun Xiaoyao had treated her with kindness, which quelled her resentment. In that moment, her emotions were a tumultuous storm. Calm yourself, she admonished, forcing tranquility upon her troubled mind. After all, how could one cultivate without composure? As time passed, 2 hours slipped by, and at last, she found her serenity. However, just as she was about to enter a state of deep meditation, an unusual heat enveloped her body, accompanied by a bewildering surge of intimate fantasies that inexplicably surfaced in her mind. Furthermore, her body began to undergo subtle transformations. In an instant, her usually frosty countenance was flushed with crimson. Though she prided herself on her indifference and aloofness, she was not oblivious to the ways of the world. In this era, it was evident what her sensations signified, an experience akin to romantic desire. Yet, how could she entertain such notions alone? She had never harbored feelings for anyone, nor had she ever interacted intimately with the opposite sex. Her only acquaintance had been Jun Xiaoyao. What could possibly be the cause of this? Sister, Jun Xiaoyao, could it be? As she grappled with her thoughts, a sudden realization struck her. Was it conceivable that her sister and Jun Xiaoyao were engaging in such intimate acts, creating a mysterious and profound connection between them? It seemed implausible, almost absurd. While it is often said that twins share a subtle bond, it is typically negligible. However, she and her sister were not twins. How could they share such an intense connection, especially of this nature? If her sister were to wed Jun Xiaoyao, would she not be at a disadvantage? Jun Xiaoyao, you scoundrel! Cease this at once. I shall have your head. Tian Luobing's fury ignited. In the presence of a profound connection with Tian Youzi, at least a fraction of that essence manifested within her, akin to the playful yet intimate gestures of Jun Xiaoyao, which instantly rendered Tian Luobing utterly bashful. Internally, she chastised Jun Xiaoyao countless times. Indeed, within the confines of Tian Youzi's chamber, Jun Xiaoyao gently placed her upon the bed and, turning away, prepared to depart. Husband, Tian Youzi gazed at him with reluctance as he made to leave, a mixture of fear and anxiety welling within her, for she was not entirely ready. Be good and sleep, Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Husband, would you hold me as I sleep? Tian Youzi murmured softly, her heart brimming with anticipation. Aren't you afraid? Jun Xiaoyao paused, taken aback. Was she being deliberately provocative? Did she not fear the potential consequences? I am afraid, Tian Youzi replied, her gaze fixed anxiously upon Jun Xiaoyao. Good night. Chapter 109. The Demon Empress of the Fifth Demon Realm. On this particular night, Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi lingered in their slumber long after the moon had ascended. They had indulged in all that was to be seen, kissed, and touched, with only the final step remaining. Meanwhile, Tian Luobing, residing in the villa of Linjiang Garden, spent the night in a state of unrest, caught in a whirlwind of shyness and anxiety, accompanied by an inexplicable, exquisite sensation. She felt a tumult of anticipation, desire, and fear. Her animosity towards Jun Xiaoyao had penetrated her very core. In time, she found herself in a dilemma, uncertain whether her feelings leaned towards hatred or affection. A thought, which she deemed shameful, began to surface. Perhaps she should agree to his proposal, marry him, and become his woman. The mere notion filled Tian Luobing with dread and terror. How could such thoughts emerge within her? No, she must strengthen herself swiftly and eliminate him. Otherwise, her resolve would be shattered. The following day, at dawn, Jun Xiaoyao awakened, his gaze falling upon the delicate figure nestled in his arms. igniting a fire within him. Her skin was smooth and fair, reminiscent of satin, her face exquisite, and her form perfect. Her long, shapely legs were elegantly curved and pristine. Every inch of her was intoxicating, particularly her lovely legs and voluptuous form, leaving him utterly captivated. At that moment, Youzi remained in deep slumber, clad only in a diminutive pair of panties, her fullness pressing against him, one beautiful leg draped across his body. Jun Xiaoyao gently reached out, his fingers brushing against a delicate spot, causing the sleeping Youzi to shudder and awaken, her icy yet stunning visage flushing a deep crimson upon meeting his gaze. "Darling," she whispered softly, her voice sweet and enchanting, sending tremors through his heart. Jun Xiaoyao responded, his eyes lingering on her blushing face. "Please close your eyes. I need to get up and dress," Youzi said softly. Her voice laced with nervousness and shyness, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet his. "No, I shall watch," Jun Xiaoyao replied with a wicked grin, relishing the sight of her. To himself, he mused, having seen and touched her the night prior. "You are incorrigible," Youzi's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving her at a loss for how to react. "Let us rise," Jun Xiaoyao urged, aware that she had already been thoroughly seen and felt by him. Yet, she remained overwhelmed with shyness. After contemplating for a while and mustering her courage, her cheeks aflame, she sprang from the bed and dressed with remarkable speed. Typically, it would take her several minutes to prepare, but today she donned her clothing in a mere 5 seconds, astonishing Jun Xiaoyao. "Will you be heading to the company today?" he inquired, retracting his gaze. "Yes," she replied. However, she was reluctant to leave, wanting to remain with her husband. Youzi pouted her small lips and playfully said so. Indeed, she had lost the desire to go to the corporation, yet the affairs of the company had not been fully transferred, making her absence impossible. At just 20 years of age, she found herself in a position where many other girls her age were still in university, though exceptions like Tian Luobing were certainly present. "I will drive you there," Jun Xiaoyao declared as he rose from his slumber. "Really? That would be wonderful," Youzi exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she leaped into Jun Xiaoyao's embrace, planting a kiss on his cheek. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao returned to his room to freshen up and change. A half-hour later, the two departed from Longquan Mountain, heading towards Tianmu Plaza. "Is that the Empress of the Supreme Void? Such a diminutive figure?" Just as they were leaving Longquan Mountain, a pair of eyes nearby was fixated on the entrance, astonished upon spotting Youzi inside a pink sports car. Once the vehicle vanished from sight, a breathtakingly beautiful woman materialized on the road. She appeared to be around 17 or 18. Possessing an exquisite face and a perfectly sculpted figure, her long legs accentuated by attire akin to light armor, exuding an alluring charm that invoked both fiery passion and a hint of trepidation. She resembled a blazing inferno, akin to a phoenix of flames, stunning, fiery, and enchanting. Reminiscent of a peerless female demon empress, her eyes radiated gentleness, yet within that softness lay a steely resolve, akin to a ruthless fiend who had vanquished countless lives. However, despite her striking resemblance and shared aura with the Empress of the Supreme Void, this woman was certainly not she. "Could it be Tian Luobing?" the woman murmured, furrowing her brow. The Empress of the Supreme Void was a figure of immense stature, and the two were destined rivals, having clashed innumerable times throughout their lives. Their final encounter resulted in their mutual demise, leading to her reincarnation. Seeing Youzi felt akin to encountering the Empress, yet upon closer inspection, it was clear that this was not her, for the Empress had merged with the heart of the world. Even in death and rebirth, that essence would not dissipate, bound as it was to her spirit. "And that man, is he the betrothed bestowed upon me by the old man?" she whispered, a visage surfacing in her mind, one she had only glimpsed from afar, yet had imprinted itself upon her memory. A man not listed on the heavenly rankings, yet capable of annihilating the Western deities. Jun Tiendi, how intriguing. "In my prime, you would be no more than an insect," she concluded, turning her gaze towards Longquan Mountain. She was none other than the demon empress Ji Qingwu of the 5th demon domain. Chapter 110. The third fiancé. In the car, Jun Xiaoyao furrowed his brow. Just moments ago, as he departed from Longquan Mountain, he sensed someone observing him. Naturally, with his striking good looks, driving a supercar, and accompanied by an enchanting beauty, He was bound to attract attention. However, the gaze he felt was distinctly different. "Darling, what's wrong?" Tian Youzi inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "I encountered someone who harbored hostility." Jun Xiao replied. Indeed, the individual exuded a sense of enmity, albeit not overwhelmingly so. It felt akin to the attitude Tian Luo Bing held towards him. Otherwise, the system's virtual map would have long since marked her as a red dot. Suddenly, a crystalline card within the realm of Yuanshi rotated in his mind. With this realization, Jun Xiaoyao quickly deduced that the person in question was one of his 5 fiancés, and she had recognized him, hence the underlying rejection and animosity. A wave of curiosity welled up within him. "Is she formidable?" Tian Youzi asked, regarding Jun Xiaoyao with concern. "Not particularly. She is merely at the martial king level. She cannot surpass you. Perhaps she is the one I seek," Jun Xiaoyao stated. He chose to withhold certain truths. There was no need to conceal anything from Tian Youzi, who was already aware of his situation. He had 5 fiancés, with Tian Luo Bing and Yao being just 2 among them. "Fiancé?" Tian Youzi paused, her lips pouting slightly, a hint of jealousy flickering in her eyes. It was evident that the other must be extraordinarily beautiful. Considering Yao and Bing both were exceptionally stunning, equally matched with her own allure. The remaining 3 fiancés must be equally captivating. "Last night, I should have given myself to him. Yet, I felt too shy," she mused. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, focusing intently on driving, dismissing any stray thoughts. "Darling, why don't you return? I can go to the group by myself," Tian Youzi suggested, feeling somewhat discontent at the idea of leaving the other person unattended. "I will take you to the group," Jun Xiaoyao replied. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the base of Tianmu Tower. "Darling, do not bully her," Tian Youzi cautioned. "Not at all," Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. With 5 fiancés, he had already made his choice. He needed only Yao. If not for the existence of a marriage contract, he would not consider anyone else. In his heart, Yao was the one he wished to protect. Moreover, he was currently with Tian Youzi. "Goodbye," Tian Youzi smiled, pecking him on the cheek before dashing into the building. Jun Xiaoyao waved and parked the car, then exited the tower. He had no intention of working. Nature requires no vehicle. After all, one is not in haste, and returning may as well be a leisurely stroll. Half an hour later, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at Longquan Mountain. Before the grand entrance, he encountered a stunning woman, whose beauty rivaled that of Tian Youzi and Tian Luo Bing, both equally enchanting. However, her attire and demeanor stood in stark contrast to that of Tian Luo Bing. The latter exuded an air of proud coldness, repelling others with an icy presence akin to a celestial goddess untouched by earthly affairs. In stark contrast, the woman before him radiated warmth, akin to a blazing phoenix. Her figure voluptuous, her legs long and graceful, and her visage breathtakingly beautiful. She embodied a captivating allure, reminiscent of the goddess Huolinger from national animation. Yet, an unsettling sense of danger enveloped Jun Xiaoyao. His first impression was clear. This woman was not to be trifled with. In terms of beauty and allure, the only one comparable to her was the goddess of calamity, both belonging to the category of formidable women. Ding, event triggered. Master encounters Ji Qingwu. Reward, 1,000,000 points. As they exchanged glances, the system notification chimed, signaling the initiation of an event with a reward of 1,000,000 points. "Is entry not permitted?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Although the surroundings exuded tranquility, he was not easily deceived. The grand formation had been struck by this woman, yet it remained unshaken. He had crafted the array, and even from millions of miles away, he could sense its fluctuations. Furthermore, the virtual map reflected the array's disturbances. Jun Tian Di, the world's foremost hidden powerhouse, a taboo among Western deities. Who would have anticipated that in Huaxia, the foremost hidden family, the Ji clan, harbored such an unparalleled prodigy? Ji Qingwu, the one most likely to surpass the martial god, was, in truth, one of the 4 prodigies of the Huaxia Security Bureau, the Vermilion Bird. As she spoke, her captivating gaze remained fixed on Jun Xiaoyao, gracefully approaching him, her exquisite form swaying enticingly, a vision of unparalleled beauty. Her crimson lips parted slightly, exhaling a breath as fragrant as orchids. At that moment, Ji Qingwu was the epitome of seduction. "Investigating me?" Jun Xiaoyao's tone was icy. a wave of annihilating killing intent emanating from him. The revelation of his true identity upon their first meeting was unsettling. It was evident he had been scrutinized, which irked him greatly. Secrets, after all, were to be kept hidden. I have heard that you are my fiancé. Ji Qingwu discerned the murderous intent emanating from Jun Xiaoyao and felt a jolt of surprise. Was this man truly so oblivious? With such beauty and allure, did he not feel even a semblance of attraction? Moreover, she was indeed his fiancée, even if she would not acknowledge or accept it. He should not treat her in such a manner. If this were the former life, at the zenith of my power, even if you were the esteemed emperor of the heavens, I could effortlessly extinguish you with but a mere finger. Pray, what thoughts occupy your mind? What intentions do you harbor? Will it be you who proposes the dissolution of our engagement, or shall I take the initiative? Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained unperturbed, his gaze calm as it rested upon Ji Qingwu. To speak candidly, the young lady possessed an exquisite beauty, so captivating that it quickened one's heartbeat. Yet, I would never dare to provoke her. She simply does not align with my preferences. More critically, there is an aura of peril that surrounds her. Chapter 111. Ji Qingwu was on the brink of tears breaking off the engagement. Ji Qingwu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the unexpected words. It seemed that Jun Xiaoyao's statement exceeded her wildest expectations. After all, with her unparalleled beauty, only the heavenly empress of Tian had ever been her equal in her past life. In this new existence, she had yet to encounter anyone who could rival her allure. Certainly, the girl in the pink supercar could be compared, but she was not the heavenly empress and thus could not be mentioned in the same breath. Had this man failed to notice her charm? For a moment, she was rendered speechless, questioning his taste. Did the girl from the supercar possess a promising future? As reality sank in, an inexplicable anger welled within her. To mention breaking off the engagement upon their very first meeting, was that girl not incensed? Although Jun Xiaoyao had not explicitly stated the desire to annul their engagement, his demeanor clearly indicated a lack of interest in her. It would be easier for him to suggest it outright, sparing her feelings. Jun Xiaoyao nodded calmly, resolute not to repeat the previous debacle with Tian Youzi, which had left him entangled in a predicament with no resolution in sight, continually facing Tian Luobing's icy demeanor. He was determined to end this engagement, yet out of respect for the girl, he thought it best for her to initiate the conversation. What if he broached the subject and inadvertently hurt her feelings? Jun Xiaoyao, the so-called gentleman. Is this how you greet someone? You want me to bring it up first? When you were the one to suggest it. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have been the one to propose it, which would have been a true expression of my desire to break off the engagement. Now, even if I do bring it up, it feels like I am doing so under duress. Your coercion is palpable. Ji Qingwu was furious, her frustration pushing her to the brink of tears. At that moment, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, making her seem even more beautiful, evoking a sense of sympathy in those who beheld her. The reincarnation of a demon emperor? So what? In this life, she was merely 18, a girl who naturally had her moments of anger and petulance. Notification, event triggered. The master almost made Ji Qingwu cry. Reward points. 1,000,000. The event reoccurred. A scoundrel? How am I at fault here? Don't be unreasonable. Even if I were a scoundrel, I haven't wronged you in any way. I am utterly speechless. Just like Tian Luobing, I ask you once more, do you wish to break off the engagement? Jun Xiaoyao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What on earth was happening? A scoundrel? Am I truly a scoundrel? I am but pure of heart. In that moment, he recalled Tian Luobing, who had accused him of being a scoundrel upon their first meeting, despite him having done nothing to provoke her. These two young ladies were utterly unreasonable, and the system was being particularly cruel. Aside from Yao, the others seemed to be somewhat mentally challenged. You. Wait a moment. Who is Tian Luobing? Was that the girl I just saw? Ji Qingwu, upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, felt even more incensed. How dare he call me unreasonable? This man. I detest you. By the way, who is Tian Luobing? From your tone, it seems I resemble her in some way. It appears there is someone else who shares my disdain for you. No, she is her sister. Do I need to explain this to you? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and began to speak, only to realize he need not waste his breath. Tian Luobing, now I understand. Ji Qingwu fell into deep contemplation, suddenly struck by a revelation. The girl she had just encountered bore a striking resemblance to the heavenly empress of Tian. Yet, She was certainly not the empress. Thus, her sister must be the heavenly empress. The opportunity has been presented to you. So, I shall embrace the role of the villain and annul this engagement. After uttering these words, Jun Xiaoyao opened the gates of Longquan Mountain, preparing to depart. Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Tiandi. I loathe you. You bully others. Stop. What is your reason for breaking off the engagement? Is it solely because you are Jun Tiandi, possessing the power to destroy the world and govern this realm? Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's actions, it was evident he intended to bid her farewell. And indeed, he was truly annulling the engagement. I am furious. I, the demon emperor of the fifth demon domain, am supreme, a harbinger of death. None lay eyes upon me without trembling. Yet you, a mere Jun Tiandi, dare to break off our engagement? It is not due to status or power. The reason is quite simple. I do not fancy your type. And I reject the notion of an engagement. To be frank, aside from you, I have 4 other fiancées. Now, do you comprehend my position? Farewell, my dear. Or rather, never to meet again. Jun Xiaoyao chose to ignore Ji Qingwu and walked further into Longquan Mountain. Finally, he had annulled 1 engagement. There were still 2 remaining. Who could they be? Just as he exhaled in relief, a faint sound of something slicing through the air emerged as the gates were about to close. Suddenly, a red figure flashed past and stood before him, blocking his path. How dashing! Are you feeling relieved? Not so fast. I shall not allow you to have your way. You think you can simply break off the engagement? With a playful chuckle, she mused, dream on. It matters not that you are not fond of my type. What matters is that I am quite taken with yours. A mischievous smile graced the exquisite visage of Ji Qingwu, casting aside any trace of her earlier grievances as if they had never existed. Ding! Event triggered. Master S marriage withdrawal failed. Reward points. 2,000,000. This marked the 3rd triggered event. Is everything all right here? Jun Xiaoyao remarked, an ominous shadow crossing his face. This is utterly intolerable. How are we to continue living under such circumstances? Chapter 112. The dual cultivation of Ji Qingwu Xiaoyao. Everything here is quite normal. Since you have 5 fiancées, and Tian Luobing is one of them, I bear her no ill will. Besides, having 1 more is hardly excessive. Ji Qingwu spoke with a voice as soft and melodious as a gentle breeze, her eyes sparkling with vitality. Moreover, I practice dual cultivation. Dual cultivation? What does that entail? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, momentarily taken aback, as this was the first time he had encountered such a term. Ji Qingwu, reminiscent of a playful little fox, elaborated with animated gestures, effortlessly transitioning between the persona of a mature woman and an adorable lowly. The sight left Jun Xiaoyao's heart racing with fervor. You, he sighed, exasperated. I can't bear to look any longer. Otherwise, I might lose my composure. What am I to do? Perhaps I should just cast her aside, but that seems rather impolite. Reluctantly, he decided to sidestep Ji Qingwu and make his way towards the villa atop the mountain. Surely, she won't follow me, he thought, yet his concerns proved unwarranted. Ji Qingwu trailed closely behind him, her faint, alluring scent igniting a rush of blood to his head. Could it be that I am mistaken in my approach? Perhaps. In my next attempt to break off our engagement, I should play the role of a devoted admirer. After all, women seldom truly appreciate such devotion, which would facilitate my desire to be released from this bond. I am indeed a genius. With this resolution, Jun Xiaoyao reflected on his past experiences, realizing that attempts to annul engagements often had the opposite effect. Upon entering the villa and ascending the stairs, he headed towards his room, noting, "This is a girl's room, and so is this one. It seems at least 3 girls have graced this villa. But where am I to reside?" Ji Qingwu, having closely followed him, recognized the rooms belonging to Tian Youzi and Su Mingyao by the unmistakable aura of femininity that permeated the air. "Are you planning to stay here?" Jun Xiaoyao remarked, a frown creasing his forehead. "Isn't that a bit excessive? You might as well wish for my demise." "Of course," Ji Qingwu retorted with a playful certainty. "As your fiancé, it is only natural for me to reside with you. Even without a formal marriage, we can cultivate our bond. Just look at those young couples. How many end up tying the knot? They cohabit without any intent of marriage, whereas we have an engagement, which grants us both status and legitimacy." She spoke with an air of undeniable rationale, her mind set on settling the score with anyone who dared to provoke her. "Tian Luobing is your fiancée. I intend to seize her affection and take you away," inciting her fury. "What is happening?" There is no trace of Tian Luo being here. Does she not reside in this place? Jun Xiaoyao is perplexed, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, rendering him speechless. At times, silence proves to be more prudent. After all, what if his words provoke the other party to wrath? Soon, he arrived at the entrance of his room and halted, casting a mischievous gaze upon Ji Qingwu, surveying her with an unrestrained demeanor reminiscent of a lecherous man, appearing rather frivolous. What do you intend to do? Please, do not act rashly. Do not be impulsive. Ji Qingwu exclaimed, sensing the unsettling intensity of Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, her heart quickening with trepidation. You wouldn't dare to overstep, would you? And where are your eyes wandering? In that moment, Ji Qingwu felt an overwhelming anxiety. What if this fellow were to act recklessly? She doubted her ability to withstand him, and tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. Jun Xiaoyao, upon witnessing Ji Qingwu's reaction, could not help but chuckle. You little vixen, daring to irritate me shall not end well for you. He then strode toward his room. Humph, Ji Qingwu huffed, taking a few steps at the doorway. With a slight pout of her rosy lips, she revealed a sly smile and departed from Jun Xiaoyao's room, seeking another chamber within the villa to settle in. Oh my goodness! Inside her new room, Jun Xiaoyao reclined on his bed, utterly dejected. Hearing footsteps, he assumed Ji Qingwu had left. But upon scanning the surroundings with his mental acuity, he was rendered speechless. To his astonishment, he discovered that Ji Qingwu had taken residence in the room adjacent to his. How presumptuous! This is my home, after all. As a young woman, how could she reside here so casually? To be fair, Ji Qingwu is indeed beautiful. A goddess worthy of a manga, even more enchanting than the renowned Huolinger of the national animation. A dual cultivation of both a mature woman and a youthful bride? He already possesses a regal wife, the goddess of calamity, and a lowly fiancé, Yaoer, along with Tian Youzi. What more could he desire? In the West, within the divine hall, a congregation of Western deities gathered today to deliberate on a matter of utmost significance. Indeed, every prominent deity from the celestial rankings was present, including Zeus's mother, underscoring the gravity of their discussions. The forbidden treasure is on the verge of emergence. Before its arrival, Jun Tiandi must be eliminated, otherwise, he will jeopardize our plans. Moreover, if we do not eradicate him, our journey to Huaxia will be hindered. The speaker is Odin. His power undoubtedly places him among the top 10 deities of the Western pantheon. In terms of sorcery, even Zeus would find himself outmatched. According to investigations, the might of the Celestial Emperor is comparable to ours, ranking him among the foremost divinities in the West, easily surpassing all others. Should there be a genuine intent to eliminate him, it would not prove to be a formidable challenge. As for Shakyamuni, he is not a deity of the West, but rather a divine figure originating from the South Asian subcontinent. However, he harbors a disdain for the land of Huaxia. In the presence of countless mythological figures from Huaxia, the Buddhism he propagated appears trivial. Indeed, Buddhism is perceived as an outsider in Huaxia, akin to a charlatan. During prosperous times, it seeks offerings and disseminates teachings. In tumultuous eras, it retreats from society. This stands in stark contrast to the native myths of Huaxia, where Taoism emerges in times of chaos to offer salvation, while in times of peace, it secludes itself for spiritual cultivation. Thus, taking advantage of the absence of Huaxia's mythological figures, he aligns himself with the Western gods to impose upon Huaxia, much like Amaterasu from the island nation. Chapter 113. The Western deities mobilize to ambush the celestial emperor. The crucial question is how to lure him out of Huaxia. It was Perseus who spoke. Though Huaxia lacks deities, it is home to countless formidable warriors. Moreover, Huaxia possesses the most powerful technology and satellites in the world. Should the Western deities invade Huaxia in large numbers, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of Huaxia, triggering a fierce conflict between the West and Huaxia, thereby disrupting the global order. The solution is simple. We need only to capture one of his loved ones. Kronos spoke calmly, as he gestured with one hand. Several shimmering screens materialized, displaying images of several stunning young women. Upon seeing these images, the assembly of deities nodded in agreement. If they were to abduct a relative of the Celestial Emperor, he would certainly emerge to rescue them. The Western deities have various means to uncover the identity of the Celestial Emperor. They already know that Jun Xiaoyao is indeed the Celestial Emperor, possessing power that approaches that of a saint. To eliminate him alone would be exceedingly difficult and would incur great costs, making it an unwise endeavor. Since it has been agreed upon that the Celestial Emperor must be eradicated, they would join forces to accomplish this task. Thus it was decreed, Azura, Odin, Shakyamuni, Amaterasu, Kronos, and Perseus shall lead the gods in surrounding and annihilating the Celestial Emperor, while the Mother Goddess, Hecate, and Athena shall guide the remaining deities to the North Bermuda. Zeus, the king of the gods, finally spoke, his words sealing their fate as he began issuing commands. Soon, the deities were organized, with half of them dispatched to North Bermuda, where a forbidden treasure was said to have appeared, while he personally led the others in preparation for the ambush against the Celestial Emperor. The alliance of the King of Gods with other principal deities to confront a single powerful being from Huaxia would undoubtedly astonish the world. This strategy also aimed to eliminate a rival of equal strength without incurring any losses. While he believed he could vanquish the Celestial Emperor alone, he was wary of potential injury. This exemplifies the selfishness and treachery of the Western deities. Meanwhile, in Longquan Mountain, within a chamber, the young lady pouted her luscious lips in frustration. How could he look down upon me? She exclaimed, her anger palpable. She was Ji Qingwu, the demon empress of the fifth demon realm, known for her decisive actions and the reverence of countless beings. After perishing in battle against the empress of the supreme Xian, they both reincarnated on Earth. With the awakening of their memories, she has begun to rebuild her strength. Now, she has attained the martial king realm. However, Earth is not conducive to her cultivation, hindering her swift return to the pinnacle of her former self. Nonetheless, it has allowed her to solidify her foundation, correcting the instability of her previous life and fortifying her path in this new existence. Recently, she learned from her husband that she had an affianced, and at that moment, her entire demeanor soured. If he were an ordinary prodigy, perhaps she might have acquiesced to this betrothal. Yet who was she? The demon emperor, an unparalleled goddess. Could she possibly wed a mere youth from Earth? Not to mention an earthly youth. Even in her past life, countless prodigies had sought her attention, but she had never bestowed upon them even a glance. As time progressed, the higher her cultivation and status rose, the fewer dared to covet her. After becoming the demon emperor, she was regarded as a divine being in the eyes of mortals. Thus, after 4,000 years of solitary existence in her previous life, the prospect of a betrothed arranged by her family was utterly unacceptable, especially since she needed to find a way to swiftly restore her powers and return to the fifth demon domain. Her journey to Jiangnan City was prompted by the discovery of an extraordinary treasure destined to appear there. Concurrently, the security department assigned her a mission to liaise with Emperor Jun, which led her to an intriguing revelation. Emperor Jun was none other than Jun Xiaoyao, meaning her affianced was indeed Emperor Jun. But what of it? Even if he were Emperor Jun, he was unworthy of her. To make matters worse, that fellow had the audacity to renounce their engagement. Infuriating. Tian Luobing, the celestial empress of the Supreme Void, was also his fiancée. Whether that icy woman had consented to marry him remained uncertain. Regardless of her decision, the demon emperor would ensure her discontent by stealing her man. Ji Qingwu chuckled, as if she had encountered something amusing. In her past life, she had battled Tian Luobing for 2 millennia, ultimately leading to her reincarnation. Her heart harbored a deep-seated hatred for Tian Luobing. At noon, a faint sound of footsteps echoed, unmistakably belonging to a girl who was cheerfully bounding toward the villa. Curiosity piqued, Ji Qingwu wondered who it might be. Stepping out of the room, she beheld a stunningly beautiful girl of about 14 or 15 years, embodying innocence and purity. Radiating youthful charm, and standing tall like a delightful little fairy, her beauty rivaling Ji Qingwu's own. Upon seeing this girl, Ji Qingwu frowned. This scoundrel. Who are you? The girl inquired as she approached the villa. Hello, little sister. I am Ji Qingwu, the fiancée of Brother Xiaoyao. And you are? Ji Qingwu introduced herself with a warm smile, her innate charm evoking a sense of familiarity. This trait starkly contrasted with her interactions with Tian Youzi and Tian Luobing. Oh, I'm Su Mingyao, brother's sister. Where's my brother? Su Mingyao responded, her curiosity evident. An instinctive aversion arose, for the young lady was extraordinarily beautiful and, moreover, the fiancée of one's own brother. Upon encountering Ji Qingwu, a sense of hostility emerged, starkly contrasting with the feelings elicited by Tian Youzi and Tian Luobing. In their presence, she felt no such repulsion. As she spoke, her gaze remained vigilant, fixated upon Ji Qingwu. Chapter 114. Ji Qingwu encounters danger. He remained within the confines of the room. Ji Qingwu responded, having already discerned the hostility emanating from the petite beauty before her. Could it be that this young girl was also Jun Xiaoyao's fiancée? Beyond that, she could find no justification for such animosity. Yet, she remained indifferent, after all. She reasoned, girls of that age often behaved in such a manner. The empress would not stoop to engage with a child on such trivial matters. Ji Qingwu, in a moment of reflection, realized she herself was merely 18, a girl, too. And here she was, labeling others as children. "Oh, Su Mingyao," she murmured, as she made her way toward Jun Xiaoyao's chamber. Ji Qingwu's eyes flickered with mischief, and she followed suit. "Brother," Su Mingyao's dulcet voice chimed as she opened the door. "Yao is back." Jun Xiaoyao lay on the bed, engrossed in his phone. Upon seeing Su Mingyao, a smile graced his face. Brother, you and Sister Zier haven't." Su Mingyao kicked off her shoes and clambered onto the bed, sitting cross-legged beside him, propping her chin on her hands as she gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with playful mischief. It was evident she was inquiring whether her brother had shared an intimate moment with Tian Youzi the previous night. After all, she had gone to Qingqing's house to grant them some privacy. "Little girl, what are you thinking about all day?" Jun Xiaoyao felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing the child was being rather deliberate in her questioning. He affectionately pinched Su Mingyao's cheek, his touch gentle. "Is Sister Zier at work?" Su Mingyao pouted, concluding that her brother and Sister Zier had yet to reach that level of intimacy. "You haven't left yet?" Jun Xiaoyao asked, noticing Ji Qingwu's presence as she entered. He was well aware she had no intention of departing. "Why would I leave? Tonight, I intend to sleep here," Ji Qingwu declared, irritation lacing her voice. As she spoke, she mimicked Su Mingyao by kicking off her shoes, revealing her delicate, fair feet, each toe resembling a budding flower, exquisite in their beauty. She then climbed onto the bed, sitting beside Jun Xiaoyao. While her demeanor appeared relaxed, her heart raced in trepidation. It was her first time on a bed with a male, even if it was merely an act of defiance. Thankfully, Su Mingyao was present. Otherwise, she would never have dared to do so. "Are you serious?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired, his gaze fixated on Ji Qingwu, an impish glint in his eyes as he appraised her. In that moment, Ji Qingwu felt as though he could see right through her, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. Regardless of her status as the Demon Emperor, she was still a girl at heart, and until now, merely a child. "Serious? Yes, I am not afraid of you," Ji Qingwu stammered, her courage faltering. However, she resolved not to concede defeat. To yield before him would not only be a source of embarrassment, but it would also subject her to an insufferable oppression in the future. Unbeknownst to her, the tone of her voice had already betrayed her trepidation. Encouraging herself proved futile, as she had long been seen through by Jun Xiaoyao. It was not just Jun Xiaoyao. Even Su Mingyao, who stood nearby, discerned that this young lady was merely speaking bravado, lacking the courage to act seriously. She was but a child at heart. "Hee, Sister Qingwu. Let it go. You are already frightened," Su Mingyao chuckled. This young lady was rather amusing, perhaps even more entertaining than Sister Binger. Though she had a good relationship with Binger, her demeanor was rather frigid, whereas this young lady was much more approachable. "Very well. For the sake of my brother, I shall not hold this against you. If our relationship were strained, it would surely trouble him. I shall take my leave now." Jun Xiaoyao, also known as Jun Tiandi, is forever the man of Ji Qingwu. This fact is unchangeable. In this lifetime, she would never escape from the confines of his grasp. With a soft chuckle, Ji Qingwu leapt from the bed, donned her shoes, and strode toward the exit, her footsteps gradually fading away. Ultimately, she departed from the villa. A moment later, outside the villa, Ji Qingwu's startled exclamation echoed. Such a distance could not elude Jun Xiaoyao's keen ears. Upon hearing her cry, a question mark loomed in his mind. Was this young girl up to some mischief? Ding! Notification. Ji Qingwu in danger. At that moment, a prompt resonated in his mind. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness plunged into the Yuan realm, where he observed the virtual map. To his dismay, within a radius of 1,000 miles centered on himself, there were hundreds of red dots. The blute that had represented Ji Qingwu had vanished without a trace. "This is not good." Jun Xiaoyao withdrew from the Yuan realm. His brow furrowed in concern. "Brother, what's wrong?" Su Mingyao inquired, noticing the grave expression he wore for the first time, indicating he must be facing some trouble. What could it possibly be? It was known that, on Earth, there was scarcely anything that could trouble him. "She is in danger," Jun Xiaoyao stated gravely. "Sister Qingwu?" Su Mingyao asked, her concern mounting. In truth, her worry was not for Ji Qingwu herself, but rather because Ji Qingwu was her brother's fiancée. If anything were to happen to her, it would undoubtedly distress him as well. "Fear not, they are targeting me. She is not in immediate peril," Jun Xiaoyao reassured, regaining his composure and swiftly analyzing the situation. The emergence of numerous adversaries in his vicinity, coupled with the abduction of Ji Qingwu, unmistakably indicates that she is being utilized as bait, with the ultimate target being none other than Jun Xiaoyao, or perhaps the Emperor Jun. At that moment, a cataclysmic golden radiance erupted from the celestial rankings above, illuminating the entire Earth. This spectacle instantly astonished all of humanity and living beings across the globe. In less than 3 months, how could this previously tranquil celestial rankings create such a tremendous uproar today? Could it be that some unforeseen event has transpired on Earth? Chapter 115. The actions of Western deities have been exposed by the celestial rankings. What is happening? Could it be that the rankings are about to be revealed? That seems unlikely. The last announcement indicated that the new list would be unveiled in 3 months. This situation does not appear to be a mere disclosure, but rather indicates an unforeseen anomaly. With the protection period for Earth dwindling, such manifestations are to be expected. Let us observe what has transpired. At this moment, the world is in turmoil, astonished. Countless individuals, warriors, powerful beings, and ordinary citizens alike gaze towards the heavens. A tremendous roar erupts as a golden screen, measuring 1,000 meters, emerges from the celestial rankings. Northern Bermuda, a rare treasure has appeared. A total of 376 deities from the west have proceeded to northern Bermuda, led by Zeus, the 6 foremost deities of the celestial rankings, alongside 691 others, have kidnapped the prodigious Ji Qingwu from the Ji family, intending to ambush the celestial Emperor Jun. The celestial rankings display shocking information that reverberates globally. Simultaneously, the colossal screen reveals the king of gods, Zeus, Odin, Perseus, Cronus, Apollo, Shakyamuni, and Amaterasu, among the top 6 deities, accompanied by hundreds of others listed in the rankings. This assembly is indeed extraordinary. What? The Western deities are despicable, kidnapping a prodigious figure from Huaxia to lure the celestial Emperor Jun into a trap is utterly shameless. It is astonishing that the celestial rankings have preemptively exposed such a scheme. The West is notoriously treacherous. Only the uninformed remain oblivious to this fact. Ji Qingwu. She ranks among the top 5 on the talent list. Does she have any connection to the celestial Emperor Jun? Is she perhaps his consort? The Western deities are contemptible. For the sake of confronting the celestial emperor, even the king of gods, Zeus, has allied with hundreds of others. What a disgrace. The world is in a state of shock, stirred into chaos. No one anticipated the depths of the Western deities' treachery. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, an atmosphere of grave seriousness pervades. For they are confronted with the might of hundreds of deities, spearheaded by Zeus, Odin, Amaterasu, Shakyamuni, and even Cronus. What is unfolding? This cursed celestial rankings seem to harbor malice against the Western deities. It has been exposed. What now? In the skies above the Atlantic Ocean, the gods who had planned to traverse space to the borders of Huaxia witnessed the shift in the celestial rankings, their expressions darkening. Initially confident in their stealth, they now find themselves exposed before they could even commence their plans. This is utterly humiliating, akin to a thief being apprehended by a cadre of police before reaching his destination. With their scheme unveiled, "Let us resolve this matter at once," Odin stated. The other deities pondered for a moment before ultimately agreeing with Odin's approach. In an instant, hundreds of gods traversed the expanse of space, swiftly materializing above the Pacific Ocean. Satellites across the globe locked onto the ocean's surface. "Come forth, Emperor of Heaven. In this world, where we dwell in the West, there can be no presence of the Huaxia. Your existence precludes ours," Zeus proclaimed loudly, his every gesture and utterance resonating synchronously with the world. Humanity was made aware of the unfolding events. "Brother," at Longquan Mountain, within the villa, Su Mingyao gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, her heart heavy with concern. She wished for her brother to refrain from venturing forth, for the assembly of deities was overwhelming, including the king of gods. No matter how formidable her brother was, he could not possibly contend with them all. Rest assured, Yaoer, though my brother may not hold affection for you, you remain one of his betrothed. Besides, it is for my sake that you have become bait for the Western deities. Merely a gathering of half-spirits, it is of little consequence, Jun Xiaoyao reassured her, gently tousling her hair. Brother, Yaoer will not accompany you. I shall await your safe return. Without you, I refuse to live, Su Mingyao whispered. Her gaze fixed on Jun Xiaoyao. Deep down, she yearned to face the impending dangers alongside him, willing to share his fate. Yet, she understood that her presence would only hinder him, preventing him from fully unleashing his potential in battle. Thus, she resolved to wait for his safe return. Very well, Jun Xiaoyao responded with a smile, stepping out of the room and making his way toward the exterior of Longquan Mountain. Darling, return safely, Tianmu Building, President's Office. Tian Youzi observed the information on the celestial leaderboard, her heart racing with anxiety. She had not anticipated events escalating to this point and recognized that without Ji Qingwu's appearance, she, along with Binger or Yaoer, could have been captured. The Western forces had firmly resolved to eliminate Jun Xiaoyao. Scoundrel, let us see how you navigate this predicament. Alas, should you return safely, I shall overlook your previous transgressions against me. Within the Linjiang Garden Villa, Tian Luo Bing was taken aback by the news on the leaderboard. Her heart a tumult of emotions, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. Though he was infuriating, he was not inherently malevolent, and he had always treated her kindly, albeit with a penchant for teasing her. Chapter 116. The ignorance of King Zeus. The Western deities have conspiringly joined forces to ambush the heavenly emperor. They have abandoned any semblance of rationale or pretext. One must ponder, will the heavenly emperor heed their call? It would be prudent for him to refrain from such folly. The collaboration of so many deities clearly indicates their intention for a decisive and permanent resolution. They are aware that the heavenly emperor's strength is likely comparable to that of the top 10 deities of the West. Thus, they dare not engage him individually. Prompting this collective approach, the heavenly emperor must not jeopardize his safety for the sake of a woman. He must think of the greater good of Huaxia. Indeed, there are many women in Huaxia. He should not fall due to Ji Qingwu. Without him, Huaxia would be vulnerable to a full-scale invasion from the west. In Huaxia, a fervor ignites. The majority of the populace does not wish for the heavenly emperor to rescue Ji Qingwu. These individuals, albeit selfish, are merely reflecting the nature of humanity. In Jiangnan, a mere 5,000 miles from the Pacific Ocean, for Jun Xiaoyao, such distance is trivial. Within a brief 5 minutes, he traverses the void and finds himself above the Pacific. His arrival is instantly detected by satellites. On the celestial leaderboard, his figure materializes on the grand screen. This time, he does not conceal his true visage. Clad in a dark robe, his once short hair now flows longer. His features are exquisitely defined, handsome and striking. His tall, slender frame exudes an air of superiority, graceful and poised, as he strides forward, hands clasped behind his back, exuding tranquility and composure. In this moment, he resembles a divine being, an emperor of the heavens. His appearance now bears some difference from his original form. As he wishes to avoid drawing attention akin to that of a panda, release Ji Qingwu and spare the 12 billion souls of the West, he advances, his gaze unperturbed. His voice, though calm, carries a chilling undertone, reminiscent of the depths of hell. Jun Tiandi, had you been in the West, you could stand alongside me. However, our paths do not align. Therefore, you must vanish from this world. As for that young girl, she is indeed remarkable. After your demise, she shall belong to me. Yet, if you can traverse 300 miles in blood to reach me, I may consider releasing her. What say you? Zeus, towering and imposing, takes a step forward. Embodying the essence of a thunder god, the space within 100 miles of him trembles. The king of gods, in truth, is merely a pinnacle celestial sovereign. 1 foot poised at the threshold of the sacred realm, yet has remained stagnant for millennia due to certain constraints, unable to ascend. Nevertheless, he remains a sovereign force upon the earth. As he speaks, a deity appears, grasping Ji Qingwu. Her exquisite visage is marred by fury upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao, prompting her brow to furrow. At this moment, She finally comprehended that she had become bait. The Western deities had ensnared her to lure Jun Xiaoyao, with the intention of ambushing him. Just a moment ago, she had speculated that Jun Xiaoyao would undoubtedly not come, for he had never regarded her with any interest. Moreover, even if he were to take a liking to her, he would never risk his life for such a venture. However, she soon realized her misjudgment. Jun Xiaoyao had indeed arrived. This revelation shattered her perceptions and illuminated the darkness and chill within her heart. She could not fathom why Jun Xiaoyao had come here. Was it for her, or for some other reason? She truly could not deduce it. Had she been in Jun Xiaoyao's position, she would not have ventured here either. Yet, he had come. What could possibly be the reason? She was eager to uncover the truth. Upon hearing Zeus's words, Ji Qingwu's beautiful eyes revealed disdain. Did he intend to threaten Jun Xiaoyao? How naive and ignorant. Blood would flow for 300 miles. To a formidable being, such a predicament was perilous. Moreover, he faced hundreds of powerful deities, and even in his prime, it would be impossible to emerge unscathed. To now demand that he abandon his martial prowess, was that not the epitome of folly? Not only she, but all of humanity worldwide, upon hearing Zeus's declaration, reacted as if they were listening to a farcical tale. This god-king was profoundly ignorant. Chapter 117. Blood flows for 300 miles. My lord the Celestial Emperor is the rule of heaven and earth in an instant. Across the globe, countless humans gazed at the colossal screen of the heavenly rankings. Within the vast expanse of the screen, Jun Xiaoyao wore an expression of tranquility, finally coming to a halt, as if contemplating Zeus's words. However, this was merely a fleeting moment. He advanced once more. Blood flows for 300 miles. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly, channeling his true essence, which transformed into dozens of blades of wind. As these wind blades struck his body, a crimson light erupted forth. 1 wound, 2 wounds, 3 wounds, 10 wounds, 100 wounds. Within a mere 10 steps, he bore over 100 scars, blood incessantly oozing forth, rapidly soaking his entire form. Yet, throughout it all, his expression remained unchanged. Step by step, he pressed onward. Jun Xiaoyao, you fool. Ji Qingwu trembled at his actions, at a loss for words. Celestial Emperor, how could you be so foolish? Zeus is despicably treacherous. Across Huaxia, countless individuals were taken aback, never anticipating that the Celestial Emperor would acquiesce to Zeus's terms. To forfeit his own powers for the sake of a woman, an act deemed utterly foolish and hopeless. Nevertheless, numerous women quaked with emotion. If there were a man willing to sacrifice himself in such a manner, it would be worth dying for. Alas, they lamented, they were not Ji Qingwu. Countless women cast envious glances at Ji Qingwu. The blood of the Celestial Lord unleashed a terrifying force, staining the Pacific Ocean crimson, while blood mist enveloped the skies. If you break your word, the consequences are yours to imagine. As Jun Xiaoyao continued his stride, with each drop of blood that flowed, his body grew increasingly frail. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. At last, Jun Xiaoyao, blood flowing for 300 miles, stood before Zeus, his once mighty form now trembling faintly. Release her, Zeus commanded, unwilling to break his word in front of the world. Moreover, at this moment, the Celestial Emperor was surrounded by hundreds of deities, having lost 2/3 of his power, posing no threat to the Western gods. Should they eliminate him, could Ji Qingwu possibly escape? Furthermore, releasing Ji Qingwu would mean he would be burdened by her presence, significantly diminishing his strength. It was a win-win situation for him. What are you doing? I will not be grateful, Ji Qingwu exclaimed as she was cast aside, only for Jun Xiaoyao to catch her with a wave of his hand. She landed beside him, gazing at him with her exquisite visage, lips pouting, her heart trembling uncontrollably. Who asked for your gratitude? I saved you. As a son of Huaxia, Jun Xiaoyao's voice was frigid. Jun Tiandi, strike forth. Let us engage in a battle of fairness. Zeus spoke, seizing the opportunity to eliminate Jun Xiaoyao while he was at his most vulnerable, thus claiming dominion over this earth and obtaining the ultimate treasure to return to his true realm. Then let it be a just confrontation, declared Jun Xiaoyao, a smile gracing his visage. At the moment he spoke, the entire cosmos shifted, and the Pacific Ocean bore witness to a cataclysmic disaster. In an instant, gods were obliterated, fading into nothingness before the onslaught of destruction. This was the essence of the disaster's law. Even a single principle was sufficient. For ordinary warriors, Such laws represented a dimensional strike. This is not a holy art, Zeus gasped, his countenance changing as realization dawned upon him. He had encountered references to such annihilative powers in ancient texts. How could this Huaxiao individual have mastered the laws of the cosmos? It surpassed all his expectations. In a mere moment, 200 deities vanished. Jun Xiaoyao spoke again, but this time, his body trembled, and he coughed forth blood. The disaster law he wielded could only be invoked once. Forcing its use resulted in a backlash. The gods screamed in agony as they fell, and the skies over the Pacific were shrouded in a crimson mist. The seas were stained red, a price to be paid in the battle against Jun Tiandi. Before the Western deities even struck, nearly 400 gods had been reduced to ash in mere moments. This scene sent shockwaves across the globe. In Huaxia's security bureau, questions arose about the extent of his power. Surely, his strength has ascended to the legendary realm of the celestial sovereign, and he stands among the utmost of those in the West, someone posited. An elderly sage replied, he is a revered earth sovereign of Huaxia, akin to what the Westerners perceive as deities. His true strength is comparable to, if not superior to, the 100th among the Western gods. If Jun Tiandi were to fall in this battle, the West would suffer significant repercussions, another voice interjected. Alas, sighed the ancient elder. Jun Tiandi, you defy the laws of the cosmos. How dare you employ such forbidden arts? This is utterly despicable, Odin remarked, a tremor of fear coursing through him. He is hailed as the god of spells, a master of sorcery whose prowess eclipses even that of Zeus. It can be said that he embodies the essence of magic. However, now, standing before the Emperor of the Heavens, he feels utterly like a mere child. Rules? I, the Emperor of the Heavens, am the very embodiment of the rules of this universe. The actions of the West are known to all. There is no need for me to reiterate. When you were strong, you disregarded the rules. When you were weak, you clung to them. Is this world your domain? Death. The Emperor of the Heavens spoke with an icy tone, his arrogance palpable. If we are to speak of reason, does the West possess any? No. If we are to discuss rules, then I, the Emperor of the Heavens, am the rule itself. As he spoke, his hand slowly extended, and suddenly, the space around him manifested 99 crimson stars, 999 orange stars, and 9,999 yellow stars. In an instant, these stars erupted with destructive power, coalescing into a colossal sword of annihilation. This gigantic blade, akin to a divine calamity, descended upon Odin's head. This strike was both a forceful assault and a magical onslaught. With a crack, the fabric of space shattered, and in the blink of an eye, the gigantic sword struck Odin's crown, tearing a gaping wound 100 miles long in the sky above him, rending the very essence of space. Chapter 118. After today, the world shall know no deity. As Odin stood on the brink of his downfall, the king of gods, Zeus, intervened. In an instant, a shield materialized in his grasp, the shield of Zeus. This shield managed to deflect the colossal sword of the Emperor of Heaven. However, it bore the brunt of the impact, resulting in tremendous fissures across its surface. A trace of crimson appeared at the corner of Zeus's mouth as he was forced to retreat 10 miles. While Odin narrowly escaped calamity, the thunderous gaze of Zeus turned blood red. Renowned as the king of gods and the supreme deity, he found himself repulsed by the Emperor of Heaven. Such a humiliation was unbearable. With a swift motion, he summoned the tempest, unleashing a deluge of lightning that cascaded toward the Emperor of Heaven. The entire Pacific was engulfed in a maelstrom of thunder and storm, as the very fabric of space was torn asunder with cataclysmic force. Is this truly the king of gods? The Emperor of Heaven retorted. The celestial bodies converged into a colossal war hammer, stretching 10 miles in size, and came crashing down upon the devastating storm of thunder, obliterating all in its path. Witnessing this terrifying display of power, the other deities of the West were left awestruck. They realized that if they did not unite with Zeus and Odin, the fate that awaited them once the Emperor of Heaven dealt with them would be dire. In an instant, over 200 formidable deities unleashed their apocalyptic might against the Emperor of Heaven. This scene sent shockwaves across the globe. The Emperor of Heaven was doomed. The Emperor of Heaven was destined to fall. It was over. The Emperor of Heaven was finished. The realm of Huaxia was at an end. The most powerful deities of the world had allied to assault the Emperor of Heaven. Even if he were a true god, he could not withstand such an onslaught, and his demise was inevitable. His high profile had become his downfall. Had he remained in the shadows, he could have eliminated the Western deities one by one. And now, the Emperor of Heaven had vanished, leaving Huaxiao in peril. Globally, discussions erupted. All conversations revolved around the fate of the Emperor of Heaven. Under the combined might of over 200 of the strongest deities, could he possibly escape unharmed? On Longquan Mountain, within a villa, Su Mingyao maintained a tranquil demeanor, even sporting a faint smile upon her exquisitely beautiful face. At the Tianmu building, Tian Youzi exhibited signs of anxiety. What would become of her if Jun Xiaoyao were to perish? Though their acquaintance had been brief, he had carved an indelible mark upon her heart. No one could ever replace him. Should he meet misfortune, she would find no reason to continue living, perhaps hoping for a chance encounter in another lifetime. In the Linjiang garden, within her villa, Tian Luobing wore a grave expression. At that moment, she realized that the scoundrel had never truly left her heart. She had merely chosen to ignore his presence. Now, the truth could no longer be denied. Upon witnessing his peril, an inexplicable ache surged within my heart. Could it be that I harbor feelings for him? From this day forth, the West shall be devoid of deities. The Emperor of Heaven spoke, and with a mighty swing of his war hammer, he struck fiercely upon the thunder, instantly rending the fabric of space for miles. The Pacific Ocean surged and roiled, conjuring monstrous waves that soared to great heights, claiming the lives of countless beings within its depths. With a resounding crash, Zeus's form was torn asunder, and he was propelled backward for 100 miles, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Beside him, Odin sought to invoke his magic. However, before he could unleash his spell, the devastating warhammer struck his chest. The hammer erupted with a cataclysmic stellar force, piercing his very being. In an instant, his formidable body shattered into fragments, ultimately reduced to mere dust. Odin, one of the top 10 deities in the West, and second only to Zeus in strength, was annihilated with a single blow. Even Zeus sustained injuries. The scene left the world in shock, faces etched with disbelief. Yet, despite the onslaught of over 200 divine beings, the Emperor of Heaven could not alter the fate of demise. This battle saw the loss of more than 300 deities along with Odin, all for the cost of the Emperor's life, a Pyrrhic victory indeed. However, in the face of the assault from 200 deities, the Emperor remained unperturbed, his demeanor remarkably serene. A smirk graced his lips as 2 words escaped him, words that would be an immense humiliation to the divine. As his voice rang out, a mysterious shield enveloped him and Ji Qingwu, spanning a mile in size. Boom, boom, boom. In that moment, cataclysmic assaults fell upon the shield like a relentless barrage of artillery, yet those seemingly apocalyptic strikes were rendered ineffective, akin to raindrops against glass. What is this? The entire world stood in stunned silence. This was beyond terrifying. To disregard the attacks of over 200 deities, merely relying on a shield to withstand their fury. How could one even contend with such a power? From this day forth, the world would know no deities. The Emperor of Heaven spoke once more, and the heavens themselves transformed, manifesting a deluge of swords akin to a cataclysmic rainstorm, hurtling towards the 200 divine beings. The sounds of piercing and anguished cries erupted as the sword rain pierced through them. In that moment, the Pacific became a hellish scene, with deities reduced to mere ants, their only fate being slaughter. Throughout it all, the Emperor remained within the shield, hands clasped behind his back, embodying the essence of a celestial sovereign. Perseus fell. Kronos fell. Amaterasu fell. Siddhartha Gautama fell. Apollo fell. In less than a minute, only 8 deities remained in the skies above the Pacific, along with the injured Zeus. 9 deities, their faces pale with terror, beheld the Emperor of Heaven. Must you truly eradicate all? Zeus. In this moment, the image of the King of Gods has vanished, and his tone bears no trace of divine authority. He is in need of assistance. Can he still maintain his lofty position? At this instant, he is filled with trepidation. Previously, he believed that the Emperor of the Heavens was merely on the verge of attaining sainthood, with strength comparable to his own, and that he could vanquish the Emperor through sheer might in offense and defense. Now he realizes that the Emperor of the Heavens is not merely close to sainthood. He is, in fact, a formidable saint. Chapter 119. The King of Gods. Death. They have taken my friend hostage solely to orchestrate my downfall. What is this? If one were to speak of complete annihilation, then today, I, the Emperor of Heaven, shall indeed pursue total extermination, so that no divinity remains in the West, or even across the entire globe. To pervert ethics, and yet proclaim oneself as the king of gods? The Emperor of Heaven laughed heartily. This is utterly ludicrous. The king of gods is nothing more than a jest. Were they not once so arrogant? Now, where has that bravado vanished? The deities of the West are nothing but incestuous beings, repugnant on this earth. Such abhorrent entities are not needed here. As he spoke, all the stars transformed into a celestial prison, descending upon Zeus with crushing force, immobilizing the entire space in that moment. Zeus could not even move a finger. He had already become a lower semi-saint. Before him, all celestial lords were mere trifles. Ah! Zeus roared, attempting to struggle. Yet he could not break free from the confines of the prison. In an instant, the king of gods, Zeus, was ensnared, and at that moment, Jun Xiaoyao gently clenched his fingers into a fist. Boom! The celestial prison seemed to be crushed by the Emperor of Heaven from afar. The myriad stars illuminated the world, and Zeus, the king of gods, was reduced to nothingness, utterly vanishing from this realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The light of the stars descended like a torrential downpour, and the 8 deities offered no resistance, falling one by one. Over the Pacific Ocean, no deities remained. The Emperor of Heaven floated in the air, akin to a celestial sovereign. With a swift step, he vanished from sight. 10 minutes later, the Bermuda Triangle erupted into a cataclysmic battle, and within a mere minute, the conflict concluded, all the deities dissipating into thin air. The existence once regarded as a forbidden treasure by the Western gods emerged. A beam of destructive, multicolored light surged skyward from the Bermuda Triangle. The Emperor of Heaven waved his hand, and that brilliance disappeared, having been claimed by him. Subsequently, the Emperor of Heaven vanished. The battle was conclusively over. In the West, no divine beings remained. On the same day, in regions of South Asia, India, and the islands where deities had once appeared, they ceased to call themselves gods, now merely referring to themselves as martial artists of the human rank. The Emperor of Heaven, the Emperor of Heaven, the Emperor of Heaven. The name resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. He was hailed as the singular sage of the world, for with no gods left, he stood as the world's sole sage, the backbone of Huaxia, the soul of the nation. With the absence of Western deities, this world was finally poised to embrace peace. At Longquan Mountain, in the villa, Jun Xiaoyao had just returned, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion pale and frail. The battle of the day had taken a tremendous toll on him. Primarily, it was the invocation of the law of natural disasters that led to a backlash. Otherwise, he would not have coughed up blood. However, due to the formidable strength of the chaotic divine demon body, losing blood for 300 miles had no impact on him whatsoever. "How are you?" Ji Qingwu inquired, her demeanor seemingly indifferent, yet her heart was in turmoil. For today, Jun Tiandi had sustained his injuries solely to rescue her. Despite being the demon empress, a figure known for her ruthless and cold-hearted nature, she was still a mere 18-year-old girl. The events of the day, particularly Jun Xiaoyao's actions, were a profound shock to her. Her spirit trembled. In this life, combined with her past 4,000 years, it was the first time someone had gone to such lengths to save her. For the first time, someone had left her so astounded. In her previous life, Jun Xiaoyao's talent was unparalleled, and even she could not compare to him. "I will not die," Jun Xiaoyao stated coldly, his expression calm as he straightened his posture and walked towards the villa step by step. "Brother." Su Mingyao rushed over, supporting Jun Xiaoyao, her small face adorned with glistening tears, her heart aching for him. "Yaoer, I am fine," Jun Xiaoyao replied, his demeanor softening as he gently pinched her exquisite face. As they spoke, the siblings made their way to the villa. Throughout the entire exchange, he did not cast a glance back at Ji Qingwu. How unfair. Bullying someone. Ji Qingwu observed Jun Xiaoyao's retreating figure, feeling utterly wronged. Pouting, she stomped her foot and hurried after them, wondering in her heart, "Did I do something wrong? I care for you, and perhaps even like you, yet I refuse to express it." Her mind was still preoccupied with the image of Jun Tiandi bleeding for 300 miles and the scene where he effortlessly annihilated the gods. If only she possessed the pinnacle of her former strength, Jun Tiandi's current cultivation would be trivial. However, in this life, he indeed surpassed her by an overwhelming margin, especially considering he was only 21 years old. In terms of talent, she could not hold a candle to him. Before long, Ji Qingwu caught up with Jun Xiaoyao and Su Mingyao, trailing behind them with a sense of grievance, akin to a child who had committed a mistake. Upon reaching his room, Jun Xiaoyao entered the bathroom, cleansing his entire body. Although the initial wind blades had soaked him in blood, the self-healing properties of his chaotic divine demon body had already mended him, leaving not a single scar. The backlash from invoking the law of natural disasters merely required a few days of rest. Moments later, Jun Xiaoyao emerged from the bathroom, clad only in a towel. Inside the room, Su Mingyao exhibited no surprise, but upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao, Ji Qingwu's face flushed crimson, her small hands covering her eyes in embarrassment. Yet, with a slight gap between her fingers, she curiously stole glances at him. What a splendid physique. Truly perfect. In an instant, her heart raced, and her face grew even warmer, feeling as if it were ablaze. Hey, can't you be a bit more considerate? There are girls present, Ji Qingwu remarked softly, her voice trembling. This is my room. Besides, can't you just look away? Jun Xiaoyao replied coldly, as he accepted the clothes handed to him by Su Mingyao and began to put them on without hesitation. Ah, you rogue! Ji Qingwu exclaimed, startled, for Jun Xiaoyao had already loosened his towel. Fortunately, he was still wearing boxer shorts. Otherwise, it would have been quite an unsightly sight. Yet, upon noticing his choice of attire, a flicker of disappointment crossed her mind. Realizing her own thoughts, Ji Qingwu's cheeks flushed crimson. Inside, she chided herself. Ji Qingwu, what are you thinking? How could you entertain such indecent thoughts? Truly shameless of you. Chapter 120. The encounter of the Demon Emperor and the Empress Jun Xiaoyao found himself momentarily bewildered. Ji Qingwu was rendered speechless, unsure of what to say. Casting a glance at Ji Qingwu, Jun Xiaoyao proceeded towards the inner room to change his attire. It was rather inappropriate for a girl to be present while he dressed. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated, accompanied by the sound of high heels echoing in a hurried cadence towards Jun Xiaoyao's room. Soon enough, an exceptionally beautiful girl graced the threshold, Tian Youzi. Clad in professional attire, she accentuated her flawless figure to perfection. The buttons at her chest appeared strained, as though they might burst under pressure. Tian Youzi was breathless, her chest rising and falling dramatically, a spectacle to behold. Sister Zir. Su Mingyao called out sweetly upon seeing Tian Youzi, her gaze filled with envy as she compared herself to the more voluptuous figure of her sister. Though she was still young, she reassured herself that in a couple of years, her own figure would blossom. Yaoer, what are you looking at? Where's your brother? Tian Youzi noticed Su Mingyao's lingering gaze and felt a hint of shyness wash over her. What are you staring at? You have your own, don't you? Despite being girls, such scrutiny made her blush, especially in Jun Xiaoyao's room, with Ji Qingwu present. Sister Zir, can I touch? Su Mingyao chirped playfully. Oh, by the way, brother is changing in the other room. Her smile was radiant, though her eyes remained fixated on the alluring figure before her, imagining the splendor concealed beneath the fabric. Yaoer, this is not something you can touch. Besides, you already have your own. Tian Youzi rolled her eyes in exasperation. What are you thinking? She whispered softly in Su Mingyao's ear. Immediately, her beautiful face flushed crimson at her own words. Did she truly wish for him to touch? Hadn't she been teased enough the night before? Not yours. Su Mingyao murmured, but her words trailed off as she spotted her brother approaching, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Meanwhile, Ji Qingwu watched with immense curiosity, unsure of what the two were discussing. Although intrigued, she refrained from eavesdropping. Darling, how is your injury? Tian Youzi hurriedly approached Jun Xiaoyao as he emerged, examining him closely, concerned for his well-being after witnessing the bloodshed on the Tianbang giant screen, where he had bled profusely. I'm fine, Jun Xiaoyao replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Tian Youzi's hair, their bond apparent in the tender gesture. Only one final step remains, which is hardly significant. It is you at this moment. Outside the room, an icy aura emerges, exuding a terrifying intent to kill. This sudden scene startles everyone within the room. Jun Xiaoyao, Tian Youzi, and Su Mingyao all recognize the source of this murderous intent. Who else could it be but Tian Luobing? How did she arrive here, and with such a dreadful aura? Simultaneously, Ji Qingwu lets out a soft snort, her entire being radiating a chilling malevolence, filling the room with a fiery presence. Above her head, a blazing phoenix materializes. What is the meaning of this? Jun Xiaoyao inquires, his brow furrowed. Concurrently, The icy and fiery energies dissipate, restoring the room to its original state. His gaze flits between Tian Luobing and Ji Qingwu. What on earth is wrong with you two? Planning to brawl here? Do you harbor a deep-seated grudge? Humph. Both Tian Luobing and Ji Qingwu respond simultaneously with a cold snort, striding towards the exit of the villa. Soon, they leave the villa, their auras erupting once again, clearly indicating a battle to the death is imminent. Is this ever going to end? Jun Xiaoyao is at a loss for words. These two young ladies have truly gone overboard. They were just stopped moments ago, and now they are prepared to fight outside. What on earth is going on with you two? Do you have a long-standing vendetta? It is none of your concern, Ji Qingwu and Tian Luobing retort, emanating a fearsome aura as they turn to Jun Xiaoyao, speaking in unison. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao senses something unusual about them, as if they have transformed into entirely different individuals. If you wish to fight, do so outside. One is a martial emperor, the other a martial king. Are you truly so shameless as to disgrace yourselves here? Jun Xiaoyao is taken aback. Indeed, it is none of my concern. But if you were to fight in my home, that certainly involves me. With the peak of martial emperor and the realm of martial king. Do you even have the audacity to engage in battle? I am utterly speechless. However, he notices that even Ji Qingwu, a martial king, exhibits no fear, while Tian Luobing, at the peak of martial emperor, appears utterly serious, as if facing a formidable adversary. This emperor. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Tian Luobing and Ji Qingwu simultaneously unleash their murderous intent directed at him. Moreover, they dare to refer to themselves as this emperor. Yet, they react swiftly, halting their words and ceasing to regard Jun Xiaoyao, their hostile gazes now fixed upon each other. For them, the real opponent lies before them. Rolling his eyes, Jun Xiaoyao was indeed infuriated. He spoke, his tone deceptively calm, yet imbued with an icy chill. Humph. Tian Luobing and Ji Qingwu simultaneously snorted disdainfully, turning on their heels and making their way down the mountain, swiftly departing from Longquan Mountain. Jun Xiaoyao, along with Tian Youzi and Su Mingyao, stood there in a daze, utterly bewildered by the recent turn of events. Jun Xiaoyao pressed his hand to his forehead, exclaiming inwardly, "What on earth have I done to deserve such peculiar adversaries? The system has truly played a cruel trick on me, bestowing upon me two fiancés who are clearly my rivals. What on earth is wrong with them?" Chapter 121. For I am the betrothed of Jun Xiaoyao. Swift as a fleeting shadow, the azure figure darted through the air with extraordinary speed, akin to a streak of light. Behind, a crimson silhouette raced like a blazing fire, slicing through the atmosphere with great ferocity. In mere moments, Tian Luobing and Ji Qingwu had distanced themselves from Longquan Mountain, halting in a desolate area by the riverbank, both radiating an aura of dread and hostility. Empress of the Supreme Xian, Tian Luobing, Ji Qingwu remarked with a chuckle, "I never expected you to have truly reincarnated." Ji Qingwu stopped 20 meters away from Tian Luobing, her body tense with anticipation, her formidable true essence swirling within her, poised to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. Her gaze scrutinized Tian Luobing, filled with animosity. Had it not been for Tian Luobing, she would not have found herself reincarnated, now reduced to a mere weakling of the martial king realm. Ji Qingwu, Tian Luobing declared, "In your past life, you were no match for me, and this life shall be no different." True to her name, Tian Luobing emanated an icy demeanor, aloof and ethereal, resembling a goddess of frost untouched by the mundanity of the world. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, her overwhelming martial emperor prowess surged forth, the chaotic ice technique reaching its zenith. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding area transformed into an expanse of glacial terrain. In her grasp was a sapphire-hued longsword, emanating an intimidating chill. This was no ordinary weapon. It was a powerful holy artifact bestowed upon her during the trials of the 9th layer of the Calamity Realm, a reward for reaching the 4th level of the Heavenly Ladder assessment. It was the most precious and formidable treasure she had acquired since her reincarnation, one even more formidable than anything she encountered in her previous life. Where did you acquire such a technique? And this weapon, was it given to you by Jun Xiaoyao? Ji Qingwu felt the overwhelming aura radiating from Tian Luobing and the holy weapon in her hand, her heart sinking in astonishment. Simultaneously, she heightened her vigilance. The two had contended for 2 millennia in their past lives, gaining profound insights into one another. Even upon discovering that Tian Luobing had reached the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, Ji Qingwu remained unperturbed, confident that, despite being in the martial king realm, she would not necessarily be outmatched by Tian Luobing. However, upon realizing the nature of Tian Luobing's technique and weapon, her confidence wavered. This technique was undoubtedly not one she had cultivated in her previous life, nor was the weapon a relic from her past. What was the meaning of this? Where had it come from? Could it be that Jun Xiaoyao was behind this? That was the only explanation that made sense. In this world, only Jun Xiaoyao possessed the capability to acquire even more formidable techniques and treasures. It was evident that these gifts were bestowed upon her by him, and the thought stirred a twinge of jealousy within her. What does it matter to you? Ji Qingwu taunted. Are you feeling frightened now, Tian Luobing? Upon that cold, exquisite visage, a trace of a smile unexpectedly emerged. For the first time in millennia, she held such an undeniable advantage over Ji Qingwu, an absolute advantage. Naturally, she felt elated. However, it soon dawned on her that this advantage stemmed from Jun Xiaoyao. Fear, such a notion was unfounded. Moreover, one dared not, for she was Jun Xiaoyao's fiancé, Ji Qingwu, indeed, felt a twinge of fear. Their enmity spanned thousands of years, a rivalry marked by life and death. The final confrontation had led to their mutual reincarnation, with each harboring the deepest loathing for the other. Now, faced with such overwhelming superiority, would Tian Luobing refrain from striking? She was acutely aware that in her previous life, the celestial empress Tian Luobing was devoid of compassion and merciless in her slaughter. She was no different. At this moment of encounter, the odds of survival seemed painfully slim. Suddenly, the thought of Jun Xiaoyao crossed her mind, stirring a flicker of sorrow within her. At this juncture, she could only rely on Jun Xiaoyao. The once mighty demon emperor of the fifth demon domain had now fallen to such depths. Did she dare to defy him? Even if you are her fiancé, what concern is that of mine? The illustrious demon emperor of the fifth demon domain resorting to a mere mortal for protection. How remarkable. Ji Qingwu. Tian Luobing paused, then burst into laughter. Indeed, she felt a genuine trepidation. What if she were to annihilate Ji Qingwu? Would Jun Xiaoyao seek vengeance for her? It was known that he had shed rivers of blood to save Ji Qingwu, obliterating deities across the globe. At that moment, she had felt an intense jealousy. Tian Luobing, do not mock me. You too are one of her fiancés, yes. You cultivate the techniques bestowed by Jun Xiaoyao. Wield the treasures he has provided. Yet in your heart, you regard him as a mere mortal and look down upon others. Ask yourself, for whom do you flaunt your arrogance? Does he owe you anything? Henceforth, do not appear before him or me. Though Ji Qingwu was known for her ruthless demeanor and mercilessness, earning the title of the demon emperor of the fifth demon domain, she had initially scorned him, believing he was unworthy of her. Yet, she now realized her error. She could indeed win his affection. Unlike you, I shall not feign pride, Ji Qingwu stated coolly. She was certain that Tian Luobing would not dare to strike her. Simultaneously, she recognized that while Jun Xiaoyao might not yet rival her previous life's zenith, he was still youthful, with talents that far surpassed her past self. Though she had reached the pinnacle as a demon emperor in her former existence, she had no right to look down upon him. In this life, perhaps she need not be a demon emperor, but could instead embrace the role of a gentle woman, compensating for the regrets of her past and experiencing love anew. With that, she turned and departed, heading toward Longquan Mountain. Chapter 122 Brother Xiaoyao. I promise to behave from now on, thought Ji Qingwu as she departed. Tian Luobing was momentarily stunned. Although she cursed Ji Qingwu with her words, her mind was preoccupied with what Ji Qingwu had said. Was Jun Xiaoyao truly malevolent? Certainly not. Was he exceptional? Undoubtedly. In a past life, had Jun Xiaoyao and she existed in the same era, she would have seemed utterly insignificant before him. This life was merely a reflection of that comparison. In this lifetime, she had undergone a rebirth, yet before Jun Xiaoyao, she felt she was of no consequence. Ji Qingwu's assertions were accurate. Her life had been saved by Jun Xiaoyao. Her cultivation techniques had been bestowed by him, and even her treasures were a gift from him. Yet, she had looked down upon him, deeming him unworthy of her. Was she truly wrong? Ji Qingwu was indeed correct, but she felt no fault in her own actions. It was simply her nature to be detached and unfeeling, devoid of romantic entanglements, and she had never feigned pride or aloofness. In that moment, Tian Luobing fell into deep contemplation. Youzi, does Tian Luobing harbor a grudge against Ji Qingwu? At Longquan Mountain, within the villa, Jun Xiaoyao reclined languidly by the poolside, with Tian Youzi nestled beside him and Su Mingyao seated on his other side. Strangely enough, they were not acquainted, unless animosity had arisen during their trials. Tian Youzi shook her head, knowing little about Binger. Even as her elder sister, she had no insight into Tian Luobing, who was notoriously cold and distant, often engaging in solitary training. Thus, she would undoubtedly be unaware of the incidents that transpired outside. Brother, do you think Binger and Qingwu will be all right? Su Mingyao asked with concern. Observing their demeanor, it was evident that a confrontation might ensue. Both were prodigies ranked among the top 5 in talent, possessing formidable powers. What if they were to clash and sustain injuries? Moreover, both Tian Luobing and Ji Qingwu were betrothed to Jun Xiaoyao. They will be fine, Jun Xiaoyao replied, appearing quite relaxed, though a hint of worry lingered in his heart. He was uncertain of Ji Qingwu's strength, but he was well aware of Tian Luobing's prowess. After cultivating the chaotic cold ice technique, her power had reached a terrifying level. Within the realm of martial emperors, she was undoubtedly invincible. Observing the situation between the two, it was evident that Ji Qingwu was also formidable. In the event of a clash between such two terrifying prodigies, what would happen if one were to be injured? Darling, I will prepare dinner, Tian Youzi announced, rising with a blush upon her cheeks. This was prompted by Jun Xiaoyao's earlier indiscretions, especially with Mingyao present. If anyone were to witness that, it would be exceedingly embarrassing. 10 minutes later, the sound of beeping echoed at the entrance of Longquan Mountain. Brother, it is Light Dance Sister. I shall go answer the door. Su Mingyao caught sight of the surveillance video and spoke up. Subsequently, she dashed towards the entrance, and soon, Ji Qingwu joined her. Did they not fight? Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Ji Qingwu, who approached him, a smile adorning his face, indicating that no confrontation had occurred. How peculiar. In the beginning, the atmosphere was fraught with tension, yet upon exiting, no altercation ensued. Why? Do you wish for us to quarrel? Ji Qingwu stumbled slightly, exasperated. This fellow. Not to mention the disparity in cultivation realms. In her previous life, as a martial king, she had no fear of the martial emperor Tian Luobing. However, with such formidable techniques and treasures bestowed upon Tian Luobing, how could she hope to prevail? Not only would she be swiftly defeated, but she would also be gravely harmed. If you wish to fight, be my guest. None of you are to be trusted. Jun Xiaoyao spoke. Tian Luobing, like a mere ice shard, incessantly referred to her as a scoundrel. This Ji Qingwu, having met him for the first time today, was already delivering such significant surprises. Could he find peace of mind? Fortunately, he was powerful. Otherwise, he would have lost 1 billion lives by now. Xiaoyao brother, I promise to behave from now on, Ji Qingwu pouted. Indeed, this little vixen, adept in both the art of seduction and youthful charm, effortlessly transitioned between the two personas, exuding an allure that quickened the heart. As she spoke, her long, delicate legs bent as she crouched beside Jun Xiaoyao. Her fair hand reached out, looking up at him with a cheerful smile. What are you doing? Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback. What do you want? He quickly realized that after witnessing Tian Luobing's powerful techniques, she was asking him for something. Oh, so she is seeking something from me. No wonder she is acting so sweetly. Xiaoyao brother, I have been bullied by her. Moreover, with such low cultivation. Can you bear it? Ji Qingwu pouted as she spoke, shaking Jun Xiaoyao's hand. In that moment, she shed her demonic emperor facade. Though she was a demonic emperor in her previous life, her methods were merely ruthless, unlike Tian Luobing's icy demeanor. In a world filled with conflict, one is compelled by circumstance. When one is weak, they are trampled upon. If you do not slay others, others will surely slay you. Why should I be concerned? Jun Xiaoyao shot Ji Qingwu a cold glance. I am no savior, nor a saint. If your weakness allows Tian Luobing to bully you, what concern is that of mine? Xiaoyao brother, why do you not care about your own affairs? I am your fiancée. She is also your fiancée. How can you treat us differently? Is it because I am not as beautiful as she is? Or do you prefer the cold and distant type? If so, I shall learn to be like her. Ji Qingwu's eyes were rimmed with red, her irises clouded with mist. She appeared as though she were on the verge of tears, as if she had endured a profound grievance. Her delicate hand trembled as it grasped Jun Xiaoyao's, and when she spoke, Her voice was barely above a whisper. Chapter 123. Brother Xiaoyao, please do not bully me. Brother, I shall assist Sister Zier, Su Mingyao remarked from the side, unable to suppress a giggle, though she managed to hold it back. She then greeted Jun Xiaoyao before heading towards the kitchen. Is that enough? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Oh heavens, this is unbearable. Must you be so clingy? With that exclamation, he stood and made his way towards the room. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao. Ji Qingwu hurriedly followed, elated, for she knew Jun Xiaoyao had acquiesced. Approaching him, she extended her delicate hand to grasp his, instantly causing her to tremble with nervousness and embarrassment, her entire being rigid. As if electrified, holding hands for the first time with a member of the opposite sex, her heart raced with shyness. Event triggered. The master holds hands with Ji Qingwu. Reward points. 2,000,000, Jun Xiaoyao. Of course, sensed Ji Qingwu's trepidation, even perceiving her shivers and bashfulness. Her soft, cool hand startled him momentarily. He turned to gaze at Ji Qingwu. What are you staring at? Ji Qingwu, upon meeting Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, felt an even deeper flush. She knew he had seen through her. With her cheeks aglow, she feigned indifference. Jun Xiaoyao turned away, saying nothing, as they soon arrived at the room. Ji Qingwu felt a surge of anxiety. What could he possibly want to do in this room? Could it be? No, absolutely not. Even if he offered me unfathomable treasures and techniques, I could never consent. After all, we hardly know each other. Even though I am your fiancé, there is no foundation of affection between us. Please, take a seat, Jun Xiaoyao instructed, gesturing towards the sofa. What do you intend to do? Ji Qingwu's heart raced as she saw him close the door, her face aflame. Could her assumptions be correct? Was he indeed planning something nefarious? It was broad daylight, and Tian, Youzi, and Su Mingyao were still present. Did he possess such audacity? You are my fiancé, are you not? Shouldn't we begin nurturing our feelings? Jun Xiaoyao smiled, his expression carrying a hint of mischief. His gaze roamed over Ji Qingwu's exquisite form, making her feel utterly uneasy. Her face flushed, heart racing. She wished desperately to find a crevice to hide within. This is it. I am doomed. He must be at least of the heavenly sovereign realm, and I am but an ant before him, powerless to resist. What am I to do now? Shout. Call for help. To no avail. Brother Xiaoyao, please do not bully me. Ji Qingwu pleaded. I am still quite young. Such an adorable little girl. How could you bear it? Ji Qingwu's eyes were misty, as if she were on the verge of tears. Aren't you the mature type? Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, feeling exceptionally cheerful at this moment. This little girl. Even she has her moments of fear. Initially, she appeared to be so fiery and tender, yet it turned out she was merely a little girl, finally revealing her true self once more. But not now, Ji Qingwu whispered softly, her gaze discreetly assessing Jun Xiaoyao, quickly realizing she had been deceived. He had no intention of causing harm. He simply wished to see her make a fool of herself. Show me your skills, Jun Xiaoyao said with a serious expression. No longer indulging Ji Qingwu. Ji Qingwu obediently nodded, promptly activating her formidable technique. Boom. The flames of destruction roared, wielding the power to scorch heaven and earth. Although she endeavored to compress and control the flames, their devastating force remained terrifying. Even Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback. This technique is remarkably powerful. What is it? He inquired. He was not omniscient and, therefore, did not recognize the cultivation method Ji Qingwu practiced, only knowing it belonged to the fire element. It is the extreme path sacred fire technique. Sacred level, Ji Qingwu replied, revealing the truth, her heart brimming with anticipation. She wondered if Jun Xiaoyao possessed an even more potent technique than this sacred level one. I have a technique suitable for your cultivation, the eternal chaotic flame. You will need to disperse your previous cultivation, and I will assist you in mastering this technique, Jun Xiaoyao proposed, a radiant orb of light appearing in his palm. Within that orb, a slender flame flickered. Though seemingly feeble, it emanated a sense of annihilation, unmistakably extraordinary. Disperse my cultivation? Ji Qingwu paused, taken aback. After all, she was at the 6th layer of the martial king realm. If she were to disperse it, all her years of effort would be in vain. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao had yet to show her the new technique he wished for her to practice. Could she trust him? It was, after all, a matter of dispersing her abilities. After a brief moment of hesitation, she nodded in agreement. She chose to trust Jun Xiaoyao for 2 reasons. First, she had no grievances with him. He would not deceive her, and he would not jest about such matters. Second, as his fiancée, he could hardly betray her. Moreover, deceiving her would provide him with no benefits. Thus, she decided to believe him, hoping to leave a good impression on Jun Xiaoyao. Chapter 124, Tian Luobing. In a few days, I shall bring you to your demise. You may proceed with your cultivation. I shall extract your powers. Jun Xiaoyao spoke. Subsequently, Ji Qingwu curled her long, graceful legs upon the sofa and began her meditation. Gradually, Jun Xiaoyao channeled his true essence, unveiling his formidable strength. He swiftly siphoned Ji Qingwu's cultivation. In less than a minute, the 10 years of her hard-earned prowess was entirely drawn out by Jun Xiaoyao. At that moment, she was rendered an ordinary person. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao extended his hand and pressed his finger on Ji Qingwu's forehead, imparting the eternal chaotic flame technique into her mind, ultimately embedding it into her memory. Concurrently, Jun Xiaoyao circulated his true essence to assist Ji Qingwu in her practice. Thus, she could follow the pathway he established for her cultivation. Time passed, second by second. After half an hour, Jun Xiaoyao withdrew his hand. Ji Qingwu had already begun to proficiently operate the eternal chaotic flame. Simultaneously, Jun Xiaoyao integrated Ji Qingwu's original powers within her, and with the remarkable technique refined by Jun Xiaoyao, her cultivation experienced a meteoric rise. By the time Jun Xiaoyao ceased his efforts, Ji Qingwu successfully ascended to the martial emperor realm. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao. I love you, Ji Qingwu exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. It was not merely the elevation of her cultivation to the martial emperor realm that thrilled her, but the acquisition of a far more terrifyingly powerful technique. With this new cultivation method, she could swiftly reclaim the pinnacle of her former life. In the future, she would shatter the shackles that bound her and ascend to even greater heights. Even if Tian Luobing possessed formidable techniques now, she no longer needed to fear him. At that moment, she realized that her once proud holy tier technique paled in comparison to the one bestowed upon her by Jun Xiaoyao. Ding! Event triggered. Master grants Ji Qingwu a technique. Reward points 2,000,000. Event triggered. Master assists Ji Qingwu in cultivation, elevating her to martial emperor realm. Reward points 2,000,000. Event triggered. Master bestows resources and treasures upon Ji Qingwu. Reward points 5,000,000. A series of 3 event triggers echoed in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. This is for you. Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness entered the elemental realm and retrieved a spatial ring, which he then handed to Ji Qingwu. Ji Qingwu was momentarily stunned, but soon her face broke into an excited smile, her eyes crescent-shaped as she accepted the spatial ring. Jun Xiaoyao exited the room and descended the stairs. What could be inside? Once he departed, Ji Qingwu was consumed by curiosity. Subsequently, a wisp of her consciousness entered the spatial ring, and instantly, her exquisite face transformed with a myriad of emotions. Brother Xiaoyao, I love you. After a while, Ji Qingwu withdrew her consciousness, her face a mix of shock and exhilaration, for within the ring lay treasures beyond her wildest dreams. Within the spatial ring lies an abundance of treasures and resources, 100 millennium spiritual fruits, 10 bottles of spirit elixirs, 10 bottles of heavenly elixirs, 1 bottle of celestial elixir, 5 ascension pills, 3 spiritual artifacts, 3 heavenly artifacts, 3 celestial artifacts, 2 sacred artifacts, and 2 extermination talisman. Additionally, there are 2 formidable fire-based saint-level martial arts techniques, one for defense and the other for offense. Upon beholding these resources, Ji Qingwu was utterly astounded. Even in her previous life, such treasures were unparalleled. In fact, some resources were beyond her previous experience. Now, with Jun Xiaoyao's generous offering, each item seemed meticulously tailored for her. It was evident that these were selected specifically by Jun Xiaoyao for her. Tian Luobing, in a few days, I shall bring you to your demise. Ji Qingwu adorned her delicate fingers with the spatial ring, a confident smile gracing her lips. Now that she had cultivated the eternal chaotic flame and was mastering 2 supreme saint techniques, she was certain she would triumph over him. As she spoke, she elegantly strode towards the door, her long, graceful legs moving with poise. Later that evening, after dinner, Jun Xiaoyao presented 2 spatial rings to Tian Youzi and Su Mingyao, each containing cultivation resources and treasures identical in quantity to those Ji Qingwu received. The quality of the treasures, elixirs, and saint techniques were also comparable. Thank you, my dear. The two women expressed in unison, their excitement palpable despite their ignorance of the contents within. Notification, event triggered. Master gifts Tian Youzi cultivation resources and treasures. Reward, 6,000,000 points. Notification, event triggered. Master gifts Su Mingyao cultivation resources and treasures. Reward, 6,000,000 points. In an instant, they amassed a total of 12 million points. Brother Xiaoyao, what about mine? Ji Qingwu pouted, feigning innocence in her inquiry. In truth, she was well aware that Jun Xiaoyao had already bestowed upon her ample resources that would serve her for an extended period. The treasures and saint techniques provided were the finest. In her previous life, she possessed sacred artifacts, heavenly elixirs, and saint techniques. Yet they paled in comparison to what Jun Xiaoyao offered, particularly the ascension pills, which could shatter limitations and elevate her realm. The technique was simply extraordinary. The extermination talisman, a one-time use artifact, could unleash a devastating attack 3 times, enough to obliterate even a saint. Did I not give you something already? From now on, for each realm you ascend, a reward shall be yours. Jun Xiaoyao retorted with a stern glance at Ji Qingwu before continuing. As for my own collection, I possess spiritual artifacts, celestial artifacts, sacred artifacts, heavenly elixirs, and saint elixirs. An abundance of extraordinary resources was at their disposal, available for unrestricted use. Initially, he could have freely bestowed them upon them. However, concerned that they might lack motivation in their cultivation, he instituted a reward system to encourage their diligent practice. Chapter 125. It's just my nature. I am not aloof, really? How wonderful. A mischievous smile graced the exquisitely beautiful face of Su Mingyao, her joy palpable. The reward she sought was not cultivation resources or treasures, but something altogether different. Her brother had spoken thus, and now she could request rewards from him in the future. This was indeed his promise. Tian Youzi shared in the merriment, her mind already concocting plans for her desires, which also did not revolve around treasures. Are there any divine artifacts? Ji Qingwu inquired. Rewards are indeed splendid, she mused, questioning whether Jun Xiaoyao had perhaps overstated the situation. Can you refine a divine artifact? If so, this is yours. Jun Xiaoyao smiled, and as he spoke, a luminous orb appeared in his palm, within which lay a long sword engulfed in flames. Sealed, yet emanating a presence that could send shivers down one's spine. In an instant, Tian Youzi, Su Mingyao, and Ji Qingwu all turned pale, clearly unable to withstand even a fraction of that aura. Moments later, excitement illuminated Ji Qingwu's exquisite features, akin to discovering a peerless treasure. Indeed, this was a treasure of unparalleled worth, a divine artifact, specifically of the fire attribute, precisely what she sought. However, she realized that she was currently incapable of refining or wielding this divine artifact. It would be of no use to her at this moment. It seemed she must strive diligently in her cultivation, determined to surpass her past self in this lifetime. She understood that Jun Xiaoyao had refrained from granting the divine artifact due to their insufficient cultivation levels. Had they been capable, he would undoubtedly have bestowed it upon them. I cannot refine it. Ji Qingwu shook her head, disappointment evident in her heart. I desire it greatly, yet cannot wield it. Such a feeling is truly disheartening. Continue your diligent training. I have already prepared your destined divine artifacts, Jun Xiaoyao declared, retracting the long sword. The divine artifact they had just witnessed was but a trifle. Within his realm, he possessed over 8,000 divine artifacts. Brother, why do you not wield weapons? Su Mingyao asked curiously. Despite the prolonged battles against Western deities, she had never seen him utilize a weapon. Logically, given his cultivation level, even if he could not master divine artifacts, he should still be able to employ sacred weapons. At present, no one has compelled me to use a weapon. Not to mention weapons, I have not even resorted to using sacred techniques, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. His 3 supreme techniques were immensely powerful. Did he truly require a weapon? Moreover, on Earth, there was no one capable of prompting him to draw a weapon. Oh, Su Mingyao uttered a sound of realization, finally understanding. Ji Qingwu and Tian Youzi also grasped the situation. You all continue your cultivation. I shall take a stroll, Jun Xiaoyao declared, rising and making his way towards the exit of the dining hall. Would you like me to accompany you? Tian Youzi inquired, secretly wishing to join him. Beside her, Ji Qingwu and Su Mingyao harbored the same desire. No need, Jun Xiaoyao replied with a shake of his head. With that, he stepped outside, leaving the three women watching as he departed from Longquan Mountain. That enchantress must have gone to report to Jun Xiaoyao. Under the setting sun, Tian Luobing donned a sky-blue gauzy dress, her fair and delicate skin accentuating her stunningly cold visage. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down to her waist, and her figure was flawless, with beautifully smooth legs that were long and straight. She stood gracefully, reminiscent of an ethereal ice goddess from the heavens. Though she bore a hint of youthfulness, it only added to her allure. She exuded an air of mystery, akin to that of an unparalleled empress. Since encountering Ji Qingwu, she had fallen into deep contemplation, reflecting on Ji Qingwu's words. Indeed, initially, she had looked down upon Jun Xiaoyao, not just him but the entirety of humanity on Earth. None were worthy of her. Not to mention Earth itself, not even in her realm, time in, could she find a suitable match. More significantly, she was devoid of desires, indifferent to romantic affections. It was not that she was merely aloof by nature. As time passed, she discovered that Jun Xiaoyao was none other than the Emperor of Heaven, his extraordinary talent and strength revealing to her that someone had indeed surpassed her in innate ability. She came to understand that Jun Xiaoyao was deserving of her. In the realm of natural disasters, he had saved her from torment, yet she harbored no hatred towards him, which left her astounded. That scoundrel had spanked her, compelling her to call him Brother Jun, and had bullied her mercilessly, yet deep down, she found no genuine animosity towards him. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? This question had plagued her incessantly. Today, Ji Qingwu's appearance instilled in her an inexplicable sense of crisis, not stemming from Ji Qingwu herself, but from other matters related to Jun Xiaoyao. Having clashed with Ji Qingwu for over 2 millennia, she was well aware of her capabilities. Surely, Ji Qingwu had gone to file a complaint. Just then, Tian Luobing suddenly sensed a cataclysmic aura, faint yet reminiscent of something sealed away. That diminutive essence sent a shiver through her. Her countenance shifted as her gaze turned towards the heart of the river, where amidst the surging waters, a subtle glimmer emerged. Though the light was weak, it sparkled like a diamond under the sun, emanating an indescribable yet destructive essence. In an instant, a figure materialized in the air, hovering above the river's surface, Jun Xiaoyao. Upon seeing this figure, Tian Luobing's heart inexplicably quickened, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Chapter 126. The Second Eternal Fragment. Bestowed by the Celestial Emperor upon encountering Jun Xiaoyao, Tian Luobing's heart raced, a wave of inexplicable anxiety washing over her. Ever since the calamity in the celestial realm, her perception of Jun Xiaoyao had undergone a profound transformation. Previously, the words spoken by Ji Qingwu had left her in a state of shock. Unbeknownst to her, she had already etched a figure in her heart, the nature of which she could not fully comprehend, or perhaps, she simply refused to acknowledge. As she pondered over him, he made his appearance, naturally inducing a sense of tension. However, she soon realized that Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was not upon her. His full attention was captivated by the radiance emanating from the river. With a smile gracing his visage, Jun Xiaoyao surveyed the river's surface. In a fluid motion, he extended his right hand, sweeping it gracefully through the air. Instantly, a multitude of stars emerged, coalescing into a mysterious and ethereal barrier that enveloped him. Simultaneously, 3 hues of starlight converged to form a colossal hand, suspended in midair, exuding an enigmatic power. In an instant, the waters within 100 meters of that radiance fell into a stillness, gradually evaporating to create a vacuum, revealing the riverbed below. This display was akin to that of a deity. He had ascended into the sacred realm. On the riverbank, Tian Luobing was profoundly shaken by Jun Xiaoyao's display of power. While others remained oblivious, her keen insight discerned the truth. This was indeed the technique of a sage, harnessing the forces of heaven and earth to command all. It was evident that Jun Xiaoyao had invoked both celestial and sacred energies. Despite the obscuring brilliance of the stars, she had recognized it. In her past life, she had not only reached the sacred realm, but was on the cusp of its pinnacle. In this lifetime, however, she found herself leagues away from her former peak. Now, a mere 21-year-old youth had already attained the sacred realm. This was undoubtedly a singular phenomenon on Earth. At 21 in her previous life, She had merely touched the pinnacle of the martial king stage, a far cry from what Jun Xiaoyao had achieved at the same age. The disparity between the earthly realm and the transcendent world was staggering, yet Jun Xiaoyao had triumphed in becoming a sage. This was truly extraordinary. Were he placed in the transcendent realm, he would undoubtedly be hailed as the foremost prodigy in billions of years. Beneath the sage, all else was but insignificant. Thus, it became clear to her that apart from him, the rest on earth were mere ants. Boom, boom, boom. The river roared, erupting with an awe-inspiring tumult. Soon, countless powerful figures were drawn to this spectacle. Jun Tiandi, Jun Tiandi, Jun Tiandi. Beholding Jun Xiaoyao upon the river's surface, they were engulfed in astonishment. Their eyes filled with reverence and admiration. In Huaxia, Jun Tiandi stood as the sole sage, the only sage in the world. He was the embodiment of Huaxia's spirit, the backbone of the nation, wielding the strength of one to eradicate the divine beings of the entire West. Jin Zhengxiu's voice was unremarkable. The colossal hand formed from the stars struck fiercely at the riverbed, subsequently grasping a beam of light and drawing it into the primordial realm. An eternal fragment. In the Bermuda Triangle, he had acquired one piece of this eternal fragment. Now, he had obtained yet another. Such fortune was truly remarkable. Initially, he had merely ventured out for a leisurely stroll after a meal, unaware that the eternal fragment within the primordial realm had stirred. This commotion indicated to Zhengxiu that the fragment had sensed others of its kind. Thus, he had come. Indeed, it was another eternal fragment. While others mistakenly believed it to be an unparalleled treasure, he alone recognized it as merely a fragment, not the ultimate treasure. Nevertheless, even a small fragment could unleash power sufficient to rival divine artifacts. After concluding his actions, he retracted his aura and true essence, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Ding! Event triggered. Master has acquired the second eternal fragment. Reward points. 10,000,000. All hail the Emperor Jun. All hail the Emperor Jun. All hail the Emperor Jun. By the riverbank, there were over 100 formidable beings, comprising masters, innate experts, and several martial kings. Upon witnessing Zhengxiu's turn, all powerful figures immediately bowed in reverence. Their respect and admiration genuine. With a slight acknowledgement, Zhengxiu waved his hand. Instantly, countless beams of light erupted into the air, soaring towards the strong ones by the river. Each individual found themselves in possession of a top-tier spiritual weapon, while the innate experts and martial kings received divine artifacts. Alongside the treasures, there were jade vials containing elixirs, top-tier spiritual weapons, divine artifacts, supreme spiritual elixirs. These were heavenly elixirs. Thank you, Emperor Jun. Thank you, Emperor Jun. Thank you, Emperor Jun. In an instant, countless powerful beings were elated. As Earth transitioned into a fantastical realm, it remained within a protective phase. Spiritual weapons had become treasures beyond the reach of many. Even martial kings seldom owned such artifacts. Typically, even if one possessed a spiritual weapon, it would be of a lower grade. Yet now, Zhengxiu's offerings included top-tier spiritual weapons and the fabled divine artifacts. The elixirs were equally extraordinary, with some receiving heavenly elixirs. Amidst the excitement, each of the powerful figures bowed in gratitude to Zhengxiu. However, the river's surface was empty, for he had long since departed. At that moment, Tian Luobing puffed up her rosy lips, emitting a soft huff. If anyone had witnessed this, they would surely be taken aback. After all, she was the proud and frigid ice goddess, yet here she was, pouting in a manner that was entirely endearing. She didn't even cast a glance at the emperor, showcasing her disdain. Tian Luobing Xin felt an inexplicable wave of discomfort deep within. In his eyes, he was but a stranger, and perhaps not even worthy of that title. Chapter 127. Tian Luobing held hands. Hey, stop right there? Tian Luobing pouted, her delicate figure flickering as she transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring into the distance. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao's silhouette emerged within her view, prompting her to call out, "Scoundrel, do you not recognize me as your betrothed? How can you ignore me like this? It infuriates me." Jun Xiaoyao halted, furrowing his brow. What does this little minx intend to do? Tian Luobing approached him, inquiring, "To be honest, I don't know how to converse with you." "A treasure?" Jun Xiaoyao queried, withholding the truth about its nature. He knew that even if he revealed it, she might not comprehend its significance. What about Ji Qingwu? Tian Luo Bing pressed. She is at my home. What of it? Jun Xiaoyao replied. You two aren't planning to fight again, are you? Feel free to brawl outside. But please refrain from doing so within my residence. And how is your relationship with my sister? Tian Luo Bing asked. In truth, she was all too aware of the situation, but suddenly recalling that night. A blush crept onto her icy visage. Her heart ached at the thought of that scoundrel being intimate with her sister, leaving her to suffer the consequences. What would she do if the two grew closer? Even more troubling, what if she found herself in a predicament while they were entwined in passion? A wave of anxiety and embarrassment washed over her. Very well, Jun Xiaoyao replied succinctly. Oh, Tian Luo Bing exclaimed softly, inwardly cursing. Can't you spare a few words for me? Is there anything else? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Nothing more, she responded. Upon finishing her answer, Jun Xiaoyao turned and walked ahead, showing no intention of continuing the conversation, leaving Tian Luo Bing seething with frustration, wishing she could bite him. Pouting her lips, she followed him, her long, graceful legs striding behind. What do you think you're doing following me? Jun Xiaoyao asked. It seems we are headed in different directions, she retorted coldly. Who said I was following you? Tian Luo Bing thought, feeling utterly anxious while refusing to admit it. Where are you going then? He asked with a smile. Longquan Mountain. She replied, her expression frosty, lips pursed in a way that was both alluring and adorable. Longquan Mountain, that is my home. Jun Xiaoyao gazed at her tempting, rosy lips. Feeling an unbidden tremor in his heart, he instinctively reached out to pinch them. What are you doing? That is also my sister's home, and I am your fiancée. Starting today, I will be residing there as well. Tian Luo Bing exclaimed in surprise. The scoundrel unexpectedly laid his hands on her, even pinching her mouth, a gesture far too intimate, typically reserved for couples. In an instant, her entire being was engulfed in embarrassment, her exquisitely cold visage flushed with crimson hues. Gathering her courage, she spoke, her demeanor assertive and unyielding, exhibiting a boldness rarely seen. Yet, she remained that icy woman. Her demeanor reminiscent of a petulant girlfriend throwing a playful tantrum. Why do you resemble Ji Qingwu? She remarked, a hint of boredom lacing her tone. Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by her words. What had sparked this reaction from her? After speaking, she continued walking ahead, Tian Luo Bing following in silence. Her curiosity piqued. Could it be that Ji Qingwu had been spurned by him? How intriguing. This enchantress truly believed herself to be exceptional. Yet she too had faced rejection from Jun Xiaoyao, the formidable demon emperor of the fifth demon domain, who prided herself on being the foremost goddess. It would be amusing to witness her reaction when the truth unfolded. As twilight descended, the vibrant city transformed, its lights weaving a tapestry of brilliance. Jun Xiaoyao paused at a crossroads, one path leading to Longquan Mountain and the other to Times Square. A smile crept upon his lips as he chose to proceed straight, refusing to return to Longquan Mountain. Let us see what else you have to say, he mused. Where are you going? Tian Luo Bing inquired, momentarily stunned by Jun Xiaoyao's decision not to return to Longquan Mountain. Realization dawned upon her. It was a deliberate choice on his part. Are you going shopping? Do you wish for me to accompany you? Jun Xiaoyao turned, a smile adorning his face as he extended his hand towards her, playfully teasing her with his gesture. All right, Tian Luo Bing replied, her delicate hand reaching out in surprise. Jun Xiaoyao, taken aback, was met with a wave of confusion. Was she truly acquiescing? Why was she extending her hand? Should we hold hands? If I don't, it would be embarrassing, but if I do, I'm reluctant. In that moment, Jun Xiaoyao realized he had unwittingly dug himself into a predicament, not through his own doing, but due to Tian Luo Bing's unexpected reaction. He found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Let us go, he declared resolutely, taking her soft, delicate hand into his grasp. Her hand was smooth, fragile, and exquisitely cold, sending an involuntary shiver through him. Pulling Tian Luo Bing along, the two ventured forth. Ding! Event triggered. Master holds Tian Luo Bing's hand. Reward: 2,000,000 points. Tian Luo Bing gasped, startled. She had not anticipated that Jun Xiaoyao would take her hand. Unprepared, she was nearly drawn into his embrace, her heart racing with anxiety and overwhelming shyness. Her entire body stiffened, her cheeks aflame. It was the first time she had ever held hands with someone. During the calamity, this fellow had subjected her to relentless bullying, embracing her, touching her, and even playfully swatting her backside. Yet, none of these actions were intentional or malicious. However, this time, as he held her hand, it resembled the tender grasp of lovers, causing her heart to race uncontrollably, leaving her in a state of turmoil. She could only follow Jun Xiaoyao, her mind a blank canvas. Chapter 128. Tian Luo Bing. Let us enter into a romance on the bustling street. Jun Xiaoyao held Tian Luo Bing's delicate hand, their movements somewhat awkward. Tension enveloped them both. Despite their interlinked fingers, a palpable unease lingered in the air, and silence prevailed, creating an awkward atmosphere. Jun Xiaoyao found himself regretting his impulsive gesture, questioning why he had reached out. Tian Luo Bing, too, felt a pang of regret, wondering what had compelled her to extend her hand. Yet, here they were, hand in hand, and the sensation was undeniably enchanting. Hey! Tian Luo Bing finally broke the silence. What? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, his curiosity piqued. Let us enter into a romance. Tian Luo Bing summoned her courage to utter, immediately regretting it. She was astonished and intrigued by her own audacity, wondering how she had managed to voice such a sentiment. The embarrassment washed over her, and she wished to vanish into the ground. Her gaze lowered, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her earlobes tinged with a rosy hue. Her palms were clammy with sweat, betraying her nervousness. Enter into a romance. Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, truly bewildered. Was this something she should be saying? After all, she was akin to an icy goddess, proud and aloof, seemingly untouched by the mundane world. Their prior interactions had been rather contentious, and now she proposed a romantic relationship. Had he misheard her, or had she misspoken? For a moment, Jun Xiaoyao felt his mind stall. Tian Luo Bing responded almost instinctively, nodding gently. She was equally perplexed. What was happening? How could this be? In that instant, Jun Xiaoyao realized he had not misheard. Tian Luo Bing had indeed expressed a desire to pursue a romance with him. This revelation left him even more confounded. Why? What could have prompted this? Very well, Jun Xiaoyao replied, choosing to embrace the moment. Let her take the lead. He was curious to see where this would lead. Besides, engaging in a romance was certainly not a negative endeavor, especially considering Tian Luo Bing's beauty. Ding. Event triggered. Master enters into a romance with Tian Luo Bing. Reward, 5,000,000 points. So what now? Tian Luo Bing murmured, her face still flushed, avoiding Jun Xiaoyao's gaze. What does one do in a romance? She felt utterly unprepared and planned to research online later about the intricacies of dating. Yet, in this moment, she was overwhelmed with anxiety and shyness. Shopping. Jun Xiaoyao proposed, his voice breaking the silence. Dating? That's something I am quite proficient in. Although, my last relationship ended poorly, and my recent commitment with Tian Youzi had yet to blossom into a true romance. He mused as he continued to lead Tian Luo Bing down the vibrant street. I. The two individuals arrived at Times Square and passed by a vendor selling candied hawthorn. Tian Luo Bing paused, softly speaking yet unable to finish her thought, unsure of how to articulate her desire. After all, it seemed rather childlike to crave such a treat. Do you want this? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, pointing to the candied hawthorn. Tian Luo Bing quietly responded. He purchased a skewer and handed it to her. As he himself had little taste for sweets or snacks, hence he refrained from buying two. Wow, it's so sweet. Tian Luo Bing shyly accepted the candied hawthorn and took a discreet bite, her eyes widening in surprise. Indeed, although she was 18, this was her first encounter with candied hawthorn, filling her with a sense of novelty and curiosity. Really? Jun Xiaoyao asked, attempting to spark conversation. Isn't it candied hawthorn? How could it not be sweet? You should try it too. Noticing Jun Xiaoyao's skepticism, she brought the candied hawthorn to his lips, her exquisite, cool face adorned with a hint of anticipation. It is quite sweet, Jun Xiaoyao admitted after taking a bite. Well, half a bite, as the other half was still in Tian Luo Bing's mouth. The realization of this left him feeling utterly embarrassed. Ding. Event triggered. The master shared a candied hawthorn with Tian Luo Bing, earning 1,000,000 points. Tian Luo Bing also recognized the situation, and as he consumed her remaining half, she gasped, her delicate face flushing crimson. This was utterly mortifying. Is this how dating feels? Jun Xiaoyao remarked awkwardly, trying to feign nonchalance. Really? I can't help but notice your face turning red, Tian Luobing said, momentarily taken aback. Is it true? It seems like there is such a thing as love, but it's hard to believe, especially since she noticed Jun Xiaoyao's face was slightly flushed. Could it be? Perhaps it's just sunburn. Jun Xiaoyao struggled to maintain composure. Can't you remain silent for a moment? Besides, some truths are better left unspoken. Don't you know that? Oh, I see. The moon can make your face turn red, Tian Luobing replied, a smile gracing her beautiful, frigid visage. In that moment, she radiated an allure that quickened his heart, and Jun Xiaoyao noticed that she was speaking more than before. Could it be that their growing familiarity was the reason? In truth, girls in love often seem to possess no intelligence. Yet, as the unparalleled empress of her past life, she was now astutely clever, far surpassing her former self, and could easily discern that Jun Xiaoyao was indeed lying. She felt a rush of joy, realizing that watching this fellow flounder was quite entertaining. The skewer of candied hawthorn was soon consumed between them, followed by a leisurely stroll through the streets. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Luobing finally returned. Are you heading back to Linjiang Garden? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Tian Luobing nodded. In truth, she wished to reside at Longquan Mountain, yet felt a tinge of embarrassment, especially considering her sister's presence and that enchanting yet troublesome Ji Qingguo. Although she was currently involved with Jun Xiaoyao, she was reluctant to disclose this to them just yet. I'll accompany you, Jun Xiaoyao offered. Tian Luobing nodded again, a delicate blush gracing her exquisite, frosty visage as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Her small hand rested in his, allowing him to lead her effortlessly. After half an hour, Jun Xiaoyao escorted Tian Luobing to the villa at Linjiang Garden. You should drive back, she suggested once they reached the villa, clutching a car key in her hand. I'll take a stroll, Jun Xiaoyao replied, shaking his head. He then departed from the villa, walking at a leisurely pace, a portion of his consciousness already delving into the Yuan realm. The points he had accumulated today were astonishing, warranting a thorough examination. For Jun Xiaoyao, these points held a value far exceeding that of ordinary currency, a treasure beyond compare. Chapter 129, System Version 7.0, The World Tree enters the meta realm. Beside the virtual screen, Xuanji materializes, a stunningly beautiful girl from a two-dimensional realm, a soft and adorable lowly, with an exquisite face, a captivating figure, and long, graceful legs, floating before the virtual display. Upon witnessing Xuanji, Jun Xiaoyao is momentarily taken aback. It is noteworthy that since their first encounter with the spirit of the system, Xuanji had vanished, leaving only her voice to offer hints and responses, devoid of any visual representation. He never anticipated that upon entering the meta realm this time, he would actually lay eyes on Xuanji, which filled him with astonishment. However, Jun Xiaoyao soon realizes that this iteration of Xuanji appears far more tangible than the last time he encountered her. The virtual form has solidified considerably. Master, the spirit of the system, Xuanji, greets him sweetly. Can you cultivate? Jun Xiaoyao inquires, instinctively sensing a shift in her essence. I cannot cultivate. However, I can accompany you. Master, as you grow, Xuanji replies, suspended in midair, her stunning legs swaying enticingly. Accompany me in growth? To what extent? Jun Xiaoyao asks in surprise. The notion that the system could evolve is intriguing. Why not ascend to the heavens? Yet, curiosity piques within him. Just how far can the spirit of the system, Xuanji, truly develop? Xuanji can evolve to the point of attaining her true form. At that time, I will be able to leave the meta realm and fight alongside you, Master. Xuanji responds, her voice melodious and sweet, her lively eyes sparkling as if a genuine two-dimensional manga-style beauty had come to life. Is that so? Jun Xiaoyao is taken aback. This revelation is indeed fascinating. The manifestation of the system is unprecedented. Subsequently, he directs his gaze to the virtual screen and begins to navigate through the options. Available points, 96, 628, 200, total points, 101, 828, 200. Upon glancing at the figures, Jun Xiaoyao is utterly astonished. In less than 2 days, his points have surged by several tens of millions, surpassing 100 million, with available points reaching an astounding 96 million. This presents a remarkable opportunity to significantly enhance his capabilities. Before long, the upgrades are completed. System, version 7.0. 100 million points. Host, Jun Xiaoyao. Age, 21 years. Appearance, 92 points. Cultivation, mid-level semi-saint, 100 million points. Talent, chaotic divine demon body, 5th level, 100 million points. Divine ability, domain shield, 5th level, 100 million points. Divine skill, creation of stars, 5th level, 100 million points. Partner, none mount, none treasures, none points, 46. 628, 200, total points, 101, 828, 200, wealth, 29, 910, 119, 218. With this upgrade, the system, cultivation, and 3 divine skills have all ascended to a new tier, consuming 50 million points in the process. The next upgrade requires 100 million points, an unimaginable sum that sends shivers down his spine. How long must he toil to accumulate such a fortune? What new functions does the system possess now? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, casting a glance at the spirit of the system. Xuanji. At present, he regarded Xuanji as a person. Master, System version 7. 0. Xuanji replied, new function, fusion with the world tree. The world tree is a unique divine entity amidst the cosmic chaos, the source of universal chaos, nurturing the 9 supreme laws, 36 great avenues, and 3,000 heavenly laws. Instantly, a seed the size of a broad bean appeared in her delicate hand. The seed appeared unremarkable, yet it harbored a mysterious life force. Jun Xiaoyao noted that after upgrading the system, Xuanji had become more substantial. He sensed that by the time System version 9.0 was reached, she might very well evolve into a true human being rather than remain a mere virtual entity. The world tree. What astonishment! What else could he express but awe? Furthermore, he was even more astonished that this world tree was more marvelous than those depicted in novels. While the fictional world trees were indeed celestial treasures, they lacked any governing laws. Does the master wish to fuse now? Xuanji inquired. Not yet. I prefer to wait, Jun Xiaoyao responded. He was still en route and saw no reason to fuse now. He would wait until he returned to Longquan Mountain. Moreover, with his points surpassing the 100 million mark, the other 2 crystal cards displayed no information. Was there an issue? With a swift motion, Xuanji seemed to sense his puzzlement. And suddenly, the 2 crystal cards began to rotate, revealing their information. Name, Yi Qingxian. Age, 26 years. Identity, head of the Yi family in Huaxia. Talent, heavenly sword saint body. Cultivation, martial king, 7th level. This was the information on the 4th crystal card, and Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback. The Yi family of Huaxia, such a simple yet profound identity. This was indeed no trivial matter. In the vast expanse of Huaxia, the surname Yi is abundant. However, the only family that dares to bear the name Yi in Huaxia is the esteemed Yi family of Jiangxing, one of the top 10 super families in the entirety of Huaxia. The Jiangxing Yi family boasts a history spanning over a millennium, rooted in martial traditions and ancient lineage, functioning as a formidable conglomerate. Remarkably, Yi Qingxian ascended to the position of head of the Jiangxing Yi family at the tender age of 24, a feat that seems almost extraordinary. Yet, it is not entirely surprising, for she ranks among the top 5 on the talents list. It appears that when the talents list was first unveiled, she had already attained the status of a grandmaster, and now she has reached the formidable 7th heaven of the martial king realm. Such a progression is indeed terrifying. How has she accomplished this? Yi Qingxian is truly an exceptional individual. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao turned his gaze towards the 5th crystal card. This card represents the last of his 5 fiancées. Upon examining the information, Jun Xiaoyao furrowed his brow. Chapter 130. My name is Mu Wanjun. She is your daughter. The 5th crystal card reveals its information before my eyes. Name, Mu Wanyun. Identity, President of the Excellence Group. Age, 28 years. Talent, blank. Cultivation, blank. Upon observing the details of the final card, Jun Xiaoyao furrows his brow. What sort of information is this? Talent ranked in the top 5. Is that all? The talent list. What is going on? No cultivation, no talent. Yet ranked among the top 5 in talent. This is rather intriguing. Subsequently, with a single wave of his hand, the crystal card hovers in midair. His consciousness withdraws from the realm of origin as he strolls leisurely. Suddenly, a deafening crash resounds at the intersection. A red sedan is struck by a heavy truck that ran a red light, sending the car hurtling through the air, crashing through the guardrail and plunging into the river in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Jun Xiaoyao shakes his head. Globally, the number of fatalities from car accidents accounts for 1/7 of normal deaths. Suddenly, a sharp pain grips Jun Xiaoyao's chest, and he coughs up a mouthful of blood. What is happening? Out of the blue, a searing pain emerges in his chest, accompanied by blood. He can endure seeing beautiful women without even a trickle of blood from his nose. Yet now, he inexplicably bleeds. This is utterly bizarre. It is important to note that he is a half-saint, a being who has transcended the realm of mortals. This situation leaves him perplexed. Could it be? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze shifts to the river, the very spot where the car has fallen. Is it possible that there are relatives of his bloodline within? Otherwise, why would he feel this way? But in this world, he has no kin left. The Jun family hardly counts as true relatives. Without a moment's hesitation, he flashes forward, transforming into a beam of light, vanishing into the depths of the river. As a mid-level half-saint, what is the river to him? Soon, he finds himself beside the submerged vehicle, which continues to sink, swept away by the murky waters. The turbid river cannot obscure his vision. Through the window, Jun Xiaoyao discerns the scene inside the car. A young woman, along with a small girl who appears to be around 3 years old, lies unconscious. At this moment, the woman's eyes are filled with despair and panic, desperately attempting to open the door, which is utterly impossible. Even if she managed to open it, they would perish in the river. Just as despair envelopes her, she sees the glass shatter. As the window breaks, the water and shards seem to be ensnared in an otherworldly manner. Jun Xiaoyao cradles the small girl in one arm while grasping the woman with the other. In an instant, he propels them out of the water's grasp. The woman gasps and coughs, struggling to regain her senses. A thought strikes her as she recalls the child. Wainer, Wainer. The woman gazed at the unconscious little girl beside her, her mind teetering on the brink of madness, believing that the child had perished. It is vital to note that this child was her sole treasure. Fortunately, she was merely in a state of unconsciousness. She is fine, Jun Xiaoyao spoke, his clothes completely drenched. Under normal circumstances, his formidable powers would render him impervious to water and fire. However, in the throes of panic, he paid little heed to his own condition, leaving him soaked to the skin. Is Wainer all right? Truly? The woman's emotions began to stabilize slightly upon hearing this. Yet her anxiety lingered. She pressed for reassurance. Please, tell me. Yes, Jun Xiaoyao confirmed. She sustained a strong impact and lost consciousness before entering the river. Thank you, the woman exclaimed, finally recalling the benefactor who had rescued her and her daughter. It was now 11 o'clock, and the streets were utterly deserted. After the accident that had sent them plummeting into the river, survival seemed impossible. To her astonishment, someone had intervened in their dire moment. A wave of gratitude washed over her as she lifted her gaze to her savior. Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao, she was struck dumb. It's you. Jun Xiaoyao sensed the shift in her emotions and turned to face her, curiosity piqued by her astonishment. He scrutinized her closely. By the riverbank, devoid of illumination, he had initially overlooked her beauty, but now he felt his heart tremble. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, in no way inferior to Tian, Youzi, and the others. In fact, she exuded a more mature allure, reminiscent of a goddess amidst calamity, embodying a captivating maturity. He recognized her. She resided deep within his heart. For years prior, shortly after entering university, he had encountered an exquisite woman. Following a night together, she had vanished without a trace, leaving only a crimson stain on the white sheets, a haunting memory of her stunning visage, flawless figure, and long, graceful legs, buried deep within his recollections. As time passed, he had come to regard that night as a mere dream. Little did he expect to see her again 4 years later, and under such extraordinary circumstances. Their eyes locked, and a blush graced the woman's beautiful face. Hello, I am Jun Xiaoyao. The awkward atmosphere enveloped them, causing discomfort. Jun Xiaoyao broke the silence. I am Mu Wanjun. By the way, is my daughter truly unharmed? She is also your daughter, Mu Wanjun stammered, her face flushing. Despite her embarrassment, her concern for her daughter remained paramount. What? Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback, feeling as though struck in the chest. What does this mean? This little girl is my daughter? Am I truly so powerful, so precise? As shock coursed through him, he quickly extended his hand. A finger gently rests upon the little girl's brow. Chapter 131. he is Wanner's father. Astonishment engulfed him. Merely 10 minutes prior, he had received the information regarding the crystal card. His fifth fiancée was named Mu Wanjun. He never anticipated encountering her so swiftly, and in such an unusual manner, no less. To his further astonishment, this fiancée was none other than the goddess of his dreams, and she had borne him a daughter. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao's mind was in a whirlwind. This was utterly absurd. Despite the shock, he momentarily set aside the question of whether the little girl was indeed his daughter, prioritizing instead her well-being. Fortunately, she was merely unconscious and not gravely harmed. Ding! Event triggered. Master encountered Mu Wanjun. Reward points. 2,000,000. Event triggered. Master saved Mu Wanjun and her daughter. Reward points. 10,000,000. Event triggered. Master met his daughter. Reward points. 5,000,000. At that moment, the voice of the system's spirit, Xuanji, echoed in his mind. She is truly your daughter. Her name is Mu Qingwan. Mu Wanjun glanced at Jun Xiaoyao and then at the little girl, gripping her daughter's tiny hand tightly, fearful of losing her. Witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's anxiousness for her daughter warmed her heart. She inquired, "Where do you live?" Jun Xiaoyao responded, "The October night is already quite chilly, and having just emerged from the river, we are all soaked. We must change to avoid catching a cold. As a half-saint, I am unharmed. But Mu Wanjun and the child are not." At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze remained fixed on the little girl, who appeared to be around 3 years old and was extraordinarily adorable. Simultaneously, a wave of fury surged within him. Had he arrived just a few seconds later, he would have lost the chance to see Mu Wanjun and her daughter forever. The truck driver must face dire consequences. "I live in Sunshine Community," Mu Wanjun muttered, her head bowed, her voice barely audible. "Let us go," Jun Xiaoyao replied, already familiar with that location as it was where he had first crossed paths with Mu Wanjun. He was surprised to learn that she resided there. "Where to?" Mu Wanjun asked. "Home," Jun Xiaoyao answered. "Shouldn't we go to the hospital first?" "I'm worried about Wanner," she said, her tone softening as she mentioned her daughter, revealing her underlying strength. Yet, she still harbored concerns for her child. "With me, there's nothing to fear," Jun Xiaoyao reassured her. As he spoke, a faint glow emanated from his palm, enveloping the little girl in a protective light. Only then did Mu Wanjun begin to feel a semblance of relief. Though she could not cultivate, she was not naive and recognized that Jun Xiaoyao was extraordinary. Soon, the three hailed a taxi and arrived at Sunshine Community, which boasted several villas. Mu Wanjun resided in this very place. "Madam, miss," the driver addressed them. In the villa, a woman in her 40s, employed as a nanny by Mu Wanjun specifically to care for Wanner, was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the scene with Mu Wanjun, Jun Xiaoyao, and Wanner. Regaining her composure, she inquired with concern, "Is everything all right?" "Everything is fine," Mu Wanjun reassured her. Jun Xiaoyao cradled the child while Mu Wanjun led the way. Swiftly arriving at the nursery, "Change her clothes," she instructed. Although Wanner's garments had been dried by Jun Xiaoyao's true essence, they remained soiled and uncomfortable against her skin. "Yes." Mu Wanjun nodded, hastening to retrieve fresh clothing for Wanner. "You should step outside," Jun Xiaoyao suggested. "Do you need assistance?" Mu Wanjun hesitated, reluctant to leave her daughter's side. In the past, due to work commitments, she had no choice but to hire a nanny, but now that she was free, her first priority was to be with her daughter. She could not bear to be apart from her for even a minute, especially after the recent incident. However, upon meeting Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, she reluctantly acquiesced and exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. "Madam," Nanny Zhang observed the unfolding situation with intrigue. It was well known that her employer was a formidable and assertive CEO, commanding a vast corporation, yet she exhibited tenderness only in the presence of her daughter. Now, however, she displayed such vulnerability before this unfamiliar man. Who was he? He appeared younger than her employer, yet undeniably handsome, the type that would easily captivate a woman's heart. Nanny Zhang worried that her employer might be deceived by him. "He is Wanner's father." Mu Wanjun's exquisite visage flushed with warmth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as a myriad of emotions surged within her. "Ah, how wonderful! The young lady has finally met her father." Nanny Zhang was momentarily stunned, utterly astonished. For years prior, she had been hired by Mu Wanjun at a generous monthly salary to manage household duties, assist during the postpartum period, and care for Wanner. Never having encountered anyone else during her tenure, she had never dared to inquire further. Now, she was witnessing someone enter the home for the first time. And to her surprise, this man was Wanner's father. Reflecting on it, the resemblance between him and Wanner was striking. In the room, Jun Xiaoyao gazed at the little girl on the bed, her delicate beauty captivating him. The bond of blood was powerful. An innate sense of familiarity and closeness enveloped them. Without the need for a paternity test, Jun Xiaoyao was certain that she was indeed his daughter. In that moment, his heart melted. With a swift motion, he summoned his true essence, creating a gust of wind that filled the room. Upon the tender, delicate hand of the little girl, a faint trace of blood manifested. In an instant, Jun Xiaoyao's drop of essence blood emerged, merging seamlessly with the wound. The essence blood seemed to come alive, exuding an exuberant vitality. In the blink of an eye, it fused with the girl's bloodstream. The precious blood entered her body, healing the injury without any backlash. This was due to their shared lineage. As father and daughter, the girl naturally harbored no aversion to his essence blood. Moreover, this drop was not merely blood but divine and demonic essence, a sacred bloodline that promised extraordinary benefits, even to an ordinary person, let alone a saint. Certainly, if they were not related, even saints would hesitate to approach such divine blood. However, the circumstances were different now. Jun Xiaoyao and the little girl shared the same bloodline, rendering the act entirely unproblematic. Ding! Event triggered. Master bestows a drop of divine essence blood upon his daughter. Reward: 10,000,000 points. At that moment, the little girl on the bed slowly awakened, rubbing her eyes with her small hands. The sight was enough to melt Jun Xiaoyao's heart. As she opened her eyes, the first figure she beheld was not her nanny or her mother, but rather an unfamiliar man, leaving her utterly astonished. Chapter 132. Wanner wishes to sleep with her father. Who are you? The little girl inquired. Although merely 3 years of age, her speech was remarkably articulate, and her cognitive abilities were akin to that of a 5 or 6-year-old. In her heart, she felt no trepidation towards the man before her. Rather, she was filled with curiosity and an instinctive desire to draw closer to him, much like the familiarity one feels when encountering a mother returning home after a long day. "Ah, I am, of course, Wanner's father," Jun Xiaoyao replied gently, ruffling the little girl's hair while internally battling his own anxiety. Would she truly not recognize him? He scrutinized her with a mix of tension and guilt. At 3 years old, this was the first time he had appeared before her, and he had nearly severed the bond between mother and daughter. Really? The little girl blinked her beautiful eyes, her curiosity palpable. It was evident that she harbored doubts. All the other children in the neighborhood had both a mother and a father, yet she had never laid eyes on her father. Whenever she inquired about him, her mother would always say he was at work. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao responded, his nerves palpable. He had never felt such tension in his life. "Wanna, you're awake. How do you feel?" At that moment, the worried Mu Wanjun could no longer restrain herself and gently opened the door. Upon seeing her daughter safe and sound, she felt a slight sense of relief wash over her. "Mommy, Wanner is just fine. What's the matter?" Wanner queried, puzzled by her mother's apparent concern. Unbeknownst to her, Jun Xiaoyao had erased all memories of the earlier accident from her mind. He wished to spare his daughter from any lingering shadows. Wanner Mu Wanjun noticed that her daughter did not seem frightened and appeared oblivious to the incident. How could this be? Could it be that she had bumped her head? Instantly, she felt a surge of anxiety, instinctively glancing at Jun Xiaoyao, who had become her sole anchor in this moment of distress. "It's nothing. I helped Wanner forget about those initial events," Jun Xiaoyao assured her, offering no concealment. "Oh, you should go take a bath now," Mu Wanjun instructed, her tone somewhat assertive. "I will take my leave," Jun Xiaoyao stated. Although his daughter was present, she was her mother's child, and he knew little about her. Staying here late at night could lead to misunderstandings. As for matters concerning his daughter, they could be addressed tomorrow. "Daddy, Wanner wants to sleep with Daddy." Before Mu Wanjun could respond, the little girl interjected. Upon hearing that her father was about to leave, she naturally protested. After all, she had only just met him and was eager to boast to her friends the next day. Although her mother had yet to confirm his identity, she felt in her heart that he was indeed Wanner's father. "All right, wait a moment, I will accompany Wanner." Jun Xiaoyao instinctively responded, fearing his daughter would cry. Thus he consented. However, only after agreeing did he realize the awkwardness of the situation, which left him momentarily embarrassed. "Sir, please follow me." At that moment, the nanny, Sister Zhang, entered. Noticing Jun Xiaoyao's discomfort and seeing the lady blush, she, being an experienced individual, understood the nuances of the moment. She promptly spoke to alleviate the tension as Jun Xiaoyao stepped outside. "Mommy," Wanner called out after Jun Xiaoyao and the nanny departed. Her gaze fixed upon her mother as if she had a question lingering on her lips, yet she refrained from voicing it, waiting patiently for her mother to speak first. "Wanner, your surname is Jun. He is your father." Mu Wanjun naturally comprehended her daughter's feelings. She approached Wanner's bedside and sat down, gently ruffling her daughter's hair. Once assured of her well-being, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. After a moment of contemplation, she finally remarked, "Ah, indeed. How wonderful. Wanner has a father now." Wanner was overjoyed, bouncing energetically on the bed. Observing her daughter's exuberance brought a smile to Mu Wanjun's face. Yet an undercurrent of anxiety coursed through her. A delicate blush graced her exquisite features as memories of her past mistakes surfaced. For years prior, she had been pressured by her family to enter into a marriage alliance with a prominent family, which she had refused. That led to a fateful night with Jun Xiaoyao, resulting in the birth of Wanner. The circumstances of her life had changed irrevocably, leading to her expulsion from her family. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Jun Xiaoyao's thoughts were in disarray. The events of the day had been extraordinarily surreal. The cold water cascaded over him, an attempt to calm his racing mind. Yet tranquility eluded him. Thoughts of Mu Wanjun made his heart flutter, while thoughts of his daughter melted it. For years ago, he had been a Navi youth, and Mu Wanjun, a stunning goddess, was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered. Their fleeting encounter had vanished into the ether, only to be rekindled 4 years later with the revelation of their daughter. He pondered if she had a boyfriend during these years. If she did, he would respect that. After all, Wanner was his flesh and blood. He bore no resentment towards Mu Wanjun, as their past was merely a transient affair. For years can feel both long and short, and he felt he had no right to inquire about her romantic life. Eventually, he emerged from the bathroom clad only in a towel, having soaked his clothes in the river and needing to wash them thoroughly. "You're done?" In the living room, Mu Wanjun felt a whirlwind of emotions as she noticed Jun Xiaoyao's return and greeted him. Though seemingly tranquil, a tumult of nerves churned within her. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao was clad solely in a bath towel, heightening her sense of modesty. Despite Wanner being 3 years old, since that fateful encounter 4 years prior, she had transitioned from a girl into a woman and subsequently a mother. Yet, in this moment, she felt no different from a girl. He was refined, handsome, dashing, and ethereal. Compared to the callow youth of 4 years ago, he now exuded a steadiness, charm, and masculine allure that captivated her. This was the father of her daughter. Her own. What was she thinking? Mu Wanjun snapped back to reality, a blush blooming on her cheeks. Is Wanner asleep?" Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Their conversation revolved solely around their daughter. After all, although their one-night encounter had resulted in such a significant bond, they were, in truth, hardly acquainted, practically strangers. In light of this situation, it would be more peculiar if there were no awkwardness at all. Chapter 133. The epitome of a mature woman, exuding an unmistakable charm upstairs. There was a hope that Sister Zhang could lull her to sleep. Mu Wanjun responded, in that moment, devoid of any semblance of the strong woman she typically portrayed. In truth, she had never truly been a strong woman. Her outward display of dominance and resilience was merely a facade to shield her vulnerabilities from those who might take advantage of her. By nature, she possessed a gentle disposition, yet for the sake of Wanjun and herself, she felt compelled to don a mask. At this moment, however, she instinctively yearned to drop the pretense. "Am I intruding?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired, his gaze fixed upon Mu Wanjun, a sense of inexplicable tension stirring within him. "Wanjun does not have an uncle. Do you consider it convenient?" Mu Wanjun, sharp-witted and astute, grasped the underlying implications of Jun Xiaoyao's words, even if she hesitated to voice them directly. "Oh," Jun Xiaoyao replied, a flicker of joy igniting within him. He was not a fool. He certainly comprehended the nuances of Mu Wanjun's statement. Additionally, he had confirmed that the system had not deceived him. If Mu Wanjun had entered into a union, the system would not have referred to her as his fiancée. However, the title of fiancé seemed rather redundant given that their child was already 3 years old. "And what of you?" Mu Wanjun asked, her gaze earnest as it bore into Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Her expression remained calm, yet her heart raced with anxiety. She suspected that many girls were enamored with the striking Jun Xiaoyao, just as she herself had admirers, albeit she had chosen not to accept their advances. Her focus had been solely on Wanjun and her career, resolute in not yielding to the pursuits of others. She would not impose her own expectations upon Jun Xiaoyao, recognizing the passage of 4 years. For years ago, it was she who had initiated their fateful encounter, without any intention of a subsequent meeting. This reunion had been entirely serendipitous, beyond her expectations and imagination. Jun Xiaoyao remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. It would be inappropriate to mention that he had a wife, a girlfriend, and 5 fiancées, among whom she was merely one. Thus, he opted for silence, trusting that Mu Wanjun would understand. The living room fell into a profound stillness, and Mu Wanjun had come to a realization. "Daddy, I want Daddy." At that moment, from the second floor, a soft, tearful voice emerged, unmistakably revealing that the little girl was still waiting for her father. The nanny's attempts to soothe her to sleep were futile. "Let us go," Mu Wanjun declared, already ascending the stairs. Her stunning visage, perfectly sculpted figure, and elongated, graceful legs moved with a mature allure, embodying the essence of a sophisticated woman, her charm palpable and unwavering. Jun Xiaoyao, captivated by her retreating silhouette, pondered for a moment before following suit. Father and mother, upon entering, were met with immense joy from Wanner. Initially, she had been asleep in the children's room, yet today she desired to slumber with her mother and father. Hence, she ventured into this room, which belonged to Mu Wanjun. It was adorned with a cozy ambience, filled with a subtle fragrance. "Good evening, sir and madam," the nanny, Sister Zhang, remarked, sensing the atmosphere, and with a smile, she exited, gently closing the door behind her. In an instant, the room was left with just the 3 of them, father, mother, and Wanner, who wished to sleep in the middle. The awkwardness that loomed was soon shattered by Mu Qingwan's soft, sweet voice, capable of melting hearts. The attention of Jun Xiaoyao and Mu Wanjun finally diverted, easing the tension between them. They both thought. Fortunately, Wanner chose to sleep in the middle, otherwise. Jun Xiaoyao climbed onto the spacious, soft bed, feeling a wave of nerves. Although they had shared a night 4 years ago, they were strangers back then. He had been intimate with Tian Youzi, yet he had not felt this anxious. Jun Xiaoyao positioned himself at the edge of the bed, reluctant to occupy the middle space for fear of brushing against Mu Wanjun. Mu Wanjun shared the same sentiment, but thankfully, Mu Qingwan was nestled in between them. Ding! Event triggered. The master accompanies his daughter to sleep. Reward points. 5,000,000. Father, could you tell Wanner a story? In the room, as Mu Wanjun and Jun Xiaoyao remained silent, Mu Qingwan spoke up, climbing onto Jun Xiaoyao's lap. Reaching for a children's storybook from the bedside cabinet, she handed the book to Jun Xiaoyao, declaring that Wanner wished to hear a story before sleep. Thus, Jun Xiaoyao began narrating a tale to Mu Qingwan. Being his first time telling a story to a child proved to be quite a challenge. However, he gradually adapted. Due to the late hour, he had yet to finish the story when Mu Qingwan had already drifted off to sleep. "I shall take my leave now. I will return tomorrow," Jun Xiaoyao announced, preparing to rise. Yet, he discovered Wanner's head resting on his arm. "Your clothes were washed by Sister Zhang and haven't dried," Mu Wanjun expressed with a tinge of distress. She understood that Jun Xiaoyao had a girlfriend, perhaps even a family, and he needed to return. She worried that his presence could lead to misunderstandings, especially regarding tomorrow's visit, which would surely pertain to Wanner. After all, he was her father. "It's nothing. I'll be home soon," Jun Xiaoyao reassured her. "Even if my clothes are damp, I can dry them with my vital energy. What if Wanner wakes up and you aren't here?" Mu Wanjun hesitated. "Are you worried about being scolded by your wife or girlfriend?" A sense of reluctance washed over her instinctively. He is the father of his own daughter, as well as her first and only man, for whom she yearns to fight, not only for Wanner, but also for herself. Although this life is destined to be ordinary, it is essential to have a complete family, with a husband and children. When the next life arrives, perhaps she will have the opportunity to cultivate herself. Even if she cannot achieve that or return to her original world, it matters not. This world is quite splendid in its own right. Chapter 134. Some matters you do not understand. It turns out that Mu Wanjun is not of this world, She hails from the celestial realm. Born into a prestigious family, her talents were unremarkable, yet her beauty was unparalleled. In an attempt to curry favor with formidable powers, her family sought to marry her off as a concubine. Though lacking in exceptional ability, she refused to become a mere plaything for the powerful and thus chose to flee. During her escape, she accidentally fell from a cliff and acquired the cultivation technique 3 Lives Holy Classics. However, this technique necessitated 3 lifetimes for mastery, and in the course of forcibly cultivating it, she was reborn on Earth. It was only 5 years ago that she regained her memories. Yet, she found herself facing a predicament akin to her past life, as her family aimed to use her for a strategic marriage. Consequently, she opted for a fleeting encounter with Jun Xiaoyao. They would not speak ill of me. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. Indeed, Tian Youzi would not utter a word against him, nor could she ever berate him. Tian Luobing, Ji Qingwu, and Su Mingyao would not either, for they all understood that Jun Xiaoyao had other fiancées. Furthermore, they were all extraordinary beings, their thoughts diverging from those of ordinary individuals. As for them, Mu Wanjun harbored a hint of provocation in her tone, mingled with a desire to probe further. However, upon discerning the implication of Jun Xiaoyao's words, she could not help but frown. Clearly, there was more than one. Alas, she had encountered a scoundrel. She found herself at a loss for words. How could Wanner have such a father? Was she destined to be perpetually unlucky? Some matters you do not comprehend. Jun Xiaoyao sighed helplessly. He could naturally perceive Mu Wanjun's disdain, and he understood her sentiments. It was not just Mu Wanjun. Even he felt contempt for himself. Yet, this was a predicament engineered by the system. Should he attempt to explain? Such an endeavor would only invite further disdain, as it would require him to evade responsibility, which epitomized the behavior of an irresponsible man. Moreover, how could he claim to possess a system? He could not. At this moment, he felt not only helpless, but also deeply ashamed. Truth be told, despite their fleeting encounter, she held a significant place in his heart, as she was the first woman he had ever cherished. Mu Wanjun was the most beautiful girl he had ever encountered at that time, and she remained equally stunning now. Tian Youzi, Tian Luobing, Ji Qingwu, Su Mingyao, and the goddess of calamity were all breathtakingly exquisite, rivaling Mu Wanjun in beauty. However, the current Mu Wanjun exuded a mature charm that he found even more appealing. To be looked down upon by the woman he admired was the most excruciating experience. Gently, he placed Wanner down and tenderly kissed her delicate face before exiting the room. He retrieved his clothes from the balcony. Although freshly washed and dried, they remained somewhat damp. He donned them as he entered the bathroom and then stepped out of the villa. With a deep sigh, Jun Xiaoyao ambled towards the exit of the community, the streetlights elongating his solitary figure, casting a melancholic shadow as he experienced loneliness for the first time since becoming strong. He realized that not all matters were within his control. At the villa, on the balcony, Mu Wanjun, clad in her nightgown, gazed at the retreating silhouette, tears involuntarily cascading down her cheeks in that poignant moment. 20 minutes later, at Longquan Mountain, Jun Xiaoyao returned to the villa. Su Mingyao was already asleep, as was Ji Qingwu. Only Tian Youzi remained in the living room, distractedly watching television. "Darling, you're back," she exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, darting towards him with bare feet, eager to help him change out of his shoes. "Still awake?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired. "I can't sleep." "What's wrong?" Tian Youzi noticed that Jun Xiaoyao seemed off. Despite his efforts to maintain a calm facade, she gently probed, "You seemed fine this afternoon. What happened? You've been gone for quite a while. And your clothes are damp. They smell different from the laundry detergent we use at home." "It's nothing," he replied, shaking his head as he ascended to his room. After a quick shower, he lay down on the bed. At that moment, Tian Youzi quietly entered the room, locked the door behind her, and climbed onto the bed beside him, gazing intently at Jun Xiaoyao. "What are you staring at?" he asked, playfully pinching her exquisite face. "I just like watching you," she answered. "Today, I encountered someone," Jun Xiaoyao mused softly after a moment of contemplation. Tian Youzi nodded, her eyes fixed on him, ready to be his confidant, hoping to understand him better. "For years ago, when I had just begun university, I met a remarkably beautiful girl. Our encounter was fleeting, and she vanished. Today, after walking with Bing and seeing her home, I witnessed a car accident. A sedan was struck by a truck and plunged into the river. I felt a sharp pain in my chest." Jun Xiaoyao recounted the events of the evening, while Tian Youzi nestled against him, listening intently, her heart filled with astonishment. To my astonishment, my proud and aloof sister, who typically shuns emotional connections, could not resist the allure of Jun Xiaoyao. For her, it was of no consequence. She remained entirely unperturbed. After all, Binger was indeed the betrothed of Jun Xiaoyao. Even more surprising was the unexpected arrival of Mu Wanyun, rendering the entire situation utterly surreal. "What are your plans?" Tian Youzi inquired. "This fellow had a delightful daughter. The goddess I encountered one fateful night turned out to be my fiancée, and she had a daughter. Had Jun Xiaoyao not revealed this, I would have found it utterly unbelievable." Chapter 135. The Announcement of the Heavenly Rankings. The Holy Sovereign World is about to unveil. It is too late tonight. I shall confer with her tomorrow. In truth, it is I who owe her and our daughter so much more. Jun Xiaoyao spoke, contemplating a visit to Mu Wanjun the following day to seek her thoughts. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Tian Youzi, who, without awaiting the conclusion of his words, delicately placed her slender, pale fingers against his lips, silencing him. Unspoken yet understood, she knew the sentiments he was grappling with. Love knows no right or wrong, nor does it entail debts. She cherished him, as did Binger and the others. "Call your grandfather to inquire," Jun Xiaoyao commanded. "Regardless of whether it is a conspiracy or mere happenstance, he must perish." With that, he gently closed his eyes, preparing to drift into slumber. Tian Youzi nodded in agreement, subsequently sending a message to Tian Lanxing. She placed her phone upon the cabinet and nestled into Jun Xiaoyao's embrace, her exquisite visage adorned with a sweet and blissful smile. She comprehended that his willingness to confide in her was a testament to his trust, regarding her as more than just a girlfriend, transcending the ordinary relationships that most shared. Such matters were rarely disclosed by individuals to their partners. As the night deepened, the sky sparkled brilliantly. Above, the heavenly rankings erupted in unparalleled golden radiance, from which emerged a resplendent, multi-hued portal to another realm. The Holy Sovereign World will commence in half a month. Only those who have attained the rank of Martial King may enter the Holy Sovereign World. The trial will last for 6 months. Should you wish to enter, prepare swiftly. Recommendation: form a team to venture forth. A voice, ancient yet resonant, echoed across the globe. The Holy Sovereign World? Could it be more formidable than the cataclysmic realm? With mere months left for Earth's protection, the emergence of the Holy Sovereign World presents the final opportunity for Earth's warriors. Should they fail to grow stronger, the planet shall be trampled upon. Is the Holy Sovereign World a blessing or a curse? Martial King? That seems a distant aspiration. I shall make one last effort. Is the Holy Sovereign World truly the realm of the saints? Apart from the Emperor of Heaven, are there other saints in this world? Half a month is sufficient preparation. At this moment, the world erupted with fervor, discussions igniting across the globe. Prominent martial artists, ancient clans, and martial alliances hastened into action, preparing to send their strongest warriors, those of Martial King rank and above, into the Holy Sovereign World in hopes of seizing opportunities within. "Husband, are we to journey to the Holy Sovereign World?" Tian Youzi, initially ready for slumber in their villa at Longquan Mountain, was profoundly shaken by the news from the heavenly rankings. Her gaze, looking towards Jun Xiaoyao beside her, she inquired, "Let's go?" Jun Xiaoyao nodded, acknowledging that the Sacred Lord's realm appeared to be quite extraordinary. He lacked for resources, yet it would be beneficial to venture forth for some experience. On Earth, he felt invincible. However, what lay beyond this realm of fantasy? Thus, it is only through enduring trials and tribulations that one may behold a rainbow. Now, while the Earth's protective period remains, he could seize the opportunity to hone his skills. After its conclusion, who could predict what the Earth would have become? "I desire to go as well," Tian Youzi said, playfully clinging to Jun Xiaoyao's arm, her form pressing against him. "Let us discuss it in a few days. It is perilous within, not a matter to be taken lightly," Jun Xiaoyao gently refused. "Some matters warrant consent, while others do not." "Very well," Tian Youzi pouted, her lips irresistibly plump and alluring. That night, silence enveloped them. Jun Xiaoyao embraced Tian Youzi, indulging in gentle caresses, leaving her breathless and blushing. Ultimately, he restrained himself, refraining from causing her harm. In the Sunshine Community, within a villa, Mu Wanjun stood on the balcony, lingering until Jun Xiaoyao's silhouette vanished from sight. Only then did she return to her room, where her daughter lay soundly asleep. In her serene features, Mu Wanjun noted an uncanny resemblance to Jun Xiaoyao. Unconsciously, the man re-entered her thoughts. Were it not for him, she and her daughter would have faced dire consequences. After a prolonged moment, Mu Wanjun regained her composure. The events of the previous night felt exceedingly wrong. It was evident that adversaries sought to orchestrate an accident to eliminate her. Contemplating this, a grave expression crossed her beautiful eyes. As an ordinary woman, how could she defend herself? In this life, she still could not cultivate. Yet, she had her daughter. For her sake, she toiled ceaselessly, striving to provide a carefree life for her child. Thus, relying on her talents, she established a company worth nearly 3 billion within just 5 years. If this trajectory continued, she would undoubtedly have the opportunity to become one of the top 10 conglomerates in Jiangnan within a decade. However, great success attracts attention, and her existence had drawn the notice of many, some of whom harbored ulterior motives. Yet, she remained undeterred, which ultimately invited peril upon her. Lost in thought, she succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, daylight streamed through the window. "Mama, Mama, where is Daddy? Is he gone? Did I dream of him?" The sweet, melodious voice filled her ears. Mu Wanjun roused herself, realizing, yes, Wanjun must have been dreaming. A moment of realization struck her. She could not allow Wanjun to learn the truth about her father, lest she believe that their encounter was merely a figment of her imagination. What could she say now that Jun Xiaoyao was absent? Just then, a voice interrupted. "Madam, the sir has arrived." The housekeeper, Sister Zhang, knocked and entered, speaking as she did so. Upon hearing her voice, Mu Wanjun realized there was no time to intercept. No, this was not a dream. It was undoubtedly her father. The little girl, astute as she was, swiftly leapt from her bed, her bare feet padding softly on the floor, clad in her tiny pajamas, and dashed out. Through the corridor's glass, she caught sight of Jun Xiaoyao in the living room. In an instant, Mu Qingwan was filled with exhilaration, scampering down the stairs. "Daddy, Daddy!" she exclaimed, now certain that her encounter with him the previous night had not been merely a figment of her imagination, but a true reunion. In the living room stood her father. "Warner, slow down, slow down." Jun Xiaoyao, upon spotting the little girl's figure, was overwhelmed with joy. As he watched her rush down the stairs, he grew anxious, fearing she might stumble, and quickly stood to approach the staircase. Just 5 steps away, the little girl leapt down, and Jun Xiaoyao's heart raced at her audacity. If he failed to catch her, she could surely be hurt. Fortunately, he managed to embrace her safely. Chapter 136. The confrontation in the embrace of Jun Xiaoyao. Mu Qingwan was filled with unrestrained joy, her small hands wrapped around his neck. "What about the clothes? Shall we put them on first?" Jun Xiaoyao responded with a beaming smile, exuding immense happiness. At just over 20, he had not anticipated that his daughter was already 3 years old. In that moment, he couldn't help but reflect on the passage of time. Was he truly aging? In Wanner's room, the little girl playfully urged, "Daddy, take me there," pointing to her room. "All right," Jun Xiaoyao replied, lifting Mu Qingwan and making his way to the children's room. Inside, he helped the little girl change her clothes. Upon returning to the living room, she clung to him, unwilling to let go. Meanwhile, upstairs, Mu Wanjun observed the scene from the living room. A sweet and gentle smile graced her exquisite face as she mused. If only we had been together years ago. Back then, he was still a naive youth, but she recalled that she was several years his senior, at 17. He was but a boy while she was already 24. "You've arrived," Mu Wanjun said, having completed her morning routine as she entered the living room and sat opposite Jun Xiaoyao. She was well aware of his purpose for visiting today, yet she felt neither aversion nor resistance. After all, Wanner was his daughter, and it was only natural for him to desire a relationship with her, indicating his affection for the child. However, she was resolute in her decision not to acquiesce. "Yes, I have something to discuss with you." Jun Xiaoyao nodded, his demeanor calm. His gaze rested steadily upon the stunning woman before him, whose beauty was breathtaking. She was exquisite, matured, and even more enchanting than 4 years prior. It was in that moment that he truly appreciated her allure. She was the goddess of his heart, and a woman who, despite their brief encounter, had left an indelible mark on him. Mu Wanjun, feeling the intensity of his gaze, experienced a flutter of nerves and shyness. It was the first time she had been regarded so appreciatively by a man. She recognized that Jun Xiaoyao was truly observing her. Unlike their fleeting encounter 4 years ago when he hadn't seen her clearly. Now, under his scrutiny, she felt a rush of emotions, but what could she do? He was the father of her daughter, her first love, and the only man she had ever truly cared for. It was impossible to rebuke him now. Simultaneously, she couldn't deny that she was also discreetly appraising him. That night, she had only glimpsed his handsome features, but the previous evening, consumed with worry for Wanner, she had not taken the time to admire him properly. Now, however, he was undeniably captivating, with delicate features and an otherworldly charm that could make any woman weak at the knees. Wanner, we shall wash our faces and brush our teeth, and then Aunt Zhang will take you to play with the children, shall we? Upon encountering Jun Xiaoyao and Mu Wanyun, the nanny, Aunt Zhang, approached, wishing to carry Mu Qingwan away. However, she refused to play, insisting that she wanted her father to accompany her. Wanner directly denied the request, clinging to Jun Xiaoyao and refusing to come down. Father will speak with mother first, and then I shall take you out to play, all right? Jun Xiaoyao said gently, gazing at Mu Qingwan. Okay, father, let us make a promise. The little girl unexpectedly agreed with alacrity, even wanting to make a promise with Jun Xiaoyao. After sealing their promise, she finally left with Aunt Zhang. Let us ascend the stairs and converse, suggested Mu Wanyun, feeling both astonished and envious, even a touch jealous of the little girl who, having only recognized her father for less than a day, so readily obeyed him. Jun Xiaoyao nodded and followed Mu Wanyun upstairs, where a subtle fragrance wafted into the air, revealing her exquisite silhouette and perfect figure before his eyes. Mu Wanyun sensed his gaze, feeling a mix of nervousness, shyness, and pride. Soon, they arrived at the villa's small observation deck and took their seats. I am from the Mu family of Jinling. Years ago, my family arranged a marriage with the Qin family, which I refused, fleeing from my family, and then with you. Later, upon discovering I was to have Wanner, I decided to give birth. Over these years, it has been fortunate that Wanner is well behaved, allowing me the opportunity to work, and now I am capable of caring for her, Mu Wanyun said calmly, her gaze fixed on Jun Xiaoyao. In truth, this was their third meeting, yet they felt as if they were family and friends. Indeed, she was the mother of his daughter. Though they had no formal titles, neither lovers, nor partners, nor spouses, they shared a reality and a daughter. I am from the Jun family of Jiangnan. However, the Jun family no longer exists. When I was 11, my parents were murdered, and I left the Jun family, relying solely on my sister. I encountered you during my university years. Later, I met my master and spent 2 years in seclusion to cultivate before returning just over a month ago. In truth, I do not have a girlfriend. Those women are merely betrothed to me by my master. After listening to Mu Wanyun's words, Jun Xiaoyao slowly shared everything about himself. Their conversation felt akin to a self-introduction. They had been strangers, yet now, in a sense, they were getting to know one another. Ding! Event triggered. Master reveals his intentions to Mu Wanyun. Reward points 10, 000, 000. What are your plans? Mu Wanyun asked, astonished, her perception of Jun Xiaoyao shifting. He was not the scoundrel she had imagined. At that moment, she yearned to comprehend how Jun Xiaoyao intended to approach the matter, or rather, she sought to understand how he would confront both her and her daughter, and how he would treat them. Chapter 137. Am I not as exceptional as your fiancé? My thoughts are selfish and irresponsible. Jun Xiaoyao remained silent for a prolonged moment before finally speaking. At this juncture, he found himself at a loss for words. He yearned for Wanner, for she was his own daughter, yet he was acutely aware of the significance she held for Mu Wanyun. It was clear that she would never consent to his desires. When it comes to matters of love and familial bonds, one cannot measure their worth in material terms. Should he be able to provide for them with worldly possessions to ensure their happiness, he would do so without hesitation. Raising his gaze to Mu Wanyun, he continued, I desire Wanner, but I also comprehend how vital she is to you, as paramount to you as she is to me. Upon finishing, Jun Xiaoyao lowered his head. Here he was, the esteemed Emperor of Heaven, a half-saint, yet he found himself devoid of courage in this matter. Have you not considered my feelings? Mu Wanyun inquired, observing Jun Xiaoyao. Logically, this man should be remarkable, yet at this moment, he appeared profoundly dejected. For a brief instant, she found herself perplexed by his demeanor. Nevertheless, he remained the father of her daughter and her partner. He wished for Wanner, yet he understood her significance to her mother. This notion had already crossed her mind, but she felt a twinge of displeasure. Was it solely his daughter that occupied his thoughts? Did he not spare a thought for her? Was I not as worthy as your fiancé? Am I not beautiful? Am I lacking in capability? Or is there some other reason? Once the words escaped her lips, a faint blush adorned her exquisite face, for she realized she was somewhat indulging in a petty display, akin to a playful pout towards her boyfriend. However, you are truly exceptional. I wish to care for you, he replied, though he understood she would likely refuse such an offer. You just stated that you are capable of caring for Wanner. I believe in your abilities. I do not wish to place you in a difficult position. My purpose for coming here today is, in truth, to accept the inevitability of returning empty-handed. Throughout his speech, Jun Xiaoyao kept his head bowed, avoiding any eye contact with Mu Wanwan. Who are they? She asked, her curiosity piqued. If they were not exceptional, Jun Xiaoyao would surely have chosen her, for she was undeniably beautiful and remarkable. Thus far, she had not encountered any woman more captivating than herself. Tian Luobing, Ji Qingwu, Su Mingyao, the Yi family of Huaxia, Yi Qingxian, and the Tian family of Jiangnan, Tian Youzi, Jun Xiaoyao responded. Since the truth was laid bare, there was no need for further concealment. Such matters would inevitably come to light. In truth, he found himself quite curious. As the Emperor of Heaven, it seemed the entire world was aware of his identity. Did Mu Wanwan truly not know? To his surprise, she indeed did not possess that knowledge. Although the heavenly rankings were renowned, her inability to cultivate meant all her focus was devoted to her work and daughter, leaving her oblivious to the rankings. As expected, upon hearing the name spoken by Jun Xiaoyao, Mu Wanjun was taken aback. This was simply outrageous. The top 5 on the talent list were all his fiancées. She too was among the top 5, perhaps the only one incapable of cultivation. The other 4 were undeniably prodigies. More importantly, it was rumored that each of them was stunningly beautiful, rivaling her own allure. This man was indeed fortunate in love, if word got out. It would surely astonish the world. Could it be that they had all consented? Or were they aware of each other's existence? This thought intrigued Mu Wanjun immensely. I will have someone attend to your company matters. In a while, I shall be leaving Earth for some time. For the next few days, I wish to spend time with Wanjun. Is that acceptable? Jun Xiaoyao raised his head, gazing at Mu Wanjun, inquiring, Are you going to the sacred world? Mu Wanjun asked, not addressing his question directly. Yes, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Are they aware of each other's existence? Mu Wanjun pressed on. They are, Jun Xiaoyao replied. Have they agreed to this arrangement? Mu Wanjun asked again, her astonishment palpable. In truth, she had soon come to terms with it. After all, in a world where strength reigns supreme, having multiple wives is quite commonplace. The same applies to the earth, now rejuvenated with spiritual energy. It merely goes unnoticed on the surface. Yaoer is my beloved sister. Tian Luobing consented last night. Ji Qingwu has agreed. Tian Youzi is my girlfriend. As for Yi Qingxian, we have yet to meet, Jun Xiaoyao responded. With that, he stood up, preparing to go downstairs to find Wanjun to play, regardless of whether Mu Wanjun agreed. He was determined to seize the opportunity to spend time with his daughter, for soon he would depart for the sacred world, and that journey would last half a year. Jun Xiaoyao, if I were to accept you, what would your plans be? As she watched him rise to leave, memories of the lonely figure from the previous night surged within her, causing an inexplicable ache in her heart. After all, he was her man, the father of her child. For the sake of their daughter, he could lower his pride. I agree. Jun Xiaoyao turned around, his expression a mix of astonishment and exhilaration. He truly did not expect Mu Wanjun to utter such words. It was beyond his imagination. Indeed, a blush blossomed on Mu Wanjun's exquisite face. Shameful, very shameful. What is the reason? Jun Xiaoyao suppressed his excitement and inquired. Perhaps he still found it hard to believe that Mu Wanjun would agree to this arrangement. And he was eager to understand her thoughts. You are my first and only man. Primarily, it is because Wanjun cannot do without you. Mu Wanjun's cheeks flushed crimson at that moment. With her head bowed and a soft voice, she twisted the fabric of her dress with her small hands. She appeared as a delicate little girl. To utter such words required an immense amount of courage, not for any other reason, but simply to advocate for herself and her daughter. Chapter 138. This little cotton-padded jacket is drafty with determination. Jun Xiaoyao approached Mu Wanjun, extending his hand to grasp her delicate, fair fingers. Ah, where are we going? Mu Wanjun, noticing Jun Xiaoyao's assertive and confident demeanor, felt a sudden rush of anxiety. What was he planning to do? The moment he held her hand, her entire body trembled, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she felt paralyzed by shyness and tension. "Let us move in together," Jun Xiaoyao proposed. "What do you mean by that?" Mu Wanjun stammered. "Even if I were to agree, I wouldn't go with you, at least not for the time being. I've grown accustomed to living here. Don't hold on so tightly. What if someone sees us? Let go." Mu Wanjun was taken aback. Moving into his home? That thought had never crossed her mind, and she couldn't accept it at this moment. Moreover, she had settled into this place and had no desire to relocate. Feeling Jun Xiaoyao still clutching her hand, she shyly struggled to free herself, her face ablaze with embarrassment. "Is anyone there?" "I don't see anyone," Jun Xiaoyao replied, fully aware of Mu Wanjun's shyness. She had initially agreed, but now her response indicated reluctance. "Daddy, Daddy." At that moment, a sweet, melodic voice echoed, and a small head peeked through the door, observing him and Mu Wanjun. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao felt a wave of frustration. This little cotton-padded jacket is indeed drafty. Meanwhile, Mu Wanjun, overwhelmed by embarrassment, seized the opportunity to pull her hand away from Jun Xiaoyao's grasp. Upon seeing her daughter, her demeanor shifted, and she began to giggle uncontrollably. "Wanner, how long have you been here?" Jun Xiaoyao asked as he embraced the approaching Mu Qingwan, gently ruffling her little head. Despite the awkwardness, she remained his little cotton-padded jacket. "I've been here for a while." "Oh, Mommy, why is your face so red?" The little girl inquired innocently, her curious eyes widening at the sight of Mu Wanjun's flushed cheeks. "It must be the sun," Mu Wanjun replied, feeling a bit exasperated. "Oh, I see. Daddy, Mommy, can you take Wanner to the amusement park for some fun?" The little girl asked, her trust unwavering. "Wanner, you can go play with Daddy today. Mommy needs to go to the office for a bit. How about we take you to play with Daddy in a couple of days?" Mu Wanjun suggested, feeling somewhat torn. Today, there remains an abundance of matters within the company. The incident from last night's accident weighs heavily on her mind, and she must seek clarity. Simultaneously, she is providing her daughter with an opportunity to spend time alone with Jun Xiaoyao. No deceit, Wanner. All the other children have their parents accompanying them. You deserve the same, she insists. Mu Qingwan adopts a contemplative expression, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, tomorrow, both Mommy and Daddy will accompany you," she adds. Mu Wanwan gazes at her daughter nestled in Jun Xiaoyao's embrace and nods slightly. This little girl, could it be that she is so fond of her father? "Regarding last night's events, I have thoroughly investigated, and you may resolve it as you see fit. There will be those willing to cooperate. By the way, here is something for you. Wear it at all times. It must not be removed." Jun Xiaoyao gently places Mu Qingwan on the sofa, rises, and approaches Mu Wanwan. In his palm lies a delicate necklace, adorned with a fiery red gemstone. The gem seamlessly melds with the chain, presenting an appearance of simplicity. As he speaks, Jun Xiaoyao fastens the necklace around Mu Wanjuan's fair, swan-like neck, a faint fragrance enveloping him, stirring his heart with a flurry of emotions. Suddenly, his gaze falls upon the pendant, which hangs perfectly within the contours of her bosom. From above, the view is quite captivating, and he nearly finds himself overwhelmed. She seems to have grown fuller since 4 years prior. "What are you staring at?" she inquires, as Mu Wanwan steps forward, retrieving the necklace and adorning her neck. Nervousness and shyness engulf her, caught in a whirlwind of astonishment and delight. Although the necklace may appear unremarkable, it is a gift from Jun Xiaoyao, her first present from him. Regardless of its appearance, she cherishes it. Yet, soon she realizes that Jun Xiaoyao personally fastening the necklace may be too intimate for her comfort. However, it is of little consequence, for he completes the gesture swiftly. What truly matters is Jun Xiaoyao's gaze lingering upon her sacred space, a place of both pride and vulnerability. For years ago, this very man had touched her, and now, after all this time, his gaze ignites a profound embarrassment within her. She hastily covers her chest with her hand, wishing to melt into the ground. Jun Xiaoyao finds himself in an awkward predicament, compounded by the fact that he leans closer to whisper something in Mu Wanwan's ear. After speaking, he quickly steps back. "Jun Xiaoyao, you rogue. There's a child present. Have you no shame?" Mu Wanwan exclaims, her face flushed with a mix of indignation and embarrassment, her delicate earlobes turning crimson. What a scoundrel he is. So shameless to utter such words, yet she still harbored a hint of sweetness. With a swift motion, her small hand aimed at Jun Xiaoyao. but he had already evaded her grasp, leaving her unable to strike. Instead, she found herself lunging forward, landing directly in Jun Xiaoyao's embrace. Chapter 139, Jun Xiaoyao. You scoundrel, hey, the child is still here. Be mindful. Upon witnessing the exquisite figure leaning toward him, Jun Xiaoyao instinctively reached out and drew her into his embrace. The softness enveloped him, and a fragrant aura filled the air, causing his heart to race and blood to surge. Were it not for Wanner's presence, he might have. His gaze fell upon Mu Wanjuan's enchanting visage as he earnestly declared, yet a smile lingered on his face. You scoundrel, Mu Wanjun blushed even deeper. Instead of reprimanding Jun Xiaoyao, she found herself unwittingly drawn into his arms. However, something felt amiss. It was as if she hadn't truly initiated the embrace. Even if she had stumbled, she could have steadied herself and not fallen into his grasp. No, she realized. He had indeed pulled her toward him. This rogue. You'll learn what it means to be a scoundrel tonight. Wanner, come, Daddy will take you to play. Jun Xiaoyao whispered softly in Mu Wanjuan's ear before releasing her and hastily turning away, scooping up Wanner and dashing toward the living room's exit. By the time Mu Wanjun regained her composure, the father and daughter had already departed the villa. Ding! Event triggered. Master teased Mu Wanjun. Reward points. 20,000. 000. Jun Xiaorao, you rogue. Mu Wanjuan's cheeks burned with embarrassment. She felt utterly humiliated. This scoundrel dared to tease her so, despite having a child, which was the result of a fateful night with Jun Xiaoyao. She had never experienced a romantic relationship prior. Since Wayner's arrival, her heart had been solely devoted to her daughter and her work. She could be described as merely a girl who had become a mother. Watching Jun Xiaoyao carry Wanner away, Mu Wanjun took a long time to calm herself before changing clothes and driving to the company. Daddy, where are we going to play? As they left the Sunshine community, Mu Qingwan clung to Jun Xiaoyao, her small hands wrapped around his neck. To the amusement park, Wanner. Have you started kindergarten yet? Jun Xiaoyao pinched Mu Qingwan's cheek as they headed toward the amusement park, a place he knew well from his past visits with Yaoer. Though he hadn't been there in years, it still felt familiar. Yes, I'm starting kindergarten the day after tomorrow, Mu Qingwan replied, having just turned 3. Realizing that today was Saturday, Jun Xiaoyao took Mu Qingwan to enjoy the amusement park, his eyes brimming with affection for his daughter. He yearned to make up for the lost years, as her early childhood had been devoid of his presence. Thus, he endeavored to spend as much time with her as possible. Linjing Garden. The villa. Why hasn't he come to find me? Tian Luobing pouted, sinking into the softness of the plush sofa. She wore only a delicate nightgown, her long and graceful legs, fair and straight, exposed to the air. Since yesterday, after Jun Xiaoyao escorted her home, her mind had been a whirlpool of thoughts, keeping her awake until the late hours, with Jun Xiaoyao's image lingering in her mind. When she finally awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Normally, she would have completed her cultivation by now, but today, she had yet to begin. With her slender, fair hands, she held her phone, searching for something. Query: what does it take to be in a relationship? Hand-holding, hugging, kissing, sleeping together. It turned out she was researching the components of romance, and upon discovering certain information, her lovely face flushed instantly, her delicate earlobes turning a rosy hue. We held hands. We shared a candied hawthorn. Does that count as a kiss? We drank a cup of milk tea together. Does that count as a kiss? The thought of hugging and sleeping together made her feel utterly embarrassed. What if he asks for more? Tian Luobing's heart raced as she recalled last night, feeling shy just thinking about it. The mere idea of holding hands made her nervous, let alone kissing and hugging, and the thought of sleeping together was mortifying. At that moment, Tian Luobing furrowed her brow. Her cultivation realm had begun to loosen, while in the cataclysm realm, she had reached the pinnacle of a martial emperor, and she had anticipated a longer wait for a breakthrough opportunity. To her surprise, the loosening of her realm occurred far more swiftly than expected. Elation surged through her as she realized that if she were to break through now, she would ascend to the status of a martial god, bringing her one step closer to the peak of her past life. Quickly, she adjusted her posture, crossing her legs in a meditative stance. The chaotic ice art began to flow through her, and she swallowed a pill, hastening her cultivation in preparation for the breakthrough. Boom, boom, boom. Half an hour later, above the Linjiang courtyard villa, the previously clear sky turned ominous with thunder, dark clouds rolling in, and arcs of electricity crackling through the air, as if the world were coming to an end. This phenomenon instilled terror among countless residents of Jiangnan City, with a torrential downpour accompanied by thunder and lightning. Whispers spread through the city. A martial god is breaking through. In Jiangnan City, aside from Jun Tiandi, it was unimaginable that someone would attempt to ascend to the status of a martial god now. Truly, heaven blesses our Huaxia, heaven blesses Jiangnan. Which direction is it? Let's go see. A martial god? That is the pinnacle of martial arts. But what does a martial god signify compared to Jun Tiandi? He is the only sage in the world, having transcended the bounds of humanity. The martial god is the zenith of martial arts, an existence we all look up to. In Jiangnan City, countless martial artists gazed on with envy, gazing towards the direction of Linjiang Garden. The martial deity stands as an unparalleled figure in the realm of martial arts, albeit not comparable to the saints. A divine existence akin to a myth. It is noteworthy that, aside from the Western deities, no martial god has emerged in recent times. At that moment, in the amusement park, as Jun Xiaoyao was frolicking with Wanner, the sky darkened ominously, followed by the rumble of thunder and a torrential downpour. Taken aback by this sudden change, Jun Xiaoyao realized that someone was undergoing a breakthrough. The source of this celestial occurrence pointed towards Tian Luo Bing's location. During her time in the Calamity Realm, Tian Luo Bing had already reached the pinnacle of martial emperor. Therefore, the individual breaking through now must be none other than Tian Luo Bing herself. Swiftly, he received confirmation from the system. Ding! Event triggered. Tian Luo Bing's cultivation has reached martial deity. Reward points. 10,000,000 in his mind. The voice of the system spirit, Su New Jersey, resonated clearly. Chapter 140. The Divine Martial Realm. The ice phoenix phenomenon. Thunder rumbled and electric arcs danced across the sky, as the scene of devastation continued for a full half-hour. Amidst the tempestuous chaos, an ice-blue phoenix emerged, exuding an aura of unparalleled nobility and chill. Under this majestic presence, countless beings trembled in fear, rendering the multitude silent, their faces etched with solemnity, their hearts quaking in awe. This was indeed an extraordinary manifestation, a testament to Tian Luobing's innate talent. With a swift motion of its talons, the ice phoenix sliced through the air, momentarily imprisoning space, only for it to shatter in its wake. The power of the divine martial realm was overwhelming. I discerned her identity. Who is she? The number one on the talent rankings, Tian Luobing. Impossible. When the celestial rankings were announced, she was merely a master. How has she ascended to the divine martial realm now? This is the terrifying nature of innate talent. Indeed, the prodigious gifts of such individuals transcend understanding and classification. In Jiangnan City, numerous formidable entities confirmed the identity of the newly ascended powerhouse, Tian Luobing, the pinnacle of the talent rankings. She has finally broken through. It was unexpected. The chaotic cold ice technique had enabled her to manifest the ice phoenix phenomenon ahead of time. In her villa, within her chamber, Tian Luobing resembled a goddess descending from the heavens, her ethereal grace captivating. As she opened her beautiful eyes, a joyous smile illuminated her cold visage. The divine martial realm, once inconsequential in her past life, now marked a significant milestone. In her previous existence, she had only manifested the ice phoenix phenomenon after achieving sainthood. Yet now, she had succeeded in doing so in the divine martial realm itself. What was even more astonishing was that this ice phoenix phenomenon, in comparison to her former life, was magnitude stronger. She understood that this was all thanks to the chaotic cold ice technique, and primarily, the divine blood bestowed by Jun Xiaoyao. If only I could cultivate with him, I would undoubtedly attain the status of Earth's sovereign by the age of 20. Tian Luobing, are you not ashamed? What are you thinking? How embarrassing. Have you learned to misbehave in his company? Tian Luobing stabilized her realm, elated by her current achievements. The first person that came to her mind was Jun Xiaoyao, for all of this was intricately linked to him. Suddenly, the absurd notion of dual cultivation crossed her mind, and her delicate face flushed crimson. With a graceful wave of her hand, she donned her attire, and in an instant, she was no longer in her room, but hovering above her villa. Clad in a sky-blue gauzy dress, barefooted, she radiated an icy aura. Her stunning visage, with cascading silken tresses flowing to her waist, emanated an ethereal quality that seemed to distance her from the mortal realm. a goddess of frost and fire. At that moment, countless powerful beings gathered near the villa dared not raise their heads, for above them loomed an awe-inspiring divine martial realm warrior. Before such a figure, all martial artists appeared insignificant. A single finger could render them utterly powerless. Hail the martial god! Hail the martial god! Hail the martial god! Moments later, upon encountering Tian Luo Bing, the assembled strongmen did not exhibit any anger, which offered them a modicum of relief. Subsequently, all of them respectfully bowed to Tian Luo Bing, despite many being in their 40s or 50s. In the presence of a girl merely 17 or 18 years old, there was not a hint of disrespect. Knowledge knows no hierarchy. The capable are the true teachers. Although Tian Luo Bing was youthful, she had already attained the status of a martial god. With a mere glance, Tian Luo Bing retracted her imposing aura. In a fleeting motion, she vanished, returning to her room in the villa. Within less than 10 minutes, news of her breakthrough spread across the internet. Jiangnan, a land rich in talent, first bore witness to Jun Tiandi, and now another had ascended to the rank of martial god. In just over a month, she had achieved the status of a martial god. How could this be? Was she perhaps the consort of Jun Tiandi? But wasn't Ji Qingwu his only beloved? Does Jun Tiandi have but one woman? Surely, one could not be so naive. Tian Luo Bing, the foremost on the talent rankings and the top of the master rankings, had astonishingly become a martial god in just over a month. This was indeed a matter that could incite envy. I have trained for 30 years to reach the master level, while she has achieved martial godhood in merely over a decade. I must go to Jiangnan City to cultivate. The online discourse was fervent. The most exhilarated were undoubtedly those from Huaxia. After all, this was the only martial god known to the world in the past 99 years, and countless strongmen from Jiangnan witnessed her ascent. Her achievement illuminated hope for many. The path of martial arts could indeed lead one to the realm of martial god. Although Tian Luo Bing was extraordinary, she was still human. If she could achieve such heights, it signified that others too had a chance. As for Jun Tiandi, he had transcended the mortal realm and should not be compared. Surely, no one truly aspires to reach such formidable strength as his. In the office of the CEO at the Excellence Group, before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Mu Wanjun possessed a breathtaking figure, exuding an alluring maturity that was indisputable. In this moment, she gazed at the sky with a tranquil expression. In the past, she would have felt a twinge of envy. If only she could cultivate. Neither she nor Wanner would have to suffer bullying, and they could live peacefully together for a lifetime. Yet now, she found herself free of envy, for he had appeared. Though he had several stunning fiancées, she too was exceptional and had borne him a daughter. Tian Luo Bing, the martial god. A faint smile graced Mu Wanjun's face, one that could captivate nations. What might that fellow and Wanner be up to? Mu Wanjun glanced at the watch on her wrist. It was still only noon, and there was ample time before the end of her workday. Despite being the head of the entire conglomerate, she prided herself on her punctuality, never arriving late or leaving early, serving as a role model for her employees. Yet, the yearning to return home and see her daughter, in him, was palpable. The mere thought of that rogue filled her with a deep sense of embarrassment. He mentioned the evening, and she wondered if he intended to. Chapter 141, Tian Luo Bing. What about the reward? Upon returning to her room, Tian Luo Bing was preparing to cultivate when she suddenly felt a sensation, her beautiful eyes widening. A subtle smile graced her exquisitely cold visage. Congratulations, a familiar voice echoed as the villa's door swung open. Hearing this, the smile on Tian Luo Bing's face deepened. Despite her frosty demeanor akin to an ice goddess, her gaze softened with warmth. Rising, she strode out with her long, elegant legs, exuding an air of undeniable pride. Upon exiting, she encountered Jun Xiaoyao and, with a haughty pout, playfully displayed a childlike charm, as if seeking praise. Conveying the message, "Am I not impressive? Why not commend me?" However, her attention soon shifted from Jun Xiaoyao to the little girl cradled in his arms. "Who is she?" Tian Luo Bing inquired, her expression a mixture of curiosity and confusion. A sudden thought struck her. Could she be his daughter? "She is my daughter, Mu Wanner. You may call her Ice Sister," Jun Xiaoyao replied, offering no concealment. If he wished to hide, he would not have brought Wanner along. "Ice Sister." The adorable Wanner chimed sweetly, her voice a delightful melody. "Wanner, you are simply adorable. But you cannot call me Ice Sister, for I am your father's girlfriend. You should address me as Ice Auntie." Come here, let Isani give you a hug, Tian Luobing said, her brow furrowing as she cast a frosty glance at Jun Xiaoyao. He already had a daughter? Simultaneously, she comprehended that Jun Xiaoyao had introduced himself with the surname Mu, not Jun, implying that this little girl's mother must be Mu Wanjun, a prodigy ranked among the top 5 on the talent list. Only someone of her caliber could match Jun Xiaoyao. Upon hearing Wan'er's title for her, Tian Luobing felt a surge of urgency. How can she call me sister? It should be auntie, for I am your father's girlfriend. Auntie. Mu Qingwan glanced at her father, who nodded in affirmation, prompting her to sweetly repeat the title. Deep within, she pondered the curious circumstance. How was this beautiful sister her father's girlfriend when her mother was his wife? Though merely 3 years old, the astute child had already grasped much. An 18-year-old martial deity, unparalleled on earth, deserving of commendation, yet he must not become complacent. He should continue striving for excellence. Jun Xiaoyao followed closely behind Tian Luobing as the three of them ventured into the room. Was it truly a commendation? Then what about the reward? Tian Luobing felt a sweetness in her heart. It was her first time holding a child, and she was entirely unskilled at it. Yet, she was quite curious. How could Jun Xiaoyao have a daughter of such an age at only 21? Could it be that he was already taking on responsibilities? This thought lingered in her mind. Certainly, this is a jest. Would Jun Xiaoyao accept the burden? It is certainly improbable. Furthermore, this little girl bears a striking resemblance to Jun Xiaoyao. A reward, you say? What would you desire? Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, wishing to share a jest to amuse Tian Luobing, yet felt it inappropriate in the presence of the child. Since it is a reward, it would undoubtedly pertain to your own wishes. Tian Luobing pouted her lips, speaking while helping Wan'er search for snacks and turning on the television for her to watch cartoons. She wasn't inclined towards snacks, thankfully, as her sister relished them. Their home was abundant with treats. Otherwise, she would have been quite at a loss on how to entertain a child like Wan'er. Here, Jun Xiaoyao extended his hand, presenting a spatial ring to Tian Luobing. Such a spatial ring is considered a treasure even for formidable beings in the mystical realm. However, to Jun Xiaoyao, it held little significance, for within the origin realm, such spatial rings number in the thousands. Ding! Event triggered. Master presents Tian Luobing with cultivation resources, reward points, 30. 000,000. In an instant, 30 million points. Truly, there is a reward. Tian Luobing was utterly astonished, her previously cold visage transforming into a joyful smile. Sweet and enchanting. As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand to accept the spatial ring. Initially, she had merely been jesting with Jun Xiaoyao. Yet their relationship had softened her demeanor significantly after they established their romantic connection. I have spoken with your sister, as well as Yao Er and Qing Wu. Upon your breakthrough to a new realm, you shall be entitled to a reward, declared Jun Xiaoyao. He possessed an abundance of resources, and such words were also meant to motivate them to diligently cultivate. Is that so? Am I not at a disadvantage then? Tian Luobing paused in surprise. It turns out you had mentioned this before, yet why did you not inform me? Immediately, Tian Luobing pouted her lips, extremely alluring. At a disadvantage? How so? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, perplexed. How could that be the case? Was the reward not given to you? The reward I seek is not merely resources, but something else. You have not given me the opportunity to choose, humph. Tian Luobing said, her tone indignant, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness. As she continued, she let out a haughty hum, though it lacked any chill, instead imparting a sense of endearment, akin to a playful pout. Speak, what do you desire? I shall grant it, Jun Xiaoyao replied with a smile, his curiosity piqued about Tian Luobing's wishes. I shan't reveal it now, Tian Luobing feigned mystery, turning away to converse with Wan'er instead. Upon witnessing Tian Luobing's demeanor, Jun Xiaoyao was left in a state of bewilderment. Bored, he leaned back on the sofa and unexpectedly fell asleep. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, I awoke to find another presence in the room, Tian Youzi. With a gentle smile, she inquired, showing no hint of curiosity about Jun Xiaoyao's sudden appearance. After Binger's breakthrough, it was only natural for him to be here. The only surprise was that he had brought his daughter along. How long have you been back? Jun Xiaoyao responded, a little while. You were quite unruly last night. Tian Youzi teased, leaning closer to Jun Xiaoyao, her breath fragrant as she whispered softly in his ear. Chapter 142. I heard someone calling you Brother Jun. Upon hearing Tian Youzi's words, Jun Xiaoyao felt a wave of heat surge within him, a stark contrast to the dark line across his forehead. Was this not a temptation? Last night, he had not behaved improperly. It was merely a matter of affectionate gestures before slumber. Furthermore, he had just rested for a brief moment, and it was not due to a lack of sleep from the previous night. As a formidable being, the notion of staying awake for an entire night, or even a year, was trivial. Indeed, only he, with his semi-holy cultivation, could achieve such feats. As for other strong practitioners, that was merely a fanciful dream. Sister, you too. Tian Luobing observed Tian Youzi whispering to Jun Xiaoyao, their demeanor suggesting a deliberate attempt to conceal their conversation from her. She pouted, as she likely had an inkling of what her sister was discussing with Jun Xiaoyao. The two sisters shared everything. To converse behind her back at this moment could only signify a matter of shyness. The thought ignited a desire within her to bite Jun Xiaoyao, for she had sensed her sister's change the previous night, leading to her own sleeplessness. Now, her sister's words only exacerbated her irritation. What is the matter? Tian Youzi inquired with a smile, intentionally teasing her younger sister. Nothing. I'm just hungry, Tian Luobing retorted, her frustration mounting. I'll prepare a meal, you little ancestor. With a fierce glare directed at Tian Luobing, Tian Youzi retreated to the kitchen. An hour later, Jun Xiaoyao departed from the Linjiang Garden Villa, accompanied by Mu Qingwan. Papa, are Aunt Z and Aunt Bing both your girlfriends? Once outside the villa, Mu Qingwan gazed at Jun Xiaoyao with curiosity. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Then, Papa, do you like my mother? Mu Qingwan asked innocently. The question caught Jun Xiaoyao off guard. Was this little girl truly only 3 years old? She seemed more astute than many 5 or 6-year-olds. Of course I do. Otherwise, how could there be you, Wana? Let me share a secret with you, but you mustn't tell anyone. Your mother was the most beautiful girl I had ever met. In fact, she is even more beautiful now than before, he replied softly, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke to Mu Qingwan. Indeed, before meeting Tian Youzi, Mu Wanjun had been the most exquisite girl he had encountered, yet even after meeting Tian Youzi, he still harbored a fondness for the woman he had met that fateful night, Waner's mother, Mu Wanjun. Wow, this is a secret between Waner and Papa. I will never tell anyone, Mu Qingwan declared, her eyes sparkling with a mix of understanding and innocence. Papa, let us go home now, Waner is tired. With a sense of comprehension, albeit partial, she looked up at Jun Xiaoyao. All right, let us return home. Jun Xiaoyao lifted Mu Qingwan into his arms as they hailed a cab towards Sunshine Community. Last night, the news from the heavenly rankings reached me. You are aware of it, aren't you? In the living room of the Linjiang courtyard, Tian Youzi inquired of her sister. Yes, I know. What is the matter? Tian Luobing replied. The news from the heavenly rankings is known by all. Why do you ask, sister? My husband will be going too. I was contemplating whether you would accompany him, Tian Youzi remarked, her gaze fixed on her sister. Prior to Mu Wanjuan's arrival, she might have been indifferent, as she believed that both she and her sister could secure Jun Xiaoyao's affections, even in the presence of Ji Qingwu and Su Mingyao, without feeling threatened. However, with Mu Wanjuan's emergence and the addition of a daughter, a sense of crisis began to creep in. Now, she could not afford to be careless. A moment's negligence could result in the loss of Jun Xiaoyao for both herself and her sister. Sister, are you not ashamed? You have already started calling him husband, Tian Luobing observed. Pouting slightly. Sister, you share everything with me, yet how can you be so unembarrassed? If it were me, I could never utter such words. Am I ashamed? Not in the least, for our relationship is one of boyfriend and girlfriend. Isn't it customary for couples to refer to each other in such a manner? Besides, I enjoy calling him that. What of it? I have even heard others refer to him as Brother Jun. Tian Youzi's cheeks flushed slightly. Had she not been prompted by her sister, she might not have felt embarrassed, as it was merely a term between her and Jun Xiaoyao. Yet now, her sister's comment had indeed made her feel a tad shy. Sister, you, Jun Xiaoyao, I could just bite you to death, Tian Luobing exclaimed, her face aflame. This was not something she had willingly accepted. It was forced upon her. Yet, whether by choice or compulsion, how could she voice such sentiments? It was utterly mortifying. Deep down, she wished nothing more than to sink her teeth into Jun Xiaoyao, even if she felt bashful in front of her sister. The mere thought of that name conjured memories of everything in the realm of calamity. I shall seek revenge in due time. At that moment, I will make you call me Sister Bing. In a few days, I shall inquire about whom he intends to bring to the sacred world, Tian Youzi stated. In truth, perhaps she ought not to feel this way, but her deep affection for him made her unwilling to lose him. Indeed, Tian Luobing nodded. Being astute, she quickly grasped her sister's implications. What is that? A gift from your husband? Tian Youzi asked curiously, eyeing the spatial ring in Tian Luobing's hand. Yes, Tian Luobing nodded again, her spirit entering the spatial ring. Soon, her expression transformed with wonder. Tian Youzi, intrigued, looked on. What could be within the ring that astonished her sister to such a degree? Chapter 143. Let this rogue accompany you. Your mother is finished what lies within? After Tian Luobing's divine consciousness withdrew, Tian Youzi inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Abundant cultivation resources was Tian Luobing's flat response, though her heart was tumultuous with astonishment. The treasures, many of which she had never encountered in her past life, were bestowed upon her by Jun Xiaoyao during her current existence as a martial god. Inside the spatial ring, the inventory revealed elixirs, 100 bottles of spirit elixir, 20 bottles of heavenly elixir, 1 bottle of celestial elixir, and 10 sacred pills. Spiritual fruits, 1,000 pieces of millennium spirit fruit, 200 pieces of 5 millennium spirit fruit, and 10 pieces of 10 millennium spirit fruit. Artifacts, 20 immortal weapons, 5 sacred artifacts, and 2 divine artifacts. Runes, 2 extinction jade talismans, 3 random teleportation talismans, 3 diamond holy shields, and 3 cross-boundary jade talismans. The resources gifted by Jun Xiaoyao were all impeccably suited to her needs, tailor-made for her. Especially the artifacts, primarily focused on defense, while the runes were designed for survival and escape. This clearly illustrated Jun Xiaoyao's protective instincts. He wished for her to be shielded from harm. As she spoke, 2 crystalline tears slipped down Tian Luobing's exquisitely cold face. In her past life, she had been utterly alone, devoid of emotion, and even lacking familial bonds. In this life, she was enveloped in affection, receiving love from her sister, and the tender care of her parents and grandfather. Yet, a sense of incompleteness lingered within her. Now she understood. What she truly needed was a sense of reliance, connection, and above all, love. Reflecting on her acquaintance with Jun Xiaoyao, which had only spanned a little over a month, she realized their moments together in the disaster realm had been limited, and during that time, she was often the subject of his teasing. Yet now, it was apparent that he had not been bullying her. He merely enjoyed jesting with her. It was precisely this dynamic that had led her to develop feelings for him. Despite his seemingly frivolous demeanor and penchant for playful banter, he held her in high regard. In the afternoon, Jun Xiaoyao and Mu Qingwan frolicked on the lawn of their villa. Aunt Zhang had prepared the meal and was awaiting Mu Wanjun's return. At 4 o'clock, Mu Wanjun drove back in a vibrant red sports car. Upon exiting, her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, as if searching for something. Soon, she heard the joyous laughter of Mu Qingwan from the lawn, and the sheer happiness in her voice made Mu Wanjun pout slightly. This little girl, after I carried her for 10 months and nurtured her for 3 years, is now elated just because she has a father. Why was she never this happy before? Regardless, Mu Wanjun felt a swell of joy within her heart, her face adorned with a sweet smile of contentment. She approached the lawn and beheld Jun Xiaoyao sprawled on the ground, with Mu Qingwan perched atop him. Mom. At that moment, Mu Qingwan finally spotted her mother and exclaimed with delight. Dismounting from Jun Xiaoyao, he hurried to Mu Wanjun's side. I'm back, Jun Xiaoyao announced as he stood up, brushing off the remnants of grass from his attire. Upon meeting Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, Mu Wanjun's delicate features flushed unexpectedly, recalling the rogue behavior he had exhibited that morning. Sir, madam, the meal is ready. At that moment, the housekeeper, Sister Zhang, emerged from the kitchen to greet them. Cradling her daughter, the 3 of them made their way to the dining room. Wanner, where did you go to play with Daddy today? Mu Wanjun inquired during the meal. Daddy took Wanner to the amusement park. It was so much fun. Then we visited Aunt Bing's house. Mommy, let me tell you, Aunt Bing and Aunt Z are so beautiful, just like you. They really adore Wanner, the little girl replied, munching on her food, her words spilling forth without a hint of guile. Oh, Mu Wanjun responded, her eyes narrowing as she turned a pointed glance towards Jun Xiaoyao. Her expression tinged with irritation, yet somehow alluring. This left Jun Xiaoyao in a state of confusion, pondering whether he had erred in some way. choosing silence. He lowered his head to continue eating. After the meal, as Jun Xiaoyao intended to leave, both Mu Wanjun and her daughter called out to him simultaneously. The little girl insisted he stay to play, while Mu Wanjun mentioned she had matters to discuss with him. Very well, I suppose I cannot leave now, he conceded. Listlessly watching television and indulging in games while the little girl followed the housekeeper to take a bath, as she needed to rest early for kindergarten the next day. Time slipped away, and by 8:30 in the evening, Jun Xiaoyao sat by Mu Qingwan's bedside, holding a storybook. Warner, once this story is finished, you must go to sleep obediently, he stated gently. Daddy, could you stay with Warner for a little while longer? After I fall asleep, you can go keep mommy company. Mu Qingwan pouted, her voice laced with a charming plea. This sentiment was overheard by Mu Wanjun, who had just entered the room, causing her exquisite visage to flush crimson. What nonsense was this child speaking? She thought. I certainly do not want this rogue accompanying me. By the bedside, Jun Xiaoyao felt the awkwardness of the moment. You should go take a bath first. I've asked Sister Zhang to prepare a change of clothes for you, Mu Wanjun suggested, her cheeks aflame. Unable to meet his gaze. All right, Jun Xiaoyao replied, rising swiftly and heading towards the door, feeling the tension in the atmosphere, all instigated by the little girl. Upon exiting the room, he encountered Sister Zhang, who was arranging a set of clothes on the balcony. Sir, this is what Madam purchased for you at noon. It has already been washed and is ready for you to wear, she said, extending a set of pajamas towards him. Taken aback upon receiving the garments, Jun Xiaoyao stood momentarily in surprise. I noticed several articles of men's clothing on the balcony, likely purchased together at noon. Chapter 144. Thus, this was your punishment. Swift and certain, Jun Xiaoyao had just finished bathing and changed into his pajamas before entering the bedroom. The little girl had yet to succumb to slumber. Her lips pursed in a delightful pout. It was evident that she was immersed in a story narrated by her father. Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao enter, Mu Qingwan's joy was immeasurable. With a gentle pat on the bed, she beckoned him to lie beside her and continue the tale. Jun Xiaoyao affectionately ruffled Mu Qingwan's hair and settled on the bed, weaving stories for her. Meanwhile, Mu Wanjun stepped out of the room and made her way to the bathroom. 20 minutes later, the little girl drifted off to sleep. In a similar fashion, Jun Xiaoyao succumbed to fatigue after a day spent with the child. When Mu Wanjun returned from her bath, her cheeks were flushed, and she felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness, as the earlier incident with Jun Xiaoyao lingered in her mind. Upon entering the bedroom, she found both Jun Xiaoyao and the little girl peacefully asleep, a storybook still nestled in Jun Xiaoyao's hand. The sight of the two brought a sweet smile to Mu Wanjun's face. Quietly, she retrieved the book and cautiously maneuvered to the other side of the bed, her heart racing with anxiety. Was she truly going to sleep? She had no choice in the matter. Thankfully, Warner was present. Otherwise, she would have never dared to share a bed with a man, even if he was Warner's father and her own partner. However, their relationship had been devoid of affection, reduced to mere strangers over the past 4 years. Humph, Mu Wanjun thought, this is my home, my room. My bed. Why shouldn't I sleep here? Besides, with Warner around, what could he possibly do? Encouraging herself, Mu Wanjun gently lay down on the bed and covered herself with the blanket. The sensation of sharing a blanket with both of them stirred an unusual feeling within her, causing her heart to race. Peeking at Jun Xiaoyao, who was soundly asleep, she felt a surge of irritation. How could he sleep so peacefully while she struggled to find rest? Furthermore, what was his intention in taking Warner to that place today? She hadn't yet settled the score with him. Eventually, unable to withstand the fatigue any longer, she drifted into slumber. In the dead of night, Mu Wanjun awoke to find the little girl quietly exiting the room. Moments later, she heard the sound of a door closing in the adjacent children's room. Realizing her daughter had returned to her own quarters. Now, it was just her and Jun Xiaoyao in the bed, and she felt an immediate wave of discomfort. To her dismay, she had unwittingly nestled herself in the middle of the bed, one of her long, fair legs draped over Jun Xiaoyao. At that moment, Mu Wanjun's face flushed crimson, embarrassment enveloping her. She wished for nothing more than to disappear into the ground. How could it have come to this? I found myself sleeping at the edge, yet somehow I had encroached upon Warner's space, and in such a manner. Thankfully, he remained in slumber. Had he awoken to this predicament, I would have felt utterly mortified. But wait, the dawn has yet to break. It is only 11 o'clock. The two of us still have ample time to linger in bed. A solitary man and a woman sharing the same bed. wrapped under a single blanket. The thought alone sent my heart racing. His breaths were soft and steady, his features exquisitely sculpted, undeniably handsome. In that moment, I found myself entranced. Just then, Jun Xiaoyao let out a soft sound, awakening from his sleep. Rubbing his eyes, his gaze fell upon me, mere inches away. Our eyes locked, and in that instant, we could both hear the rapid beating of each other's hearts. I was frozen in place, utterly flustered, as though caught in the act of wrongdoing. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao too became aware of the situation. His long, graceful legs were draped across me, and the sensation of his smooth, taut skin sent a tremor through his being. A faint fragrance wafted into my nostrils, and the loose collar of my nightgown revealed a glimpse of my fair skin, a sight that was undeniably alluring. In an instant, Jun Xiaoyao felt his blood rush. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he leaned in closer. 5 minutes later, he finally relented. I was left bewildered, feeling as though I had lost something precious, a deep yearning stirring within me, yet he had chosen to stop. Ding! Event triggered. Master has been intimate with Mu Wanjun. Reward points. 50,000,000. What a surprise. 50 million points. An evil grin spread across Jun Xiaoyao's face. What does this mean? I felt my cheeks flush. A mix of shyness and curiosity overwhelming me. What does this guy mean? For years ago, he appeared and then vanished. Just yesterday, he nearly caused a calamity involving my daughter. So, this was his form of punishment. With a playful smile, Jun Xiaoyao leaned closer to whisper in my ear, "You naughty rogue." Upon hearing this, a blend of sweetness and anger surged within me. How petty of him. I never intended for any of this to happen back then. Nor did I anticipate encountering Jun Xiaoyao again. Chapter 145. I must inform Brother Xiaoyao rogue. Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback, delivering a playful slap to Mu Wanyun's backside. "Ah!" Mu Wanyun exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson, nearly bleeding with embarrassment. By nature, she was gentle, ethereal, untouched by the mundane world, radiating pure desire. In this moment, how could she not feel shy? Subsequently, as events unfolded naturally, the room was enveloped in an atmosphere of passion and intimacy. Ultimately, Mu Wanyun curled up in Jun Xiaoyao's embrace, surrendering to a deep slumber, her exquisite face adorned with a smile of contentment and bliss. Ding! Event triggered. Master and Mu Wanyun share affection. Reward, 100 million points. In Longquan Mountain, within the villa's chamber, Ji Qingwu was diligently honing her skills, utilizing the resources bestowed by Jun Xiaoyao. Her cultivation was soaring. However, her current focus was not on martial realms, but on mastering formidable sacred techniques and wielding sacred artifacts. Today, she learned that Tian Luo Bing had successfully ascended to the martial god realm, causing her a sense of urgency. Yet, a martial god was not significantly beyond her. And with the acquisition of sacred techniques and artifacts, she could certainly overcome Tian Luo Bing. At last, she succeeded in refining her artifact. A blazing phoenix now hovered above her. This was the sacred flame blade she had forged. The sacred flame blade belonged to the supreme category of artifacts. Its power was extraordinarily formidable. As a fire attribute wielder with the heavenly flame's sacred body, and after cultivating the eternal chaotic flame, she had achieved this feat. Otherwise, with her status as a martial emperor, she could not have refined a sacred artifact. Generally, only those who attain the status of a saint can wield such artifacts. Although a few extraordinary prodigies can also accomplish it, Ji Qingwu was indeed among those rare prodigies. Bathed in the glow of the blazing phoenix, Ji Qingwu appeared even more enchanting, embodying the charm of a youthful girl and the elegance of a mature woman, each movement exuding allure. The floral ornament on her forehead accentuated her breathtaking beauty. With a flick of her delicate hand, the blazing phoenix vanished, revealing a finely crafted dagger now in her grasp. Seamlessly, the dagger melded with her essence. "I must inform Brother Xiaoyao," Ji Qingwu declared, rising with a radiant smile. At this moment, she yearned to seek praise and affection from Jun Xiaoyao, desiring his admiration and wishing to bask in his presence. In her past life, she had been the ruthless demon emperor of the fifth demon domain, decisive in battle and devoid of emotion. Yet in this life, she wished to embrace the role of a tender woman. Stepping out of her room, she approached Jun Xiaoyao's chamber, only to find it empty. Furrowing her brow, she pouted, curious as to where Brother Xiaoyao had wandered off. Could he be in Yao's room? "Yao," Ji Qingwu tiptoed to Su Mingyao's door, sensing only her presence within. Sister Qingwu, what brings you here? Su Mingyao responded. She had just completed her cultivation and was preparing for a bath and sleep. What about your brother? Ji Qingwu inquired. I don't know, Su Mingyao replied. Well, that is fine then. Ji Qingwu left and returned to her own room, casting her exquisite and delicate form onto the spacious, soft bed. Her long, fair legs, with toes like tinder buds, swayed playfully, exuding mischief. Had this been her previous life, anyone witnessing this scene would surely have their jaw drop in astonishment. In the Sunshine community, morning had arrived. Inside the bedroom, Mu Wanjun awoke, feeling as though her entire being was in disarray. Her cheeks flushed once more upon gazing at Jun Xiaoyao's chiseled features and handsome visage, his eyes brimming with affection. The previous night had been utterly wild. Husband, she murmured as she noticed Jun Xiaoyao's eyelashes fluttering, signaling his awakening. Leaning closer, she whispered gently into his ear, her voice imbued with tenderness. In that moment, she felt a mix of nervousness and shyness, but predominantly, an overwhelming sense of happiness and sweetness. For now it was undeniably true. He was her man, the father of her child, and they had truly shared an intimate moment the night before. Are you awake? Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes to behold Mu Wanjun's breathtakingly beautiful face. He reached out, gently pinching her cheek. Suddenly, his gaze caught a glimpse of a rosy blush. Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback as he looked at Mu Wanjun. Sensing his gaze, she followed it, her face reddening further. This is the second time, she stammered, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide. Understanding her embarrassment, Jun Xiaoyao tightly embraced Mu Wanjun in his arms. Chapter 146. The Little Cotton-Padded Jacket. Yet again, a draft. Is Wanner going to kindergarten today? At that moment, Mu Wanjun emerged from the bathroom. Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Yes. Shall we accompany her to kindergarten? Mu Wanjun nodded. Then let us go out. By the way, why isn't Wanner here? Jun Xiaoyao expressed his curiosity. It was puzzling that Wanner, who had slept beside him, was now nowhere to be found. In truth, with his remarkable cultivation, along with the system and virtual map, nothing within 1,000 miles could escape his perception. Even in slumber, the system and virtual map could monitor in real time. He would be alerted at the slightest hint of danger, but when no threat was present, he would remain undisturbed. Casting a glance at Mu Wanjun, he considered that it was unlikely she had taken the child away, for she was shy and would feel nervous and bashful with a child sleeping beside her. I don't know. When I awoke last night, I happened to see Wanner returning to her own room. Truly, I swear, Mu Wanjun replied, her voice tinged with anxiety and embarrassment. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. You know? Yet you still ask, you naughty girl. Mu Wanjun was taken aback. Regardless of whether Jun Xiaoyao was aware, she felt a sense of relief. Wait a moment, why am I feeling nervous? You are my man, my husband. It is only natural for me to want to be close to you. It feels as though I am doing something wrong. Should I be a little more wicked? Jun Xiaoyao's face broke into a mischievous grin, causing Mu Wanjun's heart to race. Ah, husband, I dare not. Mu Wanjun exclaimed, quickly pleading for mercy, her demeanor adorably beguiling. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao rose, freshened up, and made his way to Wanner's room. He found Wanner already awake, sitting at the dining table, enjoying her breakfast. Good morning, Daddy and Mommy, Mu Qingwan greeted cheerfully upon seeing her parents. Curiously, she gazed at her mother, sensing that today, her mother appeared even more beautiful than usual. Good morning, Wanner. The couple greeted her and took seats beside Mu Qingwan. Wanner, why did you return to your own room last night? Mu Wanjun gently probed, her heart brimming with curiosity. Was her daughter truly so understanding? That seemed improbable. After all, she was only 3 years old and hardly grasped such matters. Simultaneously, it inadvertently validated her daughter's reasoning. The children at kindergarten say that when you grow up, you shouldn't sleep with your parents because it affects their relationship. So, Wanner went back to her own room. Mu Qingwan stated earnestly. Listening to Jun Xiaoyao and Mu Wanjun, a sense of disbelief washed over them. What are today's children up to? Why are they so precocious? It seems necessary to address this with the kindergarten teacher. Which child mentioned this to you? Jun Xiaoyao assumed a serious demeanor, though his intent was merely to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Yet, this inadvertently frightened Mu Qingwan. Daddy, please don't talk to Xiao Ming's parents. That's our little secret, just like the secrets I share with you. They shouldn't be easily disclosed to others. Mu Qingwan tugged at Jun Xiaoyao's clothing, shaking it incessantly. She was genuinely worried that her father would approach Xiaoming's parents. A secret? Wanner, pray tell. What secret do you share with your father? Is it something you cannot confide in your mother? Beside them, Mu Wanjun observed the father-daughter exchange with a smile of contentment. Though she had always treated her daughter well, there had been an element of incompleteness in the past. Now, as a family of three, everything felt perfect. When her daughter spoke of a secret with her father, curiosity sparked within her. Daddy says that Mommy is the most beautiful girl he has ever met, his goddess. He said this is our secret, one that must not be revealed. Oh dear, I cannot tell Mommy, because Wanner made a pact with Daddy. Without a second thought, Mu Qingwan blurted this out. Only after speaking did she realize the gravity of her words. The pact was indeed a secret between her and her father. What have I done? Is Wanner truly destined to become a little puppy now? But surely, it wouldn't be an issue if I told Mommy, right? Her bright, expressive eyes turned towards Jun Xiaoyao, who appeared quite flustered. This little cotton-padded jacket is quite the chatterbox. Jun Xiaoyao sighed, rubbing his forehead before lowering his gaze to his breakfast. Indeed, children are incapable of keeping secrets. How careless of me. Darling, is that true? I love you. Mu Wanjun. Initially merely curious, pondered what secrets an adult could possibly share with a child. However, upon hearing Mu Qingwan's words, she was taken aback, stunned, elated, and filled with joy. To think that she was the most beautiful girl in her husband's eyes, his goddess. The greatest happiness in the world lies in being cherished by the one you adore. In that moment, Mu Wanjun felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Her gaze fixed on Jun Xiaoyao, wishing fervently to merge her very being with his. Chapter 147. Wanner's father is the heavenly emperor sage. Who am I? Where am I? Jun Xiaoyao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he lowered his head, preoccupied with his breakfast. Yet, Mu Wanjun gazed at him with a gentle intensity, her demeanor suggesting that she would not relent until she received an answer. Thus, he feigned ignorance to evade the topic. Do not divert the subject, Mu Wanjun pouted, setting down her chopsticks and crossing her arms, fixing her gaze upon Jun Xiaoyao. In truth, she was fully aware of the reality. She understood him completely. Otherwise, even in her most reckless moments, she would not have chosen just anyone. At that time, Jun Xiaoyao was the most handsome youth she had ever encountered, and he possessed an innocent charm. She was acutely aware of her own beauty. Thus far, she had not encountered anyone more beautiful than herself. Therefore, when Jun Xiaoyao claimed she was the most beautiful girl he had ever met, it was not a mere fabrication. However, this was only before Jun Xiaoyao met Tian Luobing and her companions. Indeed, my goddess, Jun Xiaoyao replied, rendered speechless. This woman was deliberately putting him in a difficult position. Yet, who could blame her for being his woman? It was hardly appropriate to strike her. Nevertheless, while physical punishment was out of the question, he could certainly take advantage of the night to tease her mercilessly. All right, of course, Mu Wanjun exclaimed, her joy evident as she hurriedly finished her meal. She then returned to their bedroom to change clothes, preparing to take Wanner to kindergarten. Half an hour later, the family of three departed the villa. Mu Wanjun was driving, accompanied by Jun Xiaoyao and Mu Qingwan. Mu Qingwan attended an elite all-day kindergarten, which cost nearly 2 million for a semester. However, this amount was trivial for Mu Wanjun. Ding! Event triggered. Master accompanies Mu Wanjun to drop off their daughter at school. Reward points, 10,000,000. After a 5-minute drive, they arrived at the kindergarten. Goodbye, Daddy and Mommy. As Mu Qingwan entered the kindergarten, she held Jun Xiaoyao's hand with one and Mu Wanjun's with the other, proudly showcasing her family. Indeed, it had been nearly a year since she started kindergarten, and her teachers and peers had only seen her mother, never her father. Seeing how beautiful Mu Wanjun was, the teachers often speculated that she was a mistress. After a brief tour of the kindergarten, the little girl reluctantly bid farewell to her parents. Bye-bye, Wanner. Daddy and Mommy will come to pick you up on Friday, Jun Xiaoyao said, gently pinching her little face. Okay. Mu Qingwan beamed with delight, finally following her teacher into the classroom. As Jun Xiaoyao and Mu Wanjun exited the kindergarten, they heard a voice exclaim, Wanner's father is so handsome, much more handsome than my dad. Wanner's mother is truly stunning. In her ears, she hears numerous children expressing their admiration. Indeed, Mu Wanjun and Jun Xiaoyao are exceptional individuals, rare gems in this world. Teacher Qin, I feel as though I have encountered Wanner's father before. I share that sentiment, came the reply. Wanner's father is indeed handsome. He resembles someone quite remarkable. Who does he remind you of? Look, doesn't Wanner's father bear a striking resemblance to the heavenly emperor sage? The teachers began to discuss, all seemingly recalling the visage of Wanner's father. One teacher pointed to a portrait in the center of the office, depicting the singular sage, the pride of Jiangnan, the soul of Huaxia, the backbone of the realm, Jun Tian. Presently, statues of Jun Tian grace countless plazas across Huaxia, and his likeness adorns the heart of classrooms and training halls alike, a testament to the reverence held for him. He is the heavenly emperor sage. Do not speak so carelessly, some teachers gasped, their expressions shifting dramatically. In that moment, they collectively remembered, Wanner's father is none other than Jun Tian, a sage of extraordinary caliber. Are you heading home, or to our place? Upon leaving the kindergarten, Mu Wanjun inquired of Jun Xiaoyao, her eyes brimming with affection and reluctance. Home, Jun Xiaoyao replied. If he did not return, chaos might ensue. Oh, I shall escort you home. Then head to the office, Mu Wanjun offered. As they spoke, they had already entered the car. Jun Xiaoyao sat beside her in silence. Soon, Mu Wanjun delivered Jun Xiaoyao to the gates of Longquan Mountain. Gazing at the grand entrance and towering walls, she was astounded. This location, once the most costly wasteland in Jiangnan City, had transformed into Jun Xiaoyao's residence. The land alone must be worth over 100 billion, and not the kind that wealth can easily procure. I shall pick you up after work, Jun Xiaoyao said as he exited the vehicle, striding toward the gates of Longquan Mountain. Ah, really? Darling, you are too kind, Mu Wanjun exclaimed, as she watched him leave. A wave of disappointment and discomfort washed over her, even a hint of irritation. He was so carefree. Yet, in the midst of her discontent, a single phrase from Jun Xiaoyao dispelled all her emotions, leaving her stunned with excitement. In that instant, she was nearly elated enough to leap into the air. Quickly, she exited the car, dashed to Jun Xiaoyao, rose on her toes, and pressed her moist lips against his cheek before retreating to the vehicle, driving away swiftly. Chapter 148. The exquisite Ji Qingwu enters Longquan Mountain. As she approached the villa, a sweep of divine perception revealed everything to Jun Xiaoyao. Su Mingyao was meditating within her room, while Ji Qingwu appeared to be frolicking, not engaged in cultivation. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao detected a powerful aura of sanctity emanating from Ji Qingwu's chamber. The essence of sanctity. This was the manifestation and presence of a sage's power, or perhaps the aura and might of a sacred artifact. Currently, there were no realms of sanctity on Earth. Thus, it seemed Ji Qingwu had merged with a sacred artifact, showcasing an extraordinary talent capable of such a feat even at the martial emperor level. Curiosity piqued, he made his way to her room. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao stood at Ji Qingwu's door, a faint smile gracing his lips. Without knocking, he entered. The moment the door swung open, his mind surged with overwhelming thoughts. There stood Ji Qingwu, clad in nothing but a small garment, emerging from the bathroom, her skin a delicate pink, as lustrous as jade. Her slender waist accentuated her form, while her long, flawless legs were a testament to her beauty. It was evident she had just bathed, her silken hair cascading down to her waist. Ding. Event triggered. Master has seen Ji Qingwu. Reward. 50,000,000 points. Ji Qingwu gasped, her hands flailing in confusion, unsure where to shield herself. Jun Xiaoyao's sudden appearance caught her completely off guard, leaving her flustered, her mind a blank canvas, her face flushed with embarrassment, heart racing as she wished for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole. I didn't mean to, Jun Xiaoyao thought, attempting to turn away, yet found himself unable to do so. His gaze wandered over her alluring figure, igniting a fervor within him. Xiaoyao Gij, you're still looking? Ji Qingwu stammered, her embarrassment intensifying, her cheeks crimson as if they might bleed. It was unintentional, but your gaze is too much. It's mortifying. I can't believe I was seen like this. Jun Xiaoyao felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, twisting to avert his gaze, but finding himself unable to do so. As he cradled his head in his hands, he inadvertently twisted his neck too forcefully. Thankfully, his gaze shifted away from Ji Qingwu's exquisite form, though his heart lingered. He was astonished. Though Ji Qingwu appeared to possess a flawless physique, he realized he had underestimated her. This was a true beauty, rivaling even the most enchanting of figures. Xiaoyao Gij, are you alright? Ji Qingwu finally regained her composure, quickly diving under the covers, leaving only her petite head visible as she peered at Jun Xiaoyao, her face still flushed with overwhelming embarrassment. Upon discovering Jun Xiaoyao's actions, a smile involuntarily crept onto her face, yet concern lingered within her heart. It's fine, Jun Xiaoyao replied after a slight twist of his neck. Why didn't you knock before entering, brother Xiaoyao? Do you find it appealing? Ji Qingwu pouted softly, her voice barely above a whisper, her alluring eyes sparkling with temptation. It is indeed captivating. Allow me a moment longer to gaze, Jun Xiaoyao responded, an impish grin gracing his features as he approached Ji Qingwu. Ah, no way. Ji Qingwu gasped, her heart racing as she observed Jun Xiaoyao advancing towards her. She gripped the blanket tightly, her mind in turmoil. What if brother Xiaoyao lifted the covers? The thought alone was mortifying. She appeared so pitiful, evoking a sense of tenderness, yet simultaneously igniting an even greater thrill. Are you not my fiancée? Is it not permissible to take a look? Jun Xiaoyao's smile was wicked as he reached the bedside, his gaze fixed upon Ji Qingwu. Her exquisite visage flushed deeply, resembling a ripe fruit, and she trembled slightly with anxiety. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao felt a twinge of compassion but was also eager to tease her. I am your fiancée, brother Xiaoyao's woman. I cherish you dearly, yet I still feel shy? Ji Qingwu exclaimed, her lips forming a delicate pout. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she dared not meet Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, her hands clutching the blanket tightly, fearing he might suddenly unveil her. Deep down, she recognized that should Jun Xiaoyao truly desire to behold her, she could not thwart him. Moreover, she realized she would not entirely resist. Her greatest limit would merely be her profound shyness. Though she considered herself Jun Xiaoyao's fiancée and cherished him in her heart, shyness was an involuntary reaction. In truth, given the present circumstance, it was not only the prospect of Jun Xiaoyao unveiling the blanket that caused her distress. Even if he sought her completely, she would not refuse. Perhaps even suppressing her bashfulness to comply with him. Haha, I'm just teasing you. Jun Xiaoyao laughed heartily, deciding not to push the boundaries too far. He then turned and strode out of the room, returning to his own quarters. Once Jun Xiaoyao departed, Ji Qingwu remained momentarily stunned, only regaining her senses after he left. Her face was aflame with embarrassment, her heart pounding with anxiety and a hint of worry. Surely, brother Xiaoyao isn't angry, is he? But I am not being petty. It's merely that I am overwhelmingly shy. Perhaps I should let him admire me. This thought blossomed within Ji Qingwu's mind, causing her cheeks to redden even further, engulfed by her own shyness. Chapter 149, My Aversion to Engagements. And even more so to 5 of them upon returning to his chamber, Jun Xiaoyao reclined upon his bed. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally regained his composure from the stunning scene he had just witnessed. Ji Qingwu was exceedingly beautiful and alluring, a natural enchantress without a single flaw in her form, captivating enough to send shivers down one's spine. Soon, he succumbed to slumber, having barely rested the previous night while in the company of Mu Wanjun. However, not long after he had drifted off, a gentle knock interrupted his repose. Ji Qingwu entered quietly, her petite face still flushed with embarrassment, for she had just been seen by Jun Xiaoyao in a rather compromising manner. It was only natural for her to feel shy. Had she not been concerned about inciting his anger, she would not have ventured into his quarters at all, despite her seemingly carefree demeanor in front of Jun Xiaoyao. She remained, after all, merely an 18-year-old girl. Xiaoyao Gij, Ji Qingwu called softly, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing him, searching for clues in his expression. Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes, a look of curiosity etched upon his face. Is there something amiss? Are you angry? Ji Qingwu observed Jun Xiaoyao's countenance, uncertain whether he was genuinely upset. In her heart, she felt a significant inclination towards the belief that he was indeed displeased, especially given his earlier response. She was increasingly convinced of her assumption. Either he was angry or merely unhappy. Angry? Why would I be angry? Jun Xiaoyao paused, perplexed. I am perfectly fine. What could possibly vex me? Who could provoke my ire? I am a grown man. It is hardly easy for me to become upset. It was about what just transpired. Ji Qingwu's cheeks reddened further as she spoke softly. Oh, what was I thinking? Jun Xiaoyao realized, bemused by the girl's misunderstanding. He had merely intended to jest with her. As he spoke, he reached out and gently grasped Ji Qingwu's small hand, pulling her closer. Ah! Ji Qingwu lost her balance and tumbled onto the bed, momentarily startled, fearing that Jun Xiaoyao intended to do something untoward. Come here, Jun Xiaoyao said upon witnessing her reaction. He could not help but pinch her exquisite face lightly. Ji Qingwu responded, flustered and shy. Nevertheless, she removed her slippers and lay beside him, embodying a picture of innocence that stirred feelings of affection within him. Simultaneously, his heart raced, for it was their first time being so intimately close, sharing the same space. You know far too little about me. I was merely teasing you earlier. Although you are my fiancé, we are still not well acquainted. Did you truly believe I am a man who thinks solely with his lower instincts? In truth, I ought to have expressed my apologies earlier for entering without knocking and witnessing what was not meant for my eyes. Jun Xiaoyao tenderly caressed Ji Qingwu's flowing hair, whispering softly. Indeed, it was his fault. Initially, he intended to exit the room immediately. Yet, his feet felt rooted in place, primarily due to Ji Qingwu's unparalleled beauty. He also yearned to tease her. Brother Xiaoyao, you mustn't say such things. Qingwu is your fiancée. She has already regarded herself as your woman, wholly belonging to you in both body and spirit. It is merely shyness that holds her back. In truth, upon learning of their betrothal, Ji Qingwu felt a profound aversion. Even upon discovering his identity as Jun Tiandi, she remained unyielding. When she first encountered him, she sought an opportunity to discuss the annulment of their engagement, but his earlier words had incited her anger, leading her to stubbornly challenge him. Gradually, she recognized that while she rejected the engagement, she did not reject him. When he rescued her from the clutches of the Western deity in the Pacific, she realized he had carved a place in her heart. Listening to Jun Xiaoyao's words, Ji Qingwu subtly shifted, nestling closer to him, resting her head against his chest. Upon hearing him mention having seen something he should not have, a twinge of panic surged within her. After all, she had already considered herself his woman, inherently belonging to him. Was there truly anything inappropriate about it? It was simply too embarrassing. Tightly embracing him, she spoke softly, confiding her feelings. Indeed, as the illustrious demon emperor of the fifth demon realm, she had once deemed herself the most beautiful in the world, filled with pride and arrogance. In her past life of 4 millennia, no man had ever stirred her heart, and naturally, she dismissed any earthly prodigies or strong figures, even the formidable Jun Tiandi, as unworthy of her attention, let alone affection. However, upon encountering Jun Xiaoyao, his declaration of disinterest in her type ignited her ire. The nature of love is often elusive. Sometimes, a mere glance or a fleeting moment can forge a bond. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she began to challenge him was the moment their emotional entanglement was sealed. When the Western deity had taken her, and Jun Xiaoyao came to her rescue, she felt a stirring of emotion. Gradually, he occupied her thoughts, expanding to fill her entire heart. Now, her entire being was intertwined with Jun Xiaoyao. Nestled in his embrace, she gently confessed her feelings. Ding! Event triggered. Ji Qingwu confesses to her master. Reward: 50,000,000 points. I reject the engagement, and even more so, the 5 betrothals. As the enigmatic figure gazed at Ji Qingwu, his heart trembled with an overwhelming sense of remorse. At this moment, what could he possibly articulate? Only guilt lingered within him. Men are inherently selfish. It is improbable that one would willingly push the girl he cherishes into the arms of another. Chapter 150. The Mighty Emperor. Seeking to bully Mu Wanjun as long as my beloved Xiaoyao holds me in his heart, nothing else matters to Qianwu. Ji Qingwu gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, her eyes shimmering with a gentle warmth akin to flowing water. She understood the implications behind his words. By the way, have you fused the Flame Saint Blade into your destined sacred artifact? Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao recalled something and inquired of Ji Qingwu, his expression turning earnest. Not yet. The Flame Saint Blade has merely been refined. It is not yet a destined artifact. Once I attain sainthood, I shall request the divine weapon from my beloved Xiaoyao. The women of Emperor Jun are undeniably beautiful, but they are far from mere ornaments. Ji Qingwu chuckled, observing Jun Xiaoyao's serious demeanor. She was well aware of his concerns regarding her potential fusion of the Flame Saint Blade into a destined artifact. It is known that one may only possess a single destined treasure in a lifetime, should one integrate a sacred weapon as a destined artifact. It would be challenging to fuse another should a superior one be encountered later. Indeed, focus on your cultivation. You need not worry about resources or treasures. Jun Xiaoyao felt reassured at last. As he spoke, he tenderly tousled Ji Qingwu's silky hair, his gestures affectionate and gentle. All right, Ji Qingwu nodded obediently, her eyes brimming with sweetness and happiness. In her past life, she was unparalleled among the talented, yet within the demon realm, her existence revolved solely around slaughter. Familial bonds were non-existent, and no one cared for her. All that surrounded her were deception and scheming. Even she had spent her life fighting for resources and treasures. In this lifetime, encountering Jun Xiaoyao marked her first experience of being cared for, a happiness she had never known. Before long, a soft, steady breath reached her ears. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that Jun Xiaoyao had fallen asleep. Pouting her luscious lips in mild annoyance, she thought to herself, how could he sleep when he possesses such a beautiful and alluring girlfriend? Nevertheless, Ji Qingwu felt a sweetness in her heart, snuggling closer to him. Finding a comfortable position, she too succumbed to sleep. In the afternoon, Zhou Qingqing visited Su Mingyao for some leisure. Soon, the trio, Su Mingyao, Ji Qingwu, and Zhou Qingqing, set forth from Longquan Mountain. They inquired if Jun Xiaoyao wished to join them, but he naturally declined, as he had to pick up Mu Wanjun from work later that day. At 4 o'clock, Jun Xiaoyao changed into a fresh outfit and stepped outside. The landmark building, one of the 10 iconic structures in Jiangnan City, boasts a total of 202 floors. The 81st, 82nd, and 83rd floors are entirely leased by the Excellence Group at an annual rate of 120 million. Though the Excellence Group is a newly emerged company with assets of merely 3 billion, no one dares to underestimate it, for its president, Mu Wanjun, is one of the 3 commercial prodigies of Jiangnan City, renowned alongside Tian Group's Tian Youzi, having risen from humble beginnings. With an extraordinary commercial acumen and wisdom, in just 5 years, he transformed from a state of utter destitution to amassing assets worth 3 billion. 3 billion. In Jiangnan City, this figure is hardly noteworthy. However, the keen insight and business prowess of Mu Wanjun, the figurehead of the Zhuiyue Group, is truly formidable. It is estimated that the Zhuiyue Group could potentially rank among the top 10 conglomerates in Jiangnan City within a decade. Although this may sound somewhat exaggerated, it underscores the remarkable talent possessed by Mu Wanjun. She is a paragon of beauty and unmatched talent, making her the object of pursuit for countless tycoons in the business realm, yet none have succeeded in winning her favor. The suitors are innumerable, ranging from billionaires to prodigious elites and scions of illustrious families, but none have captured Mu Wanjun's heart. On that particular afternoon, 3 luxury vehicles appeared at the entrance of the landmark building. From one of the cars emerged a man of apparent 50 years, bearing a terrifying scar across his face, exuding an aura of wild ferocity. Accompanying him were 8 subordinates, each a formidable warrior of the martial king level. Boss, let me handle this and bring her down. There is no need for you to go personally, remarked one of the martial kings following the scarred man. When it comes to beautiful women, one must be gentle. I will handle it myself, replied the scarred man, known as Zhang Hanja, whose strength was nothing short of terrifying. Several martial emperor-level warriors had perished at his hands. Having returned from the underworld and now engaging with the business sphere, he had learned of 2 exceptional beauties within it, Mu Wanjun and Tian Youzi. Tian Youzi belonged to the Tian family, one of the top 10 conglomerates in Jiangnan City. Yet, in the presence of true power, even the most formidable corporations pale in comparison. Zhang Hanja had also received intelligence regarding the Tian family's ties to the Shanguan family and the existence of Tian Luobing. The prodigy ranked first on the talent list. More importantly, Tian Luobing had ascended to the rank of martial god. Naturally, he dared not provoke Tian Youzi. To do so would be tantamount to courting death. There was another secret. It was rumored that both Tian Youzi and Tian Luobing were the consorts of the Jun Tian Emperor. Who is the Jun Tian Emperor? The only sage in the world, revered as the Saint Emperor, the soul and backbone of Huaxia. To set one's sights on the women of the Jun Tian Emperor is not merely a reckless endeavor. While Zhang Hanja could not afford to offend Tian Youzi, did he not dare to approach Mu Wanjun? Although she ranked on the talent list, she possessed no cultivation, no backing, and was merely an exquisite woman without power. This was indeed a tragic state of affairs. Thus, he turned his attention to Mu Wanjun. Upon seeing her photograph, he was utterly captivated, thinking to himself, "This woman must belong to me." Chapter 151. The Martial Emperor's Power. Be my woman, and I shall protect you in the presidential office. Simplicity meets elegance. A spacious desk, a set of sofas, and a coffee table comprise the furnishings, accompanied only by a water dispenser. At this moment, Mu Wanjun sits behind the grand desk, engrossed in handling crucial company documents. A sweet, blissful smile graces her exquisite face, and her transformation today astonishes her assistant. It is as though the president has become an entirely different person. She is keenly aware that only a woman in love would radiate such joy. The question arises, with whom has the president fallen in love? Since the inception of the Youzi group, she has been the president's assistant. Privy to the fact that the president has raised a child alone, the identity of the child's father remaining a mystery. Numerous suitors have pursued her, yet she has never acquiesced. Now, the stunningly beautiful president appears to be in love. Who could possibly be worthy of her? With her remarkable talent and beauty, only the legendary Jun Tiandi seems deserving of such a paragon. "Xiaoman, you may leave work now," Mu Wanjun addressed her assistant, who had just delivered documents. The end of the workday was approaching, and her husband had promised to pick her up. Uncertain if he had arrived, she decided to allow her assistant to leave early, wishing to avoid any interruptions during her intimate moments with him. The mere thought caused her delicate face to flush, and she chided herself for feeling shy. Memories of the previous night's happiness nearly melted her entirely. "All right," Chen Xiaoman nodded before departing the office. "Is there something else?" Mu Wanjun inquired as Chen Xiaoman re-entered the office. "President Mu." Chen Xiaoman's expression was tense as she glanced at the group that had followed her in. These individuals exuded an aura of menace, unmistakably powerful martial artists. Before them, she trembled involuntarily, her speech faltering under the pressure. "Greetings, I am the president of Youzi Group. How may I assist you?" Mu Wanjun frowned, quickly regaining her composure. Despite her nervousness, she maintained a calm exterior, recognizing the ominous intent of their presence. She had encountered numerous formidable figures before. While they were indeed powerful, they seldom dared to act recklessly. For challenging the laws of Huaxiao would invite legal repercussions and the wrath of the Martial Arts Alliance. Youzi Group's president, Mu Wanjun, one of the two prodigies of the business world. She is indeed more beautiful than the rumors suggest. My visit here has not been in vain. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Hanja, a third-tier martial emperor. You shall be my woman, and I will protect you, Zhang Hanja declared, his gaze appraising Mu Wanjun intently. He was utterly exhilarated, nearly losing control of himself due to the exquisite beauty of the woman before him. Her allure was so profound that it sent tremors through his heart. Having encountered countless stunning women in the realms of hell and blood refinement, none could compare to the one standing in front of him. Such a breathtaking woman must become Zhang Hanja's partner. Thank you for the compliment. However, I must apologize, as I am already married. If there is nothing else, please take your leave. Mu Wanjun's enchanting visage was cold. Though her temperament was gentle, it did not imply that she was submissive or easily intimidated. On the contrary, she exuded a formidable presence. Otherwise, she would have been captured by numerous powerful figures over the years. Haha, this is amusing. I find you intriguing. If you had simply acquiesced, I would have merely toyed with the idea. But now, I am even more captivated by your defiance. From this moment onward, you are mine. Zhang Hanja laughed heartily. Married? Are you attempting to deceive me? I have verified the truth. Aside from your daughter, there hasn't been a single man by your side in all these years. Even if you have a husband, you shall replace him with me. Zhang Hanja's laughter echoed, growing increasingly entertained. The more prideful a woman was, the greater the thrill of conquest. Had she submitted from the outset, he would have lost interest. Yet, witnessing Mu Wanjun's refusal only intensified his fascination with her. As he spoke, he advanced toward her. What do you intend to do? Mu Wanjun felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, even though she could not cultivate. She was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of a martial emperor and the high status they held in Huaxia. It could be said that, even in Jiangnan City, few dared to provoke such a figure, not even the esteemed Shanguan family. Never had she anticipated that such a formidable being would set their sights on her, leaving her utterly at a loss. Was she destined to be a tragic figure? In her previous life, she had been mediocre, treated as a pawn by her family, destined to be given to a powerful man as a concubine in exchange for her family's advancement. She had fled and obtained the 3 lives sacred text but found herself unable to cultivate. In her rebirth, she remained incapable of cultivation, once again being used as a pawn for familial alliances. After developing a relationship with Jun Xiaoyao, she was cast out by her family. But the birth of Wan Jun brought her contentment. Now, with Jun Xiaoyao seeking her out, their family of 3 could be reunited. How perfect that seemed. Yet now, she faced a martial emperor. At that moment, despair gripped her heart. Was this truly her fate? Would she forever be unable to escape her tragic destiny? Stop. Just then, a voice pierced through the air. Simultaneously, a woman entered the room. Appearing to be in her 30s, she was undeniably attractive. Her gaze swept over Zhang Hanja and the dozen or so martial kings. Yet her expression remained remarkably calm. Chapter 152, Jun Xiaoyao, my woman. Do you dare to have designs on her? Who are you? The sudden interruption left Zhang Hanja with a countenance as dark as thunder. An aura of terror erupted from his 8 subordinates. At a mere gesture from Zhang Hanja, they would annihilate the intruder. The office was suffused with a palpable dread. The atmosphere taut with tension as all eyes turned towards the woman who had entered. The secretary was curious, as was Mu Wanjun, for neither recognized the lady. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you do not belong in this place, the woman stated, her expression flat and her tone icy. Despite being merely at the innate stage, she appeared diminutive as an ant before the assemblage of martial kings and emperors. Yet, backed by formidable support, she exuded an unparalleled composure in the presence of these titans. To dare speak thus in front of a martial emperor showcased her formidable confidence. 3 seconds. Disclose your identity and your backing, or face death. Zhang Hanja's voice was frigid. A dignified martial emperor challenged by a seemingly insignificant innate individual. What shame that would bring if word spread. She is a woman you cannot touch. I am Shanguan Ling, the woman declared, introducing herself. She hailed from the Shanguan family, the foremost clan in Jiangnan. Just the mere mention of her surname was enough to instill fear in anyone from Jiangnan, even among martial emperors. Is the Shanguan family related to her? Zhang Hanja's demeanor remained neutral, yet he was contemplating seriously. The Shanguan family was not to be trifled with. However, he was not intimidated, weighing whether it was worth provoking such a powerful clan over a woman. More critically, the Shanguan family had ties to the Tian family. In the past, he may have disregarded them, but with Tian Luo being now a martial deity, he had to reconsider. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had not anticipated that this seemingly unassuming beauty was associated with the Shanguan family. Could it be that she was the consort of a significant figure within that clan? There are matters you are yet unqualified to comprehend. Now, you may either go to Longquan Mountain to plead for forgiveness, where you might have a 1 in a billion chance of survival. Shanguan Ling spoke coldly. She was aware of the relationship between the Tian and Shanguan families. Behind these 2 great clans lay an exalted existence, one who had slaughtered Western deities for the sake of a woman. To meddle with his woman was akin to courting death. Haha, am I, Zhang Hanja, to fear the Shanguan family? Even if Tian Luobing were to come, I would not falter. Today, I shall take her away and see what the Shanguan and Tian families can do about it. Zhang Hanja laughed uproariously, defiance radiating from him. Go plead for forgiveness. The chances of survival are but a mere 1 in a billion. Such a notion is utterly absurd. At this moment, he harbored doubts regarding the woman's intentions, suspecting she was leveraging the influence of the Shanguan and Tian families to manipulate him. If Mu Wanyan truly had ties to these esteemed houses, why then would countless powerful figures in Jiangnan City still covet her? Clap, clap. As Zhang Hanza spoke, he attempted to seize Mu Wanyun, intending to take her away directly. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted. Who could it be? Zhang Hanza felt an unexplainable shiver run down his spine. As a formidable martial emperor, his consciousness and perception enveloped the entire landmark building. Every action within was under his dominion. Yet now, an unexpected presence had manifested outside his office, entirely eluding his senses. This was unusual. His heart raced with anxiety. Could it be a martial deity? In Jiangnan City, there was but one such figure, Tian Luobing. Would she truly come here? In this world, who would dare to covet my woman? How intriguing. At the office entrance, a young man strode in. He was handsome and poised, holding a magnificent bouquet of roses, the blooms vibrant and radiant. It was none other than the esteemed Jun Xiao. Upon seeing him, Shanguan Ling's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Bowing deeply as if encountering an ancestral figure, Jun Xiao cast a glance at the woman, nodded, and approached Mu Wanyun leisurely, presenting the lavish bouquet to her. "Thank you, my dear," Mu Wanyun said, her heart swelling with sweetness at Jun Xiao's arrival, imagining him bringing her flowers. In that moment, she wished to meld into him entirely. Possessing a sharp intellect, she could discern Jun Xiao's distinguished status, which was clearly the reason behind Shanguan's reverence. As she accepted the flowers, she shyly nestled against Jun Xiao's side. "Ah, you are." At that instant, Zhang Hanze felt as if struck by lightning, his face contorted in terror. He finally grasped the implications of Shangwan Ling's words. Indeed, he should not have come here. What rotten luck. He had merely sought a beautiful woman devoid of any connections. Yet this woman happened to be his. This was disastrous. In this world, anyone could be provoked, but one individual was untouchable. That person was known as Jun Tiandi. And at this moment, Jun Tiandi stood before him. Despair washed over him, an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. "My woman, you dare to harbor intentions towards her?" Jun Xiao's gaze turned icy as it fell upon Zhang Hanze, who felt as though he had plummeted into the depths of hell. "Please, Jun Xiao. I had no knowledge she was your woman, otherwise." A moment of cowardice enveloped Zhang Hanze, who, devoid of any semblance of the mighty Emperor Wu, fell to his knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head. The Western deities had provoked Ji Qingwu, and now, having witnessed the massacre of the Western gods by the Emperor Jun, what could he possibly offer to quell his wrath for inciting her ire? In that instant, his heart felt as if it had turned to ash. "I grant you a complete corpse," he warned. "If you were aware that she is my woman, you would find even death elusive." Jun Xiaoyao's words were frostbitten. With a mere wave of his hand, a dazzling array of starlight enveloped Zhang Hanze and the 8 formidable martial kings. Having completed his actions, he took Mu Wanjuan's delicate hand and strode towards the office exit. Ding! Event triggered. Master picks up Mu Wanjun from work. Reward points. 10,000,000. Throughout the entire ordeal, Mu Wanjun remained in a state of astonishment and bliss. She was astonished by Zhang Hanze's submission and awed by Jun Xiaoyao's prowess. She understood that Jun Xiaoyao was truly enraged, and all of this transpired because of her. Someone had dared to bully her, and thus he unleashed his fury, allowing her small hand to be held by Jun Xiaoyao. She clutched a bouquet of roses as they made their way outside, completely oblivious to everything else, for in her heart and mind at that moment, there existed only Jun Xiaoyao. Chapter 153. Mu Wanjun reveals her identity as a reborn individual. Mu Wanjun's exquisite visage radiated sweetness and joy. Throughout the day, she had eagerly anticipated the end of her workday, for it signaled the arrival of Jun Xiaoyao to escort her home. To her surprise, he had purchased an abundance of flowers, for every girl delights in blossoms, particularly those gifted by a beloved partner. "You are my woman, the mother of my child. How could I allow anyone to mistreat you? Even if there were to be any mistreatment, it would be I who indulges in it," Jun Xiaoyao gently proclaimed as he grasped Mu Wanjuan's delicate hand, leading her out of the landmark building. His voice softened as he leaned closer, whispering mischievously into her ear. "I relish being tormented by you." Mu Wanjuan's face flushed crimson, her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment. She understood the implication of his words, recalling the events of the previous night, which rendered her weak all over. With a voice as soft as a whisper, she leaned in and uttered a shy confession, her heart racing as she wished for the earth to swallow her whole. Her stunning features and flawless figure exuded an irresistible charm, blending shyness, nervousness, and the allure of a mature woman. If there were ever a perfect wife, she would epitomize it, reminiscent of the enchanting characters in anime, yet far more captivating than any fictional goddess. The evening unfolded with a candlelit dinner, followed by a leisurely stroll and a movie, every romantic activity a couple could cherish. In that moment, she bore no semblance of motherhood, instead embodying a love-struck girl, blushing, shy, and playful. It was only at 11 o'clock that they returned home. After a refreshing bath, they ascended to the second floor of their villa, nestling in a scenic pavilion, gazing at the shifting constellations above. "Wife, you rank among the top 5 on the talent list of the heavenly rankings. Why is it that you cannot cultivate?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired, his curiosity piqued. He had long been intrigued by this aspect, as even the system failed to reveal her innate gifts and cultivation status, despite her illustrious ranking. I do not know. My husband, Mu Wanjun replied, followed by a soft, contemplative hum. I shall share a secret with you, she said earnestly, having pondered over the matter all day. She wrestled with the decision of whether to disclose to Jun Xiaoyao her true identity as his partner and the mother of his child, feeling compelled to share nothing but the truth with him. A secret? Do tell. Jun Xiaoyao's interest was instantly piqued. What could this secret be? He was particularly curious about the mysteries that often enveloped a woman, especially one that might relate to her extraordinary talents. I am not of this earth, but rather hail from another realm. In the vernacular of this world, one might say I have traversed dimensions, or perhaps I have been reincarnated. In my previous existence, I was born into a family of cultivators in the celestial domain. Alas, my talents were mediocre. It is a lamentable fate that, possessing beauty, the elders of my clan intended to offer me as a concubine to a powerful man for the sake of familial advancement. I fled. During my escape, I acquired a tome known as the 3 Lifetimes Sacred Canon, a method of cultivation that requires 3 lifetimes to master. However, in my desperation, I attempted to cultivate it prematurely and found myself reborn on Earth. 5 years ago, my memories awakened, yet I was still unable to practice the sacred canon. Despite my rebirth, my circumstances and destiny had not altered. My family sought to use me for a strategic marriage. I escaped again, and thus began our fateful connection. Mu Wanjun gazed up at Jun Xiaoyao, her face radiant yet anxious. She feared he might reject her, for she was not of this world, but from the celestial domain. Nonetheless, she had resolved that regardless of his reaction, she would reveal the truth to him. After all, she was his woman, bearing his child. This life, though seemingly ordinary, was fulfilling enough for her. If she were to wish for anything, it would be to continue lying in his embrace, cherished by him, as his partner. Notification, event triggered. Mu Wanjun confides her secret to her master. Reward, 50,000,000 points. Regardless of your origins, you are mine, Jun Xiaoyao assured her. The inability to cultivate is inconsequential. I shall safeguard you and our daughter with my formidable strength. I will seek out rare treasures to ensure you both experience eternal joy. Should reincarnation be necessary, I will accompany you through it. Jun Xiaoyao regarded Mu Wanjun with calm surprise, taken aback by the depth of her secret. In the past, such a revelation would have shocked him. However, now it seemed almost trivial. After all, he possessed a system. Surely, others could experience rebirth as well. Moreover, Earth had been ensnared by a great hand and cast into a fantastical realm nearly a century ago. Were it not for the century-long protection period, Earth would now reside within that mystical world. This was, in essence, a global transmigration. In this world, the extraordinary is commonplace. Only the unimaginable remains absent. Thank you, my love. I adore you. Mu Wanjun's exquisite visage glistened with tears, each droplet a testament to her emotions. Though Jun Xiaoyao's words lacked poetic embellishment, each syllable resonated deeply within her heart. With him, every moment felt worthwhile. This life was enough. Gradually, the two became entwined, lost in each other's embrace. After a prolonged silence, Mu Wanjun's face flushed, a delightful bloom of crimson, as she nestled against him. Leaning close to Jun Xiaoyao's ear, she whispered softly, feeling both shy and elated. By the way, let me take a glimpse at your 3 lives sacred text. Jun Xiaoyao wore a smile on his face. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Is the 3 lives sacred text truly that extraordinary? Chapter 154. The 3 lifetimes of Mu Wanjun. Upon hearing that Jun Xiaoyao desired to examine the sacred text of 3 lifetimes, Mu Wanjun exhibited no hesitation and nodded in agreement. With a graceful motion, she raised her delicate hand and lightly traced a line in the air. Instantly, a faint glimmer of light emerged. Despite lacking any cultivation, this radiance represented the techniques stored within her memory. The light hovered before Jun Xiaoyao, who gently pressed his finger against it. In that moment, under the overwhelming presence of divine intent, a vast force of sanctity unrolled the light, and a majestic aura filled the atmosphere. The sacred text of 3 lifetimes, merely a technique, possessed such formidable power that it astonished Jun Xiaoyao. Equipped with a system and 3 divine arts, the world tree, he originally felt no need for additional treasures or techniques. Yet, upon witnessing the prowess of the sacred text. He was profoundly shaken, for this technique had already touched upon the laws of existence. A method that directly connects to the supreme laws. How could it not be wondrous? Engaging with the system's spirit, Shuangji, he requested her to scan and translate the essence of this sacred text. It required 3 lifetimes of fate to cultivate, which was indeed a marvel. Scan successful. Translation complete. The sacred text of 3 lifetimes, a technique that intertwines destiny and life with the supreme laws, is revered as one of the 9 great celestial tomes in the chaotic universe, also known as the 9 divine books and the 9 extraordinary texts. To cultivate this technique, one must possess the fated connections of 3 lifetimes and the continuity of 3 eras, enduring 3 reincarnations, and it is a dual cultivation method. The spirit of the system, Shuangji, elucidated these details to Jun Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, the system refined the sacred text further. What level has she reached? Jun Xiaoyao pondered. Intrigued by the past and present of Mu Wanjun. As her partner, he naturally harbored curiosity about her former lives. Akin to a man's intrigue regarding his girlfriend's former relationships, an inherent aspect of masculine psychology. Nonetheless, Jun Xiaoyao's interest was merely a fleeting curiosity, for he prioritized this lifetime. Indifferent to past or future lives, she has acquired 3 lifetimes of fated connections. She has experienced the continuity of 3 eras. She has undergone 3 reincarnations. The object of her fate is you, Master. Due to certain constraints, Shuangji cannot disclose much, but one day you shall uncover the entirety of this truth. Will you assist her in awakening? The spirit of the system, Shuangji, spoke with measured calmness, inquiring of Jun Xiaoyao at the conclusion. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's expression shifted continuously. He never anticipated that Mu Wanjun's 3 lifetimes were intricately linked to him. What had transpired between them that he remained completely unaware? Yet, the system seemed omniscient, withholding crucial information from him. Very well, Jun Xiaoyao replied. If I can aid Mu Wanjun in her awakening, then I shall certainly do so. After all, she has traversed 3 lifetimes and 3 reincarnations. Beside him, Mu Wanjun gazed in astonishment at the transformation of the sacred text of 3 lifetimes. She had long since become one with her surroundings, her familiarity profound. Observing the fluctuations in Jun Xiaoyao's expression, she felt a surge of shock and confusion. Uncertain of what he had discovered, at that moment, a crimson dot appeared within the luminous veil of the 3 lives holy scripture. The dot expanded infinitely in her eyes and mind, ultimately coalescing into an endless realm. Her entire soul traversed into that world, where she witnessed an astonishing scene. In this world, she was but a spectator, akin to watching a film. The first image depicted an ordinary existence, where a breathtakingly beautiful woman fell in love with a handsome scholar, marrying him and growing old together. The second scene revealed a realm of the powerful, where a female infant and a male infant were born, growing up together in the same sect, resembling celestial lovers. As the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth images unfolded, each represented a distinct world, a different era. The 2 souls had shared love across 3 lifetimes. The 7th scene emerged, showcasing the woman as an unparalleled celestial being. However, the man was no longer by her side, leading her to a solitary old age, for he was but an ordinary man who had perished before her ascension. In the 8th image, a stunning girl born into a prestigious family possessed mediocre talents and was treated as a pawn to be offered as a concubine to a powerful figure. She fled, and by the twists of fate, regained the cultivation techniques from her previous life. The 9th scene revealed another exquisite woman born into a large family who awakened her memories, yet still could not cultivate, similarly treated as a pawn. She chose to escape and encountered the one with whom she had shared 3 lifetimes, reuniting once more. The images continued to flash before her eyes, immersing her in the experience as if she were reliving 9 lives. The final scene concluded with the man entering her office, holding a large bouquet of roses. At this moment, exquisite tears cascaded down Mu Wanjun's beautiful face. She finally comprehended that she was not merely reborn in the celestial realm, but had shared 8 lifetimes with him. This life was the 9th. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao remained oblivious to these visions. Ding! Event triggered. Master assists Mu Wanjun in awakening the cycles of 3 lives and 3 reincarnations. Reward: 200 million points, darling. What is wrong? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, curiosity piqued. He reached out to gently wipe the tears from her face. Husband, do you know this technique? Mu Wanjun did not respond directly to Jun Xiaoyao, but instead posed the question to him. She discerned from his previous demeanor that he was unaware of her past lives. Otherwise, he would not have asked such a question, for this was her journey through 3 lives and reincarnations, a truth unknown to others. Understanding it should not be difficult. Jun Xiaoyao replied. This technique. The system has already completed the translation and refinement, naturally enabling him to cultivate. My dear, let us cultivate together. Mu Wanyun, like a pear blossom drenched in rain, possesses a beauty that stirs the heart. She longs for Jun Xiaoyao to know of their love that has spanned 9 lifetimes. However, since Jun Xiaoyao is unaware at present, she decides to let things unfold naturally. After all, in this lifetime, he loves her, and she loves him, which is sufficient. As she spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. Her delicate face flushed a deep crimson, as if it could bleed, revealing the immense courage it took to utter such words. Even though they had already shared their affections, expressing this sentiment still filled her with shyness. Chapter 155. The Transformation of Mu Wanjun. Ascension to the 9th layer of human sovereignty in half an hour. Jun Xiaoyao had mastered the cultivation method of the 3 lives sacred canon. In truth, the sacred canon had already merged with him through the system's assistance, requiring only his practice. Alternatively, one could say that the 3 lives sacred canon could operate autonomously, without necessitating deliberate cultivation on his part. However, dual cultivation must not be taken lightly. Moreover, Mu Wanjun was still an ordinary person, and a moment of carelessness could lead to her injury. Upon mastering the sacred canon, the two began their cultivation. After Mu Wanjun mustered the courage to utter a particular phrase, she was overwhelmed with shyness. Wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide, her head nestled in Jun Xiaoyao's embrace. Little did she know that she had been even more reckless than Jun Xiaoyao earlier, possessing the cultivation experience of several lifetimes. In her most powerful incarnation, she had been a formidable true immortal. Therefore, resuming cultivation now was not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lay in the nature of their dual cultivation. Nervousness and shyness intertwined, causing Mu Wanjun's delicate face to flush crimson. Ding! Event triggered. Master and Mu Wanjun engage in dual cultivation. Reward: 20,000,000 points. Relax. Jun Xiaoyao whispered softly in her ear. Mu Wanjun replied faintly, nodding her head, her voice barely above a whisper. She thought to herself, it sounds so easy. Yet this intimate form of cultivation is utterly mortifying. In the dimly lit room, the lights were extinguished. It took a full half-hour for the two to enter a state of cultivation. Jun Xiaoyao could distinctly sense Mu Wanjun undergoing a transformation. Her physique was ascending, her comprehension deepening, and her soul evolving. In 1 minute, inner strength realm. In 3 minutes, true chi realm. In 5 minutes, master realm. In 10 minutes, innate realm. In 20 minutes, martial king realm. In 1 hour, martial emperor realm. In 2 hours, martial god realm. At last, their cultivation session concluded. At that moment, Mu Wanjun's cultivation had reached the 9th layer of human sovereignty, drawing near to the Earth's sovereign realm. Jun Xiaoyao was astounded. This was akin to his own capabilities granted by the system. However, upon reflection, it was quite reasonable. After all, Mu Wanjun had traversed 3 lives and 3 cycles, accumulating the wisdom of 9 lifetimes. Dual cultivation was indeed the essence of true cultivation. Additionally, she had once been a true immortal at her peak, and now, her cultivation was a direct benefit of her past experiences, propelling her to the realm of human sovereignty. Not only did Mu Wanjun transform, but Jun Xiaoyao also experienced an elevation. After 2 hours, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of half-saint, just a step away from becoming a minor saint. If he had sufficient points, he could directly ascend to minor saint or utilize a cultivation enhancement pill to achieve the same. However, since each individual could only use 5 such pills in a lifetime, he was reluctant to squander this opportunity and resolved to wait until his cultivation was higher before utilizing it. Ding! Event triggered. Mu Wanjun's 9 lives integration. Cultivation elevated to human sovereign. Reward: 500 million points. My dear wife, you are simply exquisite. Jun Xiaoyao gazed at Mu Wanjun, nearly overwhelmed by the allure of her beauty. Her skin was smooth and tender, fair as jade, radiating a lustrous glow. Her visage was exquisite, with tresses resembling strands of silk and a delicate waist that could be embraced with a single hand. Her long, shapely legs were smooth and firm, straight and fair, leaving Jun Xiaoyao in a state of awe. Do not gaze too long. Excess may breed weariness, he cautioned. Mu Wanjuan's delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she nestled against him, transformed in that moment from an ordinary girl to something transcendent. The two engaged in playful antics for 3 full hours, until she, in a plea for respite, nestled contentedly in his arms and drifted into slumber. The following morning, as they awakened, Mu Wanjuan's enchanting face was adorned with happiness, sweetness, and a touch of shyness. "Wife," he said, presenting her with a gift, "this is for you. All I desire is your daily joy. I shall handle everything else." With a gentle motion, he revealed an ancient ring, which he then placed upon her finger, eliciting her excitement. Ding! Event triggered. Master presents Mu Wanjun with cultivation resources and treasures, rewarding 200 million points. "Thank you, my dear husband," she exclaimed, recognizing it as a spatial ring, though unaware of the wealth it contained. "You rest for now. I shall take a bath," he declared, rising to head toward the bathroom. Mu Wanjun nodded obediently, akin to a young girl, her curiosity piqued by the spatial ring adorning her finger. As her consciousness ventured into the ring's interior, she was met with an astonishing array of cultivation resources and treasures, leaving her utterly astounded. With a sweep of her mind, she cataloged the contents. Elixirs, 1,000 bottles of spirit elixirs, 200 bottles of heavenly elixirs, 100 bottles of immortal elixirs, and 10 bottles of sane elixirs. Treasures, 100,000 spirit artifacts, 10,000 heavenly artifacts, 1,000 immortal artifacts, 500 sane artifacts, and 100 divine artifacts. Spiritual fruits, 100,000 from the millennium, 10,000 from the 5,000 year, and 200 from the 10,000 year categories. Runes, 10 saint destruction talismans, 10 random teleportation talismans, 10 diamond shield talismans, 10 interdimensional talismans, and 10 substitute talismans. Martial techniques, 10,000 spirit level, 200 heavenly level, 32 immortal level, 13 saint level, and 4 divine level techniques. In addition, there were countless rare materials and resources. Overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of what lay before her, Mu Wanjun found herself in a stupor. In her past life as a true immortal, she had encountered a plethora of treasures, yet none could compare to what Jun Xiaoyao bestowed upon her. The saint and divine level items were realms she had never even approached in her previous existence. Though she had possessed a few ordinary immortal level treasures and techniques, they paled in comparison to the unparalleled worth of what he had given her, each capable of causing upheaval in the immortal realm and igniting a storm of chaos. "Husband," she murmured, her thoughts ensnared in contemplation as she sat upon the bed, ultimately breaking her silence. She sensed that something was amiss. Chapter 156. Even in reincarnation. "We will await your return, what is it?" After finishing his bath, Jun Xiaoyao emerged from the bathroom, having completed his simple grooming. "Husband, why have you given me so much?" Mu Wanjun inquired softly, her heart heavy. Generally speaking, a mere 1% of the resources within a spatial ring would suffice for her entire lifetime. Yet, receiving such an abundance from Jun Xiaoyao left her feeling unsettled, her gaze fixed earnestly upon him. Deep down, she inexplicably felt as though she were on the verge of losing something precious. Should she lose Jun Xiaoyao, she would gladly forfeit these resources and treasures. You are now at the pinnacle of the human sovereign realm, just a step away from the earth sovereign. As a formidable individual, how could you possibly lack adequate resources? As my beloved, you should never have to worry about such things. Moreover, you must care for Wanjun, for she too requires cultivation, Jun Xiaoyao replied with a smile. However, Mu Wanjun continued to gaze at him, causing a flicker of unease within him. "To speak frankly, are you planning to leave me and Wanjun?" she asked. Could she not understand her own man? There was undoubtedly something amiss. The sight of these resources gave her the unsettling impression that Jun Xiaoyao was preparing for some final arrangements, a notion she could not bear. In this world, she desired nothing but Jun Xiaoyao and their daughter. "What are you saying? How could I possibly part with such a beautiful wife? Wanjun is my very life. I could never abandon her. As I mentioned before, I will soon embark on a journey for training. The sacred sovereign world is opening. and even the martial kings from Earth shall gain entry. Furthermore, the protective period for Earth is about to expire, and this world is fraught with uncertainties. Therefore, I must venture forth to hone my skills. These resources will suffice for you and Wanjun, he reassured her with a gentle smile as he approached the bed, drawing Mu Wanjun into his embrace. Indeed, these resources would be more than adequate for Mu Wanjun and their daughter. Having awakened 9 lifetimes, she had reached the pinnacle of the human sovereign realm, making her unmatched on Earth. With an abundance of resources at her disposal, even amidst chaos, she understood the means to protect herself and her daughter. Most of the treasures he bestowed upon her were of a life-preserving nature. Moreover, the resources within the elemental realm were plentiful beyond imagination. What he had just given to Mu Wanjun was merely a fraction of that. Nevertheless, even so, the resources in Mu Wanjun's possession would be sufficient for her and their daughter for a century, while the treasures and techniques could last them a lifetime. Husband, Wanjun and I will await your safe return. If you are gone for a year, we will wait a year. If you are gone for 10 years, we will wait 10 years. If you are gone for 100 years, we will wait 100 years. Even in the cycle of reincarnation, we will await your return. In the realm of experience, one must proceed with caution, for as the saying goes, while the green hills remain, there is no need to worry about firewood. In all endeavors, one must consider the well-being of both myself and Wanner, as well as your fiancé. Mu Wanjun nestled in Jun Xiaoyao's embrace, reluctant to see him embark on a perilous journey. Yet, she comprehended the life of a martial artist, where stagnation equates to regression. She understood that if she were to insist on his stay, Jun Xiaoyao might forego his quest for experience. But is this truly what he desires? In this moment, all she could do was await his safe return. I understand. Remember this. Regardless of the circumstances, you must protect yourself and our daughter, ensuring that neither of you comes to harm. Do you still need to go to the company today? Jun Xiaoyao playfully lifted Mu Wanjun's chin, though his demeanor seemed frivolous. His seriousness was palpable. Mu Wanjun gazed at him with obedience, aware that he was not truly frivolous, for she was already his, and everything about her belonged to him. Yes, we both need to take care of ourselves. I will go to the company shortly, Mu Wanjun affirmed with a nod, extending her delicate pinky finger to make a promise with Jun Xiaoyao, embodying the innocence of a young girl. She still intended to visit the company. Although she could now cultivate her abilities, her affection for her own establishment remained steadfast, as it was born of her own efforts. She was aware that Jun Xiaoyao had dealt with the affairs concerning the Shanguan family yesterday, yet she still wished to see the results of those dealings. Here, for you. Do you like it? Jun Xiaoyao presented a plush purple pet, its violet eyes sparkling, its entire form a delightful shade of purple. Wow, it's so beautiful. I love it. Thank you, my darling. Mu Wanjun exclaimed, her joy uncontainable. Girls often adore pets, especially those that are soft and cuddly, and she was no exception. This is a chaos Qilin, still in its infancy, Jun Xiaoyao informed her. Yet, even without his words, Mu Wanjun would have known, for her past life as a true immortal had granted her ample insight. Ding! Event triggered. Master gifts Mu Wanjun a pet. Reward points. 30,000. 000. I shall form a bond with it. Mu Wanjun declared, elated. A chaos Qilin is a legendary beast of immense power, and even if she had never encountered one, its strength was something she could easily envision. She had never believed such mythical creatures existed in this world. If they did, they were beings of divine might. To her astonishment, her husband had gifted her a young divine beast. Once grown, this creature would become a formidable ally, serving not only as a mount, but also as a companion in battle. Now, you should get dressed, Jun Xiaoyao reminded her with a smile, observing her delight. Mu Wanjun stood completely unclothed, her exquisite figure laid bare to the air. It was only upon reminder that she realized her lack of garments, and her delicate face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Despite having become Jun Xiaoyao's woman and having shared intimate moments together multiple times, she still felt an overwhelming shyness. With a startled exclamation, her graceful form swiftly vanished, retreating into the sanctuary of the bathroom. Chapter 157. The Convergence of the World Tree and the Laws of Life. At 8 in the morning, Mu Wanjun completed her pact with her pet. Dressed impeccably, they exited their room to find Aunt Zhang, the housekeeper, had prepared breakfast. After enjoying their meal, Mu Wanjun headed to her company, while Jun Xiaoyao retreated to Longquan Mountain. The time to enter the sacred sovereign world was drawing near, and he needed to prepare adequately. Moreover, he contemplated whom to take with him for training in this realm. Yao. No, she still had her studies to attend to, and she was quite young. Ji Qingwu. Tian Luobing. They were currently experiencing a surge in their cultivation and did not require training at this moment, unless they faced stagnation or bottlenecks, in which case, venturing out for experience might provide a breakthrough. Excluding Yao, Ji Qingwu, and Tian Luobing, only Youzi remained. He wondered how she was faring with her company's affairs. If she were busy, he would have to choose between Ji Qingwu and Tian Luobing. After all, this was an excellent opportunity for training, and he could hardly miss the chance to bring someone along. Taking both would introduce uncertainties regarding safety. He decided to set this matter aside for the time being and postpone his decision for a few days. For now, he needed to attend to several matters to avoid distractions in the sacred sovereign world. Seated on a recliner at the observation deck, Jun Xiaoyao pondered deeply. Ultimately, he could not arrive at a conclusion. Subsequently, he engaged in communication with the spirit of the system. Su New Jersey, initiate the fusion of the world tree. Preparing to merge the world tree seed. The fusion of the world tree seed is underway. In response, Jun Xiaoyao sensed a force merging with him, gradually enveloping his entire being. Soon, he entered a state of transcendence. Time became irrelevant. Was it a moment, a second, a minute, or perhaps a century? At last, having adapted to the wondrous power, Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes to behold a small sapling suspended before him. The sapling, of vibrant green and translucent, appeared as though sculpted from jade, yet it emanated a magical force, embodying the supreme laws of the universe, with space itself swirling in its presence. World Tree, fusion successful. The World Tree encompasses 9,999 natural laws, 3,000 heavenly laws, 36 great laws, and 9 supreme laws. Growth of the World Tree. 1. Devours any energy within the chaotic universe. 2. Refinement value. 3. Master comprehends the supreme laws. The consumption of chaotic cosmic energy can elevate the natural laws. The refinement value has the potential to enhance the 3,000 heavenly laws. However, the elevation of the supreme laws necessitates the master's comprehension and cultivation. For further details, the master is advised to consult the notes. The spirit of the system, Shuanji, informed Jun Xiaoyao that the world tree has successfully fused. That sapling is the nascent world tree. Upon completion of her statement, a note appeared on the virtual screen, encompassing all information regarding the world tree, including its data panel, growth conditions, and abilities. In 5 minutes, Jun Xiaoyao grasped the essence of the world tree. In summary, the world tree possesses 3 primary functions: nurturing laws, assisting in combat, and being a treasure in its entirety. Nurturing laws implies that the world tree is the source of law. One can observe the laws present on the world tree to cultivate them. Assisting in combat indicates that as the world tree matures, it will sprout vines that will aid in battles, each strike infused with the power of law. The notion of being a treasure in its entirety is straightforward. Every part of the world tree, be it roots, bark, leaves, flowers, or fruits, constitutes extraordinary treasures imbued with the essence of laws. It is astonishing to realize the true nature of the world tree. Jun Xiaoyao was deeply moved. This world tree is even more formidable and miraculous than the 3 divine skills. Indeed, divine skills are merely of the divine level, whereas the world tree transcends the divine, reaching the eternal level infinitely beyond. Shuanji, what would happen if all the energy and spiritual essence on earth were consumed? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. The earth has already undergone a revival of spiritual essence, entering a realm of fantasy. What transformation would the world tree undergo if it were to consume all the spiritual essence from the earth? Master, I advise you to disregard this notion, for the earth contains eternal fragments, which the world tree cannot consume. If it were to forcefully do so, the earth would surely vanish. Moreover, even if the entire earth were consumed, the world tree would not yield a single natural law nor sprout a single vine. Shuanji responded, cautioning Jun Xiaoyao against this perilous idea. Eternal fragments belong to the eternal level. Even a mere fragment is formidable and should not be trifled with, not even by the world tree itself. Forceful consumption would result in the earth's utter obliteration, as fragments cannot contend with the entirety of the eternal. Furthermore, Even if consumption were achieved, it would yield no benefits. Xuanji, if I were to comprehend the supreme laws, which one do you suggest I pursue first? Jun Xiaoyao asked. The 9 supreme laws are the foundation of this universe, the essence of this world. The law of life, Xuanji answered without hesitation. Why? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. He has begun to faintly comprehend the meaning behind Xuanji's words. For the laws of life and death stand as the paramount among the 9 supreme principles, serving as their very foundation. Only in the presence of life can all else exist and hold significance. The master, wielding the law of life, can resurrect infinitely, achieving a state of immortality. Moreover, they possess the ability to revive other beings and humanity as well, Xuanji stated with a calm and measured tone. Chapter 158, The Yi Family of Jiangqing. The peerless Yi Qingxian. Half an hour later, Jun Xiaoyao emerged from the primordial realm, utterly astounded. The world tree's extraordinary might surpassed his wildest imagination. However, it currently remained in its nascent stage, devoid of combat capability and unable to cultivate laws. The only course of action available was to consume, voraciously devouring to foster its growth, relying on the refinement value for advancement, and on Jun Xiaoyao's own cultivation of laws. What I require is time, Jun Xiaoyao mused. Resources were abundant, treasures plentiful, techniques unnecessary, and divine skills innumerable. He lacked nothing essential for a martial artist. Within the primordial realm, there was no scarcity, and with a system by his side alongside the world tree, he was devoid of any deficiencies. All that remained was the need for time. Given sufficient time, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. Suddenly, beneath a towering mountain in Jiangqing, a sanctuary emerged, reminiscent of a paradise. The architecture exuded ancient charm, with palatial structures rising majestically. Under the illuminating dawn, the ethereal aura created an otherworldly ambience. On this day, in the void above, 1,000 sword beams soared into the sky. Each beam radiated with destructive power, shattering the space it traversed. Witnessing this scene, countless prodigies and formidable warriors of the Yi family were left in awe. The family head has broken through again, they murmured. This marked her 11th breakthrough this month. And this time it was a breakthrough in swordsmanship. No, the family head practiced a form of sword path that advanced in tandem with her cultivation level. She had reached the martial emperor realm. Such terrifying sword intent. I sensed that the family head could contend with Jiang and Tian Luobing. The only one capable of matching the family head would be Tian Luobing. Who in this world could be worthy of such an extraordinary woman? Only Jun Tiandi. The Yi family of Jiangqing, also known as the Huaxia Yi family, is one of the top 10 superfamilies in Huaxia. Not only is it unparalleled in wealth, but it has also been a martial arts lineage for over a millennium. This generation's family head is exceptionally gifted, having taken control of the Yi family at the tender age of 23 and attaining the rank of martial emperor by 24. Her strength transcends mere levels, for she once defeated the family's martial emperor at a young age. Now, having ascended to the martial emperor realm, it seems no one in the Yi family could rival her. Her swordsmanship is unparalleled in the world, both mystical and domineering. Moreover, Yi Qingxian possesses an unimaginable vision and organizational prowess, earning the admiration of the entire Yi family at such a young age. She is a born leader, an innate powerhouse, and her beauty is unparalleled, crowned as the most divine maiden of Jiangqing, ranking among the top 5 prodigies of the talent list. What is even more terrifying is, in a mere span of over a month, she ascended from a master to the realm of the martial emperor, a pace swifter than that of a rocket, utterly surpassing the conventional understanding and scope of martial cultivation. As the head of the family, I hereby announce that Yi Nantian has become the 189th patriarch of the illustrious Yi family of China. In the sky above the Yi family, a figure materialized, a woman, appearing to be in her 20s, possessing an exquisitely beautiful visage and a statuesque figure, clad in a traditional long gown. Surrounding her were 9 resplendent swords, suspended in the air, radiating brilliance. At that moment, she embodied the unparalleled sword goddess, standing majestically between heaven and earth, her enchanting form evoking a sense of awe. One word encapsulates her essence: beauty. Her demeanor exuded pride, her aura transcendent. A sword-shaped ornament adorned her brow, augmenting her beauty with an added touch of elegance. She emanated an indomitable dominance, akin to the sovereign of the celestial realm. By the decree of the patriarch, the Yi family, consisting of tens of thousands of descendants, was taken aback and filled with disbelief upon hearing the announcement of the current patriarch. Yet, none dared to question or challenge. They bowed their heads in reverence. For she was the contemporary matriarch, Yi Qingxian. Her word was law. Her actions were surely underpinned by reason and intention. In a flash, Yi Qingxian vanished from sight. What did it signify to pass the mantle of leadership? One must consider that she was merely 24 years of age. Achieving the martial emperor realm at such a young age, with her innate talent and pace of cultivation, it was conceivable that she could reach the status of a supreme being like Jun Tiandi, potentially gracing the earth for centuries or even millennia. Had the matriarch found love? Such thoughts were not to be trifled with. In the sacred sovereign world, it was understood that the patriarch was destined to venture forth. Upon her return from the sacred sovereign realm, it would herald the emergence of a second Jun Tiandi upon the earth. If the matriarch were to wed Jun Tiandi, it would undoubtedly be the most perfect union imaginable on this planet. Whispers circulated, yet no one dared to speak ill of Yi Qingxian. Indeed, no one could find fault with her. During her tenure as the head of the Yi family, their influence surged exponentially, elevating their status to new heights. Now, as she relinquished her position to Yi Nantian, none dared to voice dissent, for Yi Nantian was also a remarkable prodigy of the Yi family, having reached the pinnacle of the martial king realm, just a step away from becoming a martial emperor. In terms of management, he ranked just below Yi Qingxian. Gradually, many began to steer the conversation towards Jun Tiandi. After all, he was the strongest individual in the world, the very soul of China, its backbone, the singular sage, and a youthful, handsome figure celebrated as the world's most exquisite man. Chapter 159 Farewell. Preparing to enter the sacred world. Time passes day by day. Tomorrow marks the day when the formidable warriors of Earth, above the rank of martial king, shall enter the sacred world. The portal of the heavenly rankings shall remain open for but a single day, after which it will close. During this period, countless earthly powerhouses poised to enter the sacred world have been ready, eagerly awaiting the portal's opening. My dear, take good care of yourself and our daughter. Await my return, murmured Jun Xiaoyao, his gaze softening as he looked at Mu Wanyun, curled up in his embrace. The enchanting beauty of Mu Wanyun had only intensified since her cultivation. For the majority of this time, Jun Xiaoyao had devoted himself to her. He spent his weekends entirely with her. Last night, their passion had raged through the hours. Your safe return is what I await, Mu Wanyun said tenderly, unable to voice the myriad of farewells swirling in her heart. In the depths of her being, she wished for nothing more than his safety. Rest a while longer, Jun Xiaoyao replied, rising to enter the bathroom. After a brief while, he emerged, refreshed from his bath. By that time, Mu Wanyun had risen and was lovingly arranging his attire, embodying the essence of a devoted wife. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao departed the villa. He had made extensive arrangements for Mu Wanyun and their daughter, both overt and covert. Even if the world were to crumble, they would remain untouched by peril. For on Mu Wanyun's necklace, he had imbued it with 3 layers of secret arts related to the 3 lives sacred canon. He had embedded a fragment of his soul within it, allowing him to sense her circumstances at any moment. Should danger arise, he would be there. Moreover, the rings, bracelets, and hairpins adorning Mu Wanyun were fortified with formidable defenses, all of which he had enchanted with sensing capabilities. More crucially, through their shared cultivation of the 3 lives sacred canon, they could sense one another. Should Mu Wanyun find herself in jeopardy, he could invoke forbidden arts to draw her into his primordial realm. Though it would require a sacrifice, her safety would be assured. She was precious. Their daughter was as well. Despite being merely 3 years old, without cultivation or prowess, their daughter bore treasures and defenses that could withstand even a saint's assault. Furthermore, Mu Wanyun possessed countless extraordinary artifacts, sacred techniques, and divine weapons. With her strength, even a saint would find her an indomitable force. Return safely, my love, Mu Wanyun whispered to herself, standing on the balcony and gazing at Jun Xiaoyao's retreating figure. Her heart brimmed with love and happiness. She had also promised Jun Xiaoyao that should any threat arise, she would first return home or seek refuge in Dragon Spring Mountain. For this villa was safeguarded by 33 sacred formations and 3 divine arrays. Longquan Mountain, a defensive formation of such magnitude, boasts a myriad of variations. Departing from the Sunshine community, Jun Xiaoyao returned to Longquan Mountain, where Tian Youzi awaited his arrival. "Brother Xiaoyao, I have been anxiously waiting for your safe return," she gently expressed. "Goodbye, brother," Su Mingyao whispered, wishing to accompany him, yet recognizing her own limitations in strength and the necessity of her studies. Thus, she resolved not to burden her brother, choosing instead to patiently await his return at home. "I shall reside here, awaiting your return," Tian Luobing remarked, her voice icy yet imbued with a hint of tenderness. "Let us depart," Jun Xiaoyao declared, as he walked toward the periphery of Longquan Mountain. With Tian Youzi by his side, she had meticulously managed all affairs of the Tian Corporation, preparing to focus solely on her cultivation and remain beside Jun Xiaoyao. Soon, the duo exited Longquan Mountain, heading towards the riverbank in search of a secluded spot to lead Tian Youzi into the Tianbang's teleportation channel. With all arrangements settled, he felt unencumbered by worries or distractions. The cultivation resources and treasures for Mu Wanjun, Ji Qingwu, Tian Luobing, and Su Mingyao had all been securely organized, sufficient for a century's use, with spiritual fruits alone capable of sustaining them for 100 years. Why not allow Sister Wanjun to stay at Longquan Mountain? Tian Youzi inquired as she intertwined her arm with Jun Xiaoyao's, her exquisite visage radiating happiness and sweetness. Although she was not one of Jun Xiaoyao's 5 fiancées, he treated her with equal kindness, even bringing her into the sacred Lord's world, demonstrating his affection. She had grown accustomed to this treatment. "I have already made arrangements for her. Should anything arise, she will journey to Longquan Mountain," Jun Xiaoyao explained. In truth, this was merely a trial, with a duration of 6 months. For a warrior, half a year is but a fleeting moment. Is the Tianbang not stirring? Wasn't the teleportation channel supposed to open today? Mu Wanjun observed the Tianbang, which remained tranquil and unresponsive, evoking her curiosity and confusion. "Perhaps the time has yet to arrive. Once we enter the sacred Lord's world, you must stay close to me at all times. If danger arises, prioritize your safety above all and do not concern yourself with me. Naturally, should peril present itself, I shall transport you to safety elsewhere," Jun Xiaoyao instructed. As a warrior above the rank of king, he stood at the precipice of semi-sainthood, with the aid of extraordinary treasures and the system ensuring his security. Nevertheless, caution is always warranted. "I understand." Tian Youzi nodded obediently, her demeanor charming. She felt a surge of excitement within her. For this particular trial, she had prepared for an extensive period, purchasing an ample supply of daily necessities within her spatial ring, sufficient for several decades, amounting to a value exceeding 100 million. In addition to these preparations, her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the martial emperor level. Chapter 160. Entering the world of the sage and engaging in our duties. After 20 minutes, the two arrived by the riverbank. From a distance, numerous martial artists above the rank of martial king could be seen. Jun Xiaoyao chose a relatively secluded spot to pause, awaiting the opening of the passage to the heavenly ranking. As time passed, each second felt like an eternity. 3 hours later, noon had arrived. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous roars echoed through the sky. The previously clear expanse was now shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder, as if the apocalypse were upon them. At last, the heavenly ranking began to stir. Golden light descended, enveloping the entire earth. And at the terminus of this luminous aura appeared a mystical portal. The world of the sage is unveiled. The passageway is now open. Only martial artists above the rank of martial king may enter. The trial duration is 6 months. For martial kings and martial emperors, the odds of survival are grim, while those below the sage rank face dire consequences. Please consider wisely. The ancient and ethereal voice of the heavenly ranking resonated across the globe, clear to all who listened. Boom, boom, boom. As the voice faded, the golden radiance intensified. Imbued with a mysterious power, the vibrant portal swung open, revealing a pitch-black abyss that resembled a realm of demons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a brief silence, figures shot skyward, plunging into the golden light as martial artists hurried towards the portal. The number of individuals heading towards the passageway grew exponentially, and Jun Xiaoyao estimated there were at least 3,000, most of whom were from Huaxia. "Let us go," Jun Xiaoyao urged, taking Tian Youzi's delicate hand. She clutched his hand tightly, fearful of losing him. An indistinct silhouette enveloped the two, rendering them invisible to others. In less than a minute, they entered the kaleidoscopic portal. Beyond the portal lay a realm of utter darkness. Their bodies were involuntarily transported, with no knowledge of their destination or the duration of the journey. Tian Youzi clung to Jun Xiaoyao's waist, wishing to merge with him completely. Her small face flushed crimson with a mix of nervousness and shyness. Though they were close as a couple, she still felt bashful. Furthermore, she had resolved to dedicate herself to Jun Xiaoyao during this trial, fully embracing her role as his woman. The thought sent her heart racing, and her cheeks burned with embarrassment. As time ticked by, Jun Xiaoyao estimated that the transportation lasted a full 3 minutes, underscoring the vast distance they were traversing. Suddenly, the darkness dissipated. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, followed by the emergence of bright light. With a deep sigh, Jun Xiaoyao felt a surge of emotion as he absorbed the overwhelming essence of spiritual energy surrounding him. The purity and richness of the aura here surpassed that of Earth by a factor of at least 100. In such an environment, one could achieve remarkable progress in cultivation without the aid of medicinal pills. It seemed he had indeed arrived in the sacred sovereign world. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in his ears. "Human, welcome to the sacred sovereign world. Your identification number is 17291-899. Before him materialized a 1-meter-tall virtual screen, from which the voice emanated. The screen displayed Jun Xiaoyao's identity and information, which, though succinct, was precise. Race, human affiliation, Earth talent, top-tier age, 22 years cultivation level, semi-holy of the extreme realm contribution points, 0, sources of contribution, slaying monsters, defeating formidable opponents, acquiring resources, obtaining treasures, participating in events. Jun Xiaoyao regarded the information with indifference, for he recognized this as the essence of the world, or perhaps the spirit of the realm. He had encountered something similar in the cataclysmic realm. Every world possessed its own set of rules, albeit with minor variations. Strength and extraordinary talent significantly enhanced one's chances of survival. His gaze shifted to Tian Youzi, who, like him, was presented with a virtual screen displaying her information. Her identification number was 17291-898, sequentially aligned with his. The number represents the count of individuals entering the sacred sovereign world. The sacred sovereign world is open for 6 months. The exit is located in Sacred Sovereign City. Strive to survive if you wish to leave. As the mechanical voice faded, tranquility enveloped the space once more. With a wave of his hand, Jun Xiaoyao dismissed the screen. This place was indeed remarkable. The 8-digit identification numbers indicated that millions had entered the sacred sovereign world. In contrast, Earth had only recently integrated into the fantasy realm, with merely 3,000 to 4,000 individuals arriving. It was clear that martial artists from Earth were the weakest in the sacred sovereign world, with the chances of returning almost negligible. Indeed, the phrase 10 deaths and no life was hardly an exaggeration. Furthermore, judging by the earlier announcement, the sacred sovereign world seemed to be a perilous and brutal domain. Even reaching Sacred Sovereign City did not guarantee an escape. Ding. Event triggered. Master and Tian Youzi have entered the sacred sovereign world. Reward, 200 million points. Quest activated. Accumulate points in the sacred sovereign world, which can be converted on a 1-1 basis into system points. What shall we do now, my dear? Tian Youzi inquired softly. In such a formidable world, her meager cultivation prowess could be deemed negligible. However, should danger arise, the treasures she possessed were sufficient to obliterate any threats and formidable foes. Naturally, we must engage in our designated tasks. Jun Xiaoyao wore a smile, his gaze scrutinizing Tian Youzi. Her exquisite visage, skin as smooth as jade, and long, elegant legs crafted a figure that was impeccably flawless, emanating an aura of icy aloofness, a quintessential ice goddess. What are we to do? Tian Youzi stammered, momentarily taken aback by Jun Xiaoyao's words. What were they to do? Since entering the secret realm, she had always relied on Jun Xiaoyao and was now at a loss, her heart racing with a hint of anxiety. Yet, upon realizing the intent behind Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, she instantaneously grasped his meaning. Instantly, a wave of shyness washed over her. Her face ablaze, and her heartbeat quickened. Chapter 161. The Supreme Sacred Artifact. The Holy Celestial Palace. With a playful smile, Jun Xiaoyao observed the bashful demeanor of Tian Youzi, his heart racing. She was inherently the embodiment of an aloof and frigid beauty, reminiscent of Tian Luobing, merging with the divine essence of the Ice Empress. Her presence became even more stunningly cold, surpassing even Tian Luobing in her chilling allure. Now, having attained the pinnacle of martial emperor, her elevated cultivation only accentuated her frosty temperament, akin to an ethereal ice goddess untouched by the mundane world, a veritable glacier that had never thawed. Yet before him, she exuded an infinite tenderness, devoid of any trace of arrogance or chill. Even though her aura and tone were frosty, they were imbued with gentleness. The smile of a cold woman, her tender demeanor, and her shyness formed an irresistible trifecta, an allure that no man could withstand. However, such instances were rarely witnessed in a woman of Tian Youzi's caliber, rendering her a mystery in the hearts of countless men and a pursuit for many. The more elusive the prize, the greater the sense of conquest. Tian Youzi lowered her head slightly, softly murmuring an affirmative sound. In her heart, she wished to convey that she was not rejecting him. Rather, she was simply overwhelmed with shyness. Indeed, her beauty was breathtaking, yet she remained merely a 20-year-old girl. The first male she encountered was Jun Xiaoyao. He was her first handhold, her first love, and her first kiss. Every initial experience with the opposite sex was tied to him. One could say she was blossoming into love for the first time, her bashfulness entirely natural. I have devised a plan. During the first month, you shall familiarize yourself with this place while you focus on your cultivation. In the second month, venture out to engage in battles and hone your skills. Aim to enter the holy sovereign city by the third month, Jun Xiaoyao stated earnestly. As he spoke, he waved his hand gently, causing a subtle tremor in the space around them, and suddenly, a palatial structure materialized before them. To be precise, it was a complex of palaces, composed of 5 smaller edifices. The palace measured 300 meters in length, 120 meters in width, and 20 meters in height, radiating a mystical glow. In truth, to label it merely as a palace would be an understatement. It resembled a warship. This was no ordinary palace. It was a flying palace, equipped with formidable defenses, potent offensive capabilities, and unparalleled speed. A perfect companion for travel or a splendid abode. Indeed, it was the Holy Celestial Palace. This magnificent flying palace was a reward Jun Xiaoyao had received while ascending the 9th level of the cataclysmic realm during the 5th tier of the celestial ladder. After acquiring it, he had yet to find an opportunity to utilize it until now, in the Holy Sovereign World, where he meticulously refined and mastered its powers. The Holy Celestial Palace, a flying stronghold, primarily focused on defense and unparalleled flight speed, was classified as a supreme sacred artifact. This is not her sole flying palace. Within the realm of there exist 9 flying palaces in total. Among them, 5 are of the celestial artifact grade, 2 of the holy artifact grade, equivalent to the sacred heavenly palace, while the remaining 2 are of divine artifact grade. However, mastery over them remains elusive. Thus he opted for the sacred heavenly palace. Wow, darling, what is this? What are you planning to do? Tian Youzi felt a surge of anxiety as she prepared for battle. This was her inaugural confrontation. And to make matters more daunting, it was set within the formidable world of the Holy Sovereign. While she understood that Jun Xiaoyao would be there to support her, alleviating her fears, she could not help but feel apprehensive, mingled with excitement and exhilaration. At that moment, a grand and luxurious palace, reminiscent of the celestial halls of the 9 heavens, materialized before her, leaving her utterly astonished. It was breathtaking, utterly stunning. What is the significance of conjuring such a palace? My love, this is a flying palace. Wait until you familiarize yourself with it, and I shall impart the operational methods to you, Jun Xiaoyao replied, gently taking Tian Youzi's hand as they approached the sacred heavenly palace. Upon entering, they were greeted by an ethereal paradise, brimming with spiritual energy. Each of the 5 smaller palaces could condense spiritual essence, forming a sacred gathering array that drew in the spiritual energy from miles around. The purity and richness of the energy in this place surpassed that of other locales by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. The entire sacred heavenly palace boasted at least 100 celestial and sacred formations. As they strolled through, Jun Xiaoyao explained, the supreme grade sacred heavenly palace is impervious to even the mightiest of holy beings, ensuring absolute safety within its confines. After half an hour, they had thoroughly explored the sacred heavenly palace, and he had taught Tian Youzi the methods to operate it, granting her access to the palace as well. With a mere thought, the sacred heavenly palace soared into the sky, racing towards the horizon without a hint of turbulence, as if it were still grounded. Jun Xiaoyao had previously integrated the palace with the system. It navigated according to the virtual map's arrow, annihilating any threats encountered and only halting for treasures of celestial rank or above. The teleportation portal to the heavenly ranking was remarkably stable. Half an hour after its activation, no one had entered, as those destined for the holy sovereign world had already made their way inside. Those lingering outside were either hesitating or contemplating their decisions. Naturally, there were a few exceptions. With the portal open for a full day, there was no urgent need to rush in. In Jiangsheng, at the Yi family's ancestral hall, over 100 martial kings and 33 martial emperors had gathered. This was the foundation of the Yi family's prominence in Huaxia. "I shall enter the holy sovereign world alone," declared Yi Qingxian, her voice resolute. There was not the slightest room for negotiation, even with hundreds of martial kings and 33 martial emperors standing behind her, all of whom were her elders. None dared to utter a word. The members of the Yi family nodded in understanding. The Holy Master realm was fraught with peril. To venture there would be tantamount to seeking death. Rather than courting demise, it was far more prudent to remain on Earth, thereby safeguarding the position and strength of the Yi family. Humph! Yi Qingxian let out a faint, cold snort. With a delicate flick of her wrist, a crystal card materialized in her hand. Had Jun Xiaoyao been present, he would undoubtedly have been astonished. For this crystal card bore an exact resemblance to the 5 crystal cards he possessed. Chapter 162. Yi Qingxian, as the esteemed lord of the heavenly sect. Do I truly require a betrothal? In her hand, Yi Qingxian held a crystal card, emblazoned with the information of Jun Xiaoyao. Name, Jun Xiaoyao, also known as Jun Tiandi. Age, 22. Talent, unknown. Cultivation, unknown. The details were scarce, merely a name and an age, with both talent and cultivation remaining a mystery. Yet, this crystal card had accompanied her for 24 years, having been with her since birth. She understood that this card contained the information of her fiancé. She had always yearned to uncover the identity of Jun Xiaoyao. However, she had never succeeded in finding him until the emergence of the heavenly rankings. The figure of Jun Xiaoyao, or rather Jun Tiandi, materialized. His arrival was marked by overwhelming dominance, vanquishing the deities of the West, becoming the world's first saint, and a pillar of strength for China, embodying its very spirit with terrifying prowess. Yet, Yi Qingxian regarded him with indifference. He was merely a martial artist from Earth. No matter how formidable, could he rival the might of my past existence? With a swift glance at the crystal card, she contemplated annihilating it with her formidable true essence. But the card proved impervious, defying even her strength as a martial emperor. Frowning, she put it away and, with a graceful motion, soared toward the portal to the heavenly rankings. In her heart, she mused, a betrothal? As the illustrious leader of the Tai Xian heavenly sect, standing just a step away from the realm of the sword god, why would I need such an arrangement? The strongest on earth, what of it? He is unworthy of me. Yi Qingxian. This time, as she entered the sacred sovereign world, she hoped to discover a way to return to the Tianming realm, yearning never to set foot on earth again. As for the betrothal, it bore no relevance to me. Yi Qingxian. The Yi family in Jiangsheng remained oblivious to Yi Qingxuan's thoughts at this moment. She had no intention of returning to Earth. Rather, she sought to leverage the sacred sovereign world to return to her true homeland, the Tianming realm, which was her true home, her world. In truth, Yi Qingxian was not of Earth, but a being from the fantastical Tianming realm. By sheer happenstance, she had been reborn into the Yi family of Jiangsheng. After her rebirth, she found herself bound by a betrothal known only to her. However, in her proud and assertive nature, having once been the esteemed leader of the heavenly sect in her past life, she naturally held little regard for such an engagement. Not only were earthlings beneath her consideration, but even among the Tianming realm, there were no prodigies worthy of her attention. To return to the Tianming realm, she had resolved to undergo a rebirth, suppressing her cultivation to seek opportunities. At last, the heavenly rankings appeared, unveiling her to the world, coinciding with the long-sought emergence of Jun Tiandi. Yet in her eyes, even Jun Tiandi was unworthy of her. After all, He was merely a martial artist from Earth, utterly insignificant when compared to the illustrious prodigies of the vast fantastical world. Moreover, her aspirations were not rooted in romantic entanglements, but in the development of her Tian heavenly sect and the pursuit of her unparalleled sword path. With the arrival of the sacred sovereign world, she found her opportunity. Through the sacred sovereign world, she would return to the Tianming realm. What need had she for a betrothal? What the Lord of Heaven and Earth represents is merely a fleeting episode in the grand narrative of rebirth. The sensation of being transported persisted for an extended duration. With a heart brimming with excitement and anticipation, Yi Qingxian stepped into the sacred sovereign world. Welcome, human, to the sacred sovereign world. Your identification number is 22318798. A voice resonated in Yi Qingxian's ears. Simultaneously, a luminous screen, about a meter in size, materialized before her, displaying her information and details. Race, human. Affiliation, Earth, Celestial Abyss Realm. Talent, Supreme. Age, 24 years. Cultivation level, Martial Emperor Realm. Contribution points, 0. Contribution points are accrued through slaying beasts, vanquishing formidable opponents, obtaining resources, acquiring treasures, and participating in activities. Indeed, I can return to the Celestial Abyss Realm. After reviewing her information, Yi Qingxian felt an overwhelming joy. For the spirit of this world had already recognized her identity and origins. She was a citizen of Earth and, simultaneously, a denizen of the Celestial Abyss Realm. Within this sacred sovereign world, there were surely warriors from the Celestial Abyss Realm. When the sacred sovereign world concludes, she would enter the portal leading back to her realm. Earth was but a memory. The sacred sovereign world was vast and boundless, its true extent unknown. Here, powerful beasts roamed, formidable warriors thrived, and unknown dangers lurked. However, alongside these threats were opportunities for fortune, an abundance of medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits, countless treasures, and invaluable resources. In the sky, a massive flying palace soared swiftly. In its wake, countless beasts and warriors trembled, for the might and aura emanating from the palace were overwhelming. Even a half-saint would quaver before its grandeur. Within the palace, in the garden, Tian Youzi nestled close to Jun Xiaoyao. Originally clad in a light purple gauzy dress, she had changed into a shirt and a pleated skirt, showcasing her long, graceful legs adorned with sheer black stockings, which bore several delicate openings. Her ample bosom strained against the buttons of her shirt, nearly bursting forth. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's hand roamed restlessly along her exquisite leg, causing Tian Youzi's cheeks to flush and her breath to quicken. It had been nearly a day. The portal of the heavenly ranking should be nearing its conclusion, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, gazing at the sky. Since their arrival in the sacred sovereign world, they had remained aboard the sacred heavenly palace, though its speed was cautious, as they were unfamiliar with this strange yet powerful world and dared not fly too swiftly. The heavenly ranking portal should be similar to those of other realms, Tian Youzi stated, comprehending Jun Xiaoyao's implication. If the transport were to conclude, the sacred sovereign world would likely unveil certain rules. Without such regulations, they would continue their flight unimpeded until reaching the sacred sovereign city. Boom, boom, boom. As if summoned by fate, the moment the words were uttered, a thunderous roar echoed through the sacred sovereign realm. 3 distinct sounds emerged, only to be followed by an eerie stillness. Shortly thereafter, the voice of the world spirit of the sacred sovereign realm resonated. Chapter 163. Have a little more confidence. For your man is the Emperor of Heaven. As the voice resonated, a virtual light screen materialized before Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi, displaying the data articulated by the voice. Upon witnessing these figures, both Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi were struck with astonishment. The number of martial kings was merely 200,000, while the martial emperors amounted to 700,000. The martial gods totaled 123,000, and the realm of the respected reached an astounding 13,921,011. Nevertheless, the most numerous were the sacred realm practitioners, who numbered an astonishing 21,020,099, comprising more than half of the entire sacred sovereign world. How could one navigate such a landscape? It could be asserted that beneath the sacred realm, all are akin to ants. This world is a domain for the sacred realm, where ordinary martial artists merely serve as cannon fodder. Indeed, the The perilous nature of being a martial artist is unmistakable. It is not merely the martial artists or those in the respected realm who face death. Even the sacred realm practitioners are often met with a grim fate. In that moment, Jun Xiaoyao felt an overwhelming weight on his heart, for he had yet to encounter anyone of the sacred realm during his time on Earth. The strongest he had faced was Zeus, who was merely a peak celestial being. Now, having arrived in this sacred sovereign world, confronted by 21 million practitioners of the sacred realm, how could one possibly contend with this? 40 million beings, both human and otherwise, with the respected realm claiming 13 million and the sacred realm boasting 21 million, the situation appeared utterly dire. It was a grave mistake to enter this realm. Beneath the sacred realm, all are but ants. This is indeed the game of the sacred realm. I have wandered into the wrong place. It is over, truly over. Even as a peak half-saint, I must tread with utmost caution in the presence of so many sacred beings. At that moment, from every corner and hidden recess of the sacred sovereign world, exclamations of shock and awe erupted. Countless martial kings, martial emperors, and even martial gods found themselves engulfed in despair. Not only the martial artists, but even the powerful beings of the respected realm, the earthly realm, and the celestial realm could no longer perceive any advantage. From the instant they stepped into the sacred sovereign world, they had become mere fodder for the grand design. For nearly 40 million beings had entered the sacred sovereign world, while the sacred realm practitioners alone reached an astonishing 21 million. The sacred city of the Supreme Being shall open in 2 months. After this period, those who have not reached the threshold outside the sacred city and have accumulated 1 million points will be automatically transported to the sacred city. However, only those with 1 million points shall be granted entry. All beings and entities must ascend to the sacred rankings if they wish to leave the sacred world alive. The sacred rankings consist of a mere 1,000 individuals who will divide all the resources and treasures of the sacred world among themselves, with the top 10 receiving rewards and legacies beyond imagination. Points may be traded privately. Indeed, the voice of the world spirit began to announce the rules. Upon hearing them, nearly all were left in shock within the sacred world. With 40 million humans and beings entering, only 1,000 are destined to survive. A survival rate that is appallingly grim, 1 in 40,000. This is the game of the most formidable sacred realm, where the weak merely serve as fodder. Yet, amidst the brutality lies the promise of unimaginable rewards. Should one manage to survive, they would partake in the division of the treasures and resources of the entire sacred world. The extent of these resources and treasures is beyond comprehension. Even a fraction of a billionth would suffice for a lifetime. 1,000 individuals sharing the entirety of the world's wealth is a terrifying prospect. Moreover, it is the top 10 who stand to gain the most, acquiring treasures and resources that surpass human imagination. Of course, this is contingent upon the ability to leave alive. The rules are clear and consist of 3 steps. The first step is to earn 1 million points to enter the sacred city. The second step involves accumulating points to ascend the rankings. The third step leads to the conclusion. Those who can enter the sacred world are predominantly the elite and the strong, certainly not fools. After hearing the world spirit's declaration, the rules were understood with stark clarity. This regulation is simple yet brutal, and all that exists can be substituted with points. More importantly, points may be privately traded. I must earn points, for I may not survive even 2 months. With so many revered beings and formidable realms, can I endure a single day? Will I still be here in 2 months? I shall make a desperate attempt. Finally, this is the stage I have longed for. This time, I will rise to the pinnacle, acquire the most resources and treasures of the sacred world, and obtain its legacy, thereby standing atop the world. I must seek the favor of a powerful ally. With only the cultivation of a martial king, can I find a sacred realm being to accompany me? Perhaps to seize an opportunity to escape the sacred world alive? The atmosphere of the sacred world is eerie and bleak, with countless warriors enveloped in despondence. Such feelings are only natural in the face of such fierce competition. Excitement in this context would be absurd, unless one seeks their own demise. It is truly terrifying. My dear, I am somewhat afraid. The delicate visage of Tian Youzi appeared pallid as she nestled in the embrace of Jun Xiaoyao. Among the 40 million formidable warriors, the sacred realm and the venerables constituted 80%, while she, a mere martial emperor, was scarcely worthy of being considered cannon fodder. With such a multitude present, how could one not feel trepidation? Yet, she mustered her confidence, for her man was Jun Tiandi. Jun Xiaoyao reached out and gently pinched her exquisitely cold face, uttering in a calm tone, imbued with unparalleled confidence and presence, that the mere mention of the name Jun Tiandi encapsulated everything. Was the sacred realm truly formidable? She too belonged to that realm. Though merely a half-saint of the extreme level, ascending to the status of a minor saint was merely a matter of moments. Moreover, she possessed unparalleled divine skills and prowess. Chapter 164. Methods of Earning Resources. Dear, I've understood, Tian Youzi nodded, her small face adorned with a sweet smile. Her rosy lips gently brushed against Jun Xiaoyao's cheek. There are numerous ways to earn points. 1,000,000 is quite simple. Jun Xiaoyao's hand slipped from her delicate face. Her cheeks flushed with a blend of nervousness and shyness. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Dear, what if we hire a few powerful individuals to assist us in gathering resources? Tian Youzi lifted her gaze to Jun Xiaoyao, her excitement palpable, reminiscent of her previous revelations within the group. She had discovered a brilliant strategy amidst the harsh rules of the Holy Realm. However, this method hinged upon Jun Xiaoyao's formidable strength. Otherwise, it would be futile. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao responded, momentarily taken aback, a smile gracing his features. Just today, he had entered the Holy Realm, traversing through countless ferocious beasts and abundant resources. Yet he had overlooked them all, akin to an ordinary person dismissing a penny on the ground. However, a new rule had emerged. If he could recruit individuals to gather resources and treasures, he could reward them with points while ensuring their safety, thus benefiting both himself and others. How many points should we offer them per day? Tian Youzi inquired. Indeed, those who could venture into the Holy Realm were undoubtedly exceptional talents. Formidable beings who would not wish to toil for others. Only those without hope of survival would willingly assist others, as the strong would never be utilized. I will safeguard their well-being and ensure they can reach 1,000,000 points within 2 months to enter the Holy City. I shall grant them 10% of the points for the resources they collect. You handle the arrangements, Jun Xiaoyao stated calmly. With the aid of the virtual map and the Holy Palace, he was virtually invincible, able to locate resources effortlessly. All that was needed were hands to gather them. Offering 10% of the points was already quite generous. As he concluded, he cast an encouraging glance at Tian Youzi, conveying that with him by her side, she could manage everything effortlessly, and he would intervene whenever strength was required. All right, Tian Youzi exclaimed with uncontainable joy, rising to her feet. Leaving the embrace of Jun Xiaoyao, she straightened her somewhat disheveled attire, glancing at the sheer fabric of her black stockings, her delicate face flushing with embarrassment. What had initially been a mere hint of transparency had been further exaggerated by Jun Xiaoyao's playful antics. She entered a grand palace, donning a new gown. Upon her emergence, she exuded an icy, haughty aura that kept others at bay, reminiscent of an ethereal ice goddess untouched by the mortal realm. Behind her loomed the majestic image of a frost phoenix, enhancing her already stunning presence. Though she was merely at the martial emperor level, the manifestation of the frost phoenix, coupled with the supreme sacred artifact in her grasp, rendered her capable of contending even with a sage. Furthermore, within the sacred heavenly palace, she was the sovereign. The sacred heavenly palace moved with remarkable speed, traversing miles in the blink of an eye. However, in a bid to seek the aid of martial artists and formidable beings to gather resources and treasures, its pace had considerably slowed. On the virtual map, numerous red, green, and golden light spots, along with vibrant hues, indicated the presence of treasures and resources. This operation did not necessitate Jun Xiaoyao's intervention, as the system was intricately linked to the palace. With a mere setting, the palace would automatically halt at locations abundant with bounty, pausing whenever it encountered powerful humans or beasts. Before the terrifying pressure emanating from the sacred heavenly palace, even those of the sacred realm trembled. Such overwhelming force. It was indeed a sacred artifact, a flying palace. Soon, the sacred heavenly palace came to rest in the void, beneath which stood a martial king, 2 martial gods, and a human sovereign. At that moment, the 4 warriors quaked in fear, their faces pale and weak. Today, no one shall perish. You 4, ascend, Tian Youzi commanded. Standing resolutely at the forefront of the sacred heavenly palace, her gaze casting down upon the 4 below. Among them, Two of the martial gods were women. With a graceful gesture, she addressed the two ladies. As she spoke, a hatch appeared in the palace, revealing a wondrous beam of teleportation light. What do you intend to do? Mingyan, a martial god of the third heaven, initially believed that her cultivation would grant her access to the sacred sovereign realm for opportunities and fortunes, only to realize now that she was scarcely more than cannon fodder. In the face of such devastating pressure, her body trembled uncontrollably. Beside her stood her sister, Mingyao, also a martial god of the third heaven. 3 breaths. If you do not ascend, you shall perish. Tian Youzi's voice was as cold as ice. Despite her gentle demeanor before Jun Xiaoyao, akin to a playful kitten, in the presence of others, she was like an unyielding glacier, proud and frigid, keeping all at arm's length. This moment was no exception. She embodied the resolute spirit of a ruthless empress. With a swift glance exchanged between Ming Yin and Mingyao, they hesitated not for a moment, swiftly moving into the beam of teleportation, ascending to the sacred heavenly palace above. Hesitation? Reflection? Was there even a chance? There is no room for contemplation. To ponder is to succumb to demise. In truth, whether one ascends or not, death looms inevitable, for beneath lies a realm governed by formidable beings. Even in the absence of such potent entities, this sacred world teems with venerable figures and transcendent realms, fraught with unknown threats and ferocious beasts, rendering survival a precarious endeavor. Thus, entering that palace may offer a glimmer of hope. Chapter 165. The journey of resource plundering begins. Mingxin and Mingyan arrived at the palace, their hearts shaken by the grandeur that unfolded before them. This was no mere sanctuary of the sacred. It was a sprawling complex, exuding unmatched authority and formidable defenses. Here, they felt a sense of security. However, at this moment, both were trembling, uncertain of the challenges that lay ahead. To their astonishment, they beheld Jun Xiaoyao in the palace garden. The young man radiated an undeniable charm, his striking features and ethereal demeanor captivating their attention. He emanated an aura of mystery and grace, transcending the many handsome men they had encountered before. Curiosity stirred within them. Who was he? Was he the beloved of the enigmatic girl, or perhaps the master of this floating palace? From this day forth, I shall safeguard your safety, while you will be responsible for gathering resources. You shall receive a 10% reward daily. After 2 months, I assure you will enter the sacred Lord City, spoke Tian Youzi, her voice icy and commanding. She had noted the expressions of Mingxin and Mingyan and felt a twinge of irritation. How could they gaze upon the man she admired? Mingxin and Mingyan bowed in acknowledgement, recognizing the disparity in their strength. Though the other party was a martial emperor, they could hardly resist the overwhelming presence of the celestial phenomena, the sacred artifacts, and the palace itself. In the garden, Jun Xiaoyao observed silently, entrusting everything to Tian Youzi. They continued their search for martial artists to gather resources. Throughout the day, the sacred palace soared swiftly, pausing occasionally as individuals joined its ranks. Remarkably, they did not slay a single martial artist. As night fell and dawn broke, the palace had amassed 100 martial artists, the majority being martial gods and lords, with only a few martial kings and emperors among them. To Jun Xiaoyao's bemusement, all were women. I shall reiterate, your task is to gather resources and treasures. The matters of hunting down powerful foes and beasts do not concern you. All resources and treasures you acquire must be surrendered, and you will earn a 10% score daily. After 2 months, I guarantee your entry into the sacred Lord City. Indeed, I will ensure your safe departure from the sacred world, Tian Youzi declared coldly, her gaze frigid as she resembled an unyielding ice goddess, devoid of any warmth. All martial artists bowed in compliance. Buzzing, 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 the sacred heavenly palace soared swiftly through the skies. Tian Youzi approached Jun Xiaoyao, nestled her delicate form beside him, exuding an unparalleled tenderness that starkly contrasted with her previous icy demeanor. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 minutes, the sacred heavenly palace encountered a horde of demonic beasts, mercilessly crushing them. On Jun Xiaoyao's virtual interface, his points steadily increased. 1 point, 3 points, 8 points, 4 points, 7 points. Merely 5 seconds later, all the demonic beasts within a 100-mile radius had been obliterated into points, leaving behind only their inner cores. Jun Xiaoyao's score soared to 15,210 points. The sacred heavenly palace came to a halt. The individuals aboard the palace, witnessing the countless demonic beasts being annihilated, were utterly astonished. It is essential to note that most of these beasts were of the martial god level, with some even reaching the esteemed level. More terrifyingly, 3 sacred realm beasts were reduced to ashes. In the midst of their astonishment, as the palace came to a standstill, everyone leaped down towards the ground below, eager to gather resources, for resources and treasures equated to points. The system initiated a statistical column. Jun Xiaoyao communicated with the system, expressing his desire not to take unfair advantage. Currently, there were 100 martial artists atop the palace, all beneath the sacred realm. The resources and treasures they collected would be meticulously tallied, and later, he would privately allocate points to them. Understood, responded the system's spirit, Xuanji. In the blink of an eye, a 5-meter-sized virtual screen materialized above the palace, documenting the basic information of the 100 martial artists. 1 minute later, all the martial artists returned to the palace, depositing the gathered resources and treasures into the spatial rings prepared by Tian Youzi. 100 spatial rings were accounted for. As for the counting, it was unnecessary for her and Jun Xiaoyao, as the spirit of the sacred realm had already completed the tally, with points assigned to Jun Xiaoyao's name. Buzzing, 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 the sacred heavenly palace continued its path of destruction. Wherever it passed, the air was thick with the scent of blood. Within the sacred realm, a blood-soaked path spanning thousands of miles emerged, sweeping away both demonic beasts and resources. The powerful figures aboard the palace were engulfed in shock and awe. Was this truly a treasure hunt for resources? It was nothing short of plunder. Amidst their astonishment, they felt fortunate to have encountered Jun Xiaoyao first, clinging to this opportunity. Otherwise, they would have had no chance of leaving the sacred realm alive. Throughout the day, they tirelessly gathered resources and treasures, their minds filled with curiosity. How many points would they earn today? Would he truly grant them points? Would he eventually silence them? Finally, as night fell, the sacred heavenly palace halted atop a great mountain. Now, behold your harvest from today. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao approached gracefully. This marked his inaugural appearance before them. Naturally, they were aware of his existence, yet he had never deigned to confront them directly. Jun Xiaoyao shrouded them in an aura of unfathomable mystery and speculation. However, there was one certainty among them. The young man was the object of affection for the Ice Mountain goddess, possibly even the master of this palace. Otherwise, the goddess would not exhibit such tenderness in his presence. Chapter 166. The Supreme World's top scorer, Jun Tiandi, 100 warriors bowed in reverence. They remained oblivious to Jun Xiaoyao's true identity, yet it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. The Ice Mountain goddess nestled beside him, exuding the innocence of a young girl, clearly enraptured by love. Her name was Tian Youzi, my beloved. By the way, you may address me as Jun Tiandi, Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. With a mere wave of his hand, the previously indistinct virtual screen unveiled a wealth of information before the 100 warriors. Ming Yan, number of resources and treasures, 3120, potential points, 35,000. Ming Xian, number of resources and treasures, 3111, potential points, 31,000. Qin Meng, number of resources and treasures, 4829, potential points, 54,000. Zhang Yuding, number of resources and treasures, 2812, potential points, 29,000. Mo Qingqing, number of resources and treasures, 8130, potential points, 95,000. Zhu Yu, number of resources and treasures, 3801, potential points, 40,000. All the quantities of treasures obtained by the warriors, along with the corresponding points, were clearly displayed. The sight left them utterly astonished. The sheer volume of points exceeded all their expectations. Initially, they believed they would only garner a few hundred or 1,000 points, but the reality was tenfold greater. At this rate, amassing 1 million points in 2 months appeared effortlessly attainable. Consider this, had it not been for this palace, they would have faced countless deaths at the hands of the monstrous beasts today. In other words, had they not arrived here, they would have barely accumulated a few points, if they had survived at all. Yet now, they stood unscathed, having secured tens of thousands of points. Points, 35,000, 32,000, 31,000, 29,000, 98,000, 67,000. In less than 10 seconds, fresh notifications regarding point allocations flashed across the virtual screens of the 100 warriors, igniting their excitement as they beheld their point tallies. Additionally, rankings appeared alongside their names, indicating their standing in the realm. Jiang Yin, points, 98,000, Supreme World Ranking, 89015. Mo Qingcheng, points, 95,000, Supreme World Ranking, 113720. Qin Ming, points, 54,000, Supreme World Ranking, 190000. Zhang Yuding, points, 29,000, Supreme World Ranking, 221985. Within the sacred heavenly palace, Zhang Yuding, the least experienced with only the cultivation of a martial king, astonishingly achieved a rank of 221,985 in the Supreme World. The highest rank was held by Jiang Yan. Achieving a rank within the top 100 of the sacred sovereign realm elicits a blend of exhilaration and astonishment, accompanied, of course, by a tinge of apprehension. The chasm between this rank and the coveted top 1,000 is daunting. How many points do Jun Tiandi and Tian Youzi possess? What are their respective rankings? These questions swirl in the minds of the 100 warriors, each brimming with curiosity yet hesitant to voice their inquiries. In the sacred sovereign realm, Day 1, Jun Tiandi holds the first rank with 721,912 points. Reward, 100 points bonus, valid for 1 day. Sacred Sovereign Light 10. As the 100 warriors ponder these matters, the voice of the world's spirit resonates, reaching every ear. This announcement, emanating from the virtual light screen, reveals the points and rewards for the top rank in the sacred sovereign realm today. Young Master Jun ranks first. This implies that tomorrow, young Master Jun will enjoy a 100 points bonus. 670,000 points. What immense power. What, pray tell, is the sacred sovereign light? Tomorrow, our points shall double. No, it is a virtuous cycle, perpetually doubling. Within the palace, the 100 female warriors are filled with unparalleled excitement as they gaze at Jun Tiandi, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Upon first learning the rules, their greatest aspiration was to align themselves with a powerful figure, hoping for a slim chance of survival. Little did they expect that within mere hours, they would find themselves in the embrace of such a formidable entity, the supreme deity holding the top rank in the entire sacred sovereign realm. Qingming ranks second with 1,019,898 points. Reward, 50 points bonus, Sacred Sovereign Light 5. Subsequently, the World Spirit announces the second place ranking. The reward for this position, however, pales in comparison. With points merely 1/6 of the first place, the disparity is staggering. 670,000 points for the first rank within just a single day. The second rank holds only 101,000 points. The nature of the points bonus is indeed terrifying. It exemplifies a virtuous cycle where the strong grow ever stronger, while the weak diminish. The sacred sovereign light must surely be one of the most extraordinary phenomena in the sacred sovereign realm. Jun Tiandi, what an imposing name. First place. Jun Tiandi, what level of cultivation does he possess? Could he possibly be a grand sage? In the sacred sovereign realm, countless powerful beings are left in a state of shock. 670,000 points, such an astounding figure. Many warriors possess not a single point, and countless warriors and sovereigns have already perished, with numerous realms also facing demise. What a blunder. The reward for the second place has been squandered. Within the sacred heavenly palace, Jun Xiaoyao places a hand to his forehead. It is only natural for him to secure the first position. Anything less would indeed be peculiar. The sole regret lies in the reward for the second place. Had I bestowed the Tian Youzi points a tad earlier, the second position would undoubtedly belong to her. My dear, fret not. Is it merely 5 beams of sacred sovereignty? A sweet smile graced Tian Youzi's delicate visage, enchanting all with her beauty that could captivate hearts and leave them trembling. It appears that the rankings are to be finalized at this juncture, and tomorrow I shall bestow the points upon you, both for the first and second places. Do the others have any claim to them? After Jun Xiaoyao spoke, he turned and made his way towards a grand palace. In that fleeting moment of his turn, with a single flourish of his hand, 200 spiritual fruits and 100 jade vials soared towards the assembly of female warriors. Chapter 167. Entering the sacred sovereign world for 18 days, gratitude poured forth from the 100 martial artists as they accepted the spiritual fruits and jade vials, expressing their thanks. Initially, they were skeptical when Tian Youzi summoned them, as they considered themselves proud daughters of heaven and formidable warriors. Although they harbored thoughts of seeking favor, they were reluctant at heart. However, upon witnessing the bountiful points they had garnered today, their resistance dissipated, replaced by heartfelt gratitude. The spiritual fruits, aged a millennium, were more than sufficient to satiate their hunger. Once Jun Xiaoyao departed, curiosity compelled them to open the jade vials, eager to discover their contents. To their astonishment, they beheld top-tier elixirs, the heavenly elixir, and exquisite spiritual pills. Gazing at the treasures within the vials, they were filled with excitement and disbelief. Such elite elixirs and heavenly pills were indeed rare, even in the fantastical realms. They had not anticipated that Jun Xiaoyao would bestow a vial upon each of them. In an instant, joy radiated among them. This experience in the sacred sovereign world had been marked by both misfortune and fortune. The harshness of the rules was unfortunate, yet the encounter with the Emperor of Heaven was a stroke of luck. The following day dawned, and a resounding hum echoed as the sacred heavenly palace emitted sounds of destruction, with the space trembling as it soared towards the sky. The collection of resources and the hunting of powerful beings and beasts continued unabated. Day 2 in the sacred sovereign world. Jun Tian D ranks first with 11,628. 123 points. Reward: 100 points increase, valid for 1 day. Sacred Sovereign Light 12, as expected. At the same time as the previous day, the announcement of points rankings resounded. The voice of the spirit of the world declared that Jun Tian D remained in first place. Remarkably, his score had increased by 5 million points, likely due to the points enhancement, and he had also accrued 2 additional points of Sacred Sovereign Light. Tian Youzi ranks second with 5,000,000 points. Reward: 50 points increase, Sacred Sovereign Light 5. Tian Youzi had claimed the second position, with the ranking rewards remaining unchanged. The two of them dominated the top 2 spots in the Sacred Sovereign world, and everyone from the Sacred Heavenly Palace had successfully entered the top 100,000, with Jiang Yin securing the 18,001 SD rank. On the third day, Jun Xiaoyao amassed 18,900,000 points, retaining first place, with a reward of a 110 points increase and Sacred Sovereign Light 13. Tian Youzi held her position in second place with 5,000,000 points, receiving a 50 points increase and Sacred Sovereign Light 5. On the fourth day, Jun Xiaoyao's points reached 16,330,000, again ranking first with a reward of a 110 points increase and Sacred Sovereign Light 15. Tian Youzi maintained her second place position with 5,000,000 points, receiving a 50 points increase and Sacred Sovereign Light 6. On the fifth day, Jun Xiaoyao amassed 21,010,000 points, securing the top rank with a reward of a 120 points bonus and 18 Saint Light. Tian Youzi followed closely in second place with 5,000,000 points, earning a 60 points bonus and 6 Saint Light. On the 18th day, as they entered the Saint Lord world, the rules were announced. Saint Lord world, day 18, Jun Tian's points, 19,990,000, reward, 200 points bonus, 30 Saint Light. Within the Saint Lord world, only the points rankings of that day are disclosed, while the total points remain undisclosed, visible solely on the virtual light screen for each warrior to see. Currently, Jun Xiaoyao's total points have accumulated to 25,209,000, with 478 Saint Light. In contrast, Tian Youzi, consistently securing second place, has gathered 9,000,000 total points and 311 Saint Light. The two firmly dominate the top ranks, while the third place lags significantly with only 4,123,000 points. At the Saint Heavenly Palace, 9 individuals have made it into the top 1,000. As dusk fell, Jun Xiaoyao stepped out of the palace by the edge of a serene lake, facing 100 female warriors who bowed in reverence upon seeing him and Tian Youzi. Their eyes reflected awe, admiration, and gratitude, for before them stood a figure of miraculous prowess within the Saint Lord world, reigning supreme since day 1, with his companion firmly in second place. Such a person, even in their own realm, wields immense power over countless destinies. Were it not for Jun Tiandi, they might have already succumbed. Even if they had survived for 2 months, earning a mere 1,000,000 points would have been beyond their reach, rendering them unworthy of entering the Saint Lord Heavenly City, let alone escaping the Saint Lord world alive. Yet now, in just 18 days, they have amassed countless points without peril, with all entering the top 10,000, and some even breaking into the top 1,000. From tomorrow onward, Jun Xiaoyao declared, the palace will not pause, but proceed directly to the Saint Lord Heavenly City. Those who cannot keep pace may choose to remain in the palace, acting within their means. I hope all of you can survive and leave the Saint Lord world. Tian Youzi then announced that she and Jun Xiaoyao had agreed to forego evening rests for the time being, as they could find rest and sleep within the palace, making it no different than their previous lives at home. During this period, the devastating beasts and formidable warriors have all been part of the sacred sky palace. They have refrained from taking action. The 100 female warriors merely engage in the collection and gathering of resources and treasures. Everyone remains unfatigued. Even if weariness were to set in, they can find respite within the palace. Consequently, the palace does not linger overnight, thereby doubling the time available for accumulating points. The 100 female warriors bowed in acknowledgement. Although it may appear as though they are being exploited, none harbored dissatisfaction. On the contrary, they were filled with exhilaration. For the opportunity to gather resources and treasures at night effectively allowed them to earn points at twice the rate. Previously, they had desired to continue their endeavors into the night, but had not dared to voice their wishes. Chapter 168, Murong Xinger, Little Boy, Save Me. The Emperor Jun. How intriguing. It seems I have underestimated you. In the realm of the sacred sovereign, atop a majestic mountain, stood a woman clad in garments as white as snow. Appearing to be in her 20s, she possessed a stunningly beautiful visage, with cascading locks of hair reaching down to her waist. Her delicate waist, slender enough to be grasped with one hand, accentuated the grandeur of the sacred land. Her long, graceful legs were exquisitely smooth and flawless, exuding an otherworldly charm akin to that of a transcendent sword deity. In a mere span of half a month within the sacred sovereign realm, she had ascended from martial emperor to martial god. Although her rank had yet to breach the top 10,000, she remained unfazed, confident in her ability to secure a position within the top 1,000, even aspiring to challenge for a place among the top 10. In her palm, a crystalline card hovered, an engagement token. Gazing at the card, Yi Qinshuan's lips parted slightly, a smile gracing her delicate features, her brows adorned with curiosity. She had not anticipated that the Emperor Jun would enter the sacred sovereign realm, nor could she have imagined his extraordinary prowess, unmatched even on earth. Now soaring above all others within this realm, firmly securing the top position in points. Gradually, her perception of Emperor Jun began to shift. After all, this was not Earth but the sacred sovereign realm, where he could wield immense power in the presence of countless revered figures and saints. Yet, despite this, she did not place much importance on Jun Xiaoyao, for there remained a vast chasm between him and her former pinnacle. As soon as she departed from the sacred sovereign realm, she possessed the means to swiftly reclaim her former glory, perhaps even surpass it. In her eyes, Jun Xiaoyao, the Emperor Jun, was simply unworthy of her. Moreover, this Emperor Jun was nothing short of a scoundrel. Surrounded by beauties on earth and now accompanied by another in the sacred sovereign realm. Humph! Yi Qinshian scoffed, an aura of destructive sword intent erupting from her being, obliterating everything within a 10-mile radius into mere dust. Amidst the boundless mountain range, a breathtaking figure dashed swiftly, though she could have soared through the skies. She dared not do so at this moment, opting instead to run upon the ground. For to take flight would mean encountering aerial beasts, and soaring through the air would render her an obvious target, leaving her no chance to escape. I should not have come to the sacred sovereign realm. Where is that little boy? Sister is on the brink of death, murmured Murong Xinger in despair, her exquisite face reflecting an increasing sense of hopelessness. The little boy she spoke of was named Jun Xiaoyao, also known as the Emperor Jun. Several years ago, she had encountered him on a few occasions, never anticipating that the little boy who had furtively gazed at her would evolve into the unparalleled sovereign of the earth, the sole saint in the world. Upon entering the realm of the saints, she was filled with regret. In the domain of the martial emperor, survival was akin to courting death. Among 40 million formidable warriors, only 1,000 would emerge alive. The very notion of her surviving was nothing short of a delusion. let alone 2 months from now. And the prospect of reaching the holy city was even more daunting. At this moment, she felt her life slipping away. With merely over 300,000 points and 2 martial emperors in relentless pursuit, she thought, there's no point in struggling further. Join forces with my brothers. Together, we may stand a chance of escaping the realm of the saints. Even if we cannot, we can still cherish our final moments in joy. In the skies above, a man of the 6th heaven of the martial emperor spoke, his gaze malevolent as it fixated on the distant figure of Murongxing. That woman. She is stunning, irresistibly alluring, a natural beauty. And her cultivation is merely at the martial emperor level. Is this not fate? Leave me be. Murongxinger's expression turned frigid. She accelerated her movements, desperately attempting to evade the 2 pursuing martial emperors. Yet, at this moment, her strength was waning, her essence had been exhausted, and her physical endurance was failing. The distance between her and her pursuers diminished with each passing moment. Should this continue, it would take less than a minute for her to fall into their clutches. The consequences were all too clear: humiliation and the loss of her purity. In truth, the trials and tribulations faced by women during their adventures were far more perilous than those of men. Women were often seen as prey, particularly those as breathtaking as she, a beauty capable of driving men to madness. In her moment of despair, a profound pressure enveloped the sky, its source several hundred miles away. Yet, even at that distance, she trembled under its weight, rendered immobile. The anguished roars of ferocious beasts and the desperate cries of the strong filled the air. To Murongxinger, the world felt like hell, amplifying her despair. However, she was relieved that she had not succumbed to the 2 martial emperors. Her virtue remained intact. The 2 martial emperors, their faces ashen, stood frozen, their gazes fixed on the void. In the distance, a flying palace descended with overwhelming force, obliterating everything in its path. Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun. Upon witnessing this spectacle, even the dimmest of the 2 martial emperors comprehended the identity of the newcomer. There could be no other than the illustrious Emperor Jun, the unparalleled champion within the realm of saints. Only such sheer force could yield terrifying points. Despair. Utter despair. They could hardly fathom encountering Emperor Jun in this place. Little boy, save me. Murongxinger, far from foolish, was instead astutely intelligent. She too could deduce the significance of the palace. It should belong to the Emperor Jun. Upon witnessing such a scene, she cried out loudly. But her voice was utterly drowned by the agonizing screams and the resounding echoes of the palace. Faced with this, the exquisite visage of Murongxinger was steeped in despair. This despair was insufferable, for within the realm of the sacred sovereign, the one she yearned to meet most was none other than Emperor Jun, the only one capable of safeguarding her. However, the vastness of the sacred sovereign world dwarfed Earth by millions of times, making the search for Emperor Jun an arduous endeavor. Furthermore, perilous dangers, ferocious beasts, and formidable adversaries lurked everywhere, rendering movement nearly impossible. At this moment, Emperor Jun might be right before her. Yet she was destined to perish beneath the celestial palace of Emperor Jun. What could be more tragic than this? Chapter 169. He is Binger's fiancé. How dare you compete? Buzz, buzz. The holy heavenly palace advanced relentlessly. Below the palace, 100 female warriors swiftly gathered resources and treasures. Their formation was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Within the palace, Jun Xiaoyao reclined languidly in a chair. Beside him, Tian Youzi nestled close. After 2 years of intimacy, Jun Xiaoyao sighed slightly, a frown creasing his brow. Darling, what troubles you? Tian Youzi inquired curiously, noticing Jun Xiaoyao's expression. Have you encountered a formidable opponent? Not quite, he replied. It was well known that countless venerables and saints had been vanquished before the holy heavenly palace. Even lesser saints had been eradicated in droves. I've encountered a warrior from Earth, Jun Xiaoyao continued. On the virtual map of the Yuan realm, a blue light appeared, a representation of allies or non-threatening individuals. In the realm of saints, aside from Tian Youzi and the 100 female warriors, all others were marked in red. The emergence of a blue indicated the presence of a warrior from Earth. This revelation brought the holy heavenly palace to a halt. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward, approaching the forefront of the palace, his gaze tracking the coordinates on the virtual map. Before him stood a woman. Indeed, she donned the attire of Earth's inhabitants, a form-fitting suit complemented by a casual trench coat, slim-fitting trousers, and striking red high heels, her long, alluring legs captivating the eye. Additionally, her well-endowed figure boasted a delicate waist, and her exquisitely beautiful face rendered her a natural enchantress. Upon seeing this woman, Jun Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, a sense of familiarity washing over him, though he could not quite place her. Bing'er, I am Xing'er, sister of Mu Rong on the ground. Mu Rong Xing'er, in a moment of despair, saw the flying palace come to a standstill. A flicker of hope ignited within her, causing her heart to race with excitement, almost propelling her to leap into the air. Soon, she beheld the strikingly beautiful woman at the forefront of the palace. She recognized her, Tian Luobing. They had trained together in the past, establishing a bond of friendship. Your sister's friend, Tian Youzi murmured softly. With that, a beam of teleportation light enveloped Mu Rongxing, and in an instant, she materialized atop the palace. Bing'er we? No, you are not Bing'er. As Mu Rongxing arrived on the palace, it resumed its flight, reducing everything in its path to mere dust. She was overwhelmed with excitement, her delicate, fair hand grasping Tian Youzi's. Yet, all of a sudden, she realized that the figure before her was not Bing'er at all. But why did she resemble her so closely, to the point of being indistinguishable, even in demeanor and aura? Greetings, Sister Xing'er, she said. I am indeed not Bing'er. Bing'er is my younger sister. My name is Tian Youzi. A smile graced Tian Youzi's lips as curiosity stirred within her. How could this breathtakingly beautiful woman so effortlessly discern the difference between her and her sister? It was worth noting that even Jun Xiaoyao struggled to tell them apart, let alone their grandfather and parents. Ah, you are Bing'er's sister. That explains it. You bear an uncanny resemblance. Mu Rongxing exclaimed, surprised. She had never heard Tian Luobing mention having an elder sister. At that moment, Tian Youzi observed the mesmerizing woman fixated on Jun Xiaoyao, a flicker of jealousy igniting within her. While she held no envy towards Bing'er and Yaoer, who were Jun Xiaoyao's fiancés, she could not abide other beautiful women harboring feelings for him. Little boy, do you not remember your sister? Mu Rongxing inquired, her exquisite face adorned with a sweet smile. At 30 years of age, she appeared merely 20, yet exuded the allure of a mature woman, captivating like a ripened peach. Reminiscent of Mu Wanjun. Ding. Event triggered. The master encounters Mu Rongxing. An additional character is introduced. Reward points. 200 million. Jun Xiaoyao was left bewildered. Do I truly know you? You seem familiar, yet I cannot place you. Your manner of speaking and the way you address me only add to my confusion. You must have forgotten, she replied. 8 years ago, you accompanied your sister to school, and when it rained, I held an umbrella for you. You would steal glances at me while I pretended not to notice. Mu Rongxing feigned a sorrowful expression as she recounted the past. Back then, Jun Xiaoyao was merely a young boy of 13 or 14, shyly admiring her from afar. Impossible. Jun Xiaoyao quickly shook his head, feeling embarrassed. Why bring that up now? You're just making me uncomfortable. At that moment, fragments of memory began to resurface. When he was 13 or 14, he had indeed accompanied Yaoer to school and had encountered her a few times. They were somewhat familiar. Yet his youthful shyness had compelled him to admire her from a distance. It was a time when Mu Rongxing was unparalleled in beauty, and she had undeniably become one of the goddesses in his heart, an ethereal figure woven into the fabric of his reality. In his earnest desire to see her, he diligently accompanied Yaoer to school. However, as time passed and she became scarce, he gradually forgot her. To his surprise, several years later, they encountered each other again under such circumstances. Giggling, she remained as bashful as ever, her embarrassment only intensifying with each evasive remark. Little did he expect that the once timid boy had transformed into the emperor of the skies. In the past, you watched me in secret. Today, you have rescued me. Dear sister, therefore, I shall offer myself in return. As Mu Rongxing beheld Jun Xiaoyao, she could not help but laugh heartily. She recognized that Jun Xiaoyao had remembered her, though he felt too shy to admit it. It was not only she who noticed. Tian Youzi was also aware. Sister Xing'er, that would be unseemly. You cannot covet my boyfriend. Besides, he is Bing'er's fiancé. Are you truly bold enough to pursue him? Tian Youzi remarked, eyeing Mu Rongxing warily. This woman was irresistibly beautiful and alluring. Had she been a man, she too would have found herself captivated. Chapter 170. Accumulated points 131. 280 million is Bing'er's fiancé? This is even better. Bing'er and I are good friends, sharing everything. After I marry him, we shall become dear sisters, Morong Xinger chuckled, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Unfathomable. Jun Xiaoyao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This woman. Perhaps she should not have been rescued. How foolish of me to dig my own grave. Yet, this woman is indeed stunning, even more so than before, exquisite and graceful. With that thought, he turned and strode toward the palace, feeling overly awkward in her presence. Sister Xinger, you should rest for a while, Tian Youzi suggested, equally at a loss. She gestured toward a small palace, pondering how this beautiful sister would likely become attached to her boyfriend, a true headache. Sister, you are still a maiden. Is your boyfriend lacking? Morong Xinger whispered conspiratorially into Tian Youzi's ear, her face alight with amusement. My boyfriend is certainly not lacking. He is quite extraordinary, Tian Youzi retorted, her stunning face flushing a deep crimson. This beautiful sister was utterly shameless to speak such words. She knew well the capabilities of her boyfriend. Not only was he capable, but he was exceptionally skilled. Though they had yet to reach the final step, they often reveled in each other's company, sharing tender moments together, even sleeping side by side at night. Thus she was well aware of his strengths. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. She still felt apprehensive, and it was this fear that held her back from advancing further. Really? Then how do you? Morong Xinger continued, by the way. I've never had a boyfriend before. He will be my first, and he even liked me as a child. Her voice lowered as she teased Tian Youzi. It's because I'm shy. Plus, he is too. So, please don't steal my boyfriend. Hey, aren't you the same? Why criticize me? Is there something wrong with Sister Xinger? Tian Youzi's face flushed with embarrassment as she spoke quietly. Suddenly, she realized that this beautiful sister was just like her. Having never experienced her first time. Could it be? Was there a psychological barrier? I call this guarding my purity. I need to heal first. I won't speak with you any longer. Good luck. Morong Xinger shot Tian Youzi a glare before walking toward another small palace. As time passed, day by day, they entered the 59th day in the sacred sovereign world. The sacred sky palace had been in continuous flight for 50 days and finally came to a halt. For a floating celestial city had appeared. In the realm of the sacred sovereign, the virtual map reveals an arrow directing towards the ethereal sky city. Undoubtedly the illustrious sacred sovereign city within that world. For 59 days, Jun Xiaoyao has consistently dominated the leaderboard, amassing an impressive total of 312,800 points. With his sacred sovereign light reaching 280. Tian Youzi has accumulated 295,000 points, with a sacred sovereign light of 722. In a strategic move to enhance rankings and earn additional points along with sacred sovereign light, Jun Xiaoyao has graciously allocated points to Morong Xinger, enabling her to secure the third position in the sacred sovereign world with a total of 120,000 points and a sacred sovereign light of 219. Observing the fluctuations in points and rankings, the formidable figures within the sacred sovereign realm have discerned a crucial insight. Both Tian Youzi and Morong Xinger are undoubtedly allied with Jun Tiandi, who wields control over all points and rankings. With Tian Youzi consistently gaining 5,000 points daily and Morong Xinger 3,000, their positions among the top three remain unassailable. Today, Jun Xiaoyao announced a well-deserved day of rest to the 100 female warriors. They had tirelessly dedicated themselves without pause, and their efforts have borne fruit, as all have entered the top 1,000 ranks. Notably, Zhang Yin and Mo Qingcheng have ascended into the top 10, with 8 more within the top 100, while the remainder resides comfortably within the top 500. Thank you, young Master Jun, the assembled female warriors expressed, having grown quite familiar with Jun Xiaoyao's character, proud yet approachable, devoid of any airs. However, they dared not overstep, harboring deep admiration, reverence, and gratitude towards him. It is fair to say that all their achievements are bestowed upon them by Jun Xiaoyao. In less than 2 months, they have all entered the top 1,000 in the sacred sovereign world, with their cultivation levels elevated by 2 or 3 realms. The fastest among them even broke through 6 realms within this period, attaining the sacred realm. A total of 9 individuals have become sovereigns, with 4 achieving the sacred realm. The sacred sovereign city remains a mystery, its interior unknown. The sacred heavenly palace hovers miles away from the floating city. 3 figures stand at the forefront of the palace, gazing towards the distant sky city. Tian Youzi softly expresses her thoughts, filled with curiosity, excitement, and trepidation. Perhaps the true competition lies within the sacred sovereign city. Our current points may not be secure, Morong Shinger remarks, having spent this period primarily in her chamber, where her cultivation has now reached the second heaven of the martial god realm. Compared to the past, she has become even more alluring, more exquisite, and breathtakingly beautiful, radiating an unmatched elegance. Although she often enjoys jesting with Tian Youzi and Jun Xiaoyao, she remains composed and proper in Jun Xiaoyao's presence. Her cheerful disposition does not imply recklessness. Rather, her vivacity is reserved solely for him. Before others, she exudes an air of arrogance, safeguarding herself meticulously to prevent anyone from taking advantage of her. Tomorrow will reveal much. What piques my curiosity the most is the radiance of the sacred sovereign, Jun Xiaoyao remarked. Chapter 171. Could you please stop calling me a boy? Entering the Holy Supreme City. If the Holy Supreme Light could be traded, I would bestow it upon you, Morong Shinger stated earnestly as she gazed at Jun Xiaoyao. Could you please refrain from calling me a boy? I believe I have mentioned it countless times, Jun Xiaoyao sighed, exasperated. I am already 22 years old. How can you still refer to me as a boy? Are you perhaps a pedophile? Even so, I am still a grown man. If not boy, then what should I be called? Perhaps husband? Morong Shinger laughed as she inquired, her cheeks flushing at the mere suggestion of such intimate words. The sensitivity of those terms caused her to feel a wave of shyness, particularly when uttered by a girl. By the way, come with me, Jun Xiaoyao commanded, his gaze shifting from Morong Xing's feet to her face, a piercing look that made her feel tense and bashful, as if he could see right through her. Her cheeks turned a deep shade of crimson. After observing her reaction, Jun Xiaoyao proceeded toward the palace where Morong Shinger resided. What are you doing? Morong Shinger felt a pang of anxiety. What could he possibly want? Surely he wouldn't engage in anything inappropriate. A tumult of emotions swirled within her. While she often teased and harbored a slight affection for Jun Xiaoyao, her gratitude overshadowed these feelings, as he had saved her in her moment of despair, and they were somewhat acquainted. Yet, she took matters of the heart seriously. Even if she liked him, it was not the right time for such developments. But what if he truly intended to pursue something more? Do you know what I am doing? Jun Xiaoyao noticed Morong Shinger had not moved, turned around, and gently grasped her delicate, pale hand. In that instant, he felt the chill of her soft, fragile touch, sending a tremor through his heart. Likewise, Morong Shinger was engulfed in anxiety, feeling as though she were jolted awake. Her mind blanked, her body stiffened and powerless. It was her first experience holding hands with the opposite sex, leaving her utterly flustered. Morong Shinger's face burned with shame. Instinctively, she followed Jun Xiaoyao, her mind racing with confusion. What are you doing? I have no idea. Surely you wouldn't mean to. No, please. I was merely joking. Even if I like you, you cannot treat me this way. In that moment, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression tinged with vulnerability. Nearby, Tian Youzi looked on in bewilderment, her lips pouting in jealousy. She was already feeling possessive and even angry. I am your girlfriend. How can you take another girl to her room? Even if it's for intimacy, why not come to me? Am I not beautiful enough? Jun Xiaoyao did not look back as he addressed Tian Youzi. By the time he finished speaking, he had already entered the palace with Morong Shinger. Humph, Tian Youzi pouted, her expression one of grievance, tears glistening on her small face, overwhelmed with sorrow. She walked towards her room, not wanting anyone to witness her in such a state. Hey, how could you do this? Morong Shinger said coldly within the room. At that moment, her shyness had vanished, replaced by anger and disdain. Having seen Tian Youzi's sorrowful demeanor, she felt that, were it her in that situation, she too would be hurt and furious, perhaps even resorting to physically reprimanding him. Her affection for Jun Xiaoyao had dissipated, transforming into contempt. Sit properly and focus on your cultivation, Jun Xiaoyao said with an air of seriousness. Morong Shinger was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that she had been struggling with her own cultivation issues, particularly in recent days, as if she were on the verge of losing control, plagued by illusions and inner demons. Just moments ago, those demons had appeared without warning, even when she was not training, intensifying her fear. To her surprise, Jun Xiaoyao had noticed her plight. It turned out that he had invited her to the room for this very reason, rather than for the reasons she and Tian Youzi had imagined. Upon reflection, it was indeed improbable, Tian Youzi was so beautiful and still untouched. Even if Jun Xiaoyao were to be driven by base desires, he would not seek her out in Tian Youzi's presence. The two had merely been joking moments ago, which had led to their misinterpretation. Choosing to trust Jun Xiaoyao, she began her cultivation. Soon, she felt an immense and unparalleled force surging within her. A power vast and majestic, possessing a miraculous might that continuously eradicated her inner demons and illusions while correcting her cultivation methods. The essence within her became increasingly pure and powerful. Time passed, and eventually, that force dissipated. The technique you just practiced was obtained from the Sacred Lord's realm, wasn't it? Do not practice recklessly until you have clarified your understanding. In the future, utilize this technique. Jun Xiaoyao's voice resonated in Murong Xinger's ears. With that, he walked out of the room. Thank you, young man, Murong Xinger said softly, her beautiful eyes opening wide. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Jun Xiaoyao's brow furrowed with fatigue, likely a result of having overexerted himself moments ago. A wave of emotions surged within her, and that flicker of affection blazed within her heart like a wildfire. With a soft sound, Jun Xiaoyao acknowledged and stepped out of the room, making his way towards the chamber of Tian Youzi. Chapter 172. Doubt everything, but not this. Within the confines of the palace chamber, Tian Youzi sat upon the bed. Her exquisite and icy visage adorned with glistening tears, reminiscent of pear blossoms drenched in rain, evoking profound sympathy. Confusion enveloped her heart, struggling to comprehend the reason behind such anguish. It was utterly heartbreaking. You cherish her, and I harbor no resentment. Yet how could you so brazenly take her away before my very eyes? What do you perceive me as? Moreover, I hold such deep affection for you. Her mind was a tumultuous storm. Before long, the familiar sound of footsteps resonated, and she recognized that Jun Xiaoyao had returned. Pouting her lips, she averted her gaze from the doorway. It was my fault. I had initially focused solely on startling her. As Jun Xiaoyao approached Tian Youzi, witnessing her distress pierced his heart with guilt. He had not anticipated this outcome. He extended his hand to wipe away her glistening tears, lifting her chin to meet his gaze. How could this happen so swiftly? He inquired, curiosity piqued. What had that woman said to Tian Youzi? It appeared she had spoken ill of him. So soon? What does that imply? With her cheeks flushed, Tian Youzi concluded her thoughts, finding the conversation rather embarrassing despite their close bond. Jun Xiaoyao felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Truly, as he had suspected, this woman spoke without restraint. What did his capabilities concern her? If it were not for Tian Youzi's presence, he would have glared at her fiercely. Husband, how could you return so quickly? Tian Youzi murmured, her head bowed, cheeks aglow. She was aware of her husband's prowess, yet she pondered how he had managed to return in such haste. She had acquired a formidable technique in the Holy Sovereign realm, but her reckless practice had led to complications. What thoughts occupy your mind? It seems you are overthinking, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, adopting a disenchanted demeanor. He proceeded to recount the situation regarding Murong Xinger. Upon hearing his initial words, Tian Youzi's embarrassment became palpable. She realized she had misjudged and overthought the situation, wrongly attributing blame to Jun Xiaoyao. Before she could voice her thoughts, Jun Xiaoyao had already drawn her into his embrace. Soon, she found herself entirely enveloped in his affection. The following day, as dawn broke, Tian Youzi languidly awakened. Are you not rising yet? The Holy Sovereign City is about to open, came the voice of Murong Xinger. Startled, Tian Youzi hastily pulled the blanket over herself, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. She feared that Murong Xinger might inadvertently walk in and witness their intimate moment. Though she did not worry about others, Murong Xinger might genuinely intrude. Get up. She cannot enter, Jun Xiaoyao reassured her. Rise and dress. This palace is fortified with an intricate formation. Not even the likes of Murong Xinger, let alone a sage, could gain entry. Tian Youzi nodded, having just risen to her feet, her brows furrowed, revealing a visage of distress. What troubles you? Jun Xiaoyao inquired anxiously, swiftly supporting Tian Youzi, his tone gentle and concerned. Chapter 173. The Opening of the Sacred Sovereign Heavenly City. Boom. 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 In the sacred sovereign world, the atmosphere was charged with resounding thunder and electric arcs, shrouded in ominous clouds, resembling the advent of an apocalypse. Countless formidable beings were engulfed in despair, for their points had not reached 1 million. Today marked the final day. Without 1,000,000 points, one could not be transported to the sacred sovereign heavenly city. Even if one were to arrive there, entry would be denied. Nearly 40 million warriors and powerhouses sought to enter the sacred sovereign world, yet only a mere 1,000 would survive to depart. Thus, it was evident that those who could not gain entry to the sacred sovereign heavenly city faced the peril of annihilation. "You two seem off," remarked Murongxing, as she stood side by side with Tian Youzi and Jun Xiaoyao at the forefront of the sacred heaven palace. "You are the one who seems off." "My husband and I are perfectly in sync," retorted Tian Youzi, casting a playful glare at Murongxing. Her delicate visage radiated sweetness and happiness. Once an aloof and cold corporate leader, she had now transformed from the proud and frigid goddess of ice into a gentle and nurturing wife, enveloped in Jun Xiaoyao's embrace. The metamorphosis she experienced last night had allowed her to embrace a deeper sense of joy, one that eclipsed the mere thrill of romantic love. "Hey, is your husband formidable?" Murongxing whispered conspiratorially into Tian Youzi's ear, her cheeks flushed with curiosity. Although she was 30 years old, she had yet to experience the thrill of romance. "I won't tell you. Want to know? You'll have to try it yourself later. Don't come crying to me," Tian Youzi replied with a radiant smile. Having been teased by Murongxing the previous day, she savored the opportunity to playfully tease her in return. After all, she was now a married woman. Was there any need to feel bashful? Moreover, they were alone in this moment. "Have you ever cried?" Murongxing asked, her expression one of confusion as she gazed at Tian Youzi, unable to process the implication initially. Once realization dawned, her face flushed even deeper as she discreetly glanced at Jun Xiaoyao. Was this man truly so powerful that he could bring Tian Youzi to tears? Could it be that mastery and cultivation was proportional to such intimate experiences? The sacred sovereign heavenly city has been opened. Only those with 1,000,000 points may enter the sacred sovereign heavenly city. Those who attempt to force their way in will face death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that moment, the voice of the world's spirit resonated, reaching the ears of all present. Simultaneously, a magnificent array of colors materialized in the sky, leading into the sacred sovereign heavenly city. Countless powerful beings emerged in the heavens, having either failed to locate the sacred sovereign heavenly city or found themselves too far away. Yet, their points had indeed reached 1,000,000. Thus, the world spirit employed its wondrous teleportation powers, directly transporting these powerful beings into the sacred sovereign heavenly city. "From this moment onward, you are free." Jun Xiaoyao gazed upon 100 female warriors and spoke, "In 2 months' time, we may not be friends, but at least we are not enemies for now. Regardless, I have, in a manner, saved you and fulfilled your needs. Let us each take what we require." "Thank you, young Master Jun. If I were to appear on the opposing side in the holy respect heavenly city, I would not resist. For all that I possess has been bestowed upon me by you. Should we meet again beyond the holy respect world, I would willingly follow you, young Master Jun." Indeed, so would Qingqing. "Thank you, young Master Jun." The assembly of female warriors bowed in reverence, fully aware of their own limitations. In their own right, they lacked the qualifications to follow the heavenly Emperor Jun. In terms of beauty, he was accompanied by 2 extraordinary women, each stunning enough to take one's breath away. In terms of strength, his prowess was unfathomable. Thus, they could only depart, hoping to leave the holy respect world alive. Should they find themselves on the opposing side within that realm, they would not resist, firstly, out of sentiment, and secondly, due to their own lack of power. In an instant, the 100 female warriors soared towards the holy respect heavenly city. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained impassive as he waved his hand, causing the sacred heavenly palace to vanish, absorbed into the primal realm. Unexpectedly, Murongxing had not anticipated Jun Xiaoyao's sudden retraction of such a grand palace. She felt a sudden weightlessness and instinctively clutched onto Jun Xiaoyao, her arms tightly encircling his waist. The fullness of her form pressed against him, a delicate fragrance wafting through the air. More notably, her long, elegant legs entwined around his. Beside them, Tian Youzi also clung to Jun Xiaoyao, albeit only grasping his arm. "Hey," Jun Xiaoyao said, momentarily at a loss for words, startled by the abruptness of the situation, nearly losing his balance. "Could you at least give me a heads up?" Murongxing was thoroughly embarrassed, mortified at her own boldness in holding onto him so tightly, especially under Tian Youzi's gaze. "How did you cultivate to the martial god realm?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired, bewildered. Is it truly necessary for a dignified martial god to act this way? Humph, Murong Xinger huffed, her shyness evident. Aware of her own fault, she refrained from further debate, turning her head away to avoid his gaze, her heart racing and cheeks flushed, wishing desperately to find a crevice to hide within. Sister Xing, it is time for you to find a boyfriend, Tian Youzi teased, intentionally provoking her. As a woman herself, she understood Murong Xinger's affection for Jun Xiaoyao, even if she was too bashful to admit it. Is there a need to search? We have already divided him. You are older than I, so I shall not hold it against you, Murong Xinger joked, though her heart was aflame with embarrassment. If Jun Xiaoyao truly intends to take action, she must distance herself significantly. Jun Xiaoyao felt a wave of frustration. It is often said that 3 women constitute a drama. I believe 2 women can certainly create a spectacle as well. Caught in the middle, yet it is rather delightful. Chapter 174. Do you not find me beautiful, Yi Qingxian? 3 figures advanced towards the sacred sovereign city. A distance of 10,000 miles was but a fleeting moment for Jun Xiaoyao. Though it was unnecessary at present, it would still take merely a few minutes. Soon, the trio arrived at the sacred sovereign city. From afar, one could glimpse a corner of the city, but only upon approaching did its grandiose magnificence truly resonate. The sacred sovereign city loomed like an entire cosmos, rendering one utterly insignificant in its presence. On the vibrant thoroughfare, countless formidable beings made their way inside. Those daring to tread this path were undoubtedly those who had amassed a score of 1,000,000 points. Otherwise, the peril of death would deter them from attempting entry, for to force one's way in would invite annihilation. As they traversed the midway of the Grand Avenue, Jun Xiaoyao heard a disdainful snort, unmistakably directed at him. Momentarily taken aback, he furrowed his brow. The virtual map displayed a blue light point, certainly a human from Earth. Yet, why such palpable animosity towards him? Turning to follow the sound, he was struck by awe. Before him stood a girl of seemingly 20, clad in white garments that were as pure as snow. Her exquisite visage, captivating eyes, and a slender waist that could be grasped with a single hand, paired with her long, graceful legs, rendered her an ethereal beauty. She stood tall and poised, exuding an extraordinary aura akin to that of a transcendent sword deity, radiating a terrifying sword intent. In one word, beautiful. In 2 words, extraordinarily beautiful. In 3 words, breathtakingly exquisite. Moreover, she possessed a dignified air and resolute demeanor, reminiscent of a sovereign of the celestial realms. Please wait a moment, Jun Xiaoyao said to Tian Youzi and Murong Xinger, as he stepped towards the girl in white. He had recognized her as his 5th fiancée, Yi Qingxian, the sacred sword body. No wonder she emanated such formidable sword intent. To reach the sacred sovereign city without teleportation at the pinnacle of martial god was indeed astonishing. She ranked 119 in the sacred world's point standings, a revelation that took him by surprise. Yet he had not provoked her. Why, then, the intense hostility? From the Huaxia Yi family, Yi Qingxian, Jun Xiaoyao stated, halting 2 meters away from her, his gaze appraising her beauty, truly impeccable, instilling a yearning for conquest. Ding! Event triggered. The master meets Yi Qingxian. Reward, 200 million points. Jun Tiandi, huh? You are merely my fiancé. Carefree yet more flirtatious, embracing beauty from both sides, Yi Qingxian replied coldly. Before entering the sacred world, she had genuinely dismissed Jun Tiandi. However, as Tian Youzi's name rose in the rankings, an inexplicable anger brewed within her. Gradually, the sheer astonishment of Jun Tiandi began to resonate within her soul. In the vast expanse of the sacred sovereign world, 40 million formidable individuals have entered, and he consistently maintains his position as the foremost in the sacred realm, amassing an astonishing score of 1.3 billion points, far surpassing her expectations. It is essential to note that despite her possession of various extraordinary abilities, relentless day and night cultivation, and even acquiring 2 divine artifacts, her points have failed to rank within the top 100. Currently, her score stands at a mere 11.93 million, rendering it minuscule in comparison to the Emperor Jun's towering total, and she finds herself surpassed even by Tian Youzi and Murong Xinger. At this moment, she feels an inexplicable surge of anger directed towards Tian Youzi and Murong Xinger, who are so closely associated with the Emperor Jun. Without a doubt, their points were acquired with his assistance. So what are your thoughts and intentions? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, perceiving the innate pride that radiated from this girl. It is only natural for a celestial prodigy to possess such arrogance. Is Tian Youzi not proud? Indeed, she is. Is Tian Luobing not proud? Certainly, she is. Is Ji Qingwu not proud? Absolutely, she is. Is Mu Wanju not proud? Undoubtedly, she is. They all exude a profound pride, an innate superiority that renders them dismissive of others, keeping everyone at arm's length. Even Yaoer, though gentle in his presence, harbors her own form of pride. Yi Qingxian, too, embodies a striking arrogance, one laced with disdain. What does she disdain? Certainly, it is the sight of Jun Xiaoyao surrounded by admirers. Moreover, there exists a hint of contempt. However, Jun Xiaoyao remains unfazed. Her disdain and contempt hold no sway over him. From this day forth, you are Jun Xiaoyao, and I am Yi Qingxian. We share no further ties. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Yi Qingxian furrowed her brow. By your tone, it seems you are indifferent towards your fiancée. Perhaps this is for the best, sparing you the burden of yearning for me. As she spoke, she waved her delicate hand, sending a crystalline card soaring toward Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao paused momentarily, reaching out to catch it. A marriage contract? He wondered, noting the absence of such crystalline cards among Tian Luobing and the others, stirring a profound curiosity within him. Nevertheless, curiosity aside, with the marriage severed, all else would fade into the past, leaving him with a sense of relief. Ding! Event triggered. The master has successfully dissolved the marriage contract, earning a reward of 500 million points. Thank you. Jun Xiaoyao exhaled deeply, a look of sheer ease washing over him, as though he had cast off a great burden. A radiant smile graced his face. Turning away, he gently squeezed the crystalline card, reducing it to powder. Yet, in that very instant, a miraculous luminescence emerged, revealing an enigmatic script upon its surface. The script vanished in an instant, leaving behind the essence of chaotic sword intent and the chaotic sword canon, an unparalleled path in the realm of swordsmanship. Upon witnessing the relaxed demeanor of Jun Xiaoyao, Yi Qingxian felt an inexplicable surge of anger. This fellow seemed to regard their betrothal as a burdensome encumbrance. Now, with the annulment of their engagement, he exhibited a sense of ease. It was infuriating. Did he truly believe that I, Yi Qingxian, am unworthy of him? Does he not find me beautiful? In her agitation, she observed Jun Xiaoyao's movements as the crystal card disintegrated into fine powder. To her astonishment, when she attempted to shatter it, it remained impervious to her efforts. Moreover, she realized that the crystal card was indestructible by her power. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao could effortlessly crush it with a mere pinch. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the fact that within that crystal card resided the essence of the Chaos Sword intent, the Chaos Sword canon, and the Sword of the Sword path, elements she desperately needed. Yet, this object had eluded her perception for 24 years. Now, the very essence of the Chaos Sword intent, the Chaos Sword canon, and the Sword of the Sword path was disintegrating right before her eyes. This was rightfully mine. At this moment, Yi Qingxian felt as though she could weep without tears. Chapter 175. New Rules, the 10 Altars Darling. Who is she? Upon the return of Jun Xiaoyao, Tian Youzi stepped forward, intertwining her arm with his in a display of intimacy. Simultaneously, Murong Xing'er drew closer to him as well. Flanked by 2 extraordinary goddesses, the trio made their way into the sacred lord's heavenly city. Yi Qingxian observed this scene, her heart swelling with anger and disappointment. Clearly, she was his fiancée. Yet she failed to realize that she had never truly regarded Jun Xiaoyao with affection. Upon entering the sacred lord's world, her foremost desire was to return to the Tianming realm. As for the betrothal, it was to be severed henceforth. He belonged to his earthly realm, while she remained the sovereign of the Tianzong in her celestial domain. Upon their encounter, her immediate intention was to annul their engagement. Her name is Yi Qingxian. Jun Xiaoyao responded candidly, his demeanor relaxed and natural. Among 5 betrothals, only this one was effortlessly dissolved. The others were entangled, and he had even acquired a girlfriend. Oh, so she is Yi Qingxian. Indeed, she is quite beautiful, Tian Youzi remarked, momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing that this girl must be one of Jun Xiaoyao's fiancées. Yao Yao, Bing'er, Qingwu, and Mu Wanjun had all previously met him, and with Yi Qingxian's situation also resolved, an inexplicable joy filled her heart. Wow, This is the sacred Lord's heavenly city. It is breathtaking. Murong Xinger exclaimed upon entering, for the sacred Lord's heavenly city was a realm of ethereal beauty, resembling a divine paradise. This was not merely a city, it was an independent world. Yet, within the sacred Lord's heavenly city, there was not a single living being, meaning it was an empty city, with the inhabitants being entities from other realms. The three strolled leisurely through the sacred Lord's heavenly city, awaiting the spirit of the world to announce the new rules. Time passed, each second ticking away. An hour later, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, drawing the attention of all the powerful beings upward. In the sky, 10 altars materialized, radiant and exuding mysterious energies. The first phase of the sacred Lord's world has concluded. The number of individuals entering the sacred Lord's heavenly city, 102, 875. All beings and entities outside the sacred Lord's heavenly city will vanish in 3 hours. At this moment, the voice of the spirit of the world resonated, and upon its conclusion, those within the sacred Lord's heavenly city fell into a solemn silence. The number of individuals and beings who have entered the sacred sovereign world has approached a staggering 40 million. Yet, within a mere 2 months, only 6 million remain, with many likely having perished through extermination or unknown fates. However, it is certain that a significant portion still endures. Now, they face the imminent threat of annihilation by the spirit of the world. The severity of this situation is harrowing. One can only imagine the despair of the powerful individuals outside the sacred sovereign city. With the loss of the lips, the teeth grow cold. Currently, it is the formidable beings outside the city who are being erased. In a few months, when the sacred sovereign world closes, only 1,000 will survive, while the rest will face obliteration. At that point, it will be their own turn. In fact, one may feel even more desolate than the formidable beings outside at present, as the knowledge of impending doom looms, leaving them powerless. These months are nothing short of torture, a torment of waiting for death. In 3 hours, the spiritual energy of the sacred sovereign city will surge to 100-fold. The peak altars of the 10th tier will possess even more concentrated and pure spiritual energy. As follows: first tier at 200-fold, second tier at 300-fold, third tier at 400-fold, fourth tier at 500-fold, fifth tier at 600-fold, sixth tier at 700-fold, seventh tier at 1,000-fold, containing 30% of the celestial essence, eighth tier at 1,200-fold, containing 50% of the celestial essence, ninth tier at 1,500-fold, containing 80% of the celestial essence, 10th tier at 3,000-fold, containing 50% of sacred power and sacred intent. The voice of the spirit of the world resonates once more. Immediately, all martial artists direct their gaze towards the 10 altars suspended in the void. Upon sighting the altars, their eyes gleam with fervor. The purity of this spiritual energy is astonishing, especially from the 7th tier onward, which astonishingly contains celestial essence. The 10th tier even encompasses sacred power and sacred intent. This is truly terrifying. It is likely the embodiment of the entire sacred sovereign world's spiritual energy. To cultivate atop such altars would yield progress at an unprecedented rate. Not only on the altars, but even within the city, one could advance at an extraordinary pace. The question remains, how one might ascend to the altars for cultivation. Surely, there must be a price to pay. The competition will undoubtedly be fierce. In the sacred sovereign city, millions of powerful beings are both shocked and exhilarated. In an instant, the city is ablaze with excitement, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming rules and the means to ascend to the altars for cultivation. Moreover, are there other avenues of engagement aside from cultivation? Could this truly be set in stone, with all but 1,000 facing annihilation? Surely, it cannot be so. The first tier, comprising 200 individuals, yields 1 million points daily. The second tier, also with 200 participants, grants 2 million points each day. The third tier, maintaining the same number of participants, provides 3 million points per day. The fourth tier, with 100 participants, offers 4 million points daily. The fifth tier, similarly with 100 participants, bestows 5 million points each day. The sixth tier, consisting of 50 individuals, awards 6 million points daily. The seventh tier, with 40 participants, generates 7 million points each day. The eighth tier, comprising 30 individuals, grants 8 million points daily. The ninth tier, consisting of 20 participants, yields 9 million points each day. The 10th tier, with only 10 individuals, offers a staggering 20 million points daily. The spirit of the world continues to announce these benefits, yet fails to elucidate the conditions necessary for the powerful beings in the sacred sovereign city to access the altar. Instead, it reveals even more enticing advantages. Those who cultivate within this realm not only enhance their prowess, but also reap extraordinary gains in points, particularly in the 10th tier, where the daily accrual reaches an astonishing 20 million points. Should one persist in their cultivation here, surpassing the Emperor Tian would seem inevitable, provided that the Emperor does not ascend to the 10th tier himself. Chapter 176. The terrifying rewards and the use of the light of the sacred sovereign. What are the requirements for cultivating at the altar? Indeed, what are the prerequisites? Must one engage in battle to ascend? That seems rather brutal. Surely, if ascending involved such violence, one could not cultivate in peace. Patience is key. There must be certain conditions and requirements to consider. This presents a splendid opportunity for a turnaround. Securing a position within the top 1,000 is crucial, for this may be the final chance. The formidable beings within the sacred sovereign city could no longer contain their impatience. The world spirit had announced the benefits, yet refrained from revealing the means to ascend, which was exasperating. Even Jun Xiaoyao felt a twinge of urgency, for he desired to cultivate atop the 10th altar. Attaining such a position could lead to exponential growth in his cultivation level, potentially allowing him to break through to the minor saint realm or even beyond. Each altar serves as a unique method of cultivation. By comprehending more, one naturally ascends to higher altars. Combat is prohibited atop the altars, and one may only remain for a maximum of 3 days. Failure to ascend within this time will result in expulsion from the altar. The 9th and 10th altars impose no time restrictions. All palaces within the sacred sovereign city are open for residents. Fighting is forbidden in these areas, and violators will face obliteration. Those ranked outside the top 1,000 after 4 months will be eradicated. At long last, the world spirit disclosed the method for entering the altars for cultivation. However, the information provided was akin to saying nothing at all. It ultimately depended on one's innate talent. Understanding the techniques would exchange for opportunities to cultivate, which also translated to chances for earning points. In this instant, it was entirely a matter of talent. The top 1,000 will share the resources and treasures of the entire sacred sovereign world. Those ranked from 501 to 1,000 will share 10% of the resources and treasures. Those ranked from 201 to 500 will share 10% of the resources and treasures. Those ranked from 11 to 200 will share 10% of the resources and treasures. Ranks 5 to 10 will share 5% of the resources and treasures. Ranks 3 and 4 will share 5% of the resources and treasures. The second rank will share 5% of the resources and treasures. The first rank will receive 55% of the resources and treasures of the sacred sovereign world. The rewards were revealed, and in an instant, all the powerful beings present erupted in fervor and shock. While the implications for those beyond 500 were negligible, and those beyond 200 were also inconsequential, the resources available to those within the top 200 were astronomical. Although they only represented 10%, that was 10% of the entire sacred sovereign world. The horror of the rewards for the top 10 was even more staggering. As for the first rank, an individual would claim 55% of the resources of the sacred sovereign world. In that moment, the magnitude of the situation left everyone utterly astonished. The light of the holy sovereign allows for the purchase of a life with every point accumulated. 100 points can be exchanged for a shard of chaos. With all regulations duly announced, the operations will proceed according to the established rules until the conclusion of the Holy Sovereign World Trials. At last, the spirit of the world has made its proclamations. It has signaled the completion of all necessary arrangements, rendering its future appearances unnecessary. A profound silence enveloped the entire Holy Sovereign City, which was eventually broken by a surge of animated discussions. Jun Xiaoyao spoke, making his way towards the distant cluster of palaces, an area where combat is strictly prohibited. He sought to enjoy a well-deserved respite, with 4 months remaining until the conclusion of the Holy Sovereign World. Where to? Murong Xinger inquired, closely trailing Jun Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, Tian Youzi clung to Jun Xiaoyao's arm, closely following him without question. Let us settle down first, Jun Xiaoyao suggested. Soon, the trio arrived before a grand and opulent palace. Upon entering, a luminous shield enveloped the palace, signifying its occupation. This formidable barrier offered protection, ensuring that the cultivation of the powerful within remained undisturbed, safeguarding their safety. Darling, the light of the Holy Sovereign is now tradable. I shall give it to you, Tian Youzi spoke gently, holding the second highest score in the Holy Sovereign world. She had amassed an abundance of the light, which was previously non-transferable but could now be exchanged. She recognized its value, yet in her heart, Jun Xiaoyao was the most precious. She wished to bestow the light upon him for the exchange of shards or other uses. All right, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Regardless, should he acquire shards or treasures, he would ensure to prepare something for her as well. I will give you mine too, Morong Xinger added. As she spoke, a virtual interface materialized before her, initiating the transaction. Soon, the light from both Tian Youzi and Morong Xinger was transferred to Jun Xiaoyao. From now on, we shall reside here. By the way, you two should rest first. I will visit the altar and meditate. Once I glean insights, I shall share the cultivation methods with you, enabling us to potentially reach even higher altars, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, his gaze softening as he looked at Tian Youzi, particularly addressing her, for he had caused her considerable distress the previous night. Tian Youzi nodded, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She instinctively comprehended Jun Xiaoyao's intention, which was to encourage her to take a moment to rest. Hee, did you two have a delightful evening last night? Morong Xinger chuckled, her laughter causing Tian Youzi to wish for a crevice in the ground to hide in, fully aware that Morong Xinger understood Jun Xiaoyao's implication, and that their revelry the previous night had indeed been rather exuberant. Jun Xiaoyao cast a silent glance at Morong Xinger. Fortunately, he recognized that beneath her seemingly cheerful exterior lay a conservative disposition. Otherwise, she would not have remained chaste at the age of 30. Subsequently, they exited the palace. Chapter 177. What can you do to me? Do you think you can strike me? Upon exiting the palace, Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood two enchanting women, evidently awaiting his arrival, Jiang Yin and Mo Qingqing. Young Master Jun, the two greeted him, performing graceful curtsies. Is there something you need? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Both women were ranked within the top 1,000, and each had achieved a position within the top 10. Even with 4 months of intense competition ahead, it was unlikely they would fall out of the 1,000. In fact, none of the female warriors accompanying him could be displaced from that ranking. They were not from Earth, but rather were the elite from other realms. What could they possibly want from him now? Young Master Jun, the radiance of the Saint Sovereign holds little value for us. Therefore, we wish to offer it to you, Jiang Yin stated, her tone remarkably nonchalant. She was concerned that Jun Xiaoyao might decline, which is why she phrased it that way. In truth, the radiance of the Saint Sovereign was exceedingly precious. Any surviving warrior knew that a single point could secure a chance at life, meaning they could exchange 1 point for another survival. Other powerful beings would undoubtedly spare no effort to obtain such an opportunity. Thus, this single point of radiance represented countless invaluable treasures and resources. Well, I shall not be pretentious. This is for you, Jun Xiaoyao said, casting a serious glance at the two women. Indeed, he was in dire need of the radiance to exchange for chaos fragments. Although these fragments were not as significant as eternal fragments, they were still immensely valuable. As they were in the top 10, they had accumulated a considerable amount of radiance. Naturally, he would not refuse their offer. As he spoke, 2 jade vials soared towards the women, each containing 10 cultivation elevating pills. Subsequently, the 2 women presented all their radiance of the Saint Sovereign to Jun Xiaoyao and gracefully bowed before departing. With this, Jun Xiaoyao's radiance of the Saint Sovereign had reached a total of 108 points. After a brief pause, he set forth in the direction of the altar. Soon, he arrived beneath the altar. In a flash, he positioned himself near it. System, Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness communicated with the system's spirit, Su Mingyao. At that moment, even without explicit instructions, the system's spirit understood the task at hand. Scanning. Translating. Before long, the system commenced its scanning process. Upon completing the scan of the first altar, Jun Xiaoyao did not halt, but continued towards the second altar. After the second altar was scanned, he proceeded to the third altar. The scanning continued, the responses unceasing. Each altar contained a unique cultivation method. Furthermore, as comprehension deepened, one would ascend to even greater altars. Thus, it can be inferred that these 10 martial arts techniques actually constitute a singular discipline, or perhaps they are interconnected, suggesting that comprehending all 10 together may yield greater insights. 10 minutes later, Jun Xiaoyao descended from the heavens, proceeding leisurely towards his palace. At that moment, near the altar, over 1,000,000 formidable warriors had gathered, diligently deciphering the intricate patterns and techniques inscribed upon the altar, each vying for the opportunity to ascend it first. After all, the sooner one grasps the knowledge, the more advantageous it is for their cultivation, given the limited spots available. Should someone else ascend before you, you would be left waiting, potentially missing the chance to step onto the altar altogether. Just as he was about to return to his palace, Jun Xiaoyao sensed a penetrating gaze directed at him, cold and unyielding. Shortly thereafter, he heard a disdainful snort. Looking up, he saw Yi Qingxian. "Have I offended you?" Jun Xiaoyao pondered, bewildered. What was it about this woman that made her glare at him so fiercely? Even if their fates were misaligned, their engagement had long since been dissolved, and there was no need for such hostility. He had never wronged her. Their paths had hardly crossed prior to the dissolution of their engagement. "You scoundrel!" Yi Qingxuan's icy voice pierced through the air again, her eyes glinting with a chilling intensity, laced with a hint of murderous intent, albeit restrained. She understood that she could not overpower Jun Xiaoyao unless she were at her peak, which she was not at present. Thus, she had to endure. "Yi Qingxian, have you not had enough? I have not wronged you. Were you not the one who came here after those 7 days? So what if I am a scoundrel? Even if I were, I have never wronged you. So why the hostility? If you were not from Earth, would you even be standing here speaking to me? I would have surely dealt you a blow." Jun Xiaoyao could no longer tolerate her provocations. This woman was truly insufferable. Was it that time of the month for her? Even if it were, what did that have to do with her disdain for him? Within the Saint Respect heavenly city, there were over 6 million strong warriors. Any one of them could easily surpass him in looks or strength. Why not vent her frustrations on someone else? You're the one who is on her period. Your entire family is on their periods. What do you intend to do to me? Do you wish to strike me? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxuan's anger intensified. How could he dare to mention such a thing? Her cheeks flushed crimson at the thought of such a personal matter being brought up by a male. Moreover, to imply that he did not even regard her as a scoundrel was infuriating. Her face puffed up in indignation. In her past life, she had been the master of the heavenly sect, a master of the sword, yet in this life, she was merely a girl. A slight misstep could provoke her temper, revealing the petulance of a young girl. "Strike you?" Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, observing Yi Qingxuan's provocative demeanor. Jun Xiaoyao was filled with ire as he approached her step by step, exuding an aura devoid of any discernible energy, yet emanating an unmistakable sense of danger. Witnessing this, Yi Qingxian felt a surge of trepidation within her. Could it be that he truly intended to strike? After all, despite being his fiancée, the engagement had been annulled, and they had never met before, lacking any emotional connection. In such a precarious situation, provoking him could lead to her receiving a beating or, worse yet, facing annihilation. As Jun Xiaoyao drew nearer, Yi Qingxuan's anxiety intensified. At that very moment, her entire reservoir of true essence and power was inexplicably suppressed, rendering her fingers immobile. And her heart raced with dread, pondering the extent of this man's capabilities. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao's hand swung forth. Seeing the impending strike, Yi Qingxian instinctively shut her eyes, her countenance pale and feeble. Chapter 178. Jun Xiaoyao made Yi Qingxian cry with a sudden swing of his hand. Jun Xiaoyao struck. Yi Qingxian instinctively closed her eyes upon witnessing the impending blow, her delicate face paling in fear. She thought to herself, is he really going to hit me? Is he not a man? In the next moment, a hand grasped her, forcing her onto his lap, and with a sharp slap, pain radiated through her as her backside was struck. It hurt immensely, and the embarrassment was unbearable, making her wish to vanish into the ground. At that moment, Yi Qingxian was utterly bewildered, her mind blank. She had been struck on the backside by him. Heavens! Jun Xiaoyao, I will kill you. Yet, she found herself unable to move, left to lay across his lap as the sound of slaps echoed, the physical pain overshadowed by the humiliation swelling within her. Her cheeks flushed crimson with shame. Uncontrollably, crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks, falling to the ground like pearls. As the proud leader of the Tai Tian sect, an unparalleled swordsman, she found herself in such a compromising position, sprawled across a man's lap, being spanked. How would she ever face others again? What is wrong with you? Jun Xiaoyao soon realized something was amiss. Seeing the tears streaming down Yi Qingshuan's face, the droplets falling relentlessly to the ground. He hastily ceased, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Nonetheless, the sensation of his hand was rather delightful. Jun Tian Emperor, you are bullying me, Yi Qingshan lamented, her tear-streaked face evoking pity. In that moment, her previous air of arrogance and decisiveness vanished, replaced by the appearance of a young girl wronged, with tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Jun Xiaoyao. This scene left Jun Xiaoyao momentarily dazed. You brought this upon yourself. I merely gave you a couple of slaps, he awkwardly remarked, glancing at his hand, and then at the spot where Yi Qingshan had been struck. It seemed he should not have acted so rashly. You Jun Tian Emperor, I will kill you. Yi Qingshuan's shyness intensified as she caught sight of his gaze. Having struck her, he still dared to look at her. I will kill you. However, her true essence and strength were completely suppressed. She was left weaker than an ordinary person. This was the consequence of provoking him. In the future, do not provoke me again. Jun Xiaoyao perceived the gravity of the situation and recognized his misstep. After all, one should not strike a girl's backside, especially when they were not in a romantic relationship. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and a beam of light appeared, entering Yi Qingshuan's forehead. He then turned swiftly, retreating to his palace. Ding! Event triggered. The master spanked Yi Qingshan. Reward points. 500 million, Jun Tian Emperor. You scoundrel! Yi Qingshan exclaimed as she observed Jun Xiaoyao retreating to the palace with an air of evasion, her temper flaring. She perceived his actions as a pretext to cavort with Tian Youzi and Murong Xing. At that moment, having regained her freedom, she was infuriated. Turning on her heel, she made her way back to her residence within the palace when suddenly, a mysterious piece of information manifested in her mind. She recalled it was something Jun Xiaoyao had just imparted to her. Initially, she had dismissed it, but now she realized the profundity and power of that information. Ding! Event triggered. Master grants Yi Qingshan a secret technique. Reward of 200 million points. Before long, a myriad of expressions danced across Yi Qingshuan's exquisite face. For this was a vast and wondrous secret technique, the depth of which surpassed her understanding and imagination. Could it be? Was this the technique from the altar? After all, Jun Xiaoyao had just returned from there. Furthermore, this remarkably potent secret technique corresponded precisely with 10 paths, each linked to the 10 levels of the altar. He had comprehended them all. Is it even possible? Yi Qingshuan's heart churned with disbelief. How long had Jun Xiaoyao been gone? It had barely been an hour since he entered the sacred lord's heavenly city. Yet he had grasped the techniques of all 10 levels of the altar and organized them into a formidable secret art. This was utterly terrifying. One must understand that the first level of the altar was incomprehensible to the average person, even if one could decipher it. It would require an extensive amount of time to meticulously analyze and comprehend. Such a feat demanded extraordinary insight, vision, and innate talent. Even she lacked the confidence to fully unravel the techniques of the 10-level altar. Yet Jun Xiaoyao had done so with astonishing speed. To what extent was his talent unfathomable? Curiosity surged within her, momentarily overshadowing her earlier indignation. Darling, you're back. In the palace, within her chamber, Tian Youzi had meticulously arranged the room. Preparing for a 4-month stay, she transformed the entire space into a cozy and sweet boudoir, reminiscent of a young girl's sanctuary. At that moment, she and Murong Xing were seated on the expansive, soft bed, engaged in lively conversation. Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao's return, they greeted him with joy, rushing to his side and taking his hand. What are you discussing? You both seem so happy, Jun Xiaoyao inquired casually, seeking conversation. Oh, nothing much. They unexpectedly replied in unison, both their faces flushed with embarrassment. Such a scene piqued Jun Xiaoyao's curiosity immensely. What could these two possibly be discussing that warranted such nervousness and shyness? Could it be a matter of intimacy among girls? There is no reason for embarrassment, especially in the absence of men. What was discussed? Jun Xiaoyao gazed earnestly at Tian Youzi. I shall return to rest. You may continue. Murong Xing fled the scene as if in haste, slipping out of the room and back to her own quarters. Darling, we truly did not discuss anything, Tian Youzi said. Her cheeks flushed, her gaze lowered, fidgeting with her dress. If you choose not to speak, then there shall be a consequence. Pray, tell me, Jun Xiaoyao inquired with curiosity. Sister Xing allowed me to share what transpired last night, Tian Youzi whispered. Chapter 179. In broad daylight, you said? Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback. Could this be spoken of? Goodness, were these two ladies so bored together? Just a trivial matter. And then you returned, Tian. Youzi responded softly, as if she had committed a wrongdoing. Her luscious lips leaned toward Jun Xiaoyao, indicating that punishment was necessary. Jun Xiaoyao was at a loss for words. Just a trivial matter, you say? From what you've mentioned, if I hadn't returned, you would have divulged everything. And what of Murong Xinger? As a young lady, why is she inquiring about such matters? If she desires, she can find a boyfriend herself. If she fails to find one, I can assist her. After all, you are strikingly beautiful and alluring. Subsequently, the two became entangled. Embarrassed, Murong Xinger dashed back to her room, her face flushed. At 30 years of age, she had never been in a relationship, yet she was quite aware of many things. In this internet age, everything could be resolved online. Having just shared a room with Tian Youzi, she was curious about Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi's interactions from the previous night. She couldn't help but inquire. Asking for quite some time, Tian Youzi, her face reddened, remained silent until finally revealing a tidbit. Murong Xinger was left dumbfounded and deeply embarrassed. Was it truly that remarkable? Who would have thought that the boy who once peeked at her had now grown into a man? Just as she felt shy, Jun Xiaoyao returned, making her feel as if she had been caught in a misdeed. In broad daylight, were they not at all embarrassed? Much later, Murong Xinger saw that Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi were still in the room. The following day, Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi rose. Today, Tian Youzi was radiant, her exquisite face even more alluring. Darling, are we going to the altar today? Tian Youzi inquired, nestled in Jun Xiaoyao's embrace, her delicate fingers tracing circles on his chest. Wait a moment, I shall share my insights with you. Just focus on your cultivation when the time comes. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. He had already comprehended the technique and would inform Tian Youzi and the others, allowing them to cultivate directly. Of course, this technique was not necessarily suited for them, but it was merely a means to access the altar, not intended for genuine cultivation. What they sought was to practice at the altar. After a tender moment, the two got up to wash and groom themselves. As they exited the room, Murong Xinger coincidentally came out as well. Sister Xinger, good morning. Tian Youzi greeted joyfully, her face glowing with happiness and sweetness, evoking envy in Murong Xinger. Otherwise, how could she be so blissful? Shall I marry him as well? Good morning. Murong Xinger smiled in response, scrutinizing Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi. Jun Xiaoyao was utterly perplexed, yet he remained silent. Subsequently, he imparted the cultivation method from the altar to Murong Xinger, who, with a look of astonishment, followed him toward the altar. Upon arriving at the altar, they were met with a multitude of powerful beings, predominantly at the saint realm, with only a few at the venerable level, and an exceedingly rare presence of martial emperors and martial gods. At that moment, 6 individuals had already ascended the first altar, while only one occupied the second altar and none were present at the third. On the fourth altar, Yi Qingxian was engaged in cultivation. The remaining altars stood vacant. It was evident that the cultivation method had posed a formidable challenge to millions of powerful beings and prodigies. Otherwise, how could it be that only 6 had reached the first altar? Below the altar, countless strong warriors and prodigies were immersed in deep contemplation, hoping to comprehend the method and ascend the altar to cultivate and earn points. With a swift motion, Murong Xinger soared toward the first altar, landing gracefully upon its surface, which accepted her presence. She began to cultivate and adapt to the method, knowing that only by mastering it could she ascend to the second altar. Husband, I shall join as well, Tian Youzi declared, her figure flashing as she too ascended and commenced her cultivation. This was infuriating. 2 martial goddesses had managed to grasp the method so swiftly. Do not speak in haste. They are named Murong Xinger and Tian Youzi. Could that young man be Jun Tiandi? So, he is indeed Jun Tiandi. Observing his cultivation level, he is merely a half-saint. This is even more astonishing. A half-saint dominating the rankings in the saint-venerable world must possess extraordinary skills and control over miraculous treasures and techniques. Such a person should not be trifled with. It is better to focus on understanding the method. There are 4 months remaining. For the sake of survival, one must strive with all their might. There were a total of 10 individuals on the altar, 3 of whom were martial goddesses, evoking a sense of shame. Around the altar, countless powerful beings gazed enviously at Murong Xinger and Tian Youzi as they ascended. Even a short period of cultivation on the first altar could yield several million points, making it a solid opportunity. Upon recognizing Tian, Youzi, and Murong Xinger, many began to associate the young man with the first-ranked Jun Tiandi, a miraculous figure. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze fixed on the altar. Then, with a swift motion, he too flew toward the first altar. Chapter 180, the 10th Altar. The Semi-Saint Breakthrough. Jun Tiandi ascended the altar. The trio was exceedingly formidable. Could he possibly enter the 10th altar? I sensed that he would likely monopolize 55% of the resources and treasures within the sacred sovereign realm. For only through cultivation at the 9th and 10th levels could he surpass his 13 billion points. The prerequisite, however, was that he could not access the 9th and 10th levels. Surpassing him, it seemed exceedingly challenging. Yet, opportunities still existed. For instance, I aimed to enter the 10th level for cultivation. Upon witnessing Jun Xiaoyao ascend the altar, a wave of excitement surged forth, drawing countless envious gazes. Jun Xiaoyao stood atop the first altar, his eyes gently closed, earnestly beginning his cultivation. The system had already scanned and translated the techniques, merging them seamlessly with him. At this moment, all he needed to do was cultivate. An hour passed. Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes and vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the second altar. 2 hours later, he emerged at the third altar. By the 4th hour, he stood upon the 4th altar. In the 5th hour, both Jun Xiaoyao and Yi Qingxian materialized simultaneously at the 5th altar. Do not curse, Jun Xiaoyao interjected upon noticing Yi Qingxuan's gaze fixed upon him. He sought to preempt her, fearing that she might scold him again. In the presence of so many onlookers, he worried he might inadvertently strike her, and should that happen, she would be the one to suffer embarrassment. Yi Qingxian was left speechless, her frustration palpable. Do I really come across as someone who relishes cursing? Is that the impression I give you, you scoundrel? Yet, she recalled that every time they met, she had indeed glared at him fiercely. Suddenly, the memory of yesterday's incident, where he had spanked her, made her cheeks flush. I have yet to seek trouble with you. Yet you speak first, she retorted. Focus on cultivation, Jun Xiaoyao hastily gestured, repeating the word thrice to indicate she should remain composed, as millions of powerful beings surrounded the altar. After saying this, he entered a state of oblivion, immersing himself in cultivation. Humph, Yi Qingxian scoffed, choosing to ignore him. However, it took her a full half-hour to regain her composure, leaving her utterly vexed. In the 7th hour, Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Yi Qingxian and, with a flash, appeared at the 6th altar. By the 9th hour, he had ascended to the 7th altar. In the 13th hour, he reached the 8th altar. On the following day, the 3rd day since entering the sacred sovereign city, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the 9th altar. As he stepped into this realm, he was enveloped by an overwhelming surge of celestial energy, continuously refining his own holy power and enhancing his cultivation level. Having reached the pinnacle of the semi-holy realm, he found himself unable to ascend further. The only way to progress was to break through to the minor saint level. Yet, he struggled to achieve this breakthrough. After an entire day of effort, Jun Xiaoyao remained unable to advance, leaving him bewildered. Was it possible that his innate talent was inadequate? No, that could not be the case. If his talent were lacking, then true geniuses would cease to exist in this world. On the 3rd day, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the 10th altar. The 9th altar had proven futile, so he turned his attention to the 10th. As he stepped onto the 10th altar, a surge of power coursed through him, unleashing cataclysmic thunder and arcs of electricity across the sky. The once clear blue heavens were now shrouded in ominous clouds. As if the apocalypse had arrived, Jun Tiandi ascended the 10th altar, holding the top score, unassailable by any competitor. There was not even a glimmer of opportunity for others to challenge him. The 10th altar contained 50 of holy power and divine intent, with spiritual energy at a staggering 3,000 times. Each day, he could effortlessly accrue 20 million points. He was in the midst of a breakthrough. What a terrifying tribulation it was. Could he possibly be on the verge of becoming a heavenly saint? Observing the situation, even a heavenly saint would not face such a formidable tribulation. Just how extraordinary was he? He remained a semi-saint, currently striving to ascend to the minor saint level, enduring the cataclysmic tribulation that relentlessly rained down upon him, striking with ferocity. Before millions of powerful beings, he broke through. Yet, no one dared to impede him, for he stood upon the 10th altar, Others lacked the strength to reach such heights and could only watch as Jun Xiaoyao grew ever stronger. My husband is about to become a saint. At the fifth altar, Tian Youzi opened her eyes, her small face brimming with excitement and sweetness. For her beloved was on the cusp of sanctification. Although he had previously been invincible as a semi-saint, that status was but a shadow of true sainthood. Now, as he broke through, he would become a true saint. You will forever be my husband, murmured Murong Xinger, standing beside Tian Youzi, her enchanting face radiating allure, her eyes reflecting admiration. I do not mind, Tian Youzi giggled, returning to her cultivation. Though she could not match her husband's pace, she wished not to fall too far behind. Otherwise, she would miss the sight of his back and, even more so, the comfort of nestling in his embrace. Oh, good sister, Murong Xinger laughed heartily and continued her own cultivation. It was a revelation that he had just attained sainthood. At the seventh altar, Yi Qingxian watched as Jun Xiaoyao faced the cataclysmic tribulation, her heart trembling. That tribulation resembled the one she had encountered during her previous life when she ascended to the Holy King level. Yet, he is now merely a half-saint, on the verge of breaking through to a minor saint. The tribulation he must face to achieve this transformation rivals that of her ascension to a saint king. The disparity is indeed vast. His innate talent is truly monstrous, surpassing even my own. At this moment, Yi Qingxian feels that even if she were to become a saint king, it would be improbable for her to defeat the minor Saint Jun Xiaoyao. Such a thought seems utterly absurd, yet it inexplicably lingers in her mind. Chapter 181. The Pinnacle of the Young Sage, the Annihilation of the Divine Text. Boom. 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 The cataclysmic heavenly tribulation rained down relentlessly upon Jun Xiaoyao. His garments were reduced to mere dust, yet his slender yet formidable physique remained unyielding, exuding an aura of unmatched strength. His skin, more exquisite than that of countless women, radiated an unparalleled might. In that moment, numerous female cultivators were utterly entranced. Endless tribulations descended upon him, yet they could not disturb him in the slightest. At that moment, he resembled a demonic deity or a divine beast. Standing proudly beneath the tribulation, Jun Xiaoyao rose to his feet, now clad only in a pair of shorts. Many female cultivators covered their eyes, yet a few peered through their fingers, secretly observing him. Countless men felt embarrassed, yet dared not utter a word, for that seemingly fragile body was imbued with earth-shattering power, capable of withstanding the tribulation. As he spoke, he raised his fist and struck towards the void of the tribulation. Boom, boom, crack, crack. All the powerful beings were left dumbfounded, astonished that someone would dare to confront the heavenly tribulation directly, even deeming it humble. Such audacity was unprecedented. At that moment, the heavens quaked and shattered as Jun Xiaoyao's might pulverized the tribulation suspended 1,000 meters above. The heavenly tribulation appeared feeble in his presence. This spectacle left all the powerful beings in awe, for Jun Xiaoyao's physical strength was truly extraordinary. His mere corporeal form was enough to obliterate any adversary of the same rank. They understood clearly that should his fist land upon them, the outcome would be their utter annihilation. After a full half-hour, the tribulation finally dissipated, not due to its own volition, but because it had been thoroughly vanquished by Jun Xiaoyao. The sky was left adorned with auspicious clouds and sacred energy, as well as the essence of sanctity and the source of divinity. A majestic divine beast apparition emerged behind Jun Xiaoyao, roaring as it devoured the clouds and sacred energy above. After a minute, silence enveloped the scene. With a single wave of his hand, he donned a flowing robe of deep black, exuding elegance and grace. His ethereal presence was unmistakable, with finely chiseled features that resembled a celestial being, embodying the beauty of the goddess Luo. He radiated boundless sacred power and divine light, for in that moment, he had transcended to the realm of the saints, becoming a young sage. Every gesture he made was imbued with divine intent. At the altar, Tian Youzi was entranced. Murong Xinger was captivated, and Yi Qingxian was left in a daze. Countless female cultivators gazed at him with starry eyes, yearning to embrace him. Numerous powerful beings and prodigies hung their heads in shame, their pride humbled as they closed their eyes slightly, resuming their cultivation. On the 10th day, Jun Xiaoyao experienced another breakthrough, albeit with significantly less commotion. His cultivation had ascended to the mid-level minor saint. By the 20th day, he broke through once more, reaching the upper-level minor saint. On the 40th day, he achieved yet another breakthrough, attaining the heavenly level minor saint status. By the 70th day, he reached the pinnacle of minor saint. On the 99th day, Jun Xiaoyao attained the peak of pinnacle minor saint, standing merely a step away from becoming a great saint. However, this step remained elusive, leading him to relinquish his pursuit of cultivation. In truth, throughout this period, he did not deliberately seek to enhance his cultivation realm. Instead, his chaotic divine demon body naturally absorbed spiritual energy and holy essence to elevate his level. His primary focus was on mastering the secret arts inscribed upon the altar. He discerned that the techniques of the Holy Sovereign World's altar bore a resemblance to the trials of the heavenly catastrophe World's ladder. Both necessitated a final culmination to fully cultivate the techniques, and even at their zenith, they represented merely the first tier. For instance, in terms of the heavenly catastrophe laws, he remained at the first tier, albeit possessing 33 laws. The secret arts upon the altar comprised a total of 10 techniques. Only by fusing all 10 could one form a powerful secret method. Thus far, he had only reached the first tier, with the second tier still an insurmountable distance away. This secret technique was known as the Heavenly Book of Annihilation. Indeed, it was the Book of Annihilation, specifically designed for assaulting deities, with minimal effect on beings and humans beneath their rank. This revelation stirred his curiosity about the Holy Sovereign World. The very name suggests a realm belonging to the Holy Sovereign or one that possesses a Holy Sovereign. However, everything he had encountered transcended the scope of mere saints. Currently, the most significant trial pertained to the secret arts aimed at deities. System, what is your perspective on this Holy Sovereign World? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, channeling his consciousness into the primordial realm. Master, the term Holy Sovereign does not accurately depict this world. In fact, this Holy Sovereign World is a fade. Its true name should be the domain of the underworld deities. The Heavenly Book of Annihilation is one of the 9 great heavenly tomes within the chaotic universe. And it is this tome that you are cultivating. The Heavenly Book of Annihilation and the domain of the underworld deities are intertwined with a profound mystery, which cannot be divulged to you at present. Upon completing your trials in the Holy Sovereign World, you should acquire the Heavenly Book of Annihilation. Remember, all Holy Sovereign lights should be exchanged for chaotic fragments. Xuanji spoke to Jun Xiaoyao. Subsequently, he withdrew from the primordial realm. At that moment, Tian Youzi appeared beside him, softly calling out, "Husband," her voice gentle and melodious. Her exquisite visage radiated a sweet smile. They had both been cultivating for 3 months. Although separated by less than 100 miles, it felt as if they were worlds apart. Now, having finally reached the 10th tier, she stood by his side. In these 3 months, her gains had been the most substantial. Most of her time was spent cultivating atop the 9th altar. The 9th altar, with its 2,000-fold spiritual energy and an essence that comprises 80% of the celestial source, facilitated her remarkable advancement in cultivation. Within a span of 3 months, she ascended from the first realm of martial deity to the 9th realm of celestial sovereign, now merely a step away from becoming a half-saint. At this moment, she arrived at the 10th altar, motivated by 2 aspirations, to cultivate alongside Jun Xiaoyao and to achieve a breakthrough at the 10th altar, thereby attaining the status of half-saint. Chapter 182. Shanguan Yuer and Qingling, well done. Keep it up, Jun Xiaoyao said, gently pinching the exquisite, cold face before him. Achieving the realm of celestial sovereign within 3 months is indeed remarkable, attributable to 3 factors. Firstly, the 2,000-fold spiritual energy and 80 celestial essence. Secondly, her extraordinary innate talent. And thirdly, her unwavering determination and perseverance. Tian Youzi nodded obediently, choosing to remain silent and continue her cultivation. Time was of the essence, with only 20 days left. Whether she could break through to the semi-saint realm depended on both luck and her own efforts. Should she succeed, her lifespan would extend to several hundred or even 1,000 years. Among the women by Jun Xiaoyao's side, her cultivation was the highest. She was also aware that aside from Mu Wanjun, she was the first woman he had taken. On the 102nd day, Yi Qingxian appeared nearby, coldly snorting as she focused on her own cultivation. Frustration brewed within her, despite her relentless efforts and extraordinary talent. Why was there such a vast chasm between her and Jun Xiaoyao? Even his women surpassed her, as she had lagged behind Tian Youzi, who obtained the 10th level of the altar 3 days earlier, and her cultivation was overshadowed by Tian Youzi, who was currently at the 9th level of Celestial Sovereign, while she herself was only at the 8th level. On the 109th day, Murong Xinger arrived by Jun Xiaoyao's side, having reached the 4th level of Celestial Sovereign, a commendable achievement in its own right. As time passed, the end of the sacred sovereign world drew ever closer. Within the sacred sovereign city, countless powerful beings swarmed like ants on a hot pan, their anxiety palpable. There were 6 million strong practitioners in the city. Yet only a mere 1,000 would survive to leave, the rest would face annihilation. How could those beyond the 1,000 not feel urgency? At this moment, Shanguan Yuer wore a worried expression, having spent 3 days in the 2nd level of the altar but unable to enter the 3rd, resulting in her ejection. Consequently, her ranking in points had been surpassed by other powerful beings. Originally within the top 500, her impressive score was primarily due to Jun Xiaoyao, as she had merely gathered resources and treasures for him. Now, amidst the fierce competition of millions in the sacred realm, it was only natural for her to fall out of the top 1,000. Those outside this threshold would not survive to leave the sacred sovereign world, meaning she faced imminent demise in a matter of days. Discontent simmered within her. If this continued, she too might be pushed beyond the 1,000th position. Qingling spoke up, currently ranked 916th. With only a few days remaining, she too risked falling out of the top 1,000. Yuer, Qingling, you are both so beautiful. Why not seek the favor of young Master Jun? To follow the esteemed Jun Gongzi would undoubtedly be a stroke of fortune. Indeed, with the celestial light of the Holy Sovereign illuminating him, he might just lead you away from this plight. Alas, I lament that I lack your beauty. Were I in your place, I would certainly beseech Jun Gongzi for his favor. The allure of Jun Gongzi is undeniable, and his formidable prowess promises a life of bliss in his company. Once Jun Gongzi completes his cultivation, you should earnestly request his assistance. I too desire to be one of his cherished companions. Before a grand palace, a multitude of young ladies congregate. They all entered the sacred sovereign heavenly city alongside Jun Xiaoyao, and through his influence, they have ascended to the top 1,000 in ranking, despite their meager cultivation and abilities, inciting envy and jealousy among countless beings of the sacred realm. Presently, Shangguan Yuer and Qingling find themselves in dire straits. One has fallen beyond the 1,000th rank, while the other teeters on the brink of exclusion. In a moment of urgency, the other young women offer suggestions, for the stakes are high. Failing to remain in the top 1,000 means being erased by the spirit of this world. They are merely among the countless souls destined for obliteration. Yet, despite the gravity of their situation, their hearts are unwilling to concede. The light of the Holy Sovereign is invaluable. I feel too shy to approach Jun Gongzi. Furthermore, such matters seem too delicate to broach, Shangguan Yuer expresses, a blush adorning her pretty face. At merely 20 years of age, she is one of the most extraordinary talents in her own realm, seeking to transcend herself through experiences in the Holy Sovereign world, only to find herself cornered. I too feel a sense of reticence, Qingling chimes in. At only 16, she followed her sister into the Holy Sovereign realm, yet her sister has perished, leaving her alone. Her talents are commendable, but she lacks resources. Currently, she stands at the 3rd level of the Martial Emperor, a feat only achieved after encountering Jun Xiaoyao, having entered the Holy Sovereign world as merely a martial king. Even at this juncture, she is still hesitant. How utterly exasperating. Were it another man, I would never dream of pleading for survival, yet he is Jun Gongzi, a figure worthy of my trust. I may not possess your beauty, but were it otherwise, I would certainly strive to remain within the top 1,000. Sister Yun is right. Yuer and Qingling, do not let shyness hinder you. Before entering the Holy Sovereign realm, they hailed from different worlds, each a prodigy in their own right. Initially, within the secret realm, they were adversaries, yet upon encountering Jun Xiaoyao, they forged a bond akin to that of comrades, having spent months together in harmonious companionship. In this moment, they cannot bear to witness their sisters face annihilation in this realm. Yes, Shangguan Yuer and Qingling nod, lowering their heads. It would indeed be wiser for you to seek the celestial fairy and fairy Murong. Though the celestial maiden is cold and haughty, she possesses a kindness towards others. The enchanting Murong fairy is equally benevolent. At this moment, Mingyan spoke up. Chapter 183. The conclusion of the sacred sovereign world and the division of resources time passes relentlessly. At last, the final day of trials in the sacred sovereign world has arrived, with only half a day remaining. In this moment of despair, millions of formidable beings find themselves in a state of madness, driven to the brink by desperation. Countless individuals resort to every conceivable means to acquire points for survival. It is rumored that some women, in a bid to endure, offer their bodies in exchange for points, aspiring to break into the top 1,000 and escape the sacred sovereign world. Yet, who would squander their precious points for fleeting pleasure? To waste points is to squander life itself. Nevertheless, among the top 10 in the sacred sovereign world, those with the light of the sacred sovereign have attracted numerous unparalleled prodigies, believing that once they escape, they will serve their interests. Boom, boom, boom. The skies above the sacred sovereign city resonate with the sound of thunder. The entire sacred sovereign world quakes, even the sacred sovereign city swaying under the tumult. The spiritual energy of the realm visibly thickens, rapidly converging towards the sacred sovereign city. Ultimately, this energy enters the 10th level altar. Simultaneously, from the four corners of the sacred sovereign world, 99 mysterious array patterns of light emerge, coalescing towards the 10th level altar. Within a mere minute, these radiant patterns coalesce into 10 golden ancient tomes. These tomes, measuring 33 centimeters in length, 22 centimeters in width, and 10 centimeters in thickness, emanate an unmatched golden brilliance. Appearing both enigmatic and extraordinary, the 10 ancient tomes revolve around the 10th level altar. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao rises, and with a flourish of his hands, the 10 ancient tomes unleash a mysterious power, rejoicing as if they are playfully dancing around him. The scene leaves the millions of strong warriors in sacred sovereign city utterly astonished. How marvelous, how dazzling, how powerful. They are all eager to uncover the nature of these ancient tomes and how Jun Tian came to command them. It is essential to note that these tomes coalesced from all directions, only taking form upon reaching the altar. Prior to that, they were merely array patterns. The sacred sovereign world is about to conclude. Resources gathered, treasures collected, spiritual energy converged, celestial essence accumulated, divine power consolidated, holy source amassed at this moment. The voice of the spirit of the world reverberates, ancient and ethereal, sending shivers through the hearts of all who hear it. Concurrently, treasures and resources from across the sacred sovereign world swiftly converge, forming towering mountains of riches outside the sacred sovereign city. The sheer magnitude is unfathomable, amounting to countless trillions. The sight of these resources and treasures ignites an insatiable greed among the powerful inhabitants of sacred sovereign city. The resources and treasures of the world far exceed that of one's own, yet they are to be bestowed upon a select few paragons and formidable beings. Who would not feel envious? The ranking of points has concluded. Distribution of rewards. In 2 hours, the treasures and resources of the entire sacred sovereign world converged. One could behold a vast ocean of treasures and resources outside the sacred sovereign city, these riches divided into countless portions. However, the amassed spiritual energy, celestial essence, sacred source, and holy power vanished entirely, as they all ascended to the 10th altar. Unbeknownst to all, within Jun Xiaoyao's palm, a verdant sapling materialized, voraciously consuming all the spiritual energy and celestial essence, treating these energies as sustenance. This sapling, of course, was the world tree. At this moment, the world tree resembled an insatiable abyss, as no amount of spiritual energy or power seemed sufficient to fill its depths. With a swift motion, numerous spatial rings whisked away the resources, ultimately arriving in the hands of the top 1,000 contenders. After half an hour, 70% of the resources outside the sacred sovereign city remained. These riches were destined for the top 4 positions. 4th place, Qingming. 3rd place, Murongxing. They will share 5% of the resources and treasures. The spirit of the world resonated once more. Subsequently, 2 spatial rings flew towards Qingming and Murongxing, granting them 5% of the resources and treasures from the entire sacred sovereign world. 2nd place, Tian Youzi, will share 5% of the resources and treasures. Tian Youzi, ranking 2nd, held a slight advantage over Murongxing and Qingming, thus securing her own 5% of the resources and treasures. Remaining 55% of the resources will belong solely to the 1st place, June Tiandi. Now, the exchange and redemption of the sacred sovereign light begins. Please act swiftly. The spirit of the world proclaimed the final distribution of rewards. June Tiandi was to receive the majority of the resources and treasures from the sacred sovereign world. Simultaneously, a mysterious portal appeared, suspended in midair, serving as the venue for the exchange of the sacred sovereign light. With a swift motion, a spatial ring encapsulated the vast majority of the resource treasure ocean, ultimately landing in Jun Xiaoyao's grasp. He seized the ring and cast it into the elemental realm. In a blink, he descended to the ground. At this moment, he was determined to venture into the mysterious treasury to redeem items and utilize the sacred sovereign light. Ding! Task completed. The sacred realm points have been converted into system points, totaling 254 billion. Event triggered. Tian Youzi's cultivation has risen to the mid-level semi-saint, rewarding 1 billion points. Event triggered. Murong Xinger's cultivation has ascended to the mid-level semi-saint, rewarding 1 billion points. Event triggered. Yi Qingshuan's cultivation has advanced to the upper-level semi-saint, rewarding 1 billion points. Tian Youzi approached Jun Xiaoyao, leaning close to whisper in his ear. She had been propelled from the altar half a day prior and had been waiting below for Jun Xiaoyao. How many are there? Jun Xiaoyao inquired upon hearing her words. It turned out that Tian Youzi had come to plead on behalf of Shanguan Yuer and Qing Ling, seeking a spot for them, hence her visit to Jun Xiaoyao. 2. She replied, her beautiful eyes fixed on Jun Xiaoyao, eager to discern his decision. After all, this involved the lives of 2 individuals. Notably, Shanguan Yuer and Qing Ling had accompanied her for 2 months. Yet, the sacred light of the saint was invaluable. It held great significance for Jun Xiaoyao. Without hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. Since they had approached him, he felt it would be ungracious to refuse. They had shared much time together, and while the sacred light was indeed precious, denying their rescue could leave an indelible mark on his conscience. Moreover, he possessed an abundance of treasures and resources, making him not particularly in need of just 1 or 2 items. Having made his decision, he swiftly soared towards the mysterious treasury. As the foremost individual in the sacred realm, he had priority over the exchange of treasures and resources. Inside the treasury, he found a simple arrangement of over a dozen jade slips, each inscribed with the names of treasures and resources along with the required amount of sacred light for exchange. 8 life slots were available, while the remainder could be exchanged for chaos fragments. Jun Xiaoyao spoke, and immediately, 8 golden jade tokens materialized before him. He collected them, and then wondrous orbs of light emerged, the contents obscured from view. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao understood that they contained chaos fragments. In total, there were 71 orbs of light, corresponding to 71 chaos fragments. Originally possessing 7,108 units of sacred light, he had now exchanged it all. After securing the chaos fragments, he exited the treasury and descended to the ground. Chapter 184. Return to Earth, darling. Are you ready? Tian Youzi inquired as she approached Jun Xiaoyao. Accompanying her were Murong Xinger, Shanguan Yuer, and Qing Ling. The latter 2 gazed eagerly at Jun Xiaoyao. I am prepared. With a swift motion of his hand, a simple formation materialized, enveloping him and Tian Youzi along with the others. 2 golden jade tokens appeared, soaring towards Shanguan Yuer and Qing Ling. I am deeply grateful. Young Master Jun, they expressed, hastily securing the precious tokens before bowing in gratitude. They understood that these tokens were their lifeline. Without them, they would be erased by the spirit of the world, vanishing entirely from existence. Even with Jun Xiaoyao's presence, should others lay eyes on them, those formidable beings would go to great lengths to seize the tokens. After all, this was a chance for survival. How could the mighty Jun Tiandi contend with millions of desperate warriors? Our meeting is indeed a twist of fate, Jun Xiaoyao remarked coolly, then stood still, awaiting the conclusion of the sacred sovereign realm. An hour passed. Suddenly, a mystical force manifested in the sky, casting out millions of strong contenders from the sacred sovereign city. At that moment, only over 1,000 elite warriors remained within, those ranked within the top 1,000, alongside others who had exchanged for their chance at life. Among them, the 5th, 6th, 9th, and 10th ranked individuals were accompanied by dozens or even hundreds of sacred realm warriors, each an unparalleled genius of immense strength. Though they had failed to break into the top 1,000 and thus had to pay the price to follow the 5th, 6th, 9th, and 10th warriors. On the other side stood Jun Xiaoyao, Tian Youzi, Morong Xinger, Qing Ming, Jiang Yin, and Imo Qingcheng, alongside Yi Qin Xian and Ming Yan. The trials of the sacred sovereign realm have concluded. Now, all individuals shall be returned to their original paths. The voice of the spirit of the world resonated at that moment. Immediately, a radiant light enveloped each elite warrior, leading to their disappearance. Meanwhile, outside the sacred sovereign city, a storm of destruction raged, filled with anguished cries akin to a purgatory. Millions of strong contenders were obliterated in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. Within the sacred sovereign city, one by one, the strong and the elite were transported away, with their followers naturally accompanying them. How could this happen? Yi Qinshuan's flawless visage bore a bitter smile. The method to return to the celestial realm has been discovered, for she had previously encountered a formidable being from that realm. Initially, she believed she could return. Yet the spirit of the world now decrees that she must be transported back along the original path. This implies that she is still to be sent to Earth, leaving her bereft of tears, burdened by the frustration of coexisting in this world with this individual. However, the inexplicable sense of loss that had plagued her earlier has dissipated. As time flows, only a handful of individuals remain in the city. Ming Yin and the others have already been transported away, leaving only Jun Xiaoyao and a few companions, including Shanguan Yuer and Qing Ling, who have chosen to accompany him. This perplexes Jun Xiaoyao, yet he notices that Shanguan Yuer stands beside Tian Youzi and Morong Xing, leading him to refrain from further inquiry, assuming they are following the two. Fairy Qingming, could it be that you wish to join me? Jun Xiaoyao muses, casting a curious glance at Qingming. He is certain that she is not of Earth, as her aura is distinct from that of Earthlings. Moreover, she had initially been a minor saint at the pinnacle of her realm, consistently ranking among the top 5 in the Holy Sovereign world, exuding an air of mystery and unparalleled beauty, rivaling even Tian Youzi and Morong Xinger, yet possessing an additional enigmatic grace and ethereal charm. Does the esteemed young Master Jun find my presence distasteful? Qing Ming smiles, a beauty that could captivate nations. She neither affirms nor denies his words, a reticence that intrigues him. Jun Xiaoyao chuckles softly, and after a brief exchange, he lapses into silence, awaiting his transport. Yet, the light of transmission does not envelop him. Leaving him puzzled, was he to remain here? As moments tick by, a sudden tremor shakes the holy sovereign city, contracting visibly before his eyes. In tandem, Jun Xiaoyao and the others are ejected from the city. In a mere 10 minutes, the once vast holy sovereign city has diminished to the size of a palm, resembling a finely crafted sculpture, ultimately resting in Jun Xiaoyao's hand. The 10 altars transform into 10 luminous orbs, suspended before him. What is happening? Jun Xiaoyao stands in astonishment. Before he can fully grasp the situation, a cataclysmic roar erupts from the holy sovereign world, as the realm begins to shatter at an alarming rate. Bewilderment engulfs him. What does this mean? While others are transported away, he himself is not merely sent elsewhere, but is witnessing the very explosion of a world. With no further hesitation, he reaches out, casting the holy sovereign city into the origin realm, simultaneously retrieving the orbs of the 10 altars. The origin realm then opens, consuming Tian Youzi and her companions, swiftly drawing them into its depths. With a resounding crash, the sacred sovereign world erupted, casting him into a realm of terror. A spurt of blood escaped his lips, and as his vision blurred, he found himself enveloped by a teleportation portal, the familiar aura unmistakably that of the heavenly rankings gate. In a mere minute, Jun Xiaoyao traversed the portal, his body plummeting earthward. As he gazed below, he recognized the familiar skyline of a city, Earth itself. The heavenly rankings teleportation array had witnessed the return of someone, Emperor Jun Tian. Indeed, Emperor Jun Tian had ventured into the sacred sovereign world and returned safely. Yet, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Why was he the sole survivor? Had the others perished within the sacred sovereign world? It was a terrifying notion. Nearly 4,000 formidable warriors from Earth had entered, yet only Emperor Jun Tian emerged unscathed. Thankfully, he had returned. Above, the heavens shimmered with golden light from the heavenly ranking, casting illumination across the globe. The teleportation light manifested, and humanity beheld this spectacle, understanding that the saga of the sacred sovereign world had concluded, with one returning to Earth. Countless eyes turned skyward, recognizing Emperor Tian. However, he stood alone. A stark realization dawning upon all. The others had undoubtedly fallen in the sacred sovereign world. After all, it had been proclaimed that entering the sacred sovereign world meant a tenfold certainty of death. With a whoosh, Jun Xiaoyao landed by the riverside. With a mere thought, Tian, Youzi, and the others emerged from the Yuan realm, materializing beside him, their exquisite faces still marked by astonishment, having just exited a wondrous realm teeming with resources and treasures. It soon dawned upon them that this realm was Jun Xiaoyao's independent space. "Darling, have we returned?" Tian Youzi inquired, seeking confirmation of her senses. "Indeed," Jun Xiaoyao replied with a nod. "Are we heading home now?" she asked again. "Certainly," he smiled, playfully pinching Tian Youzi's cheek as he began to walk forward. Behind him trailed a charming procession, causing Jun Xiaoyao to pause, glancing at Murong Xinger, then at Shanguan and Qing Ling, before finally resting his gaze upon Yi Qingxian. Chapter 185. 100 billion points. System upgrade, what do you mean? It seems we are not on the same path. Jun Xiaoyao addressed Qingming, Yi Qingxian, and Murong Xing. As for Shanguan and Qing Ling, they should be following Tian Youzi. "But you three, please do not accompany me," he exclaimed. Such an exquisite entourage, each one a paragon of beauty, would surely invite misunderstandings if seen together. "I am returning to Jiangcheng. I will not follow you," Yi Qingxian retorted with a disdainful snort. She added coldly, "What is wrong with following you? Do you intend to strike me?" This thought reminded her of the scene in the Sacred Lord's heavenly city, where she had voiced similar sentiments and had ended up with Jun Xiaoyao delivering a playful smack. "And you?" Jun Xiaoyao disregarded Yi Qingxian and turned his gaze towards Murong Xinger. "What of it? I am merely visiting my boyfriend," Murong Xinger declared confidently, leaving Jun Xiaoyao at a loss for words. What could he say? "As long as you do not go to Longquan Mountain, I care not." Finally, he looked at Qingming, who softly murmured, "I have no world left. I am homeless." Her demeanor was pitiful, devoid of any semblance of a saint, resembling a vulnerable little girl. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao sighed in exasperation. "What on earth is happening here? You are among the top 5 in the Sacred Lord's world rankings. If not for Tian Youzi and Murong Xinger, you would have maintained the second position, a true prodigy. Yet now, you are reduced to this." With that, he turned away, disheartened. As he walked ahead, initially, he was accompanied only by Tian Youzi, but upon his return, he found himself followed by a string of companions. They strolled leisurely, and after 20 minutes, they arrived at the gates of Longquan Mountain. Yi Qingxian shot Jun Xiaoyao a fierce glare, inwardly cursing him as a scoundrel before storming off. They had reached the threshold. It would be inappropriate to enter uninvited. What more could he say? Jun Xiaoyao regarded Murong Xinger, a mature woman of striking beauty, akin to a luscious peach, exactly the type that men yearn for. "Why should I say anything?" Murong Xinger asserted with unwavering confidence. "I am home now. Weren't you going to your boyfriend's house?" Jun Xiaoyao replied, bidding her farewell. "Indeed, I am going to my boyfriend's house. Aren't you my boyfriend? By the way, I hereby officially declare that you are my man from now on," Murong Xinger proclaimed, crossing her arms, her full and firm figure captivating. She gazed defiantly at Jun Xiaoyao, yet a blush unexpectedly crept onto her delicate face, her rosy earlobes flushed with embarrassment. Feeling nervous and shy, she wished fervently for a crevice in the ground to swallow her whole. "Sister, please, do not jest. Allow me to live a few more years," she implored. Jun Xiaoyao was rendered speechless. Murong Xinger's earlier words had entirely surpassed his expectations. In the past, he had secretly admired her, but that was a relic of his youth. Now, things were different. Matters of the heart were not trifles. Certainly, she had grown even more beautiful, exuding elegance and maturity that would captivate any man. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in the fact that he already had a girlfriend. A fiancée, a wife. "What are you doing here?" he said, turning to leave. The door opened automatically, and behind him trailed a throng of voices. "Brother, brother." At that moment, a sweet, melodious voice rang out, and a petite, enchanting figure rushed towards him, carried by a fragrant breeze, ultimately leaping into his embrace. It was none other than the adorable Yaoer. "Haha, Yaoer has grown a lot," Jun Xiaoyao exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy as he beheld the stunning girl before him. After half a year apart, the little one had blossomed into an even more beautiful young lady. "Xiaoyao Gij, what about me?" Ji Qingwu approached him, playfully pouting, extending her delicate hand, clearly indicating her desire for a hug. Jun Xiaoyao, feeling helpless, could only oblige, embracing her and marveling at her newfound fullness, truly a delightful surprise. Then came the chilling voice of Tian Luo, icy and alluring, her gaze fixed coldly upon Jun Xiaoyao before drifting to those behind him. "This is not my fault," he murmured. "You should introduce yourself, Youzi." With a wry smile, Jun Xiaoyao hastened towards the villa, ultimately retreating to his room, seeking refuge from potential misunderstandings. This is a pure misunderstanding. Let Tian Youzi explain this, he thought. Allow me to introduce everyone. Binger, Qinggu, this is Sister Xinger, this is Qingming. And this is Yuer, this is Qingling. Tian Youzi observed Jun Xiaoyao's hasty retreat, a smile betraying her amusement. Look at him, running off so quickly. She chuckled before beginning the introductions for everyone to get acquainted. Sister Xinger, Auntie, Su Mingyao beamed at Murong Xinger, giggling. Yaoer, do you know Sister Xinger? Tian Youzi inquired curiously. Sister Z, came the reply. In fact, Sister Xinger is Qingqing's aunt. The last time I visited Qingqing's home, I had the pleasure of meeting Sister Xinger, and at that time, I referred to her as Auntie along with Qingqing. Su Mingyao remarked. So it turns out that Qingqing's aunt is Murong Xinger. How interesting. Tian Youzi was taken aback. What a small world this is. It seems that everywhere one turns, familiar faces abound. Even within the sacred sovereign realm, one could fortuitously encounter Murong Xinger and, in doing so, save her. Had fortune not smiled upon her, Murong Xinger would have been lost to this world forever. Following this revelation, Tian Youzi began to make arrangements. Fortunately, the villa is spacious enough to accommodate everyone. In the room, Jun Xiaoyao entered the bathroom and indulged in a refreshing shower. He then lay comfortably on the bed. His consciousness delved into the Yuan realm. This time, the harvest was astonishing. The resources, treasures, and points acquired were overwhelmingly impressive. He realized it was imperative to organize everything carefully, especially since Earth's protection period is dwindling down to just 3 months. Once that period elapses, who knows what changes may unfold. It is crucial to devise a solid plan. Event triggered. Su Mingyao's cultivation level has risen to the 87th tier. Reward: 500 million points. Event triggered. Ji Qingwu's cultivation level has ascended to the 3rd layer of Earth Sovereign. Reward: 500 million points. Event triggered. Tian Luobing's cultivation level has risen to the 2nd layer of Earth Sovereign. Reward: 500 million points. Event triggered. Mu Wanyun's cultivation level has advanced to the 9th layer of Earth Sovereign. Reward: 600 million points. With 3 fiancés and 1 wife, their cultivation levels have increased. Upon emerging from the sacred sovereign realm, events triggered simultaneously, with rewards calculated in hundreds of millions. He gazed at his status panel, astonished to find that his available balance had reached an astounding 169 billion points. Such an abundance of points would undoubtedly enable a significant enhancement of his own power. Without delay, he began to take action. Chapter 186. Constructing the World, Synthesizing Chaos-Level Artifacts 1 minute later. Operation completed. System, version 9. 0, 1 billion, 100 billion points. Host, Jun Xiaoyao. Age, 22. Appearance, 99 points. Cultivation, mid-level Great Saint, 1 billion, 100 billion points. Talent, Chaos Divine Demon Body 7th level, 1 billion, 100 billion points. Divine Abilities, Domain Shield 7th level, 1 billion, 100 billion points. Divine Skill, Creation of Stars 7th level, 1 billion, 100 billion points. Domain, None Laws, Laws of Natural Disasters Partners, Mu Wanyun. Tian Youzi Mount, Sacred Heavenly Palace Treasure, Extinction of Gods Heavenly Book Points, 7, 668 billion. Total points, 13, 299 billion. Wealth, 29, 910, 119, 218. Operation completed. Spent 5 billion points. The system, realm, and 3 divine skills have all been elevated by 2 levels. Upon seeing that the next upgrade requires 100 billion points, Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily stunned. 100 billion. How long must one toil to earn that? However, with the 3 divine skills now at the 7th level, they are sufficient for the time being. His appearance has also improved. There are 2 names listed for his partners, Mu Wanyun and Tian Youzi. Xuanji, what new functions have been added with the system upgrade? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. System 8. 0 new function. Transmutation of the primordial realm. System 9. 0 new function. Power of faith. Explanation. Currently, the area of the primordial realm has expanded 10,000 times, reaching 1 billion li in length, width, and height. With spiritual energy increased by 100 times, containing 50 celestial essence and 30 sacred source intent, the master can construct his own world. Explanation. The primordial hall has been activated, absorbing the power of faith. This power can enhance the master's divine skills and cultivation level. As long as someone believes in the master, it can generate power of faith. The spirit of the system, Shuanji, recounted the changes that came with the system upgrade. Jun Xiaoyao also noticed that the current primordial realm is vastly larger, with denser spiritual energy, and it contains sacred source force and celestial essence. This place is comparable to the 9th and 10th altars of the sacred sovereign world. Cultivating here allows for rapid advancement in cultivation. Constructing a world. Upon hearing Xuanji's words, Jun Xiaoyao felt a profound shock. The current primordial realm is immense, far exceeding Earth by 100,000 times. Furthermore, with spiritual energy at 100-fold and the inclusion of celestial essence and sacred power, even the most prestigious locations in fantastical realms cannot rival his primordial realm. Cultivating within it will lead to exponential growth and strength. Indeed, he is the sovereign of the primordial realm. Within it, he is an absolute ruler. In such a vast space, he could create a world of his own, allowing Mu Wanyun and others to cultivate there, ensuring both safety and suitability for training, an endeavor yielding dual benefits. Master, shall we begin construction now? The spirit of the system inquired. Transforming the primordial realm into 10 distinct regions. The treasure region, spanning 10 million miles. The resource region, also covering 10 million miles. The homestead region, extending to 20 million miles. The core region, encompassing 10 million miles. The ordinary region, stretching across 200 million miles. The sect region, reaching 100 million miles. The world region, expanding to 300 million miles. The trial region, covering 250 million miles. The celestial source region, spanning 50 million miles. And the sacred power region, also measuring 50 million miles. After a moment of contemplation, Jun Xiaoyao addressed the system, expressing the vastness of the space and the freedom to shape it as he wished. Excellent. The world structure is now in progress, remarked the spirit of the system, Xuanji. With that, the division commenced. In 3 minutes, the 10 regions were delineated. The primordial hall served as the core region, with the homestead, resource, treasure, sacred power, and celestial source regions forming the inner circle. The ordinary, world, sect, and trial regions constituted the outermost layer, designated for others to enter for cultivation or residence. If exceptional talents or formidable beings were to be nurtured, they could access the celestial source or sacred power regions. Xuanji, can the chaos fragments be fused now? The world has been constructed, Jun Xiaoyao inquired of the system. He intended for others to handle the construction aspects, while regarding the homestead, the Calamity Hall and the sacred city of the saints could be directly established as his residence, allowing Mu Wanjun and the others to inhabit it. It is possible to fuse, the spirit of the system responded. 12 fragments can be combined to form a chaos-level artifact. Have you decided on the artifact for fusion, Master? Jun Xiaoyao contemplated the necessary artifacts, a warhammer, armor, a feathered crown, a cloak, and shoes. With 71 chaos fragments in his possession, he was just 1 fragment short of being able to forge 6 chaos-level artifacts. For now, he could only create 5. 5 artifacts were commendable, and his current strength had reached a formidable level. In battle, he would require devastating offensive and defensive capabilities. The warhammer symbolized power, while the other 4 chaos-level artifacts would provide defense. Fusion in progress. Estimated time, for months, announced the spirit of the system. Before his eyes, a magnificent cauldron emerged within the primordial hall, and the chaos fragments soared towards it, causing an eruption of wondrous power and brilliance within the cauldron. For months? Very well. Jun Xiaoyao marveled at the time required for the creation of these chaos-level artifacts, pondering how long it would take to forge an eternal-level artifact. A thought too daunting to entertain. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao withdrew his consciousness from the primordial realm. Lying in bed, I found myself lost in contemplation. Cultivation is essential, yet my focus must be on mastering the laws of natural disasters, and the sacred text of annihilation, to comprehend the supreme laws of existence. Celestial Fairy, how astonishingly beautiful your homeland is. Before the villa, by the poolside, several enchanting ladies reclined on the lawn chairs, indulging in spiritual fruits and savoring fruit wine, accompanied by an array of snacks and pastries. Shanguan and Qingling were utterly fascinated by this world, which far surpassed their own in countless ways. In their previous realm, life revolved solely around cultivation, while ordinary folk merely toiled in agriculture or commerce. In stark contrast, this world epitomized perfection. Living here was sheer bliss. Indeed, the lifestyle on Earth eclipsed that of the fantastical realms manifold. This is a world governed by law, where adherence to regulations is paramount. In due course, you shall gradually comprehend this. Tonight, I shall take you out to explore and familiarize yourselves with this world, Youzi remarked with a smile. Compared to other realms, she preferred the lifestyle of Earth. Here, civilization had essentially entered an era of full automation and advanced technology. Wonderful, Qingling exclaimed gleefully, her gaze sweeping over the towering buildings surrounding the villa, her heart brimming with excitement. These structures were magnificent. In her previous world, the tallest towers barely reached a dozen stories. Yet here, skyscrapers soared hundreds of meters into the sky, suffused with rich spiritual energy. However, there was an absence of danger and bloodshed. Sister, you have already reached the mid-level of a semi-saint. Ji Qingwu observed Youzi with curiosity. It was evident that Youzi had undergone a transformation. Without question, she had shared an intimate encounter with Jun Xiaoyao. In that moment, Ji Qingwu felt a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Furthermore, she discerned that Youzi's cultivation was unfathomably deep, and upon closer inspection, she realized it had attained the mid-level semi-saint realm. This revelation was utterly shocking. After all, Youzi had merely been a martial emperor before entering the sacred sovereign world. In just half a year, she had ascended to semi-saint. Semi-saint, sister, what fortuitous opportunities did you encounter in the sacred sovereign world? Tian Luobing, hearing Ji Qingwu's exclamation, also recognized her sister's profound cultivation, leaving her astounded. It was clear that Youzi had gained extraordinary fortunes and opportunities in the sacred sovereign world, igniting an insatiable curiosity within her. Su Mingyao, too, was intrigued, gazing at both Youzi and Murongxing. Chapter 187. My brother Xiaoyao is truly impressive within the perilous confines of the realm. Statistics reveal that over 9,800 dimensions and worlds have been infiltrated by formidable beings, amounting to nearly 40 million souls. 12 million at the respectable realm, 21 million at the sacred realm, with the remainder being martial practitioners. In a span of 2 months, those who fail to accumulate a score of 1 million will face obliteration. After this period, 1 million formidable beings surpassed the 1 million points threshold, thereby gaining entry into the sacred sovereign heavenly city. Those who did not gain entry were utterly annihilated. Furthermore, anyone ranked beyond the 1,000th position was also eradicated. Thus, from the 40 million strong in the sacred sovereign world, merely 1,000 individuals managed to emerge alive. The outcome unfolded as anticipated, with approximately 1,300 individuals returning alive, while the rest were vanquished. Youzi contemplated briefly before articulating her thoughts with a measured cadence. She refrained from elaborating on the process, but instead expounded upon the rules of the sacred sovereign world and the ultimate fate that befell its challengers. Oh, Su Mingyao, Ji Qingwu, Tian Luobing. The 3 women exclaimed in horror. How devastating this is. Nearly 10,000 dimensions and worlds witnessed 40 million strong contenders enter, yet only 1,000 emerged unscathed. Moreover, the majority within were from the sacred realm, with a lesser fraction being from the respectable realm. How did my sister and her companions survive? What did they attain? Yaoer, do not inquire about the treasures and resources Lord Jun and we have acquired. Qingling interjected, her demeanor earnest. For the majority of the resources and treasures within the sacred sovereign world reside in Lord Jun's possession, alongside those held by Tian Xinzi, Murong Xinzi, and Qing Xinzi, who have also secured a significant portion of the wealth. In the sacred sovereign world, points can be earned through the search for resources and treasures, as well as by vanquishing demonic beasts and formidable foes. Rain and I were rescued by Lord Jun and Tian Xinzi. Qingling continued. methodically detailing the rules of the sacred sovereign world while recounting her experiences, particularly those pertaining to her encounters with Jun Xiaoyao and Tian Youzi. This narration persisted for a full 20 minutes, leaving Su Mingyao and her companions in a state of stupefaction, utterly astonished. On Earth, Jun Xiaoyao reigned supreme, unmatched in his prowess. Upon venturing into the terrifying sacred sovereign world, he orchestrated dominion over the entire realm, influencing the rankings of points and acquiring the lion's share of resources and treasures. Ultimately, Jun Xiaoyao even seized the entire sacred sovereign heavenly city. "My brother Xiaoyao is truly formidable," Ji Qinggu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Simultaneously, her heart swelled with sweetness, affirming that her choice was indeed correct. What is the ultimate goal of cultivation? To grow powerful? But what follows such strength? Loneliness. I have found the answer to this question. In my previous life, I traversed the 5th demon domain, becoming its demon emperor, exalted above all. Yet, was I truly happy? There was no joy to be found. One remains utterly oblivious to the essence of joy. Yet, in this lifetime, encountering Jun Xiaoyao has bestowed upon me the capacity to grow, to become ever more formidable. Yet, this pales in comparison to the paramount discovery of happiness within myself. As dusk descended, Jun Xiaoyao stepped out of his chamber, only to find the villa devoid of any presence. Stunned by this scene, he pondered the absence of others. They have all departed, and it is the perfect opportunity for me to check on my dear little treasure. He suspected that Tian Youzi and the others might have ventured out for a shopping spree. Given that Qing Ming, Shanguan Yuer, and Qing Ling, being outsiders to this world, were filled with curiosity about it and likely sought out entertainment. After changing into a different outfit, he exited Longquan Mountain and made his way towards Sunshine Community. Half an hour later, upon arriving at the villa within Sunshine Community, he found that Aunt Zhang, the housekeeper, had prepared an elaborate feast, while Mu Wanjun was busily engaged in the kitchen and Mu Qingwan was in the living room, engrossed in an animated series. "Daddy! Daddy!" Upon entering the villa, Mu Qingwan's face lit up with uncontainable joy at the sight of Jun Xiaoyao. She dashed toward him like a jubilant little bird, leaping into his embrace. "Wana has grown quite a bit. Have you missed Daddy?" Jun Xiaoyao held the little girl close, showering her rosy cheeks with affectionate kisses. "Indeed, Wana has missed Daddy dearly. Mommy says Daddy has gone to work and will return after some time," she exclaimed cheerfully, her small hands wrapping around Jun Xiaoyao's neck. Snuggling closely. "Husband." Hearing the commotion outside, Mu Wanjun emerged from the kitchen, her face radiating happiness. After their reunion of just over 10 days, Jun Xiaoyao had journeyed to the sacred world, and for the past 6 months, he had longed for her presence. Seeing the light of the Tianbang teleportation appear, she knew he was coming back, and her heart, filled with concern, was finally at ease. "Wife," Jun Xiaoyao gazed at Mu Wanjun, extending his arms to draw her into an embrace, planting a tender kiss upon her rosy lips. "Oh," Mu Wanjun blushed at the kiss. Acutely aware of the child's presence and the housekeeper still in the kitchen, fearing the embarrassment that might ensue should they witness such intimacy. Yet, her heart yearned for such moments. "What delightful dishes have you prepared?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired with a smile as they made their way to the dining room. "Your favorites," Mu Wanjun replied joyfully, accompanying him to the table to serve the meal. The family of 3 shared a harmonious and joyful atmosphere, filled with laughter and conversation. After finishing their meal, the housekeeper took Mu Qingwan to play, while Jun Xiaoyao and Mu Wanjun set out for a leisurely shopping expedition, a favorite activity among girls, especially when accompanied by someone they cherish. Dressed in a refreshing casual outfit that perfectly accentuated her exquisite figure, her long legs adorned with high heels, her enchanting face radiated happiness and sweetness, as she entwined her arm with Jun Xiaoyao's. "Darling, next time you embark on your journey, could you please take us along?" Mu Wanjun gazed up at Jun Xiaoyao with her innocent face, softly inquiring. She could not bear the thought of being separated from him. His presence was deeply cherished, and she longed to share in both the joys and tribulations of their lives together. "Rest assured, when I next leave Earth, I shall bring you both with me," Jun Xiaoyao assured her, having already devised a plan. During this period, he intended to meticulously construct their sanctuary within the Yuan realm, creating a warm and inviting home that mirrored the lifestyle they cherished on Earth. Admittedly, this endeavor would require considerable manpower and would be a monumental undertaking. However, He was abundantly equipped with wealth and resources, and he intended to recruit individuals of exceptional talent to assist in the construction. Those who performed admirably could be nurtured in the Shanguan region. Really? Mu Wanyun was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Jun Xiaoyao. Initially, her comment had been a mere whimsical desire, not a demand. She had no intention of pressuring him. Yet, to her surprise, Jun Xiaoyao had readily acquiesced. This revelation left her in a state of shock. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was not one to deceive nor jest about such matters. His words held true significance. Would this not place an undue burden upon him? While she had reached the Earth Lord realm, her daughter was merely 3 years old. It seemed impractical to undertake this journey with a child. You need not worry, Jun Xiaoyao replied with a mysterious smile that left Mu Wanyun momentarily speechless. Just then, she was enveloped by an enigmatic force, and in an instant, she vanished from her spot, reappearing in a world saturated with pure spiritual energy, one that was 100 times more potent than that of Earth. Furthermore, it was infused with celestial energy and an even more profound and mysterious essence. For martial artists, this realm was undoubtedly a sacred sanctuary. A sweep of his consciousness revealed an infinite expanse, the vastness of which was beyond comprehension. Chapter 188. The West abandons Earth and begins a great evacuation. What is this place? Mu Wanjun exclaimed in astonishment, nearly gasping aloud, her small hand instinctively covering her mouth. She had a vague understanding that this must be Jun Xiaoyao's independent world. However, the sheer magnitude of this realm was astonishing, and the purity and richness of the spiritual energy within surpassed all imagination. In her previous life as a true immortal, she had encountered independent worlds. Yet those realms were inhospitable to life, primarily serving as storage spaces or at best, akin to spiritual herb gardens. Moreover, such independent worlds were quite unstable and exceedingly small, born from spatial rifts. In comparison to the world before her, they were utterly insignificant. Could it be? This is not merely an independent world, but rather a dimension or perhaps a secret realm. This is the Yuan realm, a complete independent world, equivalent to 100,000 times the size of Earth, with spiritual energy 100 times more potent, containing 50% of immortal essence and 30% of sacred essence. I shall designate this area of 10 million miles as our homeland. Henceforth, we can construct a world that belongs to us. Jun Xiaoyao's voice resonated as a virtual figure appeared beside Mu Wanjun. His true form could not enter the Yuan realm unless he ascended to godhood or cultivated an external incarnation. That's wonderful, my love. You cannot enter this world? Mu Wanjun gazed at the virtual Jun Xiaoyao, brimming with excitement, before finally inquiring. My true form cannot enter unless I become a deity, Jun Xiaoyao replied. As he spoke, he unfurled the sacred city of the sovereign, which immediately occupied 1/10 of the homeland area, a city of divine splendor, dreamlike and extraordinarily beautiful. My dear, I wish to transform this place into a 2.0 version of Earth, Mu Wanjun declared, her mind already conjuring ideas. If this location were to become their home, it would necessitate a complete ecological system. Living here in isolation would be devoid of meaning and detrimental to Wanjun's growth. Indeed, I have already devised a plan to bring scientists and engineers from Earth, allowing those who have contributed to Huaxia to enjoy their twilight years here, while their offspring may thrive within. Those who perform well can be nurtured with greater focus. You shall oversee this matter. I will provide you with a time-space transmission portal. Jun Xiaoyao's virtual figure guided Mu Wanjun through the sacred city of the sovereign, conversing as they strolled, articulating his vision. Very well, to create a complete ecological system, industrial circle, and supply chain, we will need at least 10 million people. For now, we shall refrain from utilizing the sacred city of the sovereign. Even when we do, it will be inhabited by martial artists. The new world requires a fresh beginning. Mu Wanjun was filled with immense joy. Having ascended to the earthly sovereign level, she was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this world, where her safety was assured. However, she harbored a personal ambition to cultivate a complete ecological system and industrial chain that would benefit her daughter's growth. It was inconceivable to allow her to exist in isolation, as such solitude would lead to a reclusive demeanor. This arrangement was indeed within her control. After the Earth's protection period, more individuals would enter the Yuan realm. As Jun Xiaoyao remarked, The ethereal figure lingered with Mu Wanjun in the Yuan realm for a full hour before departing. Event triggered. The master entrusts a portion of the Yuan realm to Mu Wanjun for management, rewarding her with 50,000,000 points. With a swift motion, Mu Wanjun emerged from the Yuan realm, reappearing beside Jun Xiaoyao. At that moment, she was still in a state of astonishment. The two continued their shopping. By 10 o'clock in the evening, they returned home, where Wan'er was already asleep. Jun Xiaoyao and Mu Wanjun went to their bedroom to bathe and retire for the night. After a long separation of 6 months, the reunion was filled with yearning and desire. That night, the two indulged passionately until Mu Wanjun finally begged for mercy, curling up in Jun Xiaoyao's embrace and drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, in the west, within the Bermuda Triangle, a rift 20 miles wide manifested in the void during the dead of night. Following its emergence, a multitude of colossal warships materialized, numbering in the hundreds. Soon, a mysterious beam of light appeared, connecting the ground to the ships. Countless Westerners entered the light, ultimately being transported aboard the vessels. Once filled, the ships surged into the depths of the rift. Within a mere 5 minutes, news of the events in the West spread across the globe. Concurrently, the celestial ranking displayed the following information. The West abandons its terrestrial home and commences a mass evacuation. Destination: Kemuxing. From this day forth, they shall no longer belong to Earth. The information echoed throughout the planet. What? With only 3 months remaining in the protection period, the West had discovered an alternative planet. Unfortunately, only Westerners were permitted to travel there. It was rumored that substantial costs could enable others to reach Kemuxing. How enviable! It became evident that the Westerners were not part of Earth's civilization. Their presence on Earth was driven by ulterior motives, aimed at obstructing the advancement of earthly civilization. Now that Earth was entering a fantastical realm with only 3 months left in its protection period, they had no choice but to evacuate. It was no wonder that the United States had perpetually disrupted global peace, hindering our development. Now that Earth was nearing the end of its protection period, they sought to flee. It was said that Kemuxing had approached Earth 2 millennia ago. However, its civilization was far superior, eluding detection by Earth's inhabitants. Notably, Kemuxing was 100 times the size of Earth. At this moment, the world was ablaze with excitement. Voices of debate reverberate across the globe. Some are filled with anger, while others are steeped in envy. This night is destined to be one of turmoil. With 3 billion souls on Earth, no one shall find solace in sleep. For in 3 months, the grace period of our planet shall come to an end. At that juncture, Earth will be fully exposed to the realm of fantasy, a domain of unparalleled might. Can Earth possibly withstand such an overwhelming force? Clearly, it is an impossibility. In a bid to evade the trampling of the powerful from the fantasy world, the Western nations retreat. Yet, other countries on Earth find themselves incapacitated, resigned to a fate of inaction. 3 months is but a fleeting moment. Under such circumstances, who can still find rest? Who can remain undisturbed? In Huaxia, in the capital of Kyoto, the planet Kemuxing has already been claimed. We are no longer entitled to approach it. Had it been an unclaimed celestial body, we could have sought entry to Kemuxing. But what then shall become of Huaxia? Should the billions of descendants of Yin and Huang simply allow themselves to be trampled by the forces from other realms after 3 months? Regrettably, the nearest unclaimed life-bearing planet lies too far from Earth. With our current technology, mass relocation is utterly unattainable. He oversees technological advancements. In recent years, Huaxia's progress has surged as if in wild growth. Permanent bases have been established on the Moon, Jupiter, and Mars. Furthermore, travel to the Moon and Mars has become feasible. 2 decades ago, we discovered a life-sustaining planet that could serve as a replacement for Earth, yet its distance renders it inaccessible. Even the swiftest spacecraft would require 5 years for the journey, and each vessel can only accommodate 200 individuals. Presently, Huaxia possesses merely 3 such ships, prepared for the transfer to preserve the ember of our civilization. This is a matter of national destiny, even if it demands every ounce of our strength. We cannot allow the illustrious civilization of Huaxia to vanish into the annals of time. Observing that there is no other recourse, the speaker, although unnamed, represents a figure of profound significance. The singular sage revered globally, the soul of Huaxia, its backbone, known as the Heavenly Emperor Sage, Jun Tiandi. That individual has transcended the ordinary. It is uncertain whether he possesses any means or counsel. Alas, for the sake of Huaxia, I must intrude upon his presence. With a sigh, I acknowledge that, unless absolutely necessary, I would not dare disrupt such a divine existence. Chapter 189. You are unaware of the events from last night. Please contact the security office. Ji Qingwu is in Jiangnan City. Number 6 spoke up. Subsequently, an order was given, and a phone call was made to the security office. Meanwhile, efforts were being made to gain access to the planet Wei Muxing. Other nations have reached out to their ambassadors, negotiating with the West, all with the same aim, to secure entry into Wei Muxing. That night, the eyes of high-ranking officials around the globe were fixed upon the West. Numerous elite families also began to leverage their connections, paying a steep price to emigrate to the West. The following day, dawn broke, and a message emerged from the West. Only the West could access Wei Muxing. Those who had immigrated there would be relegated to the status of fourth-class citizens. Wei Muxing is a domain exclusive to the West, not to be shared with other nations. This news spread across the globe, plunging countless individuals into despair. Fourth-class citizens? What distinguishes them from slaves? This is clearly a refusal to allow people from other nations entry into Wei Muxing. Alas, if only I had the resources, I too would have emigrated. What will the world look like 3 months from now? It was only after the message from the West that nations truly discerned the true face of the West. Or perhaps, in truth, every country had long since seen through the facade of the West. It was merely that the West was too powerful, leaving them with no choice but to bow in subservience. In the Sunshine community, within the bedroom, Jun Xiaoyao remained nestled beside Mu Wanjun in slumber. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon seeing Ji Qingwu's call, Jun Xiaoyao pressed the answer button, and on the other end, Ji Qingwu's sweet, melodious voice resonated. Jun Xiaoyao responded, awaiting her words. Are you with Sister Wanjun? Ji Qingwu inquired. Yes, Jun Xiaoyao replied. They contacted me, asking if you could make a trip to Kyoto. Ji Qingwu stated directly. This was meant to be confidential. Yet for her, no secret was more important than the bond of sisterhood. Mu Wanjun was not only Jun Xiaoyao's fiancée, but also his beloved wife, and she would never conceal anything from her. What has happened? Jun Xiaoyao probed. Generally, such an urgent communication implied a matter of great significance. Coincidentally, he also had news to share. You are unaware, aren't you? A spatial rift appeared in the West last night, and Wei Muxing evacuated Westerners. However, the West is prohibiting individuals from other nations from entering Wei Muxing. They asked if you had any suggestions. Ji Qingwu's expression turned serious. Indeed, you are still in the dark about the events of last night. The entire world knows. Except for you. What on earth are you and Sister Wanjun doing? Oh, take me to Kyoto at noon, Jun Xiaoyao remarked. All right, I will wait for you. I shall not disturb you any longer, Ji Qingwu replied, chuckling as she ended the call. On the bed, Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback. Unable to fully process the exchange, while in his arms, Mu Wanjun clearly understood the jest, evident from her reaction. This girl, Jun Xiaoyao tossed his phone aside, turning his gaze towards Mu Wanjun, whose cheeks flushed a rosy hue. At 28, she was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding a mature allure. Despite being a mother, she retained the bashfulness of a young girl. After their brief encounter, she had separated from Jun Xiaoyao, and by the time they reunited 4 years later, she had given birth to Wanner. After freshening up, they emerged from the room to find their little daughter seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Daddy, Mommy, Mu Qingwan greeted them joyfully. You're up so early, Wanner. Come here, let Daddy give you a hug, Jun Xiaoyao said, moving towards her and lifting her into his arms. Daddy, it's already 8 o'clock. I still need to go to kindergarten, Mu Qingwan pouted playfully, expressing her dissatisfaction. It was Monday, and she had to attend kindergarten. All right, we will take you to kindergarten after breakfast, Jun Xiaoyao assured her, as he began to eat. Once Mu Wanjun finished tidying up, she joined Jun Xiaoyao at the table, and the family of 3 shared their meal. Following breakfast, Mu Wanjun drove them towards the kindergarten. Wife, what about your company? Jun Xiaoyao inquired as they exited the kindergarten. Having forgotten to ask her about it the previous day, I have entrusted the company to the general manager, Mu Wanjun replied softly, leaning against Jun Xiaoyao. I previously could not cultivate, so I worked hard to provide for Wanner, wanting to ensure she had a carefree life. Now that you are back, I wish to focus on being with our daughter and supporting you. I might occasionally practice or find ways to pass the time. Now, with Jun Xiaoyao entrusting her with the task of constructing a world, she found herself with a renewed sense of purpose. This is the teleportation gate, Jun Xiaoyao said, revealing a golden jade slip in his hand. The slip emanated an aura of mysterious power, embodying the laws of space and time. It was a portal he had opened from the original realm, allowing entry to the home region and ordinary areas. Although the original realm was divided into 10 zones, each was substantial, with the smallest home region being equivalent to 1,000 Earths in size. Rest assured, I will conduct thorough assessments of all personnel entering. Absolutely no questionable individuals will be permitted. Mu Wanyun carefully took the jade slip and stored it away with utmost caution. It is important to note that this is the portal to the Yuan realm, an invaluable treasure. However, even if others possess this jade slip, they cannot access the Yuan realm, for Jun Xiaoyao is the true sovereign of that domain. Furthermore, once one enters the Yuan realm, all is under his dominion. Take me back to Longquan Mountain, Jun Xiaoyao commanded. As he spoke, he had already settled into the passenger seat. Simultaneously, he retrieved his phone and began browsing through the day's information, which predominantly revolved around the massive evacuation in the West and discussions regarding the Earth's protection period. Observing this information, Jun Xiaoyao maintained an impassive demeanor, for to him, these matters held little significance. Chapter 190. Only 3 months left. Shall we step inside for a moment? Upon arriving at Longquan Mountain, Jun Xiaoyao inquired earnestly, for Mu Wanjun was not only his fiancée, but also the mother of his daughter. And this place was her home. No, thank you, Mu Wanjun replied, shaking her head with a smile. She then drove away as Jun Xiaoyao entered through the gate and made his way towards the villa. Brother Xiaoyao. Before reaching the villa, he heard Ji Qingwu's voice. And soon a figure clad in crimson rushed towards him, enveloped in a fragrant breeze. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, allowing Ji Qingwu to take his hand. Master Jun, brother. Upon arriving at the villa, Tian, Youzi, and the others were present, each greeting him warmly. Upon seeing Shanguan Yuer and Qingling, Jun Xiaoyao paused in surprise. They had changed out of their traditional attire and donned modern clothes, their lovely faces and perfect figures accentuated by long, graceful legs, making them a delightful sight. They appeared to have embraced this lifestyle wholeheartedly. Young Lady Youzi, please reach out to our relatives and friends. It is time to prepare for the transfer to the origin realm. This operation must be conducted discreetly. I have entrusted Wanjun with this matter as she possesses a teleportation gate. You are all adept in business and familiar with such affairs. I leave the arrangements in your capable hands. I shall be heading to Kyoto with Qingwu, Jun Xiaoyao instructed, beginning the arrangements. Of course, this is merely a precautionary measure to facilitate the relocation of our relatives and friends to the origin realm, allowing them to acclimate to their new surroundings and establish a new home, Tian Youzi assured him, nodding obediently. By the way, why must the West evacuate? Is it not feasible to go to the blood refinement realm? Jun Xiaoyao pondered curiously, questioning why the West insisted on going to Weimu Star instead of the blood refinement realm, which housed 9 lesser worlds that could easily conceal Earthlings and allow for discreet development. Brother, 3 months ago, the teleportation towers to the blood refinement realm and the Hell realm were shut down, preventing anyone from leaving Earth. Furthermore, those who ventured out for training were all brought back within that period, Su Mingyao explained. Oh, so it was 3 months ago that the teleportation towers to the blood refinement and Hell realms were sealed by a golden light. Earthlings could only return but had no means of departure. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao, in the distant sacred sovereign world, had access to a teleportation gate on the heaven ranking, which had spared him from being drawn back by that golden light. It seemed that after the protection period, unforeseen events were bound to unfold. Youzi, please contact Wanjun first. Qingwu and I will head to Kyoto, Jun Xiaoyao said, feeling a weight in his heart after digesting this information. What will transpire in a century? Will it be a boon or a bane for Earth? Time is of the essence. Only 3 months remain. There is no further delay. Having spoken, he departed alongside Ji Qingwu, where 2 9th-generation aircraft awaited them at the entrance of Longquan Mountain. In truth, with his formidable prowess, traversing from Jiangnan City to Kyoto would take but an instant. Yet, such a leap was unnecessary, for utilizing it would deplete the Earth's spiritual energy significantly and disrupt the spatial fabric of the planet. Triggered event: the Master and Ji Qingwu journey to Kyoto. Reward points. 50,000,000. My dear, Ji Qingwu remarked, the spatial stability of Earth has long been compromised over the past 6 months. A withering aura has emerged. Having lived 2 lifetimes, her cultivation was inferior to Jun Xiaoyao's, yet her insights surpassed his. She discerned an ominous decay enveloping the Earth, a sensation akin to a life force reaching its twilight. This feeling, however, is often imperceptible. Frequently, when vitality wanes, an unprecedented prosperity may instead surface, reminiscent of the fleeting brilliance before death. 3 months, merely 3 months remain for Earth to fully integrate into the fantastical realm. Should it merely blend in without an abundance of resources or treasures, the formidable beings would have no reason to descend upon it. In such a case, Earth would be relatively safe. Of course, even if powerful entities sought to wreak havoc upon Earth, they would have to weigh their own capabilities carefully, Jun Xiaoyao asserted, his gaze resolute. Indeed, given his current circumstances, even if Earth faced obliteration, he could discreetly conceal himself within the fantastical realm and swiftly ascend in power. He lacked neither resources nor treasures, nor innate talent. One could say, aside from the scarcity of time, he was devoid of nothing. However, Earth was his home, and he could never relinquish it so easily. My concerns lie not with the trampling of ordinary powers, but rather with the specter of war. I have heard tales of several super empires embroiled in ceaseless conflict, which devastates the lives and lands of their own dominions. Therefore, these superpowers have agreed to confine their battlegrounds to weaker kingdoms. Previously, before Earth's entry into the fantastical realm, humanity had only detected lifeless planets. Now, with the transition, numerous worlds, great and small, have emerged. Ji Qingwu spoke softly, her expression earnest, for she had witnessed this in her past life. The demon emperor of the 5th demon domain commanded millions of beings, yet chose to wage battles beyond his dominion. Not solely her, the empress of Taishan, Tian Luobing, acted similarly. She and Tian Luobing clashed without encroaching upon their own territories. She wished to keep her secret of being the reincarnation of the demon emperor concealed, so she merely stated that she had heard of it. Your implications suggest a scenario where Earth might descend into a battlefield. As Jun Xiaoyao listened, an involuntary shiver ran through him, and he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. This was indeed the outcome he feared the most and wished to avoid, for he could not control the entire fantastical realm. An hour later, in Kyoto, the 9th-generation aircraft landed safely. Ji Qingwu, accompanied by Jun Xiaoyao, proceeded toward a secure location. With Ji Qingwu leading the way, they encountered no obstacles. And who would dare to impede the Emperor of Heaven? Soon, they arrived at a clandestine conference room. Upon entering, Jun Xiaoyao and Ji Qingwu found a dozen individuals already seated within. Jun Xiaoyao was aware that the person speaking was the leader of the secure location, who addressed him. Mr. Jun, we have no choice but to disturb you. The others also rose to greet Jun Xiaoyao, recognizing his status beyond that of an ordinary individual, for he was now a sage. Initially, I had no intention of coming. I understand why you summoned me. And I have but one message. Pay no heed to the actions in the West. Perhaps their departure will prove beneficial for the world. What we must focus on now is the relocation of those with promise, Jun Xiaoyao stated directly, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Among the gathered individuals, he noted with surprise that 3 were of the respectful rank and 1 of the earthly rank. Chapter 191. The elder of the Ji family, may I inquire? Young Master Jun, to where shall we be relocated? The speaker was the sole elder of the earthly venerable rank, representing the martial prowess of the Huaxia government. You shall see for yourselves. With a casual wave of his hand, Jun Xiaoyao made for venerable elders vanish without a trace. Though the onlookers were taken aback, their composure remained intact, for they were well aware of Jun Xiaoyao's celestial abilities and had long grown accustomed to such displays. Moments later, the 4 venerable elders reappeared in their respective seats, their expressions fluctuating with astonishment. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Young Master Jun, are you intending to relocate everyone? Inquired the earthly venerable elder. As a martial powerhouse, he addressed Jun Xiaoyao in accordance with the conventions of the fantastical realm, referring to him as young master rather than sir. The relocation is not for you to dictate. I have already made arrangements in Jiangnan. Let me share a figure with you. 30 million workers, 1 million engineers and scientists, and 5 million elite individuals from various industries. excluding business elites. Those who have made contributions to Huaxia shall be relocated. Furthermore, each individual may bring their children and 4 immediate relatives. No entertainers, no immigrants. And no connections shall be permitted, Jun Xiaoyao stated matter-of-factly. He sought to assemble the elite capable of building a new world, rather than those who relied on nepotism and connections. Having spoken, he closed his eyes, allowing time for the others to deliberate and converse. Subsequently, the 4 venerable elders recounted their experiences, describing a celestial realm that dwarfed Earth by 1,000-fold, with spiritual energy 100 times greater than that of Earth. Now, Jun Xiaoyao was inviting Earthlings to construct a new home within this paradise. Is it truly so? Splendid. Very well. We shall adhere to all that young Master Jun has decreed. There shall be no connections or entertainers, no immigrants. We shall fully cooperate with you, young Master, to ensure the continuation of Huaxia's civilization. In comparison, the planet Wei-Mu was utterly insignificant next to that world. Young Master, may we visit this realm now? Excitement erupted within the conference room. Yes, indeed, Jun Xiaoyao affirmed with a nod, and a radiant light enveloped the room. In an instant, all present vanished, only to reappear in the realm of Yuanshi. After 10 minutes, everyone returned to the conference room. Young Master, is it true that Earth cannot be preserved? That world is truly exceptional, a realm long yearned for by humanity. Yet, Earth is our first home. The thought of relinquishing it is undeniably heart-wrenching. The people of Huaxia hold deep sentiments and cherish their heritage, embodying a civilization steeped in emotional profundity. It remains uncertain for the time being. As a descendant of the illustrious Huaxia Yanhuang, I harbor no intention of relinquishing this planet. I shall strive with all my might, and if salvation proves unattainable, I will endeavor to safeguard my kin. Until the conclusion unfolds, the relocation must not cease. The secrets harbored here are best kept shrouded from the light of day. Upon finishing his words, Jun Xiaoyao strode directly out of the conference room, with Ji Qingwu trailing silently beside him. Brother Xiaoyao, shall we return to Jiangnan now? She inquired as they exited the secure area. Her small face brimmed with anticipation, those lively, enchanting eyes fixed on Jun Xiaoyao. With the grace of a goddess and the charm of a young maiden, she appeared utterly captivating in that moment. What is on your mind? Jun Xiaoyao questioned, playfully pinching her exquisite visage. She resembled a little enchantress. Brother Xiaoyao, I wish to visit home to facilitate their relocation. Would that be all right? Ji Qingwu implored, shaking his arm with her delicate hand, her luscious lips forming a slight pout as she playfully beseeched him. In her previous life, she was the demon empress of the 5th demon domain, supreme, ruthless, decisive, and devoid of mercy. Yet in this life, her essence remains largely unchanged. Save for one distinction, she has experienced love. While she can be merciless and resolute, before Jun Xiaoyao, she can always embody tenderness, indulging in playful whims. Moreover, she is merely 18, still a girl, cherished by her parents since childhood, which has allowed her to experience a different reality than in her past life. What she has gained in this life is precisely what she yearned for yet could not attain in her previous existence. Now, thoughts of her family crossed her mind. Could I possibly refuse? Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Event triggered. The master agrees to Ji Qingwu's request, awarding 100 million points. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao. Ji Qingwu exclaimed joyously, her small hand reaching out to grasp his. Instantly, her heart raced, her mind blank, as if electrified, leaving her entire being stiff and powerless. She felt a mixture of nervousness and shyness as a delicate blush graced her stunning face. This marked the second occasion they held hands, and despite their previous intimate encounters, she still felt a wave of shyness and anxiety envelop her. The Ji family, the foremost family in Huaxia, is also the most discreet. Few are aware of their existence. Yet within the realm of commerce, they hold significant sway, controlling 13 trillion yuan enterprises. Ji Qingwu tugged at Jun Xiaoyao's hand as they walked down the street, opting not to take a vehicle. Half an hour later, they arrived at a traditional courtyard. Brother Xiaoyao, this is my home. My parents and the elder are inside. Ji Qingwu said with delight, her small face radiant with joy. A perpetual smile radiated sweetness. The courtyard, a traditional Sihiyuan, belonged to a wealthy family. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, acknowledging the truth. Indeed, in the capital, such Sihiyuan is exorbitantly priced, often beyond the reach of mere wealth. However, considering the status of the Ji family, residing in such a place was entirely reasonable. It cannot compare to our Longquan mountain. If Brother Xiaoyao desires, I could persuade my father to procure a residence for you. What do you think? Ji Qingwu jested, fully embracing Longquan mountain as her own. Never mind. I have grown accustomed to Longquan mountain, Jun Xiaoyao replied with a smile. While the Sihuan was delightful, it paled in comparison to his Longquan mountain, lacking not only in grandeur, but also in sheer space. Father, mother, old man. He knocked on the door. Upon entering the Sihuan, he was greeted by an ambience steeped in antiquity, exuding the essence of a scholarly lineage, starkly different from the martial families he was accustomed to. This contrast evoked a peculiar sensation within Jun Xiaoyao. In the courtyard, beneath the grape trellis, an elderly gentleman conversed with a man in his 40s, seemingly engaged in discussions of significance. Qingwu has returned, exclaimed the middle-aged man, his eyes lighting up at the sight of his cherished daughter, whom they treasured like a fragile gem. Upon seeing Ji Qingwu, the father-son duo greeted her with palpable joy. However, the elder's delight surged even further upon the arrival of Jun Xiaoyao, nearly prompting him to leap with glee. Yet, the middle-aged man scrutinized Jun Xiaoyao intently, his discomfort evident, for his little darling had found herself a suitor. Chapter 192. The elder of the Ji family breaks through to semi-saint greetings, uncle. Greetings, elder. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward, extending a courteous salutation, devoid of any pretense, resembling a future son-in-law meeting his prospective father-in-law. Witnessing this scene, Ji Qingwu felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart, aware that Jun Xiaoyao's actions were for her sake. After all, he was the illustrious Jun Tian, a celestial sage who had ascended to the realm of the great saint, yet he humbled himself so readily. Ding! Event triggered. Master meets Ji Qingwu's family. Reward, 100 million points. Please, come and sit. Mingcheng will brew tea, the elder exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Jun Xiaoyao's greeting, yet soon filled with immense joy as he gestured for him to take a seat. He instructed his son to prepare the tea. Fully cognizant of the remarkable individual Jun Xiaoyao was, and recognizing that such respectful treatment surpassed his expectations, it quickly dawned on him that this was undoubtedly linked to his granddaughter. Thank you, elder. Thank you, uncle. Jun Xiaoyao expressed his gratitude politely before settling down. Ji Qingwu longed to nestle beside him, but the elder playfully sent her to the kitchen to lend a hand. Before long, Jun Xiaoyao found himself engaged in a conversation typical of a father-in-law and future son-in-law. Although Ji Mingcheng was exceedingly polite, he couldn't refrain from peppering Jun Xiaoyao with questions, leaving him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Nevertheless, he maintained his courteous demeanor, pondering curiously whether Ji Mingcheng was unaware of the engagement between him and Qingwu. When he glanced at the elder, he feigned ignorance, making it clear that he alone knew of their betrothal, while the others remained oblivious. Xiaoyao, how did your matters in Kyoto unfold? After a lengthy interval, Ji Mingcheng finally ceased his barrage of questions, allowing the elder to take his turn. Elder, everything has been resolved, Jun Xiaoyao replied. Naturally, this was initially confidential. However, the Ji family would inevitably learn of it, considering that 2 members of their core team were from the Ji family, and one was present at that moment. Do elaborate. The elder inquired, his curiosity piqued. This was a matter of great significance concerning the future of Huaxia civilization and the heritage of the nation. The current situation was beyond human resolution, yet he spoke of it so nonchalantly. Indeed, while human efforts may falter, he was not merely human, he was a sage. By openly constructing a path while secretly maneuvering, we need not concern ourselves with the West. We shall execute a dual transfer. Part will proceed to the Andromeda galaxy, while the remainder will relocate elsewhere. Furthermore, although the protective period for Earth is nearing its end, this may not necessarily spell disaster. Huaxia civilization has flourished through adversity over millennia. Often, good things come from trials, Jun Xiaoyao articulated. Oh, to journey towards Andromeda, with the pinnacle of Huaxia's spaceship technology, would require at least 5 years. Moreover, according to the information I have received, there exists but a single vessel capable of such a voyage, with 2 additional ships on standby. By the way, you mentioned relocating? Where to? I am intrigued, gazing with curiosity at Jun Xiaoyao. Relocation is imperative, as it pertains to the continuity of Huaxia civilization. With a wave of his hand, Jun Xiaoyao rendered the elder and Ji Mingsheng before him invisible. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a realm akin to the divine, with a magnificent floating celestial city not far off. What is this? The elder was utterly astonished. He was a formidable martial artist, the sole Tianzuan realm practitioner on Earth. Witnessing this scene rendered him speechless. The bottleneck that had plagued him for 30 years began to loosen at this moment. With a thunderous sound, the space trembled. The elder's realm experienced a direct breakthrough, ascending to the lower half-saint level. "Father, you have broken through," Ji Mingcheng exclaimed, equally astonished by the transformation in his father, overwhelmed by the wonders of this extraordinary world. His father had been stuck at a bottleneck for 3 decades, and yet in mere seconds, he had achieved a breakthrough. Haha, I have finally transcended. A half-saint. This is the legendary half-saint. I can live for another 500 years. Xiaoyao, thank you. By the way, what is this place? The spiritual energy here is at least 100 times that of Earth, infused with a mysterious aura that facilitated my direct breakthrough. The elder was so elated that he felt like leaping into the air. A half-saint. All his aspirations had finally liberated him from the mundane, placing one foot upon the sacred realm. Given his previous situation, he would have lived for another 20 to 30 years before facing the end. But now, having transcended to half-saint, he could confidently expect to live for 500 or 600 years. Moreover, with diligent cultivation in this realm, he had the potential to become a true saint, making a lifespan of 10,000 years attainable. Half-saint. Father, congratulations. Ji Mingxing rejoiced immensely, aware that his father's existence was pivotal to the future of the Ji family. After all, he was the only Tianzuan on Earth. It could be said that before the emergence of Jun Tiandi, the elder was the strongest being on Earth, feared even by the Western deities. It was due to the elder's presence that the Ji family thrived. Yet, considering his father's prior condition, he had been expected to live only another 2 or 3 decades. After his father's passing, while the Ji family would not collapse, they would face formidable threats and challenges. Now, however, with his father achieving sainthood, the Ji family would maintain dominion over Earth for the coming centuries. Old man, this place is called the Yuanshe realm. The realm you behold spans an expanse equivalent to 1,000 Earths. I intend to transform this place into an entirely new world, a realm devoid of conflict and strife. At present, however, only a select few have entered this sanctuary, remarked Jun Xiaoyao. Upon finishing his statement, he summoned the elder and Ji Mingxing forth. 1,000 Earths in size. How splendid. What are your specific plans? Inquired the elder, his curiosity piqued. Immediately after, he felt a twinge of regret for his inquiry. His countenance tinged with embarrassment, for such matters were Jun Xiaoyao's closely guarded secrets, not to be casually probed. Alas, his insatiable curiosity momentarily got the better of him. Everything has been meticulously arranged. 30 million workers, 1 million scientists and engineers, along with their children and 4 direct relatives, will enter to forge a new homeland. Those who have contributed to Huaxiao will have the opportunity to retire in this haven. My visit to you, old sir, is precisely for this purpose, to allow a select group of talented and promising individuals to enter, Jun Xiaoyao articulated with measured calmness. His words were clear. Only a handful of gifted and promising souls would be granted entry, including members of the Ji family. Not everyone would be allowed inside. Now I can rest easy. Huaxiao is fortunate to have you. And the elder was overwhelmed with excitement, having just tasted the sweetness of this prospect, yearning for that world as if it were a paradise. Even if a celestial realm were to appear before him, he would prefer to venture into that newly envisioned world, one that remains in its primal state, unconstructed, where he could build his own haven and pursue cultivation. Father, Brother Xiaoyao, it's time for dinner. Ji Qingwu called out joyfully, rushing to Jun Xiaoyao's side, her small hand grasping his. This elicited a darkening of Ji Mingqing's expression. A daughter of such beauty should not be so easily left unguarded. Fortunately, this young man before him was quite exceptional. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have opposed the situation. Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Zhou, Jun Xiaoyao greeted Ji Qingwu's mother. Prior to this, Ji Qingwu had introduced her family members. Her mother, Zhou Yushi, appeared to be merely 30 years old, serene and embodying the grace of a noble lady. Chapter 193. My bones are still sturdy enough to embrace my great-grandchildren Xiao Jun. Do not stand on ceremony. Come and savor Aunt Zhou's culinary skills. Zhou Yushi observed Jun Xiaoyao with keen interest. In truth, she had been silently assessing him from a distance in the kitchen, growing increasingly pleased with what she saw. In her heart, she had already accepted him as her son-in-law. The family atmosphere was filled with warmth and harmony. Jun Xiaoyao's bowl was overflowing with dishes, served by Ji Qingwu and Zhou Yushi. After the meal, Ji Qingwu and Jun Xiaoyao ventured out for a stroll, promising to return by nightfall. Mei Cheng, I entrust this matter to you. Let the third one assist you. Initially, admit 1,000 individuals, and it is preferable that they engage only in construction rather than cultivation within. However, be meticulous in your selection. There must be no oversights. Individuals of such high caliber as him do not appreciate favoritism. The elder addressed Ji Mingsheng with a serious demeanor. I understand, Ji Mingsheng replied with a nod. Globally, all eyes were fixated on the West, filled with envy as they witnessed the Westerners' exodus. Beyond envy, there was little recourse. Statistically, within a mere day, 470 million Westerners had evacuated. If this trend continued, within 2 months, all Westerners could potentially leave Earth. From this moment forth, while the West would still exist, it would be devoid of its people, leaving no trace of its civilization or race. Simultaneously, a fervor for emigration swept across the globe, as countless elite individuals from various nations paid a steep price to migrate to the West, settling on Kwai-Mu Star. Among the emigrants, Huaxiao accounted for 1/3. Reports indicated that within just one day, 1 million individuals had completed their immigration paperwork. This phenomenon perplexed many in Huaxia and even other countries, igniting curiosity as to why Huaxia did not impede the immigration. Was it to preserve Huaxia's civilization? This notion held some merit, especially considering that in 3 months, Earth would no longer have a protection period, leaving its future uncertain. At the very least, the lineage of Huaxia's civilization would endure. On the same day, a global announcement emerged. The ferry spacecraft had launched, carrying 538 elite individuals, all aged between 18 and 40. The spacecraft was stocked with samples and seeds from across the globe. This news exacerbated the chaos worldwide, as it became evident that Huaxia's actions were aimed at ensuring the continuity of civilization, corroborating the fact that significant upheaval might occur post-protection period. Jun Xiaoyao and Ji Qingwu returned from their evening outing at 9 o'clock, having reveled in the splendor of Kyoto. Upon arriving at the Sihiyuan, the elder was still awake, seemingly awaiting Jun Xiaoyao's return. Old man, what scheme are you concocting? Ji Qingwu inquired, well aware of her grandfather's nature. She sensed he had matters to discuss with Jun Xiaoyao, and in her heart, while her grandfather held great importance, Jun Xiaoyao held an even more significant place. Jun Xiaoyao is indeed her sole reliance, her man. Ah, Xiaoyao, I find it exceedingly challenging to enhance my cultivation here on Earth. Perhaps I should first practice in the Yuan realm. Moreover, I can oversee those young ones from the Ji family. The old man spoke awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Old sir, for now, there is no necessity for you to elevate your cultivation. It would be far more advantageous to master a suitable treasure, Jun Xiaoyao replied with a smile. This old fellow seems to have lost his mind with the desire to cultivate. Having just broken through, he wishes to ascend once more? As he spoke, with a flick of his hand, 9 supreme sacred artifacts materialized before them, an assortment of blades, spears, swords, and halberds. Xiaoyao is right, the old man exclaimed, selecting a long sword with great delight. Previously, he had only wielded a spiritual weapon, but now, with mastery over a sacred artifact, his strength would multiply exponentially. Are you satisfied now, old man? Ji Qingwu teased with a smile. Quite satisfied. Now, you two should rest. By the way, while my bones are still sturdy, I can still carry a great-grandchild. The old man joyfully stowed away his treasure, waving his hand to signal Jun Xiaoyao and Ji Qingwu to return to their rooms, while also slipping in a remark about great-grandchildren. Grandfather you. Ji Qingwu's face flushed a deep crimson, utterly embarrassed. Why would you say such things? Jun Xiaoyao and I are merely boyfriend and girlfriend. We have yet to reach that stage. Qingwu, little Jun, are you hungry? At that moment, Zhou Yushi emerged from her room, her intent unmistakable. If they were not hungry, they should retire for the night. She did not mention preparing a room for Jun Xiaoyao, clearly implying he should sleep in Ji Qingwu's quarters. This made Ji Qingwu even more flustered, leaving her at a loss for words. And Zhou, we are not hungry. Jun Xiaoyao replied, a hint of frustration evident. If we were hungry, Would you cook for us? Why rush us to bed? Especially when it involves sharing a room with your precious daughter? You both seem weary. It would be best to retire early. The bedding has been prepared for you. With that, Zhou Yushi smiled and returned to her room, leaving Jun Xiaoyao and Ji Qingwu feeling awkward and unsure of what to do. What now? Shall we sleep? After a moment's pause, Jun Xiaoyao spoke, but he was uncertain of where the room was. He turned his gaze towards Ji Qingwu. Ji Qingwu nodded, her head lowered, avoiding direct eye contact with Jun Xiaoyao. Her delicate earlobes were flushed, and as she spoke, she took his hand and led him to her room. Upon entering, they were greeted by a warm atmosphere. The spacious, soft bed was adorned with several delightful cartoon toys, all quite charming. Jun Xiaoyao alleviated the awkwardness and tension, finally breaking the silence. However, once he spoke, Ji Qingwu's delicate face flushed even deeper, for it seemed rather childish to still favor cartoon toys at such an age. I'm still young, she pouted. As she spoke, she gently nudged Jun Xiaoyao towards the bathroom and hurriedly tidied up, feeling a mix of frustration and embarrassment. How could her mother not have taken the time to organize her toys? In truth, she was overthinking it. Jun Xiaoyao recognized her youth. She was merely 18. Moreover, it was a well-known fact that girls of all ages are fond of cartoon dolls. Inside the bathroom, Jun Xiaoyao quickly washed up and emerged wrapped in a towel. Lacking any sleepwear. Why didn't Tian Zhou provide me with pajamas? Has she forgotten? He pondered. Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao's state, Ji Qingwu couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed he was adorned only in a towel. As she spoke, she retrieved a set of pajamas and a pair of boxer shorts from her spatial ring, her heart fluttering with nervousness and shyness. These garments had been meticulously prepared for Jun Xiaoyao and were stored in her spatial ring. Within it, not only did she have his pajamas and shorts, but also numerous outfits of her own and countless daily necessities, ensuring she was always well-equipped no matter where she went. Chapter 194. I have prepared soup for you, beneficial for nourishing the body. Jun Xiaoyao took the nightgown with a hint of surprise. This girl, how considerate she is. As she spoke, she began to untie her towel to don the boxers and nightgown. Ah, brother Xiaoyao, I'm going to take a shower. Ji Qingwu, upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao change clothes, was momentarily startled, her delicate face flushed crimson. Are you really going to change right in front of me? Aren't you ashamed? If you aren't, then I certainly am. She completely forgot that last time Jun Xiaoyao had seen her entirely. With that, she dashed into the bathroom. The first thing she did was wash Jun Xiaoyao's clothes. Upon seeing the boxers, her face turned even redder. Should I wash them? How embarrassing. This bathroom is exclusively for her. It was the first time someone of the opposite sex had entered. While the clothes could simply go in the washing machine, the boxers had to be hand-washed, which felt too shameful. Well, Jun Xiaoyao is my future husband. Washing his clothes is only natural. Blushing, she stealthily washed Jun Xiaoyao's boxers, fearful that he might burst in at any moment. After finishing the laundry, she began her shower. It was a full half-hour later that she emerged from the bathroom, dressed in her nightgown, nerves fluttering as she stepped out. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao reclining on the bed, engrossed in a game, Ji Qingwu felt a wave of relief wash over her. If he had been watching her, she would have been far more anxious. Slipping off her slippers, she climbed onto the bed, her cheeks tinged with pink as she nestled beside Jun Xiaoyao, her heart racing. After all, this is my bed. Ding. Event triggered. The master cohabits with Ji Qingwu. Reward: 500 million points. How fragrant. Jun Xiaoyao turned his head, inhaling the scent from Ji Qingwu, his demeanor incredibly casual. With a smile, he remarked, "Oh my." Ji Qingwu blushed intensely. "What's wrong?" Jun Xiaoyao asked, taken aback. Nothing. Ji Qingwu shook her head, then leaned her head against Jun Xiaoyao's chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat and the warmth of his embrace. Although she felt shy at that moment, she was not afraid. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Wasn't this precisely what she desired? If given a choice, foregoing all other options, she would unhesitatingly choose Jun Xiaoyao. In her past life of 4,000 years, she had lived in vain. However, it was precisely because of her past experiences that she now understood the beauty of love more profoundly. Unbeknownst to her, Ji Qingwu drifted into a deep slumber. Jun Xiaoyao continued playing his game, glancing down at the exquisite Ji Qingwu in his arms. His heart inexplicably stirred. Her stunning face bore a delicate floral mark on her brow, making her appear enchanting and alluring. Yet there was an innocence and purity in her expression. Her skin shimmered like jade, flawless and smooth, as soft as satin, with a subtly low neckline. A breathtaking expanse of scenery unfolded before me. I inhaled deeply, planting a gentle kiss on those rosy lips. Shifting slightly, I sought out a comfortable position, wrapping my arms around that delicate waist, and soon fell into a peaceful slumber with Ji Qingwu by my side. The following day, brother Xiaoyao, rise and shine. It's already 8:30. Ji Qingwu awoke to the alarming time displayed on her phone. Startled, she thought to herself, it's so late. My mother will surely misunderstand, thinking we engaged in something improper last night. Although they indeed shared an intimate moment, it was imperative that no one discovered the truth. Why did I oversleep? Jun Xiaoyao pondered, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. I didn't go to bed late last night, nor did we partake in anything scandalous. He hurriedly got out of bed, made his way to the bathroom to freshen up, and donned the outfit Ji Qingwu had prepared for him. As they exited the room, Ji Qingwu scanned the surroundings, her demeanor akin to that of a thief. Upon stepping out, they encountered her mother, who looked at Ji Qingwu with a playful smile, as if amused by her predicament. Mom, Ji Qingwu greeted, her mind racing with thoughts of reassurance. We didn't do anything at all. Yet, uttering such words might reveal her own unease. It was a classic case of the lady doth protest too much, and despite the absence of any wrongdoing, she felt a peculiar tightness in her chest, unable to articulate her defense. Little June, did you sleep well last night? Zhou Yushi inquired, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Aunt Zhou, I slept quite well, Jun Xiaoyao replied, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Can I explain myself? By the way, I made you some soup. It's quite nourishing, Zhou Yushi continued, heading into the kitchen to fetch the prepared broth, while breakfast awaited them on the dining table. Aunt Zhou, thank you for your efforts, Jun Xiaoyao stammered, his face flushing with embarrassment. I assure you, nothing untoward happened last night. Even if something had occurred, being an esteemed figure, my body can withstand it. Please, do not misunderstand me. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to convey his thoughts. Mom, why soup so early in the morning? Ji Qingwu felt a wave of shyness overcome her. She was acutely aware that her mother likely believed they had engaged in something inappropriate the previous night, and the thought lingered in her mind. Although she was unaware of the contents of the soup, in this era, a nourishing broth for men could imply various things, leaving little to the imagination. Qingwu, this soup is remarkably effective for men. Zhou Yushi cast a disapproving glance at Ji Qingwu, her frustration palpable as she spoke. Making her way to the kitchen, she trailed off mid-sentence. Outside, Jun Xiaoyao was enveloped in a sense of exasperation, convinced that this little girl was indeed her mother's flesh and blood. After all, how could her father's health possibly compare to mine? Ji Qingwu, utterly embarrassed, pouted as she approached the dining table. The two then settled down to enjoy breakfast. Soon, Zhou Yushi returned with a generous bowl of soup, serving Jun Xiaoyao with care. Qingwu, please serve a portion for little Jun. It's beneficial for his health. With that, Zhou Yushi exited the dining room. Jun Xiaoyao nearly choked on his soup, pondering if his dutiful consumption would lead to misunderstandings about his health. Yet, the soup was undeniably delicious. Ji Qingwu, exasperated, pressed her forehead, blushing profusely. Xiaoyao, are you still drinking? She exclaimed, frustrated. Do you not realize the implications? Even now, you can still drink? Auntie's culinary skills are indeed commendable. The flavor is exquisite. You should have some too, Jun Xiaoyao replied, savoring his soup, ignoring her. Ji Qingwu, with a sulky pout, turned her head, intentionally giving him the cold shoulder. However, witnessing his enjoyment sparked her curiosity. Could this soup truly be beneficial for one's health? It seemed improbable. Even if it were effective, it would hold no significance for Jun Xiaoyao, a great sage whose body was sanctified. Such notions of depletion were utterly unfounded. What am I even thinking about? How mortifying. She chastised herself. Moreover, I would never engage in such embarrassing affairs with him. Qingwu, Jun Xiaoyao called out after finishing his soup. Could you serve me some more? What is it? Ji Qingwu inquired. Please pass the soup, he said, extending his bowl toward her. Xiaoyao you. By the way, have you? With Sister Wanyun and Sister Youzi. Ji Qingwu was infuriated, internally cursing, you're asking for trouble. Nevertheless, she accepted the bowl and filled it for Jun Xiaoyao. Soon after, a playful smile graced her exquisite face as she glanced outside, noticing her mother in the yard. She leaned closer to Jun Xiaoyao and whispered softly in his ear. Chapter 195. Is drinking this soup indicative of poor health? With a splutter, Jun Xiaoyao nearly spewed the soup from his mouth upon hearing her words. Caught off guard, he found himself momentarily at a loss. What a girl. Does she say everything that comes to her mind? Take it easy, brother Xiaoyao, Ji Qingwu urged, gently patting him on the back as she pouted. What is that supposed to mean? Have I struck a chord? What on earth are you thinking all day? Do I appear to be in poor health? Regaining his composure, Jun Xiaoyao resumed sipping his soup, albeit with greater caution, wary of Ji Qingwu's tendency to utter something that might provoke him into a fit of laughter. Indeed, why are you even drinking this soup then? Ji Qingwu pondered aloud, acknowledging the validity of his statement. If he were truly unwell, it would imply that no one in this realm could claim robust health. Yet, her curiosity piqued. Why indulge in the soup if it signified ill health? This soup tastes delightful, Jun Xiaoyao replied. Besides, I cannot disregard Aunt Zhou's heartfelt intentions. He shook his head in exasperation and leaned closer to Ji Qingwu, whispering softly. In the courtyard, Zhou Yushi held a book yet discreetly observed Jun Xiaoyao and her daughter within the dining hall. Upon their return, she had noted her daughter appeared to be in perfect health. Concerned the previous night, she had prepared the soup early, deliberately testing the waters with Jun Xiaoyao and her daughter. When they finally arose at 9 that morning, a wave of relief washed over her. She had hoped they had taken their relationship to a deeper level. After all, how could they share a room and a bed without something transpiring? However, upon their awakening, she had found her daughter to be well, which rekindled her worries. Now, witnessing the two of them cozied up together, engaged in hushed conversation, she couldn't help but wonder about the nature of their relationship. 20 minutes later, Jun Xiaoyao and Ji Qingwu tidied up the dishes and exited the dining hall. Mother, we must be leaving now, Ji Qingwu informed Zhou Yushi. Though she had initially wished to stay longer, this was a critical period for her. With numerous matters requiring her attention, and her cultivation was on the rise, leaving no room for delays. Must you depart so soon? Zhou Yushi lamented, feeling a pang of reluctance at their swift exit. Just yesterday they had arrived, and now they were leaving. It was difficult to part with her only beloved daughter. Aunt Zhou, we shall return in a few days, Jun Xiaoyao interjected politely. This is for you, this is for uncle, and this is for grandfather. Please inform him that in 4 days, Qingwu and I will come back. He presented 3 spatial rings to Zhou Yushi, each distinct in appearance. The ring bestowed upon Zhou Yushi was relatively exquisite, while the one designated for Ji Qingwu's father was rather ordinary. And the one for the elder was quite archaic in design. Each of these rings contained a plethora of cultivation resources and spiritual fruits, an abundant supply sufficient for an individual's use over several years. While these resources and fruits would be considered unparalleled treasures on earth, to Jun Xiaoyao, they bore little significance. Please call when you arrive. Aunt Zhou will prepare delicious meals for you, he said. Zhou Yushi joyfully accepted the spatial ring, despite her lack of exceptional talent. Having only reached the master realm in her 30s, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Aunt Zhou. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, feeling a warmth in his heart, as Zhou Yushi reminded him of his mother, who had cared for him in a similar manner during his childhood. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao departed the courtyard with Ji Qingwu, leaving Kyoto behind. They returned directly to Jiangnan City, where Ji Qingwu headed to Longquan Mountain, while Jun Xiaoyao went to Sunshine Community to check on Mu Wanjuan's progress and see if she needed assistance. Upon his arrival at Sunshine Community, Mu Wanjun, who was in her study planning on her notebook, was elated to see him. She rose and embraced him, her rosy lips brushing against his. When they parted, they settled comfortably on the sofa. I've already resolved matters on that end and provided them with your contact information, as well as that of the Ji family. By the way, you've met Youzi, haven't you? Jun Xiaoyao confirmed without hesitation, his hand playfully wandering over Mu Wanjun's form. Yes, we've met. We're coordinating efforts. Primarily, we require engineers and technical personnel. Our connections are insufficient for large-scale construction, so we must rely on the resources from Kyoto. There are no other challenges. Mu Wanjun's cheeks flushed with delight as she nestled into Jun Xiaoyao's embrace, softly recounting the progress. Afterward, with a flirtatious glance, she suggested, let us discuss this in our room. Jun Xiaoyao pressed a gentle kiss to her enticing lips and led her toward the second-floor room. Mu Wanjun's face was aflame with a mix of desire, anxiety, and shyness, fully aware of what Jun Xiaoyao intended and of her own wishes. With a firm push, he closed the bedroom door behind them. Mu Wanjun clung to him. Though still bashful, she was no longer as timid as before. After all, before her beloved, there exists nothing to feel shy about, for her body and soul are entirely his. In the confines of their bedroom, Mu Wanjun nestled contentedly in Jun Xiaoyao's embrace. "Darling, I wish to rest for a while," she murmured, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue and a sheen of sweat glistening on her brow, exuding an air of languor. Sleep then," Jun Xiaoyao replied, nodding as he enveloped her in his arms. On the fourth day of the Western Exodus, a radiant screen of light once again illuminated the heavens. The news spread like ripples from a nuclear explosion, shaking the world to its core. In the West, a total of 38,321,000 elites have departed from Earth, entering the realm of Komu's star, it proclaimed. From this moment forth, they no longer belong to Earth. In Africa, a portal has emerged leading to Black Scale Star. Those who have evacuated are deemed to have severed ties with Earth. In the island nations, a portal has appeared leading to Tian Star. Evacuees are regarded as having left Earth. In India, a portal has emerged leading to Buddha Light Star. Evacuees are considered to have departed from Earth. This announcement ignited unparalleled envy among countless individuals who sought every conceivable means to emigrate, yet 90% faced rejection. In Huaxia, silence reigned. The situation echoed the prior months when Emperor Jun had not yet appeared, and Western deities had bullied the martial prowess of Huaxia. Now, with the Earth's protection period drawing to a close, countries that had previously witnessed divine beings all possessed teleportation arrays for mass evacuation. By the 10th day, 60% of the West had already evacuated. By the 20th day, only a handful of nations remained, as the majority of their populations had completely left Earth to inhabit other planets. Simultaneously, countries such as India, Africa, and the island nations also commenced their exodus. It could be said that 1/3 of the globe was undergoing a significant evacuation, while the remaining nations languished in despair, feeling utterly abandoned. Unbeknownst to many, Huaxia had inexplicably lost nearly 40 million souls. Among this number, 30 million were workers from various industries, over 1 million engineers, technicians, and scientists, along with their families and children, as well as those who had contributed to Huaxia. All had vanished into a realm reminiscent of the divine. However, this world demanded the reconstruction of a homeland, and all inhabitants found themselves engaged in the endeavor of home building. Those who entered only knew this realm as the Yuan realm, a domain encompassing 1,000 Earths, with spiritual energy 100 times that of Earth. Upon receiving this news, excitement surged through all as they envisioned vast expanses of land and abundant natural resources, ready to forge their own peaceful world devoid of war. Most tools, machinery, and specialized equipment had been transported from Earth. Chapter 196. The Battle of Rankings Among the Celestial Realms. My dear, what serves as the universal currency in the origin realm? In the Sunshine community, Mu Wanjun nestled affectionately in Jun Xiaoyao's embrace, her small hand tracing circles upon his chest. Suddenly, a thought struck her: currency. It is the most vital element of any world, for only currency can quantify its essence. Without currency, a world remains incomplete. In the origin realm, where martial arts and technology intertwine, the currency for ordinary individuals is categorized as points and crystal coins, with an exchange rate of 10,000 to 1. In the realm of the strong, the currencies are heavenly crystals, immortal crystals, and sacred stones, also at an exchange rate of 10,000 to 1. The value of currency is directly proportional to tangible assets, with inflation being a non-existent phenomenon. Jun Xiaoyao pondered this for a moment before articulating his thoughts. Concurrently, he engaged in a mental dialogue with the system, contemplating the establishment of a currency system aligned with the framework of the origin realm. The response he received was exceedingly satisfactory. The system would manage everything autonomously, functioning seamlessly according to its own operations. In truth, he is the sovereign of the origin realm, dictating the fate of this world. The system must heed his commands. Everything could be resolved with a mere thought. However, he preferred not to be encumbered by mundane matters that might delay his more significant pursuits, thus delegating such tasks to the system. Very well, this is acceptable. You handle these matters, and I shall take care of the rest, Mu Wanjun whispered. She sought merely to create a nurturing environment for their daughter, not to govern a world. Her desire was for her daughter to grow up safely and joyfully, perpetually by Jun Xiaoyao's side. Everything else was of little concern to her. During this period, she had been traversing between Earth and the Origin Realm, where a rudimentary living area had begun to take shape, akin to a nation on the cusp of rebirth. Time passed, day by day, and before they knew it, 3 months had elapsed. A century had passed since Earth entered the realm of the fantastical. This signified that the century-long protection period was nearing its conclusion. On that fateful day, the celestial rankings trembled, radiating a breathtaking brilliance. The protection period for Earth has concluded. With a resounding echo, the celestial rankings quaked, unleashing a stunning light. Simultaneously, a voice resonated. The century-long protection period for Earth has come to an end. From this moment forward, Earth will fully merge into the grand world of fantasy. This profound and sonorous voice reverberated across the globe. In that instant, the 24 billion inhabitants of Earth gazed anxiously at the celestial rankings, their expressions fraught with tension. The protection period had finally elapsed, leaving them apprehensive about the impending natural disasters and upheavals that might beset the planet. Were it not for the looming uncertainties, citizens of the Western nations would not have initiated mass evacuations. Presently, even the majority of African nations had begun to withdraw, alongside the island nations and the Indian subcontinent. The past 3 months have been an arduous trial, shrouded in despair, leaving one uncertain of what the future may hold. It has been a century since we entered this fantastical realm. What calamities might still unfold? Once the protection period elapses, we shall be irrevocably immersed in this grand mystical world, where we appear utterly insignificant before the formidable beings that inhabit it, left to endure their trampling. Will the civilization of Earth face annihilation? The inhabitants may soon find themselves in dire straits. A sense of tension pervades the air, with hopes that the outcome is not a grim one. Globally, the atmosphere is charged with fervor and speculation as we await the announcement of the celestial rankings. What awaits us beyond the protection period? In this grand mystical world, strife among dimensions and races is unceasing. To preserve the order and environment of the mystical realm, a celestial ranking battle is held every 2,000 years. The lowest-ranked planets and worlds will be relegated to battlegrounds. Simultaneously, this celestial ranking battle serves as a contest for resource allocation. This time, a total of 113. 200 new life planets and dimensions will merge into the grand mystical world, contending with 39,012 ancient worlds in the ranking battle. The last 20,000 planets and dimensions will be condemned to become battlegrounds. The top 100 planets and dimensions, along with the ancient worlds, shall receive resources from the celestial tower. As the celestial rankings illuminate the globe, a resonant and profound voice echoes forth, revealing astonishing information on the luminous screen. One could hardly fathom the multitude of worlds within the mystical realm. How could these newly integrated dimensions and planets possibly rival the ancient worlds? What manner of competition is this? It seems there remains a glimmer of hope for Earth. A battleground? If Earth were to become a celestial battlefield, it would be reduced to naught in mere days. Indeed, following the protection period, Earth is poised to confront a cataclysmic disaster. What manner of entity is the celestial tower? Across the globe, despair grips the hearts of all. The impending doom approaches. Despite a century of advancement in martial civilization, Earth cannot hope to compete with the might of other powerful worlds. Concurrently, countless individuals are curious about the nature of this competition. While thoughts of resource distribution scarcely cross their minds, the newly integrated planets and dimensions may comprise only 10 individuals, all under the age of 100. The ancient worlds are allotted a quota of 10,000, with individuals aged up to 200. The celestial tower grants a time frame of 2 years. During this period, all newly integrated dimensions and planets will remain under protection. The profound and resonant voice continues to announce. As the words settle, silence envelopes the globe. A brief stillness ensues. Is there any semblance of fairness in this? In the ancient world, the power far exceeded that of Earth by billions of times. Now, it has come to the point where Earth can accommodate only 10 individuals, while each ancient world can host a staggering 10,000, with an age limit of just 200 years. This is a clear indication of the suppression of new dimensions and planets, transforming them into battlegrounds. One ancient world alone possesses the capability to sweep away all opposition. The situation is dire. It seems that death is the only fate awaiting us. Despair permeates the hearts of the people on earth, their spirits dampened. What was once perceived as a glimmer of hope has now revealed itself to be utterly illusory. Although there are still 110,000 newly integrated planets and dimensions, they belong to martial civilizations, whereas Earth is rooted in technological advancement, placing it at the very bottom of the hierarchy. The voice of the celestial rankings resonated deeply, proclaiming that only those who penetrate the 9th level of the celestial tower will gain the right to compete on equal footing. In 3 days, entry into the celestial tower will commence, and the battle scenes will be broadcasted live for all to witness. The list of planets and dimensions eligible for entry into the celestial tower is as follows. The profound and resonant voice of the celestial rankings echoed across the globe. After its conclusion, an extensive list materialized, lengthy due to the inclusion of 11,000 new dimensions and planets, along with over 30,000 ancient worlds. The latter prominently featured at the forefront, while the new dimensions and planets trailed behind. But where is Earth's name? Is it possible that Earth is not participating? Alas, Earth ranks third from the bottom. It is one thing to be outmatched by ancient worlds, but to be inferior even to new planets and dimensions is a bitter pill to swallow. Initially, it was believed that humanity and life existed solely on Earth, only to discover that countless beings inhabit the cosmos. The notion that Earth's humans were the pinnacle of existence has been shattered, revealing them to be the most feeble of entities. This ranking cannot possibly be based purely on position. It is evident that it reflects fundamental or comprehensive strengths. The rankings for the ancient worlds are likely derived from previous standings, while new planets and dimensions are assessed based on their overall prowess. Acknowledging Earth's weakness is unavoidable. In the grand scheme of the universe, it is but a mere speck. However, it cannot be said that Earth is inferior. It simply started its journey later than others. Who among Earth's inhabitants will venture into the celestial tower? Indeed, who will take the leap? Entering the celestial tower signifies the fate and future of all Earth, resting heavily upon their shoulders. The atmosphere is charged with fervor, shock, resentment, and despair. A cacophony of emotions floods the globe, igniting fervent discussions. Ultimately, the focus shifts to the question of who will become the members of the celestial tower. After all, this pertains to Earth's future and destiny, and the solitary thread of hope must be entrusted to the mightiest among them. Chapter 197, Divine Blood. The rebirth through blood. The Earth languishes at the bottom of the rankings, leaving its inhabitants devoid of hope. Concurrently, countless individuals surveyed the list and noted the positions of planets such as Koimu Star, Black Scale Star, Tian Star, and Fozhao Star, which ranked just beneath the 30,000 ancient worlds. Were it not for the ancient worlds, Koimu Star and the others would undoubtedly contend for a place in the top 100. Witnessing this scene, innumerable Earthlings felt a pang of envy. In this instance, the Tower of All Heavens had only 2,000 realms and planets turned into battlegrounds. Thus, it was inconceivable for Koimu Star to descend into chaos. Will the Earth truly vanish into oblivion in 2 years? This is the unspoken consensus among 99% of the global populace, while the remaining few cling to a thread of hope. In the hearts of countless Earthlings, the future appears bleak, shrouded in darkness. "Husband, are you going?" In the room, Mu Wanjun inquired softly, her gaze fixed upon Jun Xiaoyao. Ding! Task triggered. Enter the Tower of All Heavens. Task completion reward, 100 billion points, as Jun Xiaoyao pondered. The system's voice resonated, announcing the task. A reward of 100 billion points, a staggering figure indeed. Must he truly enter the Tower of All Heavens? Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness entered the Yuan realm. Facing Xuanji, he asked, "Within the Tower of All Heavens lies a superlative treasure and 6 fragments of eternity. On Earth, there exist a total of 6 fragments. Should the Master acquire these 6 fragments, alongside the 6 on Earth, they could forge an artifact of eternal caliber. Otherwise, Earth shall cease to exist." Xuanji elucidated. Jun Xiaoyao grasped the gravity of the situation. He must accept this task and safeguard the Earth. More importantly, he needed to retrieve the superlative treasure and the eternal fragments from the Tower of All Heavens, lest Earth be obliterated. After a moment of contemplation, he withdrew his consciousness from the Yuan realm. "Indeed, I must venture into the Tower of All Heavens," he sighed. responding to Mu Wanjun. "Shall we accompany you?" Mu Wanjun asked. "No, this time, you and Youzi shall remain on Earth. I will lead a team into the Tower of All Heavens. If any danger arises, retreat directly into the Yuan realm. It contains the resources and treasures of the Saint's sovereign world, which you shall oversee for me," Jun Xiaoyao replied, shaking his head. Though Mu Wanjun had attained the third heaven of the celestial sovereign, she was not suited for the Tower of All Heavens, as matters on Earth required her attention. In his heart, he regarded Mu Wanjun and Tian Youzi as caretakers, fit for management. As he spoke, he handed a time-worn and enigmatic spatial ring to Mu Wanjun, brimming with the resources and treasures of the Saint's sovereign world. "Am I to be your steward?" Mu Wanjun gazed at the spatial ring, her small face displaying a hint of surprise. She beamed with a radiant smile. Although Jun Xiaoyao did not utter a word, she sensed that he entrusted her with significant matters and consulted her on important decisions, reflecting her weight and status in his heart. "Well, who could blame you for being my goddess? Who could fault you for being the mother of my child?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled, acknowledging the sentiment. "Darling, you must return safely. Your beautiful wife and daughter are waiting for you," Muron Wanwan gently expressed, nestled in his embrace. "Indeed, this is beneficial for both of us," Jun Xiaoyao declared as he channeled his sacred energy. Suddenly, a droplet of vibrant, multicolored divine blood manifested, exuding the power to annihilate worlds. This was one of the 99 drops of divine blood he had cultivated. Such blood is the privilege of the divine. Yet he, merely a great sage, should not possess it. However, he was the chaos divine demon body, inherently filled with divine blood, albeit impure. Now, his blood was entirely sacred. He extracted a drop of chaos divine demon blood from Muron Wanwan, which would cleanse her constitution, enhance her innate talent, and accelerate her cultivation. Furthermore, this droplet was a fragment of his very life. Should he perish, he could rely on the divine blood within Muron Wanwan to be reborn. The concept of rebirth through a single drop of blood is profound. In truth, he had already relinquished 9 drops of divine blood. Even if he were to fall, he could resurrect with just 1 drop. The 9 drops were entrusted to Tian Luobing, Tian Youzi, Su Mingyao, Ji Qingwu, Mu Qingwan, and Muron Wanwan, with 3 remaining, 1 atop Longquan Mountain, 1 in the cataclysmic realm of the Holy Sovereign, and another in the hell realm of the heavenly Gui world. His ultimate aim was the freedom to live unencumbered. Living was the essence of all things. Thus, he would continue to lay more contingency plans for the future. At home, she need not worry. Muron Wanwan integrated the divine blood, her cultivation soaring to the pinnacle of the 5th heaven of the heavenly sovereign. This is the power of divine blood, which not only allows for rebirth, but also facilitates rapid ascension in cultivation, cleansing both constitution and talent. Indeed, Yaoer is still young. You must look after her as an older sister, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. "I understand," Muron Wanwan responded softly, aware of Su Mingyao's place in Jun Xiaoyao's heart, both a cherished sister and his fiancée. Now that Jun Xiaoyao was headed to the Celestial Tower, he could not bring Su Mingyao along. Subsequently, the two shared a passionate moment before Jun Xiaoyao departed from Sunshine Community, returning to Longquan Mountain. "Brother," upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao, Su Mingyao was overjoyed, her little hand grasping his. At the viewing platform, Ji Qingwu, Tian Luobing, Tian Youzi, Qing Ming, as well as Shanguan Yuer and Qing Ling were present. Originally, Murong Xinger had been there as well, but she had just left Longquan Mountain to return home. The Celestial Tower had descended. Everyone felt a sense of tension, even as they prepared to enter the Celestial Tower. It was essential to first set affairs in order on Earth. During this time, Mu Wanjun and Tian Youzi had meticulously arranged everything. Within the realm of origins, they had created a world akin to a small nation, though this realm was not situated within the Homestead region, but rather in the adjacent ordinary world. With a population nearing 50 million, everyone was diligently engaged in establishing their homes. "Husband," Tian Youzi softly called, her gaze fixed on Jun Xiaoyao. Without needing to elaborate, she inquired about his plans regarding who would venture into the Celestial Tower. "Lingwu, Binger, you two shall accompany me into the Celestial Tower. You, Youzi, and Yaoer will remain here, along with Yuer and Qingling. I will handle matters concerning the Celestial Tower." "And Qingming?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired, articulating his intentions. This time, He only intended to take Ji Qingwu and Tian Luobing with him. As for Qing Ming, she was an enigmatic presence. He wished to keep her close, yet felt compelled to leave her on Earth. Unsure of how to arrange her fate, he decided to ask her directly about her desires. If Qing Ming chose to stay on Earth, he would honor that choice. If she wished to accompany him to the Celestial Tower, then he would welcome her alongside him. His gaze turned to Qing Ming, curious about her intentions. Chapter 198. The Announcement of the Heavenly Rankings. The first place in the male deity list. Lord Jun Tiandi, I will accompany you to the Celestial Tower, Qing Ming declared, opting to follow Jun Xiaoyao into the tower. Husband, where is Yi Qingxian? Tian Youzi inquired. In truth, she yearned to remain by Jun Xiaoyao's side for eternity, willingly facing the depths of hell if it meant being near him. However, she understood that Jun Xiaoyao's decisions were made with purpose, and she could not be selfish, monopolizing his attention. After all, she felt immense gratitude for what she had already received. In Jun Xiaoyao's heart, she was akin to Mu Wanjun. As a woman of Jun Tiandi, she could not simply be a decorative vase. Thus, she aspired to be his capable partner, witnessing him reign supreme while also standing by him during his moments of solitude. Let her go. As for others, entering the Celestial Tower would be akin to courting death, Jun Xiaoyao stated. He was at a loss for words regarding that haughty, stunning girl who seemed to clash with him at every turn. On Earth, there were only 10 spots available, and the mightiest among them were merely martial gods, with the utmost being the venerable ones. Even if a venerable one entered, it would merely lead to their demise. Therefore, he had no intention of allowing anyone else to enter. Brother, when you return, will you marry me? Su Mingyao asked softly, gazing at Jun Xiaoyao, a blush adorning her delicate face. Now at the tender age of 16, the competition for the Celestial Tower would last 2 years, and by the time Jun Xiaoyao returned, she would be 18 and truly grown up, ready to marry her brother. Yes, at home. You must listen to Sister Wanjun and Sister Youzi, Jun Xiaoyao replied, gently caressing her silky hair. Deep within, he felt a twinge of guilt for not bringing Su Mingyao with him during his departures. The last time he was away for half a year in the holy venerable world, and now he would be gone for 2 years in the Celestial Tower. Mingyao nodded obediently, aware of his concerns. Boom. The heavenly rankings were unveiled. Heavenly rankings. Goddess rankings. First place in Goddess rankings, Tian Youzi of the human race. Second place, Ji Qingwu of the demon race. Third place, Tian Luobing of the human race. Fourth place, Mu Wanjun of the celestial race. Fifth place, Murong Xinger of the dragon race. Sixth place, Su Mingyao of the human race. Seventh place, Yi Qingxian of the human race. Eighth place, Qing Ming of the underworld race. Ninth place, Shanguan Yuer of the human race. 10th place, Qing Ling of the celestial fox race. As the goddess rankings were revealed, the world erupted in excitement. With each name announced, a breathtaking photograph appeared on the grand screen of the heavenly rankings, showcasing their enchanting beauty, flawless figures, and ethereal grace, leaving the global audience in awe. Moreover, their respective races were disclosed. It is astonishing that half of them are not human. They are breathtakingly beautiful. The celestial rankings are indeed extraordinary, as they manage to classify them. If it were up to me, I would be at a loss to determine who is more enchanting. Truly, each possesses her own unique charm. This ranking is unacceptable. Their beauty and grace cannot be measured against one another. They should all be considered as equals, all deserving of the top position. The mere presence of such stunning girls on this planet is beyond the capacity of words to describe. Divine maidens. This is the essence of true divinity. The discussions are fervent. This ranking is met with discontent, as it seems that every individual is deserving of the first place. It is simply impossible to rank them. Each person embodies her own individuality and grace. Their beauty is unparalleled. Mu Wanyun and Mu Rongxing along with Ji Qingwu, represent the pinnacle of pure allure. Tian Youzi, Tian Luobing, and Yi Qingxian epitomize the cold and proud standard of beauty. Su Mingyao and Qing Ling are the epitome of soft, adorable beauty. Qing Ming is the embodiment of ethereal elegance. Shanguan Yuer is the very essence of gentleness. Each individual's beauty is a standard unto itself. Soon after, the second list emerges, the male deity rankings. Upon its appearance, the world erupts in excitement, countless women swooning. On the luminous screen appears a youth of unparalleled grace. Clad in a dark robe, He stands tall and refined, his features exquisitely defined, reminiscent of a celestial being, possessing the visage of a goddess. Each movement exudes an enigmatic charm, his eyes reflecting the infinite stars. He is extraordinarily handsome, too handsome indeed. Jun Tiandi. This is the true embodiment of a divine emperor. So youthful, so striking. My goodness, how can there be such a handsome man in this world? I am already taken. The excitement is even greater than when the goddess rankings were revealed. Jun Tiandi is the sole sage on earth, revered as the celestial emperor sage, the spirit and backbone of Huaxia. He now stands as the sole beacon of vitality on this planet. Previously, during his appearance over the Pacific, his true form was not entirely discernible, but now, as his true visage is unveiled, it sends shockwaves through the crowd, causing every woman's heart to flutter. His allure quickens the pulse. His handsomeness is not that of a delicate youth, but rather an embodiment of perfection. The third ranking has been unveiled. This list comprises merely 6 individuals. The esteemed Jun Tiandi remains in the foremost position. In the realm of male deities, there exists only one figure of note. It is astonishing to discover that apart from Jun Tiandi, there are indeed other saints on earth. In the presence of Jun Tiandi, no other man can be regarded as a true deity. He alone holds that distinction. The women, revered as goddesses, are equally esteemed as saints, leaving one utterly astounded. This day is destined to be one of shock and revelation, commencing with the announcement of the expiration of Earth's protection period, followed by the unveiling of the celestial rankings. The world is in an uproar, as the previously celebrated male and female deities are rendered inconsequential in comparison to Jun Tiandi and Tian Youzi, particularly in the West, where some individuals, despite their unappealing appearances, are proclaimed the most attractive male and female deities. Across the globe, many are aware that Ji Qingwu is the beloved of Jun Tiandi. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that among the top 10 women on the goddess list, aside from Qingming and Murong Xinger, the remaining 8 are all connected to Jun Tiandi, with Shanguan Yuer and Qingling even serving as maidservants. Qingming can be considered a friend. Yi Qingxian is his former fiancée. Murong Xinger also identifies herself as Jun Xiaoyao's girlfriend. In Jiangcheng, the Yi family of Huaxia, Yi Qingxian gazes at the rankings. Her lips pursed in disdain, letting out a cold huff. She realizes that his fiancé possesses such beauty, ranking higher than herself. Yet, she dismisses this ranking entirely, believing herself to be the most exquisite of all. Moreover, these beautiful girls are not merely decorative. They are extraordinarily gifted, with 3 of them having attained the sacred realm. In their presence, she feels no sense of superiority. That scoundrel. He even dared to slap my backside, infuriating me to no end. How I long to teach him a lesson. After brooding for a while, Yi Qingxian notices that among Jun Xiaoyao's women, there are individuals of other races. Had it not been for the exposure of the celestial rankings, she would never have fathomed their true identities. Dragons, spirits, immortals, demons, and celestial beings, all present on Earth. How did they arrive here? Could it be that they share a similar fate as mine? With this thought, a tremor of apprehension courses through Yi Qingxian, heightening her sense of crisis. Wait, why should I feel a sense of crisis? Is it because of him? Nonsense. It is certainly not because of him. And those women could never pose a threat to me. Yi Qingxian. I am the true paragon of strength. Once I return to the Tianming realm, they will all pale in comparison. Chapter 199. Entering the Tower of All Heavens. Do you wish to go to the Tower of All Heavens? A martial emperor from the Yi family inquired courteously, even addressing Yi Qingxian with newfound respect. By lineage, he was her great-uncle, yet in her presence, he appeared as a junior. This was entirely understandable, for Yi Qingxian had ascended to the status of a sage, transcending the mundane. The notion of a sage was exhilarating. Before entering the world of the holy, the family head was merely a martial emperor, and upon returning, he had transformed into a sage, shattering their previous understanding. Simultaneously, Yi Qingxian had bestowed upon the family head formidable cultivation resources. Within a mere span of 3 months, the Yi family had produced 13 martial emperors, 6 martial deities, and 3 revered ones. Such resources could sustain the Yi family for a millennium. Presently, the Yi family was consolidating their influence and developing discreetly. If Earth could evade calamity, The Yi family would ascend to become the foremost family on the planet within a few decades. As for dominating Earth, such thoughts were too audacious, especially with the presence of the Emperor Jun. Without a hint of hesitation, Yi Qingxian spoke, aware that Emperor Jun would undoubtedly attend and would bring his women along. If they can go, why shouldn't I? Her earlier decision had been made in a fit of pique. 3 days passed. The heavenly ranking revealed a portal, a gateway to the Tower of All Heavens. Concurrently, a massive luminescent screen appeared above the heavenly ranking, yet it remained devoid of information. In the new dimension and on the new planet, individuals entering the Tower of All Heavens will automatically form a team, with all benefits shared equally. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the portal descended in Jiangnan City, and there was but a single beam of light, indicating that entrance to the Tower of All Heavens was exclusive to Jiangnan City. It was evident that Emperor Jun and other sages were present there, and even the heavenly rankings seemed to favor him, suggesting that he alone could bear this profound responsibility. Swiftly, Jun Xiaoyao, Tian Luobing, Ji Qingwu, and Qingming appeared before the portal's light. At that moment, 2 enchanting figures materialized, their presence captivating. In an instant, they stood not far from Jun Xiaoyao. Clad in snow-white garments, they exuded an ethereal elegance, reminiscent of a transcendent sword deity, Yi Qingxian. The other was breathtakingly beautiful, an irresistible temptress, naturally alluring. She gracefully approached Jun Xiaoyao, her figure enticingly perfect, Murong Xinger. Upon seeing Yi Qingxian and Murong Xinger, Jun Xiaoyao frowned but remained silent. My dear brother, you're going to the Tower of All Heavens, and didn't he even think to call for me? Is this how you treat your girlfriend? Murong Xinger remarked, extending her delicate hand towards him. Linking arms with Jun Xiaoyao, her exquisite visage bore a hint of crimson, perhaps a remnant of their recent flight. Let us go? Jun Xiaoyao urged, pressing his forehead in exasperation. This woman was simply too alluring, too fiery. In a fleeting motion, he darted towards the portal. Beside him, Ji Qingwu and Tian Luobing flanked him, with Qingming closely trailing behind. Murmuring with laughter, Murong Xinger observed Jun Xiaoyao's flustered demeanor. Despite his transformation into a formidable man, he still blushed like a bashful child. With a graceful flicker, she followed suit. Yi Qingxian, with a disdainful huff, stepped into the radiant light as well. In a swift moment, they arrived before the portal. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand, and instantly, the light warped, the space fractured. Subsequently, the brilliance vanished, rendering it impossible for anyone else to enter the Tower of All Heavens. His intention was unmistakable. He sought to prevent the powerful from Earth from recklessly courting death within the tower. To venture into the Tower of All Heavens was tantamount to inviting one's own demise, even for those at the Saint Realm. Jun Tiandi, Jun Tiandi, Jun Tiandi, echoed throughout the globe, the name resonating with the fates and futures of all. The hope seemed ethereal and elusive, nonetheless. A flicker of anticipation remained. What if Jun Tiandi could elevate Earth's standing within a century? Then, perhaps, Earth would not succumb to becoming a battleground. As they stood before the portal, Jun Xiaoyao grasped Ji Qingwu with his left hand and Tian Luobing with his right. Qingming and Murong Xinger, along with Yi Qingxian, held hands tightly, forming a circle to withstand the portal's force. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao took a step forward, entering the portal, followed closely by the other 5. In the blink of an eye, the portal sealed shut, and the 5 vanished from sight. Boom. Upon their entry, a colossal luminescent figure emerged on the celestial leaderboard, resembling a towering pagoda, standing 100 meters high, exuding an aura of mystery. This pagoda was the ethereal projection of the Tower of All Heavens, cast from an unfathomable distance. Beside it stood a crystalline column, segmented into 9 stages: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and gold. The Tower of All Heavens intertwined with the leaderboard. On the grand screen, the names of Jun Tiandi and his companions materialized. Affiliation: Earth Race. Human name: Jun Tiandi ID 2226-17239. Talent: Divine Demon Body Cultivation. Saint Realm All Heaven. Value: 0. Ranking: Unranked. Next to Jun Tiandi's name was a brief outline of his information. Apart from Jun Tiandi, the narrative continued. Ji Qingwu, Tian Luobing, and the others are no different. They possess names and detailed information. Above the names of the 6 individuals, the word Earth is inscribed, signifying their origin and representing the planet. Any rewards obtained henceforth will belong to Earth. Time passes, second by second. 10 minutes later, an announcement resonates from the Celestial Tower. Transmission complete. The total number of beings entering the Celestial Tower, 411, 318, 750, among which 42, 012, 376 are at the level of the Honored One, while the rest are of the Saint Realm. The rules are as follows. Beings from the ancient world will directly ascend to the 9th level of the Celestial Tower. Those from new planets and dimensions must undergo elimination battles. 10 individuals form a team, and each day they will be automatically matched for combat. Victorious teams will earn a point of celestial value, allowing them to ascend to the next level. Losers will enter a resurrection battle, cycling through infinite revivals, with each revival deducting 1 point of celestial value. Upon reaching 10 points, they will face obliteration, and the worlds and planets they represent will become battlegrounds. The elimination battles will last 1 month. The first to reach the 9th level will ensure that their represented planet and dimension will not become a battleground. Note, there will be no true death in the first 8 levels of the Celestial Tower. A commanding voice emanates from the Celestial Tower, no longer the voice of the heavenly rankings, as if a different entity has taken over. The voice announces the number of entrants and the forthcoming rules. Oh my! Over 400 million strong individuals have entered the Celestial Tower. Observing the numbers is daunting. With only 40 million honored ones, the remainder consists entirely of saints. There are merely 6 saints on Earth. This world has never known fairness. Individuals from the ancient world directly ascend to the 9th level, while those from other realms must endure elimination battles, signifying that the ancient world participants proceed straight to the finals. A glimmer of hope flickers within me. Globally, excitement ignites. In an instant, hope rises within everyone. After all, as long as Emperor Tian can endure and outlast the others, Earth will not become one of the 20,000 battlegrounds. Yet, this is but a sliver of hope. The challenge of reaching the 9th level is formidable. The rules appear straightforward: to identify the worlds and planets destined to become battlegrounds before reaching the 9th level. It seems simple, yet it is undeniably cruel. Notification, event triggered. The Master, along with Murong Xinger, Yi Qing Xian, Tian Luo Bing, Ji Qingwu, and Qing Ming, have entered the Celestial Tower, earning a reward of 1 billion points. The portal of transmission has been active for a full 10 minutes. Chapter 200. The enigmatic realm of the Great Qin Empire. At long last, it has come to an end. Jun Xiaoyao and his companions materialized within an expansive and boundless world, imbued with rich and pure spiritual energy, reminiscent of a celestial paradise, yet imbued with an ominous sense of impending doom. Welcome to the Tower of All Heavens. Your current position is the 1st level of the tower. Please familiarize yourself with the rules of the ranking battle of all heavens. The rules are as follows. The 6 of them had just completed their teleportation and touched down upon the ground. A voice resonated through the void. Simultaneously, a 1-meter-tall virtual screen materialized before them, akin to that in the sacred realm, displaying their basic profiles and information. Is this how we are to play? Jun Xiaoyao mused, a smile gracing his lips as he absorbed the information and rules. Our group of 6 is quite imbalanced, with Yin prevailing over Yang, murmured Murong Xinger, her gaze scrutinizing Jun Xiaoyao, as if appraising his capabilities. This left Jun Xiaoyao feeling somewhat exasperated. Seriously? Is this how we begin? What of it? I alone could make you all cry for mercy, he retorted with a smirk. Brother Xiaoyao, what should we do? Inquired Ji Qingwu, her brow furrowed with concern. Within the Tower of All Heavens, there existed only 40 million masters, with the number of those at the sacred realm reaching a staggering 370 million. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, the 6 of them seemed woefully inadequate. Currently, a battle team required 10 members, yet they could only muster 6. During our training, Yi Xianqing and Qing Ming shall take the lead in offense. Murong and Binger will provide support, while Qingwu will guard the rear. Jun Xiaoyao began to strategize. Yi Xianqing and Qing Ming, possessing the most formidable cultivation, were designated as the primary attackers. This arrangement proved to be the most harmonious. Jun Tiandi, I shall have your head, Yi Xianqing exclaimed, her ire ignited upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's mispronunciation of her name. Is that intentional? You can't even get my name right. Ding. Event triggered. Master has provoked Yi Xianqing. rewarding 200 million points. Very well. I shall call you Yi Xianqing, Jun Xiaoyao conceded. Intentional, was it? We are ready to engage. What about you? Are you merely a spectator? Yi Xianqing fumed. What do you mean very well? My name is Yi Xianqing. I shall take on the defensive role, Jun Xiaoyao replied, confident in his unparalleled defense, prepared to withstand formidable attacks. Moreover, he was not only the primary defender, but also the one to lead the charge should circumstances demand it. Huh, using your skin for defense? Yi Xianqing chuckled lightly. Indeed, she had witnessed Jun Tiandi clashing with deities of the West, and his defensive prowess was truly impeccable. Qingwu, you all turn around, Jun Xiaoyao sighed, bemused by her antics. Is it so difficult to refrain from arguing with me? Have you grown too bold? A lewd smile crept across his face as he rubbed his hands together. Casting his gaze towards Yi Qingshuan's back, Ji Qingwu, Tian Luobing, Qingming, Morong Xinger. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Ji Qingwu and the others were left bewildered, yet they turned away, avoiding eye contact with Jun Xiaoyao and Yi Qingxian. Tian Luobing was the first to react, understanding Jun Xiaoyao's intentions. A blush crept onto her face as she recalled the time she had been bullied by him in the disaster realm, suffering greatly under his antics. Hey, what are you planning to do? Jun Tiandi, I admit defeat, I was wrong. Yi Qingxian sensed a looming danger and felt a wave of fear wash over her. She had seen the smile and the hand-rubbing motion of Jun Xiaoyao and understood what he intended. In an instant, her composure faltered. The last time in the Sacred Lord's world, she had been spanked by him, and no one had witnessed it. She had been utterly mortified. Now, with others present, the thought of a repeat humiliation made her dread facing anyone again. Thus, she quickly conceded. After all, maintaining her dignity was paramount. Internally, she cursed Jun Xiaoyao 1,000 times. Notification, event triggered. The master has bullied Yi Qingxian. Reward, 200 million points. I shall spare you this time. Remember, there will be no next. Jun Xiaoyao approached Yi Qingxian, observing her nervous demeanor and feeling a pang of compassion. He decided to grant her some grace. After all, it was not merely a matter of pride. What girl would not feel embarrassed being spanked by a male in the presence of others? Moreover, if she were to cry, he would be at a loss for how to respond, especially since she had cried the last time. Tian Luobing, why are you blushing? Ji Qingwu curiously inquired upon noticing Tian Luobing's reaction. The astute Tian Luobing quickly connected the dots, her happiness intensifying. Just moments ago, Jun Xiaoyao's intentions were likely reminiscent of her own experiences. Who is blushing? Shall we not have a go at each other first? Tian Luobing retorted coolly, feeling a mix of nervousness and embarrassment. That vixen was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Who was afraid of whom? Ji Qingwu, her essence swirling, refused to back down. They had been adversaries for thousands of years, now reincarnated as sisters, yet neither was willing to let the other have the upper hand. If it weren't for Jun Xiaoyao, who knew how many times they would have fought by now. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao felt a headache coming on. If one did not know better, they might think there was a profound enmity between the two. In exasperation, he chose to ignore them and walked ahead. Brother Xiaoyao, wait for me. As Ji Qingwu observed Jun Xiaoyao departing, she glared at Tian Luobing with equal intensity before hastily pursuing him. Tian Luobing let out a cold snort and stepped forward to link her arm with Jun Xiaoyao's, positioning themselves on either side, effectively sandwiching him between them. In a fantastical realm, within the eastern sky domain, atop the pinnacle of the celestial domain, the observation platform was currently thronged with thousands of formidable beings. These individuals represented the various esteemed sects, factions, and empires of the eastern sky domain, each possessing terrifying prowess. Their purpose for gathering here was singular: to witness the results of the celestial rankings battle, for it bore significant implications regarding the distribution of resources. Furthermore, they aspired to identify promising talents among the exceptional individuals entering the celestial tower, hoping to infuse their own sects and factions with fresh blood. With new planets and dimensions offering little hope, rumors had emerged of remarkable prodigies arising from ancient worlds in recent years. The prospect of discovering gifted individuals from the new planets and dimensions seemed almost futile. This time, the hope was to acquire one or two promising talents for their sections. After all, who could overlook the tales of Emperor Yingzheng of the Qin Empire, said to have originated from a new planet? Though an exception, The Qin Empire had not fared well in recent years. At the observation platform, countless powerful figures bore expressions of eager anticipation, seeking to unearth exceptionally talented prodigies from the ancient worlds. Many of these formidable beings possessed extensive records detailing over 30,000 ancient worlds, primarily concerning the exceptional individuals who had entered the Celestial Tower. Chapter 201, The First Battle of Matching, an instantaneous kill this time. The Celestial Ranking Battle is not merely a contest for rankings. It serves as a grand stage for the prodigious talents to showcase their abilities. A commendable performance could potentially lead to being accepted as a disciple by one of the esteemed sects of the Eastern Celestial Domain. This news is no secret among the exceptional individuals of the ancient world. Indeed, their primary objective is to seize this opportunity to capture the attention of the powerful entities in the Eastern Celestial Domain. Conversely, the members from the new planets and realms remain blissfully unaware, their motivations solely rooted in the desperate desire to protect their homelands from becoming battlegrounds. Naturally, the representatives of the various factions and sects within the Eastern Celestial Domain have shown little interest in the new planets and realms, as they believe that no exceptional talents can emerge from such places. Gradually, the conversation shifted towards the Great Qin Empire. It is said that thousands of years ago, a humble warrior entered the Eastern Celestial Domain through the Celestial Tower. With unparalleled talent and a visionary approach to warfare, he established a formidable Great Qin Empire in a mere 500 years, which has since grown increasingly powerful. Today, the Great Qin Empire stands as one of the 5 major empires of the Eastern Celestial Domain, rivaling even the mightiest sections. The Celestial Tower, an immense and boundless structure, eludes precise measurement. It could be said that the Celestial Tower is merely the name of a vessel spirit, situated in a wondrous and vast world where the Celestial Ranking Battle officially commences once every 2,000 years. The formidable warriors hailing from 110,000 new planets and realms are gripped by anxiety, for their victories and defeats directly influence the fate and future of their worlds. As time slips away, each moment is spent coordinating with their companions to maximize the strength of their teams in hopes of achieving victory. At noon, the sky reverberates with a thunderous roar, followed by a cascade of radiant beams that descend like shooting stars. Concurrently, virtual screens materialize before each warrior, displaying the randomly matched teams. 1 minute until the teleportation commences, echoes the authoritative voice of the Celestial Tower. The entire structure trembles with anticipation. Prepare yourselves. We shall directly employ our sacred artifacts to secure a swift victory. The defense will be entrusted to me, commands Jun Xiaoyao upon reviewing the enemy's information. The opposing team consists of 10 members, all at the Sacred Realm. The data reveals only their sacred status, lacking specifics on their realms and powers. Understood, replies Ji Qingwu, along with Tian Luobing, while Murong Xinger, Qingming, and Yi Qinxian nod in agreement. Although they may have their differences with Jun Xiaoyao, they are acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Time flowed with each passing second, swiftly. A beam of teleportation light manifested, descending upon the 6 individuals of Jun Xiaoyao, who were instantaneously transported from their location, only to find themselves landing upon a vast expanse of ocean moments later. Before them, a similar radiance emerged, heralding the arrival of 10 individuals, exuding an awe-inspiring divine might. Huan Yi and Qing Ming were the first to strike. In Huan Ye's delicate hand rested a mysterious banner. As she waved it, darkness enveloped a 100-mile radius, while simultaneously, the entire space slowed to a crawl. Almost concurrently, Tian Luobing also made her move. With a graceful motion of her slender hand, the surroundings froze over, transforming into a glacier. Being a being of ice, she practiced the chaotic ice art, and in the presence of water, she reigned supreme, holding dominion over the very elements of time and space. With his hands clasped behind his back, Jun Xiaoyao made no overt gestures. Yet, a luminous barrier, measuring a mile in diameter, enveloped Tian Luobing and her companions. At that moment, Yi Qingxian, Ji Qingwu, and Murong Xinger unleashed devastating assaults almost simultaneously. A deluge of sword rain descended from the heavens, flames engulfed the world, and draconic power tore through the sky. Although the actions of Qing Ming and Murong Xinger appeared sequential, they were executed in unison, marking the first collaborative display of the 6. their synergy astonishing to behold. The air was filled with anguished cries that echoed across the ocean, yet no one could discern the nature of the chaos unfolding within the vicinity of the darkness, which obscured all sight of the events transpiring inside, leaving only the echoes of despair. In an instant, tranquility returned. The darkness evaporated, the glaciers melted away. The rain of swords dissipated, the flames extinguished, and the draconic energies faded. Only the faint barrier remained, still enveloping Tian Luo-Bing and her comrades. The battle concluded. The earth has triumphed, resonated the voice of the celestial tower. Each participant is awarded a point of celestial value and may ascend to the next level. In the wake of this announcement, Jun Xiaoyao and the others were swept away by a radiant light, vanishing from sight, only to reappear in the second level of the celestial tower. The entirety of the skirmish had been a swift and seamless execution. On Earth, countless individuals stood in stunned silence, gazing blankly at the grand screen of the heavenly rankings, which proclaimed Earth's victory and the defeat of the opposing blood blue star. They had witnessed the teleportation, yet before they could grasp the situation, the battle had concluded. A decisive annihilation, a veritable instant kill. After a brief silence, the world erupted into a fervor, the sky ablaze with the three characters of Jun Tiandi. In that moment, countless individuals rejoiced, embracing one another in tears. Though this was merely the beginning. Yet, what a splendid commencement it is, a pivotal stride towards victory. It is astonishing, immensely powerful, and utterly invincible. I ponder. With the 10 sacred realms of the blood blue star, our Earth possesses merely 6 individuals, with only 4 holding sacred realms. Why then? Did the battle conclude in less than 2 seconds following the teleportation? I gleaned a fragment of information. First, Qingming made her move, shrouding the area within 100 miles in darkness. Next, Tian Luo-Bing struck, encasing the battlefield in ice, rendering all visibility non-existent, followed by the sounds of anguished cries. And then, an abrupt end. Their synergy was remarkable. I hope such swift victories persist until the conclusion of the celestial tower. The ordinary people of Earth could only revel in excitement and cheer, while warriors and the formidable were filled with curiosity. They yearned to understand how this fleeting battle commenced and concluded. Only a select few elite warriors surmised a fragment of the truth, yet dared not to assert it, as none knew what transpired on the battlefield after Qingming and Tian Luo-Bing unleashed their powers. Boom. Earth enters the second layer of the celestial tower. Random matchmaking will occur every noon. The voice of the celestial tower echoed. Simultaneously, a radiant glow illuminated the tower. The first layer shone crimson, the second layer, orange. This signified that Jun Xiaoyao and his companions had ascended to the second layer of the celestial tower. Moreover, the information displayed on the grand screen revealed that Earth was no longer at the bottom, now ranking 4012th. Though the correlation between this ranking and the celestial value remains unclear, the recent battle witnessed Jun Tiandi and his companions turn the tides of fortune, elevating their position from the previous third last to a remarkable 4,000 places higher. If this trend continues, a second victory in battle may propel them to the 10,000th position, drawing them ever closer to escaping the clutches of the battlefield. Chapter 202, The Great General of the Qin Empire, shocked by the blood blue star. Originally a civilization of martial arts, it pales in comparison to the ancient world, yet it surpasses the half-hearted martial civilization of Earth by a significant margin. Indeed, the land of Huaxiao once thrived in martial prowess, but it cannot be compared to the fantastical realms, nor does it even measure up to the blood blue star. However, at this moment, Earth has decisively outperformed the blood blue star. What transpired? How could this be? What exactly has happened? Were they annihilated? Is Earth truly that formidable? Was it not ranked third from the bottom? On the blood blue star, there are an astounding 5 billion humans, all martial practitioners. Yet, they cannot escape the fate of the Tower of the Heavens. Although they believed they could avoid becoming a battlefield, they never anticipated such a disastrous start. Their first battle ended in utter defeat. As of now, all the formidable beings of the blood blue star remain in a state of bewilderment. It is worth noting that when they saw their match was Earth, they were elated. After all, Earth was ranked third from the bottom. Yet, before their excitement could settle, the outcome took a turn. Many were still waving in enthusiasm, their hands suspended in the air, but their expressions had shifted. At the observation platform, Thousands of strong warriors focused their gaze on the highest-ranked new planets and realms, keenly observing their combat performances. While they held no expectations for exceptional talent to emerge from these new celestial bodies, they had 2 years to spend, with the true spectacle reserved for the finale. At present, it was merely a display by the new planets and realms, lacking anything to anticipate. However, as they idled, they might uncover something intriguing. It can be said that among the thousands of warriors, approximately 99% were fixated on the top 100 new planets and realms, regarding the lower-ranked ones with disdain. Yet, among these mighty figures, there was a man clad in silver armor. His gaze did not linger on the high-ranking new planets and realms. Instead, it was directed at Earth, ranked third from the bottom. His eyes shimmered with fervor and anticipation. He hailed from the Eastern Heaven Domain's great Qin Empire, one of its 8 esteemed generals, Zhao Tianlai. For 2 millennia, he has hoped that they could withstand the fate of the Tower of the Heavens. His Majesty has done all he could, Zhao Tianlai mused to himself, having served alongside Emperor Yingzheng for 1,300 years. He carries the bloodline of Huaxia within him. Though he resides in the Eastern Heaven Domain, he knows of a distant land called Earth, the ancestral homeland of his forebears, the birthplace of Huaxia. Emperor Yingzheng has strived to prevent Earth from becoming a battlefield destined for destruction. He is perpetually prepared, even willing to engage in battle against all empires and sects of the Eastern Heaven Domain. Fortunately, the Earth has withstood the trials of the Heavenly Tower ranking wars on 2 occasions. However, its strength has drastically diminished, and calculating the time, it appears that in this upcoming battle 2 millennia hence, Earth may not field any martial artists. This suggests that Earth is destined to become a battleground in this iteration of the Heavenly Ranking Wars. Half a month prior, Emperor Yingzheng issued a secret decree, summoning him to the observation platform to monitor information regarding Earth. Should Earth fail to endure the Heavenly Ranking Wars, he was to relay the information back immediately. The Qin Empire would spare no effort to safeguard Earth. Earth, the blood blue star, the matching battle has finally commenced. Zhao Tianlai gazed at Earth's name, its opponent being the blood blue star, with a staggering disparity in their rankings. Moreover, Earth could muster only 6 individuals. Could it truly be that Earth lacks a martial civilization? At this realization, Zhao Tianlai was engulfed in despair. Was there any hope for resistance? Observing the lineup, it was evident that they would be reduced to a battleground before reaching the 8th layer of the Heavenly Tower, facing 10 opponents, all of whom were at the saint level. The outcome seemed inevitable. Earth was bound to face defeat. Even if they were victorious in this battle, what lay ahead? After all, they were destined to be outnumbered by 4 against other teams. As a minute elapsed, the battle commenced. 2 seconds later, it concluded. Alas, Earth has fallen, or has it won? The swift annihilation left Zhao Tianlai acutely aware that even with 4 saints and 2 emperors, Earth could not possibly compare to the martial civilization of the blood blue star. True to expectations, they were obliterated within mere seconds. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, his expression shifted dramatically. The announcement from the Heavenly Tower declared not Earth's defeat, but rather its victory. In an instant, he was rendered speechless. How could this be? 4 saints and 2 emperors managed to annihilate 10 saints? This was unfathomably terrifying, exceeding all comprehension. Typically, even with a significant power disparity, a saint would not be subject to such swift obliteration. The notion of annihilation rarely occurs in battles among saints. Yet, here 10 saints were vanquished in an instant. His heart raced, pounding in his chest. Shock and exhilaration coursed through him, yet he dared not express it aloud for fear of drawing attention. Amidst the excitement, he promptly employed secret techniques to dispatch a confidential message to the imperial palace of the Qin Empire. The Earth team comprises only 4 saints and 2 emperors, and in their first match, they annihilated the blood blue star, advancing to the next tier. In the 2nd layer of the Heavenly Tower, the protective barrier surrounding Jun Xiaoyao dissipated, revealing 6 individuals atop a grand mountain. The spiritual energy was pure and abundant, and under the glow of the setting sun, the scenery was picturesque. The exhilaration from the recent encounter was palpable. Jun Xiaoyao's companion, Ji Qingwu, excitedly recounted their swift victory, having concluded the battle with a single strike against 10 saints. They had not anticipated such a decisive outcome. The recent battle pales in comparison to those of my previous life. However, I have only just attained the status of a respectable being. Ding. Event triggered. Master and Tian Luo Bing. Ji Qingwu, Yi Qingxian, Qing Ming, Mu Rongxing Air annihilated the opponents, earning a reward of 1 billion points. The collaboration was commendable, yet there remains room for improvement. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and spoke, affirming the extraordinary nature of the recent events. Victory undoubtedly belongs to Earth, yet he did not anticipate such a swift annihilation. The primary reason lay in the overwhelming strength of his fiancée Yi and Qing Ming. Both Qing Ming and Tian Luo Bing seized control of the battlefield from the outset, effectively having the opponent's strength. Simultaneously, he unleashed the domain shield. Although merely in its initial stage, it was sufficient to withstand any adversary of the same rank, while also augmenting the power of his allies within its embrace. Mu Rongxing Air, Yi Qingxian, and Ji Qingwu unleashed their sacred techniques and wielded supreme sacred artifacts. Could the opponents withstand such an onslaught? Clearly, they could not, resulting in their swift demise. "You seem rather idle," Yi Qingxian remarked, casting a frosty glance at Jun Xiaoyao. Yet her words faltered, as she sensed an unsettling intensity in his gaze. Continuing might lead to an embarrassing reprimand. How infuriating. "You won't even let me speak," she pouted, turning away in a fit of sulking. Once the esteemed leader of the Tian sect in her past life, and now the head of the Yi family in this life, she could only express her displeasure in a charmingly petulant manner. Nearby, Mu Rongxing Air approached with a smile, gently drawing Yi Qingxian closer, offering silent comfort. Chapter 203. Did you not adore me once? First, let us settle in, Jun Xiaoyao suggested. This place possesses pure and abundant spiritual energy, making it ideal for cultivation. Although a breakthrough within such a short span may be improbable, it can certainly restore one's vitality to its zenith, thus enabling us to face tomorrow's battle with impeccable readiness. As he spoke, he extended his hand, revealing a delicate flying vessel that rapidly expanded, ultimately landing atop the mountain. Measuring 50 meters in length, 20 meters in width, and 10 meters in height, it emanated a formidable aura. Inside the vessel were several rooms of varying sizes. With a thunderous sound, 13 powerful formations manifested above the ship: gathering formation, defensive formation, offensive formation, blazing sun formation, and ice formation. These arrays enveloped a radius of 200 meters, ensuring the safety of the area. "Brother Xiaoyao, I will prepare your room," Ji Qingwu said with a smile before dashing into the vessel, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Unexpectedly, both Yi Qingxian and Tian Luobing simultaneously let out cold snorts, rendering the atmosphere rather awkward. Jun Xiaoyao, at a loss for words, opted to depart. "Where are you going, little brother?" Mu Rongxing inquired curiously as she observed Jun Xiaoyao walking down the mountain, promptly following suit. "Are you not going to eat?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. "Eat? Isn't it sufficient to consume spiritual fruits and rations? Besides, since we have both attained sainthood, do we even require food?" Mu Rongxing responded, momentarily taken aback. "Food. While it is quite normal on Earth and in cities, after becoming a revered one can indeed forego eating. However, having grown accustomed to life on Earth, even becoming a saint does not erase the habit of dining. Yet, in the wilderness, isn't the notion of eating somewhat ludicrous? Shouldn't we focus on cultivation, vigilance against danger, and formidable foes? Since we are idling, could you refrain from calling me little brother? It is rather embarrassing for a man," Jun Xiaoyao remarked as he walked, his expression turning serious towards the end. "I am already 22 years old. As a grown man, being referred to as a little boy is quite mortifying. I have my dignity to uphold. Moreover, my fiancés are still present." "You are inherently younger than me," she replied. "If I do not call you little brother, what should I call you instead? Perhaps husband? Although you are my boyfriend, such a term feels a bit shy." Mu Rongxing chuckled, clearly enjoying the banter. As she continued, a hint of shyness crept onto her stunningly attractive face. Despite her seemingly carefree and fiery demeanor, she remained, after all, a young woman. Chime. Event triggered. The master is teased by Mu Rongxing. Reward points. 500 million. Who said I am your boyfriend? I certainly did not. Moreover, do you even know how to feel shy? Jun Xiaoyao was left speechless, hand on his forehead. When did I become your boyfriend? I am completely unaware of it. Besides, do you really feel shy? In truth, he was uncertain whether Mu Rongxing would blush, yet he felt a surge of nervousness. After all, he often stole glances at her during their childhood, when she was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. Now, she appeared even more stunning and mature. exuding an allure far greater than before. What I said is true. Your silence signifies acceptance. Furthermore, I have already regarded you as my man. Additionally, did you not once hold affection for me? Have your feelings changed now? Surely, you have grown weary of me. Murong Xing'er stepped closer, directly linking her arm with Jun Xiaoyao's. That intimate proximity caused his heart to race. The faint fragrance enveloped him, igniting a fervor within. Am I truly fickle? Why do I even bother to engage in this conversation? How tedious. Jun Xiaoyao paused, pondering if he had indeed become capricious. In his youth, he was just a boy. Now that he has matured, it does not necessarily mean that affection must lead to a relationship. Suddenly, he realized that his silence was no safeguard. Speaking only led him deeper into a pit, for engaging in reason with a girl is a losing battle, and silence became his ultimate defense. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao reached the foot of the mountain. He had miscalculated, believing his silence to be the best defense. Yet he encountered Murong Xing'er, who chattered incessantly in his ear. Her soft form pressed against him, nearly driving him to the brink of collapse. Ultimately, he had no choice but to concede, temporarily acknowledging himself as Murong Xing'er's boyfriend. Yet, surrender was merely the beginning. Murong Xing'er became even more affectionate. Fortunately, she understood his psyche and ceased her incessant teasing. Half an hour later, by the lakeside, appeared a spirit beast resembling a duck, another akin to a chicken, a third resembling a rabbit, and a fourth akin to a piglet, all of which Jun Xiaoyao had bathed. Their bodies were left pristine and clean. In addition, several varieties of vegetables were washed thoroughly and packed away as he returned to the mountaintop. With a simple gesture, an opulent kitchen and dining area materialized. Subsequently, he began to cook. The aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, leaving Murong Xing'er in awe. This fellow truly knows how to enjoy life. While others toil for battle and constant dread, he leisurely prepares a meal in such a serene environment. However, this food is extraordinarily fragrant and visually appealing. A feast for the senses. The meals surpass even those of five-star hotels. Half an hour later, it was time to dine. Jun Xiaoyao sat at the table while Murong Xing'er served him, as well as Ji Qingwu and the others. She then entered the spaceship and called for Tian Luobing and the others to join for the meal. Dinner? Dinner. Upon hearing Murong Xing'er announce the meal, Tian Luobing and the others instinctively reacted with surprise and confusion. What kind of place is this? Where's the food? They were all esteemed figures and sages. What would they be eating? Nevertheless, they stepped out. After all, the act of dining is an intrinsic nature of both humanity and all living beings. Wow, it smells delightful. The kitchen has outdone itself. How delicious. Upon exiting, they observed Jun Xiaoyao enjoying his meal at the table, which was adorned with an array of 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. The food was aesthetically pleasing and aromatic, igniting their appetites. For a moment, they were all utterly astonished. Their curiosity piqued about who had prepared this feast. Since leaving the cataclysmic realm, Jun Xiaoyao hadn't cooked, so they were unaware of his culinary skills. All eyes turned towards Murong Xing'er, as she was the one who had called them to dinner. It's not me, it's our man who cooked, Murong Xing'er stated, her face beaming with joy. Tian Luobing, Yi Qingxian, and Ji Qingwu were momentarily taken aback by Murong Xing'er's words, their cheeks flushing, particularly Yi Qingxian. Initially unfazed, her reaction caused Murong Xing'er to feel a bit flustered, as if she were guilty of a secret. Even though Murong Xing'er had clearly stated it was their man who had prepared the meal, she had not mentioned anyone by name. The most composed among them was Qing Ming, as she had always remained an outsider in this situation, a fact everyone recognized. Only Yi Qingxuan's position and status remained somewhat ambiguous.